In the world of Dragon Ball, at the site known as Baozi Mountain, two meteors streaked across the sky. An elderly man, carrying a bamboo basket, felt a stirring in his heart as he gazed at the spherical object plummeting from the heavens. 3 years later, slow down, Goku, take it easy. An old man called out as he chased after a child who resembled a mischievous monkey, dashing wildly across the mountainside. Ha, Grandpa, little brother, hurry up. The child, resembling a playful monkey, not only showed no signs of slowing down, but instead increased his speed. Son Gohan, watching Son Goku race further away, sighed and turned to glance at the well-behaved Son Goku in the bamboo basket behind him, remarking with resignation, at least Goku is more obedient. Goku still has a bit too much energy. Hearing this, Son Goku in the basket smiled, resembling a small adult in demeanor. Indeed, this character, who originally did not exist, is our protagonist. He was once a modern-day recluse, inexplicably transported to this world by a twist of fate. Upon opening his eyes and seeing the spiky-haired boy before him, Son Goku's heart sank. He instantly recognized that the boy was none other than the eternal protagonist of Dragon Ball, Son Goku. He was the twin brother of Son Goku, given the name Son Goku by the elder son Gohan who adopted him. With the prospect of having an invincible older brother, Son Goku felt a surge of joy. After all, this world was home to the Dragon Balls, with an unbeatable brother by his side. Making wishes would be a breeze. As Son Goku daydreamed in the bamboo basket, he suddenly heard a ding in his mind. Detection of the master's desire for a laid-back lifestyle, the old ding counterattack system, is now officially activated. Son Goku was taken aback. A system? I knew that, as a transmigrator, I would certainly have a system. But what on earth is the old ding counterattack system? I'm only 3 years old. Name, Son Goku. Lineage, Saiyan SL concentration. 2. Achieve 100 in a combat power exceeding 3 million to transform into a Super Saiyan. Combat power, 5 talent, combat. Instinct skills, basic manipulation of key main mission. Old ding counterattack, phase 1. Mission description, what time is it? Still sleeping. At your age, how can you possibly sleep? Look at your brother, still training at the ripe age of 85. 85 years old is the prime age for striving. Mission requirements, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and a 10-kilometer run daily for 30 days. Mission rewards, advanced manipulation of key, special Saiyan training methods. P.S. Reforge the glory of the Saiyans. It is our duty. Upon reading this mission description, Son Goku was left utterly bewildered. What on earth was this? How is he already 85 years old? Did the system somehow fry its circuits during the transition? Could a typical 85-year-old complete such a task? However, for a Saiyan child, the demands of the task were astonishingly simple. He thought to himself, as long as he had legs, it should be doable. Yet, Son Goku couldn't help but worry. If he trained according to this mission for a month, would end up bald? 8 years later, Son Goku had flown through space for a year. Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong and Sun Wuxing, both clad in azure attire, bowed before the 4-star ball within the room, proclaiming, "Grandfather, we are headed out." Despite the passage of 8 years without the transformation into giant apes, Sun Wukong experienced the natural passing of Sun Wufan due to old age, leaving him to depart at the age of 86. Once again, the two brothers found themselves orphaned. However, they were not ordinary individuals. They spent their days in the mountains, cultivating their skills and hunting, finding a certain tranquility in their lives. During these 8 years, the prowess of the brothers underwent remarkable enhancement. Thanks to the Saiyan training methods bestowed by the old ding counterattack system, the 12-year-old Sun Wukong and Sun Wuxing boasted a combat power of 25. Alas, the Saiyan maturation period is notably prolonged, with significant growth in combat capabilities occurring during the years leading up to adulthood. In comparison to Sun Wukong's initial combat power of 10, this advancement was extraordinary, allowing the brothers to stride confidently through the expanse of Baozi Mountain. On Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong laughed heartily. "Wuxing, come chase me." He sprinted ahead, carrying a fish larger than himself. Behind him, Sun Wuxing, burdened with 2 fish, retorted, "Why don't you try carrying 2 and catch up with me?" "Haha, you lost the rock, paper, scissors this morning," Sun Wukong teased, sticking out his tongue. With no choice but to hasten his pace, Sun Wuxing inadvertently failed to notice the approaching car due to the weight of the fish. Bang! Screech! Sun Wuxing was sent tumbling through the air, the two fish landing beside him. Sun Wukong, alarmed, dropped his fish and rushed to his brother, asking, "Wuxing, are you all right?" Rubbing his head, Sun Wuxing exclaimed in frustration, "Who was that? In the wilderness. How could someone ambush us?" Inside the car, a girl with a ponytail shut her eyes tightly, too frightened to witness the unfolding scene. Did we collide? Sun Wukong gazed in horror at the vehicle not far away, as the brothers, accustomed to mountain life, had never encountered such machines. Seeing Sun Wuxing rise, the girl in the car gasped, "Ah, you're still alive?" The girl was none other than Bulma, the heroine of Dragon Ball. It is noteworthy that the two brothers bore nearly identical appearances, with the only distinction being that Sun Wuxing's spiky hair mirrored that of Sun Wukong's. "You beast! Are you attempting to harm my brother and steal our catch?" Sun Wukong, in a fit of rage, advanced and lifted Bulma's car, hurling it aside with great force. Bulma, inside the vehicle, was nearly terrified to death. After all, a girl raised in the city had never encountered such formidable strength. Sun Wukong drew his Rui Jingu Bang from his back, declaring, "Come, let me avenge Wuxing." Startled, Sun Wuxing quickly interjected, "Brother, it's not necessary. If a single strike would end Bulma's life, the consequences would be dire indeed." However, the two brothers did not engage in a confrontation. Bulma was utterly terrified. She crawled out from the overturned vehicle, her handgun aimed at Sun Wukong, exclaiming in shock, "What kind of monsters are you two?" "Ah, you seem far more like a monster," Sun Wukong retorted angrily. Bulma, gripped by fear, instinctively attempted to shoot at Sun Wukong. Bang! 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 Yet, an even more bewildering event unfolded before her eyes. In the split second that she fired her weapon, Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, and with an incomprehensible speed, he surged toward her, effortlessly evading the bullets and snatching the handgun from her grasp. Crack! Like twisting a piece of dough, the steel-crafted handgun was instantaneously reduced to mere scrap metal. Chapter 2. Embarking on the quest for the Dragon Balls, Bulma's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. "What manner of monster are you?" she exclaimed, retreating into her vehicle. "You are the monster. What sorcery was that you just employed?" Sun Wukong brandished his Rui Jingu Bang, directing it toward Bulma as he spoke. Observing that Wukong and his companion had no intention of further aggression, Bulma hastily leapt from her car, declaring, "I am not a monster. Can't you see? I'm a girl." One must concede that Bulma's audacity was remarkable. Most girls in such a predicament would likely be paralyzed with fear. Yet, she regained her composure in an instant, displaying the courage to converse with Wukong and his companion. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Sun Wukong retracted his staff. "You are a girl. Indeed. My grandfather always said to be gentle with girls. Wukong, let us spare her." Wukong nodded in agreement and addressed Bulma. "What brings you to this desolate wilderness alone?" Bulma cast a glance at the tail protruding from Wukong's back, finding it oddly unremarkable in a world populated by countless beings, cat-headed, tiger-headed, and wolf-headed creatures alike. Even a king could be a cat. "I am on an adventure, searching for the legendary treasure." Sun Wukong, well aware of Bulma's quest, realized he had just activated the next phase of his mission, Old Deng's counterattack. Phase 2. Mission description. To think that at 85 you would encounter a 14-year-old girl. Old Deng, you are indeed fortunate. Mission requirement. Please accompany this young lady on her travels. Mission reward. Upon completion of the journey, receive a combat power automatic device. Treasure? I know nothing of such things. Do you fancy fish? Wukong's grilled fish is unparalleled, he said, squinting with a grin. Bulma surveyed the two brothers, contemplating that since they could hardly handle a mere handgun, it might be prudent to have them protect her. After all, with them by her side, she would fear no danger. With this thought, she smiled and asked, "Do you live with your grandfather?" "Our grandfather passed away 5 years ago," Wukong replied, a hint of melancholy in his voice. After all, even the dragon could do nothing for an elderly man who had lived a full life. However, such emotions were fleeting. In this realm, death was not absolute. Perhaps Son Gohan was enjoying a leisurely existence in the afterlife. Bulma quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry. I didn't know your grandfather had passed." Wukong shook his head. "It's all right. Would you like to join us?" Bulma nodded in affirmation. and Sun Wukong hoisted a large fish onto his shoulder, leading the way ahead of Wukong. Bulma used a capsule to store the car that had been smashed by Sun Wukong and followed suit. Upon entering the dwelling, Bulma was struck dumb with astonishment. "This is the 4-star ball," she exclaimed, as Wukong and Wukong bowed respectfully before it. Bulma stepped forward, asking, "May I take a look at it?" Sun Wukong swiftly shielded the 4-star ball, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. "No, this is the only relic our grandfather left us. Even if you are a girl, you cannot touch it." Seeing the brother's protectiveness, Bulma promptly retrieved 2 Dragon Balls from her pocket, smiling as she said, "Look, what do you think these are?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, "2 grandfathers." Sun Wukong, wearing a look of exasperation, lightly tapped Sun Wukong on the head and said, "What do you mean by 2 grandfathers? These are the same beads left by our grandfather." Only then did Sun Wukong chuckle foolishly. Bulma, placing her hands on her hips, laughed and said, "Now can you show me?" Sun Wukong, however, remained non-committal and replied, "You must first tell us what exactly is this item our grandfather left behind." Realizing that Sun Wukong was not as easily persuaded as Sun Wukong, Bulma finally spoke candidly. "All right, this item is called a Dragon Ball. According to legend, there are a total of 7. Once gathered, they can summon the eternal dragon, who can grant a wish to the one who collects them all." Sun Wukong feigned realization, saying, "Oh, is this the treasure you seek?" Bulma nodded. Sun Wukong, filled with curiosity, asked, "What is your wish?" Bulma, with a dreamy expression, replied, "Of course. I wish for a boyfriend of my own." The 2 brothers exchanged bewildered glances, completely disregarding Bulma as she twisted and turned, and proceeded to roast the fish they had caught that day. Seeing Sun Wukong preparing the fish, Bulma approached him and inquired, "Do you think I could have that Dragon Ball? I can offer you a great deal of money and many other things." Bulma understood that Sun Wukong was the one who held the authority, and that winning him over would make it easy to persuade Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong smiled faintly at Bulma and firmly stated, "No way." Bulma's smile faltered, and she persisted, "Why not? The Dragon Ball will restore itself a year after the wish is granted. You wouldn't incur any loss." Feigning contemplation, Sun Wukong replied, "Very well. But we don't want anything for ourselves. We just want to accompany you in collecting the Dragon Balls, and the 4-star ball must remain with us." Upon hearing this, Bulma was overjoyed, thinking that the Dragon Balls would be in safe hands no matter who possessed them. "Really? That is fantastic," she exclaimed, and without hesitation, she embraced Sun Wukong, completely disregarding his masculinity. Sun Wukong, feeling speechless, could only continue roasting the fish. After satisfying their hunger, the trio prepared to set off. Indeed, it was merely a matter of suggestion from Sun Wukong that prompted Sun Wukong to agree to join them. Bulma pulled a capsule from her pocket, pressed a button, and a motorcycle appeared on the ground. Sun Wukong gasped in surprise. "You truly possess magical skills." Sun Wukong, however, was not astonished. Rather, he pondered how extraordinary Bulma's family was, utilizing space compression technology in such a compact capsule. Not to mention, in the future, Bulma would even develop a time machine. Her intellect was truly unparalleled. Bulma, unfazed, declared, "This is not magic. It's just a tool for my travels. You two can sit behind me on the motorcycle." Sun Wukong shook his head and said, "No need. We can simply run alongside you." Bulma was taken aback, exclaiming, "Are you joking? There's no way you can keep up with the speed of a motorcycle." Sun Wukong refrained from further explanation, insisting that Bulma start the motorcycle. Though she was skeptical, Bulma complied with his request. To her astonishment, no matter how fast she rode, the 2 brothers kept pace effortlessly behind her. Were these 2 brothers truly human? Bulma could not help but exclaim. That evening, Bulma's portable house provided a comfortable resting place for the 2 brothers, and fortunately, due to the presence of Sun Wukong, Bulma was not subjected to any of Goku's mischievous antics. The following morning, Sun Wukong and his brother adhered to their routine of morning exercises. Chapter 3, Master Roshi. Hey, the brothers' notion of morning practice was essentially a sparring session, continuing until one side was utterly exhausted, marking the completion of their morning training. After an hour, the 2 brothers sat on the ground, breathing heavily from their exertion. "Wukong, you have grown stronger than before. Brother, you too." As they exchanged compliments, a gigantic sea turtle appeared seemingly out of nowhere, pleading with a look of desperation, "Please, could I have a cup of salt water?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Bulma, When did you transform into this? Observing his brother's foolishness, Wukong sighed. That is not Bulma. She is still asleep. Son Wukong circled the sea turtle, nodding in agreement that it was indeed not Bulma. Hearing the commotion from the brothers, Bulma opened the door and exclaimed, "What are you two arguing about this morning?" Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of the enormous sea turtle. A sea turtle? How did this creature end up on land? The sea turtle explained, I ventured out to buy groceries and got lost. If this were not in the Dragon Ball world, it would surely be considered an eccentricity. A talking sea turtle buying groceries. What a niche concept. Son Wukong provided the turtle with a cup of salt water, which it gulped down with a look of relief, as if it had been saved. Kind souls, could you assist me in getting to the shore? The sea turtle implored, gazing at Son Wukong and Wukong. Bulma crossed her arms and refused. No, we must continue on our journey. Yet Wukong readily agreed. Sure. Son Wukong nodded in affirmation, saying, No problem, Wukong. Let us each carry a portion and escort him to the shore. Without hesitation, Wukong hoisted the sea turtle onto his back, completely disregarding Bulma's protests. And the two brothers set off. Though Bulma was quite upset, she ultimately followed behind. At the beach, the sea turtle looked at the brothers and expressed its gratitude. Please wait a moment. I will return shortly to thank you properly. With that, the sea turtle dove into the ocean. Bulma, with a frown, remarked, That turtle is undoubtedly a fraud. It will not return. However, Wukong and Son Wukong paid her no mind. Before long, the turtle emerged from the water, carrying a small, bald old man on its back. The old man donned a floral shirt, wielded a cane, and had a purple shell strapped to his back. Wukong immediately recognized him as Master Roshi. Good afternoon, everyone. Master Roshi greeted the trio. Bulma, astonished, remarked, What a stylish grandfather. Master Roshi smiled and said, I hear someone rescued my sea turtle. As he hopped off the turtle, he assessed the three individuals before him, sensing the energy of Son Wukong, and nodded. Which one of you is it? The sea turtle chimed in, It was those two boys. Master Roshi approached Wukong, scrutinizing him for a moment, then remarked, Well, I shall present you with a gift. As he spoke, Master Roshi called out to the sea, Come forth, immortal bird. Yet, nothing transpired. Bulma, with a look of exasperation, remarked, Nothing is happening. The turtle quickly interjected, Master Roshi, didn't he the immortal bird perish from food poisoning last year? Son Wukong's lips twitched. Is that truly what one calls an immortal bird? Master Roshi stroked his beard and replied, Ah, it has indeed passed away. I shall have to provide you with something else. Come forth, Kintawan. Bulma shook her head. It's probably gone as well. However, at that moment, a beam of golden light flashed across the sky, gracefully settling before Son Wukong and Son Wuyuan. What? The cloud is coming. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Master Roshi nodded and smiled. This cloud shall be a gift for you. Son Wukong inquired while circling around the Kintawan. How does one consume this cloud? Master Roshi promptly clarified. It is not for eating. By sitting upon this cloud, you can soar freely through the skies. Son Wukong exclaimed in delight. Soaring through the sky? Splendid. Now I need not fear missing out on the flying dinosaurs. Master Roshi cautioned. However, only those with pure hearts may sit upon this cloud. Those with ulterior motives will find themselves unable to ascend. Son Wukong nodded, and Master Roshi proudly declared, Allow me to demonstrate. Son Wuyuan stifled a laugh. With your heart so thoroughly tainted, how could Kintawan ever accept you? As expected, Master Roshi leapt into the air, only to crash through the cloud and land flat on the ground. Ha ha! Everyone but Son Wukong burst into laughter. Let me have a go. Son Wukong sprang into the air, landing securely on the cloud, embarking on a flight into the heavens. Son Wuyuan felt no envy. He understood he could not ascend, as it is difficult for someone from the modern era to claim purity of heart. At that moment, Bulma noticed the Dragon Ball hanging around Master Roshi's neck and quietly said to Son Wuyuan, Look, Wuyuan, the Dragon Ball around Master Roshi's neck. Son Wuyuan nodded, signaling that he understood. Master Roshi then asked him, What is it that you desire, young one? Without hesitation, Son Wuyuan pointed at the Dragon Ball and said, I wish for that Dragon Ball. Without a moment's thought, Master Roshi presented the Dragon Ball to Son Wuyuan, stating, Excellent. You are a sincere child. This Dragon Ball is yours. Thank you for saving my turtle. Until we meet again. With that, Master Roshi departed on his turtle, while Wuyuan and his companions continued their journey. Along the way, they encountered the shape-shifting Oolong, the desert bandit Yamcha, and his friend Pure. They even met Sun Wukong's future wife, Chi-Chi, at the castle of the Bull Demon King. Not only that, but they also brought Master Roshi along. Gazing at the blazing flame mountain before him, Master Roshi felt not a shred of fear. Master Wu Tian. The formidable Bull Demon King appeared before Master Roshi like a child who had yet to grow up. Master Roshi first admonished the Bull Demon King for oppressing the villagers, then turned his gaze toward the distant flame mountain and remarked, "To extinguish a fire such as that, one cannot rely on ordinary means." Bulma, skeptical, queried, "Could it be, Master Roshi, that you possess a method to extinguish the flames?" Sun Wukong explained to Bulma about Master Roshi, urging her not to underestimate him. For he is the martial arts deity, Master Matedo. Master Roshi removed his shirt, revealing a frail upper body reminiscent of an elderly man. Yet, in the next instant, he summoned his inner energy, and suddenly, his limbs swelled. The formidable muscles transcended time and space, returning to the physique of Master Matedo. With a mighty shout, "Huh?" Master Roshi's emaciated chest instantly expanded, transforming from a feeble old man into a muscular powerhouse. Bull Demon King had witnessed this transformation of Master Matedo before and exclaimed in delight, "Could it be?" Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong gazed in astonishment at Master Roshi, who radiated an aura of strength. Chapter 4, Kamehameha. Master Roshi extended a single hand forward, his veins bulging prominently. An invisible energy enveloped his body. He positioned his hands at his waist, adopting the classic charging stance. While gathering energy, he enunciated each word, Kame, Hame, Ha. As Master Roshi thrust his hands forward, a wave of blue and white light erupted instantaneously. The flames engulfing a mountain were extinguished as if caught in a torrential downpour. Sun Wukong watched in awe as Master Roshi's Kamehameha manifested. Witnessing it in person was an entirely different experience than viewing it on television, especially when he saw Master Roshi's technique flatten the mountain with a single strike. The sense of awe was something that could not be felt through a screen. It should be noted that at this moment, Master Roshi's combat power was merely 125, yet he could effortlessly obliterate a mountain over 1,000 meters high. Judging by his demeanor, he still had plenty of strength to spare. Sun Wukong attempted to imitate Master Roshi, shouting, Kame, Hame, Ha. However, only a small wave of light appeared in his hands, and nothing more. Master Roshi, filled with pride, remarked that Kamehameha was not something one could easily master. Further training was necessary. This statement held true. Currently, Master Roshi could easily defeat 100 Sun Wukongs without breaking a sweat. This isn't merely about 100 points of combat power in later stages. Even in the early stages, 100 points could annihilate countless foes. Sun Wukong secretly tried again, but found himself unable to replicate the feat. Specifically, he lacked sufficient energy to grow stronger, to continue striving for strength. For the first time, Sun Wukong clarified his goal of becoming more powerful. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, in a naive manner, made an engagement promise with Chi-Chi. During their ensuing journey, Sun Wukong and his companions, accompanied by Yamcha, encountered the Pilaf gang for the first time and met Shenron. This time, Sun Wukong did not allow Oolong to wish for a girl as panties. Instead, he made a wish he had long desired. Shenron, please eliminate the Saiyan virus from me and Sun Wukong. Indeed, the reason Sun Wukong was afflicted by the viral heart disease had nothing to do with super divine water or King Kai's techniques exhausting his life force. It was due to the virus released by Galactic Patrolman Jaco when he discovered the presence of Saiyans on Earth while escorting Bulma away. It was precisely due to this virus that the future world of Date saw Sun Wukong succumb to viral heart disease. One could argue that had it not been for Jeek, the realm of Date would not have descended into such misery. Now, both Sun Wukong and Sun Wuxing have arrived on Earth, undoubtedly infected by this virus. Thus they could only beseech Shenlong for relief. Although Shenlong holds no power over ailments, it can indeed address the issue of poisoning. Sun Wukong gazed at Sun Wuxing, bewildered, while he was unaware of the nature of the Saiyan virus. He trusted that his brother would not lead him astray. Upon hearing their plea, Shenlong slowly responded, "Very well, your wish is granted." Perhaps it was a psychological effect. But Sun Wuxing felt a lightness in his body, as if newfound potential surged within him. Not only he, but Sun Wukong felt the same. Bulma, though desiring to wish for a boyfriend, felt a pang in her heart upon hearing Sun Wuxing's wish and chose to remain silent. Once the Dragon Balls soared into the sky, Bulma turned to Wuxing and said, "Now that you've used the Dragon Balls, I want you to help me find them again in a year." Son Wuxing readily agreed. However, with the Dragon Balls found, Bulma's adventures concluded, and everyone went their separate ways. The two brothers prepared to journey to Kame House to seek guidance and continue their training. While Bulma intended to return to her home in West City, Oolong naturally followed suit, and not just him. Yamcha, accompanied by Pu'er, shamelessly tagged along as well. However, Bulma now felt nothing for Yamcha, as she followed the two brothers, greatly expanding her horizons. Those who lacked strength no longer captured her interest. At Kame House, Master Roshi observed Son Wuxing and Son Wukong, puzzled as to why they had forsaken adventure for his island. Son Wuxing bowed respectfully, stating, "Master Wutian, we wish to become your disciples and learn the art of combat." Master Roshi regarded the two brothers and nodded slowly. Such pure-hearted students were precisely what he cherished. Nevertheless, as a teacher, Master Roshi maintained his dignity. After feigning reluctance, he finally relented, saying, "Very well, since you both insist, I shall reluctantly accept you as my disciples." The brothers exchanged a glance and shared a celebratory clap. The following day, a bald boy arrived at Kame House, paddling a bamboo raft from the sea. This was none other than Krillin, Son Wukong's esteemed disciple and the mightiest human on Earth, a true winner in life. With the entire Kame school gathered, their training journey officially commenced. It must be noted that the training philosophy of the Kame school was perfectly aligned with Son Wuxing's Saiyan essence. As is well known, to transform into a Super Saiyan, one must first reside in a harmonious environment. The Kame school's principles of eating well, training diligently, and living each day to the fullest were ideally suited to Son Wuxing's cellular development. At the subsequent World Martial Arts Tournament, Son Wuxing narrowly triumphed over his brother Son Wukong in a single exchange, claiming the championship title. Although Master Wutian also participated, he was defeated by Son Wukong in the semifinals, igniting within him a renewed desire to continue his training. "West City, are you truly not leaving with us this time, Wukong?" Wukong gazed at his brother with a tinge of reluctance. Since their very inception, the two siblings had remained inseparable, never once apart. It was unexpected that Wukong would express a desire to stay in the West capital. "Indeed, brother, you have your own path of cultivation, and I have mine. I wish to remain in the West capital and diligently train at Bulma's home," Wukong declared with confidence. Wukong, understanding his brother's choice, simply smiled and said, "Very well. Let us engage in a spirited contest at the next World Martial Arts Tournament." Wukong nodded, bidding farewell to Wukong, Master Roshi, Krillin, and the others, as he stayed behind at Bulma's residence. "Oh my, where did this charming young man come from?" Bulma's mother exclaimed, her eyes sparkling upon seeing Wukong. "Mom, please don't be like that," Bulma retorted, covering her face. "This is my friend, Wukong, and he is actually the champion of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament." As she spoke, Bulma's pride swelled, as if the victory belonged to her. Wukong politely greeted, "Hello, Auntie, I am Wukong." Bulma's father was preoccupied and did not appear. But Bulma's assistance was more than sufficient for Wukong. Chapter 5. The Gravity Training Method. "By the way, Wukong, you haven't mentioned what you need my help with," Bulma inquired. Looking at him, "Wukong, I need you to help me create a gravity chamber for training," he replied. For a Saiyan, gravity training was an exceptionally beneficial method, and Wukong had no intention of neglecting such an advantage. This technological marvel posed challenges for most, yet for the prodigious Bulma, it was a mere trifle. "A gravity chamber? What level of gravity are you aiming for?" Bulma asked, her expression unfazed. "Perhaps a maximum gravity of 10 times? Wukong pondered before responding. His current combat power was insufficient to withstand excessive gravity. Bulma nodded, winking at Wukong with a smile. "Simple. Give me 3 days, and I will have it ready." With that, she promptly sought out her father, recognizing that this gravity chamber would also provide an excellent research opportunity for him. 3 days later, the gravity chamber was completed. Bulma eagerly explained its operation to Wukong. "Wukong, gravity training is no trivial matter. Activating 10 times gravity means your weight will increase tenfold, and the pressure on your internal organs will be beyond what this environment can replicate." Bulma cautioned. "Do not worry, Bulma. I shall not overexert myself," Wukong reassured her. Seeing that Wukong was well aware of his limits, Bulma ceased her warnings and departed the gravity chamber for the monitoring room, prepared to cut off the power should Wukong find himself in distress. Once Bulma had left, Wukong commenced his training. Compared to a year prior, he had transformed remarkably. Name: Wukong Combat Power, 136 Skills, Rock Paper Scissors Fist, Turtle School Martial Arts, Kamehameha Talent, Combat Intuition Cell Density, 15 Current Task, None. Under the tutelage of Master Roshi. Within the span of merely a year, Son Wukong transcended his master, rendering further instruction impossible. However, this also signified Son Wukong's readiness to embark on his own journey. The essence of the Turtle School lies in its profound connection to the natural order. Even in the absence of formidable adversaries, consistent practice gradually transforms into combat prowess. At present, Son Wukong finds himself in a phase of accumulating latent potential, primed for an explosive emergence. He commenced his training under double gravity. Stretching his limbs, he initiated his rigorous regimen. Bulma, observing Son Wukong's diligent efforts through the gravity chamber, beheld him with a glint of admiration in her eyes. Thus, 3 years swiftly elapsed. During this period, Son Wukong vanquished the Red Ribbon Army, triumphed over Tao Pai Pai, and ascended the Korin Tower, while Son Wukong diligently adapted to various levels of gravity. Now, he has mastered training under 5 times the normal gravity. Moreover, after 3 years, Son Wukong's combat strength has significantly surged, reaching an impressive value of 206. It is noteworthy that the pinnacle of power, Piccolo Daimao, possessed a combat strength of 260, capable of annihilating the world. Undoubtedly, Son Wukong, in his current state, would be virtually invincible in any other realm. Of course, he has ventured out on occasion. When seeking the fortune-telling grandmother, he willingly accompanied her. This was the singular opportunity to reunite with his brother, Gohan. Although Gohan lived a full life, he passed away when Son Wukong and his brother were still children, leaving him with lingering concerns. Thus, he earnestly requested the fortune-telling grandmother to bring him to the mortal realm for a day. Upon witnessing the brother's safe growth, Gohan returned to the afterlife with a sense of peace. Subsequently, events unfolded in accordance with the original narrative, until Son Wukong defeated Piccolo Daimao and ventured to the heavenly realm for training. Throughout this time, Son Wukong remained at Bulma's residence, briefly intervening to save Krillin from his initial demise when Piccolo Daimao re-emerged. Then came the moment when Son Wukong turned 18, participating in the final World Martial Arts Tournament. He emerged victorious against both the second-generation Piccolo and his brother, reclaiming the championship title. Notably, during this tournament, Son Wukong encountered Chi-Chi, leading to their marriage shortly thereafter. 5 more years passed, and at last, they officially entered the narrative of Dragon Ball. West City. Hurry up and get up, Wukong. Today we are going to Master Roshi's place, and your brother will be joining us, Bulma urged as she fetched his clothes. Son Wukong rubbed his eyes. Having trained late into the night and not sleeping well. All right, I understand, Bulma. I will get up right away. Rising, he stretched lazily. Now at 23, Son Wukong was a stark contrast to his younger self, his muscles well-defined, harboring explosive strength. Bulma, accustomed to this sight, regarded him with a familiar expression, devoid of any shyness. Mom and Dad, we are heading out. As Son Wukong donned his attire, Bulma took his hand, guiding him outside. Bulma's mother observed the pair, her face adorned with a knowing smile, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I wonder when these 2 children will finally tie the knot." Upon exiting, Son Wukong wrapped his arms around Bulma's slender waist and soared into the sky. Bulma relished the sensation of being embraced and lifted by Son Wukong. In no time, they arrived at Kame House. "Here we are," a voice called out as the door to the small cottage swung open, revealing the bald figure of Krillin. "Bulma and Wukong, you've arrived quite early. Come inside." Krillin greeted them with a gentle smile. Son Wukong glanced around and inquired, "Where's Master Roshi?" He held the utmost respect for this esteemed teacher. At this point, Krillin appeared somewhat embarrassed, explaining, "Master Roshi indulged in a meal prepared by Launch yesterday and has been recovering ever since. He still hasn't risen." Upon hearing Launch's name, Son Wukong's face paled. Even his Saiyan constitution struggled to cope with her cooking. No wonder Tien had always hesitated to accept her culinary creations. He must have feared for his life. Bulma couldn't help but chuckle at Son Wukong's reaction. Krillin leaned closer to Son Wukong, whispering, "Wukong, you've been married for years. When will you and Bulma take the plunge?" Son Wukong glanced at Bulma, who was seated on the couch, and replied quietly, "In the next couple of years, for sure." "That's splendid news. Don't forget to send me an invitation," Krillin said cheerfully. Son Wukong nodded, just as Master Roshi groaned his way down the stairs. "Oh, my old bones. I feel as though I've been battered to death." Upon seeing Master Roshi, Son Wukong respectfully greeted, "Master Roshi." The old master beamed upon seeing Son Wukong and Bulma. "Ah, Wukong and Bulma. It's been ages since our last encounter." Son Wukong intended to assist Master Roshi in taking a seat, but the old master waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not that feeble yet, after all. I've sipped the elixir of immortality, and my body is still quite robust." However, as he spoke, his stomach began to ache again, and he quickly slumped down. Son Wukong frowned, urging Master Roshi to sit. "Where's Goku?" Krillin asked curiously. "Didn't he come with you?" Bulma replied with a smile. "We came from West City, and didn't he stop at Korin Tower, but Goku is sure to surprise you all." Thinking of his brother as son made Son Wukong smile. Krillin and Master Roshi exchanged glances, puzzled about the surprise Bulma mentioned. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Earth, a circular spacecraft descended. A man with long hair clad in peculiar armor emerged from the vessel, surveying the planet with a scowl. "What is happening? Why haven't Kakarot and Raditz annihilated this planet?" Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Raditz, the elder brother of Son Wukong and Son Goku. He gazed at the farmer before him, who brandished a shotgun, his expression dark and foreboding. With a sneer, he remarked, "Your combat power barely registers at 5. What a pathetic display." Startled, the farmer instinctively pulled the trigger. With a swift motion, he caught the bullet in his hand. A flick of his wrist sent the farmer tumbling to the ground. There's a formidable presence nearby. Is it Kakarot or Kakarot's counterpart? With that thought, he soared towards his target. Meanwhile, on the other side, Piccolo, having been defeated by Son Wukong at the World Martial Arts Tournament, was diligently honing his skills. Unlike his former malevolent self, this reincarnated Piccolo bore no trace of evil intent. Rather than being a demon, he embodied a state of self-reflection. "Do you believe I am the Demon King, Piccolo?" "I certainly do." In truth, this reborn Piccolo had never harmed a soul. He secluded himself in the wilderness, dedicating himself to his training. Suddenly, Piccolo felt a surge of potent energy approaching, stronger than that of Son Wukong from 5 years prior. Within mere seconds, Raditz descended gracefully before him, a peculiar smile gracing his face as he regarded Piccolo. You are not Kakarot." Piccolo feigned a fierce demeanor, challenging. "What do you want with me? Are you seeking a fight?" Such bravado." Raditz, unable to gauge Piccolo's strength accurately, activated his combat power detector once more, and was taken aback. "What? Combat power at 1056. I didn't expect such a being to exist on this planet. Nevertheless, you still stand no chance against me." Raditz felt a swell of pride. This assertion held merit in the realm of Dragon Ball. Possessing combat power exceeding one's opponent by a third often led to overwhelming victory. Piccolo recognized the formidable nature of the individual before him, yet shouted defiantly, "Then come and test your strength." Just as Raditz was about to respond, his detector once again registered an immense power. "Is this Kakarot? Apologies, but I have no time to play." With a dismissive glance, he soared away, leaving Piccolo stung by the humiliation of such disregard. "You scoundrel! Come back." But Raditz didn't look back. Fueled by his growing strength, Piccolo pursued, feeling the sting of humiliation yet again. On Kame Island, Son Wukong descended from the flying nimbus, cradling Son Gohan. "Ah, is that my brother arriving?" Son Wukong felt Son Wukong's energy and smiled. Krillin and Master Roshi rushed out, astonished. "It's Goku. And who is the child in your arms? Are you playing the role of a caretaker now?" Krillin exclaimed, eyeing Son Gohan in disbelief. Son Wukong chuckled. "How could that be? He is my son." "What?" Both Krillin and Master Roshi gasped in unison. Son Wukong and Bulma emerged from the house, spotting familiar faces. Son Gohan brightened. "Uncle Wukong. Aunt Bulma. Ah, look who's here, little Gohan." Son Wuxing stepped forward, embracing Son Wukong in his arms and resting him on his shoulder. With a hint of exasperation, Son Wukong remarked, "Wuxing, you will spoil him like this." "Gohan, quickly greet everyone," he urged. Son Gohan promptly responded with courtesy, "Hello everyone. My name is Son Gohan." Upon hearing this name, Master Roshi chuckled. "Ah, Son Gohan. You've named him after your late grandfather." After greeting everyone, Gohan shyly concealed his head behind Wuxing's back, still somewhat apprehensive of the crowd. Krillin, astonished, exclaimed, "It's truly surprising. I never imagined you had a child, Goku." Bulma joined in with a smile. "Indeed. Our little Gohan is destined to become a great scholar. Is that so? Then little Gohan must study hard with you, Aunt Bulma. Krillin added, equally surprised. After all, both Son Wukong and Son Wuxing were fervent practitioners, constantly striving for strength, yet their offspring aspired to scholarly pursuits. Wuxing chuckled. If Gohan enjoys it, let him pursue that path. As for battles, we have enough warriors among us. Krillin nodded in agreement. That's right, leave it to us. Master Roshi looked at Krillin, exasperated. Leave it to you? Haven't you been slacking off this past month? The revelation from Master Roshi elicited laughter from the group. Just as they were enjoying their camaraderie, suddenly the expressions of Son Wuxing and Son Wukong shifted dramatically. What an overwhelming energy! Son Wukong remarked gravely, gazing into the sky. Wuxing nodded in agreement. This power is not inferior to Piccolo. Krillin and Master Roshi felt nothing unusual and looked at the two brothers in confusion. A dark figure soared through the sky, revealing itself to be Raditz. Wuxing instructed Bulma to take Gohan and hide inside Kame's house, while he and Son Wukong awaited outside. Raditz landed on Kame Island with a grin, his gaze fixated solely on Wuxing and Wukong. The battle power scouter on his eyes emitted a constant beeping sound. Finally, I found you. You've grown up. However, I recognized you at a glance. Kakarot, 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 Kakarot. Wuxing thought to himself, perplexed by the oddity of his name. You both resemble your father perfectly. Chapter 7, Raditz's Confusion. Son Wukong turned to Wuxing. Wuxing, do you know this person? Wuxing shook his head, indicating he had no knowledge of him. Krillin looked at Raditz, puzzled. Who are you? Why do you seem so familiar with Goku and Wuxing? Yet Raditz paid no heed to Krillin's inquiry, instead addressing the brothers. What is going on here? Wasn't it your mission to eradicate the Earthlings? Why are there still so many humans alive on this planet? What are you babbling about? What mission? Wuxing replied disdainfully, regarding Raditz with skepticism. Raditz, unfazed, flicked his tail and proclaimed, What am I talking about? It seems you have forgotten your true identities. You are not Earthlings. You are members of the Saiyan warrior race from planet Vegeta. How is that possible? I have long been acquainted with Wuxing. If he were an extraterrestrial, how could he possibly exist on Earth? Bulma expressed her skepticism. Raditz gazed at Bulma, a peculiar glint flickering in his eyes. Of course. It is to eradicate humanity from this planet. No, I am simply Son Goku, a resident of Earth, not the Saiyan you presume me to be. Who are you truly? Goku rebuked Raditz fiercely. Raditz let out a resigned sigh. Even now, do you not comprehend? I am your biological brother, Raditz. Impossible. I have only one brother, Wuxing, and no others. Goku vehemently denied. At that moment, Master Roshi stepped forward. Goku, what he says may very well hold truth. I recall your grandfather mentioning before his passing that he discovered 2 infants, mere months old, in the mountains. The elder was quite unruly and boisterous. But after sustaining a head injury, his temper softened. The younger one was astute from the very beginning, assisting with chores and cooking. Those 2 children were none other than you and Wuxing. Upon hearing Master Roshi's words, Goku began to grasp the situation. Wuxing approached, saying, Brother, regardless of our past identities, we are now Earthlings. Goku nodded and turned to Raditz, asserting, Wuxing is correct. I am now Son Goku, a denizen of Earth. As for you, return whence you came. Raditz, perceiving Goku's stance, turned to Wuxing. And you? Kakarot? Wuxing grimaced. Do not call me that. My name is Son Wuxing. With both refusing to acknowledge him, Raditz's expression darkened. It seems you two have been thoroughly assimilated by Earthlings, completely forgetting the glory of being Saiyan warriors. Krillin interjected angrily. Goku and Wuxing have already declared they will not accompany you. Cease this futile entanglement. Raditz activated the battle power scouter on his forehead, preparing to assess the combat prowess of Goku and Wuxing. Beep beep beep. The scouter indicated that the diminutive Earthling possessed a battle power of 536. Next, it scanned Kakarot. What? Kakarot's battle power is an astonishing 1087. And Wuxing? Beep beep beep. Raditz was astounded. Wuxing's battle power registered at 1,600. It surpassed his peak power of 1,500 by 100. Instantly, Raditz faltered. Lacking Bardock's tutelage, Raditz was a bully only to the weak. He understood that even a mere 100-point difference in battle power rendered him utterly incapable of victory. Seeing Raditz's countenance shift, Wuxing stepped forward. What's wrong? Have you realized my strength exceeds yours? Raditz feigned bravado. Humph. What of it if you were stronger? I merely arrived on Earth first. I have two companions, each of whom possesses battle powers far surpassing mine." Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Wuxing swiftly moved, transforming into a blur, and before Raditz could react, he snatched the scouter from Raditz's face and effortlessly tossed it into the turtle hermit's abode. "Bulma, investigate this machine. It appears capable of pinpointing a person's location and calculating the intensity of their energy," Son Goku remarked. Raditz, however, was momentarily taken aback, and upon realizing that his battle power scouter had been snatched by Son Goku, a cold sweat began to trickle down his back. "Kakarot, what do you intend to do?" Raditz demanded with an authoritative tone. Son Goku smiled slightly, replying, "Nothing much, just allowing you to spar with us." With that, he stepped forward, seized Raditz's arm, and flung him skyward with a sudden force. Raditz, caught off guard, was hurled into the air effortlessly, while Son Goku, bursting with energy, soared after him. Not to be left behind, Son Gohan followed suit, and Piccolo stealthily trailed them as well. In the wilderness, Raditz struggled to regain his composure, gazing at Son Goku with fear. "What are you doing?" "I am your elder brother." Son Goku scoffed. "Brother? I have but one brother, and that is Goku." As he spoke, Goku and Piccolo arrived alongside him. "Piccolo, you've come too." Son Goku greeted him with a smile. However, Piccolo, ever the proud warrior, merely huffed. "I am merely here to observe. This alien's formidable energy poses an obstacle to my conquest of Earth." Raditz's expression darkened at the sight of the three formidable beings before him. Goku then inquired, "What shall we do with him, Gohan?" Son Gohan responded with a grin, "Naturally, we shall engage him in combat." "Brother, do you not seek a worthy opponent? He fits the bill perfectly." He turned to Raditz and declared, "If you can defeat them both, I shall allow you to leave Earth." Upon hearing this, Raditz felt a flicker of hope, having assessed Goku's and Piccolo's battle powers. He deemed them incapable of challenging him. Noticing Raditz's apparent confidence, Piccolo grew displeased and discarded his weighted clothing, declaring, "Then I shall be the first to take him on." Had Raditz still possessed his scouter, he would have discovered that, after shedding his weighted gear, Piccolo's battle power had surged from 1056 to 1336. Goku too removed his weights, stretching his limbs, and remarked, "It seems, Piccolo, you've been training with weights all these years." His own power increased from 1087 to 1403. Son Gohan had no intention of joining the fray just yet. Raditz was still too weak for him. Through rigorous gravity training, Son Gohan had vastly surpassed both Goku and Piccolo, boasting a battle power of 3,000. Raditz, eyeing Piccolo with disdain, sneered, "Shall you go first?" In a display of dishonorable tactics, Raditz suddenly opted to ambush. Chapter 8. Piccolo takes the bait. In an instant, Raditz appeared behind Piccolo, launching a powerful elbow strike aimed at Piccolo's back. However, to Raditz's surprise, Piccolo evaded the attack with a swift movement, easily sidestepping the blow. An afterimage? It seems this individual has significantly increased his battle power after shedding his weights. Raditz mused inwardly. After all, he was a Saiyan, and his combat instincts were exceptionally sharp. Without hesitation, Piccolo extended his arm, aiming directly for Raditz's neck. Raditz, with swift reflexes, managed to deflect Piccolo's attack with one hand and attempted to seize Piccolo's arm to restrain him. However, to his astonishment, Piccolo utilized the extension of his arm to propel his body towards Raditz. The collision was thunderous, as Raditz met Piccolo's charge with equal fervor, unleashing a surge of energy that shattered the ground beneath them. Impressive power, yet insufficient. Raditz's energy erupted in full force, sending Piccolo reeling backwards. Piccolo executed 2 consecutive backflips to dissipate Raditz's energy, but as he prepared to counterattack, Raditz's energy blast had already homed in on his position, a massive wave of energy hurtling toward him. Piccolo's reflexes were remarkable. He quickly unleashed a wave of energy in an attempt to neutralize Raditz's assault. The impact created a substantial crater, and Piccolo, panting heavily, regarded Raditz across the battlefield. Though he had not sustained severe injuries, the explosion had left numerous minute wounds across his surface. Such strength. Is this what they refer to as the warrior race of Saiyans? Piccolo mused silently. Haha. Allow me to share a delightful tidbit. Each of the remaining 2 Saiyans possesses power that far exceeds my own. Raditz, observing Piccolo's disheveled state, couldn't help but feel a surge of confidence. All right, Piccolo, it's my turn now. Seeing the fierce clash between Piccolo and Raditz, Son Goku could no longer contain himself. Although Piccolo was reluctant, He understood that his energy was severely depleted. Continuing the fight would only lead to greater humiliation. Fine, let it be your turn. Yet, Piccolo's words were resolute, lacking any hint of concession. As Son Goku descended onto the battlefield, Raditz remarked, "Honestly, Kakarot, you are the spitting image of our father." To which Son Goku replied with a frown, "I've told you not to call me that." Son Goku then produced a senzu bean from his waist and tossed it to Piccolo. Naturally, he would not allow all the senzu beans to be squandered. Before reaching Korin Tower, he had already collected them all. Without hesitation, Piccolo consumed the bean, instantly restoring his health. Son Goku stretched his body and assumed the turtle school fighting stance, proclaiming, "Here I come." With that, he charged at Raditz with astonishing speed, exceeding Raditz's expectations. So fast, Son Goku showed no mercy, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Raditz's face. Raditz raised his elbow to block the strike, and the two engaged in a relentless exchange of blows. Although Son Goku's combat power was only slightly superior to Piccolo's, his battle instincts and reaction time surpassed Piccolo's by a considerable margin. This exemplified the inherent advantages of the Saiyan race, or perhaps their natural talent. Despite Raditz's extensive battle experience, he lacked formal training in martial arts, feeling an unexpected pressure from Son Goku in close combat. Watching Son Goku skillfully engage Raditz, Piccolo thought to himself, "Damn it, Son Goku has grown stronger. At this rate, how can I hope to defeat these two brothers?" Piccolo was acutely aware that a dormant Sun Wukong would only grow more formidable. With a fierce battle cry, Sun Wukong surged into action, striking Raditz with a powerful elbow that sent him hurtling through the air while he leaped skyward, his hands clasped at his waist. Kamehameha. A beam of azure and white energy surged forth, aimed directly at Raditz. "What? An energy attack of such magnitude?" Raditz exclaimed in astonishment. Unprepared for Sun Wukong's formidable combat-enhancing technique, he hastily retreated, attempting to evade the oncoming assault, but Sun Wukong's control over his energy was unparalleled. With a deft flick of his hands, the Kamehameha altered its trajectory, relentlessly pursuing Raditz. Realizing he could not escape the energy wave trailing behind him, Raditz spun around and bellowed defiantly, "Do not let your pride cloud your judgment." With a tremendous outburst of strength, he countered Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, neutralizing the attack. Yet, this exertion rapidly drained Raditz's own power. Sun Wukong, too, was left breathless in midair. Had he really managed to withstand that? Remarkable. This was Sun Wukong. No matter how powerful his opponent, he generously acknowledged their strength. Raditz, panting, turned to Sun Wukong. "Is this sufficient?" Sun Wukong nodded, affirming his word. Compared to Nappa and Vegeta, Raditz still had room for improvement. His approach to Earth was far less destructive than Nappa's, who had obliterated an entire city upon arrival. The only engagement had been with a certain uncle, the one with a power level of 5, who had struck first. Seeing Sun Wukong's nod, Raditz swiftly ascended into the air, shouting, "If I fail this time, the other two Saiyans will come to Earth. They will arrive in a year. By then, prepare for your demise." After delivering his ominous warning, Raditz hastily boarded his spaceship and departed, an embodiment of a bully who preyed on the weak. Stronger Saiyans than him. Piccolo's expression darkened. The recent battle had made him acutely aware of his own shortcomings. In the coming year, he vowed to intensify his training. Sun Wukong, equally solemn, turned to Sun Wukong. "Do you believe you can defeat Raditz's two Saiyan companions?" Sun Wukong shook his head, "Not at this moment." Sun Wukong's countenance grew graver at this admission. Just then, the voice of the Kai echoed, "Wukong, come to the sacred temple." Taken aback, Sun Wukong questioned, "Is it the Kai?" "Indeed, it is I. I possess a method to aid you in becoming stronger." Upon hearing the Kai's voice, Piccolo scoffed, but remained silent. Sun Wukong then addressed his brother, "Go to the sacred temple. I will take care of Gohan and ensure he returns home." Sun Wukong nodded, fully aware that the safety of Earth was paramount, leaving no room for hesitation. "I shall depart now." With that, he soared toward the sacred temple. As Piccolo observed Sun Wukong's departure, he prepared to leave as well, but Sun Wukong called out to him, "Piccolo, would you be interested in training with me? I can help you become stronger than my brother in a year's time." At this proposition, Piccolo instinctively halted, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Chapter 9. A version of the Kaioken without side effects. Of course, Sun Wukong was not merely a caretaker. He had triggered a system task. "It has come to my attention that your elderly companion, Piccolo seeks to enhance his strength. Elderly Den is willing to assist. Please aid your dear friend in becoming stronger. Task objective: ensure that your friend's foundational combat power surpasses that of Son Goku within a year. Task reward: a version of the Kaioken without side effects, up to a maximum amplification of 40 times. This reward is truly remarkable. It is important to note that the side effects of Son Goku's Kaioken are only overcome after he attains the Super Saiyan Blue form. If Son Goku could acquire a Kaioken devoid of side effects now, his combat power would increase significantly. Moreover, the maximum multiplier is far superior to the original Kaioken. The original Kaioken offers a maximum combat power boost of 20 times, while this improved variant boasts a staggering 40 times. The amplification of the first Super Saiyan is merely 50 times. This is akin to possessing a miniature Super Saiyan. However, the difficulty of this task is not to be underestimated. Fortunately, it pertains to foundational combat power after a year. Son Goku's combat prowess will be more reliant on the Kaioken, and his foundational strength is not as formidable. Piccolo felt intrigued and turned to Son Goku, inquiring if he spoke the truth. Son Goku nodded affirmatively, proclaiming that there was no deception. Humph, then I shall reluctantly train alongside you. Son Goku winced at Piccolo's typical tsundere demeanor. At Kame House, Krillin and Master Roshi were astounded upon seeing Piccolo. In their memories, Piccolo was a rather nefarious figure. In contrast, Bulma appeared unconcerned about Piccolo, cheerfully asking Son Goku why only he and Piccolo had returned, inquiring about the whereabouts of Goku. Son Gohan also peeked out from Bulma's embrace, curiously observing Piccolo. Perhaps it was fate. Upon seeing Son Gohan, Piccolo felt his heart soften. However, he maintained his aloofness, retorting, "Humph, little brat." In truth, Piccolo was only 4 years older than Son Gohan. "Are you Uncle Piccolo?" Son Gohan asked with wide, curious eyes. "My father and uncle have both mentioned that Uncle Piccolo is a wonderful person." Upon hearing this, Piccolo grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Wonderful person? I am the great demon King Piccolo." Yet, he refrained from taking further action. Son Goku then explained the situation to Krillin and Master Roshi, concluding with a serious tone, "In 1 year, the Saiyans will arrive. Master Roshi, please contact Tien and the others. If they wish to protect the Earth, they can train with us during this year." Master Roshi nodded, and soon, Tien and Yamcha responded, expressing their desire to train together. Son Goku, feeling somewhat apologetic, turned to Bulma and said, "Bulma, I must ask you to construct a gravity chamber large enough. I will be unable to spend much time with you this year." Bulma, entirely unconcerned, replied, "Son Goku, go and do what you must. I understand that you are doing this to protect the Earth and to safeguard me." Krillin observed the two with an exasperated eye roll. It was Piccolo who intervened, stating, "When shall we commence our training? Let me first take Gohan home. Once I have ensured he is safely returned, we can begin as soon as Tien and the others arrive." Son Goku looked down at Son Gohan, who was clinging to his leg. However, what surprised Son Wukong was that his nephew declared, "Uncle, I wish to train alongside you." Son Gohan lifted his head, gazing at Son Wukong with unwavering determination. Bulma swiftly picked up Gohan, saying, "Gohan, dear, leave the matters of battle to your uncle and his companions. All you need to do is focus on your studies." Gohan shook his head, responding, "I understand, but if the Earth is destroyed, I want to be able to continue my education." Upon hearing this, Bulma couldn't help but chuckle. Son Wukong looked at Gohan, somewhat surprised, and cautioned, "Training is a grueling endeavor. Both your uncle and Piccolo will treat you with utmost rigor. Can you endure that?" Young son Gohan, with a resolute expression, replied, "Uncle, I can." Observing Gohan's steadfastness, Son Wukong stood up and addressed Bulma. "Bulma, please call Chi-Chi and inform her that for this year, you will be diligently teaching Gohan. I believe she will certainly agree. And as for what happens a year from now, well, let Gohan speak for himself then." The thought of his formidable sister-in-law sent a shiver down his spine. Bulma winked and assured him, "Leave it to me." Piccolo, astonished, regarded Son Wukong, thinking to himself, "I never imagined you had someone you feared." A little later, in West City, Dr. Briefs, Son Wukong's father-in-law, had commenced the construction of a large gravity training chamber. Son Wukong and the others awaited the arrival of Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha, including Son Wukong, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Krillin. A total of 7 individuals participated in this training session. Upon seeing Piccolo, Tien and the others were indeed taken aback, but after Son Wukong explained, they accepted it, albeit with some trepidation. However, Piccolo was indifferent to their apprehensions, finding it more peaceful, aside from the pesky little boy who clung to him. Bulma had completely deciphered and upgraded the battle power scouter that Raditz had brought, changing the text to Earth's language. Observing the spirited demeanor of everyone, Son Wukong took the initiative to suggest, before we commence our training, let us assess everyone's current battle power. This will serve as a benchmark to compare our progress after training. Please elevate your energy to its maximum. The group nodded in agreement, each enhancing their energy. Bulma meticulously recorded the results. Tien Shinhan, battle power 634. Krillin, battle power 536. Piccolo, battle power 1337. Yamcha, battle power 488. Kaiatsu, battle power 364. Young Gohan stared blankly at Bulma and Son Wukong, asking, "Uncle, how do I increase my energy?" Son Wukong pondered for a moment and replied, "Just imagine that your father, mother, and I are no longer in this world, and you are the sole survivor." With his eyes closed, Gohan contemplated these thoughts and suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, "No, I don't want that." In an instant, an overwhelming energy surged forth from Gohan, unconsciously released from his being. How could this be? Bulma gasped in astonishment as Gohan's battle power reached 1330. Not only she, but everyone present was left in shock, staring at the small yet formidable Son Gohan. Indeed, it is no surprise that he is the son of Wukong. Such formidable power resides within him at such a tender age. Yamcha, astonished, could only click his tongue in disbelief. Piccolo, equally taken aback, realized that when this little one cried, his combat prowess surprisingly matched his own. This led Piccolo to ponder if he had wasted all these years. Chapter 10, The Saiyan Strike. Bulma shot a glance at Son Wukong and then turned her attention to comforting Son Gohan. Son Wukong, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled softly, not expecting Gohan to cry so heart-wrenchingly. In just 3 days, the large gravity training chamber was completed. Son Wukong's father-in-law even constructed several small rooms for everyone, allowing them to train under gravity levels that suited them best. Initially, everyone struggled, as none had ever experienced such gravity training before. Piccolo nearly buckled under the weight he carried. Conversely, Son Gohan adapted more swiftly, perhaps due to his innate potential to thrive in a high-gravity environment. Under Son Wukong's guidance, they gradually transitioned from being unable to move normally to engaging in regular training. Meanwhile, Son Wukong was sent to King Kai's planet for training. Thanks to the introduction from the Supreme Kai, of course, he had to traverse Snake Way as part of his training regimen. The Supreme Kai had not forgotten to provide sustenance for Son Wukong, for perishing from hunger along Snake Way would be quite the calamity. Upon meeting King Kai, Son Wukong commenced his training journey. As time flowed slowly, the bond between Son Gohan and Piccolo flourished remarkably. Piccolo had grown exceedingly fond of this child, taking charge of everything from combat technique to philosophy. Son Wukong recognized that Piccolo was indeed a splendid teacher, and thus he made no effort to intervene. As time progressed, the day of the Saiyans' arrival finally dawned. "Bulma, you absolutely must not go to the battlefield today, otherwise I shall be distracted," Son Wukong cautioned. Bulma nodded. "Wukong, you must return." He embraced her, reassuring, "Once this battle concludes, we shall marry." Bulma buried her head in Son Wukong's embrace, saying nothing. "It is time to depart," Piccolo announced. Indeed, with that, everyone surged forth, soaring into the wilderness. They chose the desolate terrain for their battlefield to ensure the safety of innocents. In the cosmos, 3 spaceships breached Earth's atmosphere. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 thunderous sounds, 3 Saiyans emerged from their vessels. "Raditz, is this Earth?" inquired a short Saiyan coldly. "Prince Vegeta, indeed. This is Earth," Raditz replied somewhat obsequiously. "It appears to be rather unremarkable, doesn't it?" "Raditz, are you perhaps too timid to face it?" a tall bald man scoffed. "Nappa, if you doubt it, feel free to explore for yourself. There are beings on this planet stronger than I. Although Raditz is timid, he speaks the truth. Enough of the noise. Let me have a look." With that, Vegeta activated the power level scanner. Are there so many powerful presences? Vegeta was slightly taken aback. Nappa and Raditz also pressed their scanners, discovering that these formidable energies were concentrated in one location. I have already mentioned that they can sense power levels. The moment we entered Earth's atmosphere, they detected us. Raditz quickly added, "Is that so?" A faint smirk appeared on Vegeta's face. "Nappa, Raditz, come. Let us have some fun with them and see your two younger brothers." With that, Vegeta soared towards the location of Son Wukong and the others. Nappa cast a disdainful glance at Raditz before following suit. "Humph, once you see Kakarot, you will understand." Raditz thought to himself, feeling disgruntled, but he too followed along. In the wilderness, Son Wukong asked Krillin beside him, "Have you notified the Kame to bring my brother back?" Krillin nodded, stating that he had informed him yesterday, and Wukong was likely already on his way. Son Wukong nodded. Although he believed his strength was sufficient, having Son Wukong around always provided a sense of reassurance. At that moment, Piccolo stepped forward to take on the role of the stern voice, stating that those lacking confidence in their abilities could leave now. For when the battle truly commenced, he would have no time to look after them. Son Gohan donned Piccolo's demon attire, standing beside him. Were it not for their completely different skin tones and races, one might think they were father and son. Tien Shinhan chuckled, reassuring, "Don't worry. We don't need anyone to look after us." Just then, Son Wukong looked up and exclaimed, "They are here." Everyone looked up, sensing two powerful yet malevolent auras accompanied by a weaker one approaching. It was indeed Vegeta and his companions. They hovered above, gazing down at Son Wukong's group, seemingly aware of their impending arrival. With that, Vegeta and his companions slowly descended to the ground. "You seem rather impatient." Vegeta crossed his arms, a look of disdain on his face. "You are correct. To be cautious, I must ask you once more, what brings you to Earth?" Piccolo boldly inquired. Raditz, were you frightened away by this fellow?" Vegeta turned to Raditz. Raditz shook his head, but Nappa, upon seeing Piccolo, paused momentarily before turning to Vegeta and saying, "Vegeta, this fellow seems to be a Namekian." At this revelation, everyone except Son Wukong was taken aback. A Namekian? Piccolo himself was stunned. While he knew he was not from Earth, he had not realized that he was indeed a Namekian. "It seems Raditz's defeat at your hands is not as surprising now. I have heard that Namekians possess extraordinary abilities, and some can even use magic." Vegeta surveyed Piccolo with increasing interest. "Prince Vegeta, it's not him. It's my brother, Kakarot." Raditz hurriedly clarified, as Piccolo had never fought him. Yet a mere glance from Vegeta silenced Raditz, preventing him from speaking further. As Vegeta sneered, he expressed his gratitude, albeit with a hint of sarcasm, stating that he possessed no magical abilities but excelled in combat. In the celestial realm, the gods listened to Vegeta's words in astonishment, realizing only now that he was indeed an alien. It suddenly made sense why he felt different from everyone else, and why he had a sense of familiarity while creating the Dragon Balls. On the ground, Vegeta activated his power level scanner, declaring, "Let me see your current battle powers." Beep, beep, beep. Both Nappa and Raditz pressed their scanners simultaneously, and the confident expressions on their faces shifted dramatically. "What? This is impossible. Is the scanner malfunctioning? How can Earthlings possess such formidable power levels?" Chapter 11, The Mighty Warriors. Observing the shock on the faces of Vegeta and his companions, Son Wukong chuckled, asking, "What happened to your earlier bravado? Are you frightened after witnessing our power levels?" Unknown to others, Raditz was genuinely afraid. The Namekian's power level was 10,500. The short Earthlings was 8,000. The three-eyed warriors was 9,000. The long-haired one had a power level of 7,500. Even the one resembling a pale specter had a power level of 6,800. How can this be? Their battle powers cannot possibly be this strong. Nappa's expression darkened. Among these individuals, any one of them surpassed him in strength. This cannot be. "Vegeta, we are a noble warrior race, the Saiyans. How can a mere Earth planet harbor so many powerful beings?" Nappa was on the verge of breaking down, quickly turning his gaze to the final two, Son Gohan and Son Wukong. Kakarot, with a power level of 7,000. Nappa exhaled in relief, just as he was about to utter something. Vegeta removed the scanner, remarking to Nappa, "The power levels of these individuals are subject to change. What we see now may not accurately reflect their true capabilities." Upon hearing this, Nappa felt a wave of relief wash over him. "I knew it. How could there be so many powerful beings?" Though Vegeta was astonished, he felt it was still within his control. "In that case, Nappa, let's test whether they truly possess such strength. I recall there are 6 remaining cultivators. It would be fitting to assess them." Nappa nodded, retrieving a transparent vial from his waist, containing 6 green, bean-like entities. This land is quite suitable for cultivating these beings. As he spoke, 6 grotesque green, short creatures suddenly emerged from the ground. Hee hee. The cultivators burst into laughter as soon as they were born. Raditz sensed something amiss and hid behind Vegeta and Nappa, not wishing to perish unnecessarily. Vegeta directed his gaze towards Son Wukong and the others, stating, "Our target is these creatures. Let's teach them a lesson." Chaos hovered in midair. Addressing his companions, "Let me handle them." Krillin assessed the strength of the cultivators, finding them rather uninteresting. These repulsive beings are far too weak. Chaos, do not soil your hands on them. Dumpling chuckled, "Rest assured, that won't happen." However, his nonchalant demeanor incited considerable discontent among the cultivators. In unison, they charged towards Dumpling, intent on eliminating him in a single, decisive strike. As the cultivators raced towards him, Dumpling directed his hands at them, and a surge of blue energy instantly enveloped the 6 cultivators. In an instant, they appeared as if ensnared, frozen in place, unable to move an inch. Chirping and shrieking, the cultivators struggled in vain, devoid of any capacity to escape. Dumpling disdainfully remarked, "Too weak, far too weak. Such feeble power cannot possibly break free from my super abilities." With a single hand, he maintained control over the cultivators while the other unleashed the devastating dough wave. Golden beams of light erupted from Dumpling's fingertips, imbued with a sense of annihilation. The cultivators did not even graze Dumpling before they were instantaneously obliterated. Observing the 6 cultivators sprawled on the ground, Dumpling retracted his powers, floating in midair, exuding pride as he declared, "Too weak, far too weak." Yet, neither Vegeta nor Nappa paid any heed to the demise of the cultivators. In fact, a mocking grin lingered on Nappa's face. Just as Dumpling relaxed his guard, the 6 cultivators, pierced by the dough wave, abruptly opened their eyes in unison. Cackling maniacally, they swiftly encircled Dumpling, their bodies piling atop him like a precarious tower. Moreover, each cultivator radiated an astonishing energy. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless sounds of explosions reverberated through the desolate landscape. Nappa erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, didn't he expect that, did you? Cultivators are monsters who fight to the death." However, Son Wukong and the others regarded Nappa with incredulous expressions. Vegeta could no longer contain himself, chastising, "Nappa, you fool. Can't you see that none of them are worried?" "What?" Nappa turned to look, and as the smoke dissipated, he saw Dumpling standing unscathed at the epicenter of the explosion. After retrieving his hat, which had been blown away, Dumpling brushed off the dust and remarked, "How bothersome. They even managed to blow my hat away." Aside from that, he had sustained no damage whatsoever. Tien Shinhan admonished Dumpling, "You were too careless. Though the enemy is weak, you must still exert your full strength." Dumpling quickly replied, "I understand, Tien." Meanwhile, Piccolo coldly scoffed, "The farce is over. You too, step forward and embrace your demise." Nappa, observing Piccolo's smug demeanor, sneered, "Is that so? Eager to meet your end? Do you truly believe your battle power is 10,500? Piccolo, uninterested in banter, immediately adopted a combat stance. Yamcha and Tien Shinhan intervened, urging, "Hey, Piccolo, leave him to us. Don't forget, if you die, the Dragon Balls will be lost. But if we perish, we can still be revived with them." TCH. Though dissatisfied, Piccolo understood the goodwill of those around him after a year of training. Thus he refrained from voicing his complaints. Meanwhile, Yamcha, Krillin, and Tien began to play rock, paper, scissors to determine who would battle that formidable opponent, Nappa. Ultimately, it was Tien, the three-eyed warrior, who emerged victorious, exclaiming, "Wonderful! I have triumphed." However, this act incited a sense of humiliation within Nappa. "What do you take me for?" he bellowed, unleashing all of his power in a fit of rage. In terms of combat strength, it amounted to roughly 7,000 points. Son Goku was nearly dozing off. It seemed he had pushed Piccolo and the others too hard during their year of training. For now, aside from Kairatsu, everyone else could easily overpower Nappa. Feeling the furious aura emanating from Nappa, Tien remarked with a hint of disbelief, "Is this all the power you possess? Allow me to demonstrate my strength." With that, he unleashed a mighty shout, his muscles bulging as he enveloped himself in a white aura. "Impossible! How can your power be so immense?" Nappa shouted incredulously. Yet, Tien was already on the move. Chapter 12. Vegeta's defense breached with a resounding shout. Tien charged at Nappa, who screamed in terror, "Don't underestimate me, you wretched Earthling." The collision of their arms sent a shockwave that rippled through everyone present. Raditz, hiding at a distance, was wide-eyed in disbelief. Damn it! How can these Earthlings possess such formidable strength? Even Nappa is no match for them. As he observed the reading on the battle power scanner, Raditz felt an icy dread wash over him, rendering him immobile. Even Vegeta wore a grim expression as he watched the clash between Nappa and Tien, astonished that any one of Son Goku's companions could contend so fiercely with Nappa. Tien found his arm caught by Nappa but, undeterred, executed a spinning kick that sent Nappa's massive form hurtling through the air. With a thunderous crash, Nappa collided with a distant mountain, obliterating it upon impact. Damn it! Damn it! Nappa roared, summoning all his might to shatter the debris trapping him, yet a crack marred his armor from Tien's earlier blow. This specialized armor, designed by Frieza, was renowned for its durability, often remaining intact even in the face of death. Thus, it was evident how terrifying Tien's kick had truly been. Behold my technique, Nappa declared, thrusting 2 fingers at Tien, unleashing a surge of energy that erupted from the ground, aimed directly at Tien. With this very move, Nappa had once obliterated an entire city. However, Tien, sensing the oncoming force, chose not to evade. Instead, he stood resolutely, enveloped in his white aura. Huh! He shouted, effortlessly dissipating Nappa's attack with his own energy. In return, allow me to show you my technique. With that, Tien vanished from sight, reappearing before Nappa, and unleashed a powerful assault of fists aimed squarely at Nappa's chest. As that boss swiftly crossed his arms to shield himself from Tien's attack, Tien merely smiled at him. Suddenly, a fist materialized from an unknown direction, striking that boss squarely in the face. The blow caused blood to trickle from the corner of that boss's mouth, sending him crashing to the ground. When that boss finally rose, he was astonished to discover that Tien had sprouted 2 additional arms from his back. It was Tien's Four Witches fist. Krillin, having witnessed Tien's battle at the World Martial Arts Tournament against Goku, explained this to son Gohan. Gohan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that in a fight where power levels were relatively similar, the advantage of 2 extra arms was undeniably significant. Just as Gohan noted, that Ba's combat prowess paled in comparison to Tien's, and with Tien employing such a technique, that Ba was compelled to retreat steadily, suffering increasingly severe injuries. Vegeta observed that Ba's dire predicament with a scowl, muttering, "What a useless fool. He can't even defeat a mere Earthling." As for Raditz, he wished he had never set foot on Earth. "Come on, Tien, go for it." Kaiatsu, acting as the most fervent cheerleader, encouraged Tien from the sidelines. Piccolo watched the one-sided battle, shaking his head slightly as he turned to Vegeta, remarking, "We have exerted immeasurable effort over the past year for this battle. But it is astounding to see how weak you Saiyans truly are." This statement struck a nerve with Vegeta, who retorted, "What? Saiyans are weak? That Ba, you worthless fool. If you can't deal with this Earthling, prepare to meet your demise." Despite his words, that Ba was genuinely giving his all in the fight. Yet he stood no chance against Tien. Seizing the moment when that Ba was distracted by Vegeta's words, Tien firmly grasped that Ba's arms, coldly stating, "How dare you lose focus while battling me? You won't need your arms anymore." With that, Tien raised the additional arms sprouting from his back, a swirling white energy enveloping them. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, that Ba hastily unleashed a ki blast in an attempt to force Tien to release his grip. To his surprise, Tien seemed utterly unconcerned by the ki blast striking him, as the arms descended with relentless force. The agonized cries of that Ba echoed throughout the desolate wilderness as Tien's strike brutally shattered that Ba's arms. Indeed, it was a literal severance. Just as in the original tale where Tien had his arm broken by that Ba, the tables had turned, and this time it was that Ba who suffered the loss. "Vegeta, save me!" that Ba cried out in desperation from the ground. Piccolo disdainfully retorted, "Hey, shorty, take your companion and get off Earth for good. You might just earn your lives that way." Vegeta looked down at that Ba, smirking as he made a gesture that left everyone present utterly bewildered. He rested one hand on Nappa, leading everyone to believe he intended to take him away. However, to their astonishment, Vegeta unexpectedly hurled Nappa into the sky. What? All present were left dumbfounded. Gohan instinctively hid behind Goku, while even Tien, who had fought alongside Nappa, couldn't contain his outrage, exclaiming, "What are you doing? He is your comrade." Yet Vegeta merely scoffed, "Comrade? A worthless creature like him is hardly my ally." As he spoke, a purple aura enveloped Vegeta, and a wave of energy shot from him towards Nappa in the sky. Vegeta. Nappa could hardly believe he was meeting his end at Vegeta's hands. Boom. After the explosion, Nappa was utterly obliterated. Piccolo's expression darkened. Is this what they call a Saiyan? Goku, observing Vegeta's actions, quickly clarified that this was Vegeta's personal choice and did not reflect the character of himself or his brother. However, after vanquishing Nappa, Vegeta showed no intention of departing, instead continuing to observe Goku and the others. Krillin questioned, "What is this? You think you can take us on all alone? Give it up and get off this planet. You stand no chance against us." This remark further enraged Vegeta. "Do not get too smug, Earthling. I am entirely different from a pathetic waste like Nappa. I surpassed him by the age of 3. With that, an overwhelming power erupted from Vegeta. Everyone was taken aback. This force was on an entirely different level compared to the recently defeated Nappa. Chapter 13. Goku's battle power at 20,000. This power? Krillin gazed at Vegeta in terror. Although his battle power stood at 8,000, it felt insignificant compared to Vegeta's might. Even Piccolo, who had previously exuded confidence, now wore a grim expression. He was the strongest among them, aside from Goku and the powered-up Gohan. Yet even he felt no hope against this Vegeta. On Korin's tower, Bulma and Master Roshi were remotely observing the battle. Thanks to Raditz's battle power scouter, Bulma had constructed a small surveillance robot to monitor the situation. Upon witnessing Nappa's demise, both Bulma and Master Roshi exhaled in relief, but Vegeta's emergence brought grim expressions to their faces, signaling that the situation was dire. Bulma hastily donned the scouter, exclaiming, "Let me see just how powerful this Saiyan truly is." Master Roshi watched Bulma with a worried expression. Bulma's face turned pale as the scouter displayed a reading of 18,000. 18,000. Her astonished cry made Master Roshi's heart sink. Bulma, in a panic, asked, "Is Goku really capable of defeating such a powerful Saiyan?" It was no wonder Bulma was frantic. She had never witnessed Goku unleash his full strength. Master Roshi quickly remarked, "With so many of us, isn't it true that we cannot stand against this Saiyan?" Bulma shook her head, explaining that apart from Goku, the strongest among them was Piccolo, whose combat power she had tested and found to be merely 10,500 without his weights. Hearing the disparity, Master Roshi's expression darkened further. Shall we simply wait for Goku's return? In the wilderness, witnessing the grim expressions of everyone after Vegeta's outburst, Son Wukong stepped forward. "Uncle Wukong." Son Gohan anxiously tugged at his uncle's clothing. Son Wukong affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair, assuring him, "Do not worry, Gohan. Though this Saiyan possesses considerable strength, he is not my match." At this, Vegeta erupted in laughter. "Huh, what a joke. You are merely a low-class warrior, inferior even to your brother Raditz and that fool Nappa in talent, yet you dare to say my power is lacking?" Son Wukong slowly approached the group, shielding them behind him. "Vegeta, you place far too much emphasis on so-called talent levels. Allow me to demonstrate that even a low-class warrior like myself can surpass a genius Saiyan like you." With that, Son Wukong unleashed all his power. A ferocious aura erupted from him, causing the very ground beneath his feet to crack, with stones levitating uncontrollably in the air. "What is this? Is this Wukong's full strength?" Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. This energy was even more formidable than what Vegeta had just displayed. Raditz's scouter began to fluctuate wildly. 15,000, 16,000, 18,000, 20,000. Suddenly, the scouter reached its limit and exploded. Raditz collapsed to the ground, unable to believe his eyes as he gazed at Son Wukong from a distance. His power level exceeds 20,000. Son Gohan shouted with excitement, "That's fantastic. Uncle Wukong can win." Vegeta, in disbelief, stared at Son Wukong. How can a low-class warrior possess such overwhelming power? Even now, Vegeta struggled to accept that Son Wukong had surpassed him in terms of combat strength. Son Wukong reined in his aura and shook his head slightly, saying, "Vegeta, you are far too arrogant. My strength is the result of diligent training, not something that appeared out of thin air." As he spoke, he advanced towards Vegeta, looking down upon him. Vegeta's temples throbbed in agitation. "What nonsense! My pride prevents me from believing that a low-class warrior could surpass the Prince of Saiyans." With that, Vegeta launched a punch at Son Wukong's abdomen. Without a hint of surprise, Son Wukong effortlessly caught Vegeta's fist, holding it firmly. With a sigh, he remarked, "Is this how fragile your mindset is? Perhaps you are a bit too inadequate." As Son Wukong spoke, he suddenly yanked Vegeta's arm. Although Vegeta resisted with all his strength, he could not escape being pulled in front of Son Wukong. Thud! A swift knee strike landed forcefully on Vegeta's abdomen. Gagging, Vegeta collapsed to the ground, retching bile. His eyes bloodshot. It was evident that this blow inflicted immense damage upon him. Truly formidable. Wukong is indeed powerful. Yamcha marveled. In this battle, he had not lifted a finger, as others had finished the fight for him. It was regrettable, however, that he could not witness the masterpieces of the god of tea. Krillin, observing the fallen Vegeta, relaxed and remarked, "That is only natural. Since childhood, Wukong has always been the strongest among us." Kaiatsu, circling in the air, chuckled, "Wonderful. Now we won't have to die?" Tien Shinhan's expression darkened upon hearing this. Piccolo, gazing at Son Wukong, resolved silently, "I must train harder from now on. I will absolutely catch up to him." Son Gohan looked up at Son Wukong with admiration, believing that both his father and Uncle Wukong were the strongest. "All right, Vegeta. Leave Earth and do not return," Son Wukong said coldly. Vegeta looked at Son Wukong with humiliation, wiped his mouth, and pushed himself up to one side. "I never imagined I would have to resort to this move," Vegeta said, unwilling to accept defeat. "What other tricks do you have left?" Krillin doubted. Vegeta regained his confidence, laughing heartily. "I had anticipated this. Kakarot, as a fellow Saiyan, you should understand what I mean. The full moon is the time for us Saiyans to unleash our ultimate power." As he spoke, Vegeta glanced upward, only to find the sky utterly void. "What? How can this be? The Earth is supposed to have a moon." Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief, realizing the moon had vanished. Piccolo smirked, "I apologize, but I destroyed this planet's moon a year ago. Transforming is completely impossible." Indeed, a year prior, when Gohan transformed into a Great Ape, he nearly devastated West City. And it was only through the combined efforts of Piccolo and Son Wukong that they managed to subdue the rampaging Gohan. Chapter 14. Great Ape Vegeta. This was precisely why Piccolo not only obliterated the moon, but also removed Gohan's tail. However, this action left the current Vegeta without the moon's assistance. Nevertheless, Vegeta remained unfazed. "So, the moon has been obliterated? And yet what of it?" he declared, conjuring a peculiar source of energy in his hand, which he hurled fiercely into the sky. "Do you think I cannot transform without the moon?" Such naivety. Saiyans often encounter planets devoid of moons during missions. "Do you think we cannot transform on such worlds?" After stating this, Vegeta gazed at the energy source in the sky, a cold smile spreading across his face. As the artificial moonlight illuminated him, Vegeta's muscles involuntarily trembled, his heartbeat resonating with the flickering frequency of the artificial moon above. His eyes had entirely lost their pupils, turning a pure white, and his teeth had taken on a feral appearance. Moreover, Vegeta's body began to swell, dark fur sprouting across his form, and a colossal gorilla materialized before the onlookers. As Vegeta continued his transformation into a great ape, his energy surged to unprecedented levels. Although the artificial moon had drained some of his energy, even after this transformation, Vegeta's battle power was amplified tenfold, reaching an astonishing 80,000. The sheer might of this force left Krillin trembling. Such overwhelming energy rendered us utterly incapable of standing against him. Krillin felt his limbs weaken. Piccolo shouted, "Don't panic. When a Saiyan transforms into a great ape, they lose their rationality. In this state, he is merely a larger target." However, to Piccolo's astonishment, after uttering this, the transformed Vegeta turned to glance at him. How could this be? Was he retaining his reason even in this monstrous form? Piccolo stared in disbelief at the towering great ape. Then, Vegeta's haughty voice echoed, "Of course, a mere lower-class warrior loses self-awareness upon transforming into a great ape. But as a royal Saiyan like myself, I can maintain my consciousness even in this form." With that, Vegeta lunged toward Piccolo and the others. "Scatter!" Piccolo shouted, quickly pulling Gohan aside. Though Vegeta's speed was somewhat diminished in his great ape form, it allowed Piccolo and the others to evade his attack with relative ease. Nonetheless, their expressions remained grim. A great ape that retains its sanity? This poses a significant challenge. Yamcha clenched his fists, launching energy blasts at Vegeta. Yet, these blasts merely tickled him, having no discernible effect. Meanwhile, Goku was still en route, riding on his Nimbus cloud. Although he had informed King Kai to summon him back in advance, the limitations of his physical form meant that he still required several hours to return. The speed at which Goku's companions had engaged Nappa was astonishing, and even with his early departure, he had not arrived in time for the battle. Fortunately, Goku was now aboard the Nimbus and racing towards the battlefield. The energy signatures were reassuring. Thankfully, no one had perished, and everyone had grown significantly stronger. But this power, is this what it means to be a Saiyan? Goku felt a sense of unease. The energy radiating from the Great Ape Vegeta was overwhelmingly formidable. Faster, Nimbus, he urged. Watch out, Kaiatsu, Tien warned as he noticed Kaiatsu becoming Vegeta's target, swiftly moving to his side and striking a particular pose. Solar flare. In an instant, a blinding light erupted, catching the Great Ape Vegeta directly in the eyes, rendering him unable to see. Ah, my eyes. At that moment, Vegeta had yet to learn how to sense his enemy's locations through energy. Deprived of sight, he stood there, eyes shut, wildly throwing punches. Seizing the opportunity, Tien grabbed Kaiatsu and darted aside. Thank you, Tien, Kaiatsu replied. As the tension eased, Baozi let out a sigh of relief. Moments earlier, the Great Ape had lunged at him, and given his speed, evasion was out of the question. Meanwhile, the colossal ape Vegeta remained stationary, rubbing his eyes, while Son Wukong and the others gathered together. Son Gohan turned to Son Wukong and inquired, Uncle, do we have any strategy to confront him? Before Son Wukong could respond, Krillin interjected, I have an idea. Piccolo, not one to hold back, urged, then speak up. I've developed a new technique, and this is the perfect moment to utilize it. With that, Krillin concentrated his energy, manifesting a sharp key blade in his hands. The instant the key blade appeared, Piccolo grasped the implication. You mean to sever Vegeta's tail? Krillin nodded affirmatively. Son Wukong chimed in, that's a brilliant idea. But Vegeta 1T simply stand by and let us execute our plan. I'll distract him. Son Gohan, filled with concern, cautioned, Uncle, Vegeta's power has significantly increased. Please be careful. Son Wukong, with a reassuring smile, replied, Don't worry, I've got this. His confidence was not mere bravado. Since Goku had returned to Earth, the mission with Piccolo had concluded successfully. Son Wukong had mastered the no-side-effect version of the Kaioken. Unfortunately, as it was a newly acquired ability, Son Wukong could only temporarily access 3 times the Kaioken's power. Stay back. Once I engage Vegeta, strike at his tail. The group nodded and retreated. While Vegeta finally regained his sight, his face contorted with rage as he bellowed, Damn Earthlings, resorting to such despicable tactics. However, as he regained his composure, he noticed only Son Wukong before him. Vegeta mockingly taunted, What's this? Kakarot, have your companions abandoned you and fled? He continued, No matter, once I eliminate you, I shall hunt them down one by one and annihilate them. Worry for yourself, Vegeta. Keep your eyes wide open. Huh, what new trick do you plan to employ? Kakarot, I bet you regret not preserving your tail. Despite Vegeta's provocations, Son Wukong remained focused solely on diverting his attention. Meanwhile, Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin restrained their energy and gradually approached Vegeta from another direction. Tien, Baozi, and Yamcha concealed themselves in nearby mountains. Don't be frightened, Vegeta, Son Wukong shouted, as crimson energy enveloped his body. Chapter 15, Power Level 75,000. Son Wukong maximized his energy, ultimately unleashing his newest and most formidable technique, the Kaioken. Contrary to Raditz's assumption of a power level of 20,000, Son Wukong's true power had escalated to 25,000. It was primarily due to surpassing 20,000 that Raditz's scouter malfunctioned. Otherwise, Raditz would have been even more fearful. 3 times Kaioken, Son Wukong let out a mighty roar, enveloped in a fiery red aura that illuminated his form. Not only that, but his muscles began to swell, an indication of his immense power. Although the King Kai fist bore no adverse effects, it merely transformed the physical exertion into energy consumption. While this did not significantly impact his body, it inevitably shortened the duration of the King Kai fist. However, to Vegeta, Son Wukong now appeared as a blazing fireball, suspended in midair, burning fiercely. This power, how could it be? Even without a battle power measuring device, Vegeta could discern that Son Wukong was now capable of rivaling him. With the threefold amplification of the King Kai fist, his battle power had reached an astounding 75,000 points. Damn Kakarot! Vegeta bellowed, launching himself towards Son Wukong. Such a straightforward assault could hardly touch Son Wukong. With a mere sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the cumbersome Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta, you are utterly clumsy right now. You cannot even graze my body. Son Wukong taunted, sending energy blasts toward Vegeta's gigantic form. Although the damage was minimal, the insult was profound. Vegeta's massive physique made it nearly impossible for him to evade Son Wukong's energy blasts. Suppressing his fury, Vegeta retorted, "Humph, Kakarot, save your breath. Your energy blasts have no effect on me." As Son Wukong noticed that Vegeta's attention was wholly captivated by him, he continued to tease the Saiyan prince. Meanwhile, Son Wukong, riding on the Nimbus cloud, sensed the powerful auras of both Vegeta and Son Wukong. Such strength. Even if I employ the King Kai fist, I might not stand a chance against such an opponent. But is it Wukong who is battling the Saiyan? Son Wukong was taken aback. After all, in his perception, the intensity of Wukong's energy was comparable to that of Vegeta. Has Wukong grown this formidable? I must hurry. Nimbus. At this moment, Son Wukong resembled a noble steed galloping to battle, still en route. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Krillin concealed themselves behind Vegeta. Piccolo gestured to Son Gohan, signaling him to strike first. Nodding in understanding, Son Gohan began to gather his energy. Seizing the opportunity while Son Wukong provoked Vegeta in the air, Son Gohan concentrated his energy, shouting Masenko. A golden energy beam shot directly at Vegeta's tail. Yet, Vegeta, as if having eyes on the back of his head, effortlessly dodged Son Gohan's attack with a swift sidestep. But the assault was not over yet. Energy cutter, Krillin exclaimed, swinging his hand to unleash a slicing energy attack as Vegeta descended, aiming for his rear. Humph. Yet, Vegeta saw through the ploy. With a mighty leap, he easily evaded Krillin's lethal strike. Ha! Kakarot, you have exhausted your tricks. Is this the best you can devise for a sneak attack? After dodging the ambush from both Krillin and Son Gohan, Vegeta relaxed his guard. Son Wukong feigned anger, exclaiming, "Damn it! You saw through my ruse." Kamehameha. The fierce blue energy blast shot towards Vegeta's head with unbridled fury. Vegeta stood his ground, unwavering, as he unleashed a purple energy wave from his mouth, clashing with Son Goku's attack. Both warriors exerted their utmost strength. Son Goku, witnessing the energy beam from Vegeta propelling towards him, showed no fear and shouted, "Now is the time." While others might have missed Son Goku's call, Piccolo, being a Namekian, possessed hearing far superior to that of Earthlings and Saiyans. The special beam cannon. Indeed, from beginning to end, the primary force behind the ambush on Vegeta was Piccolo. Son Gohan, Krillin, and even Son Goku were merely creating opportunities for Piccolo. What? This unexpected maneuver caught Vegeta completely off guard. After evading two sneak attacks, coupled with Son Goku's feigned incapacity and rage, Vegeta instinctively believed that no further ambushes would follow. Unprepared, Vegeta was pierced by Piccolo's special beam cannon right through his tail. The energy beam that was about to strike Son Goku instantly lost its momentum. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! With his tail severed, Vegeta truly entered a state of uncontrollable rage. Piccolo, panting heavily, observed as Vegeta gradually shrank from his Great Ape form back to his normal size. Son Goku also promptly dispelled the Kaioken technique. Although the Kaioken significantly amplified combat power, it also drained energy at an alarming rate. In such a short time, Son Goku felt over 70% of his energy deplete. Huff, huff, huff. Son Goku fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Both he and Piccolo had expended considerable energy, yet Vegeta was also nearing his limits. Krillin and Son Gohan were now the most energized fighters present. The two charged at Vegeta. Damn Earthlings and brats. Vegeta cursed vehemently, yet he had no choice but to muster his strength to engage with Krillin and Son Gohan. In his prime, Vegeta would have easily overpowered them both, but alas, he was not at his best. In a brief moment, Vegeta found himself overwhelmed by the combined assault of Son Gohan and Krillin. Moreover, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha, who were hidden in the mountains, sensed Vegeta's waning energy and joined in the fray. Energy binding technique. Kaiatsu unleashed his psychic abilities to restrain Vegeta, while the others unleashed their attacks upon him. Ki Blast, Kamehameha, Dodon Ray, Special Beam. By the time Son Goku arrived, he beheld a battered and defeated Vegeta sprawled on the ground. Son Goku, witnessing this scene, paused momentarily, then inquired, "Is this the Saiyan who came to invade?" Son Gohan, spotting his father, joyfully rushed over Dad. Instinctively, Son Goku lifted his son, asking, "Gohan, tell me, how did this Saiyan end up in such a pitiful state?" In a lively exchange, Son Gohan and Krillin recounted the experiences of Nappa and Vegeta. Chapter 16, The Threat to Namek. Upon hearing their tale, Son Wukong chuckled, remarking on the remarkable strength they all had gained, expressing that had he known, he would have delayed his return. Sensing the energy emanating from Son Wukong, Piccolo smiled, realizing that indeed, Son Wukong's power had not yet returned to its peak. "Gohan, I never imagined you had become this powerful. I sensed your energy from afar." Son Wukong responded with a grin. "Of course, in the presence of my elder brother, I cannot help but boast a little," Gohan replied. While Gohan and his companions enjoyed a moment of camaraderie, Vegeta was overwhelmed with shame, tears of humiliation streaming down his face. Damn it! Damn it! I am the prince of the Saiyans. How dare you treat me this way?" His intense pride made it unbearable for Vegeta to endure such disgrace. Had he the ability to move, he might have succumbed to despair. However, to Vegeta's surprise, Raditz appeared from nowhere, hefting him towards the spaceship. They were escaping. Krillin instinctively wanted to pursue Raditz as he flew away. Gohan placed a reassuring hand on Krillin's shoulder, saying, "Let them go. They have not caused any damage to Earth, and even spared a life here. With this lesson learned, they are unlikely to return." After some contemplation, Krillin nodded in agreement. "All right, Gohan, you have the right to say that. But if they come back, you must defeat him." Gohan smiled. If Vegeta dares to be stubborn again, he will face more than just the Kaioken times 3 next time. One could only wonder if Vegeta would exclaim, "You are a Super Saiyan." Upon witnessing Gohan's Kaioken times 40, Son Wukong felt a tinge of regret, having trained diligently for a year, yet returning too late to catch up. Meanwhile, Piccolo, intrigued, looked at Son Wukong and asked, "What's wrong? Are you itching for a fight?" Son Wukong remained silent, merely grinning. "All right, once we all recuperate, we will have plenty of time for practice," Gohan added. With a swift motion, 2 spaceships ascended into the sky, carrying the injured Vegeta away, restoring peace to Earth once more. The following day, at Baozi Mountain, Son Gohan, Son Wukong, and Son Goten found themselves in a state of apprehension before the formidable leader of the Sun family, Chi-Chi. "I ask you, Gohan, what have you learned this past year?" "Gohan, you speak," Chi-Chi demanded, hands on her hips, scrutinizing the three with a knowing gaze. Gohan stood at attention, sister-in-law, under Bulma's guidance. Gohan has mastered all subjects up to 3rd grade. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong laughed. "Is that so? Gohan, you excel in your studies. Unlike me, who gets dizzy just looking at books." Chi-Chi initially nodded in satisfaction, but upon hearing Son Wukong's comment, her temper flared. "Wukong, at your age, you simply abandon your child to your brother and venture off to cultivate in the depths of space. Do you even remember your wife and child?" Son Wukong immediately knelt, pleading with Chi-Chi, "Please, do not say such things. I am training to save the Earth. Saiyans are not easily dealt with." However, Chi-Chi was entirely unimpressed. Casting a sidelong glance at Son Wukong, "Oh really? Then what assistance have you provided this time?" At this, Son Wukong fell silent, realizing he had arrived too late. By the time he got there, the battle had already concluded. But as for Gohan, Chi-Chi's expression shifted again. "Look at our Gohan, already excelling in his studies up to the 3rd grade. Truly, he is destined to become a great scholar." Son Wukong couldn't help but grimace. The level of a 3rd grader? Bulma reached that milestone by age 3. Gohan, while he shows some aptitude, is still far from being a genius. Moreover, Gohan had begun to appreciate the thrill of battle, making it difficult to fully immerse himself in his studies. Outside, Piccolo listened to the commotion within the house, a smirk forming on his lips. So even the Sun family has moments of fear. It was no surprise. The Saiyan race naturally gravitated towards strong-willed women. Whether it was Chi-Chi or Bulma, both were exceptionally formidable personalities. Yet, while peace reigned on Earth, the cosmos remained a different story. "Lord Frieza, we have investigated, and the Namekians indeed possess various mystical powers. It is said that their creation, known as the Dragon Balls, can grant wishes, even bestow immortality." A being clad in battle armor knelt before the diminutive figure in the cosmic pod, head bowed in deference. Immortality, you say? Fascinating. We shall journey to Namek. Ambition gleamed in Frisia's eyes. Yes, Lord Frisia. The following day, in West City, Son Wukong's brother, Son Wuxing, burst into the room in a flurry. Wuxing, something terrible has happened. Son Wuxing appeared bewildered. What is it? Gather everyone. King Kai has important news for us, Son Wukong declared solemnly. Although Son Wuxing was perplexed, he quickly joined Son Wukong in summoning the others, and soon they were all seated in the training room. Wukong, what is going on? You seem frantic this morning. Krillin remarked curiously. Let King Kai explain, Son Wukong replied. The group was puzzled about how King Kai would communicate with them, but before they could ponder further, King Kai's voice resonated in their ears. Greetings, warriors of Earth. I am King Kai, the overseer of the galaxy. Naturally, what I am about to convey is of utmost importance. Among you, there exists a Namekian, correct? Piccolo nodded. Piccolo, your homeland, the Namekians, is under threat from a band of cosmic marauders known as the Frisia Force. Their leader, Frisia, belongs to the Frost Demon race and is an exceedingly malevolent being. Through the battle power testing device of Vegeta and the other 3 Saiyans, he heard about the planet Namek and astonishingly discovered that the Namekians possess the ability to create Dragon Balls. Currently, Frisia's army is advancing towards the Namekians, and Piccolo, your kin, is on the brink of war. Piccolo's expression darkened. He never anticipated that a mere comment from Vegeta would place his homeland in jeopardy. Goku, perplexed, inquired whether Dragon Balls still existed on Namek. Upon hearing this, everyone collectively rolled their eyes. Chapter 17. The Cosmic Expedition. If the gods can create Dragon Balls, it would not be surprising for the Namekians, being of the same lineage, to possess this ability as well, Goku elucidated. He nodded in understanding. The North Kai continued, cautioning that Frisia's entourage should not be underestimated. Within his ranks, there are several experts surpassing Vegeta, and their leader, Frisia, remains unfathomable, having never shown his full strength to anyone. These words left the others astounded. Are there truly so many who exceed Vegeta's prowess? Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. Yet Piccolo remained undaunted, declaring, no matter their strength, I shall confront them, since it is because of me that Namek is now exposed. I will go to Namek and eliminate Frisia and his cohorts. The North Kai was left speechless at this declaration. Piccolo, Frisia's power is formidable. I share this information with you in hopes that you might assist the surviving Namekians in escaping. Under no circumstances should you confront Frisia directly unless absolutely necessary. The North Kai urged, fearing that Piccolo's bravado might lead to his own demise. Piccolo nodded, but whether he truly absorbed the warning remained a mystery only he could discern. Piccolo, are you truly going to Namek? Tien Shinhan inquired. I shall accompany you. Goku's son, Goten, was the first to voice his agreement. Me too. Goku echoed. Uncle Piccolo, Dad, Uncle Goten, I want to go as well. Gohan asserted. Hold on a moment. Given the speed of your spaceship from Earth, by the time you reach Namek, you may very well have aged significantly, the North Kai awkwardly interjected. Upon hearing this, Bulma chimed in. The Saiyans left behind a spaceship. I'll have my father dismantle it for research. Perhaps we can develop a more advanced vessel. The Bulma family, akin to a machine cat, would find whatever they needed with ease. However, this process would require time, and the Namekians likely could not afford such a delay, Goku's son remarked. As they deliberated, a figure suddenly entered the room. It was none other than Bubbles, the guardian of the Supreme Kai. About that spaceship you mentioned. The Supreme Kai knows where to find advanced spacecraft. Upon hearing this, excitement surged among the group. Piccolo immediately stood, urging, lead me there at once. Bubbles nodded and produced a flying carpet, guiding everyone to a desolate region on Earth. This locale was characterized by its harsh climate, where no flora or fauna could survive in such an inhospitable environment. A tempest swept through, causing Bulma to shiver involuntarily, prompting Son Wukong to envelop her in his embrace, shielding her from the biting wind. The group surveyed the desolate surroundings, their hearts laden with unease. Mr. Bobo, this place hardly resembles a spacecraft, does it? Inquired Son Wukong. Bobo stepped forward, halting before a peculiar object encrusted with verdant moss, declaring, this is it. Upon observing this strange artifact, Piccolo felt a sharp pang in his mind, as if buried memories were surfacing. In his mind's eye, he envisioned a solitary Namekian, gradually growing from childhood, sitting beside a spaceship each day, seemingly awaiting something. Intrigued, Bulma approached the object, tapping one of its supporting legs and exclaiming, what material is this? It certainly isn't metal. Such a substance does not exist on Earth. Bobo explained. I recall the Supreme Kai narrating his tale to me a century ago. 100 years. That is indeed a long time, exclaimed Krillin and Yamcha, both astonished as pure-blood Earthlings. Piccolo remained unfazed. As a Namekian, his lifespan naturally exceeded that of humans, and with enhanced strength, it extended even further. Saiyans also belonged to a long-lived race, with their childhood extending until the age of 18. Given the physical prowess of the brothers Son Wukong and Son Wuxing, surpassing the lifespan of Master Roshi posed no challenge. Bobo continued, disregarding their reactions. The Kai once mentioned to me that he arrived on Earth aboard this spacecraft. As for his parents, they left him only a letter, stating, "Wait for us here. We shall arrive shortly." Piccolo listened intently, although he had not experienced these events firsthand. Fragments of these memories undeniably resided within him, a legacy bestowed by the old Piccolo. Approaching the spacecraft's lower section, Bobo called out, "Piccolo!" Instantly, the door beneath the spacecraft opened, and a platform descended. The group gasped, turning their attention toward Piccolo. He explained, in Namekian, "My name signifies otherworldly, so it is quite normal for the door to open with Piccolo." The others nodded in understanding, and Son Gohan chuckled. So, does that mean the great demon king Piccolo is indeed a demon king from another world? To everyone's surprise, Piccolo smiled at Gohan. Ascending the platform, they entered the spacecraft. Bulma, upon stepping inside, gazed around in awe, exclaiming, "So this is a Namekian spaceship. It is truly unlike any spacecraft we have on Earth." Son Wukong stroked his chin thoughtfully. "But how do we start this spacecraft?" "Brother, you are rather dim-witted. Since it is a Namekian vessel, it must be operated using their language." Son Wuxing rolled his eyes. Upon hearing this, Piccolo approached the control panel and began speaking a lengthy string of Namekian, incomprehensible to all but Bobo. Beep, beep, beep. Whoosh. The spacecraft, dormant for centuries, came to life. It truly is a specialized Namekian craft. Yamcha marveled. Dumplings floated gracefully in midair, their curious expressions scanning the surroundings. "Let us test the velocity of this spacecraft," Son Wukong suggested, pondering its efficiency. If it were to prove sluggish, it would serve little purpose. He cast a glance at Piccolo, who nodded in agreement, continuing to speak in the Namekian tongue. In an instant, everyone felt an absence of weight. Yet, just as swiftly, their equilibrium was restored. However, when they regained their composure and gazed out the window, they were utterly astonished. Bulma exclaimed in disbelief, "Is that Jupiter?" Had they truly arrived at Jupiter in the blink of an eye? Krillin echoed her surprise, marveling at the advanced technology of the Namekians, who had managed to maintain a spacecraft that had lain dormant for centuries. The North Kai's voice resonated at this speed. "Reaching Namek will only take 3 months." "What? 3 months?" Bulma gasped. Son Wukong reassured her. "Well, that is certainly better than never reaching Namek at all." ISNT it. Chapter 18. The first batch of candidates the Frisia Force would also require over 3 months to reach Namek. The timelines were indeed comparable. The North Kai swiftly clarified. Hearing this, Piccolo felt a modicum of relief. Although he was not born on Namek, he was undeniably a Namekian and held a fondness for this long-unseen homeland. Son Wukong circled the spacecraft, then inquired, "Now?" "Here's the conundrum. The space within this vessel is rather limited, accommodating only 4 to 5 individuals comfortably. With so many of us, who wishes to be among the first to go?" Piccolo directed the spacecraft back to Earth and asserted, "I shall definitely be among the first to go." Upon hearing Piccolo's declaration, Bubbles interjected, "Lord Piccolo, the Supreme Kai entrusted me with a message before my arrival. Although he is a Namekian, he is now the Supreme Kai of Earth and will not be joining this journey. He requests that you take a look at Namek on his behalf." Piccolo snorted in response, choosing not to comment further. Son Wukong then expressed, "I will also volunteer to be among the first. It would be prudent for those in the initial group to possess higher combat abilities, enabling us to better navigate the local circumstances upon arrival." Bulma, eager to join, exclaimed, "I want to go too." Just as Son Wukong was about to voice his intention, he hesitated upon hearing Bulma's words, feeling conflicted. "Bulma, this isn't a vacation. We are going to battle. Perhaps you should reconsider." Son Wukong nodded in agreement. However, Bulma, hands on her hips, countered, "Think about it. If I don't go, and something goes awry with the spacecraft in the vastness of space, who will be able to repair it? You, Piccolo? Or you, Wukong?" Her words left both Piccolo and Son Wukong momentarily speechless. When it came to combat, they could face any challenge without blinking. Yet, when it came to repairs, well, they were utterly helpless. Seeing the silence from Son Wukong and Piccolo, Bulma triumphantly declared, "So, do you see the necessity of my presence? Besides, if danger arises, Wukong, you will protect me, won't you?" With Bulma's determined stance, Son Wukong could only nod in acquiescence. "Very well, but if danger strikes, you must return to Earth at the first opportunity." Bulma smiled, pleased with her argument. "Who else wishes to be among the first to go?" inquired Son Wukong. "I do. Uncle Piccolo has been taking care of me for the past year. His hometown is in distress, and I must lend my assistance," Son Gohan eagerly declared. "Gohan, perhaps you should reconsider. Chi-Chi would not approve," Son Wukong responded, a hint of hesitation in his voice. "Do not worry. I will simply tell Mom that I am going to learn from Aunt Bulma. She will not refuse." Son Gohan quickly countered with a clever retort. Is that so? Very well. Then go home and consult your mother," Son Wukong conceded, albeit reluctantly. Son Wukong's brother, Son Wuxing, nodded in agreement. "Brother, do not fret. Gohan is quite strong now. If Piccolo does not exert his full strength, he may not easily overcome Gohan." Piccolo also nodded, proud of having such a capable disciple. "Count me in as well. This spaceship is not particularly large. Gohan and I can share a room," Krillin chimed in. After some contemplation, everyone agreed that aside from Krillin, Tien and Yamcha were too large, and Chaozu lacked the requisite strength, making Krillin the most suitable choice. Bulma nodded. "Then it is settled. Let us bring this spacecraft back so my father and I can study it and enhance its capabilities, creating a dedicated training area for you." Truly, Bulma understood Son Wuxing exceptionally well. He would surely feel stifled if he could not train for 3 months. Son Wukong, however, wore a troubled expression. "Alas, it is not you who will face Chi-Chi upon our return," he pleaded, casting a desperate glance at Son Wuxing, who feigned ignorance, pretending not to see. Tien and the others tactfully shifted the conversation, entirely avoiding any mention of the topic. After all, everyone was well aware that the woman in Son Wukong's household held the true authority. 7 days later, Dr. Briefs and Bulma completed the refurbishment and maintenance of the spacecraft. Gazing at the rejuvenated vessel before him, Son Wuxing could not help but admire the prowess of the Briefs family. The alien technology, previously unseen, had been mastered by Dr. Briefs in just 3 days. Moreover, had there been sufficient time, Dr. Briefs could have even constructed a spacecraft faster than this one. After all, he had transformed Son Wukong's original spaceship, reducing the travel time to Namek from 3 months to just 7 days. Bulma, with a smile, asked Son Wuxing, "Have you gathered all your belongings?" Son Wuxing nodded, just as Son Wukong's family arrived. Although Chi-Chi wore a reluctant expression, she ultimately consented to Gohan accompanying Son Wuxing to Namek. In her eyes, Son Wuxing, like his brother, was somewhat unreliable, always preoccupied with thoughts of becoming stronger. Yet Bulma was undoubtedly the most dependable. With her around, Gohan's studies would surely be secure. Upon seeing Son Wukong's family approach, Krillin waved, "Wukong, over here." As the family drew near, Son Wuxing curiously inquired, "Where's Gohan?" "We are departing today, did he not come?" At Son Wuxing's words, Son Gohan shyly emerged from behind Son Wukong, a smile gracing his face. At present, Son Gohan sports a hairstyle reminiscent of a watermelon, entirely different from his previous look. Witnessing this scene, Son Goku could barely suppress his laughter. Krillin and Yamcha, however, exhibited far less restraint, bursting into hearty laughter. "Gohan, what on earth is up with that hairstyle?" Son Gohan, somewhat embarrassed, replied that his mother insisted it was for an interstellar journey, to leave a good impression on extraterrestrials. Son Goku's lips twitched, yet he managed to stifle his amusement. "Well, let's prepare for departure." Piccolo, observing Gohan's appearance, shook his head in exasperation. Had Gohan been under his tutelage, such a kitschy hairstyle would never have emerged. Not to mention, Piccolo's aesthetic sensibilities are commendable. Gohan's most dashing ensemble was undoubtedly the Demon Clan attire he donned during the battle with Cell. "Well then, we shall take our leave first," Son Goku said. Casting a glance at the others outside the spaceship, Son Goku waved, "We will set off on time in 3 months. If you find it too daunting, seek a place to wait for us to proceed." Understood. Amidst the farewells, Bulma deftly maneuvered the spaceship towards Namek. Piccolo gazed into the cosmos, his fists clenching involuntarily. "Namek, My Homeland. Chapter 19. The Teaching of the Side-Effect-Free King's Fist. Meanwhile, Son Goku was examining his system. Following the completion of the previous task involving defeating Old Dend, a new assignment had been unlocked. The system detected the ambitions of Old Dend, Krillin, and Son Gohan to grow stronger, and thus issued a task: teach the three to master the side-effect-free King's Fist. The higher their mastery of the King's Fist multiplier, the greater the rewards for the host. Task rewards. For each multiplier of the King's Fist mastered by the trio, the host's multiplier for the side-effect-free King's Fist will increase correspondingly. Upon reading this description, Son Goku was elated. Although he had brought a considerable number of sins of beans, the Saiyans' characteristic of enhancing battle power upon near-death experiences becomes less effective beyond a certain point. The system truly was a fortuitous boon, as long as Piccolo and the others mastered higher multipliers of the King's Fist. Son Goku could experience a meteoric rise in his battle prowess. In the training room, Son Gohan and Krillin were engaged in a sparring session under 5 times the normal gravity, while Piccolo sat cross-legged on the floor, meditating. Upon seeing Son Goku enter, Krillin and Son Gohan halted their practice, and Piccolo opened his eyes. Son Goku clapped his hands together. "I have something to discuss with you all." Piccolo, intrigued, asked, "What is it? Do you wish to spar with me?" Son Goku shook his head and began. "Do you all remember the technique I employed during my battle with the Great Ape Vegeta?" The others nodded in affirmation. "It's the one that enveloped you in a red aura after use, right?" Son Gohan inquired. "Precisely." Son Goku snapped his fingers. "This technique is called the King's Fist." Of course, the name was a spontaneous creation of Son Goku. The side-effect-free King's Fist was too formidable. Even the king himself could not modify it. Son Goku could only claim it as a technique he had comprehended. Krillin, puzzled, asked, "Goku, what are you getting at? Do you intend to teach us this technique?" Upon hearing Krillin's words, Son Goku chuckled. "Indeed, you have guessed correctly." Upon hearing these words, Piccolo was somewhat taken aback. This technique could exponentially enhance one's combat prowess. "Yukong, are you truly planning to impart this knowledge to us?" Son Goku responded with gravity. Did not Lord Kai mention that the combat capabilities of Frieza and his cohorts should not be underestimated? Even Vegeta ranks outside the top 10 within Frieza's army. Since I possess a technique that can augment our strength, why not share it with you? This was not akin to the original Kaioken, which could lead to physical collapse. Rather, it was a version devoid of side effects, nearly matching the combat power multipliers provided by the Super Saiyan transformation. As Son Goku spoke, the admiration in Piccolo and his companions' gazes towards him transformed instantly. To selflessly share his exclusive techniques with others was no ordinary feat. Son Gohan promptly nodded, exclaiming, "Uncle Wukong, I will strive earnestly in my training and will not disappoint your expectations." Even Piccolo added, "Consider this a favor owed to you. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." As for Krillin, having grown up alongside Son Goku and Son Gohan, he knew that if anything were to befall him, Son Goku would undoubtedly ascend to Super Saiyan. Having you as brothers is truly a blessing. Son Goku waved his hand and imparted the principles of the Kaioken and the manipulation of ki without reservation to Piccolo and the others. Truly, as a manifestation of divine battle prowess, Piccolo, with his accumulated martial arts experience, quickly grasped how to utilize the Kaioken. No, the King Kai Fist. Casting aside his cloak, Piccolo clenched his fist and bellowed, "King Kai Fist." A vibrant red aura surged forth from his being. Feeling the surge of his augmented power, Piccolo exclaimed, "What tremendous strength!" Son Goku observed Piccolo's doubled King Kai Fist with a nod of approval. "Indeed, Piccolo, your progress is remarkable." Son Gohan gazed at Piccolo in awe. "Uncle Piccolo, your learning speed is astounding." Krillin, equally astonished by Piccolo's prowess, reflected on having grown up with the two brothers and was accustomed to the extraordinary. Yet, at that moment, he truly comprehended the vast chasm that separated genius from the ordinary, a profound sense of dismay washing over him. Nevertheless, Krillin had grown accustomed to such setbacks. After all, who among Son Goku and Son Gohan was not a monster in their own right? He quickly regained his composure and resumed his study of the principles behind the King Kai Fist. Feeling the surge of his newfound strength, Piccolo mused, "I can become even stronger. Double King Kai Fist." However, he recognized that this was merely the beginning, having just learned the technique. It would not be easy to execute at higher multipliers. Son Goku nodded in agreement. Piccolo, you are learning remarkably fast. However, the King Kai fist can ultimately amplify combat power by up to 40 times, and even I have only just begun. 40 times. Son Gohan was astonished. With my current combat power of 10,000, 40 times would mean I could reach 400,000. This is a number beyond my belief. Son Wukong gazed at Son Gohan with a look of astonishment and quickly exclaimed, even with a battle power of 400,000. Victory against that being named Frieza is far from guaranteed. Let us not forget that Lord King Kai has explicitly instructed us to avoid any confrontation with Frieza's army. Regaining his composure, Son Gohan replied, Uncle Wukong, I understand. I shall dedicate myself to my training with renewed vigor. As Son Wukong spoke, Krillin had finally mastered the Kaioken technique. Kaioken, Krillin exclaimed, confidence radiating from his body enveloped in a crimson aura. I can do this. I can achieve this too. Uncle Krillin, you've accomplished it. The emotional uplift provided by Son Gohan was instantaneous. Even Piccolo was taken aback by the rapidity with which Krillin had learned the technique. He had not anticipated such swiftness. Son Wukong nodded and declared, in that case, let us commence our training under 10 times Earth's gravity. We have 3 months, and the gravity chamber can simulate up to 100 times Earth's gravity. Upon hearing this, Piccolo and Krillin exited their Kaioken states and nodded in agreement. The four of them began their arduous training in an environment of 10 times Earth's gravity. As for Bulma, she was preoccupied with piloting the spaceship and preparing meals, while also enjoying some leisure time. On King Kai's planet, witnessing Son Wukong instructing Piccolo and the others in the Kaioken, King Kai was quite astonished. He discerned that the proficiency of this technique surpassed even that of his own Kaioken, not to mention when considering the side effects and maximum multiplier. The Kaioken was utterly eclipsed by the Kaioken technique. The universe is vast, and indeed, there are many talented martial artists. Fortunately, he is benevolent. King Kai sighed in relief. Otherwise, a second individual akin to Frieza might have emerged. Meanwhile, Vegeta was being carried back to Frieza's base by Raditz. Chapter 20. Arrival at Namek 3 months later. Wukong, are you still training? We're about to arrive at Namek. Bulma called out from outside the gravity chamber, glancing at the star map indicating their imminent arrival. Are we nearing Namek? Inside, they were engaged in training under 100 times Earth's gravity. During these 3 months of intensive training, even Krillin had adapted to the 100 times gravity. The enhancements from the Kaioken were comprehensive. Even his physical strength had significantly improved. This allowed Krillin, a pure Earthling, to withstand such intense training. Son Wukong produced a pouch of senzu beans, distributing one to each of them, saying, let us restore ourselves to optimal condition and prepare to disembark. Without hesitation, Piccolo and the others consumed the senzu beans, exited the gravity chamber, and donned fresh attire in preparation for their descent onto Namek. With a confident expression, Krillin proclaimed, I am eager to confront this so-called Frieza's army. It was not mere bravado. Rather, the progress he had made over these 3 months was monumental, elevating his base battle power from 8,000 to 35,000. His mastery of the Kaioken had reached a multiplier of 10. Thus, it could be asserted that as long as Frieza did not engage personally, the other members of his army would not pose a challenge for Krillin alone. Son Gohan's advancement was even more pronounced, boasting a base battle power of 40,000 and a Kaioken multiplier of 15, with a foundational combat power of 50,000. The King's fist boasts a multiplier of 20 times. Undoubtedly, the most significant enhancement comes from Son Wukong, who, alongside Piccolo and others, elevates the King's fist multiplier to its maximum of 40 times. His base combat power has surged from 25,000 to an impressive 75,000. This is achieved without Son Wukong deliberately using near-death recovery to boost his combat power. To him, the combat power gained through diligent training is far superior to that which is merely harvested through artificial means. He asserts that the combat power of others is superficial, while his own is methodically accrued through the system, step by step. After donning new attire, Bulma deftly piloted the spaceship to land on Namek. As the hatch opened, a world unlike Earth unfolded before their eyes. Ah, is this Namek? It doesn't seem much different from the plains of Earth, Krillin remarked, gazing at the scenery outside. Indeed, aside from the predominantly blue flora, Namek's gravity and atmospheric composition are remarkably similar to Earth's. Otherwise, the Supreme Kai's parents would not have entrusted him to Earth, Bulma explained. Yet, Namek is distinct in one crucial aspect. It is orbited by 3 suns, ensuring that no corner of the planet experiences night. In essence, Namek is a planet that exists in perpetual daylight. Piccolo observed his home planet with an expression of bewilderment, his fingers trembling slightly as he murmured, "Is this really Namek? Is this truly my homeland?" Son Wukong placed a reassuring hand on Piccolo's shoulder, offering silent support. Bulma, meanwhile, promptly retrieved the dragon radar. "Bulma, what is that device you're holding?" Son Gohan inquired curiously. Bulma replied with a smile, "Since this is Piccolo's birthplace, I thought there must be someone capable of creating Dragon Balls." As she activated the radar, it clearly indicated the locations of the Dragon Balls. Indeed, they exist. It appears that the Namekians can also forge Dragon Balls. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. However, her expression shifted as she noticed something amiss. But why are 3 Dragon Balls clustered in one location? Upon hearing Bulma's words, Son Wukong and the others hurried over. Could someone be collecting the Dragon Balls? Krillin pondered, stroking his chin. Son Gohan's expression darkened. What if the Frieza force arrived before us? Both Son Wukong and Piccolo closed their eyes, attuning themselves to the energy of the planet. Indeed, they sensed multiple powerful auras, all exuding a sinister essence. To illustrate, the malevolent energy radiating from Piccolo paled in comparison to the weakest of these auras. This is bad. Some benevolent energies are diminishing. Piccolo's face fell. It seems that some Namekians are under attack. Krillin's demeanor turned serious. Piccolo instinctively yearned to rush to the aid of his kin, but Son Wukong restrained him. "Piccolo, remain calm." At Son Wukong's urging, Piccolo managed to regain his composure. Son Wukong turned to Son Gohan and Krillin, imploring, "Please stay here to protect Bulma. Gohan and I will investigate the location where the energy disappeared." Krillin nodded in agreement. "Piccolo, I just sense that there are still 2 concentrations of benevolent energy that haven't been attacked. Please notify them to evacuate immediately, at the very least. They should suppress their energy to a level undetectable by the power level scanner." Piccolo, maintaining his composure, acknowledged, "Understood. I apologize, Bulma. You and Krillin should find a safe place. Once the danger has passed, you can return to Earth to fetch your brother and the others," Son Wukong said apologetically. "Yes, Wukong, please be careful," Bulma urged, her voice steady and resolute. Son Wukong nodded and instructed Gohan, "Gohan, let's lower our energy to avoid detection by the scanner and make our way there." Gohan agreed, and the 2 swiftly headed towards the location of the vanished energy. Piccolo could not stay behind either, leaving only Bulma and Krillin, who, utilizing a capsule, stored the spaceship and sought refuge in a nearby cave. On Namek, a spaceship descended swiftly. "Damn Frieza, has he discovered the secrets of the Namekians through the information I've overheard?" Vegeta seethed with anger. This time, Raditz did not accompany him. Vegeta dismissed him as too weak to be of any assistance, opting to confront the situation on Namek alone. As Vegeta's spaceship entered Namek, it was promptly detected by Frieza and Son Wukong. "Uncle Wukong, that energy is from Vegeta," Gohan exclaimed in surprise. "Do not worry, Gohan. The current Vegeta poses little threat," Son Wukong replied candidly. Indeed, Vegeta had somewhat fallen behind, after being overwhelmed by the warriors, although his near-death revival had enhanced his power. It merely elevated his combat strength from 18,000 to 24,000, barely surpassing Dodoria's level. Presently, Krillin could easily overpower Vegeta without resorting to the Kaioken technique. "Lord Frieza, Vegeta has arrived on Namek," Dodoria announced while continuing his assault on the Namekians. Frieza, unfazed, scoffed, "Just a pesky Saiyan." Chapter 21, The Arrogance of Vegeta. However, it was not solely Vegeta who had arrived. Among Frieza's forces, the ever-contentious Chui had also followed Vegeta's spaceship to Namek. The green-haired handsome man, Zarbin, detected Chui's power level and continued. "Moreover, Chui has pursued Vegeta here to Namek." Frieza nodded. "These 2 have always been at odds." Dodoria, "Ensure the protection of the Dragon Balls. I believe Vegeta is quite eager to obtain them." "Yes, Lord Frieza. Now, how shall we deal with this traitorous Vegeta?" Frieza's face bore a cruel smile. "You need not worry. Chui should be capable of handling him. The 2 have always had a mutual disdain and are of comparable strength. Vegeta will find no advantage here." Zarbon assessed based on Vegeta's original capabilities. On another front, another presence approached. Moreover, this power appears to be somewhat inferior to that of Vegeta, Gohan remarked with a hint of curiosity. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, stating, not everyone possesses the ability to gauge a person's strength merely by the intensity of their energy. The newcomer from this universe may be pursuing Vegeta. Gohan shook his head, replying, nevertheless, it is of no concern to us. On the other side of the planet, Chio-E wore a confident smile, exclaiming, Vegeta, there's no escape for you now. Haha. He activated the power level scouter on his face, swiftly locking onto Vegeta's location. I found you, Vegeta. This is the command of Lord Frieza. Are you listening? This time, I can kill you without reservation. Chio-E shouted at the scouter. Indeed, this device also functions as a communication device. Vegeta, having landed first, did not flee. Instead, he stood his ground, awaiting Chio-Yi's approach. Don't be ridiculous, Chio-E. Do you really believe you can kill me? I'm ready for you, so come at me. With his power enhanced, Vegeta exuded newfound confidence, seemingly having forgotten the earlier incident on Earth. Chio-E, upon hearing Vegeta's words, could not contain his laughter as he flew toward him, taunting, Vegeta, are those two holes on your face meant for gasping for air? Open your eyes and take a good look. My battle power surpasses yours. Vegeta glanced at the numbers displayed on the scouter and smirked. Indeed, Chio-Yi's power level remained unchanged since he departed from Frieza's army. Meanwhile, another member of Frieza's army remarked, did we just detect a formidable power level nearby? They observed the location where Goku and the others had landed, which was now deserted, as Krillin had long since taken Bulma into hiding. Strange. Could it be that the scouter is malfunctioning? There is nothing here, another alien noted. They pressed their scouters again, but still found nothing. Back with Vegeta, he sensed Chio-Yi's presence and turned to look behind him, asking, have you finally arrived? Completely oblivious to Vegeta's thoughts, Chio-Yi let out a strange laugh, soaring in the sky before diving down to strike Vegeta with a punch. However, such an attack could not possibly harm Vegeta. He nimbly leaped aside, evading Chio-Yi's assault. Humph, your strength remains as feeble as before, Vegeta scoffed, looking down at Chio-Yi with disdain. Ignoring Vegeta's remarks, Chio-Yi turned to the airborne Vegeta, declaring, at last, we can settle our rivalry. As he spoke, the scouter on his face began calculating Vegeta's power level. Upon seeing the result, Chio-Yi smugly stated, Vegeta, it seems that although you survived, your power has diminished. With this level of strength, you're as good as dead. Haha. Vegeta responded with a cold chuckle. Then allow me to show you something interesting I learned from the Earthlings. With that, Vegeta assumed a stance. Is that a technique for escape? Chio-Yi mocked. It is a method to wield combat power at will. Ah, how wondrous it would be to utilize a combat power detector to assess my strength. Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins, his entire being enveloped in a white aura. No, this cannot be. Your strength was originally comparable to mine. Chio-Yi gazed at the numbers displayed on the combat power tester, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. Fool, this is a skill I acquired through life and death battles on Earth. You have done nothing but languish before Frieza. How can you even be compared to me? Vegeta's words were indeed an embellishment of his own prowess. He had been thoroughly bested by Nappa on Earth. Yet Chio-Yi remained oblivious, his mouth agape as the numbers climbed. 19,000, 20,000, 21,000, 22,000. Boom. The combat power detector on his face shattered into pieces. Not only his, but at a considerable distance from Vegeta and Chio-Yi, the combat power detector on Sabo's face, who had been attentively observing, also exploded. What happened, Saibo? Dodoria inquired, puzzled. It might be malfunctioning. Just a moment ago, the detector indicated that Vegeta's power was around 22,000. Saibo replied calmly. 22,000? It must be a malfunction. Your detector is outdated. Let me take a look, Dodoria remarked. Though the cold sweat on his brow betrayed his shock at Vegeta's current power, Dodoria pressed the button on the detector, exclaiming in astonishment. How much? Saibo asked with an air of nonchalance. Impossible. Has my new combat power detector malfunctioned as well? It just displayed 24,000. Dodoria's body began to tremble. 24,000. It seems his power has surpassed ours. Saibo responded with a sense of calm. Dodoria, incredulous, retorted, how can that be? His combat power should only be 18,000 at most. Ha ha ha. Frieza let out his signature laugh. There's no need for astonishment. Vegeta has been fighting on the front lines and must have learned some exceptional techniques during his time on Earth, Frieza mused, observing them as one would a mere insect. However, Sabo wished to voice his thoughts, but Frieza interrupted him. 24,000 is merely a number. If you two join forces, you can easily handle it. Once those words were spoken, Sabo and Dodoria fell silent. Meanwhile, Son Wukong and Son Gohan also sensed Vegeta's energy. This energy suggests that Vegeta has indeed grown stronger. Son Wukong remarked. However, it is still not as formidable as mine, Son Gohan retorted, pursing his lips. Chapter 22. Can we reconcile? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong's lips twitched. After 3 months of rigorous training under his devilish regimen, if Son Gohan could not surpass a recovering Vegeta, Son Wukong would have to question his own abilities. Let us not dwell on him. We shall press on. Son Gohan nodded, and the two hastened their pace toward Frieza and his cohorts. Piccolo also sensed Vegeta's presence, snorting dismissively, and continued towards the Namekian village. Wait, Vegeta. I have a brilliant idea. Let us collaborate. As Chio-E observed Vegeta's menacing demeanor, he quickly raised his hands in a gesture of peace, proclaiming, I can assist you. In truth, I have long harbored dissatisfaction towards King Frieza. No, Frieza? He retreated cautiously as he spoke. Vegeta, however, remained unconvinced, taking a step closer, which only heightened the cold sweat on Chio-Yi's brow. Isn't this splendid? Together, we could surely vanquish Dodoria and Zarbon. Vegeta dismissed him with disdain, retorting, spare me your insipid fabrications. You are infuriating. Had Chio-E displayed a semblance of bravery, perhaps Vegeta would have granted him a modicum of respect, allowing him a noble demise. Yet, Chio-Yi's cowardice and duplicity only served to exacerbate Vegeta's ire. Chio-Yi's voice trembled with fear. Trust me, Vegeta. But Vegeta merely clenched his fists. Perceiving Vegeta's skepticism, Chio-E suddenly craned his neck and exclaimed, King Frieza. The utterance startled Vegeta, who turned to see no one at all. Seizing the opportunity of Vegeta's distraction, Chio-E gathered his strength and shouted, Fool. He then soared into the air, unleashing a series of princely combat techniques upon Vegeta. With both hands directed at Vegeta, enveloped in a blast of energy, Chio-E unleashed a powerful energy cannon, illuminating the sky with its radiance. Huff, huff. Gasping for breath, he beheld the spot where Vegeta had vanished, erupting into laughter. No matter how formidable your power, my attack has rendered you utterly defeated. Yet, before Chio-E could bask in his triumph, a chilling voice emerged from behind him. Naive. Turning around, Chio-E was astonished to find Vegeta and Scathed standing defiantly. Such underhanded tactics are the domain of fools like you. Truly disappointing. When Chio-E gazed at Vegeta in disbelief. My battle power has increased, and with it, my speed. Now, I am thoroughly enraged. Hearing this, Chio-E turned to flee. But his overwhelming fear rendered his legs weak. He stumbled and fell to the ground. He quickly gathered his energy and ascended once more. Yet, Vegeta instantly appeared before him, delivering a crushing blow to his abdomen. Not only did this strike shatter Chio-Yi's battle armor, but it also sent him soaring into the sky. Die! Vegeta pointed towards the heavens, and a formidable energy erupted within Chio-Yi's body. Boom! Like a firework, Chio-Yi exploded in the sky, leaving no trace behind. Vegeta gazed upward, sneering, what a filthy spark. Meanwhile, on Frieza's side, Dodoria observed the battle power monitor, noting Chio-Yi's demise, and relinquished any fantasies about the device being malfunctioning. Vegeta's battle power indeed stands at 24,000. Chio-E was dispatched in an instant. Dodoria reported, Nothing extraordinary. Let us continue our quest for the 5th Dragon Ball. Frieza remained utterly indifferent to the demise of Kairatsu. To him, subordinates were merely expendable resources. Such is the essence of Frieza's selfish existence. One of Frieza's minions spoke up, Lord Frieza, there are readings of 10 Namekians in that direction. Understood. If only we had a 5th Dragon Ball, Frieza mused. Be cautious. Aside from Vegeta, there may be others who covet the Dragon Balls. Yes, Lord Frieza, they replied. The group then set forth towards the detected gathering of Namekians. Meanwhile, Gohan and Goku's expressions shifted. Uncle Gohan, those sinister energies are stirring. Goku remarked. Yes. Let us press on. I hope Piccolo arrives swiftly. Gohan responded. In another location, Piccolo indeed arrived at the Namekian village ahead of Frieza and Vegeta. "Hello, is anyone there?" he called out. "Who is it?" Given the village's small size, only 10 Namekians resided there, and upon hearing Piccolo's voice, they all emerged. "Are you Naru?" one Namekian inquired upon seeing Piccolo. The resemblance to his own kind sparked within Piccolo the notion of kinship for the first time. "No, I am not. I am a Namekian from Earth. Because of me, a malevolent force has set its sights on the Dragon Balls of Namek." Piccolo confessed earnestly. "Earth? What is that place?" An elder Namekian responded, "Child, do not blame yourself. The fact that someone is targeting us signifies the arrival of calamity for our people. Indeed, the Grand Elder once foretold that our Namek would face a great disaster. Initially, we believed it was the deteriorating environment making survival difficult. However, it appears that this band of extraterrestrials is the source of our impending doom." Another elder concurred. "The Grand Elder?" Piccolo pondered momentarily. A young Namekian stepped forward, exclaiming, "Yes, it is the Grand Elder. He also mentioned that if we encountered a Namekian resembling Brother Naru, we must assist him and heed his words." "Indeed, that is what he always says," the young Namekian continued. This child was the youngest offspring of the Grand Elder, inheriting the greatest potential, named Tien. "Child, what is your name?" the elder Namekian inquired of Piccolo. "My name is Piccolo." As he spoke, Piccolo's expression suddenly shifted. He sensed that Frieza and his entourage were approaching his location. "Enough talk. We must flee. They are on their way," Piccolo urged urgently. However, the elder Namekian shook his head. "Piccolo, you say? We have resided here for many years and shall not abandon it. But you three, come forth." At the elder's behest, 3 young Namekians approached. "Go, merge with Piccolo and become part of his strength." Chapter 23. The Great Power of Piccolo. "Merge?" Piccolo inquired. "Indeed. These 3 children are the ones long foretold by the elder. From the moment of their birth, their purpose has been to await your arrival," the aged Namekian declared. "The process of assimilation will not affect your personality. Rather, it will transform into your strength, potential, and lifespan." Upon hearing this explanation, Piccolo furrowed his brow and remarked that it seemed terribly unfair to them. The elder Namekian shook his head, asserting that fairness is irrelevant. In truth, this is merely another manifestation of their survival. "My child, I sense your need for power. If you grow stronger, I hope you will assist the remaining Namekians. As for the group you mentioned, we will do our utmost to hold them back." Piccolo, not one to shy away, understood the immense strength of Frieza and nodded. "I understand. What must I do?" The 3 young Namekians approached Piccolo, instructing him to place his hands upon their chests, assuring him that they would naturally transform into his power. After all, the method of inheritance among Namekians is distinctly different from that of other extraterrestrial beings, akin to the way old Piccolo gave rise to Piccolo himself through the process of egg-laying. In theory, Namekians can merge with one another, but only one personality will remain. Piccolo extended his hands, resting them upon the 2 Namekians. As they closed their eyes, a faint aura emanated from them, coalescing into a white light that surged directly into Piccolo's body. The final Namekian was similarly assimilated with the same method. Piccolo clenched his fists, realizing that his energy had only increased by 30, from a battle power of 50,000 to 65,000, without any monumental leap. However, the true enhancement lay hidden: his innate talent, the heights he could reach, and most crucially, his lifespan had all received a substantial boost. The elder Namekian nodded and addressed Tien, saying, "You should accompany Piccolo. You are our hope, the most gifted among us, and the one most likely to inherit the elder's abilities. As long as you survive, the Namekians will not face extinction." Tien gazed longingly at the elder Namekian. Piccolo extended his hand, urging, "Come with me, Tien. This place is no longer safe." Having assimilated 3 Namekians, Tien sensed a familiar aura emanating from Piccolo, which prompted him to nod and allow himself to be lifted. "But what if Frieza and his cohort gather all the Dragon Balls?" Piccolo inquired. The elder Namekian chuckled, reassuring him, "Do not worry. Even if they were to collect all 7 Dragon Balls, they would not be able to fulfill their wishes." Piccolo looked at the elder Namekian with confusion. Tien explained, "To use our Dragon Balls, one must invoke the eternal dragon in our language." Upon hearing this, Piccolo understood. If the invocation required the Namekian tongue, then the Frieza force would never realize their desires. "I comprehend now," Piccolo nodded, cradling Tien as he hurried toward the next village's location. As for Dragon Balls, since Piccolo and the others did not take them, knowing that a wish requires the Namekian language, it would be more prudent to enlist Frisia's assistance in gathering the Dragon Balls, and then directly make a wish. With Piccolo's departure alongside his companion, the aged Namekian gazed at their retreating figures, silently contemplating that this was for the best. He would simply prolong his existence a little longer. In the next village, Piccolo employed the same approach, although no one was willing to accompany him this time, for Namekians had been specifically prepared for him. Upon merging with these 4 Namekians, Piccolo's combat power surged to an astonishing 90,000, significantly enhancing his potential. Tien Shinhan looked at Piccolo and said, "Uncle Piccolo, the Grand Elder can unlock a person's potential. Let me take you to meet him." Upon hearing this, Piccolo shook his head slightly and replied, "Since the Grand Elder can unlock potential, I cannot go alone. I have companions who are kind-hearted and full of potential. May I bring them along?" After pondering for a moment, Tien Shinhan nodded in agreement. "No problem. It's even better to have friends." Piccolo nodded and headed towards the landing site of the spaceship, preparing to take Son Wukong and the others to undergo potential development. Meanwhile, Frisia's group arrived at the village that Piccolo had recently visited. Son Wukong and Son Gohan trailed closely behind, hiding on a cliff to observe Frisia and his subordinates below. "Uncle Wukong, look. The houses down there resemble the spaceship we traveled in." Son Gohan pointed at the Namekian village below. Son Wukong nodded, watching as Frisia's minions searched house by house, while also noting Frisia and his 2 companions at the center. "Gohan, you see, the others may not be strong, but the 3 in the middle are exceptional," Son Wukong remarked. After sensing their strength, Son Gohan replied, "The chubby one and the handsome guy shouldn't be my opponents. But that little short one in the middle. I feel that even if I used my full power with the King Fist, I might not stand a chance against him." Son Wukong was somewhat speechless upon hearing this. Indeed, Gohan had a keen eye, for the short one in the middle was Frisia. However, Son Wukong refrained from commenting, instead directing Gohan's attention to the Dragon Balls that Saibamen and Dodoria were holding. "Gohan, look at what those 2 behind the short one are holding." Son Gohan followed Son Wukong's gaze and exclaimed, "Dragon Balls. They're enormous. Is this what the Namekian Dragon Balls look like?" "Lord Frisia, we found 6 individuals. The others seem to have just stepped out," one of the soldiers reported to Frisia. Of course, the others had not merely stepped out. They would never return. "If you don't want to die, come out quickly." The soldier aimed his laser cannon at the Namekian inside the house. All right, we are coming out." The elderly Namekian, who had spoken to Piccolo, slowly emerged from the house. Upon seeing this elderly Namekian, Gohan was taken aback again, exclaiming, "It's a Namekian. He looks just like Uncle Piccolo." "Uncle Wukong, are these people all Saiyans?" Son Gohan asked curiously. Son Wukong shook his head and said, "No, among the Saiyans. Only my father, you, Vegeta, and Raditz remain. As for these individuals, they merely wear battle suits like the Saiyans, lacking the distinct long tails that signify our kind." Son Gohan, in his naivety, nodded. His own tail had long since been removed by Piccolo. Chapter 24, The Wise Namekian. Raditz once mentioned that their task was to eradicate the native inhabitants of planets and sell the pristine worlds to extraterrestrial beings in need, who were likely their former allies. The Frisia Force. Son Wukong elucidated. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan's impression of the individuals below grew even more unfavorable. Frisia gazed at the Namekians before him and declared, "Listen closely. I am Frisia, currently in pursuit of your Dragon Balls. By the way, where are the others? As far as I know, there should be 10 of you. Where are the rest?" At this, a young Namekian, of similar age to Gohan, clung to the leg of the elderly Namekian. Yet, these Namekians remained silent. Frisia observed the group of Namekians, unfazed by their silence, and said, "You know, I could easily kill you all." With that, he extended a finger, and a small energy sphere floated ominously at its tip. "Now speak quickly," Frisia threatened. The elderly Namekian, filled with indignation, clenched his fists and attempted to speak. But his words were incomprehensible in Namekian. Frisia sneered, "Do not use your Namekian tongue. Speak in a language we can understand. I know you are capable." After a moment's contemplation, the elderly Namekian replied, "The others have gone to work. What remains here are only us elders and children." Frisia nodded in satisfaction. "Now? That is more like it. Had you answered honestly from the start, we would not be in this predicament. Continue answering my questions. Where are the Dragon Balls? There should be one here." Upon hearing this, The elderly Namekian retorted angrily. No, I do not know. We possess none of such things. Frieza chuckled darkly. Dodoria, my dear, what did the second Namekian we killed say? He inquired deliberately. Yes, the Dragon Balls are only given to those recognized as true warriors. Exactly. That individual was quite obstinate, refusing to assist us. To compel his cooperation, I had no choice but to eliminate him. Frieza spoke in the gentlest tone while uttering the most horrific of truths. Then he had no choice but to comply. He continued. There are 7 Dragon Balls in total, created by the esteemed Grand Elder of this planet. And they are now guarded by 7 elders. To obtain a Dragon Ball, one must compete in strength and wisdom against the 7 elders, articulating their desired wish and the reasons behind it. Only those recognized as worthy by the elders may claim a Dragon Ball. I longed to follow his instructions. Yet he asserted that someone like me would never acquire the Dragon Balls in this lifetime. Thus I killed him. Attaining the first Dragon Ball was indeed arduous, but the remaining 3 shall be far simpler. However, Frieza was unaware that all of his words were being covertly monitored by Vegeta. So this is how the Dragon Balls are utilized. Splendid. My desire for immortality shall soon be realized. Meanwhile, the elder Namekian furiously retorted, it won't be so easy. The other elders will not so readily hand over the Dragon Balls to you. You lie. Frieza shook his head slightly. No. I possess other means to make them compliant. Sabo, demonstrate. Sabo nodded and instantly appeared behind a Namekian, delivering a swift kick that severed the creature's neck. Scoundrel! An elderly Namekian could not contain himself, unleashing a ki blast towards Sabo. Yet, Sabo merely leapt aside, evading the attack effortlessly. Unfortunately, the soldier standing behind him was not as fortunate, falling victim to the onslaught and perishing instantly, even causing the scouter atop his head to explode. Sabo soared into the air, tossing the Dragon Ball skyward, and with a single hand, he gathered energy, shouting, Ha! A ki wave, far mightier than that of the elderly Namekian, engulfed him entirely. The elder emitted not a sound as he succumbed to the black smoke enveloping him, lifeless upon the ground. The remaining children, terrified, retreated to the safety of the last elder's side. Sabo landed gracefully, snorting disdainfully as he caught the Dragon Ball he had thrown. Gohan, witnessing this scene, clenched his teeth in outrage. Goku did not deter Gohan's fury. After all, anger was the finest catalyst for a Saiyans' strength. Frieza turned his gaze towards the last elder Namekian, inquiring, So, shall we proceed with honesty now? The elder Namekian remained defiant, regarding Frieza with disdain. What is your true purpose in collecting the Dragon Balls? Is it merely a trivial wish for immortality? Frieza feigned tranquility as he replied, Even if it costs me my life, I shall never surrender the Dragon Balls to you. Upon hearing Frieza's desire, the elder resolutely rejected him. Ha. You would rather perish than relinquish the Dragon Balls. Frieza mused, observing the obstinacy of the inhabitants of this planet. His gaze shifted downward to the small Namekian clutching the elder's pant leg. What if I were to eliminate these children? Would you still remain so resolute? What? The elder Namekian gasped in shock. Frieza slowly extended a finger, prompting the other soldiers to retreat hastily at the sight of Frieza preparing to take action. You monster! Do you not spare even the children? The elder could only seethe in impotent rage. Gohan's fury intensified at this sight, and not only he, but even Goku was incensed. Oh! Dodoria's scouter flickered, sensing the energy emanating from Gohan and Goku. Lord Frieza, there are 2 formidable fighters hidden nearby. However, this scene did not escape the notice of the elder Namekian. Oh, indeed. It is quite evident now why these individuals are able to locate such dispersed villages on the vast expanse of Namek. It is accomplished through this device. This assertion holds true. Namek is immense, several times larger than Earth, yet its inhabitants are few. Aside from the Grand Elder, there are merely 6 villages, each comprising a population of around 10 individuals. The phrase sparse population scarcely does justice to their situation. To speak frankly, the number of animals on Namek exceeds that of its people, without the combat power scouters. Locating a Namekian on such an expansive planet would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Remarkably, aside from the scouter on the face of that rotund individual, there are 3 more of these devices. Children, step away from me. With that, the elderly Namekian extended his hands, and 3 energy beams shot forth directly towards Dodoria and the others. Chapter 25, Gohan's solo confrontation with Dodoria. Behold, the 3 beams were not aimed to kill, but were directed towards the scouters. Bang! Unprepared, Dodoria and his companions were caught off guard as their scouters were obliterated. Dodoria, bewildered by the elderly Namekian's intentions, felt the searing heat of the explosion upon his cheek and furiously exclaimed, "You scoundrel! Do you think such an attack can defeat me?" However, it was Zarbon who reacted more swiftly, realizing, no, his target is the scouter. He does not intend to eliminate you, Dodoria. Gohan, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Uncle Goku, does this mean that without the scouter, Frieza and his minions will be unable to locate us?" Goku nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed. This means we need not conceal our energy signatures." Upon hearing Zarbon's words, Dodoria's fury intensified. "What? I will annihilate you all. None shall escape." Frieza intervened, addressing Dodoria, "Namekian, if you surrender the Dragon Balls now, I may spare your children." Reluctantly, Dodoria suppressed his rage and stepped behind Frieza, unable to defy his command. The elderly Namekian, upon hearing Frieza's words, cast a profound glance at him and remarked, "You must honor your word." To which Frieza replied with a chuckle, "Isn't this splendid?" The elderly Namekian deliberately delayed, taking considerable time within the confines of the dwelling before finally presenting the Dragon Balls to Frieza. "Take it and go," the elderly Namekian said with indignation. "Thank you for your efforts," Frieza replied politely, "and do share the locations of the remaining 2 Dragon Balls." Frieza, ever the opportunist, pressed further, "Do not harbor such foolish thoughts. We Namekians will never betray our kin, even unto death." "Very well, adhere to your promise and depart." Frieza scoffed, "Oh dear, the people of this planet truly prefer death over submission. If that is the case, then you shall perish alongside the children." Upon acquiring the Dragon Balls, Frieza's demeanor shifted dramatically. Behold, at last, Dodoria, having awaited Frieza's command, ruthlessly unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards the elderly Namekian and the remaining children. Boom! The aged Namekian and the remaining children were all annihilated in a single strike by Dodoria. Frieza shook his head slightly, realizing that without gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, their efforts were in vain. This wretched creature has damaged our detector and failed to disclose the locations of the remaining 2 Dragon Balls. How infuriating. Witnessing this scene, Gohan's fury erupted entirely. Despicable, utterly despicable. A formidable aura burst forth from Gohan's being. Sun Wukong showed no intention of restraining him, watching as Gohan charged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Dodoria's face. Caught off guard, Dodoria was sent flying, crashing into the dwelling of a Namekian, unable to rise for a considerable time. However, even as Dodoria endured this assault, Frieza and his cohorts remained indifferent, merely waiting for Dodoria to gather himself. Spitting blood and wiping the injuries from his face, Dodoria seethed. "Who are you, anyway?" "Who am I? You scoundrel, I am here to kill you." With that, Gohan brushed himself off and soared into the distance in a fit of rage. Only then did Frieza speak. "Go after him, Dodoria. Bring that little brat back to me." Dodoria, shaking off his dizziness, shouted, "Yes, Lord Frieza." Sun Wukong, seeing that Gohan had not completely lost his composure, hastily followed suit. "Damn kid, if I catch you, you will suffer greatly." Gohan continued to taunt Dodoria. In no time, he lured Dodoria far away from Frieza and the others. Upon finding himself in a desolate area, Gohan halted, thinking to himself, "This is perfect." Seeing Gohan stop, Dodoria sneered, "What's the matter, little boy? Not running anymore? Are you perhaps planning to beg for mercy?" Gohan retorted with a scoff, "You should be the one begging for mercy." Just then, Sun Wukong caught up, standing beside Gohan. "What? Is there an ambush?" "Wait, your face. I feel like I've seen it before," Dodoria exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, he had seen Sun Wukong, Gohan, and Bardock. They were all cut from the same cloth. Sun Wukong disdainfully remarked, "I don't need an ambush to deal with you. Gohan, can you handle him alone?" Gohan nodded affirmatively. As Dodoria noticed Sun Wukong's lack of intent to engage, his confidence surged. Could this little brat truly pose a threat? Gohan, perceiving Dodoria's contempt, unleashed a mighty cry, Kaioken. Merely a single fold of Kaioken unleashed an aura that thoroughly intimidated Dodoria. Although lacking a combat power scanner, the formidable energy radiating from Gohan instinctively alerted Dodoria to the impending danger. Hiya! Gohan charged at Dodoria, moving with such speed that Dodoria was unable to react, delivering a devastating elbow strike to Dodoria's ample abdomen. Ugh! Bang! This blow sent Dodoria flying, shattering the battle armor on his chest and back due to Gohan's overwhelming strength. Thud! Dodoria fell heavily to the ground, creating a substantial crater upon impact. Coughing and gasping, he managed to rise, lifting his head to confront the furious Gohan suspended in midair. Disbelief etched across his face. How could this be? How could he, a proud warrior, possibly be bested by such a mere child? Yet, the pain radiating from his abdomen was undeniable. Had Gohan not been inclined to prolong their engagement, that last blow would have undoubtedly obliterated Dodoria. The disparity in their fundamental combat powers was colossal, especially considering Gohan's use of the Kaioken technique. With a combat power of 80,000, Gohan was poised to annihilate Dodoria's 22,000 if his training were to hold any merit. Even Vegeta, with a power of 24,000, had no trouble overwhelming Dodoria. As fate would have it, Vegeta, donning his battle monitor, approached swiftly. Curse that little brat. Take this. Dodoria gathered all his energy to unleash a powerful energy wave at Gohan. However, Gohan stood unperturbed, shouting Masenko. The moment their energies clashed, Dodoria's attack crumbled, utterly dissipated by Gohan's Masenko. Furthermore, the force of the Masenko continued unabated, engulfing Dodoria entirely. Chapter 26. The Astonishment of Vegeta No. In the midst of Dodoria's wails, the Masenko consumed him entirely, leaving nothing but a gaping pit in the ground. Just then, Vegeta arrived on the scene. The vanished energy, was that Dodoria? Vegeta was taken aback. Although he considered himself stronger than Dodoria, the realization that Dodoria had perished in scarcely a minute since he sensed the battle was staggering. Such a feat was beyond what Vegeta believed himself capable of achieving. Meanwhile, Gohan sensed Vegeta's approach from a distance. Oh, isn't that Vegeta? What brings you to Namek? Gohan jested as he observed Vegeta flying toward him. Kakarot. And that little Saiyan too. Vegeta was astonished. Weren't you on Earth? How did you end up on Namek? Gohan, having dispelled the Kaioken, regarded Vegeta warily. That is a question I should be asking you. Why aren't you training in a safe place instead of coming to Namek? Gohan retorted bluntly. I am here to thwart Frieza. He is the nemesis of our Saiyan race. Kakarot, as a fellow Saiyan, join me in avenging our people. Vegeta's ambition was undeniable, attempting to recruit Gohan as his ally. Hearing Vegeta's words, Gohan burst into laughter. What a joke, Vegeta. Let me be candid with you. We came to Namek to eliminate Frieza. As for being a Saiyan, I am a human from Earth. Vegeta's countenance darkened. He was no fool. At present, he was unable to transform into a great ape, and it was not Goku who had just defeated Dodoria, but rather Gohan. Even with his newfound strength, he could never hope to rival the likes of Goku and Gohan. If our thoughts do not align, then let us each strive on our own. With that, Vegeta crushed the scouter on his face and fled in defeat. As Gohan observed Vegeta's departure, he finally spoke. Uncle Goku, was what Vegeta said true? Goku shook his head, declaring that the truth of the matter was no longer significant. We must focus on our own endeavors. Gohan nodded in agreement, and the two made their way back to where Bulma and Krillin were hiding. By the time Goku and Gohan returned, Piccolo had already brought Tien back. Krillin and Bulma were tending to Tien. Uncle Piccolo, we're back, Gohan exclaimed with a smile. Goku sensed Piccolo's energy and remarked in surprise, Piccolo, it seems you have grown stronger. Piccolo nodded, explaining that he had encountered some challenges that had propelled his growth. Goku, I might have surpassed you now. Upon hearing this, Goku chuckled, is that so? That is splendid. Once this matter is settled, let us engage in a proper battle. Piccolo agreed. Tien then recounted the events involving Piccolo to the others. Bulma inquired, the Elder? Who is that? Tien explained, the Elder is the progenitor of all Namekians. After the climate catastrophe, he was the sole survivor, allowing our race to continue. I am the Elder's 108th offspring. Bulma gasped, one person? How can one person bear children? Krillin glanced at Piccolo, noticing his stoic demeanor, and suggested, could it be that he lays eggs like the Demon King Piccolo? Lays eggs? Gohan exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Piccolo. Goku, curious, also looked at Piccolo, reasoning that theoretically, Piccolo should possess such a capability. However, Piccolo interjected, I have not inherited my father's egg-laying ability. Aside from combat, I lack any other such skills. The group nodded in understanding. Bulma turned to Tien and asked, is the Elder a woman? A woman? What is that? Tien replied, momentarily perplexed. Is it possible that Namekians have no distinction between male and female? Bulma was further astonished. Goku looked at Piccolo, who scoffed. We Namekians do not categorize ourselves in such a manner. Goku shrugged. Meanwhile, the last Namekian village was discovered by Vegeta, who ruthlessly slaughtered all the Namekians and seized the 6th Dragon Ball. Sensing the disappearance of the Namekian life force, Gohan seethed. Damn it. I should not have let Vegeta escape. I should have beaten him to a pulp. Piccolo coldly stated, I will personally settle the score with him. Uncle Piccolo, let us hurry to see the elder. Tien urged anxiously. Goku, feigning ignorance, asked, What is the matter, Tien? Is the last Dragon Ball in the elder's possession? Every day? With a nod, it became evident that the final Dragon Ball lay in the hands of the elder. Son Gohan exclaimed, This is bad. Presently, Vegeta had mastered the ability to sense energy signatures, while Frieza and his entourage had lost their combat power detectors, rendering them unable to locate the Dragon Balls. However, Vegeta would undoubtedly soon use his energy sensing skills to locate the elder. Then let us hasten to find the elder, exclaimed Tien Shinhan. Son Goku nodded, saying, Very well. I shall remain here to protect Bulma. Piccolo, you take Krillin, Gohan, and Tien Shinhan to meet the elder. Piccolo nodded, yet Krillin interjected, Goku, I've heard that the elder from Namek can unlock potential. Perhaps it would be better if you went instead? Son Goku shook his head. I will go once you return. My presence here allows for better surveillance of Frieza and Vegeta's movements. Acknowledging Son Goku's reasoning, Krillin ceased his persuasion, and under Tien Shinhan's guidance, they soared towards the elder's location. Meanwhile, Frieza and his companions awaited Dodoria's return. Dodoria is taking an awfully long time, remarked Zarbon, gazing in the direction of Dodoria's departure. Is that little brat truly so difficult to handle? Frieza, unable to contain his frustration, declared, Forget him. Let us swiftly search for the remaining 2 Dragon Balls. Understood. I shall seek out other villages. There are surely Dragon Balls to be found. A soldier replied. Zarbon pledged his loyalty. I will search. I can certainly locate a village. Frieza nodded in satisfaction, stating, In that case, I will take these 5 Dragon Balls back to the spaceship and await your return. Zarbon relinquished the Dragon Balls. Frieza smiled. I entrust this task to you. With just 2 more Dragon Balls, my wish will be fulfilled. Zarbon promptly bowed and ascended into the sky. Chapter 27. The Speedy Return of Vegeta. Frieza, observing Zarbon's departure, mused, Perhaps Vegeta has already found the remaining 2 Dragon Balls. If that is the case, he will undoubtedly come for my Dragon Balls, saving me the trouble of searching myself. Once he arrives, the 2 remaining Dragon Balls will surely be mine, and my wish for immortality will finally be realized. Ha ha ha. The very thought made even Frieza chuckle with glee. Now, I shall wait patiently aboard the spaceship. Back with Piccolo, Son Gohan was recounting Frieza's formidable strength to Piccolo and Krillin. Gohan, you cannot be serious. Even he cannot guarantee that he could defeat Frieza? Krillin was astounded. They all understood that Son Goku had trained the Kaioken to a 40-fold level, yet even so, he could not overcome Frieza? Piccolo, too, was taken aback. He had significantly improved and believed that dealing with Frieza would be a straightforward task. Yet he was astonished by the formidable strength Gohan described. I am not jesting. At that time, when my uncle and I were hidden on a cliff, merely sensing Frieza's energy sent chills down my spine. Son Gohan recalled the aura surrounding Frieza, feeling a shiver of fear even now. Instead, it was the elder who comforted a few individuals daily, skillfully unlocking potential. With your extraordinary strength, your potential must be immense. After the elder's guidance, perhaps you could even rival Frieza. One can only hope, Piccolo remarked. On Earth, Dr. Briefs had finally completed the modifications to the spaceship. Goku could hardly contain his excitement, wondering how Gohan and the others were faring on Namek. Gazing at the sky, Goku imagined he could see Namek from Earth. Goku, Dr. Briefs announced, the spaceship is ready for departure. Yamcha rushed over, exclaiming, Excellent. Let us depart at once. Goku exclaimed joyfully. Thus, Goku and his companions finally set forth from Earth. This time, Goku, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha boarded the modified spaceship, embarking towards Namek. Thanks to Dr. Brief's enhancements, this journey would only take 7 days to reach Namek. Gohan, Goten, wait for me. I shall arrive shortly. Goku declared as he began a rigorous training regimen aboard the spaceship with Tien and the others. On Namek, Vegeta was honing his senses to detect the presence of other Namekians. He was acutely aware that he could not contend with Goku and the others, thus had no intention of seeking them out. His aspirations were identical to Frisia's immortality. While wandering Namek, Vegeta sensed the energy of Zarbon. There was no mistaking it. This was indeed Zarbon's energy. Finally, an opportunity to confront him alone. Vegeta confidently soared towards Zarbon's location. Meanwhile, Zarbon noticed Vegeta approaching with an air of confidence. Vegeta, it's been quite a while. Zarbon greeted. Indeed, Zarbon. I take great pleasure in our reunion. Vegeta replied, brimming with pride. Dodoria has been eliminated. Now it is your turn. Vegeta declared, casting a dismissive glance at Zarbon. What? Dodoria has been defeated by you? Zarbon was taken aback. Not by me, but I witnessed his demise. Vegeta clarified, unwilling to claim credit for another's victory. If you weren't the one to take him down, why boast? Zarbon retorted, somewhat speechless. Zarbon, feel free to mock me. But soon you shall discover the extent of my power. Vegeta asserted confidently. Zarbon, gazing at Vegeta with curiosity, asked, why have you betrayed Lord Frieza? Quite simply, I have long detested that scoundrel Frieza. I was merely serving him out of fear of his strength. Now that I have the chance at eternal life, why should I continue to follow his orders? Vegeta spoke candidly. You mean the Dragon Balls, correct? Rest assured, I shall not allow Frieza to succeed. One day, I will defeat him. Zarbon scoffed. Vegeta, observing Zarbon's expression, sneered, how unfortunate. Had you still been wearing your scouter, you would see the power I have gained through countless battles. This surge of power has surpassed your wildest imagination. How naive you are. King Frieza's combat prowess is unfathomable. I have no time to listen to your incessant prattle. Vegeta, consumed by rage, charged at Zabo. Without Zabo transforming, Vegeta indeed managed to suppress him. Boom. Zabo was struck to the ground, blood staining his handsome visage. Zabo, your doom is imminent. Vegeta settled on the ground, arms crossed. Zabo shook his head, exclaiming, I truly do not wish to resort to my transformation. Transformation? Are you implying that you, Zabo, are also a metamorphic alien? Do not jest. Vegeta dismissed him skeptically. Ignoring Vegeta's mockery, Zabo muttered to himself, my transformation will render me a hideous beast. That is the very reason I am reluctant to use it. With that, Zabo's muscles swelled. His originally striking face distorted into that of a grotesque crocodile. Not only that, his physique expanded significantly, muscles sharp and defined. In Vegeta's perception, Zabo's energy surged by more than 20% in an instant. How is this possible? Vegeta panicked, caught off guard by Zabo's hidden card. Yet, it was too late for regrets. In his transformed state, Zabo would utterly dominate the current Vegeta. In less than 3 minutes, Vegeta was knocked unconscious. The invincible Vegeta had fallen once more. Zabo clutched the barely conscious Vegeta, declaring, it is not yet time to end your life. Once you reveal the location of the Dragon Balls, then you may await your demise. Meanwhile, under the guidance of Tien Shinhan, Piccolo and the others finally beheld a stone pillar-shaped peak in the distance. Tien Shinhan pointed at the pillar, exclaiming, this is it. This is where the Grand Elder resides. Perched atop the pillar was a massive dwelling characteristic of Namek. The group hovered above the house, and Tien Shinhan smiled, saying, the Grand Elder is within that house. Son Gohan expressed concern, remarking, building the house in such a conspicuous location, it's merely a matter of time before it is discovered. I see it. However, Tien Shinhan remained silent, descending directly beside the house, prompting Piccolo and the others to follow suit. Chapter 28. The Super Namekian? Shortly after Piccolo and the others landed, the door of the house swung open automatically. A Namekian, strikingly similar to Piccolo, emerged. It's Brother Naru. Are you all alright? Tien Shinhan exclaimed joyfully. Son Gohan glanced between Naru and Piccolo, astonished. Uncle Piccolo, this Namekian bears an uncanny resemblance to you. Even Piccolo himself felt a moment of disorientation at the sight of Naru. This Namekian seemed to be carved from the same mold. Yet, Naru exhibited no surprise. Addressing Tien Shinhan, you have arrived just in time. The Grand Elder is aware that you are on your way. Guests, the Grand Elder has already grasped the general situation. Tien Shinhan stepped forward, asserting, indeed, the Grand Elder already knows. Krillin chimed in, then we need not say anything further. Naru nodded, inviting, please, come inside. The Grand Elder wishes to meet you. Every day, Tien Shinhan pondered why the Elder did not leave this perilous place. Given that he was already aware of the current circumstances, Nailu shook his head gently, explaining that the elder, being advanced in years, understood that his time was limited and thus chose to remain here under my protection. Tien, somewhat taken aback, had heard of the elder's declining health but did not expect him to be so close to his end. Very well, follow me, Nailu said, turning and entering the house. Son Gohan observed Nailu and remarked to Piccolo, Uncle Piccolo, his energy is incredibly strong. It was vastly superior to that of the other Namekians on this planet. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Yes, it's almost on par with my strength when I first arrived on Namek. The group followed Nailu into the dwelling, where they beheld the great elder of Namek at the top of the room. Krillin and Son Gohan were astonished. How grand! Nailu offered a slight bow and announced, Elder, these are the guests you wish to meet. The elder, eyes closed, welcomed them. You must be the Earthlings and Saiyans. I thank you for assisting my child, Tien. It was but a trivial matter, Piccolo replied modestly. The elder spoke with a tinge of sorrow. Alas, due to those villains, all my children have been slain. It is a bitter fate. They seem to have come for the Dragon Balls. Son Gohan nodded in agreement. The elder coughed lightly and continued. The Dragon Balls symbolize the wisdom and strength of the Namekian people, yet I never anticipated such calamity would befall us. Upon hearing this, Piccolo felt a pang of guilt. Admitting, this is my fault. I was recognized on Earth as a Namekian, which has brought about this unwarranted disaster. At this revelation, the elder opened his eyes and scrutinized Piccolo, exclaiming in astonishment, You are the child of Kakarot. How remarkable! I never imagined you would safely reach Earth. It stands to reason that with your talent and intellect, you, among our Namekian prodigies, could surely create Dragon Balls, correct? For the first time, Piccolo learned his parents' names and, after a moment of silence, replied, Regrettably, I did not create the Dragon Balls. Aside from combat, I possess no other skills. Upon hearing this, the elder closed his eyes, as though delving into Piccolo's past. With a sigh, he lamented, So that is how it is. Why must there be division? The complete Namekian essence lies in unity. Child, your current power is but a fraction of your true potential. Piccolo was momentarily taken aback. He understood that merging with Kame would significantly enhance his strength. Yet he had not anticipated such a considerable increase. The elder looked at Piccolo and asked, Child, may I witness your memories? Without hesitation, Piccolo stepped forward, allowing the elder to place his hand upon his head. Soon, the elder withdrew his hand and spoke, Though I cannot restore your innate talent of unity, I can impart other knowledge to you. Child, are you willing to learn? Piccolo nodded. The elder continued, Then, take this. He handed Piccolo the Dragon Ball from his forehead. Please ensure that the malevolent extraterrestrial does not use the Dragon Balls to make wishes. I implore you. Krillin took the Dragon Ball from Piccolo and nodded, saying, We understand. This time, we have come to aid Namek. Thank you, Kadaz's child. Please wait a moment while I unlock the potential of the other two. With that, Krillin and Son Gohan stepped forward. Is it truly possible to unlock potential? I have been training diligently. Krillin expressed his curiosity. The elder placed his hand upon his head, and in an instant, a formidable energy emanated from his being. Upon arriving on Namek, Krillin's battle power had seen little change, but this time, it surged from 35,000 to 70,000, an astonishing doubling of his strength. This power, Krillin marveled in disbelief at his newfound might. All right, let us move on to that, child. Son Gohan stepped forward as well. Child, your potential is truly immense. Even I can only unlock a portion of it. The elder was visibly impressed by Son Gohan's capabilities. Thank you, Son Gohan replied with great courtesy. Subsequently, an even more potent aura enveloped the room as Son Gohan's battle power soared to 100,000. Yet, the elder shook his head, stating, This is the utmost I can achieve for now. Child, ensure your potential is utilized wisely. Son Gohan nodded in agreement. Finally, it was Piccolo's turn. Kadaz's child, I shall impart all my knowledge and abilities unto you, but this will require more time, so you must remain here, the elder instructed. Piccolo nodded, realizing that with the elder having unlocked Krillin and Son Gohan's potential, he too could become significantly stronger. Krillin, Gohan, you should return with the Dragon Balls. It is safest to keep them with Wukong. I will stay here to develop my potential, Piccolo declared. Krillin and Son Gohan nodded. Uncle Piccolo, we shall take our leave. With that, the two soared towards the location of Wukong and Bulma, carrying the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Vegeta was brought back to Frisia's spaceship by Zarbon. Having been thoroughly beaten, Vegeta lay unconscious in the healing chamber. Frieza gazed at the incapacitated Saiyan with a smile, saying, "Well done, Zarbon. This way, I shall learn the whereabouts of the remaining Dragon Balls from Vegeta." Zarbon quickly affirmed, "All thanks to your wise leadership, Lord Frieza." As they conversed, they made their way to the room containing the Dragon Balls, completely unaware that Vegeta's eyes had suddenly opened within the healing chamber. Chapter 29. The team that changed Gohan's life. Once Zarbon and Frieza had departed, Vegeta opened his eyes. It must be said, Frieza's healing technology was truly remarkable. Even in a near-death state, Vegeta could be restored in a short span of time. "Huh!" Vegeta exclaimed, looking at the Frieza Force soldiers before him. And with a burst of energy, he shattered the healing chamber while eliminating the guards stationed there. Vegeta, clad in tattered garments, stood triumphantly upon the head of a Frieza soldier, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Ha, you have underestimated my recovery speed," he declared. "Soon, the Dragon Balls will be mine." With that, he unleashed a barrage upon the healing chamber, a move that Frieza and Zabo had not anticipated. After all, who could foresee that Vegeta would recover so swiftly? "Curse that Vegeta. Zabo, hurry," Frieza urged as both he and Zabo raced towards the healing room. However, upon opening the door, they were met with an empty chamber, save for the destroyed healing apparatus and the lifeless bodies of Frieza's soldiers. Zabo's gaze fell upon the gaping hole, and he seethed. "Damn it, he has fled outside." "What? Quick, pursue him," Frieza shouted in frustration. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Vegeta observed the two with delight. "Excellent, Frieza is here as well," he thought, sprinting towards the room where the Dragon Balls were concealed. "Ha!" Vegeta laughed heartily at the sight of the Dragon Balls within the chamber. Without a moment's hesitation, he pierced through the spaceship's hull. This singular energy blast made it painfully clear to Zabo and Frieza that they had been deceived. "Bad news, Lord Frieza. Vegeta's target is the Dragon Balls." Zabo realized with alarm. "Damn that Saiyan. We must return." Frieza, though furious, kept his wits about him as he and Zabo raced back to the room containing the Dragon Balls. Yet, it was too late. Vegeta had already tossed all 5 Dragon Balls out through the breach he had created. By the time Zabo and Frieza arrived, Vegeta and the Dragon Balls had vanished without a trace. It was, without doubt, Vegeta's most cunning maneuver to date. Enraged, Zabo flew out, exclaiming, "Damn that fiend. Lord Frieza, I shall pursue him." "Zabo, go? That scoundrel cannot have gone far with the Dragon Balls. Bring both him and the Dragon Balls back to me." Though Frieza was consumed by anger, he maintained his composure. "Yes," Zabo responded, fueled by fury as he took flight. However, this time, Zabo was not so fortunate. Even after transforming, he was swiftly defeated by Vegeta. Resurrected from the brink of death, Vegeta's power soared to 32,000, instantly surpassing Zabo's strength. "What a fool. Our Saiyan lineage grants us immense power upon recovery from near death. Zabo, your demise was not in vain," Vegeta remarked, gazing at the remnants of Zabo's obliteration. "Now, I possess 6 Dragon Balls. Just one more, and I shall fulfill my wish for immortality." He chuckled, unable to suppress his laughter. On board Frieza's spaceship, the remaining soldiers reported, "Lord Frieza, we have just received word from the Ginyu Force. They are currently en route through the 9035 sector and should arrive shortly." Upon hearing the report, Frieza's mood lightened somewhat. "I see, they will be here soon. Fortunately, it seems that nothing has transpired. It appears Vegeta has not yet gathered all the Dragon Balls. Remember this. Once the Ginyu Force brings forth their combat power detector, no matter where you hide, I will find each of you one by one. Cursed little insects." Frieza uttered the most ruthless words in the gentlest tone. On Son Wukong's side, Krillin and Gohan had returned to the cave where Bulma was hiding. Son Wukong sensed the surge of energy from the two and smiled. "Gohan, Krillin, you have both grown considerably stronger." Gohan nodded and replied, "Yes, Uncle Wukong. The Elder can indeed unlock a person's potential. You should have joined us this time." Son Wukong shook his head, refraining from addressing the matter. Krillin produced the Dragon Balls from behind him, and upon seeing the immense Namekian Dragon Ball, Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, "The Namekian Dragon Ball is so enormous." Krillin, hands on his hips, replied, "Indeed. I was quite startled when I first laid eyes on it." However, noticing that Piccolo had not returned, Son Wukong curiously inquired, "Where's Piccolo? Didn't he come back with you?" Gohan responded, "Uncle Piccolo was left behind to receive the Elder's teachings. The Elder said he would impart all that he knows to Uncle Piccolo." Son Wukong chuckled, "That's wonderful. As the only Namekian to survive the last environmental catastrophe, he must possess many unknown skills. At the Elder's residence, Vegeta, guided by his sense of energy, finally arrived. Is this the last surviving Namekian? He pondered as he gazed at the Elder's dwelling. Inside, Piccolo, who was receiving the Elder's knowledge, attempted to rise, but the Elder quickly interjected, Nairu. Go and drive him away. Nairu nodded and stepped out. Indeed, the current Vegeta stood no chance against Nairu. His combat power was a staggering 42,000, while Vegeta's was merely 32,000. Upon seeing Nairu, Vegeta was taken aback, for Nairu bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo. Despite his power increase, Vegeta understood he was no match for Piccolo. Go back, Nairu commanded. Hearing Nairu's words, Vegeta felt a sense of relief, confirming that this Namekian was not Piccolo. Thus, he regained his bravado. Oh, you want me to leave? I see you are seeking trouble. However, at the same moment, Vegeta sensed a formidable energy emanating from within the house. Is this energy from that Namekian? Vegeta was astonished, feeling an unexpected fear within Piccolo's aura. Impossible. How could this Namekian's power surpass mine by such a margin? Wait, where are these energies coming from? Vegeta looked skyward, noticing 5 powerful auras descending from the cosmos. Could these energies belong to the Ginyu Force? Cold sweat dripped down his back as he realized the Ginyu Force's strength was far beyond his own. In Bulma's hiding place, Son Wukong stood up. They are coming. Gohan and Krillin also grew alert, sensing the wicked and potent energy. Could this be Frisia's reinforcements? Chapter 30. The Super Saiyan. Outside Frisia's spaceship, 5 diminutive spacecraft descended near Frisia's vessel. Have they finally arrived? The Ginyu Force. I have awaited your presence for quite some time. Frisia chuckled. He settled into his infantile contraption, gazing at the hatch of the small spacecraft as it opened. The unique insignia emblazoned upon these vessels was unmistakably that of the Ginyu Force. From the spacecraft emerged 5 aliens, each possessing distinct appearances. One was short and entirely green, adorned with 4 eyes. Another was tall, clad in blue, with an elongated physique. A third bore red hair, resembling a human more closely than the others. The fourth had white hair, a deep crimson complexion, and a medium build. In the center stood a figure with 2 horns, a purple hue, and a head marked by deep furrows. These 5 individuals were none other than the Ginyu Force. They landed before Frisia and commenced their performance. Requiem, Berta, Jeez, Guldo, Jinyu. Assemble. The Ginyu Force. Their display left Frisia blushing, as their art form was remarkably ahead of its time. Cold sweat beaded on Frisia's brow, his words faltering. I have awaited you for long. Even Frisia found himself stammering. Such was the prowess of the Ginyu Force. Thank you for your efforts. I have been eagerly anticipating this. Upon hearing this, the Ginyu Force adopted a serious demeanor. We are grateful for your esteemed favor. Please inform us of our mission. Ginyu, as the captain, spoke directly. That traitor Vegeta has stolen the Dragon Balls I had collected. Upon uttering these words, the 5 members of the Ginyu Force activated the new combat power detectors affixed to their heads. Teach him a proper lesson and bring him back, alive. I demand he reveal the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. At that moment, Vegeta, fearing the Ginyu Force, was hastily flying towards Son Wukong and his companions, of course, not forgetting to carry the Dragon Balls with him. Jinyu remained calm. It is a trivial matter. Our detectors have already pinpointed Vegeta's location. He is moving swiftly not far from here. At this, Jinyu paused. Frisia inquired, what is it? He is heading towards a trio of locations with formidable combat power. 3. Frisia pondered. It must be those pesky brats and their ally who previously interfered with me. They are indeed in league with Vegeta. What shall we do? Eliminate them. I understand. Let the game commence. Jinyu grinned. Jeez handed a box to Frisia. Lord Frisia, the detector you requested is inside this box. Frisia donned the detector. Much appreciated. Without further ado, the Ginyu Force surged forth towards Vegeta. Vegeta aimed to reach Son Wukong first. Hey, come out, Kakarot. I know you are inside. Vegeta called anxiously. Hearing Vegeta's voice, Son Wukong calmly emerged. Vegeta, is it you? Why have you come here instead of fleeing for your life? What a jest. Kakaskaka, I am aware that the final Dragon Ball lies in your possession. I possess 6 Dragon Balls, and with yours, we shall have 7. Grant me the wish of immortality. I shall protect you all. You must have sensed the formidable energy surrounding us. Vegeta is genuinely agitated, having spoken so fervently in one breath. Observing the distressed Vegeta, Son Wukong calmly inquired, "Why should I collaborate with you? Although these foes may appear powerful to you, they are but mere minions to me. Aside from Frieza, I hold no concern for the others." Upon hearing Son Wukong's words, Vegeta assessed his energy and discovered it to be boundless. "Impossible. Kakaskaka, have you perhaps ascended to the status of a Super Saiyan?" Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Son Wukong chuckled, "Super Saiyan? I am still far from that." As they spoke, Son Gohan and Krillin emerged, clutching the Dragon Balls. Upon seeing the final Dragon Ball, Vegeta felt an urge to seize it, but sensing he could not overpower them, he refrained. Just then, the Jinyu Force arrived. Swiftly, the 5 members of the Jinyu Force materialized before Son Wukong and his companions. Bulma had long since evacuated. Son Wukong would never allow the battle to endanger her. Seeing Vegeta, Jinyu taunted, "Ah, Vegeta, it has been quite some time." The tone carried a hint of derision. Unfortunately for Vegeta, his fury left him powerless. He simply could not match Jinyu's strength. How infuriating, just a hair's breadth away. Vegeta lamented, "Kakaskaka, you have jeopardized our mission." Son Wukong regarded Vegeta with exasperation. The Jinyu Force paid no heed to Son Wukong and his allies, their focus solely on Vegeta. "Could it be that the object behind you is the Dragon Ball?" Jinyu directed his gaze at Vegeta. "Moreover, the one in the hands of that little bald one as well," Rikom added. "Yes, a total of 7. I am certain Lord Frieza will be most pleased." "For now the Dragon Balls are complete," Jinyu remarked with a grin. "Now, Vegeta, hand over the Dragon Balls." Jinyu extended his hand. Vegeta, filled with rage, retorted, "These are hard-earned treasures. I would never relinquish them so easily." At his words, Guldo stepped forward, but Rikom restrained him, stating, "Hold on, Guldo. You have yet to secure your prey. Do not act rashly." "Very well, Vegeta, relinquish the items. However, even if you do, I shall not spare you," Vegeta declared defiantly. "Even if I cannot possess them, I shall not allow Frieza to have them." With that, Vegeta unleashed his energy toward the 6 Dragon Balls behind him. But in the blink of an eye, all 7 Dragon Balls, including the one in Krillin's grasp, had materialized around Guldo. Gasping for breath, Guldo held one of the Dragon Balls tightly. What? How is this possible? This astonishing turn of events left all present, save for Son Wukong, utterly astounded. Is this what they refer to as a pause in time? Although Son Wukong was somewhat astonished, he had anticipated this moment, thus his surprise was tempered. Is the legend true? Vegeta regained his composure. What legend? Krillin inquired with curiosity. It is said that Guldo possesses the ability to halt time in an instant. Vegeta elucidated. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan and Krillin appeared to understand at last. Chapter 31, Goku arrives. Ah, that explains it. No wonder his energy is so feeble. Yet he can join a team with such formidable power. Son Gohan spoke candidly, revealing an undeniable truth. However, Guldo was not particularly pleased with this remark. "You brat. What are you saying?" "Enough, Guldo." After offering some consolation, Jinyu continued, "That little brat is quite boastful. It is now your turn. We shall take great pleasure in you." Jis chimed in, though it is important to note that this pleasure does not entail mere head pats or lifting you up. Jinyu began assigning tasks, stating that he would handle Vegeta, while the remaining 3 should decide amongst themselves through a game of rock, paper, scissors. At this, the other members of the Jinyu Force were displeased. "What? This isn't fair. Captain Jinyu, you always take the spotlight. This is unacceptable. Captain, such behavior clearly indicates a lack of regard for Son Wukong and the others." Vegeta was infuriated, yet chose to remain silent. "Well then, I will report to Lord Frieza and take the Dragon Balls back. The rest is up to you," Jinyu remarked with resignation. "Hooray. I feel so honored," Jinyu declared proudly. "Long live the captain." The group then proceeded to play rock, paper, scissors. Son Wukong remarked in disbelief that they truly did not regard them as a threat. "Uncle Wukong, I am so eager to defeat them. What should I do?" Son Gohan could hardly contain his frustration. In the end, it was Riku who won the game, exclaiming joyfully, "Excellent. Vegeta is mine." Guldo expressed his dissatisfaction, commenting, "Are those 2 little dwarfs?" "That works too." Jis, with a cheerful demeanor, declared, "I am the remaining one." Jinyu chuckled, preparing to take flight with the 7 Dragon Balls. However, Son Wukong made his move. In an instant, as Jinyu took off, Son Wukong appeared above him with remarkable swiftness, delivering a powerful elbow strike that sent Jinyu crashing to the ground. Thud. "What? Captain, such speed." I didn't even see it. The members of the Jinyu force were thrown into disarray. The Dragon Balls rolled away, as Sun Wukong looked down upon the Jinyu force members with disdain. Did I ever say you could leave? Sun Wukong spoke coldly. Though his elbow strike had brought Jinyu down, it did not inflict any real damage. Jinyu rubbed his back as he got up, glaring at Sun Wukong with anger. I was gracious enough to give you some dignity. Yet you clearly have no interest in it. Jeez, take care of him for me. Witnessing Jinyu's fury, Jeez felt a twinge of apprehension. He had not even registered Sun Wukong's earlier strike. Yes, Captain Jinyu. Jeez promptly replied. Meanwhile, a spaceship was descending from the sky. It is none other than the second batch of warriors from Earth. Sun Wukong, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu. The hatch of the spaceship opened with a hiss, and the group emerged clad in new attire. This is planet Namek, but it appears no different from Earth. Yamcha rubbed his forehead while gazing at Namek. Kaiatsu floated gracefully in midair, marveling at the absence of gravity. It felt just like Earth. Sun Wukong closed his eyes to sense the energy of Namek. It seems that Goku and the others are engaged in battle. We should hurry over, Sun Wukong declared. Yes. Let us also demonstrate the results of our training over the past 3 months, Tien Shinhan added as he flexed his wrists. Onward. The four of them erupted with energy and soared towards Goku's location. As Sun Wukong and his companions landed, Goku and the others immediately sensed their presence. This power, it's our father's, Gohan exclaimed with delight. It's Wukong. Krillin chuckled. Not only did Goku and his companions perceive their arrival, but the scouters worn by the Jinyu force also registered their formidable energy levels. Captain Jinyu, for individuals with immense power are approaching us at great speed, Buldo exclaimed urgently. Looking at the readings on his scouter, Jinyu remained unfazed, declaring, they must be their allies. No matter, let us first eliminate these individuals before dealing with the newcomers. Berta stepped forward, boasting, allow me to take care of this. I am the fastest in the universe and can certainly dispatch them in no time. Goku turned to Krillin, saying, this fellow is yours to handle. Vegeta glared at Goku, fuming. Kakarot, are you sending your friend to his doom? Goku crossed his arms, retorting, Vegeta, you underestimate Krillin far too much. Upon hearing Goku's words, Krillin stepped forward without a hint of fear. It must be noted that the height differential between the nearly 2-meter-tall Berta and the 1.5-meter-tall Krillin was rather stark. Oh, is the first to meet his end going to be you, little runt? Berta boasted confidently. Krillin assumed the classic turtle school fighting stance, declaring, the one meeting his end will certainly be you. With that, Krillin unleashed his battle power. 40,000, 50,000, 60,000, 70,000. Guldo stared in shock at his scouter. Impossible. This little runt's power level has soared to 70,000. None of us can match him, except for Captain Jinyu. Rikum was equally astounded. You must be mistaken. How can that be? My power level is only 45,000. Berta exclaimed, horrified, with a disparity of 25,000. There's no point in fighting. Jinyu activated his scouter, confirming the reading, 70,000. Guldo, you and Berta take him on together. Jinyu commanded urgently. One alone could never hope to match Krillin. Very well. Guldo showed no hesitation and advanced. Oh, 2 of you are coming at me? This could be interesting, Krillin remarked. Unfazed. In his perception, Gi's possessed a fighting prowess slightly superior to Bart's, yet it remained limited. Gi's combat power stood at 47,000, making him the strongest member aside from Jinyu. Both Bart and Gi's, fully aware of Krillin's formidable strength, nonetheless assumed their battle stances. With a fierce shout, Krillin charged forward, instantly appearing before Bart, the so-called fastest in the universe. What? How could he be so swift? Though Bart was taken aback, he quickly reacted, launching a kick at Krillin. Krillin deftly sidestepped Bart's attack, bringing his fists together to strike forcefully at Bart's abdomen. However, Gi's rushed in to provide support. Feel my energy wave. A crimson energy sphere spiraled towards Krillin. Chapter 32, Superpower Krillin, undaunted by the incoming energy attack, swung his right fist and effortlessly deflected the red energy blast. Boom. The energy sphere crashed onto Namek, creating a massive crater in the ground. No, it cannot be. He deflected my attack with a single hand. Gi stared in astonishment as Krillin approached him slowly. Seizing the opportunity, Bart swiftly maneuvered behind Krillin, delivering a powerful elbow strike aimed at Krillin's head. Krillin, however, calmly extended a single finger, easily intercepting Bart's assault. What? Bart, using all his strength, found he could not budge Krillin's finger. With a forceful push, Krillin sent Bart's arm flying aside and executed a sweeping kick, instantly knocking Bart to the ground. Seeing Bart defeated, G.I.'s felt a surge of urgency and rushed forward to assist, but before he could reach Krillin, Krillin was already one step ahead. Thud! Krillin's fist connected squarely with Gi's face, sending him crashing to the ground, blood gushing from his nose. Both Rickham and Jinyu grew anxious upon witnessing G.I.'s and Bart falter. Captain Jinyu, let me join in, Rickham implored. Jinyu nodded in agreement. Rickham shouted, charge. Yet, as he took flight, he was promptly sent tumbling back by a kick from Gohan. A 2-on-1 battle was already disgraceful, and now they sought to make it 3-on-1. Gohan fumed. Damn, how could this little brat possess such immense power? Rickham, blood trickling from his mouth, hit the ground hard. Jinyu swiftly activated the power level scanner, which revealed an astonishing reading of 100,000 for Gohan. 100,000. Rickham was left dumbfounded. That level of power nearly matched that of his captain, Jinyu. Wait, more individuals are arriving. Moreover, they too wield tremendous power. Jinyu's scanner flickered wildly as he observed 4 figures soaring from the horizon. With a whoosh, the 4 figures landed gracefully, surveying their surroundings. Oh, Krillin, you've grown stronger. Goku greeted Krillin with a smile. Gohan, you too. In such a short time, you've become remarkably powerful. Tien Shinhan also gazed at Son Wukong. But where is Piccolo? Yamcha inquired with curiosity. The 4 of them had arrived. Each exuded an air of composure, displaying an effortless demeanor. Moreover, a formidable aura radiated from each of them. Vegeta stared in disbelief at Son Wukong and the others. Impossible. Why? I am a Saiyan prodigy. How can the energy of these Earthlings surpass mine? Jinyu, too, observed the battle power scanner. 70,000. Yamcha, 85,000. Tien Shinhan, 60,000. Zhaozi, 90,000. Son Wukong, impossible. Their average battle power is significantly higher than that of our Jinyu force. How can this be? Jinyu looked at Son Wukong and his companions in disbelief. The strength of Krillin, Son Gohan, and Son Goku had already exceeded his expectations, and he had not anticipated such reinforcements, each more powerful than the last. Jinyu Captain, what should we do? Rickham asked nervously. Although he was arrogant, he did not believe he could contend with such formidable opponents. Jinyu's face darkened as he remained silent. The thought of escaping was utterly absurd. Son Goku was hovering above, and attempting to flee would surely result in the first wave of attacks. Zhaozi, observing Guldo, felt an uncanny sense of camaraderie. Tien Shinhan noticed Zhaozi's fixation on Guldo and asked, Zhaozi, what's wrong? Tien Shin, this alien seems to possess super abilities as well. Zhaozi pointed at Guldo. Tien Shinhan appeared slightly surprised. Really? Wukong, is he also an enemy? Son Goku nodded. Indeed, they are part of Frieza's Jinyu force, here to seize the Dragon Balls. Zhaozi grinned. Then I'll take care of this little fellow. I want to see how my super abilities compare. Everyone had no objections, but Guldo was drenched in sweat. What a joke. A monster with a battle power of 60,000. How could I possibly be his opponent? Guldo's mind was in turmoil. Nevertheless, Zhaozi disregarded Guldo's thoughts and flew directly in front of him. Zhaozi unleashed all his energy in a single breath. The fierce energy sent Guldo flying. Monster, Dodon Ray. Zhaozi initiated the Dodon Ray, eager to test the extent of Guldo's super abilities. He was well aware that if Guldo were indeed a super ability user, he could not be so easily defeated. As expected, the moment Zhaozi attacked, Guldo began to hold his breath. In an instant, from Guldo's perspective, the entire world seemed to freeze, and Zhaozi's Dodon Ray was merely a fist's distance from his forehead. Had Guldo hesitated even slightly, he would have undoubtedly been pierced through. Guldo's sweat increased as he hurriedly ran in another direction, then opened his arms, preparing to retaliate with a Dodon Ray of his own. But just as he looked to the spot where Zhaozi had aimed the Dodon Ray, he discovered that Zhaozi was no longer there. Where did he go? Guldo was gripped by panic. These extraterrestrials could not ascertain the enemy's position through their senses and were compelled to rely solely on their sight. After a prolonged search with his 4 eyes, Guldo finally discerned the location of Dumpling, who was hurtling toward the very spot where he had just been. Just as Guldo contemplated a counterattack, He found himself unable to restrain his breath any longer. No, this is untenable. He had to inhale, and as he exhaled, the world resumed its normal pace. Boom! A shock wave erupted, striking the distant rocks and obliterating a small hill into dust. Such rapid speed. Did he just teleport? At that moment, Dumpling was unaware of Galudo's abilities and presumed that Galudo possessed a speed that surpassed his own. Uncle Dumpling, Gohan shouted, Galudo's ability is time manipulation. Upon hearing this, Dumpling was momentarily taken aback. The power to halt time was indeed formidable. However, if Galudo could pause time, why did he not attack him earlier? There must be a significant flaw in that ability. With this realization, Dumpling was struck by inspiration. He unleashed his energy, creating multiple afterimages in midair, and charged directly at Galudo on the ground. Chapter 33. The Tragic Fate of the Ginyu Force. Damn it! How can he be so fast? My eyes can't keep up. Galudo exclaimed, astonished as he watched Dumpling flashing through the air. As Dumpling drew closer, Galudo's four eyes struggled to keep track, and he took a deep breath. Stop! In an instant, the familiar sensation of time suspension enveloped him once more. This time, Galudo was even more terrified. Dumpling's fist was already in motion. If he hesitated for even a second longer, it would land squarely upon him. In a panic, Galudo rolled away, terrified to retaliate against Dumpling. When Galudo finally allowed time to flow again, Dumpling was not enraged by his missed punch. Instead, he smiled. Just as I suspected, extraterrestrial. Your time manipulation may be powerful, but it has a fatal flaw. During the suspension of time, you cannot attack, can you? Dumpling proclaimed confidently. This revelation considerably diminished the potency of the ability, reducing it to a mere escape tactic. Hearing Dumpling's words, Jinyu's expression grew darker. Damn it! Galudo's ability has been seen through. Jinyu sensed a foreboding as he looked at Galudo. Upon hearing Dumpling's assertion, Galudo felt a profound sense of despair. Even if you know, what can you do? I still have my ultimate technique. Behold my binding technique. With that, Galudo made a gesture with both hands, and in an instant, Dumpling felt himself ensnared by a strange force. This ability is immobilization. Dumpling was astounded. He had not anticipated that someone else in this world possessed an identical superpower. Seeing Dumpling motionless, Galudo reveled in his triumph. How about that? You can't move now. This is my signature skill. How shall I torment you? Garudo exclaimed, sharpening a large tree with his supernatural abilities, laughing arrogantly. No matter how formidable your combat prowess, you shall ultimately perish beneath my might. However, to his astonishment, neither Jiaozi nor Sun Wukong displayed any signs of anxiety. Even Tien Shinhan regarded Garudo with an expression of bemusement. Perplexed, Garudo hurled the massive tree, shouting, "Die!" Yet, what transpired next left Garudo in utter disbelief. Jiaozi effortlessly raised 2 fingers and seized the pointed tip of the thrown tree. With a decisive force, he obliterated the tree into splinters. Impossible. My binding technique failed to restrain your movements. Garudo stared incredulously at Jiaozi. Jiaozi retorted, as a fellow wielder of supernatural powers, are you not aware that when the disparity in energy surpasses a certain threshold, such abilities become entirely ineffective? With that, he extended one hand towards Garudo, declaring, allow me to demonstrate what true binding technique entails. In an instant, an invisible force ensnared Garudo's body, rendering him incapable of even holding his breath. Every muscle within him fell under Jiaozi's complete control. With a tinge of disappointment, Jiaozi remarked, I had anticipated that your powers might inspire me. Yet I find you utterly weak. It is time to conclude this battle. Ding wave. This time, the attack unerringly pierced through Garudo's skull. Boom. Garudo exploded, leaving no trace behind. Curse it. Garudo has been vanquished. Kinu seethed with rage upon witnessing Garudo's demise. Not only he, but also Riku, Berta, and Jisoo glared at Jiaozi with fury. However, Riku made a particularly damning statement. Damn it, with Garudo dead, our Ginyu Force's appearance is ruined. Upon hearing this, even Krillin, engaged in a battle with Berta and Jisoo, nearly stumbled in disbelief. Was he truly lamenting this? It seemed he held no regard for Garudo as a comrade. Yamcha, incensed by Riku's words, stepped forward and cried out, You foolish giant! How dare you speak of your ally in such a manner? Realizing he could not defeat Sun Wufan, Riku opted to shift his focus and charged at Yamcha instead. Riku's charge. Enveloped in crimson energy, Riku aimed to obliterate Yamcha. Yet, Yamcha stood undaunted, unleashing his own energy with a shout. Just what I was waiting for. With that, he bellowed, Solar Fist. Riku, focused solely on his charge, was utterly unprepared for Yamcha's counterattack. In an instant, his vision was eclipsed. Seizing the opportunity, Yamcha shouted, Wolf Fang Fist. This technique, honed over more than a decade, had reached perfection. Striking Riku was akin to battering a punching bag. With a flurry of blows, Yamcha shattered Riku's battle attire to pieces. Sun Wukong, astonished, had not expected Yamcha's combat prowess to have grown so formidable. Is this still the renowned Yamcha, the one who was once expelled from the realm of great paintings? After an onslaught of relentless attacks, Rikumu found himself battered and bruised, seething with rage at the audacity of his opponent to employ such despicable tactics. Yamcha, observing Rikumu's plight, retorted with a cold smirk, Despicable? It is merely your own carelessness. With a furious strike, Rikumu unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Yamcha. Yet, Yamcha stood unwavering, deftly deflecting each attack with graceful movements. Too slow. Such feeble assaults pose no threat to me. Allow me to demonstrate what true offense entails. With a thunderous roar, Yamcha seized his wrist with his left hand and conjured a colossal energy sphere above his right hand, exclaiming, Energy Blast. With a flick of his wrist, the massive orb soared towards Rikumu. However, its velocity was lacking, allowing Rikumu to evade with ease. He scoffed at Yamcha, mocking the absurdity of such an attack after a lengthy preparation. Nevertheless, unbeknownst to Rikumu, Yamcha subtly redirected the energy blast, sending it hurtling towards Rikumu's rear. Jinyu, witnessing this turn of events, urgently warned Rikumu, Watch your back. Startled, Rikumu turned just in time to see the enormous energy sphere barreling towards him. Jinyu's warning had come too late. Damn it, was all Rikumu could utter before being engulfed by the energy blast. Boom. Rikumu was utterly obliterated. Only 3 members remained of the Jinyu force. Chapter 34. The Fear of Jinyu. Battle power exceeding 1 million. Upon witnessing Rikumu's effortless demise at the hands of Yamcha, both Bardock and Jesu wore grim expressions. Rikumu's battle power had been comparable to theirs, and now, with his swift defeat, panic set in. How dare you let your guard down while facing me? Krillin seized the opportunity, swiftly appearing behind Bardock and Jesu, delivering a blow to each with equal precision. The impact sent them crashing to the ground, creating 2 deep craters. Cough, cough. Bardock, are you all right? Cough, cough. I'm still standing. The 2 struggled to rise from the depths of the craters, looking up at Krillin hovering above them. It seems we have no choice but to resort to that technique. Bardock. I understand, Jesu. They ascended into the air, unleashing all their energy in a spectacular display of blue and red auras that intertwined. Behold, our red-blue storm. Krillin, observing their fusion, couldn't help but shake his head, feeling as though he were the villain in this scenario. Yet, the combined red-blue storm indeed produced an effect greater than the sum of its parts. The red and blue energy blasts, now infused with each other's essence, surged towards Krillin in a formidable assault. Krillin's eyes widened with intrigue. This was indeed a remarkable technique. However, the users of this power remained somewhat feeble. The red and blue energy orbs intertwined, crackling with arcs of electricity as they hurtled towards Krillin. Taking a deep breath, Krillin unleashed a thunderous roar. The immense white energy burst forth, effortlessly dissolving Geese and Bart's assault as if it were snow meeting fire. Moreover, this eruption of energy disrupted the fusion of Bart and Geese auras, forcibly separating them from their combined state. No, this is impossible. How could he achieve such a feat? He has neutralized our technique solely through his aura. Geese gazed at Krillin, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Krillin smiled at Bart and Geese, declaring that their battle was over and he would no longer delay. King's Fist. In an instant, a layer of crimson energy enveloped Krillin's body, amplifying his power from 70,000 to 140,000. How is this possible? Jinyu stared in disbelief at Krillin's combat prowess, feeling utterly stunned. A battle power of 140,000. My own is merely 120,000. What manner of creature is this? Yet, Bart and Geese had no time to marvel, for Krillin had already closed the distance between them. In a swift motion, Krillin delivered a kick to Bart's chin, rendering him unconscious before sending him careening through the air, completely out of control. Krillin, fueled by rage, pursued him instantly, landing a devastating punch to Bart's neck. A sickening crack echoed as Bart's neck shattered, plunging him into eternal slumber. Observing Bart's lifeless body plummet to the ground, Krillin, with a twinge of kindness, swooped down to catch him. However, this act inadvertently resulted in the complete fracturing of Bart's ribcage. Geese trembled midair. Had Krillin chosen him as the target, he would have met the same grim fate as Bart. Cursed be this formidable opponent. How could I possibly emerge victorious? Geese stood frozen, while Jinyu, on the other hand, was filled with exhilaration. How splendid! If only this were my body. With this thought, Jinyu flew beside Geese, asserting with conviction, "You should retreat. I shall handle this." Upon hearing those words, Geese felt a wave of relief and hastily descended to the ground. Son Goku and his companions cast a glance at Geese, a look so intense it nearly caused him to kneel in fear. As Krillin dispelled the king's fist, he regarded the approaching Jinyu with curiosity, questioning, "What? Planning to switch opponents?" Jinyu's eyes sparkled with admiration as he surveyed Krillin's physique. "I never expected that among you. The strongest would be you," Jinyu remarked, fixing his gaze on Krillin. Though Krillin was uncertain of Jinyu's intentions, he remained undeterred. "Do you wish to battle me?" Son Goku, witnessing the unfolding scene, began to grasp Jinyu's intentions. With a cold smirk, he stealthily retrieved a frog from the water. "Ha! It's nothing. I cannot defeat you. But before I perish, may I witness your full strength? Allow me to die with clarity." Jinyu feigned a grand demeanor, his intentions clear. Krillin was taken aback by Jinyu's unexpected words and cast a surprised glance at him. Nevertheless, he did not decline, for among this group, he certainly did not consider himself the strongest. After all, Son Wukong and Piccolo had yet to make their move. Humph. Let us see you understand the gravity of the situation. Watch closely. Thanks to the Elder's enhancement of his potential, Krillin's base combat power had significantly increased, allowing him to unleash the Kaioken at a much higher multiplier. Initially, on Namek, he could only utilize a 10-fold Kaioken, but now, he was capable of employing a 20-fold Kaioken. However, this time, he opted not to use such a high multiplier. Instead, he roared at a 15-fold Kaioken. Boom! A massive crimson aura erupted from Krillin's body. The very ground of Namek began to tremble. Jinyu's combat power scanner registered Krillin's power skyrocketing. 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, 700,000, 1,000,000 and 5,000. Jinyu was left in a state of shock. He knew that Frieza's combat power stood at 530,000, and even after transformation, it only reached 1,000,000. Now, Krillin's power exceeded even Frieza's transformed strength. How splendid! If I possessed such combat prowess, I could regard Frieza with disdain. In that case, I would become the emperor of the universe. Jinyu even began to fantasize. Not only him, but Son Wukong, Tien, and others were equally astounded. This aura. When did Krillin become so formidable? Tien was left in disbelief, having thought his own combat power of 85,000 was impressive. Yet Krillin's aura surpassed his by more than 10-fold. Vegeta's heart shattered. How could that Earthling become so powerful in such a short time? Am I truly just a waste? Son Gohan, however, smiled brightly, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. Uncle Krillin has mastered the Kaioken to the 15th level." "Kaioken? What is that technique?" Son Wukong inquired curiously. "It's a technique taught to us by Uncle Wukong. I, Uncle Piccolo, and Uncle Krillin can all perform it." Son Gohan replied directly. "By the way, where's Wukong?" Chapter 35. My combat power is 530,000. Moments earlier, Frieza had grown impatient as he awaited developments. Glancing at the combat power detector on his face. Is the Jinyu force truly incapable of handling Vegeta's group? Frieza was taken aback. He was well aware of the Jinyu force's strength, which was formidable even in the vastness of the universe, yet they had failed this time. Frieza, unable to wait any longer, had initially intended to intervene personally when the detector picked up a new energy signature. These signatures belonged to the last of the Namekians? Frieza pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Since the Jinyu force is temporarily unable to retrieve the Dragon Balls, I shall extract the method of using the Dragon Balls directly from the remaining Namekian's lips. With that thought, Frieza soared towards the Elder's location. Meanwhile, the Elder sensed Frieza's approach. It seemed he had discovered their whereabouts and was rapidly closing in. Every day, Tien gazed anxiously at Piccolo and the Elder, who continued to impart their wisdom and knowledge. Suddenly, the Elder halted and called out, Tien, come here. Piccolo remained with his eyes closed, absorbing knowledge. Stepping forward, Tien Shinhan heard the elder's words. Go, Tien Shinhan, pursue your aspirations and assist those you wish to help. Tien Shinhan hesitated, expressing concern, but, enough of this chatter, hurry along. The elder interjected with a cough. Understood, elder. Please, do not pass away. Tien Shinhan exclaimed, hastily exiting the room to join Sun Wukong and the others. The elder kept his hand resting on Piccolo's head, sighing, will I meet my demise? Or will I pass peacefully? Nail observed the elder, a wave of sorrow washing over him. As Frieza approached the elder, he caught sight of Tien Shinhan soaring past. Never mind. I shall not concern myself with that little brat. The crucial matter is discovering how to utilize the Dragon Balls. Frieza remarked dismissively. At that moment, he had no inkling that the Ginyu Force had failed in their mission and had been obliterated. Nail sensed Frieza's presence and spoke. It seems he has arrived. Elder, I will confront him. I entrust this to you, Nail. Piccolo is our last hope as Namekians. The elder said apologetically, fully aware that Nail stood no chance against Frieza. Frieza finally dismounted his hovercraft, addressing Nail. What brings you here? Nail replied, I am Nail. I wish to know how to use the Dragon Balls to fulfill a wish. Frieza, maintaining his politeness, said, I am Frieza, and I seek to achieve a certain wish through the Dragon Balls. How may I utilize them? Return whence you came. Wicked beings are unworthy of wishes. Nail retorted without hesitation. I suggest you remain compliant. I need no justification to end your life. There are 2 others inside, and I shall question them as well. Frieza declared, his murderous intent palpable. Then go ahead and try. However, before we engage in battle, I must inform you that one of them is the Elder of Namek. The Dragon Balls were indeed created by him, and should he perish, so too will the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing this, Frieza appeared taken aback. Oh, with that, he removed his power scouter, unleashing a laser that obliterated the house in front of the Elder. I see, you speak the truth. He is indeed unlike any other Namekian. Elder, you do not intend to share this with me, do you? Yet, will you merely watch him perish? Frieza threatened. As for Piccolo, he had been concealed behind the Elder's massive form, entirely obscured from Frieza's view. Without the scouter, Frieza could not perceive Piccolo's presence. The Elder showed no signs of yielding. Nail was not a weakling. He was the only warrior among the Namekians, unlike the others Frieza had previously slaughtered. Clearly, you will not divulge this information regardless, will you? Frieza stated coldly. The Grand Elder conveyed telepathically to Naru, urging him to buy as much time as possible. Naru, this is crucial. Frieza, harming the Grand Elder serves you no purpose. Let us relocate our battle. Naru shouted. Ha ha ha. I doubt that will transpire, but do as you wish. Frieza, exuding confidence in his prowess, followed Naru without hesitation. The Grand Elder, watching Naru depart, expressed his apologies. I am truly sorry, Naru. You must hold out until Piccolo has fully absorbed my knowledge and experience. How far do you intend to run? This place is sufficient. Frieza called out to Naru, who was flying in the opposite direction. Noticing Frieza's growing impatience, Naru ceased his flight, landing on the ground and discarding his garments. Frieza descended nonchalantly, bemused by the apparent eagerness of the planet's inhabitants to meet their demise. Such a troublesome situation. Naru, unfazed by Frieza's remarks, maximized his energy output. Frieza activated the combat power detector on his forehead, astonished. Impressive. Your power has surged to 42,000. It became evident that Naru, a combat-oriented Namekian, was indeed unlike the others he had encountered. However, allow me to present a figure for your reference, so you may grasp the magnitude of the adversary before you. My combat power stands at 530,000. Upon hearing this, Naru was taken aback, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Fear not. I shall not employ my full strength against you. What? Naru was incredulous at Frieza's audacity. I shall engage you with merely my left hand. Perhaps it will provide me with a modicum of amusement. Naru, incensed, retorted, enough with the nonsense. He then ascended and delivered a ferocious strike aimed at Frieza's neck, intent on cleaving him in two. Yet, Frieza remained unfazed, even tilting his neck to invite the attack. Naru's strike was effortlessly absorbed by Frieza's supple neck. This will not suffice. I extended my neck for you, and this is all you can muster? Well, with a combat power of 42,000, I suppose it is to be expected. With that, Frieza seized Naru's arm with one hand and, with a mere flick, severed one of Neru's limbs. Ah! Neru fell to his knees, howling in agony, drenched in sweat as he gazed at the diminutive yet formidable foe before him. Chapter 36. The Wish of the Day. Observing Neru kneeling before him, Frieza chuckled. I suppose I shall return this arm to you. He tossed the severed limb at Neru's face. Struggling to rise, Neru summoned his energy and bellowed, "Ha!" to everyone's astonishment. A new arm began to regenerate at the sight of his severed limb. How astonishing! Is it truly a race capable of severing limbs and being reborn? However, even if restored to its original form, there is no significant difference, as your combat power has notably diminished. The combat power detector on Frieza's face indicated that Nail's strength had plummeted from 42,000 to 36,000. Restoring his arm had consumed a considerable amount of his stamina. Clearly, he is no match for me, yet he still wishes to continue this battle? I simply cannot comprehend you Namekians. Frieza shook his head. Meanwhile, on the side of Sun Wukong and the others, Sun Wukong was conversing with Sun Wuhong, who was holding a frog in one hand. Oh, Wuhong, what do you intend to do with that frog? Do you plan to eat it? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. Sun Wuhong shook his head. Of course not. This creature serves another purpose. At that moment, Krillin had returned to his original form and stood before Jinyu, declaring, You see my strength now. Depart, and I shall spare your life. To Krillin's surprise, Jinyu burst into laughter. Ha ha, splendid. A truly perfect body. Jinyu gazed at Krillin with avarice, charging energy in his right hand. Krillin, believing Jinyu intended to fight, assumed a combat stance, only to be taken aback as Jinyu erupted into laughter and suddenly thrust his hand towards his own chest. You, my friend, I find utterly delightful. Jinyu's deranged proclamation left Krillin bewildered. What? Who would stab themselves during a fight? The absurdity of the situation was overwhelming. Your perfect body will be mine, Jinyu exclaimed. Now? Exchange. In an instant, a beam of white light shot forth from Jinyu's mouth, aimed at Krillin's body. Krillin, caught off guard, was about to be struck when Sun Wuhong hurriedly threw the frog he was holding. No, wait. Jinyu sensed the impending danger, but it was too late. The beam of light hit the frog, and its soul exchanged bodies with Jinyu's. To Sun Wukong and Vegeta, it appeared as though nothing had transpired. What happened, Uncle Wuhong? Son Gohan inquired, puzzled. Krillin felt his body, discovering nothing had occurred. However, Ji's expression changed dramatically. He understood that Jinyu's exchange had failed. Both Jinyu's and the frog's bodies plummeted to the ground, assuming the frog's position. What is going on? The Jinyu body emitted frog-like croaks and began to leap away, while the remaining frog vanished without a trace. Ji's attempted to flee but was intercepted by Tien and Yamcha, who swiftly subdued him. The Jinyu force had been annihilated. Krillin descended, exhaling in relief. Phew. Thank goodness. Now only Frieza remains. However, upon mentioning Frieza, the expressions of the group turned grave. No. Frieza is engaged in battle with someone else. That energy is from the Namekian who resembles Uncle Piccolo, standing beside the Grand Elder. Son Gohan exclaimed. We must assist him. Sun Wukong responded, his expression shifting with concern. Sun Wukong shook his head and said, Wait, everyone look up. Just then, Tien flew down. Krillin, Gohan. Ah, it's Tien. Krillin exclaimed with a smile. As Tien landed, Sun Wukong curiously asked, Tien, what brings you here? Where's Piccolo? Tien replied, Uncle Piccolo is receiving knowledge from the Elder. He sent me ahead to see if I could assist you. Krillin chuckled, perfect timing. We have gathered all the Dragon Balls. Tien, do you have any wishes? Tien's eyes widened with excitement. Really? That's wonderful. But, he trailed off, looking dejected. Sun Wukong inquired, what's wrong? Tien sighed. I wish for everyone to be revived, but our Dragon Balls can only bring back one person at a time. Hearing this, Son Gohan smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Tien. Our Earth also has a Shenron. We can ask the Earth's Shenron for help. Tien's face lit up. Really? That is fantastic. Sun Wukong turned to his brother. Brother, we need your assistance with this. Sun Wukong nodded. You want me to have King Kai contact him, right? Understood. With that, Sun Wukong shouted, King Kai? I know you're watching. Unable to hide any longer, King Kai responded, Ah, Goku, I am aware of what you said. I will contact the Earth's deity. Sun Wukong beamed. Thanks, King Kai. I'll bring you a gift next time. Sun Wukong then turned to Tien. All right, we just need to wait for King Kai's response. Tien expressed his gratitude. Thank you all. While the atmosphere was cheerful here, Vegeta scoffed and retreated to a corner. In his perception, he realized he could not contend with anyone but Tien. However, at that moment, everyone's expression shifted. That energy, it's Frieza? He is coming this way, Krillin exclaimed, panic rising in his voice. How is that possible? Brother Nappa should be holding him back. Tien replied, equally alarmed. Yet, the reality was stark. Upon sensing the annihilation of the Ginyu Force, Frieza lost interest in toying with Nappa and swiftly defeated him, heading directly towards Son Wukong and the others. Is this Frieza? Such overwhelming power. Son Wukong remarked in shock. Meanwhile, Vegeta felt despair creeping in. With his power reduced to 32,000 due to a near-death experience, he knew he had no chance against Frieza. Here he comes, Son Wukong announced as Frieza slowly appeared atop a nearby cliff. With a furious expression, Frieza looked down at Son Wukong and his companions. You lot did well to eliminate my Ginyu Force. However, his gaze fell upon the Dragon Balls. If you hand over the Dragon Balls, I might consider sparing you. You can even join my ranks, on the condition that you eliminate that traitor, Vegeta. Chapter 37. Frieza transforms. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Son Wukong couldn't help but laugh. Even now, Frieza still harbored dreams of fulfilling his wishes. Don't get ahead of yourself, Frieza. We shall not grant your wishes, Son Wukong declared firmly, pointing at Frieza. Is that so? Then I shall take matters into my own hands. Frieza's expression darkened. At that moment, the Dragon Balls on the ground transformed into stone. Tien, witnessing this scene, collapsed to his knees in despair. No, the others were equally shocked. The Dragon Balls turning to stone signified that their creator had perished. The Elder had died. Tien sobbed as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Frieza's fury intensified. You dare shatter my dreams of immortality into mere illusions. How should I reward you for this? His sinister nature was fully revealed. Son Wukong remained composed. Frieza activated the battle power detector on his face, surprised to find, incredible, each of you surpasses my Ginyu Force. Except for that useless Vegeta. Vegeta felt humiliated. Having been disparaged, Tien and the others sensed the overwhelming aura from Frieza, feeling a sense of hopelessness. So powerful. I am utterly outmatched. Is this truly the Cosmic Emperor? In contrast, Krillin and Gohan exhibited no fear whatsoever. Gohan, let's take them on together, Krillin shouted. Understood, Uncle Krillin, Gohan replied. The two surged with energy. Oh, a battle power of 75,000 and 100,000, quite impressive, Frieza remarked, observing Krillin and Gohan. But wait, Gohan, unleash your full power. 20 times Kaioken. 20 times Kaioken. In an instant, Frieza's battle power detector exploded. Even the latest model could not register the immense power that Krillin and Gohan now possessed. However, Frieza was certain that their battle power exceeded 500,000. Humph, in that case, I can no longer fight you in this form, Frieza stated, regarding Gohan and Krillin. Son Wukong exclaimed, incredible. Gohan and Krillin are even stronger than I am. After all, he could only utilize a maximum of 15 times Kaioken, with a battle power of 90,000, rendering him no match for Krillin and Gohan. Not even Son Wukong, nor Son Wukong's alter ego, could confidently claim victory against Krillin and Gohan, especially if he had not fully mastered the 40 times Kaioken. Tien, Yamchu, Kaiatsu, stay back. The aftermath of this battle may affect you, Son Wukong warned. Understood. The three, recognizing the gravity of the situation, quickly retreated to observe from a distance. Frieza let out a mighty roar, unleashing his own power. Vegeta, witnessing Frieza's actions, shouted, be careful. Frieza is transforming. With that, Frieza began to laugh. Let me show you the true meaning of terror. As his purple aura engulfed him, Frieza's body expanded. He transformed from a diminutive figure into a colossal being, with the spikes on his head becoming more robust. What an astonishing transformation, Son Wukong marveled. Krillin and Gohan sensed the intensity of Frieza's aura and breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Krillin, at this level, we can still handle him. Yes, Gohan. Let us give it our all and defeat him. Meanwhile, Piccolo, having fully absorbed the knowledge and experience of the Elder, opened his eyes. However, by the time he did, the Elder had already passed away. With a touch of sadness, Piccolo bowed to the Elder's lifeless body, vowing, I will use what you have taught me for the proliferation of our Namekian people. A smile adorned the Elder's face, for he had died with hope in his heart. Piccolo closed his eyes to sense the ongoing fierce clash between Krillin and Gohan against Frieza. Gohan, Wait for me. I fear no one now. Filled with newfound confidence, Piccolo believed there was no opponent he could not overcome. With that, he surged forth towards Gohan's location. Along the way, he was momentarily startled upon seeing the severely injured Nail on the ground and quickly descended. Nail. Coughing up blood, Nail looked at Piccolo with a grateful smile. It's wonderful to see you. It seems you have fully absorbed the Elder's teachings. Do not speak. I will heal you. Piccolo knelt beside Nail. No, it is unnecessary. The Elder has passed, and as his guardian, I must follow him. Piccolo, assimilate me as well. Nail gazed at Piccolo resolutely. Let Frieza witness the fury of our Namekian kin. Suddenly, Nail became animated. Piccolo regarded Nail in silence for a moment before placing his hand upon Nail's chest. A flash of white light erupted, and Nail vanished without a trace. In his stead, a more formidable aura enveloped Piccolo. Despite the weight he bore, Piccolo's combat power surged to 2 million. Ha ha ha. I shall not lose. I have mastered the 40 times Kaioken. No matter who my opponent is, I will never be defeated. It cannot be deemed arrogance on Piccolo's part. With his current strength, he could stride through the universe unhindered, even without employing the Kaioken. With unwavering confidence, Piccolo rocketed towards Gohan's position. Gohan, wait for me. Leave it to me. However, at that moment, Gohan was collaborating with Krillin to overpower the transformed Frieza. What? Damn those two brats. How have their combat powers grown so formidable? The transformed Frieza was taken aback. His own power had surged to 1 million. Yet, despite this, he was being pressed by Gohan and Krillin. He failed to consider that Krillin's battle power was 1.5 million, while Gohan's soared to 2 million. How could he possibly contend with their united strength? Enough of this. Krillin descended from the sky, bringing both hands crashing down upon Frieza's head. The impact sent Frieza plummeting from the sky to the ground below. Boom. A deep crater was created upon impact. Incredible. Is this really Krillin? Yamcha gaped in astonishment at Krillin. It has only been 3 months since we last met, yet Krillin has undergone such significant transformation. However, the situation is far from over. The aura emanating from Frieza shows no signs of diminishing. Tien Shinhan exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 38. I am about to show off. The weakest Vegeta lurked at a distance, incredulously observing the fierce battle between Krillin and Gohan against Frieza. That Earthling and Kakarot's son, how could they have grown so formidable? Vegeta felt on the verge of collapse. The menacing energy radiating from Frieza paralyzed him with fear, yet this very Frieza was being overwhelmed by Krillin and Gohan. Frieza abruptly emerged from the deep pit, his body charred, glaring at Krillin and Gohan with fury, cursing, damn brats. However, he quickly regained his composure. I must admit, your strength is indeed impressive, but this is all you possess. Upon hearing this, Krillin and Gohan were momentarily taken aback, surprised that Frieza still had the audacity to boast. Despite witnessing Frieza's disheveled state, they felt a surge of excitement. Victory was within reach. Indeed, I never anticipated such powerful individuals would emerge, yet you cannot possibly be my match. Frieza declared with an air of superiority, crossing his arms. Goku frowned, pondering, what could Frieza be so confident about? Does he have a hidden card? Gohan nodded, speculating. Given his demeanor, it seems he can further enhance his combat abilities. I suspect he may still have transformations left. Another transformation? What an impressive character. Goku exclaimed in shock. While they exchanged words, a formidable energy surged from a distance. It was Piccolo. Wonderful, Uncle Piccolo has arrived. Gohan exclaimed joyfully. Nanny? Frieza was equally astonished at the sight of the approaching Piccolo. In an instant, Piccolo materialized in midair. No, this cannot be. How has that Namekian grown so powerful? His strength surpasses even that of Kakarot's child when he utilized his special techniques. Vegeta sensed the terrifying aura radiating from Piccolo, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Now everyone seemed stronger than him. Piccolo glanced at Frieza, dismissively turning his head. He could sense that Frieza was considerably weaker than he was now. With this level of power, Gohan and Krillin could undoubtedly defeat Frieza. Thus, Piccolo swiftly descended beside the two brothers, smugly addressing Goku, old son. It appears your strength has not improved much in the past 3 months. Goku, sensing Piccolo's energy, replied in surprise, Piccolo, how have you managed to grow so much stronger in just 3 months? Subsequently, Goku turned to Gohan, who shook his head, stating, don't look at me. I'm about on par with you now, equally unable to match Piccolo. Piccolo chose not to dwell further on the issue of strength, recognizing that his newfound power stemmed from the abilities of his Namekian kin rather than rigorous training, which felt somewhat like taking a shortcut. Thus, Piccolo smoothly transitioned the conversation, stating, "It's nothing much. I have learned how to unlock potential from the Grand Elder on Namek. Old son, Wuxing, I shall help you both unlock your potential." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong expressed his astonishment. "That's impressive. Is that truly possible?" Sun Wuxing also marveled. "It seems the Grand Elder has imparted all his knowledge to you, even the ability to unlock potential." Piccolo smiled faintly, asking, "Which of you two shall go first?" Sun Wukong, flexing his wrist, replied, "I shall go first." Piccolo nodded, placing his hand upon Sun Wukong's head, and was instantly taken aback. "Old son, your potential is indeed boundless. I cannot unlock it all at once. I can only reveal a portion. The rest you must uncover yourself." Piccolo was astounded, instantly tempering his previous arrogance, for he sensed that Sun Wukong's potential far surpassed even that of the numerous Namekians he had absorbed. Sun Wukong nodded, saying, "That is splendid," and burst into laughter. Boom! A tremendous force emanated from Sun Wukong's body. What an incredible power! Sun Wukong was taken aback by his newfound strength. Could it be that Kakarot has transformed into a Super Saiyan? Impossible. Vegeta felt as though he were in a dream, overwhelmed by the multitude of shocking events unfolding. With merely a slight unlocking of his potential, Sun Wukong's combat power surged from 90,000 to 3 million, a meteoric rise indeed. Clenching his fists, he gazed at Krillin and the others engaged in battle, confidently declaring, "Even if Frieza can continue to transform, I am certain I can defeat him." Piccolo remained silent. Although Sun Wukong's combat power surpassed his own by a small margin, he understood that with his Kaioken multiplied by 40, he could undoubtedly triumph over the current Sun Wukong. "Wuxing, it is your turn." Piccolo then directed his attention to Sun Wuxing. Sun Wuxing did not hesitate, stepping forward and closing his eyes. Piccolo placed his hand on Sun Wuxing's head, exclaiming, "Your family truly is formidable. Wuxing, your potential surpasses even Wukong." Subsequently, Sun Wuxing felt the energy within him erupt. His combat power also rose to 3 million, and since his previous power was less than Sun Wukong's, the actual increase was even more substantial. Now, Sun Wuxing felt reassured. Even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, the Kaioken multiplied by 40 was sufficient to contend with Frieza at full power. In battles of equal combat power, Saiyans had yet to face defeat. Do you understand what it means to have a battle instinct? As he observed Sun Wuxing grow stronger, Vegeta felt on the brink of collapse. What is happening? How has everyone suddenly become so powerful? Is it possible to mass-produce Super Saiyans? Frieza turned to look at Sun Wuxing and Sun Wukong, instantly struck with shock. Wait a moment, this face. Have I seen it before? How did I not notice their presence earlier? This is the face of the last Saiyan I encountered when I destroyed planet Vegeta. However, in this moment of distraction, Gohan seized the opportunity to exploit the opening. Gohan delivered a fierce punch to Frieza's face, sending him spinning in midair, accompanied by a spout of blood. Damn little brat. I am truly enraged. Frieza fumed. Unfazed, Gohan retorted, "Show me whatever technique you have." Frieza, casting a cold smirk at Gohan, declared, "Do you think victory is assured for you? Allow me to enlighten you. This transformation is far from my full power. I possess 2 more transformations." At this revelation, everyone present was taken aback. What? He still has 2 transformations left. Chapter 39, Frieza's Third Stage. Frieza disregarded the astonished expressions of Gohan and the others, clenching his fists as he shouted, "It has been ages since I transformed like this. Witness my true strength." The very ground trembled around him as he clasped his hands to his chest, his muscles quivering. Long, sharp spikes erupted from his back, his shoulders broadened, and his head began to morph. His previously normal visage transformed into a grotesquely elongated head. At long last, it's time to commence the second phase of our battle. Frieza laughed as he gazed at Krillin and Gohan. How powerful! Krillin exclaimed. In this new form, Frieza's combat power surged to 3 million. Krillin found himself struggling to keep pace with Frieza's speed. In a flash, Frieza appeared before Krillin, thrusting a hand into his abdomen. Blood gushed forth, and Krillin fell from the air without uttering a sound. Uncle Krillin. Krillin. Seeing Krillin gravely injured, Gohan, Goku, and Gohan's fury ignited simultaneously. Oh dear. It seems I may have been a bit too forceful, Frieza remarked, shaking the blood from his hand. You despicable fiend. Gohan erupted with rage. 30-fold Kaioken. Gohan unleashed his full power, his face ablaze with fury, delivering a kick to Frieza's face. Caught off guard, Frieza was sent hurtling away by the sheer force of the blow. But it was not over. Gohan soared above Frieza, channeling energy into his hands. Masenko, a colossal golden energy sphere, struck Frieza with tremendous force. What? Watch as I send it back. Frieza struggled against the energy sphere, attempting to force it back upon Gohan. Yet, with a fierce shout, Gohan intensified his energy output. No, it can't be. With Frieza's anguished cries, the massive energy sphere pressed him down to the surface of Namek. Boom. The tremendous energy carved a deep crater into the ground. Did we defeat him? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated Gohan's sudden surge of power. No, Frieza's energy has not dissipated. Tien shook his head. From the depths of the crater, Frieza emerged, enveloped in black smoke. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, he bore no injuries. Damn Saiyan brat. Now it's my turn. As Frieza erupted in fury and ascended into the air, preparing to charge at Gohan, an unexpected sense of danger suddenly gripped him from behind. Instinctively, he soared upward. Yet he still felt a piercing pain in his tail. What was happening? Glancing down, he saw a yellow, spiraling energy sphere whizzing beneath him. Had he not reacted swiftly enough, that blow might have cleaved him in two. It was the energy blade. To Frieza's astonishment, Krillin, who had just been struck down, stood up unscathed, save for a torn shirt around his abdomen. Impossible. How could this bald-headed boy still be alive? Frieza stared at Krillin in disbelief. Meanwhile, the one who had saved Krillin, Tien, discreetly withdrew into the shadows, well aware of the strategy that dictates one should eliminate the healer first in a battle. Uncle Krillin, are you all right? Gohan sighed with relief, but upon witnessing Krillin's return, the surge of anger that had fueled his power dissipated. Gohan's combat strength plummeted back to 3 million. Just as he was about to re-engage Frieza, Goku's voice rang out. Gohan, let me take over. Although Frieza's previous attack had not killed Krillin, it had ignited Goku's fury. He and Krillin had grown up together since childhood. How could Goku possibly remain calm upon seeing his friend harmed? Dad, Gohan called out to the approaching Goku. Go to Piccolo's side. Let me handle Frieza, Goku declared. Gohan, seeing his father's determination, acquiesced and joined Piccolo. Wow, Uncle Piccolo, you've become so strong, Gohan exclaimed. At this, Piccolo couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Though he had barely settled into his newfound strength before Goku surpassed him again, he believed that with further training, he would not fall short of Goku's prowess. Don't worry, Gohan. Even if Goku isn't a match for Frieza, both I and Goku will step in, Piccolo replied with a grin. In truth, he felt overly confident. Frieza's transformation had merely elevated his power from 1 million to 3 million. Piccolo surmised that Frieza's ultimate form would only boost his strength to 6 million. With that level of power, a single King Kai fist would suffice. Little did anyone anticipate that Frieza's full might would reach a staggering 12 million. Frieza regarded Goku with a curious expression. Without uttering a word, Goku launched himself at Frieza, and in an instant, they exchanged blows countless times, each strike delivered with utmost intensity. The environment of Namek suffered catastrophic destruction, with hills and rivers erupting or evaporating in an instant. The land and vegetation lay in utter ruin, all consequences of the sheer force of their physical clash. How incredible! Both of them are so powerful. If I don't use the King Kai fist, I can barely keep up with their speed. Gohan marveled in awe. As for the others, well, those who are further away from Vegeta are essentially blind to the spectacle, utterly unable to keep pace with the velocity of Goku and Frieza. Frieza, with a single punch, forced Goku back, and then unleashed a furious flurry of energy blasts from his hands. Each fingertip emitted a powerful ki projectile aimed at Goku. However, Goku welcomed the onslaught, dancing his hands in a chaotic ballet, enveloping every incoming energy sphere within his aura, and shouted back at Frieza, I return them all to you. The energy blasts, now devoid of Goku's control, ricocheted back toward Frieza. Frieza was taken aback, frantically waving his hands to counteract his own attack. Boom. The two forces collided, erupting in a cloud of dust that obscured their figures. Frieza, with relentless determination, shot energy beams into the mist. Yet due to his inability to pinpoint Goku's ki, the attacks were effortlessly evaded by Goku, who remained perfectly still. Ah, so that is it. He cannot locate his opponent's energy. With this realization, Goku concocted a strategy in his mind. Chapter 40. Frieza's Final Form. However, before Goku could make a move, Frieza had already circled behind him. Frieza spun around, his hands descending toward Goku. Naturally, Goku would not succumb to such a straightforward assault. He swiftly dodged and resumed the melee with Frieza. Seizing an opening, Frieza grasped Goku's arm and delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing downward. With one hand, he unleashed a ki blast upon Goku. Yet, such an assault felt merely like a tickle to Goku, who effortlessly blocked it with the energy surrounding his body. Not only that, he swiftly maneuvered behind Frieza with lethal precision. Frieza, glancing back, clearly noted Goku's presence. The two struck simultaneously. Thud! Their fists collided, resulting in the shattering of 3 nearby hills. Frieza, utilizing the rebound, vanished into the shroud of dust. Goku landed on the ground, attuning himself to Frieza's energy signature. There. He turned just in time to see Frieza emerge from the water beside him. Without a moment's hesitation, Frieza soared into the air and unleashed an energy cannon at Goku. Goku intercepted the blast with both hands, the force propelling him backward until he crashed into a nearby hill. However, upon leaning against the hill, Goku summoned all his strength and hurled the energy blast skyward. Oh! Frieza gazed at Goku with a hint of surprise. Humph, a mere trifle. Goku regarded Frieza with nonchalance. Don't get too cocky, Saiyan. Frieza retorted as he leaped into the sky once more, firing beams at Goku. Goku executed a nimble jump, evading Frieza's assault. Yet to his astonishment, Frieza launched a relentless barrage of attacks. With unceasing hands, he bombarded Goku with energy blasts. Goku, deftly maneuvering left and right, effortlessly evaded all of Frieza's onslaughts, thanks to his mastery over ki. More formidable than I had anticipated. I am somewhat astonished, Frieza remarked as he observed Goku below. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Son Wukong and the others who were watching the battle. I truly did not expect that within this universe, there would be so many individuals surpassing even Captain Jinyu. However, even if you all join forces, you shall never be my match. Frieza exuded confidence. Is that so? But as of now, the outcome remains undecided. Goku tightened his fists as he gazed at Frieza. Roar! I am aware, I am aware. With that, Frieza, disregarding the principles of combat, launched a surprise attack, unleashing a formidable energy that exploded around Goku. Goku soared directly above Frieza, countering with an even more potent energy. A reciprocal gesture. Frieza did not anticipate that his near-surprise attack would be evaded by Goku, only to be struck down by the force of Goku's energy into the water. Goku was somewhat taken aback, realizing that Frieza had managed to evade his energy blast by submerging underwater. Just then, Frieza burst forth from beneath the surface at an incredible speed, colliding headfirst into Goku's chin, sending him crashing into the depths. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Goku rubbed his chin underwater. Recognizing that Goku had yet to resurface, Frieza understood that his previous strike had not been powerful enough to eliminate Goku, and shouted, "Come out quickly. I know you won't succumb so easily." Underwater, Goku pondered. This rascal is remarkably swift. What method shall I employ to counter him? Since he cannot sense his opponent's position through energy, relying solely on his eyesight, I shall exploit that. Meanwhile, Krillin and Gohan watched anxiously from the surface. Although they could sense that Goku's energy remained constant, the prolonged absence of their father caused them to worry. Why hasn't he dad come up yet? Gohan stared at the water's surface. Indeed, could it be that Goku has lost consciousness? Krillin expressed his concern. You two need to remain calm and focus. Brother's energy has not diminished in the slightest. Son Wukong chided. Upon hearing his words, Krillin and Gohan managed to regain their composure. At that moment, Goku unleashed 2 energy blasts from beneath the water. Attack! They bore a resemblance to Yamcha's spirit ball, but were executed with greater finesse. With a swift gesture, one energy blast shot upward, aimed directly at Frieza in midair. Here it comes. Just as Frieza prepared to retaliate, he realized it was an energy blast and hurriedly dodged to the side. Excellent. Let us fire another. The second energy blast ascended as well. Goku simultaneously soared skyward. This time it is certain. Frieza opened his palms only to find yet another energy blast. Here I am, Goku shouted, kicking Frieza squarely in the face. Boom. Crack. This kick was powerful enough to shatter the very land beneath them. Cough, cough, cough. Spitting out blood, Frieza rose to his feet, slightly adjusting his posture. "Oh, is this merely the extent of my injuries?" Goku remarked with some surprise. "It seems to have had little effect." Gohan was equally astonished. "Do not forget," Piccolo scoffed. "Frieza mentioned he has one final transformation." "Indeed. It must be his energy that has shielded him from significant harm." Krillin realized with a sudden understanding. "Impressive. It appears that this form is inadequate to contend with you." Frieza gazed at Goku, suspended in midair. His battle power in the third form peaked at 3 million. Attempting to harness a more potent force was utterly beyond his reach. "Transform, Frieza? I just heard that you possess one last transformation." Goku shouted. "Humph. No need for you to elaborate. I am indeed about to unveil my final form. Prepare to witness true terror," Frieza proclaimed, clenching his fists. A cacophony echoed, "Ah!" as a purple aura enveloped Frieza, resembling fissures surrounding him. His energy surged, becoming increasingly formidable and malevolent. An unrelenting tempest swirled around Frieza's core. How is this possible? Gohan stared in disbelief at the eye of the storm that was Frieza. Does this guy possess such immense power? Krillin, too, gazed at Frieza in astonishment. The contrast with his previous energy was like night and day. Boom. As the dust settled, a diminutive figure emerged. Unlike the robust build of the second and third forms, Frieza's fourth form appeared almost delicate. Yet, the aura radiating from him unmistakably conveyed his overwhelming strength. Apologies for the wait. I am still acclimating to this state. Chapter 41. Goku's Tenfold Kaioken. Frieza extended his arms, addressing Goku. "Very well. Let us commence the second phase of our battle." As Goku felt Frieza's terrifying energy, he couldn't help but reflect. No wonder Lord Kaioshin forbade us from confronting Frieza directly. He is truly a formidable monster. Nevertheless, Goku outwardly displayed no fear. Assuming a fighting stance once more, Gohan looked at Goku with concern. "Dad." Piccolo replied calmly, "It's fine. While Frieza's power is indeed fearsome, it remains within my control. If Goku falters, I will intervene." Gohan nodded vigorously, reassured by Piccolo's confidence. Goku's brother, Goten, regarded Piccolo, uncertain if he had attained a new transformation. If not, in his perception, Piccolo still fell short compared to Frieza. Frieza slightly shifted his body, a grin spreading across his face. "This is truly my first time feeling such exhilaration. How shall I dispose of you?" In an instant, Frieza appeared atop a small hill, effortlessly manipulating the surrounding stones to orbit above his head. Then, with a single hand, he propelled one of the stones toward Goku. Goku paused momentarily, uncertain of Frieza's intent, yet he deftly evaded the subsequent stone attack. Frieza, crossing his arms, watched Goku dart through the air like a flea, dodging his assaults. A smile gracing his face. Son Wukong, unable to evade the relentless barrage of stones encircling him, seethed with indignation. "Behold my prowess," he declared, unleashing a powerful energy blast reminiscent of princely combat techniques, which obliterated all the stones in an instant. He landed gracefully upon the ground, while Frieza, his expression dark and brooding, remarked, "What an insufferably arrogant individual." With a surge of force, Frieza lifted a small mountain using his energy, hurling it violently towards Son Wukong. Unfazed, Son Wukong stood his ground, catching the mountain effortlessly with both hands. Yet Frieza did not relent, infusing the mountain with his energy, which bore down on Son Wukong, forcing him against the rocky wall behind him. A smile crept across Frieza's face, but in the next moment, Son Wukong cleaved through the mountain and leaped out. Seizing the opportunity, Frieza ascended above Son Wukong, laughing triumphantly. "You've fallen for my ruse." He then confined Son Wukong's body with his energy. "You cannot move." Son Wukong struggled in vain against Frieza's binding force. "Look at your pitiful state," Frieza exclaimed, exerting his strength, sending Son Wukong crashing into the adjacent river with the force of a meteor. The impact resonated like thunder as the water boiled away, creating a vast crater in the riverbed. A deluge of water surged in, engulfing Son Wukong's form. "Wukong!" Krillin shouted in distress at the sight. Son Gohan furrowed his brow, while Son Wuxing and Piccolo remained more composed. Although Frieza's assault was cunning, eliminating Son Wukong was a feat utterly beyond reach. As anticipated, a moment later, Son Wukong erupted from the riverbed in a burst of energy. However, the blow had left its mark. His upper garments were torn asunder, rendering him a sight of disarray. "Phew, That was close. A moment's inattention could have spelled disaster. With that, he soared back to confront Frieza. Noticing the absence of significant injuries on Son Wukong, Frieza paused momentarily, acknowledging, what a formidable opponent. Even I find myself somewhat vexed. The feeling is mutual, Son Wukong replied nonchalantly. Ha, splendid. The warm-up has concluded. It's time to unveil our true abilities. Frieza cracked his knuckles, while Son Wukong nodded in agreement. What? Was that skirmish merely a warm-up for them? Tianjin's astonishment was palpable, even from a distance where he could barely hear the exchange. Yamcha and Kaiatsu trembled in awe as they witnessed the clash of titans. Vegeta, the weakest among them, could only think, monsters. Both are monsters. How has Kakarot attained such formidable strength? Frieza, regarding Son Wukong, inquired, do you prefer aerial combat or ground battles? Ground. Without a doubt, Son Wukong replied. Upon hearing this, Frieza surveyed the surroundings and selected a spacious island below, where the two descended to continue their duel. Son Wukong swiftly discarded his tattered upper garment, leaving only a blue vest, and remarked, how generous of you. Or perhaps you find this all too easy. He chuckled. Do not be deceived by my appearance. I am quite considerate of others. By the way, allow me to extend a truly magnificent offer. Frieza laughed heartily. A magnificent offer? Son Wukong inquired, puzzled. Frieza spread his arms wide and declared, I shall fight you without using my hands. What do you think? Son Wukong shifted his body from side to side and replied nonchalantly, no hands? You are indeed quite generous. Remarkably, he exhibited no signs of anger, maintaining an unwavering composure. Kaioken times 10. Son Wukong erupted with crimson energy, transforming into a bolt of lightning, dashing towards Frieza in an instant. Despite unleashing the Kaioken, Frieza remained unperturbed, casually crossing his arms and effortlessly evading all of Son Wukong's assaults, all the while taunting, your movements are far too sluggish. Regardless of how much Son Wukong accelerated, he could not land a single blow on Frieza. Heh, I am merely utilizing 1/3 of my strength to battle you, Frieza proclaimed, and with a flick of his tail, he struck Son Wukong's face, sending him hurtling away. 1/3 of Frieza's strength equated to 40 million. The combat power of the Kaioken was 30 million. The disparity between the two was as vast as heaven and earth. Son Wukong quickly braced himself against the ground, dissipating Frieza's force, and executed a flip to land gracefully. After wiping the spot where Frieza's tail had struck, he marveled, truly impressive. What incredible speed. No wonder you boast so boldly. Undeterred, Son Wukong charged forward once more, and the two engaged in a relentless clash upon the small island. However, this time, they restrained their power considerably, causing no damage to the island. Yet, the waves of energy radiating from their confrontation were significantly more intense than before. Give it your all, Wukong. Krillin cheered, unable to see the details of their skirmish, but discerning through Son Wukong's diminishing energy that he was at a disadvantage. Chapter 42. Frieza, I only need 50%. Son Gohan furrowed his brow and turned to Son Wukong, asking, Uncle Wukong, why doesn't Dad activate the Kaioken to fight Frieza? Gohan, look closely. Your father has indeed activated the Kaioken, Son Wukong replied, observing the flickering crimson energy enveloping Son Wukong. However, Son Wukong employed the Kaioken in a more nuanced manner. He understood that prolonged use of the Kaioken placed immense strain on his body. Thus, he opted to activate it only during direct engagement with Frieza. This strategy would catch Frieza off guard while minimizing his own energy expenditure. One must acknowledge that Son Wukong is truly a combat genius. Yet, the gap in power between Son Wukong and Frieza was insurmountable. Even with this strategy, Son Wukong was unable to gain any advantage over Frieza. Frieza's speed was astonishing, and Son Wukong found himself unable to keep pace. However, Frieza is, after all, a being of flesh and blood, not a mere machine. He too is prone to errors. As Son Goku relentlessly pursued him, Frieza's evasive maneuvers faltered for just a moment, allowing Goku to seize the opportunity and grasp his tail. A gasp escaped Frieza's lips as he was lifted effortlessly by Goku and hurled away with tremendous force. Yet, that was not the end. Goku, fueled by a surge of energy, hastened after him, intending to deliver a crushing blow at the terminus of Frieza's trajectory. To his astonishment, Frieza vanished in the blink of an eye. With remarkable speed, Goku concentrated his energy to pinpoint Frieza's location. There, suddenly, Frieza emerged, crashing through the stones beside Goku, launching a kick aimed squarely at Goku's face. This time, however, Goku matched Frieza's velocity, dodging the attack and countering with a swift kick to Frieza's leg. "What?" Frieza exclaimed, astonished by Goku's unexpected growth amidst combat. After evading another of Goku's strikes, Frieza ensnared Goku's neck with his tail, intent on strangling him. In a moment of desperation, Goku clutched Frieza's tail and bit down fiercely. "Ah!" Frieza cried out in agony, never having encountered such a tactic before. He hastily released his tail, gazing at the bite marks left by Goku with a mix of pain and disbelief. Seizing the moment, Goku launched a series of turtle school techniques upon Frieza. Yet these attacks failed to inflict any real damage, only serving to further provoke Frieza's wrath. Driven to madness, Frieza disregarded his prior assurances and, with clenched fists, sent Goku flying with a powerful punch. Gasping for breath, Frieza stood there, while Goku, rising to his feet with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, taunted. "What's wrong? Did you not claim you wouldn't use your hands?" At Goku's mocking words, Frieza chuckled darkly, abandoning any pretense of restraint. "The time for leniency has ended. Allow me to offer you this piece of advice, or perhaps a parting gift." Wiping the blood from his lips, Goku replied, "Advice? You are overly confident in your strength, leaving yourself open to countless vulnerabilities." While Goku's power may currently pale in comparison to Frieza's, in terms of martial prowess, he truly embodies the essence of a master. You Saiyans exhibit a stubbornness that borders on foolishness. What awaits you now is but a dead end. Frieza, unperturbed by Goku's words, showed no signs of introspection. "Is that so? Things are not as straightforward as they seem," Goku retorted confidently, convinced he still held some cards close to his chest. He had yet to unleash the full potential of his 20-fold Kaioken. "Your confidence is admirable, but do not assume I am oblivious. While you claim you are prepared to battle earnestly, you are still holding back considerable power." Frieza was acutely aware of this fact. Have I been exposed?" Goku maintained his nonchalant demeanor. "If I were to factor in your concealed strength, I would estimate it to be a mere 50%. As he spoke, Frieza raised a hand, declaring that with merely half of his full strength, he could effortlessly reduce you to cosmic dust. One must admit, despite having never engaged in any training, Frieza's innate intuition is formidable. From their brief encounter, he swiftly deduced that Goku's maximum combat power was a mere 60 million. This seemed rather exaggerated, a blatant display of bravado. Goku regarded Frieza with skepticism. "I am quite elated. It has been ages since I've experienced such exhilarating exercise." Frieza spread his arms wide, a leisurely smile gracing his face. However, Goku soon realized that Frieza was not lying, prompting him to adopt a serious demeanor. Aware that the situation was dire. "What a pity. Truly a shame." Frieza observed Goku, as if lamenting his position. "Had you obediently chosen to become my subordinate, you could have relished a splendid life." In an instant, Goku teleported behind Frieza, poised to strike. Yet Frieza was prepared, charging an energy blast in one hand. Upon witnessing this, Goku halted in his tracks. Frieza, with an understanding nod, dissipated the energy blast and continued, "Whether it be King Vegeta or that warrior named Bardock, each of them is obstinately stubborn." As he spoke, an energy blast reformed in Frieza's hand. He slightly turned his head to glance at Goku, remarking that such stubbornness often leads to demise. Frieza, lost in thought, turned away once more, dispersing the energy blast again. Goku remained vigilant, but in the blink of an eye, Frieza vanished from sight, reappearing before Goku and delivering a powerful elbow strike that sent him reeling. The force of the blow elicited a spurt of saliva from Goku's mouth. Such astonishing speed. Everything was a blur. Goku was astonished. Subsequently, Frieza appeared beside Goku with even greater velocity, executing a sweeping kick that knocked him down. However, Goku, quick to react, propped himself up with one hand, preparing to rise with the momentum. Yet Frieza's tail ensnared him once more, offering no opportunity for escape, as an elbow crashed into Goku's abdomen. Goku was left drenched in sweat, teetering unsteadily, on the brink of vomiting. He weakly clutched the struck area, painfully pondering why he couldn't see clearly. Could it truly be that the disparity in strength was so vast? Such terrifying speed. Piccolo observed Frieza's movements, realizing that even he would have struggled to respond to that last maneuver. I told you half of my power suffices." Chapter 43. Piccolo takes action. Gohan. witnessing Goku's current state, turned to Piccolo and said, "Piccolo, it seems I must rely on you to relieve my brother." Piccolo, eager for the opportunity, replied, "Rest assured. Leave it to me. It is time for Frieza to experience the wrath of the Namekians." Gohan, astonished, exclaimed, "Uncle Goku, are you implying that Dad will lose?" Goku's gaze remained fixed on the distant struggle between his father and Frieza, and he reluctantly admitted, "Though I hate to concede, my brother is currently no match for Frieza. Curse it. If only Goku could master the Kaioken. With his extraordinary talent, he is bound to master the King Kai fist to an astonishing 40-fold. In that case, Frieza would undoubtedly be no match for him." Krillin, striking the ground with his fist, voiced his indignation on behalf of Goku. However, Goku had not yet surrendered. After recalibrating his energy, he unleashed his full power. The ocean of Namek surged violently in response to Goku's overwhelming aura. 20-fold King Kai fist. I cannot afford to lose. A torrent of energy, akin to blood, erupted from Goku's body. His muscles tensed, transforming him into a blazing inferno. "You claim to have only used 50% of your power. Whether that is mere bravado or truth, I must wager everything on the 20-fold King Kai fist." Hearing Goku's furious roar and feeling the intensity of his energy, Frieza's expression shifted to one of grave concern for the first time. Goku pushed his power even further, becoming a streak of crimson light that instantaneously appeared before the unprepared and somewhat terrified Frieza, delivering a devastating punch that sent him soaring. Kamehameha. Goku poured every ounce of his strength into the full-powered Kamehameha. Faced with an unavoidable attack, Frieza summoned all his might, raising a single hand to block the Kamehameha. Shouting in unison, both unleashed formidable power, plunging into a true life-and-death struggle. Boom. The explosion of the Kamehameha created a cloud of dust. The area where Frieza stood was obliterated, rendered a barren wasteland. All vegetation was incinerated in that instant. Gasping for breath, Goku surveyed the sky, astonished to see Frieza, with only slight burns on his palm. This is bad. He wasn't lying. Goku's eyes widened in alarm. It became evident that Frieza had indeed only utilized half of his strength. Goku landed heavily, panting heavily. Frieza, shaken, realized the previous moment had been perilous. How could that lowly Saiyan possess such overwhelming power? Frieza glared at his scorched left hand, seething with rage. This is the first time my body has been reduced to this state. Damn Saiyan. Frieza also descended to the ground, eyeing the panting Goku, preparing to strike. Krillin, witnessing Goku's desperate attack fail to defeat Frieza, felt a surge of panic. This was grave. Goku's energy was severely depleted, rendering him no match for Frieza. That last blow truly hurt me. Frieza's countenance darkened as he glared at Goku. Do you realize you've hurt me? Frieza could no longer contain his fury and charged at Goku. But in that moment, Piccolo sprang into action. Goku, instinctively closing his eyes as Frieza lunged toward him, felt no pain when he opened them again. Instead, he saw Piccolo with a confident smile, having grasped Frieza's arm. "All right, old friend, you take a rest. I shall handle Frieza," Piccolo declared, effortlessly flinging Frieza away. "Phew, that was close," Son Wukong exclaimed. "Piccolo, I leave this to you." Frieza, suspended midair, gazed at Piccolo, who was distinctly different from the other Namekians, murmuring, "A Namekian. Yet this presence is unlike any other Namekian. He seems far from ordinary." Struggling, Son Wukong managed to fly to his brother Son Wuxing's side, who promptly retrieved a senza bean from his pocket and fed it to Wukong. Instantly, Wukong's energy surged, and his injuries vanished without a trace. "Huff, I'm back to life. Thank you, Wuxing." Son Wukong sighed with relief. Frieza, keen-eyed, observed Wuxing's actions and misinterpreted the situation. No wonder that little bald Earthling survived. It turns out this Saiyan possesses healing abilities. He had to admit, although his reasoning was flawed, the outcome was accurate. The senza beans indeed had healing properties, yet Krillin's recovery was attributed to Tien's abilities. "Hey, Frieza, where are you looking? I am your actual opponent." Piccolo's words snapped Frieza back to reality as he turned to face him. "In a hurry, are we? Do you wish to join the ranks of those I have slain, Namekian?" Frieza replied dismissively. "Humph, say what you will. I shall rid the universe of your filth." Piccolo retorted. "You seem quite confident, but that confidence will soon crumble, and you will kneel before me, begging for mercy," Frieza declared with growing assurance. Enough with the chatter. Without hesitation, Piccolo unleashed his kingly fist, channeling it to a staggering 40 times full power. In an instant, his battle power skyrocketed from 2 million to 80 million. The explosive energy propelled Piccolo towards Frieza, landing a powerful punch that sent him hurtling away. Following this, he launched an elbow strike at Frieza's side. But Frieza quickly regained his composure midair and countered with an elbow of his own. The collision unleashed a shockwave so fierce that it nearly sent Krillin and Son whooshing flying, while Tien and the others took refuge behind the rocks. Don't look any longer. Even the residual energy from their battle could claim our lives, Tien warned. Among them, Vegeta felt the most unwillingness, stating bluntly that Frieza and Piccolo's clash was so potent that even a mere breath could extinguish his existence. Fight, fight, fight. Piccolo's combat style was relentless. Once engaged, he showed no mercy. Frieza, astonished, found himself locked in a fierce battle with Piccolo, utterly unprepared for the emergence of such a formidable Namekian. Frieza swung a punch at Piccolo, but Piccolo swiftly capitalized on the opening. Die! With a powerful elbow strike, he sent Frieza flying, then pursued him, relentlessly pressing the attack. This torrential onslaught left Frieza momentarily bewildered, completely overwhelmed by Piccolo's ferocity. Chapter 44, 100 million battle power. With a furious shout, Piccolo delivered a kick to Frieza's chin, instantly propelling him away. As Piccolo prepared to press his advantage, Frieza, swifter than anticipated, surged back into his path, delivering a fierce blow to Piccolo's chest. Piccolo instinctively raised his hands to block the assault, inadvertently allowing Frieza to glean insight into his combat style, subsequently turning the tide and relentlessly attacking Piccolo. With a resounding thud, Frieza seized upon a momentary lapse in Piccolo's defense, pinning his face and chest with both hands. Intent on obliterating him, Piccolo barely managed to evade the grip on his head, only to be engulfed by Frieza's energy blasts. Perish! Frieza exclaimed, relentlessly unleashing a barrage of energy blasts upon Piccolo, the relentless onslaught filling the air with dust and debris. Frieza, arms crossed, gazed at the swirling cloud of dust with a sinister smirk. Come forth. Surely, your true strength surpasses this. As the dust settled, Piccolo stood unscathed, even his weighted attire showing no signs of damage. You truly possess remarkable resilience. I never imagined you could evade such a close-range attack, Piccolo remarked, his expression devoid of emotion, as though Frieza were inconsequential. Frieza, witnessing Piccolo's demeanor, felt his rage intensify. What a foolish, fearsome fool you are. No different from those damned Namekians. With that, Frieza lunged at Piccolo, and the two resumed their fierce confrontation. The clash of their powers was remarkably even, neither able to gain the upper hand. Impressive. Piccolo has grown extraordinarily strong. Son Goku trembled with excitement at the spectacle. With such a formidable opponent, he need not worry about finding a training partner in the future. Frieza swatted Piccolo away with his tail, but Piccolo, midair, extended his arm to grasp Frieza's tail, utilizing his stretching ability to swiftly return before Frieza, delivering a powerful headbutt. Thud! Frieza was sent crashing into the river below. Yet, the encounter was far from over. Piccolo promptly followed him down, only for Frieza, concealed beneath the water's surface, to catch him off guard by seizing his neck. Frieza forcefully hurled Piccolo into the depths of the river, gathering energy in his hands. As Piccolo emerged from the water, Frieza unleashed a devastating white energy blast. Boom! The explosion obliterated the surrounding area for miles, reducing it to ruins. Huh! The Namekians have been thoroughly eradicated. Frieza reveled in his triumph. However, he was swiftly met with disbelief as Piccolo, unscathed and intact, reappeared before him. Do not underestimate me, Frieza, Piccolo declared coldly. You wretched vermin. Frieza retorted angrily. In a flash, Piccolo materialized before Frieza, a triumphant smile adorning his face. Frieza lunged to grasp Piccolo's clothing, seeking to finish him in one fell swoop. Yet, Piccolo erupted with energy, sending Frieza hurtling away. I have attained ultimate power. With a thunderous shout, Piccolo vanished and reappeared before Frieza, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying. The battle was far from over. As if mirroring the blow Frieza had just dealt him, Piccolo struck Frieza's chin with his head, propelling him skyward. Frieza, now truly enraged from being knocked back yet again, retaliated with a swift kick to Piccolo's face as he charged in. Seizing the opportunity, Frieza clenched his fist, unleashing a ki blast the size of the moon directly at Piccolo. Yet, Piccolo, undaunted by this spectacle, bent low, adopting a stance of concentration. And at the instant the ki blast approached, he shouted with fervor, "Ha!" Remarkably, Frisia's charged attack was repelled back towards him. What? Frisia gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. With one hand, Piccolo unleashed an assault even more formidable than Frisia's prior ki blast. Boom. This strike surpassed the power of Goku's 20-fold Kaioken-enhanced Kamehameha. Frisia shielded himself with his arms, which were now marred with burns. "You bastard!" He spat as he slowly descended before Piccolo, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a disdainful smirk. Piccolo, puzzled, had barely a moment to react before Frisia, surpassing his earlier speed, landed a punch squarely on Piccolo's face. In that instant, Piccolo was completely unprepared for Frisia's velocity. Frisia swiftly pivoted, delivering a crushing elbow strike to Piccolo's back, sending him crashing to the ground. Frisia leapt into the air, aiming to stomp down on Piccolo, but the latter had regained his composure, leaping upwards just as Frisia's attack descended. However, Frisia, with astonishing speed, pursued him. So fast. It should have been my speed that triumphed. Before Piccolo could fully register the situation, he was slammed back into the earth by Frisia once more. How is this possible? Frisia hasn't even exerted himself to the fullest yet. Krillin exclaimed in shock. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan voiced his concern. This strike had truly wounded Piccolo, leaving him bloodied. Do not fret. It seems you have overlooked the fact that Piccolo is still bearing his weighted attire. Sun Wukong reassured the others, observing the battle. Indeed, Uncle Piccolo is still encumbered. He possesses untapped strength. Gohan exclaimed with newfound excitement. Frisia, observing the beleaguered Piccolo, perched himself on a nearby stone, remarking, I must apologize. I underestimated you. You are far stronger than I anticipated. Thus, I could not refrain from unleashing greater power. Piccolo spat, finally discarding all his burdens. Stretching his limbs as he declared, if that is the case, then I shall fight earnestly. Frisia, taken aback, responded, what did you say? Humph. Piccolo taunted Frisia. Are you implying that you weren't giving it your all before? I didn't realize that Namekians were also prone to boasting. Frisia scoffed. You shall soon understand. I will make you feel the wrath of the Namekians you have slain. Piccolo bellowed. With the removal of his heavy gear, Piccolo's ki surged. His previously suppressed base combat power escalated from 2 million to 5 million. Combined with the 40-fold Kaioken, his combat power soared to an astounding 100 million. In this encounter, even Frisia was caught off guard by Piccolo's speed, receiving a powerful punch to the face, reminiscent of the earlier exchange between them. Frisia quickly ascended into the sky, seeking to evade Piccolo's assault, but Piccolo promptly pursued him. As Frisia turned to retaliate, he discovered that Piccolo had vanished. Chapter 45, The Super Saiyan. Where is he? Frisia looked left and right, yet could not spot Piccolo. However, Piccolo had already positioned himself behind Frisia. By the time Frisia turned around, Piccolo was grinning triumphantly, delivering a devastating blow that sent Frisia plummeting. The wrath of the Namekian was far from trivial. Piccolo embraced Frisia's diminutive form and forcefully propelled him towards the ground. Just before impact, he released his grip. Boom. Frisia was engulfed in a cloud of dust. Give me your life. Piccolo shouted, continuously unleashing energy blasts towards the earth. The fierce tactics of the royal warrior re-emerged. An explosion erupted, resembling a mushroom cloud. Injured and battered, Frisia gradually ascended from the debris. Coughing and spluttering, he spat out blood. You truly are tenacious, Frisia, Piccolo remarked, astonished that Frisia had not yet succumbed. You seem to have misunderstood my true power. Frisia replied, his confidence unwavering. What? Piccolo gazed at Frisia, perplexed. Allow me to demonstrate my true strength and reveal what true terror entails. For now, let me instill in you a sense of despair, a feeling of utter helplessness. What I exhibited earlier was merely 80% of my full capacity. Now, I shall unleash my utmost power. As he spoke, Frisia's slender form began to swell gradually. What? Come forth and behold. You Namekian should feel honored. Not everyone is privileged to witness this form. As he continued, Frisia's muscles expanded significantly. Ha ha ha. Behold. This is my 100% state. As Frisia's energy surged, his entire being seemed to grow larger. Piccolo sensed Frisia's power escalating, surpassing him continuously. Humph. I've kept you waiting. I'm still adjusting to unleashing my full potential. Frisia remarked, stretching his body. No, this can't be. Krillin stammered in disbelief. The tide of battle had indeed turned. Frisia, who had been under Piccolo's pressure moments ago, was now becoming more formidable. Piccolo understood that he could not compete with Frieza in this state. The disparity in combat power exceeded 20 million. Winning seemed implausible. Yet, Piccolo remained defiant, eager to continue the fight. Too slow, Frieza exclaimed, elbowing Piccolo away and relentlessly bombarding him with energy blasts, torturing him mercilessly. In an instant, Piccolo was left battered and bruised. "Uncle Piccolo!" Gohan cried out. "I will save him." Goku, fueled by rage, charged into the battlefield. Frieza, with a thunderous shout. Son Wukong captured Frieza's attention. Boom! Son Wukong unleashed a barrage of power, delivering a fierce kick that sent Frieza flying. Instead of anger, Frieza greeted Son Wukong's arrival with a mysterious smile. "Piccolo, are you alright?" Son Wukong inquired, glancing at Frieza. "Cough, cough. I'm fine, I won't die." Piccolo managed to respond, struggling to remain upright. "I've left some senzu beans for Krillin. You should go eat them," Son Wukong advised. "Gohan, take Piccolo back." "Yes, Uncle Wukong." Gohan promptly stepped forward to carry Piccolo back, while Krillin retrieved the senzu beans for Piccolo to consume. Soon enough, Piccolo was fully revived. "I apologize. Frieza is just too powerful. I am no match for him." Piccolo expressed regret. "Uncle Piccolo, you are already incredibly strong. I believe that once you gradually unlock your potential, you will undoubtedly be able to defeat Frieza." Gohan comforted Piccolo. However, this statement held truth. Piccolo was the only one yet to unleash his potential, and once he did, Frieza would be but a trivial opponent for him. Upon seeing Son Wukong, Frieza sneered, "At last, I've caught you. Saiyan, you have been healing them, haven't you? Prepare to meet your demise." Frieza unleashed his full power, hurling a colossal energy blast towards Son Wukong. It resembled a miniature spirit bomb. What? Son Wukong, taken aback, was consumed by Frieza's attack. Boom! The explosion sent shockwaves throughout the entirety of Namek. As the dust settled, Son Wukong had vanished. Frieza erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha! This is perfect. Without healing, how could you possibly stand against me?" The onlookers were left in stunned disbelief. "No, this cannot be. Wukong is the strongest among us. How could he be dead?" Krillin refused to accept it, desperately searching for Son Wukong's energy, but found nothing. "Uncle Wukong." Gohan collapsed to the ground, engulfed by overwhelming sorrow. "Impossible. Wukong's King Kai fist is superior to mine. His foundational combat strength exceeds my own. He cannot be dead." "I refuse to believe it," Piccolo shouted in anger. Yet, after a while, Son Wukong still did not appear, and his energy had completely dissipated. "No, this cannot be forgiven. How dare you? How dare you?" Goku's fury could no longer be contained. The skies of Namek crackled with lightning. Goku's body trembled. His brother had died right before his eyes. His beloved sibling, his only remaining family, the one who had called him brother since childhood, was gone. No one would ever call him brother again. In an instant, Goku's mind was consumed by rage. His muscles quaked uncontrollably, his teeth clenched, and blood trickled from his lips. Finally, he could no longer contain himself. Ah! His energy surged violently, erupting in a state unlike any before. His hair transformed to gold, his eyes gleamed green, and he was enveloped in a golden aura. Frieza stared in shock at Goku. What? Vegeta gazed at the current state of Son Goku, utterly speechless. This was undoubtedly a Super Saiyan. He could only silently scream within. "Father, Dad?" Gohan looked at his father with trepidation. Piccolo exclaimed, "Old son." "Goku." The others were equally filled with concern. What in the world is that transformation? The Frieza soldiers were dumbfounded. Even without the ability to sense energy, they could perceive the immense power radiating from Son Goku now. "All of you leave. I shall avenge Goku." Son Goku shouted. "Dad, get away. Hurry, while I can still maintain my sanity." Son Goku could no longer contain himself. His temperament had turned exceedingly volatile. "All right, we understand. Let us go," Krillin urged. And they even remembered to take the petrified Dragon Ball with them. Chapter 46. The Terror of the Super Saiyan. In the depths of the water, Son Goku's younger brother, Gohan, suppressed all his energy, attuning himself to the events unfolding outside. Just as he had surmised, due to his feigned death, his brother had indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan. Most importantly, because Son Goku successfully achieved this transformation, his system had also grasped the method to become a Super Saiyan. His cellular concentration had met the requirements for transformation. The only reason he had yet to succeed was the inability to find the source of his anger. Gohan could not simply watch Krillin or Piccolo perish before his eyes. With no other option, he resorted to this course of action. "Brother, I apologize. But this is also to defeat Frieza." Gohan expressed his regrets to his elder brother. Without such overwhelming fury, his brother would not have transformed so readily. "We should leave quickly," Tien shouted to Kaiatsu and Yamcha. Indeed, everyone understood that their presence would only be a hindrance. Only Vegeta remained, determined to witness Frieza's downfall with his own eyes. "Haha, do you think I would allow you to escape so easily? Fools." Frieza observed the departing figures, raising his finger to prepare an attack. But in an instant, Son Goku appeared expressionless before Frieza, his speed so swift that Frieza barely noticed. Grasping Frieza's hand with a fierce grip, Goku applied pressure, causing Frieza's hand to begin contorting. "Enough already, you scoundrel." As he spoke, Goku tightened his hold even further, distorting Frieza's face as he howled in agony. Frieza attempted to break free from Goku's grasp, but no matter how hard he tried, it was utterly impossible. The ground beneath him cracked underfoot. Ultimately, Goku decided to toy with him for a moment and released his grip. Frieza quickly leaped away, his expression one of sheer terror as he looked at Son Goku. "Could it be that you wretch?" Frieza finally realized the situation. Son Goku clenched his fists, a golden aura exploding around him. "I am truly enraged, Frieza," Son Goku declared, his energy intensifying. With a powerful stomp, he disregarded the surrounding environment, obliterating the small mountain beneath him. A beam of golden light surged forth, striking Frieza directly and sending him soaring through the air. In an instant, Son Goku followed suit, seizing Frieza's form and delivering a devastating knee strike. Had it not been for Frieza's formidable physique, this blow would have surely claimed his life. A pained cry escaped Frieza's lips. Despite exerting all his strength, he appeared merely as a large punching bag before the might of Super Saiyan Goku. With unwavering determination, Goku forcefully drove him into the ground. Gazing down at the grounded Frieza with an impassive expression, Goku watched as Frieza slowly ascended into the air, casting a fearful glance in his direction before attempting to flee. Yet, Goku, akin to a cat toying with its prey, swiftly materialized before Frieza, a mocking smile gracing his features. For the first time in his life, the benevolent Goku felt a surge of sadistic intent, a desire to instill despair in Frieza, to make him regret his actions, and to witness his demise in a hopeless scenario. Frieza, incensed by Goku's derisive grin, resorted to his princely technique in a futile attempt to vanquish him. However, the efficacy of such a strategy proved non-existent. Frieza expended a significant amount of energy trying to eliminate Goku, yet as the dust settled, Goku stood unscathed. Frieza, unwilling to concede, launched another assault, only to find his attacks unable to breach the golden aura surrounding Goku, resulting in his own defeat. Observing Goku, who bore no injuries, Frieza's laughter erupted, a sound that filled Goku with disdain. He extended his palm towards Frieza, and with a mere gust of energy, sent Frieza spiraling away like a top. Goku denied Frieza any respite. A swift elbow strike knocked out one of Frieza's teeth. As Frieza attempted to retaliate, Goku effortlessly evaded his efforts. Frieza, in a frenzy, launched a barrage of attacks, yet could not even graze the hem of Goku's attire. Regrouping, Frieza unleashed his swiftest energy blasts towards Goku. But, in an instant, Goku transformed into an afterimage, evading Frieza's onslaught. How is this possible? Frieza stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Undeterred, he relentlessly fired rays at Goku. Yet each one was deftly dodged. No matter how much energy he expended, he could not touch Goku, while the landscape of Namek lay in ruin around him. Frieza, in his arrogance, believed that a single hit would spell Goku's end. Upon hearing this, Goku coldly retorted, "Then by all means, give it your best shot." Frieza, infuriated by the mockery, summoned all his might for a final strike against Goku. This time, Goku did not evade. He braced himself and absorbed the blow directly. The attack, which Frieza had hoped would be decisive, merely caused Goku to tilt his head back slightly, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. What? Impossible. Frieza's composure began to unravel. You possess the power to annihilate planets, yet it seems you cannot even contend with a single individual. Sun Wukong gazed at Frieza with a mocking expression. Who are you truly? Frieza stammered in fear. Did you not already know? I am the Saiyan who has journeyed from Earth to defeat you. Son Wukong replied with calm resolve. Super Saiyan, Son Wukong. With that declaration, he unleashed a brilliant golden aura, causing Frieza to tremble in terror. How infuriating! Frieza exclaimed, unable to suppress his fear any longer. You are finished, Frieza. I am the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza? Frieza reassured himself, yet Son Wukong had already begun to assume the Kamehameha stance. I would rather take my own life than be slain by someone like you. Suit yourself, was the cold response he received from Son Wukong. Frieza gathered his energy, forming an energy sphere designed to obliterate planets, a technique he relished for its destructive capabilities. He raised his hands, taunting Son Wukong, fool. I can survive in the universe. But what will become of you, Saiyans? You shall vanish along with this planet. Perish. Chapter 47. Two Super Saiyans. Frieza suddenly hurled the formidable energy sphere towards Namek with great force. Oh no! Son Wukong gasped, taken aback by Frieza's decision to obliterate Namek directly. However, in that very moment, Son Wukong's hidden ally sprang into action. Ah! Son Wuxing transformed into a Super Saiyan at the sight of Frieza's attack. The look of surprise on Frieza's face froze as the energy sphere he had launched was sent hurtling back towards him, exploding in the sky like fireworks. This energy! It's Wuxing! Son Wukong exclaimed with delight. Frieza's expression darkened considerably, for before his eyes, another Super Saiyan rose slowly from the sea's surface. Due to the transformation, Son Wuxing now bore an uncanny resemblance to Son Wukong, the only difference being that his attire was more intact. No, it cannot be. How are you still alive? I clearly eliminated you. Frieza stared at Son Wuxing as if he had seen a ghost. Son Wukong realized that Wuxing's earlier demise had been a ruse. Fuming, Son Wukong flew to Wuxing's side, wrapping his arms around his brother's neck. Wuxing, how dare you play such a trick on me? Ouch, ouch, ouch. I apologize, brother. I merely thought you would soon transform into a Super Saiyan and wanted to give you a little push. My mistake. Son Wuxing repeatedly apologized. Son Wukong lightly tapped Wuxing on the head, feeling considerably relieved. Meanwhile, Frieza was in a state of panic. Two Super Saiyans. Frieza looked at Son Wukong and Son Wuxing, his scalp tingling with dread. One Son Wukong was already a formidable challenge, now with Son Wuxing added to the mix. Frieza's aspirations of destroying Namek would be thwarted by the united front of the two Saiyans. This is intolerable, Frieza shouted in exasperation. Son Wukong observed the shouting Frieza and coldly remarked, "What is this? Are you now feeling despair? I know, Frieza, that you have been exerting yourself to the utmost. But your body cannot endure it, can it? If you maintain this for any longer, you won't even be able to contend with Piccolo." This assertion held no flaws. After unleashing his full power, Frieza's stamina would deplete at an alarming rate. If he hadn't sought a quick resolution in his recent battle with Piccolo, he would have found himself at a disadvantage. His overconfidence stemmed from a lifetime of never properly managing his strength, rendering him incapable of fully harnessing his true potential. Brother, let me take over. I still owe him a proper greeting. Son Wukong's golden aura erupted as he clenched his fists. Though Frieza's ambush posed no threat to him, it ignited his fury. Don't even think about evading. Let us settle this once and for all. Son Wukong shouted as he charged into battle with Frieza. With a fierce cry, he dodged Frieza's attack and landed a punch squarely on Frieza's face. Despite the blow, Frieza stood his ground, attempting to retaliate. However, Son Wukong pressed the advantage, delivering a devastating punch to Frieza's abdomen. Ugh! Frieza could not suppress the surge of blood that erupted from his mouth, his eyes bulging with fury and bloodshot veins. Son Wukong gathered his energy and struck Frieza's head with a tremendous force, sending him crashing into the ocean. Frieza barely managed to stabilize himself as he soared away. Son Wukong pursued, exclaiming, "What is the matter? Have you exhausted yourself from overexertion?" With that, he accelerated in front of Frieza, delivering a powerful kick to his face that sent him spiraling backwards. In a flash, Son Wukong appeared behind Frieza, executing a high kick that sent him flying even higher. Frieza, unable to contain his rage upon seeing Son Wukong in relentless pursuit, shouted, "You Saiyan, do not get too carried away." With a surge of energy, he unleashed a fierce energy wave towards Son Wukong. The forceful blast overwhelmed Son Wukong, sending him hurtling away. He crashed into the ocean, carving a deep trench through the waters. Breathing heavily, Frieza fixated on the spot where Son Wukong had fallen. As expected, that last attack had failed to penetrate Son Wukong's defenses, merely tearing his outer garment. With a resounding crash, Son Wukong burst forth from the sea, locking his gaze onto Frieza. Son Wukong crossed his arms, observing the fierce combat between Son Wukong and Frieza. Son Wukong felt the surge of energy coursing through him. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, his spirit soared to exhilarating heights, leaving his rationality somewhat impaired. Otherwise, he would have reacted to Frieza's previous attack. Seeing Son Wukong completely unscathed, Frieza let out a sinister laugh. "Ha! You underestimate me. Although utilizing my full strength will swiftly deplete my stamina, I am not so easily exhausted." Upon hearing Frieza's remarks, Son Wukong scoffed. "Very well. Let us continue our battle. Humph, with my current power. It will take no more than a minute. No, 30 seconds, to deal with you." Frieza began to boast. Meanwhile, the King Kai and the Earth's Guardian had finally gathered all the Dragon Balls. Aware of the situation on Namek, the King Kai contacted Gohan directly. "Gohan, my boy, this is King Kai. The Dragon Balls on Earth have been collected. What wish would you like to make?" Upon hearing the King Kai's voice, Gohan exclaimed, "That's wonderful. You can bring all your comrades back to life." Without hesitation, Tien nodded in agreement. Piccolo, upon hearing this, inquired, "King Kai, I have a question. If someone dies out of fear instigated by a villain, can the dragon resurrect them?" The King Kai turned to the Guardian for clarification, but the Guardian, being merely the creator of the Dragon Balls, admitted his uncertainty regarding such matters, as the dragon can accomplish feats beyond his understanding. Thus, he could not provide clarity on this detail. "Piccolo, the Guardian is not certain," the King Kai relayed. Gritting his teeth, Piccolo resolved, "Then we must take a gamble. King Kai, wish for all the Namekians that Frieza and Vegeta's group killed to be resurrected." The King Kai, perplexed, asked, "Piccolo, what are you gambling on?" Piccolo remained silent. So the King Kai could only relay the wish. Soon, the dragons summoned by the Earth's Dragon Balls appeared, granting the wish to resurrect all Namekians. Huh, what is happening? I am alive. Was I not killed? Chapter 48, A Brotherly Team-Up. Not only that, but most importantly, the Grand Elder of Namek was also resurrected. Tien, sensing the presence of her kin, finally smiled. "This is wonderful. I can feel everyone's energy." At that moment, Krillin exclaimed, Tien, look, the dragon has revived them." The others quickly turned their attention to the dragon. This indicated that the Grand Elder had indeed returned. Tien exclaimed in joy. Seeing this, Piccolo quickly said, "This is fantastic." Tien summoned the dragon immediately to make a wish. Tien looked towards Piccolo and, without hesitation, called upon the dragon using the Namekian language. Instantly, the previously unblemished sky of Namek turned pitch black as a colossal dragon, entirely distinct from the Earth's dragon, materialized before them. "Is this the dragon of Namek?" Gohan marveled. Krillin turned to Piccolo. "Piccolo, do you have a wish?" Piccolo nodded. Tien, Namek is no longer suitable for the Namekians to inhabit. Wish for the dragon to transport everyone on this planet, except for Frieza, to Earth." Just as Tien was about to respond, the voices of Goku and Son Wukong echoed through the King Kai. "Do not send us back. We intend to completely eliminate Frieza here." With Namek posing no risk of destruction and bolstered by the two Super Saiyans, Gohan and Piccolo felt no hesitation. "I understand, Father. Uncle Wuxing, you must prevail." Son Gohan declared decisively as the sole descendant of the two. Tien summoned the Eternal Dragon to transport everyone to Earth, excluding Frieza, Goku, and Wuxing, including the Dragon Balls themselves. Tien nodded and promptly made the wish in the Namekian language. Although Frieza sensed an unusual darkness, he was so preoccupied with Goku and Wuxing that he failed to notice the appearance of the Eternal Dragon from Namek. Ah, such a straightforward wish. The Eternal Dragon's eyes glimmered with a crimson light. In an instant, all the resurrected Namekians, along with Son Gohan and his companions, departed from Namek and returned to Earth. On Earth, Bulma stood bewildered, surveying her surroundings. "Wait, where am I?" During the recent epic battle, Bulma had concealed herself and was entirely unaware of the unfolding events. "Aunt Bulma, we're back on Earth," Son Gohan exclaimed with a smile. "Earth?" Bulma gasped in astonishment. Meanwhile, a group of Namekians gathered around the Grand Elder, who transferred his position to another Namekian and simultaneously delegated the authority over the Dragon Balls. However, with this transfer, the Eternal Dragon of Namek vanished as well. To reactivate the Dragon Balls, a new Grand Elder would need to create their own Dragon Balls. After completing this transition, the Grand Elder of Namek peacefully passed away. Tien turned to the nearby Piccolo and inquired, "Uncle Piccolo, has Naira merged with you too?" Piccolo smiled and nodded. Just then, Bulma, having listened to Son Gohan's account, exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no, the spaceship is in my capsule. How will Goku and Wuxing return from Namek?" Upon hearing this, everyone became anxious. "What?" Piccolo replied calmly. "Do not worry. Once the Dragon Balls are revived, we can simply have the Eternal Dragon bring them back. We shall just have to wait a year then," Krillin sighed. However, Tien cheerfully added, "Our Namekian Dragon Balls can be revived in just 130 days. Hearing this, everyone felt reassured, and the Namekians settled into Bulma's spacious home, a mansion complete with a dinosaur playground. Vegeta, unable to tolerate the atmosphere and harboring a grudge against the Namekians, sought out Dr. Briefs to borrow a spaceship and departed from Earth. Piccolo and the others paid little heed, as Vegeta had diminished to a mere minor character in the current scenario. On Namek, observing the sky regaining its brightness, Frieza felt puzzled, unaware of the events that had transpired. Meanwhile, the Sun brothers, who were cognizant of the situation, taunted Frieza, curious about what just occurred. "Aren't you?" Frieza retorted with a cold smirk. "Do you think you would be so kind as to enlighten me?" Sun Wuxing maliciously revealed, "To be frank, what just transpired was the scene of your long-desired Dragon Balls granting wishes, but alas, it has now concluded." Upon hearing this, Frieza was engulfed in fury. "What? Someone made a wish just now? Impossible. Isn't the Great Elder of the Namekians already deceased?" Frieza unleashed a barrage of words, clearly rattled. "Ha! Curious, are we?" Frieza, succumb to that curiosity in your demise." Sun Wukong ceased his speech, instead erupting in a blaze of golden energy. "What?" Frieza roared in discontent. "Frieza, mind your own hands. You worthless creature, do you believe yourself to be grand? Relishing in slaughter." Sun Wukong regarded Frieza as one would a mere insect. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Frieza's anger dissipated, adopting a tone of condescension. "You just accused me of indiscriminate killing, did you not? Is it not true that your Saiyans have slain countless innocents in the past?" Frieza's expression twisted into derision. "Indeed, that is why the Saiyans now face extinction." Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly, "It was I who eradicated them." Frieza smirked with a smug grin. "Well then, it is now our turn to obliterate you." The previously silent Sun Wukong soared to join Sun Wukong. Hearing this, Frieza's countenance darkened once more. Sun Wukong turned to his brother, declaring, "Indeed, brother, united we stand. And there cannot exist a worthy adversary in this world." Frieza, upon hearing such words from Sun Wukong, clearly panicked. After all, he could not guarantee victory even against a single Super Saiyan. Now, two would join forces. "Wait, did you not consider battle to be a matter of honor? Engage me in single combat." Sun Wukong and his brother regarded Frieza with disdain. "When facing others, we abide by the principles of martial ethics, but against you, swiftly eliminating you is the utmost respect for such principles. Resorting to underhanded tactics when unable to defeat others, what a clown." The usually taciturn Sun Wukong surprisingly engaged in banter. With that, the brothers charged towards Frieza, one on each side. Frieza, witnessing their relentless advance, was filled with dread. "Do not underestimate me, Frieza!" Frieza roared, charging at the brothers. Sun Wukong was not alarmed, but rather elated. "Come on, Frieza, I have awaited this moment." Chapter 49, The Super Battle. Upon arriving on Namek, Sun Wukong had yet to find an opportunity to strike, for the members of Frieza's army were simply too weak. Apart from Frieza himself, none possessed a combat power exceeding 150,000, leaving Sun Wukong without a chance to engage. Now that Frieza was desperate, it suited Sun Wukong perfectly. Perhaps due to his transformation into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong felt the warrior instincts of his Saiyan lineage ignited. He landed directly on the ground. Observing Sun Wukong's movement, Frieza taunted, "Do you wish to engage me in hand-to-hand combat? Is that truly your desire?" As he spoke, Frieza descended as well, and Sun Wukong followed suit. "Brother, I have changed my mind. Allow me to take this one. I wish to personally bring about his demise." Sun Wukong became exhilarated, entirely forgetting his earlier intention to team up with Sun Wukong against Frieza. Sun Wukong sensed the energy of Frieza and Sun Wukong's son, Wuxing, nodding approvingly as he declared, "All right, Wuxing, it's now your turn." Wuxing smiled, shedding his tattered shirt to reveal his muscular physique. "Oh, are you challenging me to a duel? No matter how fiercely you struggle, you could never match me, Frieza? What a pitiable creature you are." Frieza, upon hearing Wu Xing's words, regained his confidence. "The pitiable one is you, for you are about to be defeated by the very Saiyan you despise." Wu Xing's retort silenced Frieza. "Humph. No matter how defiant your words, you cannot hope to rival me," Frieza shouted, charging directly at Wu Xing unfazed. Wu Xing met him head-on, their fists colliding with a resounding crash. The absence of others on Namek allowed Wu Xing to unleash his full power without restraint. This collision transformed the surrounding landscape dramatically. Mountains trembled and rivers rippled from the impact. Frieza, exerting all his strength, pushed Wu Xing back, raising his hands to unleash a colossal pink energy sphere aimed directly at him. He intended to finish Wu Xing in a single blow. Though this immense energy sphere appeared similar to a spirit bomb, it was utterly inadequate against Wu Xing at this moment. "Watch me send it back," Wu Xing roared, catching the pink energy sphere with both hands and hurling it skyward with tremendous force. A thunderous explosion erupted in the sky, resonating like a clap of thunder. The two warriors once again engaged in fierce combat. However, it was evident that Frieza's prolonged state of exertion had taken a toll on his body, causing his speed to wane, and he struggled to keep pace with Wu Xing's movements. "What's the matter? Is your body giving out?" Wu Xing taunted as he pressed the attack. "I will never be bested by a mere monkey," Frieza retorted defiantly, summoning all his remaining strength. He strained to match Wu Xing's speed, though the sweat beading on his forehead betrayed his struggle. With a powerful punch, Frieza struck Wu Xing in the abdomen. Had this been the previous Frieza, such a blow would have certainly caused Wu Xing to spit blood. Yet, in his weakened state, Wu Xing absorbed the impact, his robust physique allowing him to withstand it. Not only that, he retaliated with a fierce blow to Frieza's midsection. "Ah!" Frieza gasped, expelling a mouthful of blood. But he gritted his teeth and continued battling Wu Xing as they descended from the sky to the ground. "How could I possibly lose to a lower life form like a Saiyan? A mere Saiyan thinks he can defeat me?" Frieza had succumbed to madness, disregarding his injuries entirely. Wu Xing, on the other hand, remained composed, seizing the opportunity as Frieza became distracted. He maneuvered above Frieza, delivering a powerful kick to his kidneys and sending him crashing down to the surface of Namek. Frieza was utterly clinging to the last remnants of his strength, fully aware that the moment he faltered, defeat was inevitable. However, the disparity in power could not merely be sustained by sheer will. Son Wukong observed as Frieza sprang back to his feet, only to deliver a powerful punch that sent Frieza hurtling once more, crashing into the ruins left by the Namekians. "You filthy monkey," Frieza spat, his face smeared with blood as he struggled to rise once again. The two warriors resumed their fierce clash. With a resounding thud, they collided, momentarily separating. Son Wukong remained unfazed, his breath steady, while Frieza, drenched in blood and sweat, gasped for air, exuding a white aura. It was evident that he had reached his limit. Recognizing that he could not win through direct confrontation, Frieza resorted to swift maneuvers, finally seizing an opportunity to slip behind Son Wukong, attempting to choke him with all his might. Yet, this was precisely what Son Wukong had anticipated. He retaliated with a powerful elbow strike directed backward, landing blow after blow upon Frieza's chest. The relentless assault sapped Frieza of all his strength. With a thunderous crash, Frieza was sent flying by the final elbow, crashing into a distant hill before coming to a halt. Coughing violently, he expelled a mouthful of blood, glaring at Son Wukong with palpable resentment. Unlike before, Frieza chose not to break through the rocks, conserving his energy instead as he soared above Son Wukong's head. He bellowed, channeling all his power into a strike that landed squarely on Son Wukong's head, forcing him to the ground. Yet, unbeknownst to Frieza, it was Son Wukong who had fallen, erupting into laughter as he gasped for breath. "What now, wild monkey?" No longer toying with Frieza, Son Wukong stood and taunted. "Is that all you've got?" "What?" Frieza could hardly believe it. The very Son Wukong he had struck down was rising once more. "Is that truly your limit?" Son Wukong, unscathed and dust-free, regarded Frieza with disdain. Such mockery was intolerable to Frieza. "You shall not gloat for long." Frieza, consumed by rage, surged towards Son Wukong once again. Observing from the sidelines, Son Wukong shook his head, Recognizing Frisia's lack of self-awareness, his energy had significantly dwindled, signaling his impending defeat. As Frisia charged, Son Wukong slightly bent to evade the attack. Then, with a coiled right fist, delivered a devastating blow to Frisia's abdomen. The impact was so forceful that Frisia's abdominal muscles caved inward. Chapter 50. The Death of Frisia? This heavy strike shattered Frisia's defenses completely, dispersing the last vestiges of his strength. Blood erupted from his mouth, and he could no longer contain himself, collapsing to his knees with his hands clutching his belly. Standing nearby, Son Wukong made no move to attack further, instead regarding the now disheveled Frisia with a cold expression. Frisia was thoroughly awakened by that punch, realizing that he could never be a match for Son Wukong. However, Frisia was unwilling to concede defeat and resolved to continue his efforts. He launched a kick that sent Son Wukong flying, yet it yielded no effect whatsoever. Instead, Son Wukong returned with a swift headbutt followed by a dual kick, incapacitating Frisia once more. This time, Son Wukong offered Frisia no opportunity for retaliation. He seized Frisia by the arm, delivering a powerful blow to his face, then kicked him into the air, swiftly pursuing him to unleash a devastating friendship punch, sending Frisia crashing into a small mountain. This time, Frisia managed to rise only through sheer willpower. Yet, Son Wukong stood resolutely by his side. The moment Frisia laid eyes on him, a wave of fear washed over him. He executed a series of backflips in a frantic attempt to evade, conserving even the energy to fly. But no matter how he maneuvered, Son Wukong remained steadfastly behind him. Frisia was filled with both astonishment and fury, yet rendered powerless. "You detestable wild monkey." The dread within Frisia was overwhelming, prompting him to strike at Son Wukong. Yet, in his current state, he couldn't even touch him. "Humph." Son Wukong disdainfully snorted and began to pummel Frisia relentlessly, as if he were merely a punching bag. Nevertheless, Frisia was remarkably resilient. Even under such relentless assault, he showed no signs of imminent defeat. Truly, he deserved the title of the universe's most durable being, having endured an hour of relentless beating at the hands of Broly. After exerting 100% of your strength, your body is excessively drained. As your peak wanes, your energy continues to diminish. "Fighting you now is exceedingly tedious," Son Wukong remarked, finding Frisia's plight profoundly uninteresting. "Your arrogance has all but vanished, for you once believed yourself invincible. Yet here stand two who surpass you, and they are the very Saiyans you despise the most." Son Wukong crossed his arms, deeming it utterly mundane to defeat the fear-stricken version of Frisia before him. These words shattered Frisia's remaining pride, effectively fracturing his spirit. "Don't joke with me. I will not be defeated by you," Frisia roared, unleashing a technique reminiscent of Krillin's Kienzan, the Death Cutter. Truly, he was an incorrigible character. Son Wukong effortlessly evaded Frisia's attack with his speed, but the Death Cutter relentlessly pursued him. Seeing Son Wukong in such a disheveled state, Frisia erupted into a triumphant laugh. "This will chase you to the ends of the earth. It can slice through anything." Upon hearing this, Son Wukong decided he would no longer indulge Frisia's antics. The Death Cutter, surprisingly, caught up to Son Wukong's speed and struck him directly. "Ha!" Frisia laughed, but soon realized something was amiss. Son Wukong was merely a shadow. "What a pathetic technique. I evaded it with just my afterimage punch," Son Wukong taunted from a distance. Frisia exerted immense force, unleashing two lethal energy blades. Son Wukong charged towards Frisia, hurling a sphere of energy with one hand. The ensuing explosion enveloped Frisia's line of sight in a thick cloud of smoke. Frisia, unable to sense the energy, was at a disadvantage, a fact that Son Wukong had keenly remembered. The two energy blades sliced through Frisia's body with ease, akin to a hot knife cutting through butter, cleaving him in two, severing even an arm in the process. Son Wukong was poised to continue the assault when Son Wukong appeared beside him, stating, "Enough, Wukong. His tragic fate is of his own making. Let him perish on Namek. We shall return to Earth." Heeding his brother's words, Son Wukong ceased his attack, and the two prepared to ascend back to Son Wukong's spaceship. At that moment, however, Frisia, clinging to his last breath, glared at the departing brothers with fury, exclaiming, "I will never die at the hands of you Saiyans." With his final ounce of strength, he launched an energy shockwave towards them. Sensing the energy behind him, Son Wukong was incensed. "You despicable fool!" Unyielding to the end, he retaliated with a single-handed energy blast. shattering Frisia's attack and striking his battered form with tremendous force. The impact created a gaping hole, through which seawater poured in, while Frisia vanished without a trace. On Earth, 130 days later, Bulma and the others summoned the Eternal Dragon. Since no lives had been lost, there was no need for resurrection. They called out, "Eternal Dragon, please transport the Saiyans, Son Wukong and Son Wukong, back to Earth." The dragon nodded, but after a moment, shook its head, stating, "I am unable to do so. The two brothers have declined my request for transportation, as they are currently engaged in training. They will return to Earth in a few months." Upon hearing this, Bulma and Chi-Chi could not contain their exasperation. What is Wukong up to? Is he attempting to evade marriage? Chi-Chi lamented, "And Wukong, why does he not return home while he has the chance?" Observing their frustration, Gohan stepped in to mediate. Yet, with the assurance that the brothers would return in a few months, the group felt a sense of relief. The remaining task was to assist the Namekians in finding a new planet to inhabit, as their current environment was no longer suitable for them. Thus, the Namekians departed. In the ensuing months, Earth once again enjoyed a period of peace. Gohan continued his studies under Bulma's guidance, never neglecting his training in the gravity chamber. Not only he, but also Piccolo, Krillin, and others engaged in rigorous training. Notably, Piccolo not only unlocked his own potential, but also awakened the latent abilities of Tien, Yamcha, and Kairatsu. Though they could not match Gohan's prowess, they had become formidable fighters in their own right, even mastering the Kaioken technique. 9 months later, in the cosmos, Frisia's spaceship approached Earth. As Frisia's energy drew near, the warriors on Earth sensed it. That energy is Frisia. As Gohan wiped the sweat from his brow, he glanced at Piccolo beside him. With unwavering confidence, Piccolo declared that Frisia was merely an adversary and vowed to defeat him this time. Chapter 51. Two youngsters from the future. However, on Earth at this moment, it was not just Gohan and his companions present. Over the past few months, Vegeta had also returned to Earth, significantly enhancing his strength. Yet, his mindset had become notably more tranquil, for accompanying him was a golden-haired woman strikingly similar to Bulma, her sister. Ties. It remained a mystery what transpired between them in the cosmos, but now Vegeta seemed to be under her careful watch. Kakarote's son, Piccolo, you feel that energy, don't you? Vegeta's expression was serious. Although his battle power had risen to around 3 million, he had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan or master the Kaioken technique, leaving him unable to assist against Frisia. "It appears we must land in the wilderness. Let us proceed," Piccolo stated decisively. Soon, all the warriors gathered in the desolate expanse. Bulma had also brought her sister Ties along to join the commotion. "Aunt Bulma, what brings you here?" Gohan exclaimed in surprise. However, Bulma assured him confidently, "Do not worry. I merely came to observe. I left Namek without even encountering Frisia last time." Upon hearing this, Piccolo felt overwhelmed. What a formidable woman she was. Unafraid even of a villain like Frisia. Vegeta then cautioned everyone to conceal their energy levels, as those fiends were equipped with scouters and would detect them. Tien, Yamcha, and the others hastily complied, but only Piccolo and Gohan remained unperturbed. Vegeta gazed at the duo, feeling a pang of disappointment within him. He could distinctly sense that their energy far surpassed his own. Coupled with the Kaioken, he believed they would not falter against Frisia. Yamcha expressed his concerns, asking, "Haven't Goku and Gohan returned yet?" Bulma and Gohan shook their heads in response. Vegeta turned to Ties, advising her, "If the situation turns dire, flee with that Earth woman immediately." Ties replied nonchalantly, "Do not worry. I have faced far more perilous situations in the universe." At that moment, Piccolo sensed Frisia's arrival and shouted, "They're here." Just as he spoke, the familiar disc-shaped spaceship of Frisia descended slowly. The group watched the approaching vessel with anxious expressions. For alongside Frisia, another formidable energy was present. Frisia's aura remains as terrifying as ever, Tien remarked, unable to suppress his astonishment despite having unlocked his potential. King Cold, "Lord Frisia, we have successfully landed." Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Frisia and his father rose to their feet. "It cannot be mistaken. It is Frisia?" Gohan nodded affirmatively. "Let us go," Piccolo urged. The group exchanged glances before hastening toward Frisia's location. On the other side, Frisia and his companions emerged from their spacecraft. Frisia gazed upon Earth and chuckled. What a splendid planet indeed. The Earthlings are utterly fearless, primarily focused on eradicating the Super Saiyans, regardless of the means. The strongest race in the universe shall undoubtedly be ours. Gero concurred. Frieza turned to his father and proclaimed, if we join forces, we can certainly defeat that pair of brothers. Moreover, my combat power has increased significantly. I believe I could vanquish them on my own. With 3 hours remaining until the arrival of the 2 Super Saiyans, Gero inquired, shall we await their return, Frieza? Of course, father. Yet, I want those 2 to regret their return to Earth. Although the number of humans is somewhat absurd, 3 hours is more than sufficient. Frieza concluded with a hearty laugh. Just wait and see, Son Gohan, Son Goku. I shall make you both pay a heavy price. I, Frieza, have risen from the depths of hell. He shouted. All right, everyone. Split up and annihilate all the Earthlings. Frieza commanded. Yes, Lord Frieza. The extraterrestrials responded in unison. However, just as they were about to depart, a flash of light from a blade cut through the air, followed by a powerful energy blast that instantly felled several of the aliens. Subsequently, 2 enigmatic youths descended slowly from the sky. The appearance of these 2 boys was strikingly similar, albeit with differing hair colors and facial details. One had purple hair and donned an outfit reminiscent of Son Gohan's martial arts attire, while the other had blue hair, wore the uniform of the Capsule Corporation, and carried a sword on his back. Notably, the first resembled Son Gohan, while the second bore a likeness to Vegeta. Frieza and his father watched the mysterious boys descend. Is there something you wish to discuss, Earthlings? Frieza inquired. Yet, the 2 boys maintained a serious demeanor. The one in the turtle school attire scoffed. Frieza, I am here to eliminate you. Upon hearing this, Gero reacted as if he had heard a joke, exclaiming, what did you just say? Did you not hear? My brother stated that we are here to kill you, replied the blue-haired boy. Excuse me? The words sent a jolt of surprise through Frieza and his father. You say you have come to kill us? Kill us? Father? Frieza chuckled lightly, causing Gero to join in his laughter. To be so blissfully ignorant is truly a blessing. Frieza mocked, eyes closed. We know everything. You are Frieza, are you not? The boy in the turtle school attire pointed at him. Is that so? Frieza exclaimed, astonished as he stared at the 2 youths. You need not be surprised. We are fully aware of your background. The blue-haired boy stated. Oof, what an honor. I never anticipated my name would reach the farthest corners of the galaxy. Yet it is unfortunate that you seem unaware of the unparalleled power I possess. Upon hearing Frieza's arrogant declaration, the 2 boys erupted into laughter. Ha! Brother, what delusional claims he is making. The blue-haired boy could not contain himself. The strongest in the universe? I only know that you will perish here. The purple-haired youth declared coldly. What? Frieza glanced at the boy with a face full of fury, intending to erupt, but quickly regained his composure. Humph, a fool spouting nonsense. Eliminate them, and do not remain idle. Swiftly deal with the other extraterrestrials. Frieza commanded his minions directly. Yes, Lord Frieza. The extraterrestrials remained oblivious to the terrifying foe they were about to confront. Chapter 52. Yet another pair of Super Saiyans? Upon witnessing Frieza's henchmen spring into action, the blue-haired youth exclaimed, You might as well save your efforts, for you shall all meet your demise here. Brat, do not speak such drivel. One of the extraterrestrials shouted. Wait, let me handle this little one. I want to see his power level. Another extraterrestrial activated his power level scouter. Humph, a mere 5. What a piece of trash. It was evident that these extraterrestrials failed to comprehend that some individuals could suppress their true power levels. Enough games, Trunks, eliminate them all. The purple-haired youth instructed his companion. The blue-haired Trunks. Understood, brother. Trunks surged into the fray amidst Frieza's minions, his sword gleaming behind him. In an instant, all the extraterrestrials were ruthlessly slaughtered. Trunks slowly sheathed his sword, sneering, truly pathetic. Seeing Trunks' display, Frieza remarked, You possess some skill. Humph, quite impressive for a human. Gero commented. Observing Trunks without the ability to sense energy, thus failing to gauge the boy's true depth. Now it is your turn. The purple-haired youth proclaimed. Oh ho ho, how intimidating. It seems he aims to eliminate us. Gero remarked dismissively. Humph, an arrogant fool. Frieza echoed. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Those who overestimate their abilities tend to meet their end more swiftly. Humph, are you referring to yourself? Trunks retorted with a smirk. What did you say? Frieza clenched his fists. Reduced to such a state, yet you dare to shamelessly come to Earth, seeking your own demise. The purple-haired youth taunted. You insolent brat. Frieza declared, turning to his father. Father, I believe it is necessary to execute him. Merely insulting you warrants a death sentence. Geldo was just as arrogant as Frieza, sharing the same haughty demeanor. Humph. Allow me to be your executioner. You should consider yourself fortunate. Frieza boasted. Trunks remained unfazed, stating, You will be obliterated in an instant. I am well aware of that. You are aware? Such a peculiar tone you have. Frieza scrutinized Trunks, perplexed. The purple-haired youth continued. From the very beginning, we will give it our all. We will not be merciful like the brothers Son Wukong. Upon hearing the name Son Wukong, Frieza grew tense. Indeed, so you two are accomplices of those two brothers. No, we have never met them. We have merely heard of them, Trunks replied. You mentioned earlier that before Son Wukong and his brothers return to Earth, you intend to eliminate all Earthlings, leaving them with profound regret. That is indeed what was said. And you are one of them. However, you have wiped out my subordinates, forcing me, Frieza, to take matters into my own hands. Frieza maintained his customary politeness, speaking in a soft tone. Humph, you have miscalculated. The purple-haired youth retorted with a cold smile. It is rather simple. With just a blink, I can rid the Earth of its trash. Frieza raised a finger. You are mistaken. When I said you miscalculated, I meant that Super Saiyans are not limited to just those two brothers. The purple-haired youth proclaimed proudly, There are still two more here. Upon hearing this, Frieza's eyes widened, and his body involuntarily trembled. Yet he soon burst into laughter, saying, You certainly know how to frighten people. Ha ha ha. I truly admire your talent for boasting. Super Saiyans are not easily found. How could there be so many? Geldo laughed as well. Humph. The purple-haired youth chuckled in return, his aura continually rising. Observing the purple-haired youth elevate his energy, Trunks began to amplify his own energy as well. Now, Frieza could no longer muster a laugh. This power, could it be? He gazed incredulously at the two youths before him. Ayah! Both of them shouted in unison, their energy surging dramatically. Not far away, Piccolo and the others sensed this energy, their shock palpable. This energy is extraordinary. Vegeta's eyes widened. Bulma, feeling the trembling earth, exclaimed, What is happening? It's just like on Namek. Trunks and the purple-haired youth's hair stood on end, transforming into golden hues, their pupils shifting to green. Observing their martial attire reminiscent of Son Wukong's, Frieza recalled some unsettling memories and, filled with dread, instinctively took 2 steps back. Geldo, noticing his son's reaction, realized that these two young men were indeed not lying. Is this what a Super Saiyan is? Geldo was equally astonished, gazing at the two youths radiating golden auras. Frieza felt an increasing sense of fear. This gaze, I shall never forget this gaze. Frieza looked at the boy clad in the Turtle School martial arts uniform, envisioning Son Wukong's eyes, which regarded him as mere vermin. What are you afraid of? Trunks taunted, observing Frieza's evident fear. Die? Unable to contain his terror, Frieza unleashed an energy blast directly at Trunks. Trunks stood his ground, unflinching. Boom. A violent explosion ensued, visible even to Piccolo and the others. Geldo spoke up, Frieza, if you destroy this planet, there will be nothing left, and that fellow named Son Wukong will not return. I understand, father, rest assured. I have yet to reveal my true capabilities. Frieza, with a visage of terror, gazed at the site of the explosion. There. Both Trunks and the youth clad in the Turtle School attire remained unscathed. A wave of dread washed over Frieza once more. You wish to retain your strength to humiliate us? You lack the capability. Trunks derided. Cease your struggles. You shall soon meet your demise at our hands. The Turtle School youth proclaimed. Trunks, you slay Frieza, and I shall deal with his father. Such foolish bravado. Frieza bellowed, launching a more potent energy blast toward Trunks. With both hands, Trunks caught the attack, applying a slight force to shatter Frieza's assault effortlessly. What a dim-witted fool you are. Your arrogance is your fatal flaw. True combat should decisively determine the victor. The Turtle School youth disdainfully remarked. Chapter 53. Enshrouded in mystery. Humph. As you wish, I shall eliminate you in one fell swoop. Frieza declared, ascending into the air and unleashing a technique even more formidable than the planet destroyer he had employed on Namek. This very move had obliterated planet Vegeta. Observing Frieza's actions, Geldo shouted, Frieza, do you intend to annihilate this planet? Frieza, consumed by rage, lost all semblance of composure. Let Goku and Vegeta settle their affairs in the cosmos. With that, he hurled the planet destroyer toward Trunks. Ha 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 ha. Frieza laughed maniacally as he beheld Trunks ensnared by the planet destroyer. The planet is about to explode. Frieza, we must flee, Guldo urged. Yet, before they could escape into the cosmos, Trunks astonishingly lifted the planet destroyer with one hand. What is the matter? Is this where it ends? Trunks chuckled. Frieza retaliated with a single energy sphere, instantly detonating the planet destroyer. However, the Turtle School youth emitted a dismissive snort, radiating a surge of energy that dissipated the explosion of the planet destroyer. Misunderstanding the situation, Frieza believed he had vanquished the two and began to laugh once more. Well done, Frieza, Guldo praised. He is ultimately no match for us. On a distant mountaintop, the Turtle School youth reprimanded Trunks. Trunks, you're becoming reckless again. Enough games. Eliminate them in one breath. Upon hearing this, Trunks straightened. Brother, I was wrong. I will swiftly defeat Frieza. With that, Trunks assumed a stance to channel his energy, shouting, Frieza. Frieza and Guldo turned swiftly at the sound of Trunks' voice, only to find a technique akin to the flash of doom hurtling toward them. The father-son duo leapt into the sky. You think such a technique could defeat me? Frieza shouted. However, at that moment, the Turtle School youth and Trunks soared above Frieza and his father. Trunks unsheathed his sword, while the Turtle School youth amassed energy. Turtle, School, Energy, Blast. Guldo, without even a grunt, was consumed by the formidable Turtle School Energy Blast. Father, Frieza cried out, you'd best take care of yourself. In an instant, Trunks' sword cleaved through the air, severing Frieza in two. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With swift strokes, Trunks dismembered Frieza mid-air. Subsequently, a powerful energy blast completely obliterated Frieza. In a mere 3 seconds, both Frieza and his father were annihilated. As they gazed at the distant explosion, Gohan and the others were left in utter shock. How could it happen so swiftly? The energy of Frieza and his progenitor had vanished. Who was responsible for this? Vegeta was astounded. Could it be that my father and Uncle Goku have returned? It doesn't feel that way, Gohan remarked, furrowing his brow. Let us hurry and investigate. Without hesitation, Piccolo surged forward, and the others quickly followed suit. However, upon their arrival, they were met with the sight of the Turtle School youth and Trunks, both in their non-Super Saiyan forms. The Turtle School youth turned to Piccolo and the others, his eyes brimming with excitement, before finally settling on Bulma, opening his mouth to speak, yet uttering nothing. Trunks, too, glanced at Vegeta and then at Ties, remaining silent. We must go to meet Goten and Mr. Goku. They should be landing nearby shortly, the Turtle School youth proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Piccolo and the others were taken aback. Mr. Goten and Mr. Goku will arrive in 3 hours. Please follow us. With that, Trunks took off into the sky. I want to see. Gohan was the first to exclaim. Seeing Gohan follow, Piccolo silently trailed behind, and soon Vegeta and the others followed suit. The group accompanied the two youths to the location they had mentioned. As Trunks descended, he produced a pouch containing a portable cooler. Mr. Goten and Mr. Goku will take some time to arrive. There are many refreshments here. Please help yourselves. The Turtle School youth offered. Bulma regarded the boy, feeling an inexplicable connection, while Gohan cheerfully declared, then I won't hold back. Approaching the Turtle School youth, Bulma curiously asked, Haven't I seen you somewhere before? Apart from your hair, you bear a striking resemblance to Goten. The Turtle School youth, upon hearing this, became exceedingly anxious, stammering, and unable to articulate a response. How do you know about my father and Uncle Goten? Gohan inquired. We merely heard about them from others. We have yet to meet them, Trunks interjected diplomatically. Then how do you know that Goku and Goten will land in 3 hours? Krillin pressed. I'm sorry. But I cannot disclose that, Trunks replied, lowering his gaze. Vegeta, intrigued, asked, Why can't you say? Who exactly are you? How do you possess such formidable power? Yet both the Turtle School youth and Trunks remained silent. Ties regarded Trunks, much like Bulma, stepping closer to scrutinize him. Feeling embarrassed, Trunks turned away, avoiding her gaze. Gohan continued. Earlier, when you battled Frieza, you transformed into a Super Saiyan, didn't you? Indeed, the Turtle School youth nodded. What a joke. Now only I, Kakarot, Kakaruska, and Kakarot's son remain among the Saiyans. Just the 4 of us. Thus, you cannot possibly be a Saiyan. Vegeta exclaimed. As for Goku and his elder brother Raditz, well, he was dealt with by the Frieza force during Vegeta's rebellion, and it was too late when Vegeta left Earth to rescue him. Upon hearing this, the two youths fell silent. Vegeta continued. Moreover, All Saiyans have black hair. How could you, with your purple and blue hair, possibly be Saiyans? Ties glanced at the Capsule Corporation logo on Trunks' shoulder and said, "Isn't that the logo of our Capsule Corporation? What's going on? Are you one of our employees?" Bulma, upon hearing Ties, rushed over to Trunks and remarked, "Indeed, that is our Capsule Corporation logo." Trunks stammered, "Well, it's not exactly like that. Is that also a secret? Can you not even disclose your name or age?" Ties inquired. "I can't say my name, but I am 17 and my brother is 18, Trunks shyly responded. Chapter 54. Who is whose father? It is quite peculiar that you cannot even reveal your name. Tien Shinhan expressed his curiosity. Yamcha, with his hands on his hips, added, "Yes, there's really no point in keeping secrets from us." Observing that everyone was looking at Trunks, Ties tried to ease the atmosphere, saying, "All right. If the children are unwilling to share, let us not pry. After all, these two have saved us and the earth." Trunks covertly gazed at Vegeta and Gohan, keeping his head down and remaining silent. In contrast, the boy clad in the turtle school uniform looked at Bulma with an expression of astonishment. Bulma, stroking her chin, made the turtle school boy feel somewhat embarrassed. The group ceased their inquiries and found places to sit while awaiting the arrival of Gohan and Goku. Gohan turned to Piccolo beside him and asked, "Uncle Piccolo, there's something I've always wanted to ask you." "What is it?" Piccolo replied, arms crossed. "When they moved to other planets over half a year ago, why didn't you go with them?" Gohan inquired curiously. Piccolo looked at Gohan, a long-lost smile gracing his face, and said, "The reason is simple. I have no desire to lead a mundane life." No wonder Uncle Piccolo has been training tirelessly over the past year. Gohan realized with clarity. Meanwhile, Bulma was gossiping with Krillin, saying, "Krillin, look at that boy in the turtle school uniform. He resembles Gohan quite a bit." Krillin nodded, but considering the boy's age, Gohan would have been less than 10 when he was born, right? Ties, on the other hand, was pulling Vegeta into a conversation about Trunks. Trunks gazed at the distant figures of Vegeta and Ties, pondering something. "Super Saiyan. Their power is indeed formidable," Tien Shinhan remarked. Even having mastered the Kaioken and having his potential unlocked by Piccolo, Tien still believed he could not match a Super Saiyan. The turtle schoolboy glanced at his watch and stated, 3 hours have passed. I believe Mr. Gohan and Mr. Goku will arrive shortly." As he spoke, everyone sensed the powerful energy of Gohan and Goku approaching. Indeed, I can sense the presence of the two. What these children have stated is astonishingly true. Here they come, Father and Uncle Wuxing. 2 circular spacecrafts glided through the sky, gracefully landing not far from our position. The crowd hastily flew towards them. As the hatch of the spacecraft opened, the brothers Son Wuxing emerged. Son Wukong, noticing familiar faces surrounding the landing site, exclaimed in surprise, Why is everyone here?" Son Wuxing, however, displayed no astonishment until his gaze fell upon a youth clad in the attire of the turtle school. "This child, how remarkably similar he looks to me. Standing alongside Trunks, could he possibly be my son?" With this question lingering in his mind, Son Wuxing and Son Wukong soared out from the crater formed by the spacecraft's landing. "Welcome home, Father, Uncle Wuxing," called out Wuxing. Bulma immediately leaped into Son Wuxing's embrace. Son Wukong, puzzled, inquired, "How did you know we were returning?" Bulma pointed to the turtle school youth and Trunks, saying, "These 2 children informed us that you would land here. By the way, Wuxing, do you know them?" Bulma asked, looking up at Son Wuxing. Shaking his head, he replied, "I do not." Son Wukong pondered for a moment. "Who are they?" "What? You don't recognize them?" Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, we do not." Son Wukong shrugged. "But they knew you would return at this time and place." Bulma continued, "Is that so? How peculiar. Frieza and his minions discovered our spacecraft. They must have known our return time. Speaking of which, who defeated Frieza and the others? Was it Piccolo and Gohan?" Son Wukong inquired. Piccolo spoke up. "Frieza and his crew were dispatched instantaneously by these 2 youths. Moreover, just like you two, they can transform into Super Saiyans." Upon hearing this, Son Wuxing turned his attention to the boy clad in the turtle school attire, and he became certain that this child was indeed his son. "A Super Saiyan?" Son Wukong exclaimed, "Remarkable. They can transform at such a young age. It seems there are other Saiyans besides us." Vegeta retorted, "Impossible. There cannot be any other Saiyans." All right. Such matters are inconsequential." Son Wukong waved his hand dismissively. Son Wuxing set Bulma down and remarked, "You two have something to discuss with us, don't you? Lead the way." Trunks smiled at Son Wuxing, saying, "Indeed, Mr. Wuxing. We have something to share, but only you two brothers are permitted to hear." This revelation startled everyone. "Are we not allowed to know?" Krillin asked, perplexed. Without responding, Son Wuxing grasped Son Wukong's hand and flew towards a distance. Once they had some space from the others, the boy in the turtle school attire suggested, "This will suffice." Son Wukong cheerfully remarked, "By the way, we owe you our gratitude. Thank you for defeating Frieza." Son Wuxing added, "I was eager to see how much stronger Piccolo has become over the past year. Perhaps I shall spar with him later." Upon hearing these words, Trunks expressed his astonishment, questioning whether Mr. Piccolo possessed the strength to defeat Frieza and his father. Son Wukong nodded, stating that he had sensed a significant increase in Piccolo's power over the past year and believed that vanquishing Frieza and his progenitor would not pose a challenge. A young boy clad in the turtle school attire expressed his surprise, noting that it was supposed to be the duty of their brothers to eliminate Frieza's lineage. He added that due to time constraints, they would have to intervene if the others did not return soon. Frieza and his father's spaceship is too swift, allowing them to escape just when I and Wuxing intended to confront them, Son Wukong explained. Trunks, perplexed, remarked that they would not arrive for another 3 hours, fearing it might be too late. That was indeed the case. However, we have mastered a new technique known as instant transmission. Instant transmission. Both Trunks and the turtle school boy exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, we can return from the spaceship to Earth in an instant," Wuxing added. "Is that so?" "We have inadvertently altered history," Trunks exclaimed, a sheen of sweat on his brow. "Well, we initially planned only to meet you two brothers, not expecting to encounter everyone," the turtle school boy remarked. "History? What is happening?" Son Wukong inquired, thoroughly astonished. Wuxing approached the boy in turtle school attire, scrutinizing him before suddenly declaring, "Your name is Son Wujua, the son of me and Bulma. Am I correct?" Upon hearing this, the turtle school boy, "No, Son Wujua," gazed at Wuxing in shock. Chapter 55. A transformed history. Son Wujua looked up at the father he had never met, his face a mask of disbelief. Trunks chuckled wryly, acknowledging Wuxing's reputation as Bulma's uncle, claiming he was the most intelligent Saiyan. Initially skeptical, he now recognized the truth. Son Wujua lowered his head, feeling somewhat bashful, and admitted, "Indeed, I am the son of Bulma and Son Wuxing." "Father, uncle." Son Wukong, slightly taken aback, exclaimed, "So he truly is your child, Wuxing. But wait, why is he so grown up, even larger than Gohan?" Trunks quickly interjected, "We will clarify the specifics later, Mr. Wukong, Uncle Wuxing. Can you transform into a Super Saiyan at will?" "I could not do so at first, but ever since Wuxing could transform, he has been able to do so at will," Son Wukong replied. "Could we see it?" Trunks continued. Wuxing nodded, turning towards his son. "Lift your head. Let me have a proper look at you." Son Wujua raised his gaze, his emotions complex. Suddenly, Wuxing broke into a smile, exclaiming, "What a handsome lad. He truly is the child of Bulma and me. Let me show you two youngsters the prowess of us old fellows." With that, both Wuxing and Son Wukong shouted in unison and transformed into Super Saiyans. Onlookers from afar gazed in astonishment at the brothers who had suddenly transformed. "They've transformed? A Super Saiyan?" Piccolo remarked, reflecting on their newfound strength. "Is this sufficient for you, youngsters?" Wuxing inquired. "Indeed, it is truly astounding." A glimmer of astonishment flickered in the eyes of Trunks and Son Wukong. Within just a year, the combat prowess of the Son Wukong brothers had surged to an astonishing 5 million. Now, upon transformation, their battle power had skyrocketed to an astounding 2.5 billion. Such a level was beyond the wildest imaginings of Frieza and his progeny. "And then?" inquired Son Wukong. "We too shall transform into Super Saiyans," Trunks declared, instantly morphing into a Super Saiyan. Son Wukong observed his son, saying, "Father, watch my transformation. The fourth Super Saiyan has emerged." Piccolo quipped, "Is this Super Saiyan a wholesale affair?" Yet, sensing the energy of the four, Piccolo felt a wave of relief. His own combat strength had reached 550,000. Although the enhancement from the Kaioken technique was not as significant as that of the Super Saiyan when fully unleashed, his battle power surged to 2.2 billion. If Trunks and the others refrained from intervening, he could indeed take down both Frieza and his son. Not to mention that Gohan had elevated his power to 400,000 over the past year. It should be noted that Vegeta was at a similar level. Clenching his fists, Vegeta seethed at the sight of four Super Saiyans emerging. How could he, the prince of the Saiyans, not feel incensed? Gazing at Son Wukong, Son Wukong couldn't help but exclaim, "You truly resemble me." "Pardon me." Son Wukong and Trunks assumed a combat stance. Trunks even drew his sword, aiming it at Son Wukong. However, the Son Wukong brothers remained motionless, showing no inclination to evade, even as Trunks' sword approached them. "Why not dodge?" Trunks inquired, puzzled. "Because you lack murderous intent. I know you will halt." Son Wukong feigned a casual demeanor. "I see. So we are indeed going to attack." Son Wukong extended a finger, charging it with energy, and engaged Trunks in battle. Without hesitation, Son Wukong also launched an assault on Son Wukong. Upon their first clash, Son Wukong discerned Son Wukong's fighting style. Despite donning the Turtle School's attire, his inherent combat approach was akin to that of the demon race, mirroring Piccolo's battle logic. Clearly, he was a disciple trained by Gohan. Within mere exchanges, Son Wukong's hand hovered at Son Wukong's forehead. Son Wukong was taken aback, exclaiming, "Incredible. Mother did not exaggerate. Father is truly formidable." Son Wukong tapped Son Wukong gently on the head, remarking, "You leave yourself too exposed. Make sure to train diligently upon your return." Meanwhile, Son Wukong was overwhelmingly dominant against Trunks, effortlessly blocking Trunks' sword with a mere fingertip. Trunks marveled, "Indeed, your reputation precedes you. You are as powerful as the legends suggest." The Son Wukong brothers then reverted from their Super Saiyan forms. "Now, can we discuss what is happening?" Son Wukong inquired inquisitively. "Yes, we will explain everything. However, from this moment on, we request that you keep our discussion confidential." Son Wukong implored. "Understood, rest assured, our lips are sealed." Son Wukong affirmed with a nod. Trunks and Son Wukong exchanged glances. "We traveled from 20 years in the future via a time machine. 20 years into the future." Son Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed. I am Trunks, and this is my brother, Son Wukong. We both bear the blood of the Saiyans." Trunks began. "I am the son of Son Wukong and Bulma, while Trunks is the son of Vegeta and Tights." Son Wukong elaborated. "Vegeta's son?" Son Wukong exclaimed with heightened excitement. "I could tell at a glance that you are my son. Coincidentally, I was considering naming my son Son Wukong." Son Wukong chuckled. "However, I never imagined that Vegeta would also have a child." Son Wukong turned to Vegeta. "I will be born in 2.5 years, Trunks further explained. "Let us not dwell on trivial matters. We did not come here for that," Son Wukong stated. "Indeed, Uncle Wukong, we have come to inform you of a significant event. On the morning of May 12th, 3 years from now, around 10 o'clock, 2 exceedingly formidable individuals will appear on a small island located 9 kilometers southwest of the southern capital. They are terrifying creatures of unimaginable power." "What kind of beings are they? Are they extraterrestrial?" Son Wukong inquired. "No, Uncle. They are androids created by humans. Specifically, they are bioengineered beings, manufactured by the mad scientist Dr. Gero from the Red Ribbon Army, whom you previously defeated." Son Wukong elaborated. "The Red Ribbon Army? Was it not vanquished by me long ago?" Son Wukong expressed his astonishment. "Indeed, although the army was eradicated by you, that doctor survived and continues his research." Trunks nodded. "Does this fellow still harbor delusions of world domination?" Son Wukong scoffed. "It is uncertain, for the androids have killed Dr. Gero. They exist solely for the thrill of slaughter and destruction." As Son Wukong spoke, he grew increasingly agitated. "Are you not a match for these androids?" Son Wukong questioned. "Well, if it were not for the 3 of us, the Earth would have likely been obliterated by now," Son Wukong replied. Chapter 56. The Shock of Trunks and His Companion. "Wait, why are there only 3 of you left? What happened to the other warriors?" Son Wukong pondered. "They are no more, aside from the 2 of us. Only Gohan remains." Son Wukong continued. "In the battle 3 years hence, besides Gohan, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Tien, Uncle Kaiatsu, Uncle Vegeta, and Uncle Kaiatsu were all slain." At this point, Trunks lowered his head, lamenting that Gohan also suffered grievously due to my folly, having his arms broken. Had it not been for Goku's intervention, Gohan would have perished on the spot. Now, Gohan can only be cared for and has no opportunity to fight. As Son Wukong spoke, his expression darkened with fury. With Uncle Piccolo's passing, the Dragon Balls have also vanished, rendering resurrection impossible. Son Wukong discerned an unsettling truth and asked, "Wait, what about me? Not just me. What about Wukong? Have we both been killed? Son Wukong looked at his father with regret, stating that you and uncle did not participate in the battle. Huh. Son Wukong was taken aback. Both of you will soon succumb to severe illness and subsequently pass away, Trunks remarked. Ah. Son Wukong gasped in shock. It is viral heart disease. Even a Super Saiyan cannot escape its clutches. Son Wukong lamented. Ah, that shouldn't be the case. I recall that during my childhood, Wuxing once made a wish for the Dragon Balls to eradicate the viruses within us, Son Wukong remarked, puzzled. Could it be that the Eternal Dragon is incapable of healing? Trunks inquired, equally perplexed. Son Wuxing shook his head and clarified. No, the Eternal Dragon simply cannot resurrect those who have succumbed to illness. Moreover, we are not ill. We have been poisoned. Hence, I made such a wish at that time, and the dragon confirmed its fulfillment. How could this be? This contradicts the history we know, Son Wujua exclaimed in astonishment. Mother once mentioned that when she and father first encountered the Eternal Dragon, the wish was made by Oolong, requesting a girl's underwear. Son Wujua felt utterly bewildered. Son Wuxing stroked his chin, realizing that his counterpart from another world lacked memories of traversing realms, and was indeed the genuine native Son Wuxing, a truly exceptional being. Son Wukong let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, Phew, you nearly scared me to death. I thought I wouldn't survive to face the androids. How could this happen? History has changed. Trunks echoed, equally astonished. The two exchanged a glance, and Son Wujua retrieved a special medicine from his pocket, offering it to Son Wuxing. Although you say that, father, you and uncle must each take a bottle of this medicine. If any health issues arise, just take a pill. Son Wuxing accepted the medicine and shared a bottle with Son Wukong. Wow, I truly appreciate both of you, Son Wukong exclaimed as he cherished the medicine. Even though it differs from the history we know, perhaps such history is better left behind. Father, uncle, we believe you can indeed alter the future, Son Wujua stated, gazing at Son Wuxing. Indeed, it would not be in vain for Bulma and Mother to have dedicated themselves to studying time machines. Trunks added, Huh, is your mother here as well? Son Wukong inquired in surprise. He refers to Aunt Bulma and calls me uncle. Your mother cannot be Tais, can she? Son Wuxing exclaimed, taken aback by this unforeseen revelation. He never anticipated becoming in-laws with Vegeta. Son Wukong was equally astonished, nearly losing his footing. Upon hearing this, Piccolo regarded Vegeta with newfound respect. Vegeta sensed something amiss in Piccolo's gaze. My father passed away before I could fully comprehend the world. So seeing him for the first time was profoundly moving, Trunks reflected, his gaze drifting towards the distant Vegeta. Son Wujua also recalled his own father, Son Wuxing, who had departed this world when he was merely a year old. However, I implore both of you to keep this confidential. If this were to be revealed, it could cause them embarrassment, and I might cease to exist, as my situation differs from that of my brother Wujua. Trunks urged promptly. Rest assured, we shall not speak of this indiscriminately, Son Wukong assured him. By the way, do we have any spare senzu beans? Brother Gohan's arms are completely broken, making it challenging for him to manage on his own, Son Wujua inquired. Son Wuxing produced a small pouch from his bosom, containing over 20 senzu beans, which he tossed to Son Wujua. Take these senzu beans to Korin Tower and seek Master Korin. If he is still alive, he will teach you how to cultivate senzu beans, Son Wuxing instructed. Very well, we shall return then. It will be late, and mother will surely worry. Son Wukong cast a reluctant glance at his father. Wujua, take good care of your mother for me, Son Wukong's father urged. Yes, Dad, rest assured, Wujua replied. Son Wukong added, please convey my gratitude to your mother. The future will change. Indeed, seeing the two of you so formidable fills us with confidence. Trunks remarked. Will we meet again? Son Wuxing inquired. It's uncertain. The energy required for the time machine to make a round trip takes a long time to replenish. If we are still alive then, we will surely return in 3 years. Wujua replied. We will diligently train during these 3 years. By then, we will definitely defeat the androids, Son Wuxing declared with confidence. Trunks and Wujua exchanged glances before soaring into the sky. Son Wukong turned to Son Wuxing, saying, Wuxing, how should we address this matter? The others rushed to the side of the two brothers as Trunks and Wujua flew away. Dad, Son Gohan called out. Son Wukong, feeling a headache coming on, looked toward Son Wuxing. What did they say? Krillin asked. Just as Son Wuxing was about to speak, Piccolo interjected, let me handle this. Huh? You heard them, Piccolo? Son Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Our Namekian senses are different from yours, Piccolo explained. Then I'll leave it to you. Piccolo, Sun Wukong agreed. Sun Wukong expressed his concern, but don't worry, I won't mention anything that could jeopardize that guy's existence, Piccolo assured, concealing Trunks' lineage while sharing other details with everyone. Ah, that child is my and Wukong's son. He certainly resembles me. Bulma exclaimed with delight. He looks even more like Wukong. Krillin quipped. Son Gohan interjected. That's not the point. The crucial matter is that the androids will appear in 3 years. This is truly unbelievable, Yamcha said in astonishment. If you don't believe, it's fine. I will train hard during these 3 years. I refuse to perish, Piccolo declared with irritation. Chapter 57. 3 years of training. Piccolo was quite vexed. Unable to comprehend why he, a warrior comparable to a Super Saiyan, would struggle against these so-called androids. He resolved to double his efforts in unlocking his potential over the next 3 years, determined to eliminate the so-called androids. At that moment, Son Gohan suddenly pointed to the sky, exclaiming, "Everyone, look!" They all quickly looked up to see Trunks and Wukong seated in a yellow machine. Its surface enveloped in a peculiar energy. Trunks and Wukong waved to the onlookers, then vanished into thin air. The group sensed nothing. Their disbelief turned to conviction. I must train hard as well, Tien Shinhan said, gazing at the disappearing figures of Trunks and Wukong. Me too. Krillin clenched his fists. Vegeta, drenched in sweat, vowed. In 3 years, I will survive. Subsequently, Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong shared the events of the past year with their brothers. After vanquishing Frieza, the two boarded the Ginyu Force's spaceship and journeyed to the planet Yardrat, where they mastered the art of instant transmission. Sun Wukong demonstrated this newfound skill, astonishing everyone present. Tien Shinhan inquired, "By the way, Wukong, you still haven't specified the exact time 3 years from now." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong awkwardly admitted, I seem to have forgotten." Sun Wukong's brother, Sun Wuxing, sighed and clarified, "It's approximately 10 o'clock in the morning on May 12th, 3 years from now. On an island to the southwest of South City." Piccolo warned the others, "This enemy is unlike any we've faced before. They are exceptionally formidable. If you lack confidence in your abilities, it would be wise not to join us." Vegeta scoffed. "Humph, it seems the one lacking confidence is you." Piccolo retorted. "Is that so? Why don't you give it a try?" He regarded Vegeta with disdain, as the untransformed Saiyan did not intimidate him in the slightest. "Wuxing, do you feel confident?" Bulma asked Sun Wuxing. "Rest assured, Bulma, I will become significantly stronger in 3 years. No foe will be my match," Sun Wuxing replied with conviction. "Then you must protect me." Bulma clung to Sun Wuxing's arm. "Wuxing, would you like to train with me during these 3 years?" Piccolo proposed. "I was waiting for you to say that." Sun Wuxing clenched his fists, sensing Piccolo's immense strength. "I want to join too." Sun Wukong chimed in eagerly. "Me as well." Son Gohan added his voice. "Krillin, do you want to come along?" Sun Wukong asked. "No, to be honest. I feel like I can't keep up with your training pace anymore. I think I'll train on my own," Krillin replied, a hint of sadness in his tone. Ever since Sun Wuxing and the others achieved their Super Saiyan transformations, he had struggled to match their progress. Even after unlocking his potential, his fighting power was merely around 2 million, rendering him unable to participate in high-level battles. "Humph, 3 years from now, I will surely be stronger," Vegeta declared, clenching his fists as he departed with ties. "We shall take our leave as well. See you in 3 years." Tien Shinhan waved goodbye, escorting Chaozu away. Yamcha also departed with Pu'er, while Sun Wukong cheerfully remarked, "Let's head home and inform Chi-Chi." Sun Wuxing replied, "Are you certain that sister-in-law won't chase you out?" Sun Wukong looked at Bulma, somewhat ingratiatingly. "I'll have to rely on you for that." Bulma huffed. "These two brothers have been wandering the universe for over a year and now expect me to smooth things over." However, seeing Sun Wuxing's eager gaze, Bulma reluctantly agreed. All right, I will help persuade Chi-Chi." Thus, Sun Wuxing, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Son Gohan formed a training team and embarked on their 3-year journey of growth. During this time, Bulma married Sun Wuxing, and in the 2nd year of their marriage, they welcomed a child named Sun Wukong. Vegeta continued his relationship with Tais, both indifferent toward the institution of marriage. In the 3rd year, Tais also gave birth to a child named Trunks. 3 years later, on May 12th, at 8 o'clock in the morning, the promised time had finally arrived. "Then, let us set forth." After Sun Wukong and Son Gohan exchanged greetings with Chi-Chi, they set off. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Son Wukong's brother, and Bulma, cradling her child, also embarked on their journey. Son Wukong's brother observed Bulma holding the child and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Bulma, you could have stayed home with Goku. There's no need to be present at the scene." Bulma replied, "Of course I must come to witness the battle. Rest assured, I will return after just a glance at the androids." As she navigated the flying car, Piccolo admired Bulma's bravery. He mused that, without his own strength, he would never dare to so boldly carry a child into a battlefield. In the southern city, on a small island, Son Wukong and the others had already arrived. "Uncle Wukong, Uncle Piccolo, over here." Son Gohan waved. It was indeed Gohan and his companions, prompting a smile to grace Piccolo's face. Son Wukong, noticing Bulma with the child, turned to Son Wukong's brother and questioned, "How could you allow Bulma to come to such a perilous place, especially while holding Goku?" Just as Son Wukong's brother was about to respond, Bulma quickly interjected, "Don't blame him. I insisted on coming myself. I promise I'll only take a peek before heading back." Krillin, observing the child in Bulma's arms, remarked in astonishment, "I never imagined that both Wukong and Bulma would have children." Son Wukong's brother chuckled, "Krillin, you should start considering the significant matters of life as well." Krillin's face flushed instantly as he waved his hands dismissively. "Never mind, I'll just continue my training." This provoked hearty laughter from everyone. After 3 years of rigorous training, the group had significantly enhanced their strengths. Thanks to Piccolo's exceptional support, everyone's potential had been remarkably developed, rendering each of them far more powerful than in the original narrative. Their battle powers were as follows: Krillin, 8 million, Tien, 10 million, Yamcha, 7 million, Kaiatsu, 5 million, Son Gohan, 15 million, Son Wukong, 300 million, Son Wukong's brother, 5 billion, and Piccolo, 7 billion. The numerical values of their powers surged explosively, transitioning from tens of thousands to billions. Son Wukong's brother brimmed with confidence, even believing that he could defeat the so-called androids in his normal state. "By the way, where's Vegeta?" Son Wukong glanced around but couldn't spot him. Son Wukong's brother felt a bit awkward. "Vegeta? He should be with the children. He'll probably arrive shortly." Bulma casually mentioned this shocking revelation. "What? Taking care of children?" Chapter 58. Yamcha, I fight androids. Taking care of children? Everyone was taken aback by Vegeta's current whereabouts. Forgive my bluntness, but I truly cannot reconcile the notion of Vegeta with the idea of caring for children. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. "He isn't planning to hide at home to avoid this battle, is he?" Yamcha grumbled. "No, he will come. He undoubtedly will." Son Wukong's brother asserted confidently. Unlike others, he, being closely tied to Vegeta, understood him best. For this day, Vegeta had endured unimaginable torment and was even willing to humble himself to seek Piccolo's assistance. Having laid down his pride, Vegeta had genuinely matured. As the clock approached 10, Son Wukong urged Bulma to return home. After all, she was his wife and mother of his child. While others may not worry, how could he not? "Oh, I just want to take a quick look and then I'll go back. I've come all this way. You can't deny me a glance at the androids, can you?" Bulma playfully insisted. Son Wukong sighed at Bulma's persistence, while Son Wukong reminded his brother, "You should refrain from joining the battle for now. Your priority is to protect Bulma." "I understand, brother," Son Wukong nodded. The current Son Wukong exuded the wisdom of a true master, demonstrating a stark contrast to his former, more carefree self in the way he cared for his family and friends. As the group awaited, the clock struck 10. Son Gohan had gone off to play with Son Goten. "It's past 10 already. Why haven't we sensed any android energy?" Tien Shinhan asked curiously. Could it be that, being androids, they lack energy signatures? Son Wukong divulged a spoiler. "Is that so? I wonder if those two are just making things up." Yamcha expressed his skepticism. Just then, an explosion reverberated from the small town below. Boom. The town is under attack. "There they are, the androids," Piccolo shouted, pointing at 2 small black dots below. However, the others lacked Piccolo's keen eyesight and could not discern the android's presence. Could it truly be that, as Wukong suggested, the androids are devoid of energy? Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. "This complicates matters. We'll have to rely on our vision." Krillin lamented. "Everyone split up. Avoid prolonged engagements. If you spot them, alert the others immediately." Son Wukong commanded. "Wukong, Gohan, you stay here and ensure Bulma's safety." Son Wukong called out as he noticed his brother's eagerness. "Understood." Though reluctant, Son Wukong recognized that the safety of his family was paramount. Got it, Dad. The others dispersed across the small island, searching for signs of the androids. After the group scattered, two oddly dressed figures appeared on the island. One stout and one slender, one tall and one short. With expressionless faces, they began to attack anyone they encountered. An unusually powerful human is approaching. Is there a malfunction in the search system? Android 20 queried. No. The search system is functioning properly. I sense the same energy. Android 19, the stout one, replied. Yet this energy far exceeds human limits. Android 20 remarked in astonishment. It seems we have stumbled upon Son Goku. Android 19 chuckled. Rushing toward them was Yamcha, having heard the explosions and chaos. What is happening? Where are the others? Yamcha arrived, sensing nothing amiss. In midair, Android 19 observed Yamcha below, shaking his head. No, he is not Son Goku. The data does not match. There is a 96% probability that he is a human named Yamcha, Android 19 calculated. Regardless of his identity, since he is providing us with energy, we shall accept it, Android 20 declared. As they spoke, the two figures descended before Yamcha. The instant they appeared, an unsettling sensation washed over him. He spotted the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army adorning the cap atop number 20's head. Is it you? Yamcha assumed a combative stance. With 3 years of rigorous training coupled with the Kaioken technique, he felt a profound confidence in his abilities. Yamcha, you are precisely our first prey. Number 20 sneered, extending his hand to seize Yamcha's form. Humph. Yamcha unleashed his full power, activating the Kaioken without hesitation. The tremendous energy erupted, shattering the entire street and cracking the surrounding skyscrapers. In an instant, everyone sensed the surge of Yamcha's energy. It's coming from Yamcha. They rushed towards him. Oh, he possesses such formidable energy. This is delightful. Number 20 exclaimed with elation. Number 20, allow me to take him. Number 19 couldn't help but implore. Patience, Number 19. More powerful humans are approaching. Yamcha, let me absorb your energy. As Number 20 spoke, he lunged towards Yamcha. Do not underestimate me. Yamcha, feeling like prey in their eyes, shouted in fury. Number 20 smirked coldly and charged forward. Yamcha regained his composure and engaged in fierce combat with Number 20. The combat prowess of Numbers 19 and 20 was not overwhelmingly strong. Number 19 possessed a fighting power of 2 billion, while Number 20 had 5 billion. Thus, with the Kaioken at 40 times, Yamcha's 8 billion fighting power allowed him to contend somewhat with Number 20, albeit only slightly. By the time Goku and the others arrived, Yamcha was being restrained by Number 20, who was absorbing his energy and had thrown him to the ground in a classic pose. Krillin, Yamcha is still alive. Take him to Goku, so he can be given a senzu bean. Goku sighed in relief upon seeing Yamcha still breathing. Understood. Krillin quickly moved forward, lifting Yamcha and flying towards Goku. Meanwhile, the others glared furiously at Numbers 19 and 20. Are you the androids? It's finally a pleasure to meet you. The only one retaining his composure, Piccolo, addressed Numbers 19 and 20. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Number 20 paused momentarily, astonished. How astonishing. Someone actually knows of our existence. After surveying the surroundings, he continued. Moreover, it seems you are aware that we would appear on this island. Why is that? Can you enlighten me? No comment. If you wish to know the answer, you must earn it. Piccolo declared. Perfect. That is precisely our intention. Numbers 19 and 20 approached, while Goku and the others prepared for battle. Chapter 59, Tien Shinhan. Let me take over. Goku surveyed the devastated surroundings and shouted, wait. Let us relocate our battle to a more desolate area. A more desolate area, you say? I have no objections, but it's unnecessary to leave. As Number 20 spoke, golden lasers shot from his eyes. In an instant, the surrounding buildings were reduced to ruins, and countless lives were lost beneath the debris and explosions. Witnessing this, Son Wukong bellowed for him to cease. He then delivered a powerful punch to Number 20's face. Thud. Number 20 was sent flying, his hat lost to the chaos. He had not anticipated the swiftness of Son Wukong's attack. On the hillside where Bulma and Son Wukong's brother resided, the moment they saw Krillin approach, Son Wukong's brother swiftly retrieved a senzu bean to feed Yamcha. However, at that moment, a violent explosion echoed from the small island below. Despite Son Wukong's rapid response, Number 20's assault had already devastated half the city block. What transpired? Bulma exclaimed, alarmed as she gazed downward. It was them. They are responsible. Yamcha, just rising to his feet, fumed. Number 19 scrambled to find number 20's hat, assisting him back to his feet and placing the hat back on his head. I merely wish to create a battleground devoid of inhabitants, but it seems you do not favor such an arrangement. Though he had received a blow to the face. Number 20 spoke with an air of calm. What? Son Wukong's fury intensified. Follow me. I shall eliminate you. Number 19 replied with smug assurance. You will never be able to defeat us. Very well. We shall choose a burial site that pleases you, Son Wukong. Number 20 declared. At this, Piccolo and Tien Shinhan were taken aback. How do you know Wukong? Tien Shinhan inquired. Not only him. I am also aware of you. You are Piccolo. And he is Tien Shinhan. Number 20 responded. Humph. We shall inquire about the reason later. Let us go. With that, Son Wukong erupted in fury and soared into the sky. Number 19 glanced at number 20, who nodded, and the two followed suit. Piccolo and Tien Shinhan joined them as well. It's Wukong. They are likely seeking a new battlefield, Krillin remarked. This is bad. I failed to mention it earlier. But those two can absorb others' powers. Yamcha clenched his fists. What? That puts my father and the others in grave danger. Son Gohan exclaimed. Gohan, stay here to protect Bulma, and Goku Jr. we will assist them. Son Wukong's brother asserted. Son Gohan nodded. Do not worry, Uncle Wukong. I will keep Aunt Bulma safe. Son Wukong's brother acknowledged him with a nod and erupted in fury, following Son Wukong and the others. Wait, I shall accompany you. Krillin hurriedly followed. Though I have been defeated, I too shall lend my aid. Yamcha declared without hesitation, joining them once more. Bulma watched the group of warriors flying away, her heart heavy with concern. Before long, Son Wukong, accompanied by number 19 and number 20, descended upon a deserted island. Do not overreach, Son Wukong. You possess no choice in this matter. Number 20 declared. Piccolo surveyed the environment, noting that it was composed entirely of rocks. Surely, these two would not consider hiding behind the rocks to engage in battle? He quickly came to this realization, employing his battle intelligence. Son Wukong felt somewhat speechless. These three individuals had suppressed their anger before the battle commenced. How were they expected to keep up? Krillin could only shout, Where are you? Where are you? Yet, no one responded to their inquiries. Before we engage, tell me, how do you know about us? Son Wukong inquired. Very well, I shall divulge this information. But I fear you may regret asking once you hear it. Number 20 replied. For quite some time, we have utilized a minuscule spy robot to monitor your movements. Number 20 gazed at Son Wukong. Of course, this robot was solely designed to observe you. No footage of anyone else was captured. In other words, ever since you annihilated our Red Ribbon Army, I have been studying you, analyzing how to defeat you, and what type of android could potentially triumph over you. Number 20 continued to scrutinize Son Wukong. Just for me? Son Wukong queried. Indeed, your actions shattered the Red Ribbon Army's dream of world domination, leaving only Dr. Gero. Piccolo interjected, sensing the significance of the statement. It sounds as if you consider yourself akin to Dr. Gero, he remarked. What nonsense. I am number 20, an android created by Dr. Gero himself. Number 20 objected. Dr. Gero is already deceased. I see. You must have witnessed my battle on Planet Meat, Son Wukong remarked. There was no need for that. We comprehended your techniques completely by the time you fought Raditz. Even if your strength has increased, given your age, it is improbable that you could enhance it significantly again. Number 20 asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Piccolo felt a sense of disinterest. Tien Shinhan sighed in relief. It seems you have neglected to investigate the most crucial matter. Your defeat is inevitable. Son Wukong declared confidently. What a fatal oversight. You are unaware of the Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Number 20 exclaimed in astonishment. Goku, I believe it is unnecessary for you to intervene. They likely do not even know about the Kaioken or the Spirit Bomb. Allow me to handle this. Tien Shinhan proclaimed, unleashing his full power. 40 times Kaioken. In an instant, Tien Shinhan's combat power surged to 400 million. Ah, that is Tien Shinhan's energy. Son Wukong shouted. Over there, hold on to me. We will teleport there instantly. All right. Son Gohan, Krillin, and Yamcha quickly grasped Son Wukong's body, and they instantaneously appeared on the battlefield. After Yamcha. Tien Shinhan also possesses such formidable energy. Number 20 remarked, somewhat surprised. Number 20, that technique seems somewhat reminiscent of the Kaioken, number 19 observed. What an extraordinary technique. It can elevate combat power to such heights in an instant. Yet this power is still insufficient to unnerve us. Number 20. Feign calmness. At that moment, Son Wukong, along with Son Gohan, Krillin, and Yamcha, arrived on the battlefield. Number 19. He is still within your range to handle. Number 20 declared. Is that so? Then come. Let us see. Tien Shinhan surged forward with explosive energy. Yamcha landed and shouted, Tien Shinhan, be careful. They can absorb others' energy. Chapter 60. Is this all Tien Shinhan can do? What? Everyone was taken aback by Yamcha's words. Tien Shinhan felt an intense vigilance arise within him. Number 19. Seeing Tien Shinhan charging forward, executed a series of backflips to distance himself. Tien Shinhan shouted, clenching his fists in a cross formation. Four-body fist. In an instant, Tien Shinhan split into two, then into four. Four Tien Shinhans appeared simultaneously on the battlefield. Oh no, using this technique will weaken his combat power. Krillin expressed his concern. No worries, said Baozi with a smile. Tien Shin has mastered this technique to the point where each clone possesses 95 of the original's combat power. This revelation stunned everyone. Was this not a slight reduction in strength, resulting in 3 allies with a shared consciousness? Truly, Tien Shinhan was remarkable. Who would have thought he could develop the four-body fist to such an extent? Son Wukong marveled. Son Wuxing kept a close eye on Son Wukong, wanting to ascertain whether there was any issue with his body. Seeing that his energy remained stable and he was not gasping for breath, Son Wuxing breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, number 19 found himself surrounded by Tien Shinhan. The 4 Tien Shinhans, sharing a mental connection, launched a coordinated attack. Number 19 faced threats from all sides, gathering energy in his hands. Boom. The explosive energy at close range repelled Tien Shinhan's charge. Tien Shinhan burst through the smoke, continuing to compress number 19's space for movement. Number 19, wary of reckless assaults, could only evade. Since the battle began, he had not made a single serious offensive move. One Tien Shinhan shouted at number 19, DNDing wave. Number 19 smirked, opening his palm to absorb Tien Shinhan's energy. However, he was caught off guard. This Tien Shinhan was merely feigning an attack. Another Tien Shinhan swiftly appeared behind number 19, delivering a crushing elbow strike to his back. Boom. The powerful blow sent number 19 hurtling away, crashing into a small mountain and collapsing it. The 4 Tien Shinhans landed in unison, gazing at number 19 amidst the dust. Number 20 stood nearby, utterly astonished by Tien Shinhan's might. What? Number 20 looked at Tien Shinhan in disbelief, surprised that he possessed such formidable strength. Yet, the androids were remarkably durable. After taking a hit, number 19 emerged unscathed from the rubble, charging towards one of Tien Shinhan's forms. The 4 Tien Shinhans united their energies to restrain number 19's movements, and the closest Tien Shinhan kicked him skyward. Immediately, the 4 Tien Shinhans pursued him. Number 19 attempted to create distance to strike them down one by one, but Tien Shinhan did not fall for such a mistake, surrounding him instead. Number 19 was forced to attack Tien Shinhan, but every strike was deftly evaded. Tien Shinhan did not grant number 19 the opportunity to retaliate, as he and his 4 clones relentlessly volleyed kicks at number 19. How impressive! Over the past 3 years, has Tien Shinhan truly made such remarkable progress? Krillin remarked with astonishment. He had thought his own advancements during this period were significant, yet he was taken aback to discover that Tien Shinhan had surpassed him. However, Piccolo slightly shook his head, sensing something amiss. Although Tien Shinhan had modified the four-body fist, the direction of his enhancements appeared flawed. Observe. With the addition of the 40-fold Kaioken, Tien Shinhan's energy consumption rate is alarmingly rapid. Upon hearing this, Gohan and the others quickly acknowledged the observation. Tien Shinhan was overly eager. If he had taken a steadier approach, number 19 would not have posed a challenge. Goku's assessment echoed this sentiment. Tien Shin, be mindful of your energy expenditure. Dend urged urgently. Tien Shinhan himself had not anticipated that the energy drain from combining the Kaioken with the four-body fist would be so severe. After sending no. 19 flying with a kick, he shouted, I will finish you in one breath. Number 20 watched the battle unfold in the skies, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Even Tien Shinhan's strength far exceeded our expectations. How could this be? The situation was dire. At this rate, before we could siphon his power, no. 19's energy might be entirely depleted. Number 20 thought grimly. Tien Shinhan, observing number 19, called forth the four-body spirit bomb. Instantly, a tower-like barrage of energy beams surged toward number 19, who, instead of being alarmed, smiled at the incoming attack. A splendid opportunity. Number 20 rejoiced. A grin spread across number 19's face as he extended his palm, aimed at the spirit bomb launched by Tien Shinhan. To the astonishment of onlookers, the four formidable energy blasts were absorbed by number 19's hand. What? Is this how the android absorbs power? Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. This is a disaster. Tien Shinhan's energy has been excessively depleted, and number 19 has absorbed his power. The balance of strength has shifted, making it exceedingly difficult for Tien Shinhan to emerge victorious. Goku expressed his concern. Gohan, equally dismayed, noted that with a combat power of 400 million, which should have been an overwhelming advantage, Tien Shinhan's miscalculated strategy had turned the tide unfavorably. Panting heavily, Tien Shinhan could no longer sustain the four-body fist, forcing him to disperse the other three clones and remain in his original form. They utilized their hands to absorb others' energy. It is crucial to remain vigilant against this tactic in battle, Piccolo cautioned. Number 20, witnessing number 19's resurgence, chuckled triumphantly. Gohan shouted, Tien Shinhan, let me take over. You should consume a Saibamen. Tien Shinhan intended to refuse, yet his body could no longer withstand the Kaioken, and he reluctantly dissipated it, collapsing to the ground. Half kneeling and gasping for breath, Tien Shinhan rushed forward with a Saibamen, eager to assist. Tien Shinhan, feeling a pang of guilt, apologized. I overestimated my abilities. I thought I could swiftly defeat this android using the Kaioken and the four-body fist. Krillin quickly reassured him. Tien Shinhan, you have done your utmost. Piccolo scoffed, choosing to remain silent. In his view, Tien Shinhan's earlier performance was nothing short of foolish. On the 19th, Son Wukong's brother, Son Wuxing, approached with a cold smile. Number 20, I shall entrust this Son Wukong's brother to you as well. Upon hearing number 19's words, number 20 shot him a glare, but replied, You truly are a greedy fellow, are you not? Absorbing the energy of Tien Shinhan is not enough. Now you wish to absorb Son Wuxing's energy too. Very well. I shall reserve Son Wukong and Piccolo for myself. Indeed, number 20. Number 19 bowed, opening his arms towards Son Wuxing with a chilling grin. Son Wuxing regarded number 19 and raised a finger, declaring, with just one move, I can defeat you. Humph. So even Son Wukong's brother is one for grandiose boasts. Number 19 retorted with sarcasm. Chapter 61. Is this what androids are? Number 20 watched Son Wuxing with an air of indifference, convinced that Tien Shinhan's prowess was merely an anomaly, asserting that not everyone could match his newfound strength. At that moment, a figure soared towards them from a distance. The group collectively sighed in relief upon recognizing it was Vegeta. It's Yamcha. Vegeta, clad in the cold demeanor of the Frieza Force uniform, landed nearby. Had it not been for Bulma and Wuxing mentioning he was previously tending to children, they would never have imagined this stoic warrior in the role of a caregiver. Vegeta has arrived. This battle is bound to become even more intriguing. Number 20 remarked nonchalantly, observing the approaching Vegeta. Vegeta surveyed the two androids with disappointment, questioning, Are those the two brats they referred to as androids, Kakarot? Son Wukong nodded affirmatively. Indeed, those are they. Vegeta clenched his fists, seething with frustration. After sacrificing my dignity over the past 3 years to gain strength, these are the opponents I must face. Vegeta was incensed. He had endured countless humiliations to unlock his potential with Piccolo's assistance, only to find his adversaries pathetically weak. Presently, Vegeta's battle power soared to an impressive 16 million. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, it escalated to a staggering 800 million. This is utterly dull. Had I known, I would have preferred to remain at home with the children. Vegeta fumed. Son Wukong waved his hand dismissively. Do not say that. They are formidable in their own right. Then, the crowd heard Son Wuxing's declaration of his abilities. Vegeta regarded Son Wukong with a skeptical expression, and Son Wukong awkwardly chuckled in response. He truly dares to speak so boldly. Number 19, show him what for. Number 20 urged. Son Wuxing, it seems you have overlooked the most crucial aspect. I have thoroughly grasped your combat techniques. Number 19 boasted with pride. Now, let me show you what a true Super Saiyan is. Son Wuxing scoffed, clenching his fists. Instantly, a golden aura erupted around him. Number 19 was blasted back by the sheer force of the energy. Incredible. What kind of training has Wuxing undergone in these 3 years? Krillin marveled at Son Wuxing's transformation. Before his transformation, Son Wuxing's power was already comparable to Tien Shinhan's, but after his transformation, his battle power soared to a terrifying 17.5 billion. Number 19 watched as Son Wukong approached him with a steady gait, and he promptly collapsed onto the ground, clearly overwhelmed by the combat power assessment device in his eyes, which indicated a significant disparity in strength between him and Son Wukong. Impossible. How could this be? Super Saiyan. What kind of transformation is this? Number 20 was utterly shaken, feeling as though Son Wukong could crush him merely with his aura. Kakarot had become even more formidable. Vegeta gazed at Son Wukong with a hint of trepidation. Piccolo, crossing his arms, scoffed. Is this truly enough to astonish you? Over the past 3 years, Wukong has transcended Super Saiyan, attaining an even greater level. Transcended Super Saiyan. How could that be possible? Tien was left speechless. Piccolo regarded Son Wukong with a glimmer of admiration. After all, he was a genius among geniuses. Krillin also turned to Gohan, who nodded in affirmation. Indeed, not only Uncle Wukong, but Dad has achieved it too. Son Wukong chuckled, neither confirming nor denying the statement. Monsters. You two brothers are both monsters. Yamcha felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Vegeta, upon hearing Piccolo's words, was astounded. I knew there had to be a power beyond Super Saiyan. Enough. Number 19. It is time for you to depart. Son Wukong clenched his fists and vanished in an instant. Number 19 was caught completely off guard as Son Wukong swiftly delivered a precise chop that severed his head from his body. The round head of number 19 rolled across the ground. Number 20, witnessing the instantaneous demise of number 19, felt his body go numb with shock. Well done, Wukong. This will surely alter the future. Krillin shouted. Indeed, the words of the future Wujua will not come to pass. Tien echoed. Son Wukong gazed at the severed head of number 19. Indeed, unlike other human-modified androids, number 19 was purely a mechanical creation. One must admit, Dr. Gero was a genius to have crafted such a lifelike emotional module. Son Wukong reverted from his Super Saiyan state and turned to number 20. You are next, number 20. Upon hearing Son Wukong's declaration, number 20, drenched in sweat, stubbornly retorted, Humph. I acknowledge your current strength, Wukong, but you still cannot defeat us androids. In response, Son Wukong shot a piercing glance at number 20. Cannot defeat androids? Do not speak foolishness. Number 20, undeterred, suddenly unleashed a powerful energy blast towards the ground, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. This is bad. He trying to escape. Vegeta exclaimed, soaring into the air in pursuit. We must also search for that android. Son Wukong called out. Let us split up and search. Once we locate him, we shall notify the others immediately. Piccolo directed. The group swiftly dispersed into the rocky terrain. Hiding among the rocks, number 20 observed the warriors searching for him. Damn it, how has Son Wukong become so powerful? I lack even the courage to confront him. It seems I must first absorb someone's energy to grow stronger before I can challenge Son Wukong and Son Goku. Number 20's body trembled slightly. Just moments ago, Son Wukong's aura had nearly transported him to the gates of Yama. It was Krillin and Tien. Very well, I shall choose them both. No. 20 concealed his form and lunged forward. Not far away, trouble brewed as the auras of Krillin and Tien began to wane. Son Wukong exclaimed, let us hurry. Son Wufan urged Piccolo beside him. In an instant, all the warriors gathered around Krillin and Tien. With a battle cry, number 20, engrossed in his energy absorption, was suddenly struck from above by Son Wufan's charged blow, sending him flying. His hat was truly lost this time. How could it happen so swiftly? No. 20 gazed in shock at the surrounding warriors. He realized that this time, escape would not come easily. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tien, quickly consumed the senza beans. Son Wufan hastily fed the two. Phew. Thank you, Wufan. I'm saved. Krillin, still shaken, gazed at number 20 below. Chapter 62, Piccolo's Disdain. After absorbing the powers of Krillin and Tien, number 20 regained his confidence, sneering, being surrounded means nothing. Once I absorb the power of that Namekian, I shall be able to contend with Son Wukong and Son Wuxing. However, at that moment, as number 20 glanced at Piccolo, the latter appeared before him, discarding his weighted clothing, and declared, do not interfere. Leave him to me. Sun Wukong looked towards Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo? Sun Wukong turned to Sun Wukong and said. Piccolo must have sensed number 20's ill intentions and wishes to confront him directly. Sun Wuxing observed Piccolo, knowing that number 20, no matter how exhausted, could never match Piccolo's prowess. Number 20 assessed Piccolo's battle power and calculated it to be inferior to Tien's 40 times Kaioken. Thus, he dismissed Piccolo entirely. Yet, in the next moment, Piccolo suddenly appeared before him, delivering a knee strike that sent number 20 crashing against the cliff. Piccolo is remarkably strong without even employing Kaioken, Vegeta remarked, slightly astonished. He had never trained with Piccolo and was unaware of his true strength. No. 20 stared at Piccolo in disbelief. According to his calculations, Piccolo should not have been stronger than Tien. Struggling free from the cliff, number 20 thought in disbelief. This shouldn't be possible. It was merely a moment of carelessness. With that thought, number 20 charged at Piccolo. Yet, Piccolo vanished in an instant. No. 20 searched left and right, but found no trace of him, until Sun Wuxing pointed upwards, prompting number 20 to look up. But it was too late. Piccolo descended from above, delivering a powerful elbow strike to number 20's back. He crashed violently into the rocky ground. Number 20's eyes widened in shock. He rose and shouted, "How can this be? I cannot be defeated by him. I just absorbed the powers of Tien and Krillin, who were stronger. I should possess at least equal or superior strength." On the other side, a time machine materialized above the island of Nandu, from which 3 figures emerged. 2 were clad in the attire of the Turtle School, distinguished by the symbols on their backs. 1 bore the character for Rice, while the other displayed Awakening. The remaining individual, of course, was Trunks. Wow, is this truly the world of the past? Gohan, with his short hair, gazed around in nostalgic wonder. Trunks observed the ravaged island, pondering whether they had indeed arrived too late. It seemed that transporting 3 individuals through time was an ambitious endeavor. Goten spoke up, stating that the battle had already commenced, though the specifics remained unclear. Gohan, attuned to his surroundings, pointed in the direction of Goten and the others, exclaiming, "Over there lies the energy of my father and the others. And Uncle Piccolo, I am so familiar with these auras." Gohan was overwhelmed with excitement, nearly brought to tears at the prospect of reuniting with those lost relatives. "Let us go. We must make haste." Goten surged with energy, soaring toward where Gohan awaited them. Meanwhile, Bulma piloted her flying car, eager to witness the combat involving Android 20. At that moment, future Gohan, Trunks, and Goten flew past her vehicle. Is that Gohan from the future? And who is that unfamiliar boy? The other one seems so familiar. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. As the trio aimed to reach Goten, Trunks suddenly halted, noticing the signs of battle on the ground. "Gohan, Goten, look." On the other side, Android 20 was being effortlessly overwhelmed by Piccolo. No matter how he charged at Piccolo, he could not land a single hit. Goku, arms crossed, remarked with boredom, "This is rather dull. I expected a fierce battle with the androids, but their strength appears somewhat lacking." With that, Piccolo sent Android 20 flying with a swift chop, crashing him into a small mountain. "How impressive, Piccolo. You didn't even need to use the King's fist to dispatch Android 20 like that." Krillin marveled. "Indeed. Uncle Piccolo is constantly honing his potential. He claims it is boundless." Gohan, ever the supporter of Piccolo, took the opportunity to sing his praises. Piccolo, regarding the disheveled Android 20 emerging from the rubble, wore a disdainful expression. Undeterred, Android 20 charged again, only to be met with a powerful punch to the gut, causing him to spit out a stream of yellow liquid. Piccolo deftly maneuvered behind him, delivering a swift kick that sent Android 20 flying, crashing against the surrounding boulders, only to be buried once more. However, this time the collapse of the rocks stirred up a great cloud of dust. Seizing the moment when Piccolo's vision was obscured, Android 20 lunged forward to absorb Piccolo's power. "Uncle Piccolo!" Gohan shouted in alarm. Goten gently ruffled Gohan's hair, reassuring him, "Do not worry. Just sense it for yourself. Piccolo's energy remains unyielded." Gohan exhaled in relief, peering through the dissipating dust. There, before him, Android 20 hung in the air, firmly grasped by Piccolo's hand, his wrist caught in an unyielding grip. "Humph, humph, humph." With great pride, Piccolo declared, "You must remember one thing. We can enhance your so-called energy and unleash it in a single burst." As he spoke, Piccolo severed the arm of Android 20 with a single hand, remarking, "Consider this arm as your tuition payment. Victory is ours." Upon witnessing the severed limb, Gohan expressed his delight, exclaiming, "Without even my father intervening, the android poses no threat at all. The future has been altered." Meanwhile, the future versions of Gohan, Goten, and Trunks landed on the ground, gazing at the head of Android 19. "What on earth is going on with this android?" Trunks asked, his face a mask of shock. "What exactly are we fighting against?" Goten inquired. Future Gohan, eyes closed in contemplation, shook his head slightly, stating, "I distinctly remember that none of the androids we encountered resembled this one. What could possibly be happening?" Trunks questioned, equally perplexed. At that moment, the sound of an explosion echoed nearby. "Let us investigate. It seems the battle is not yet over," Future Gohan suggested. "Yes, Gohan, let us hurry." The trio from the future swiftly powered up and soared toward their comrades, puzzled by the fact that the previous android was certainly not from their timeline. Could there be 3 androids? Gohan pondered, baffled. Meanwhile, on the other side, Android 20, having lost an arm, was no match for Piccolo and appeared on the brink of defeat. Chapter 63. The bewildered future trio. Piccolo observed Android 20 struggling to rise from the rubble and smugly remarked, "It is said that in the original timeline, 2 androids would appear and lead to our total annihilation. But it seems that the future is on the verge of change. Are you truly not as formidable as we anticipated, or have we grown too powerful over these past 3 years?" Android 20 looked at Piccolo with astonishment. Krillin exclaimed with joy, "This is fantastic. We don't even need Goku to handle them. If I hadn't exhausted too much energy, these androids wouldn't stand a chance against me." Tien added, somewhat disgruntled. "Yamcha lacks strength, but Tien has truly dug his own grave. Piccolo, finish him off. Or do you wish for me to intervene?" Vegeta sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Android 20. What is the rush? I am the malevolent aspect of the Supreme Kai. I will not show mercy like Goku." Just as Piccolo prepared to strike, he sensed something amiss. Everyone froze and turned to see the future trio approaching. "Goten, Trunks, and you, future Gohan," Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing the name Trunks, Vegeta was taken aback. "Trunks, he bears the same name as my son. Ah, he must be from the future. So he is my son. Brother Gohan, brother Goten, that guy is different too." Trunks panicked. Android 20, bewildered, thought, 3 more individuals have arrived. Who are they? There is no information on these 3 in the data. Regardless, he concluded, for now, my only option is to retreat to the laboratory. Son Wukong flew to Son Wukong's side, inquiring, "Father, who is this individual? Are you engaged in battle with him?" Meanwhile, the future Son Gohan gazed upon his past self and the deceased Son Wukong, his eyes brimming with nostalgia. What did you say? Is he not the android you spoke of?" Son Wukong feigned surprise. "No, he is not an android from our world," Trunks exclaimed in a state of panic. The situation was entirely different from what they had anticipated. How is that possible? Is it not him? Piccolo was equally astonished. Everyone turned their gaze towards Android 20 below. Not him. Then who is he? Vegeta directly inquired of Trunks. Trunks and his companions also looked towards Android 20, while the future trio appeared somewhat bewildered. At that moment, Bulma arrived in her flying vehicle, greeting everyone. Son Wukong turned to Son Wukong, saying, "Wukong, go protect your mother." Wukong nodded and quickly flew to Bulma's side, offering her protection. Upon seeing Bulma's arrival, Android 20 shouted, "What I just said is no lie. You are certainly no match for the androids. Androids 17 and 18 will soon come to eliminate you." Hearing this, the future trio's expressions changed drastically. Android 20 utilized his remaining arm to create a massive cloud of dust, stealthily escaping due to his unique ability to remain undetected. Wukong shielded Bulma as she landed on the ground with little son Wukong in her arms. Son Wukong hurriedly approached, asking, "Bulma, are you all right?" Bulma smiled, replying, "I'm fine, Wukong saved us." Wukong observed the younger version of himself in Bulma's embrace, feeling a peculiar sensation. Such an opportunity to see one's childhood self was likely rare indeed. Son Wukong then turned to the future Son Gohan nearby, asking, "You are Gohan, correct?" It must be said that Son Wukong's intuition was indeed formidable. "Father," future Gohan called out excitedly. He flew to Son Wukong's side, expressing his joy. "It's wonderful to see you, Father. I'm so relieved that you are unharmed." Son Wukong, gazing at his scarred future son, felt a pang of sorrow. I have heard from Trunks and Wukong about your situation. You truly are my son, and I am proud of you. Father. At this moment, Piccolo landed beside future Gohan, examining his disciple from head to toe. Uncle Piccolo. Future Gohan exclaimed with enthusiasm. In his world, both Piccolo and son Wukong had perished, so to see both of them alive filled him with immense joy. While both Wukong and future Gohan reveled in their familial bonds, Vegeta, despite knowing that Trunks was his son, maintained his cold demeanor, solitary in his quest to locate Android 20. Trunks was left speechless. Bulma looked at son Wukong, asking, Wukong, was that elderly man an android? Yes, he is the android we are fighting against. Android 20, son Wukong replied. What? I have seen a photograph of Dr. Gero. And that person was clearly Dr. Gero himself. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. What? He is Dr. Gero? Son Wukong gasped in disbelief. It seems he has transformed himself into an artificial being, Bulma speculated. Upon hearing this, son Wukong immediately exclaimed, Hey, everyone, listen to me. My mother mentioned that the old man we just encountered is none other than Dr. Gero. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. They quickly gathered around Bulma, who began. I have heard of Dr. Gero before. Although he possesses considerable talent, his reputation within the scientific community is rather tarnished. Vegeta glared at Trunks, fuming. None of what you said previously is true. Did you not claim that Dr. Gero was dead? Moreover, the androids are not as you described. Future Gohan interjected. Attempting to ease the tension, Uncle Vegeta, please calm down. It seems that Wukong and Trunks' arrival has caused a divergence in our timeline. Piccolo also chimed in, the doctor. Gero we encountered mentioned androids 17 and 18. Those must be the individuals you referred to. Please describe their characteristics. I cannot afford to make another mistake. Son Wukong nodded in agreement, declaring, Indeed, this time I shall take matters into my own hands. Son Wujiao added. Android 17 is a youth with long black hair and a scarf around his neck, while Android 18 is an adorable girl whose attire resembles mine. Both possess a cold demeanor and wear earrings. Son Wuxing inquired, do they also drain energy from others? Future Gohan shook his head, replying, No, Uncle Wuxing. Their energy is limitless. Limitless? How terrifying! Son Wukong exclaimed. Future Gohan and son Wujiao stood resolutely beside their father. Father, do you feel any discomfort? Future Gohan asked. Yes. Symptoms like shortness of breath and such, son Wujiao added. Do not worry. Our bodies are in peak condition. Son Wuxing proclaimed confidently. Chapter 64, Androids 17 and 18. That's wonderful. However, it appears that neither father nor uncle has contracted viral heart disease, indicating that history has indeed altered. Son Wujiao remarked. It seems the history you are familiar with has drastically changed. We must adapt accordingly. Son Wuxing stated, turning to Bulma. Bulma, do you know where Dr. Gero's laboratory is located? I suspect he has returned there. Cradling little son Wujiao, Bulma pondered. I believe it is situated on a northern mountain. There are rumors that it is a cave-modified laboratory. Very well, then let us seek out his laboratory. Son Wukong said, flexing his wrists. But he has already had a considerable head start. Is it still feasible to catch him? Krillin questioned. Vegeta chuckled. Of course it is. Did you not see him fly away? He is likely attempting to utilize the nearby terrain to escape, and his speed will not surpass ours. What? Vegeta, do you intend to destroy them before he awakens androids 17 and 18? Piccolo taunted. Humph, I am not so timid. This time, allow me to take down one of the androids. Vegeta replied with confidence. No, you cannot go. Just as Mr. Piccolo stated, it would be prudent to eliminate them before they can act. Trunks intercepted Vegeta's advance. However, Vegeta was entirely indifferent to Trunks' words and soared into the sky. Trunks gazed at his father's departing figure, a look of helplessness on his face. Trunks, do not underestimate Vegeta. He is remarkably strong now. Goku urged. Mr. Goku, I too can transform into a Super Saiyan, yet I am utterly no match for those individuals. They are truly beyond imagination. Trunks replied. Future Gohan concurred, stating, Indeed, even I can contend with only one of them. Facing two would certainly lead to my defeat. At this juncture, Piccolo turned his gaze toward future Gohan, perplexed. Gohan, though you hail from the future, I shall continue to address you thus. Why is your base combat power so low? Are you even weaker than your younger self? Future Gohan stared at his younger self, momentarily taken aback, sensing that the power residing within his childhood self was several times greater than his own. Future Gohan's base combat power was 6 million, barely a fraction of the current Goten's strength. What is the meaning of this? I recall not possessing such formidable strength in my youth, future Gohan expressed, bewildered. Piccolo stroked his chin, pondering. Could it be that due to Goku and Gohan's premature demise in your world, your potential remained undeveloped? All right, let us hasten after Vegeta. It would be disastrous if he were to engage the androids first. Goku exclaimed urgently. Yes, I will pursue my father. I cannot bear the thought of him dying once more. Trunks declared, immediately following suit. Father? He is Vegeta's son? Krillin inquired, astonished. There is no longer any point in concealing the truth. His name is Trunks, son of Vegeta and Bulma. In other words, this child is the grown-up version of the one Vegeta cared for this morning. Goku explained. Krillin and young Goten swiftly turned to Goku and future Gohan, both nodding in acknowledgement. Bulma patted Goku's shoulder, remarking, Humph, my son is undoubtedly more handsome when he grows up. As she spoke, she playfully teased young Goten. Isn't that right, little Goten? Goten gazed at his younger self, feeling a rather peculiar sensation. Goku looked toward Kaiatsu, imploring, Kaiatsu, would you kindly escort Bulma and the children back? Their safety is entrusted to you. Kaiatsu nodded. Yes, my current strength may not be of much assistance, but I can certainly help with their return. Tien also nodded in agreement. Bulma, you should return with the children. You have seen the androids. And this place remains perilously dangerous, Goku advised. Bulma smiled. I understand. I will return promptly and safely. Goku and Goten both sighed in relief. Piccolo interjected. Perfect. We shall proceed to Dr. Gero's laboratory together. I too wish to witness the true strength of these so-called androids. The group then soared northward. In the north, at Dr. Gero's laboratory, being his own establishment, Dr. Gero could return to his lab with greater speed. Well, I can only awaken androids 17 and 18 now. But before that, Dr. Gero produced a remote control device, ready to detonate the bombs implanted in android 17 and android 18 should they exhibit any signs of disobedience, thereby obliterating them completely. With a mechanical click, he pressed a button, awakening android 17. As Trunks had described, a young man with long black hair emerged from the capsule-like apparatus. Are you awake now, android 17? Dr. Gero inquired. Sharp-eyed, 17 noticed the remote in Dr. Gero's hand and politely responded, Good morning, Dr. Gero. I am awake. Ah, you even greet me, Dr. Gero remarked, somewhat astonished. That is only fitting, after all. You are my creator. Android 17 feigned a semblance of sincerity. Now, let me awaken Android 18 as well, Dr. Gero declared, pressing another button to release her. Android 17 exchanged a knowing glance with Android 18, who turned to Dr. Gero and also noticed the remote control. A serious expression softened into a smile as she said, Good morning, Dr. Gero. Wow, even Android 18 greets me. Dr. Gero was immensely pleased. It is my duty, Doctor, Android 18 replied with a bow. It seems you both have completed your repairs. Dr. Gero nodded approvingly. Have you transformed yourself into an android as well? Android 18 inquired. Indeed. For I too seek eternal life. Seeing you both reassures me. Previously, my focus on permanent energy and combat prowess rendered me uncontrollable, even causing you to disregard my commands. This time, you will unquestionably obey my orders. Dr. Gero boasted, strolling toward Android 17 with his hands clasped behind his back. Son Goku and his companions will arrive shortly. Eliminate them all, understand? Dr. Gero commanded fiercely. Yes, Doctor. I understand, came the reply. Meanwhile, Krillin was the first to discover Dr. Gero's laboratory and promptly summoned the others. They all gathered outside, uncertain if Dr. Gero had returned. I wonder if Dr. Gero is back, Son Goku mused. Chapter 65. The Astonishing Future Trio. Aside from Vegeta and Trunks, the remainder of the group congregated before Dr. Gero's research facility. Krillin remarked, I am not certain. I stumbled upon it by chance. Son Goku chuckled, It doesn't matter. Even if androids 17 and 18 are revived, they will never be my match. At that moment, Vegeta and Trunks arrived. Inside, Dr. Gero sensed the power levels of Son Goku and the others. They have arrived. Such reckless fools. He thought. Android 17, Android 18, eliminate them. Dr. Gero believed he could control the two androids. However, to his astonishment, Android 17 had somehow slipped behind him and seized the remote from his grasp. What are you doing? Android 17? Dr. Gero exclaimed, shocked. Is this the remote control specifically designed to deactivate me? On the face of number 17, a cold smirk emerged. There is no longer a need for this. With a firm grip, number 17 crushed the remote control into oblivion. What exactly do you intend to do, number 17? Doctor. Gero observed him with an ominous premonition. I certainly do not wish to be forced into slumber again, you old fool. Number 17 retorted without hesitation. What nonsense. Quickly, defeat the enemies outside. Dr. Gero shouted. His words resonated beyond the confines of the laboratory, reaching the ears of those outside. Panic-stricken, Krillin exclaimed, the android has been awakened. We should escape for now. The android is incredibly formidable. Trunks advised. Trunks, you have no idea of our true strength. Step aside. Vegeta brusquely shoved Trunks aside. Subsequently, a powerful energy blast shattered the doors of Dr. Gero's laboratory. As the dust settled, the figures of number 17 and number 18 emerged before the crowd. Is this truly number 17 and number 18? Krillin gasped in astonishment. Meanwhile, 17 and 18 regarded Goku and his companions with unwavering calmness. They are the ones I mentioned earlier, Goku and his allies. Do not underestimate them. They destroyed number 19 and nearly ended my life. Dr. Gero warned. Number 19? You actually created such a thing? Number 17 inquired. Indeed. So that explains it. The doctor transformed himself into an android using this method. Is he an energy-absorbing type? Number 17 pondered. Precisely. Oh what? Converted into an unlimited energy type? That power is far too great for you to control. 18 interjected with a piercing remark. Doctor. Gero tacitly acknowledged this. No wonder you were defeated. 18 mocked. Such matters are irrelevant. Eliminate them all swiftly. Dr. Gero's composure faltered. What a tedious old man. We will act when the time is right. Number 17 disregarded him entirely. How infuriating. If only the controller were still intact. Dr. Gero mused silently. 18. Seemingly indifferent to Dr. Gero's words, approached a massive capsule and inquired. Is this number 16? This one should be a permanent type as well. But he must differ from us. Do not touch it. For heaven's sake, do not touch it. Dr. Gero panicked. Number 16. What? There's another one. That's impossible. Aren't there only 2 androids? The trio from the future listened in astonishment as Dr. Gero spoke. In their timeline, there was no existence of number 16. This seems intriguing. Let us release him. 18. Number 17 proposed, glancing at 18. No, stop. Do you wish to witness the annihilation of the entire world? Doctor. Gero grew increasingly frantic. Number 16 is an absolute failure. It must not be activated. Yet, regardless of Dr. Gero's protests, 18 paid him no mind. Do not touch it. If it activates, everyone present will perish. Upon hearing this, number 17 responded nonchalantly, let us all die? According to calculations, my strength surpasses his. It matters not. 18. Activate him. Everything seems to contravene my intentions. You are just like Android 16. I shall render you immobile forever. Dr. Gero exclaimed in fury. Android 17, weary of his incessant ramblings, promptly reached out and destroyed Dr. Gero's core. What have you done, 17? I am the one who brought you into existence. Android 17, turning with a swift kick, decapitated him and then crushed his head underfoot. Did he truly just slay his own creator? Krillin gasped in astonishment. It won't be that simple. We cannot allow the artificial beings to proliferate. Observing Android 18 prepare to activate Android 16. Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan and unleashed an energy wave directed at the laboratory. Everyone hastily dodged. Trunks, if you plan to strike, at least give us a warning. Goku shouted. Honestly, all you do is engage in trivial antics. Vegeta remarked. Trivial antics? Trunks queried, bewildered. Just look over there. Piccolo interjected. Before them, Androids 17 and 18 had safeguarded Android 16 and pressed the button to awaken him. A colossal android donned in green armor rose from the capsule. Hello, 16. It's my first time witnessing you in motion. How are you feeling now? Android 17 inquired. Yet, Android 16 remained silent, standing motionless. Now we can proceed to eliminate Goku, as you were originally created for that purpose, right? Android 17 stated. Upon hearing Goku's name, Android 16 finally reacted. Indeed. Oh dear, that is entirely different from what Dr. Gero claimed. To label you a failure is quite disrespectful. Android 18 remarked. The trio of androids turned to face Goku and Gohan. Vegeta, feeling disregarded as the 3 androids paid him no mind, seethed. How dare they overlook me? Goku, intrigued, observed the trio. Were these three created solely to kill me? They do not appear formidable at all. The androids approached Goku and Gohan, expressing their dissatisfaction with Dr. Gero's control, yet acknowledging him as their creator. Goku, let us follow Dr. Gero's orders and eliminate you. Upon hearing this, Goku displayed no surprise, stepping forward to declare, "Is that so? Perfect. I am eager to gauge your abilities." Future Gohan felt a pang of anxiety. Dad, do not underestimate them. They are incredibly powerful. Conversely, little Gohan reassured, do not worry. Dad's strength exceeds your imagination. Chapter 66, Vegeta vs. Android 18. Future Gohan, observing little Gohan's confidence, chose to remain silent for the moment, preparing to intervene should Goku find himself in peril. 16, will you join us? Android 17 turned to Android 16, gazing at Goku. Android 16 calculated briefly before shaking his head slightly. With my current power, I am no match for Goku. I require further evolution and modification. Android 17 snorted and addressed Android 18. Then I shall take the lead. Vegeta, feeling neglected, transformed into a Super Saiyan and landed beside Goku, questioning. Is Kakarot the only one you see? Android 18, observing Vegeta's anger, paused momentarily and remarked, You appear different from before. Vegeta clenched his fists and declared, It's not just my appearance that has changed, my power has as well. With a smile, 18 responded, Is that so? If that's the case, allow me to take you on. Vegeta, eyeing her with a cold smirk, retorted, Though you are a woman, I shall not show mercy. Vegeta, you may certainly try. 18 assumed a fighting stance. Damn it, why must Dad engage in battle? Trunks clenched his fists. Goku gently shook his head and said, Trunks, sometimes you must have a bit of faith in us old-timers. Android 16, having calculated his inability to defeat Goku, stood still, gazing at a bird with a gentle smile. Android 17, filled with combat spirit, watched Goku, while 18 charged forward to confront Vegeta. Though a woman, her skills were formidable. The battle between Vegeta and 18 was fiercely matched. Unlike the future 18, whose combat power was notably weaker, the present 18 boasted an impressive strength of 8.5 billion. Observing the evenly matched fight, 17 expressed his surprise. It's astonishing. Vegeta's strength is entirely different from what Dr. Gero indicated. Goku, you wouldn't have such a transformation as well, would you? Goku looked at 17 and asked, Would you like to find out? 17 slightly shook his head. Let's wait until 18 and Vegeta's battle concludes before we engage. Seizing an opening, Vegeta landed a punch on 18's face. Bam! She was sent flying, crashing into the cliff behind her. However, she landed gracefully before Vegeta and scathed. Vegeta, regarding 18 with a cold snort, proclaimed, I wonder if such an attack has any effect on you. Allow me to shatter you to pieces. With that, Vegeta extended his hand towards 18. The trio from the future watched the clash between Vegeta and 18, their hearts stirred with disbelief. How is this possible? The androids in this world are far superior to those in ours. Trunks was dumbfounded. Incredible, they are both so powerful. If the androids are of this caliber, I would stand no chance of escaping their grasp. Future Gohan was equally astonished, though Goku also felt surprised. He noticed a nonchalant expression on his father's face and quietly inquired, Dad, why do you look so peculiar? Goku shook his head slightly. I simply didn't expect that after Piccolo unlocked his potential, Vegeta's power would only amount to this. Only this. Goten was taken aback. The seemingly unattainable strength appeared to his father as merely this. Yet, Goten also realized that not only Goku, but also Piccolo wore similar expressions. He even detected a hint of disappointment on Piccolo's face. Why? Why such a look? Goten was perplexed. The battle between Vegeta and Android 18 has reached a fever pitch. Despite the disparity in their combat power, Vegeta, relying on his battle techniques and instincts, manages to create a stalemate against Android 18. Trunks exclaimed in astonishment, You're so strong. Dad, at this rate, he might actually defeat an android. Upon hearing this, Piccolo interjected, No, Vegeta will lose. Uncle Piccolo, you think Uncle Vegeta will lose? Gohan and Goten both turned to Piccolo. He nodded and said, Haven't you noticed? Vegeta's stamina is continuously depleting, while his opponent seems to have an inexhaustible supply of energy. Since the battle began, there has been no sign of fatigue on her part. Ah, I see. This must be the infinite energy that Goku spoke of, Krillin remarked. Goku nodded in agreement. Indeed, But why is this version of Android 18 so much stronger than the one in our world? If she were like the one we know, Uncle Vegeta should have already emerged victorious. Could it be that in your world, Androids 17 and 18 were modified by Drive Gero, thus significantly diminishing their combat abilities? Gohan pondered aloud. Both Goku and future Gohan remained silent as Vegeta landed a punch on Android 18's abdomen. Curiously, 18's expression remained unchanged, while Vegeta's face turned grim. It turned out that Vegeta's fist had not truly struck 18. Instead, she delivered a knee strike directly to Vegeta's midsection. Ugh! Vegeta could not suppress the bile rising in his throat. He nearly collapsed as Android 18 spun around and executed a kick that sent Vegeta crashing into a nearby cliff. Dad! Trunks gasped in shock. Don't worry, Trunks. Vegeta's energy hasn't diminished significantly. Goku called out. All right, Uncle Goku. Trunks managed to regain his composure. Before long, Vegeta supported himself with one hand against the cliff and crawled out of the hole he had created. That was quite an impressive attack. Vegeta wiped the blood from his face. Thinking of escaping, Vegeta? Android 18 inquired. Escape? What a joke. I'm going to take you down in one go. Vegeta declared confidently. Such is the spirit of a Saiyan prince. Android 17 applauded. Are we continuing? Android 18 asked. Of course. Vegeta responded decisively. Upon hearing this, Android 18 launched her attack, landing a punch that sent Vegeta flying. But this time, Vegeta reacted swiftly, turning and charging directly into Android 18's abdomen, flipping around to kick her to the ground. As Android 18 was about to rise, Vegeta unleashed a massive explosive attack. Boom! As the dust settled, he beheld the unscathed Android 18, his vigilance heightened. It's infuriating how unfazed you are, Vegeta declared, landing before her. Android 18 removed her soiled outer garment and replied, I was quite startled. Chapter 67, 15 billion combat power. Android 18 gazed at Vegeta with a hint of admiration, remarking that although he was an extraterrestrial, the strength of a mere human could be quite formidable. Could it be that Goku and Gohan standing nearby were even more powerful? At this, Vegeta's anger flared. What nonsense was this? Though he had previously been inferior to Kakarot and Kakaraska, he had since made significant strides in his strength, now surpassing both of them. Upon hearing Vegeta's claim, Piccolo scoffed, believing that even the current Vegeta was no match for him, let alone being superior to the two Saiyan brothers. However, Android 18, wiping the dirt from her face, nonchalantly replied, Is that all? They're just weaklings. Infuriated by her words, Vegeta charged at Android 18, engaging her in fierce combat. Yet, due to his waning stamina, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Gohan shook his head, commenting on Vegeta's insufficient prowess, likely a result of his late potential development, causing his growth rate to lag behind Gohan's. Trunks paused momentarily upon hearing Gohan's assessment of Vegeta. Meanwhile, Vegeta was indeed sent flying by a swift kick from Android 18. Struggling, he rose from the ground, attempting to land a kick on her face, but this action only provoked her further. With ease, Android 18 dodged and retaliated with a kick that shattered Vegeta's left arm. Vegeta gritted his teeth against the pain, clutching his injured arm as he knelt on the ground. Witnessing his father's agony, Trunks roared, Dad, and transformed into a Super Saiyan, launching himself toward Android 18 with the sword that had once felled Frieza, aiming for a decisive strike. However, Android 18, showing no surprise at Trunks' advance, simply raised her right hand to block, causing the tip of Trunks' sword to shatter upon impact. In disbelief, Trunks stared at his broken weapon. But Android 17 could not tolerate Trunks' sudden assault. He swiftly descended, delivering a powerful blow that rendered Trunks unconscious and dispelled his Super Saiyan form. Goku shook his head slightly, teleporting to Trunks' side and tossing him back. Gohan caught Trunks' body, directing him and future Gohan to instruct Trunks not to interfere in others' battles. Piccolo added, although Vegeta was indeed his father, Trunks' actions were akin to pressing Vegeta's face into the dirt. Goku then appeared beside Vegeta, saying, Enough, Vegeta. You should retreat and recover. You are not their match. Damn it, Kakarot. Vegeta retorted. Very well. If I am outmatched, I shall grow stronger and return. Shed your tedious pride. Look at your son. Gohan shouted. Hearing Gohan's words, Vegeta's expression shifted multiple times before he sighed, relinquishing his Super Saiyan form and consuming the sins of being that Gohan had tossed to him. Goku stretched his limbs, stating, Your target is me, right? Here I am. Who will come at me first? On the 18th day, there was a palpable eagerness. Yet the 17th day intercepted him, saying, Hey, 18, you've already fought once. According to the rules of the game, it's my turn. 18 huffed, very well. You can handle Sun Wukong, but his brother Sun Wukong is definitely mine. Suit yourself. I only wish to battle Sun Wukong. 17th responded with a smile. Sun Wukong gazed at 17th. You claim Super Saiyans are nothing remarkable? 17th shrugged. Whether it's Vegeta or that unfamiliar one from earlier, their strength is rather ordinary. Sun Wukong nodded. That's because they have yet to reach their full potential. Now, allow me to demonstrate what a true Super Saiyan is. As he spoke, Sun Wukong clenched his fists and unleashed his power. Boom. The ground around Sun Wukong completely collapsed. His formidable energy caused a drastic transformation in the surrounding environment. A golden aura erupted from his body, vastly surpassing that of Vegeta and Trunks from moments before. Sun Wukong's base combat power stood at 300 million. And upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, it skyrocketed to an astonishing 15 billion. This power level was in an entirely different realm compared to the androids. What? How is this possible? 17th stared in disbelief at Sun Wukong. 16th, who had been silently observing, finally spoke. I mentioned earlier that Sun Wukong's strength far exceeds mine. Even if I activate my self-destruct mechanism, it would be difficult to harm him. Therefore, I recommend we refrain from engaging with Sun Wukong until we enhance our own powers. 17th clenched his fist. I refuse to believe it. How could he possibly be so much stronger than Vegeta? I must test it for myself. Sun Wukong slowly emerged from the crater formed by his own energy. I apologize. My power is a bit overwhelming, and I struggled to control it. However, I've adjusted now, so come forth and may you allow me a good fight. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's provocation, 17th charged at him. Meanwhile, 18 turned to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, come and battle me. Sun Wukong shook his head slightly. Honestly, against such a weakling, I don't even wish to transform into a Super Saiyan. Very well. I'll entertain you for a while then. Triple King Fist. As Sun Wukong spoke, a red aura enveloped him. Indeed, against 18, the Triple King Fist would suffice. With a base combat power of 7 billion, after the transformation, he still surpassed 10 billion, reaching 1 billion. This power was more than adequate to contend with 18. Oh, you can't transform into that so-called Super Saiyan? 18 inquired curiously. No need. This is sufficient to deal with you. Sun Wukong replied confidently. What an arrogant man. I hope your strength is somewhat greater than Vegeta's. 18 declared as she charged directly at Sun Wukong. Unlike her battle with Vegeta, 18 unleashed a torrential flurry of attacks upon Sun Wukong. Yet, he effortlessly countered each one. Sun Wukong grasped the fist of Android 18, pulling it sharply, causing her to stumble perilously close to the ground. Isn't this a bit excessive toward a lady? He remarked. Lady? You are merely my adversary. Sun Wukong scoffed, and with a swift kick sent her hurtling away. She collided with the cliffside, shattering it and becoming entombed in rubble. Witnessing the rapid defeat of Android 18, Android 17 felt a weight in his heart. Chapter 68. Wukong, do you desire a wife? Sun Wukong suddenly appeared before Android 17, causing him to instinctively step back in shock. Let this farce come to an end. I had overestimated the prowess of you androids. Sun Wukong expressed with disappointment. What? Android 17 replied, his dissatisfaction evident. Without granting him a moment's respite, Sun Wukong swiftly maneuvered behind him and struck him unconscious with a precise chop. Subsequently, Sun Wukong relinquished his Super Saiyan form, shaking his head in boredom. Piccolo, arms crossed, muttered discontentedly. The intensity of my training with Wukong was far greater. Meanwhile, future Gohan and Son Goten gazed in astonishment at Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong. Are these two brothers not excessively formidable? One pondered. One effortlessly dispatched Android 17, while the other, without transforming into a Super Saiyan, dominated Android 18 with ease. Father and uncle are astonishingly powerful. If only the versions of them from our world were still alive. Son Goten clenched his fists in frustration. Future Gohan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, All right, Goten, we must rely on ourselves to protect what we hold dear. Emerging from the debris, Android 18 shouted in alarm upon seeing Android 17 defeated. 17. Sun Wukong turned to her and reassured, Fear not, I merely rendered him unconscious. his life remains unscathed. Upon hearing this, Android 18 sighed in relief and turned her gaze towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, equally focused on his counterpart, urged, Wukong, cease your antics and conclude this battle swiftly. The threat posed by these androids is minimal. We can return in time for Chi-Chi's delicious lunch. Sun Wukong nodded. Understood. I shall end this at once. With that, a crimson aura enveloped him, intensifying as he declared, tenfold Kaioken. Android 18 blinked, and suddenly, Sun Wukong stood before her with an icy demeanor. As she raised her hand to strike, he lightly flicked her forehead with a single finger. In an instant, Android 18 was sent flying, losing consciousness midair. With both Android 17 and 18 incapacitated, Android 16 approached. Future Gohan exclaimed, Father, obliterate them all in one breath. Sun Wukong paused, momentarily taken aback. But these androids have not attacked humanity like Android 19 or Drive Gero did. We initiated the conflict, he pointed out. Future Gohan was caught off guard, realizing, you're right. They did not provoke us. They came looking for a fight. It's likely that Android 17 and 18 are still dazed, having just awakened to such an onslaught. On the 16th day, the figure known as Android 16 spoke, addressing Sun Wukong and Sun Win, we are not your match. Since we cannot defeat you, we shall no longer intrude upon your lives. Let Android 17 and 18 accompany me. I shall guide them well. Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong and Future Gohan swiftly flew to stand before Android 16, expressing their disbelief. You are an artificial being. How can we trust your words? Android 16 did not elaborate further, merely smiling gently as he replied, in contrast to battling, I find greater joy in nature and small creatures. I shall take them to the countryside to seek a village where we can lead a peaceful life. Future Gohan wished to interject, but Sun Wukong interposed, saying, Android 16, I believe in you. I sense the essence of a friend within you. I trust you can keep Android 17 and 18 in check. However, should you choose to commit evil deeds, I will personally see to your downfall. Android 16 nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing Sun Wukong's trust, Future Gohan and Sun Wuyuan refrained from further objections. Young Gohan raised his hand in exuberance, exclaiming, Wonderful! We have triumphed. Turning to Sun Wuyuan, Android 16 inquired, Do you desire a partner? What do you think of Android 18? Upon hearing this, Sun Wuyuan hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, No, no, no. I already have a wife. Look how grown my son is. He gestured towards Sun Wuyuan. Android 16, pondering silently, nodded and declared, Understood. I shall take them away now. With that, he grasped Androids 17 and 18, leading them away. Vegeta fed Trunks a Sensabine, and soon Trunks awoke. Father, what has become of Androids 17 and 18? He inquired immediately. They were defeated by Kakarot and Kakarot's counterpart. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. Is that so? That is truly splendid. Trunks replied, his excitement palpable. Damn it! Vegeta shouted, his temper flaring as he took to the skies. Father! Trunks attempted to follow, but Piccolo interjected, let him go alone. Trunks hesitated, turning to Piccolo, who explained, he has reluctantly relinquished his pride to gain this power, only to find it inferior to that of a woman. Though she is an android, she is still a woman, and Vegeta must find that hard to accept. Sun Wuyuan concurred. Indeed, Trunks, allow him some solitude at this moment. Trunks bowed his head, falling silent. Future Gohan placed a reassuring hand on Trunks' shoulder, stating, Now that the crisis with the androids here has concluded, we must return to confront our own android dilemma. Seeing the three intent on departing, Sun Wuyuan quickly interjected, Wait, you three should remain here a while longer. What is it, father? Sun Wuyuan asked, puzzled. Piccolo echoed, Indeed. Observe your own abilities. How can they be so lacking? Have you not learned to grow stronger on your own when left untaught? Piccolo regarded future Gohan with a sense of disappointment, especially when glancing at young Gohan, whose foundational combat skills far surpassed those of future Gohan under the tutelage of Piccolo, Sun Wuyuan, and Sun Wukong. This indicates that future Gohan possesses similar potential, yet he has failed to realize it. During this period, the three of you should remain here and engage in rigorous training, transforming into individuals capable of confronting two androids from the past. Son Goku expressed the same sentiment. Trunks glanced at future Gohan. He wished to stay, as he remained quite concerned about Vegeta. Future Gohan also desired to spend more time with Piccolo and Son Goku. Thus he agreed as well. Son Gohan had no objections. Very well, Let us first return to West City and inform Chi-Chi. Then we shall commence our training. Son Goku said with a smile. Rest assured, Trunks, Vegeta is not the type of man to fall without rising again. He will undoubtedly grow stronger. Son Gohan reassured Trunks. Yes, I understand, Uncle Gohan, Trunks replied. Chapter 69. The Supreme Being and Piccolo in the Supreme Kai's realm. Everyone soared towards West City, and the Supreme Kai, who had been observing the battle, breathed a sigh of relief. The androids were no match for the brothers, and that was truly wonderful. Standing at the edge of the temple, the Supreme Kai gazed down at the mortal realm. Supreme Kai, what are you observing? Bubbles inquired beside him. Did not the androids fall to the brothers' might? The Supreme Kai closed his eyes and shook his head slightly. No. The sense of impending crisis within me has yet to dissipate. This unease is not a result of the androids, but rather has lingered since 4 years ago. It appears that I must summon Piccolo to the heavenly realm. Summon Piccolo? Supreme Kai, do you mean? Bubbles exclaimed in alarm. Indeed. My existence as a deity on this earth has become meaningless. The Dragon Balls, along with Gohan and Goku, can easily procure the Dragon Balls from New Namek. What Earth now requires is formidable warriors. The Supreme Kai stated solemnly. Are the brothers not sufficient? Bubbles questioned. Not nearly enough. At the very least. They are inadequate at this moment. The Supreme Kai declared decisively. Piccolo, heed my words. Please come to the Supreme Kai's realm. I have vital matters to discuss with you. The Supreme Kai's voice resonated within Piccolo's mind. Initially, Piccolo intended to disregard it. But since the Supreme Kai had reached out to him, it must be a matter of great significance. Understood. I shall be there shortly. Piccolo responded. As everyone journeyed towards West City, Piccolo suddenly halted, startling the others, who promptly stopped as well. Uncle Piccolo, what is the matter? Gohan inquired. I have urgent business at the temple. You all proceed to West City first. I shall join you shortly, Piccolo stated before soaring towards the temple. Gohan observed Piccolo's retreating figure, pondering. Could it be that the Supreme Kai has summoned him for something? Gohan was somewhat perplexed. After all, they had achieved a resounding victory over the androids, and there seemed no reason for the Supreme Kai to wish for Piccolo's fusion. Though the others were bewildered, they continued their journey back to West City. Upon arrival, Chi-Chi, astonished by the influx of visitors, exclaimed, Goku, what occasion is this? Why are so many people at our home? Have you defeated the androids? Son Goku chuckled. Do not worry, Chi-Chi, we have vanquished the androids. But this time I wish to introduce someone to you. As he spoke, Son Wukong waved his hand, and future Gohan shyly approached. In the timeline from which he hailed, future Gohan had not returned home for several years. It was not that he did not wish to return, but rather he feared that doing so would strip him of the courage to continue battling the androids. Thus, he resided at Bulma's house, not wanting to cause his mother any sorrow. However, this world was different. Chi-Chi gazed at future Gohan and instantly recognized his identity. You are Gohan, she exclaimed, rushing towards him and scrutinizing him from head to toe. How is it that after just a morning, you've grown so much? And what happened to your face? Are those battle scars? Chi-Chi bombarded future Gohan with questions. Listening to her incessant chatter, future Gohan could not hold back his tears. Seeing him cry, Chi-Chi embraced him tenderly, cooing, There, don't cry. Once you're home, there is nothing to fear. Young Gohan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, stepped aside. Mom, I'm right here. Upon seeing two Gohans, Chi-Chi was momentarily stunned, until Son Wukong explained the situation to her. After hearing his words, Chi-Chi looked at her elder son from the future with a face full of affection. Gohan, you must have endured great hardship in the future. Just look at how thin you've become, she said, gently touching his face. Trunks and Son Wujiao, moved by Chi-Chi's words, felt their eyes welling with tears. Only they understood the sacrifices future Gohan had made and what he had fought to protect. It was Son Wukong and Son Wujiao who lightened the mood, allowing the atmosphere to become more cheerful. Suddenly, the phone at Son Wukong's home rang. Son Wujiao answered. Bulma, what's the matter? Oh, it's you, Wujiao. Have you finished your battle? Bulma inquired. Yes, we have defeated the androids, so there is no need for concern, Son Wujiao replied. Ah, that's wonderful. However, that's not what I wanted to discuss. Is future Wujiao there? Bulma asked. Yes, Wujiao, your mother is looking for you, Son Wujiao called out. Mom, what is it? Wujiao asked curiously. I need to tell you, Wujiao, someone came to our company earlier regarding a peculiar vehicle that has been abandoned. They are unsure how to start it. So they asked us to take a look, Bulma explained. However, when I inquired about the model of the vehicle, they still could not identify it. They did say it bore our company's name, so I had them take photos. Upon seeing the pictures, I was utterly shocked. The vehicle in those photos is the time machine that you and Trunks used. Moreover, it appears to be broken. Upon hearing this, Sun Wujiao was astonished. How is that possible? Let me see. He retrieved his capsule box and discovered that the capsule containing the time machine was still inside, letting out a sigh of relief. Mom, the capsule is still with me. Is that so? Then this time machine truly isn't the one you traveled with? It is covered in moss, suggesting it has been left here for quite some time. Could it be that the future version of me created additional time machines? Bulma wondered. That can't be. This time machine is a remarkable creation, the culmination of my mother's tireless efforts. Sun Wukong exclaimed. That is indeed peculiar. This is unquestionably a time machine, he continued. I have witnessed the very device you traveled in previously. I will now transmit the data. Please take a look at the photographs. After concluding the call, Bulma sent the images. Moments later, the photographs arrived. Sun Wukong gazed at the dilapidated time machine, which was indeed the one he and Trunks had used. Certainly, this is the time machine we occupied. However, what could this possibly mean? Sun Wukong pondered, equally perplexed. The history and information of this world differed from their understanding, and the emergence of yet another time machine left him utterly bewildered. Bulma's phone rang again. Sun Wukong inquired, Mother, do you know the precise location of this photograph? The specific site is unclear, but it is in the vicinity of the Western District 1050. Would you like to investigate? Bulma replied, Yes, I wish to see it. Sun Wukong responded, All right, I shall accompany you. My home is not far from there, Bulma said with a smile. Very well. I will have father come to pick you up, Sun Wukong hurriedly replied. Chapter 70. The Cell from the Future. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Sun Wuxing swiftly teleported home. Bulma, accustomed to the sudden appearance of Sun Wukong, greeted him with a smile. Mother, Wuxing and I are heading out. I leave Wukong in your care. After exchanging pleasantries, Bulma was swept away by Sun Wuxing. Little Gohan, seeing his companions about to depart, exclaimed, I want to go too. Sun Wukong chuckled. Then Gohan, you may join us. There is no need for you to worry about home. Little Gohan nodded and followed Sun Wukong, accompanied by future Gohan and Trunks as they soared towards Bulma's indicated location. As they flew, little Gohan inquired, Is the future truly as dire as it is said to be? Future Gohan's expression darkened. Indeed. The Earth's population has dwindled to mere thousands, and the cities lie in ruins. We have been subsisting in an underground base, barely surviving. Future Gohan, with a hint of envy, remarked, If only my base combat power were akin to yours, I would not have to fear the androids of the future. Little Gohan replied with a smile, This is all thanks to the teachings of Uncle Wuxing and Uncle Piccolo. I believe that once you receive training, your strength will undoubtedly grow. Future Gohan nodded, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Soon, the four arrived at the Western District 1050 and discovered the abandoned time machine. Sun Wuxing, still holding Bulma, teleported to join them. Sun Wukong gazed in awe at the time machine, now covered in moss. Bulma, is this time machine yours? He asked. Sun Wukong shook his head slightly and tossed out his capsule, revealing an identical time machine beside the moss-laden one. This time machine is indeed the one we traveled in, he affirmed. Bulma nodded. So, this dilapidated machine is not yours? Trunks interjected. No, Aunt Bulma. Only one time machine was created in the future. In the future, Gohan approached, stating that this machine was indistinguishable from our time machine, having witnessed its creation firsthand. Sun Wukong stepped forward and cleared away some moss, revealing a marking beneath. Mom, Dad, come look. This is the mark we wrote when we set off. See, the other time machine bears this symbol too, exclaimed Sun Wukong. Sun Wuxing stroked his chin, pondering. But this time machine seems to have been here for a considerable time. Little Gohan soared into the air, gazing at the damaged time machine's shell. This hole looks peculiar. Uncle Wuxing, it seems to be caused by high temperatures melting it, or perhaps it was broken from the inside, he remarked. Could someone have come here using this time machine? Sun Wukong's expression darkened as he opened the machine and leaped inside. Inside, he discovered two objects resembling eggshells. What are these? They appear to be eggs of some kind of creature, Sun Wuxing suggested. Let me take a look, Bulma interjected. Sun Wuxing handed the objects to Bulma, who closed the eggshells. Indeed, this is definitely the egg of some creature. But does such an egg truly exist on Earth? Little Gohan questioned. Trunks and future Gohan gathered around Son Wukong as he began to inspect the interior of the time machine. The energy was completely depleted, and the departure date was 27,788. 3 years later than when they had set off. A future 3 years beyond ours? Future Gohan expressed his astonishment. And what about the time of arrival? Trunks inquired. For years ago. That 9 months earlier than when Trunks and I first arrived. Son Wukong exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Who could it be? Why have they come to this era? Future Gohan frowned. Son Wuxing pondered aloud. Could it be that the changes in history have nothing to do with you, but are solely related to this object? Son Wukong nodded. That seems highly probable. Meanwhile, in the other world, Piccolo observed the Supreme Kai standing at the edge of the temple, exasperated. You summoned me just to stand there and watch over the mortal realm? If there is something to say it quickly. The Supreme Kai, drenched in sweat, closed his eyes and said, Indeed, over these 4 years, my concerns have not been about the androids, but rather that monster who used the time machine to arrive here. What? Piccolo was taken aback by the Supreme Kai's words. I cannot ascertain what this monster is, but I can confidently say it poses a threat far greater than the androids, and it is currently hiding somewhere on Earth. The Supreme Kai exclaimed. What on earth are you talking about? What is going on? Piccolo was completely baffled. The Supreme Kai turned to Piccolo and said, It appears I must merge with you, relinquishing my divine identity to unleash my full power as a warrior. Piccolo stared in shock at the Supreme Kai, realizing that although merging would greatly enhance his strength, he had not anticipated the Supreme Kai proposing such an idea. Piccolo, a catastrophe is about to befall Earth. This is not just another crisis we have endured countless times. I have a foreboding sense of despair, the Supreme Kai declared, filled with dread. It was the first time Bick had witnessed the deity in a state of panic, which made him chuckle. Since you say so, I find no reason to oppose. On the ground, Son Wukong transformed both time machines into capsules and stored them away. Although the old time machine was damaged, Bulma mentioned she could investigate it to see if it could be repaired. Along with it, they also gathered the peculiar eggshell. Just as Gohan was about to speak, he suddenly spotted something and exclaimed, Hey, Uncle Wuxing, what is that? Son Wuxing turned to look, and before Gohan, there was something resembling a cicada exoskeleton. Trunks, future Gohan, Son Wukong, and Bulma hurried over. Upon seeing the object, Bulma gasped and hid behind Son Wuxing, asking, What is this? Son Wukong remarked in astonishment, It's quite large. Gohan, however, showed no fear and approached to tap on the cicada-like object. Wuxing, is this thing dead? Bulma peered out from behind Son Wuxing. Son Wuxing reassured her. Don't worry, this is not a dead thing, just an empty shell. Upon hearing this, Bulma relaxed and stepped closer to the exoskeleton, exclaiming, Could there be such a large cicada around here? Could this be the creature from the egg of the time machine? Son Wukong pondered. Yes, after it grows. It must have shed its shell. Gohan nodded. But is there really such a large creature? I feel like all my biology studies have gone to waste. Bulma exclaimed. But how did it get here? Did someone bring that egg here? Or did someone come along with it? Son Wukong's curiosity deepened. Son Wuxing approached the shell and felt some still wet mucus. It looks like whatever was inside just left not long ago. Son Wuxing's gaze sharpened. Bulma gasped again, retreating behind Son Wuxing, scanning the surroundings. Yet, nothing was amiss. Son Wukong and the others quickly assessed the area, but found nothing unusual. I will take your mother back first. You all must inform everyone to remain vigilant. Son Wuxing instructed Son Wukong. Son Wukong nodded, and Son Wuxing teleported back to Capsule Corporation with Bulma. Observing Son Wuxing's departure with Bulma, Gohan led the future trio back to the Capsule Mountain. As soon as Son Wuxing and Bulma returned to Capsule Corporation, they learned from the television of the mysterious disappearance of 15,000 residents from Kijia Town. Son Wuxing promptly called to inform Son Wukong and the others. 15,000 people have vanished? Kijia Town? All right, I understand. I'll gather everyone to watch the news. Upon receiving Son Wuxing's notice, Son Wukong quickly summoned everyone who was celebrating to turn on the television. In the celestial realm, the deity observed below, his expression growing increasingly grim. What on earth is happening? God, please don't be so cryptic. Bick urged, witnessing the startled deity. What is that? What kind of monster is that? The deity's eyes widened in shock. A monster? What monster has appeared now? Speak quickly. This is maddening. Bick exclaimed in frustration. As soon as Son Wukong turned on the television, he was immediately greeted by the anguished cries of humanity. Before long, Those cries faded into silence. You are going too far. You are solely focused on one individual's investigation. What exactly did you see? Speak up, Piccolo exclaimed with anger. The deity, remaining silent, turned to Piccolo and stated, at this moment, there is no need for explicit explanations. Once you and I merge into one, you shall instantly comprehend what I have witnessed. Merge with you? Are you serious, old man? Piccolo looked at the deity, astonished. The fact that the deity had voluntarily uttered the word merge indicated how terrifying the new monster must be. Oh no, please God. Bobo cried out in alarm. Yet, the deity said nothing. It seems you have finally grasped the situation. One Namekian is more than sufficient. Piccolo laughed. Hurry. We cannot allow the number of sacrifices to increase any further. The deity approached Piccolo. Fine, but I want to maintain my appearance. Piccolo replied. The deity discarded his divine scepter, stating, not only will you appear younger, but your strength will surpass mine. I shall merely be a catalyst for your enhancement, imparting all the knowledge of the Earth's deity to you. Then let your basic form reach out and touch me. The deity said to Piccolo, devoid of any reluctance. All right. Without hesitation, Piccolo placed his hand upon the deity's chest. Oh God! Bobo exclaimed, his face filled with sorrow. It's all right, Mr. Bobo. What Earth needs now is not a deity, but an absolute powerhouse. Piccolo has changed. His malevolent heart has vanished. Once we merge, we should never be divided again. The deity smiled, saying, Mr. Bobo, you have taken great care of me. Oh God! Bobo's tears flowed uncontrollably. Yet, he understood that Earth required strength at this moment. The deity unleashed all of his power. A radiant white light surged forth and entered Piccolo's body. Piccolo, enveloped in azure lightning, slowly rose and clenched his fists. He surveyed his surroundings and began to walk forward. Bobo, watching Piccolo's silhouette, whispered, Farewell, God. Please, do not perish. I am neither God nor Piccolo, but a Namekian who has forgotten his name. Now, I shall take my leave, Mr. Bobo. Piccolo bid farewell in a manner he would have never done before. Bobo, watching Piccolo descend from the temple, smiled, realizing that the deity had not perished. Fully absorbing the deity's memories, Piccolo soared straight towards the town of Kijia. He was acutely aware that a monster lurked there. Sun Wukong, observing the television, turned to Sun Wujua and said, Uncle, I will check what is happening over there. This Kijia town is too close to the location of the time machine we discovered. Sun Wukong nodded. All right, I will accompany you. Young Gohan, hearing this, quickly interjected. I want to go too. Sun Wukong shook his head, saying, Gohan, you stay behind to protect your mother. I will go with Wujua and the others. Though young Gohan felt a bit disheartened, he still nodded in agreement. Trunks and future Gohan rose together. Father, I shall accompany you, future Gohan declared. Son Goku nodded, expressing his regret. Alas, there is no energy left near Kijia town. Otherwise, we could have instantaneously transported there. With that, the four of them soared toward Kijia town. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was also en route to Kijia town, having just escorted Bulma home before setting off. However, the first to arrive was none other than Piccolo. He landed in Kijia town and sensed that only one last trace of energy remained. Aside from that, no living creatures could be found. The ground was strewn with discarded clothing, and the entire town was eerily silent, as if it had succumbed to death. Other than the sound of dripping water from an air conditioning unit, there was an unsettling stillness. Piccolo advanced towards the faintest trace of energy. From the shadows emerged a peculiar green creature resembling a longhorn beetle, dragging a person behind it. Piccolo expressed no surprise, but rather stated, At last, you reveal yourself. You wretched beast. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, the creature showed no reaction, its grotesque mouth curling slightly, presenting a terrifying visage. Observing the last person in the creature's grasp, Piccolo urged, This individual is of no further use. Spare him, for he is a precious life. Such words seemed to befit a deity. While Piccolo possessed a kind heart, he would never utter such sentiments. Upon hearing this, the creature discarded the person it had been holding. Piccolo initially believed it intended to release him, only to be taken aback as the beast thrust its thick, long tail into the body of the person it had just released. The tail writhed, seemingly absorbing something from within. Chapter 72. A surge in combat power. In less than 2 seconds, the individual ensnared by the creature's tail was transformed into a mere garment. Piccolo gasped in astonishment. realizing that the scattered clothing throughout the city was formed in this manner. Soon, you will meet the same fate, King Piccolo. The creature proclaimed confidently, gazing at Piccolo. Rather than augmenting his own energy, Piccolo observed as the creature elevated its power. As the creature continuously amplified its energy, the roads of Kijia town were upheaved. Piccolo, feeling the chaotic energy, exclaimed in astonishment, "What? This energy is..." Not only Piccolo felt this disturbance, the others at Baozi Mountain sensed it as well. Future Gohan gasped in surprise. "What is this?" Krillin echoed his astonishment. Piccolo, drenched in sweat, stared at the creature before him and asked, "Who are you? How do you know my name?" I am your brother." The creature replied coldly. The inhabitants of Baozi Mountain rushed out of their quarters, gazing towards Kijia town. Krillin exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this energy? Is it not the energy of Frieza and his father?" Future Gohan also broke out in a sweat. Not just them, but others as well. Tien Shinhan added. Meanwhile, Son Goku and the others were equally astounded. What is the nature of this mixed energy? Frieza, his father, and Vegeta's energy. Son Goku exclaimed in disbelief. "Dad, let us teleport there." Future Gohan exclaimed. However, Son Wukong shook his head, saying, "No, besides this familiar energy, there is another unknown presence. We should fly there instead and observe the situation." The others, including Sun Wujing, nodded in agreement. The quartet hastened their pace. Meanwhile, Vegeta was taken aback, feeling the peculiar energy emanating from Cell. What on earth is happening? This is impossible. At Baozi Mountain, Krillin pointed towards Cell's location and asked, "Which direction is that?" "It's where we discovered the time machine, and it matches the location of the town mentioned on television, Chikaji Town." Future Gohan replied, "That energy is Dad's, but could he have teleported there?" Future Gohan wondered aloud. In Chikaji Town, Piccolo demanded, "What are you? Speak." Yet Cell merely smiled and replied, "There's no need for that, as you will soon become my meal." Not willing to divulge your secrets? Piccolo mused, formulating a plan in his mind. He discerned that Cell was not as formidable as androids 17 and 18. At present, Cell's power level was merely around 600 million. In contrast, after merging with the Supreme Kai, Piccolo's strength had surged to a staggering 1 billion. Moreover, his potential had further expanded. With newfound confidence, Piccolo declared, "In that case, I shall refrain from inquiries and simply eliminate you." Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Cell erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha. Are you truly planning to kill me, Piccolo? It seems you are quite familiar with the Demon King." Piccolo retorted, yet Cell remained silent. Understanding the situation, Piccolo unleashed his power. The formidable energy he released eclipsed Cell's, causing even Cell's pupils to dilate in shock as he gazed at Piccolo. The force of Piccolo's energy sent Cell sliding backward, and the surrounding landscape transformed into a deep crater from Piccolo's eruption. "Regrettably, you've mistaken your opponent," Piccolo declared, as he amplified his strength once more. "What? You claim I've mistaken my opponent?" All that responded to Cell was Piccolo's laughter. "You assert you are not the Demon King, Piccolo?" Indeed. Krillin, sensing Piccolo's energy, felt a surge of urgency. "I must see this." He then propelled himself towards Chikaji Town. On the way, feeling Piccolo's explosive energy, Krillin grinned. That guy is Piccolo. He is incredible. Piccolo has merged with the Supreme Kai. I must witness this." In Chikaji Town, Piccolo gazed confidently at Cell. "You've caused all the townsfolk to disappear, which ironically works to my advantage." "What do you mean by that?" Cell inquired, bewildered. "This way. I won't have to concern myself with the nearby residents and can fully unleash my power." Piccolo laughed heartily. Then, with a single hand directed at Cell, a formidable energy surged forth from Piccolo's palm. Boom. With just a single-handed energy explosion, Piccolo obliterated half the city. The intense explosion illuminated the surroundings, catching the attention of Sun Wukong and others in various directions. Piccolo sensed the energy amidst the rubble, fully aware that the previous strike could not have vanquished the creature. As expected, Cell erupted from the debris, shattering the structure that had pinned him down. He then charged energy with a single hand on his forehead. Upon witnessing this maneuver, Piccolo was taken aback, for it was none other than his signature technique, the special beam cannon. Reacting swiftly, Piccolo waved his right hand to deflect the attack. Yet confusion only deepened within him. Just then, Cell lunged towards Piccolo with a powerful kick, prompting Piccolo to evade and reappear behind Cell, delivering a swift kick that sent Cell sprawling. As Cell struggled to regain his footing, Piccolo instantly positioned himself in front of him, attempting a spinning kick. However, Cell deftly avoided the blow. Cell attempted to retreat and dodge Piccolo's relentless onslaught, but Piccolo's speed surpassed Cell's expectations, allowing him to once again land a kick that propelled Cell backwards. Unperturbed, Cell utilized the ground to absorb the force of Piccolo's strike and retaliated with a punch aimed at Piccolo's face. Unfazed, Piccolo effortlessly dodged every one of Cell's attacks, and seizing an opening, he landed a solid punch to Cell's face. Throughout the confrontation, it was evident that Piccolo was toying with Cell. With a resounding crash, Cell hit the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Piccolo landed before him, smirking. "Is this all you've got? I sense an extraordinary creature within you. I refuse to believe this is merely an illusion." Cell replied with pride. "You possess quite a skill, Piccolo. Although I have yet to transform into my complete form. Your strength is commendable." "Complete form? Is this the reason you attack humans?" Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed. I need to absorb the energy of living beings." Cell admitted without hesitation. Chapter 73. Piccolo and the Inquisitive Alien. Upon hearing this, Piccolo furiously demanded, "Answer me. Who sent you to this era using the time machine? Is it one of your comrades?" Cell, slightly taken aback by Piccolo's inquiry, chuckled. "I transported myself here. While that time machine is designed for two. It was too small for my massive form, so I had to revert to an egg." Cell continued. "However, I must say, I am quite impressed that you even know about the time machine. But this is something you will not comprehend." As he spoke, Cell adopted the stance for the Kamehameha. This gesture caused Piccolo to recoil in tactical apprehension. Could it be? Cell slowly intoned, "Kamehameha?" A blue energy coalesced in Cell's hands, and, in the face of Piccolo's disbelief, surged forth directly towards him. However, how could such an attack possibly strike Piccolo? With a mere sidestep, Piccolo evaded Cell's onslaught. Yet, this played right into Cell's hands. Cell instantly teleported behind Piccolo, ensnaring his limbs with an iron grip. In that moment, Piccolo found himself utterly immobilized. "What?" Piccolo appeared utterly astonished. "King Piccolo, your fate is sealed." Cell roared with laughter, as his robust tail lashed out violently towards Piccolo's body. Piccolo narrowly shifted his posture, yet the tail embedded itself into his left upper arm. "Ah!" Piccolo shrieked, feeling the essence of his life ebbing away. He cried out in agony. Within mere seconds, his arm visibly shriveled, resembling a desiccated corpse aged for millennia. Yet, seizing a fleeting opportunity, Piccolo charged headlong into Cell's head, breaking free from his grasp. He fell clumsily to the ground, gasping for breath, his left arm completely incapacitated, taking on a withered, dark yellow hue. "Hee. Although you managed to escape, one of your hands is rendered useless. It seems the tides have turned." Cell reveled in his triumph. In response, Piccolo remarked, "Perhaps now I will struggle to maintain my balance, and my movements will be exceedingly strenuous. Although I loathe to admit it, it appears you have emerged victorious." Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Cell's smugness amplified. "At this juncture, you have no choice but to concede. Cheer up, soon you shall become a part of me. After absorbing you, I shall be one step closer to achieving my perfect form. You should feel honored to assist me, King Piccolo." Piccolo gazed at Cell, unwilling to yield. "Before you absorb me, could you reveal to me who you truly are? Why do you possess such a mixed aura, and how do you wield the Kamehameha?" He uttered through a painful groan. "Very well, since your demise is imminent, I shall disclose my identity. My name is Cell, a bioengineered being," Cell proclaimed. Upon hearing the term bioengineered being, Piccolo was momentarily taken aback. After all, neither Android 19 nor 20, nor Androids 17 and 18 stood a chance against them. Yet now, another bioengineered being, Cell, emerged. "I was created by the computer of Dr. Gero." Piccolo realized, as it became evident that it was indeed Dr. Gero behind this. Long ago, Dr. Gero had begun collecting the cells of various martial artists, amalgamating them into bioengineered beings and relentlessly researching them. Due to the extensive time invested, Dr. Gero eventually abandoned his efforts, yet the computer's calculations continued unabated, and I was born from those computations. The cells of you, King Piccolo, Son Goku, Vegeta, and others were harvested when they first arrived in this world. Moreover, I also possessed the cells of Son Gohan. Upon learning that these were merely cells from the time of the Saiyan arrival, Piccolo sighed in relief. "No wonder your Kamehameha isn't particularly impressive." Cell, regarding Piccolo's words as mere bravado in his final moments, continued, "Additionally, I have incorporated the cells of Frisia's offspring who visited Earth. I am truly fortunate. Piccolo inquired curiously how they had collected the cells, noting that there should not have been any suspicious individuals nearby at that time. You must have heard Dr. Gero mentioned that he once dispatched small robots to monitor Son Goku, stated Cell, crossing his arms. This gesture was unmistakably reminiscent of Vegeta. These robots are no larger than bees. No one would notice them unless they were specifically looking. Open your eyes and see clearly. One is right here. Diligently compiling data to relay back to the computer. Cell pointed at a tiny object in the sky behind him. Unless one actively seeks it, it would be virtually undetectable. Perhaps this little creature desires your cells. Cell chuckled. Damn it! Piccolo exclaimed in fury, obliterating the small robot with a single hand. Cell shook his head slightly, asserting, "It is too late to destroy it now. It has already gathered the necessary cells for research. However, my evolution is not expected to complete for another 24 years. Piccolo clenched his fists and shouted, "Impossible! Dr. Gero's laboratory should have been destroyed." Cell continued to answer his questions, explaining that the computer was located deep within the underground of that very research facility. I see. You traveled to this era, transforming from an egg into this form. Why did it take 3 years? Piccolo asked, observing Cell approach him. Once I become an egg, I must remain underground for over 3 years before maturing. Cell replied. Now, it is about time for me to absorb. He added impatiently. One last question. What brings you all the way from the future to this era? Piccolo inquired. Preparing for a confrontation. If I wish to transform into my perfect form, merely absorbing human life essence is utterly insufficient. I require the absorption of several special life forms as well. According to the computer's data, those 3 unique life forms are androids 16, 17, and 18. Cell revealed. Piccolo's face fell in shock. Android 16 is purely a robot. How can Cell absorb such a being? However, in my future, androids 17 and 18 have already been eradicated, and no one has any knowledge of android 16. It is as if he does not exist. But fortunate for me, Son Goku possesses a time machine. Although I cannot defeat Son Goku, Trunks, and Gohan together, stealthily infiltrating Capsule Corporation to steal the time machine capsule was indeed feasible. Cell boasted. Thus, I pilfered the time machine and arrived in this era. Though I am uncertain as to why I ended up here, I succeeded. Chapter 74. The Death of Cell. This era? Why this particular time? Piccolo questioned, perplexed. Who knows? The time machine set by Son Goku was programmed for this specific period. I was pressed for time and merely pressed a button. Cell replied. After pondering the time from which Cell had come, Piccolo suddenly had an epiphany. I understand. During that time, Namekians were still on Earth. He intends to locate the planet to which the Namekians emigrated, to resurrect us who perished in Son Goku's era. Piccolo's mind was racing. Gero gazed at the perspiring Piccolo and remarked with a smile. The computer has stated that as long as one can transform into a complete form, unimaginable power can be attained. Pray tell, what is your reason for seeking such formidable strength? Piccolo retorted angrily, a reason? You dare to pose such a trivial question? The computer has been programmed with the directive to create a strong being at all costs, to the utmost limits of its imagination. Perhaps it is the Saiyan blood coursing through me that compels me to grow stronger. Ah, I see. Piccolo's expression transformed. The sweat vanished as the earlier panic and fury seemed to dissipate into thin air. Very well, may I now be absorbed? Gero was no longer inclined to engage in further banter. My apologies, but I must thank you for resolving all my uncertainties. With that, Piccolo seized his withered left arm and tore it off entirely. Gero was taken aback, realizing he had been deceived. In an instant, Piccolo regenerated his left arm. I completely forgot that Piccolo possesses the ability to regenerate severed limbs. You were merely fishing for information. Gero came to a realization. I cannot allow you to evolve into a complete form. You inherited my cells, yet overlooked my regenerative capabilities. How foolish. Piccolo observed Gero retreating with confidence. Gero, even if you absorb one of my arms, my strength will still far surpass yours. Accept your fate. Piccolo scoffed. How clever of you to devise such a scheme to extract my words. That was divine wisdom, not my own. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Gero was further astonished. I understand now. All this time, you are the fusion of God and Piccolo. Indeed, surprised? Piccolo replied nonchalantly. Gero thought to himself, curses, if that is the case. The Dragon Balls are lost. Even in death, there there will be no one to resurrect them. Perhaps that is one silver lining. Gero looked at Piccolo with a smirk. No wonder you have grown so powerful. You are nothing like the original Demon King Piccolo. You still do not grasp my true power. Allow me to demonstrate the vast chasm that lies between us. Piccolo prepared to strike. Meanwhile, Son Goku arrived at the battlefield accompanied by Krillin, Trunks, future Gohan, and Son Goten. Krillin, observing Piccolo below, exclaimed in amazement, "Indeed. I was just contemplating whether Piccolo had fused with God, and now it is confirmed." Son Goku stared in astonishment at Gero, who bore his own aura. "Is this the creature that emerged from the shell?" Son Goten inquired, gazing at Gero as the group landed beside Piccolo. Upon seeing Son Goten and the others, Gero felt a pang of unease. Something was amiss. Wait, their time machine was stolen by me. How have they appeared in this era? But soon, Gero deduced, I understand now. They are not from my era, but from a time prior to mine. Finally, Gero looked at Son Goku, contemplating. So this is Son Goku? The one Dr. Gero sought to eliminate? He does not seem more powerful than Piccolo. Krillin turned to Gero and asked, is this the monster? The one who wreaked havoc in Ginger Town? Indeed, it is him. Piccolo nodded in affirmation. Why does he carry my aura? Son Goku inquired, puzzled. We shall discuss the details later. Our primary concern is to eliminate him. Piccolo declared. Eliminate me? Ha. Do you truly believe that your numbers can easily overpower me? Cell sneered, unfazed by Goku and the others. Humph. I have no doubt that you currently possess no chance of victory. Piccolo retorted disdainfully. Indeed, Piccolo, with so many of you, I am no match. It seems I must take my leave. Cell confessed directly. Attempting to flee? Goku, let us block him from both directions. Piccolo shouted. Although Goku did not fully grasp the situation, he had unwavering faith in Piccolo's words. Humph, you wish to encircle me? But I am not merely adept at the Kamehameha. Cell chuckled. The Kamehameha. He claims he can perform the Kamehameha. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Krillin, do pay attention. Cell turned and smiled at him. Huh, you even know my name? Krillin was taken aback once more. Cell discreetly glanced at the sun and addressed Goku. I never expected you to still be alive, Goku. This diverges from the history I know. However, I shall surely absorb androids 16, 17, and 18. With that, Cell soared into the air, prompting Piccolo and Goku to hastily pursue him. If you believe you can prevent my transformation into my perfect form, you are wasting your efforts. For I am undoubtedly faster than either of you. Solar flare. In an instant, Goku and Piccolo were blinded by the brilliant sunlight, caught unprepared. Seizing the opportunity, Cell suppressed his energy, intending to escape. Yet, he was unaware that another awaited him. Do not even think about fleeing. Indeed, it was Son Gohan. Even Goku and the others had managed to reach West City from the nearby Baozi Mountain. So how could Gohan not be present? He had embarked from an even closer location. What? Cell was utterly astonished, never anticipating that someone would be lying in wait for his escape. In his current state, he was no match for Gohan, especially when caught off guard. Kamehameha. Son Gohan instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing a Kamehameha that obliterated Cell's attempt to flee. No. I, Cell, have not yet transformed into my perfect form. How could I perish so easily? This is unacceptable. Cell cried out as he was consumed by Gohan's Kamehameha. Gohan understood that the core within Cell's head was his true essence. Thus, he intensified the Kamehameha, ensuring that not even a single cell remained. Ah, it's Gohan, wonderful. Krillin exclaimed joyfully. Dad, when did you arrive? Son Goku was equally astonished, as neither of them had noticed Gohan's arrival. Chapter 75, The Hidden Manipulator. In Dr. Gero's secret underground laboratory, a shadow sat in meditation. Suddenly, the figure sprang up in shock. Impossible. How could Cell have perished so easily? Damn it. What a worthless fool. It appears that I must take matters into my own hands. How utterly wasteful to squander my meticulously laid plans. The shadow seethed with fury at the lifeless form of Cell, casting a glance at the desolate laboratory before departing silently, leaving behind an empty void. In the quaint town of Kijia, Sun Wukong felt a sense of relief upon confirming Cell's demise, and he descended beside Piccolo and the others. Well done, Wukong. If that monster had escaped, it would have been disastrous. Piccolo exclaimed joyfully as Wukong landed. Truly impressive, Wukong. Son Wukong remarked, patting his son's shoulder. Although he was unaware of the specifics, Piccolo's reaction made it abundantly clear that the creature posed a significant threat. Father, When did you arrive? Sun Wujiao inquired. Wukong held up 2 fingers with a smile, replying, I arrived just as Piccolo engaged Cell. Piccolo paused momentarily. So you overheard our previous conversation? Wukong nodded, resolute in his decision to eliminate Cell before he could achieve his perfect form. Unlike Vegeta, he had no desire to transform into the so-called Super Saiyan Wukong. As they conversed, Vegeta approached, his heart racing at the sight of Piccolo. What is going on here? What transpired? Vegeta questioned. Father, you came too? Trunks exclaimed with delight. Yes, I sensed it. Tien is also approaching. Let us wait for him, and I will discuss matters with Wukong, Piccolo suggested. Vegeta nodded and turned to Piccolo, asking. Before that, I must inquire, was that overwhelming power truly your key, Piccolo? Piccolo affirmed with a nod. Over the past 3 years, Vegeta had only sought to impress Piccolo, striving to unlock his own potential. Witnessing Piccolo's transformation left Vegeta astounded. How is it possible? How did you become so powerful in such a brief period? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Father, Mr. Piccolo has fused with Kame, returning to a singular entity, Trunks explained. Hearing this revelation, Vegeta broke into a cold sweat, realizing that Piccolo, already stronger than him, had now surpassed even Son Wukong and Son Wujiao. Incredible! The battle power I sensed earlier, without even employing the Kaioken, has already eclipsed that of a Super Saiyan. Vegeta mused inwardly. At that moment, Tien arrived. Alright, everyone listen up. Although Vegeta and Tien were not present earlier, the creature that was eliminated was indeed the android created by Dr. Gero in the future. Piccolo and Son Wukong recounted the events surrounding Cell in a back-and-forth exchange. How can this be? Krillin gasped, astonished by Cell's remarkable origins. Our Saiyan cells. Vegeta exclaimed in shock. Phew. It's fortunate that such a monstrosity has been eradicated by my father. Son Wujiao sighed with relief. Indeed, had Uncle Wukong not acted decisively to eliminate Cell, who knows what kind of unimaginable beast might have arisen? Future Gohan concurred. With a hint of regret, Son Wukong expressed his desire to behold the complete form of Cell. Hearing his words, the others fell silent, yet they understood that he merely spoke out of whimsy. Damn it! I must grow stronger. I shall surpass, transcend even the Super Saiyan. Vegeta proclaimed passionately. Surpass Super Saiyan? Trunks gazed at his father in disbelief. Humph. Don't think I'm unaware, Kakarot and Kakarado. You must have already achieved it. Vegeta declared with fervor. Curse it. I will surpass the Super Saiyan in my own way. With that, he exploded in fury and took off into the skies. Father. Trunks attempted to pursue him, but Son Wukong and future Gohan quickly restrained him. Let him go. Surpassing the Super Saiyan is no simple feat, Son Wukong remarked. Upon hearing this, Trunks regained his composure. Father, although you defeated future Cell, the Cell of this world still exists. I plan to locate Dr. Gero's laboratory and eradicate this world's Cell. Son Wukong declared. Son Wukong nodded in agreement. And Krillin added, I will accompany you. Trunks and future Gohan exchanged glances, expressing their willingness to join as well. The 4 of them soared toward the location of Dr. Gero's laboratory in the north. As they approached, Son Wukong and the others were dismayed by the dilapidated state of Dr. Gero's laboratory. To call it dilapidated was a euphemism. It was nothing short of a wasteland. Trunks' previous attack had obliterated the entire mountain. Well, we shall have to search piece by piece. Son Wukong began to unleash energy blasts to clear the remnants of Dr. Gero's lab. True to their prowess as formidable warriors, the group split up to search, and soon discovered a ladder leading to the underground laboratory. Trunks, Brother Gohan, Uncle Krillin, come quickly. This must be the place. Son Wukong shouted, being the first to make the discovery. Indeed, let us descend and investigate. Future Gohan replied. The 4 entered in single file. Arriving at the entrance of the underground laboratory, it was sufficiently deep. Trunks' earlier attack had not left a mark here. Before them stood an intact door. I shall attempt to push it open. You all stand back. Future Gohan, as the elder, announced. Son Wukong and Trunks nodded, preparing for battle as they watched future Gohan effortlessly push open the door of the underground laboratory. What lay before them was a colossal computer. The group fumbled to switch on the lights, only to find that beside the computer, there was merely a shattered incubation chamber. Damn it, is this the computer? Krillin remarked, gazing at the machine. Son Wukong and Trunks immediately noticed the broken incubation chamber beside it. This isn't right. This must be the chamber for Cell's incubation. But why is it shattered? Could it be that someone arrived before us? Son Wukong was taken aback. Trunks then discovered numerous blueprints on the table beside the chamber. These are design schematics. What kind of schematics? The others gathered closer. Are they for Cell? Krillin inquired. No, these are the blueprints for androids 16, 17, and 18. Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. This is fantastic. Let's take this back to my mother. She will undoubtedly discern the weaknesses of the androids. Once we return, we can obliterate them. Son Wukong remarked with excitement. Chapter 76. Android Krillin? Krillin observed the exhilarated Son Wukong, somewhat at a loss for words. Clearly, if they diligently trained under the guidance of Wukong and the others, they could become strong enough to defeat the future androids 17 and 18. However, an epiphany struck Krillin. Perhaps there was a chance to discover information about Cell. The cultivation tanks in the basement had been destroyed, and it was possible that Cell had escaped in this timeline. Son Wukong pondered aloud. Uncle Piccolo mentioned that Cell wouldn't be created for another 20 years. It's plausible that someone came to this laboratory and eliminated him ahead of time. Each of them held their own thoughts. Yet they were all acutely aware that Cell was indeed no longer present in the laboratory. After Trunks took the blueprints from Son Wukong, he continued to examine them. The remaining details bore no relevance to the androids. Future Gohan nodded and suggested, "Let us destroy the basement and inform everyone of the situation here." Agreed. No one opposed the idea, and they promptly detonated Dr. Gero's final laboratory. As everyone soared towards West City, Trunks suddenly interjected in midair, "Gohan, Wukong, I want to be joining you in West City." "What's the matter, Trunks?" Future Gohan inquired. "I wish to train with my father. If it is indeed possible to surpass Super Saiyans." Trunks replied. Son Wukong paused for a moment, then concurred. "That sounds fine, Trunks. You should go." Future Gohan glanced at Son Wukong, about to speak, but was halted by Son Wukong. "Make sure to train diligently, Trunks," Krillin encouraged. Trunks nodded and accelerated towards Vegeta's location. Future Gohan turned to Son Wukong, puzzled. "Wukong, why didn't you allow me to finish my thought? Uncle Vegeta mentioned that my father and Uncle Wukong have already surpassed Super Saiyans, right? Wouldn't it be better for Trunks to train with us?" With a hint of resignation, Son Wukong replied, "Gohan, do you truly believe Trunks would prefer training with Uncle Vegeta rather than with us?" Krillin agreed, "Indeed. While I doubt Vegeta would willingly train with Trunks, it is clear that Trunks desires to train alongside his father." Future Gohan suddenly understood. The trio returned to West City, presenting the blueprints of the three androids to Bulma and Dr. Briefs. Son Wukong's father-in-law, holding the designs, marveled, "Oh my, this is indeed an extraordinary design." As a leading scientist, Dr. Briefs quickly grasped Dr. Gero's blueprints and couldn't help but exclaim, though Dr. Gero himself may not be commendable, his designs are indeed the work of a genius. We can use these blueprints to uncover the weaknesses of androids 17 and 18, thus aiding you in future battles, correct? Bulma directed her gaze at Son Wukong. "Exactly, mother. I cannot comprehend any of this and must rely on you," Son Wukong acknowledged. After reviewing the designs, Briefs nodded and remarked, "What a genius idea. Aside from the explosives, this is truly a transformation on a biotechnological level. There are aspects I find rather perplexing." Bulma concurred. "Indeed, it is entirely an organic modification, evolving from the cellular level, a truly brilliant design. If this is the case, we might indeed be able to merge with the so-called Cell." However, after examining the schematics, Bulma turned to Krillin and said, "I have comprehended the design. I can perform genetic modifications on individuals according to these blueprints. Would you like to give it a try?" Krillin, taken aback by Bulma's proposition, pondered for a moment before replying, "To be honest, I did not contribute at all to this latest android creation. Goku and Piccolo have become exceedingly powerful. I feel utterly outmatched in such battles. It's quite frustrating." "Bulma, will this modification transform me into something other than human?" Bulma shook her head, assuring him no. "My modification will only enhance your potential and significantly reduce your energy expenditure compared to an ordinary person. Of course, if you desire infinite energy, further modifications would be necessary." Upon hearing this, Krillin's eyes sharpened, and he nodded, "I wish to undergo the transformation, since it won't affect my humanity and can greatly amplify my potential. I must become stronger. I want to fight alongside Goku and Gohan." Bulma nodded in response. "Rest assured, this evolution will not hinder your martial arts training or future procreation." Krillin retorted, "Please, don't use this as an opportunity to rush me into marriage. Future Gohan and Goku chuckled at this exchange. Unfortunately, due to the genetic differences between Saiyans and Earthlings, such modifications could only be performed on Earthlings. Although Tien is a member of the Three-Eyed Clan, his genes have become indistinguishable from those of humans, aside from the third eye on his forehead, allowing him to be classified as an Earthling. Krillin relayed the potential for enhancement to Tien and Yamcha. Yamcha declined, stating that his battles with Android 19 and 20 had drained his courage to continue training. However, Tien and Kairatsu decided to accept Bulma's modifications, as Tien did not wish to become a mere spectator in the future. Meanwhile, Goku gazed at Piccolo in astonishment. Piccolo, have you truly merged with the god? Piccolo nodded, and Goku's son, Goten, sensed Piccolo's energy, exclaiming, "Wow, after merging with the god, your strength surpasses mine." "Indeed, God Piccolo," Goku added with a grin. Hearing Goku's address, Piccolo responded with exasperation, "I have merely unified with the god. It does not mean my name has changed. Just call me Piccolo. I still retain my identity." At this time, Goten and future Gohan were still in West City, having vanquished Cell. Goten prepared to train with Gohan and future Gohan. "Dad." Just as they were speaking, Gohan and future Gohan approached, accompanied by the little Gohan who had been brought from the Bunyan Mountain. Goten looked at Gohan and said, "Gohan, although your mother is searching for the android's weaknesses, it does not mean you can forego your training. Have you ever contemplated that if your prowess is sufficiently formidable, no matter how powerful the androids may be, you could safeguard the Earth?" Son Wukong, upon receiving a reprimand from his father, felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. "Yes, father." Son Wukong promptly nodded in affirmation. Son Wukong's tone softened. "All right, I do not blame you, but do not place your hopes in others. You must learn to shoulder your own responsibilities." Looking at future Gohan, Son Wukong expressed his satisfaction, stating, "You have done well, but your strength is inadequate. This time, I shall take you to train." Chapter 77. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Upon hearing Son Wukong's words, Piccolo quickly interjected, "This time, while you train little Gohan, I will take care of future Gohan." Son Wukong was momentarily taken aback, but Piccolo continued, "Throughout his life, you have never guided Gohan. This is a perfect opportunity." He asserted that future Gohan's martial path was essentially set, and he would be able to facilitate greater improvement. Son Wukong, acknowledging Piccolo's reasoning, nodded, "Very well, I understand. I entrust him to you, Piccolo." Future Gohan, perplexed, inquired, "But father, where shall we train?" Son Wukong turned to Piccolo and said, "Piccolo, since you have fused with Kame, you must know of that place, the one where a single day equates to a year of training." "You mean the Hyperbolic Time Chamber?" Piccolo replied with understanding. "I see, however. No one has ever spent a full year inside. Even you struggled to endure a month as a child." "Indeed, I am no longer the same." Son Wukong responded with a smile. "Not only us, but Trunks and Vegeta shall also enter to train. They will surely manage. With ample time at our disposal, let us seek out Vegeta and Trunks." Son Wukong said, "Dad, what about Uncle Krillin and Uncle Tien? Shouldn't someone stay in West City?" Son Wukong expressed his concern. "Fear not," Son Wukong reassured him. "Only 2 individuals can enter the Hyperbolic Time Chamber at a time. The others must remain outside. Should anything arise, your uncle and I can instantly teleport to assist." He had already devised a plan. Since he and Son Wukong could not enter simultaneously, if any situation occurred outside, they could swiftly transport the others to safety. Meanwhile, Vegeta stood motionless on a cliff, while Trunks sat nearby, gazing intently at him. Son Wukong and Son Wukong instantaneously teleported with Piccolo to Trunks' side. "Ah, Uncle Wukong, how did you all arrive?" Trunks quickly stood up. "Trunks, how has your father's intensive training been progressing?" Son Wukong inquired. "Not at all well." Trunks shook his head. "My father treats me as a burden in training. He merely tells me to stop bothering him and to disappear. Thus, he has been standing still for days." Son Wukong nodded in understanding. "Indeed, such is Vegeta's nature. I believe he has glimpsed the path beyond Super Saiyan." With that, Son Wukong and Son Wukong soared to the rear of Vegeta. "Stop bothering me, Kakarot." "Kakarot. Do not say that, Vegeta. I know of a place for training where one can practice for an entire year in just a single day, located within the Temple of the Gods." Goku exclaimed with a smile. "Is that truly the case?" Vegeta turned in surprise. "Indeed. You should join us, Vegeta, and take Trunks along for the training. My brother and I will assist Gohan and future Gohan in their cultivation." "Surely." You wouldn't want your son to fall behind mine, would you? Goku incited playfully. To Goku's surprise, Vegeta was indeed provoked by this challenge. Very well, I shall take Trunks with me for training. However, I must enter first, Vegeta declared. Not a problem, you can lead Trunks inside first, Goku replied. Outside the temple, Piccolo addressed Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo, we wish to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber. Could you guide us there? Mr. Popo observed the youthful Piccolo, whose appearance bore no difference from the god in his prime, and with his divine memories, Popo treated Piccolo with utmost reverence. Understood, follow me. He instructed as he led the group, explaining, this chamber is equipped with beds and provisions sufficient for an entire year. Even 2 Saiyans could subsist comfortably for that duration. Vegeta turned to Goku and Gohan. What do you two think? My ultimate goal is to defeat you both. Why would you aid my training? Gohan, filled with a fighting spirit, replied earnestly, I would relish the opportunity to face you again, Vegeta, but at present, you are simply too weak. Vegeta scoffed. You will come to regret those words, Kakarot. Once I emerge from the time chamber, you will stand no chance against me. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. Mr. Popo extended his hand. Who wishes to enter first? Goku and I will go in first, Gohan stated. Very well, Mr. Popo said as he opened the door. The group beheld a room completely enveloped in pristine white. Trunks and Vegeta were slightly sweating as Trunks exclaimed, Uncle Gohan, Brother Wujua, I will enter first. Good luck, Trunks, and remember to get along with Uncle Vegeta. Future Gohan encouraged. Vegeta merely shot a glance at Gohan and Piccolo before striding into the chamber and closing the door behind him. As the door shut, it was as though 2 worlds had separated. It's so hot, and the air is so thin. Even before stepping out, I can feel the gravity has increased several-fold. Trunks remarked, feeling uneasy. As he and Vegeta stepped forward, they observed that aside from the structure they occupied, the entire surface was blanketed in white. What is this? Is it devoid of anything? Merely an empty void? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Vegeta scanned the surroundings and noted the absence of anything save for the timer, which surprised even him. This place is extraordinarily vast. Mr. Goku struggled to endure even a month within due to his physical limitations. Is this the reason? Trunks pondered curiously. Ah, so this is how it is. What a splendid chamber for training. Vegeta remarked with newfound enthusiasm. Outside the chamber, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Son Wukong gazed at the Spirit Time House. In truth, he could have commenced his training long ago. However, the reason for his delay was the anticipation of the arrival of his future self, Son Wujua. He was acutely aware that without a proficient mentor to guide him, the future Son Wujua would not experience significant growth and strength over the course of the next 3 years. Thus, he remained in waiting, hoping for the day when Son Wujua would again traverse to this era. In the West capital, Bulma's renovations were proceeding in a meticulous manner. Through her machinery, she observed the bodily data of Krillin and his companions, exclaiming in astonishment. She had not anticipated that even Krillin's physique would be so remarkable. Rather than being akin to Earthlings, their physical prowess suggested they belonged to an entirely different species. Consequently, after their evolution, even a seemingly mundane character like Dumpling would transform into an astonishing powerhouse. Chapter 78. Is Cell still alive? Son Wukong and his companions were diligently engaged in their training. Yet, the mastermind behind the scenes had finally unveiled his true identity. Indeed, his appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to Cell, the only distinction being that his skin appeared a shade greener, transitioning from the dark green of the previous Cell to a more vibrant hue. What a shameful waste. I traveled from the future just to catalyze your emergence from the underground laboratory, and yet you met your demise on the very first day of your appearance. This Cell was thoroughly displeased with the fallen version of himself. It turned out that the Cell who had perished at Son Wukong's hands was actually the Cell from this world. This version of Cell was the one who had stolen the time machine and traversed from the future. How unexpected. My timeline's androids 17 and 18 have perished. Fortunately, android 16 has been concealed and remains dormant, perfectly poised for my absorption. Cell clenched his fists. Dr. Gero was indeed a genius. The completely mechanical android 16 could merge with my organic form, significantly amplifying my power and intellect. However, the androids 16, 17, and 18 of this world are still alive. Although the Wukong brothers possess extraordinary strength, and Piccolo exceeds common capabilities, I am confident in my ability to evolve. Everything is progressing according to my grand design. A glimmer of intellect shone in Cell's eyes. Unlike the previous cunning Cell, this one was cerebral and could be aptly termed as intelligent Cell. Yet, it is quite troublesome. I have been searching for Android 17 and the others for an entire week, yet I have failed to uncover their whereabouts. The weakness of those lowly androids is quite vexing. They lack any form of energy signature. Cell couldn't help but express his frustration. Earth is simply too vast, now. With the fusion of Piccolo and God, the Dragon Balls have vanished, making it impossible to wish for the locations of androids 17 and 18. Nevertheless, Intelligent Cell was indeed resourceful. He recalled someone, an individual who could undoubtedly assist him. At the castle of the fortune teller. What? You wish to consult me for a fortune? Observing the energy concealed, well-behaved Cell before her, the fortune teller pondered over her daily refusals. Very well, but there are conditions for my divination. First, you must pay me, and second, you must defeat my warriors. The fortune teller's demands remain unchanged through the ages. Wise Babidi nodded, retrieving a large chest from behind him, filled to the brim with gold, silver, and jewels. The fortune teller, satisfied, acknowledged, very well, this is sufficient. What would you like me to divine? With a smile, Babidi requested, please assist me in uncovering the whereabouts of androids 17 and 18. The fortune teller gazed at Babidi with a hint of surprise, yet, having accepted his payment, she was compelled to fulfill her duty. Without hesitation, she produced a crystal ball and commenced her divination. Soon, the visages of the two androids materialized within the orb. Following their disheartening defeat at the hands of Sun Wukong and his companions, the trio of androids had entirely relinquished their desire to continue battling the Monkey King. Initially, they were created for amusement, and having faced defeat, they opted to embrace a life of leisure. Presently, the three androids resided on a small island in the southwest, having purchased a farm where they led a comfortable existence. Notably, Android 17 proved to be exceptionally skilled in agricultural tasks, while Android 16 devoted his days to caring for numerous small animals, indulging in their company without a care for anything else. As for Android 18, she had developed a penchant for window shopping, often wandering about without purchasing a thing. Observing the tranquil lives of the trio, even Babidi felt a twinge of envy. Such a peaceful existence was something he yearned for as well. As for the transformation in Babidi, it stemmed from his absorption of Android 16's essence. The intensity of Android 16's love for nature was so profound that even Dr. Gero's indoctrination could not extinguish it. It had become an intrinsic part of his being. This fundamental logic had infiltrated Babidi's mind as well. Nevertheless, the desire to absorb the strengths of androids 17 and 18 still lingered within him. After expressing his gratitude to the fortune teller, Babidi soared toward the small island where the trio resided. The fortune teller, sensing an instinctive unease as she watched Babidi depart, promptly dialed her brother, Master Roshi. At home, Master Roshi was engrossed in yoga exercises when the phone rang, catching him off guard. Hello? Who is this? He inquired. You lecherous old man. It's your sister. The fortune teller retorted without hesitation. Sister? What brings you to call me? Master Roshi replied, perplexed. The fortune teller wasted no time and recounted Babidi's earlier request for a divination. Master Roshi furrowed his brow and said, understood. I will notify Wukong and Wukong promptly. After hanging up, he immediately called Bulma. At that moment, Bulma was preoccupied with calibrating values for Krillin and Tien. Annoyed by the interruption, she answered the phone. Who is it? Bulma, is Wukong home? I have urgent news. Master Roshi declared. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Bulma understood that something significant had occurred. While Master Roshi was often unreliable, he was serious when it mattered most. Just a moment, I'll be right there, she exclaimed, hastily summoning her father to continue the enhancements for Krillin and the others, while she pressed Master Roshi for more details. Wukong isn't here. He took our future son to the other world. Damn it. Bulma, listen to me. My sister just called, saying that a peculiar individual sought her out to inquire about the positions of androids 17 and 18. By the way, she relayed the locations to me. Make a note of them. Master Roshi promptly shared this information with Bulma. Upon hearing it, Bulma exclaimed, I understand. I shall inform Goku and the others in the other world at once. Is Goku not present? Master Roshi inquired. Old son has gone to the other world with Gohan. I mustn't linger. Bulma hurriedly ended the call, informed Dr. Briefs, and piloted her aircraft towards the other world. Meanwhile, Gohan and the others were idly awaiting the emergence of Vegeta and his son from the hyperbolic time chamber. With Cell defeated, the group felt remarkably relaxed. At that moment, Gohan sensed the energy of little Goten. Goten and Bulma? What brings them to the other world? Gohan pondered, observing the aircraft descending. It's Bulma and Goten, Goku remarked with a smile. Bulma, why have you brought the child here? Is something amiss? Gohan asked curiously. Bulma, cradling little Goten, replied solemnly. Master Roshi just called to share a significant piece of news. Chapter 79, Krillin's evolution complete. Bulma then recounted Master Roshi's message. Upon hearing it, Gohan furrowed his brow, questioning why, despite having eliminated Cell, someone would still seek information about androids 17 and 18. Goku also expressed his bewilderment, searching for 17 and 18. Could this mysterious individual wish to confront them? Piccolo shook his head. That's unlikely. In truth, aside from us, no one should be aware of the existence of the androids. After all, androids 19 and 20 were dispatched immediately upon their arrival, and 17 and 18 were thoroughly beaten as soon as they exited Dr. Gero's laboratory. I will investigate the situation. If anything unusual occurs, I will promptly alert you all, Piccolo declared. Uncle Piccolo, I shall accompany you, future Gohan asserted. No, I can handle this alone. Although it pains me to say it, you are currently rather weak. Wait here for my return, Piccolo insisted sternly. Future Gohan lowered his head, remaining silent. Then I entrust this to you, Piccolo, Gohan said. Piccolo nodded and soared toward the farm, where Bulma indicated the locations of androids 17 and 18. Gohan frowned, a nagging sense of impending chaos lingering in his thoughts. In West City, Capsule Corporation, Dr. Briefs nodded at the genetically enhanced Krillin and his companions, marveling. What a terrifying technology. I still have much to learn in the realm of biological sciences. Krillin clenched his fists in excitement, exclaiming, this is incredible. How can I be so strong? I feel that even without using the Kaioken, I could defeat all 3 androids by myself. His words were not mere bravado. After all, androids 17 and 18 were mere humans enhanced, in stark contrast to Krillin, an exceptionally skilled martial artist. Even an ordinary individual, after evolution, possesses a combat strength exceeding 5 billion, let alone Krillin and Tien. Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment, never expecting to witness such a significant enhancement in his fighting prowess. Tien, gazing at his own fist, remarked that now, even against Goku and his companions, they would stand a fighting chance. Indeed, the combat abilities of the 3 had skyrocketed post-evolution, akin to a rocket launch. Krillin boasts a power level of 2 billion, Tien 5 billion, and Yamcha 1 billion. Their foundational combat strength had experienced a remarkable surge. However, the trio was acutely aware that both Piccolo and the Goku brothers harbored hidden powers. Surpassing the Super Saiyan transformation was an achievement Goku had already accomplished a year prior. Furthermore, Piccolo, after numerous assimilations and fusions, had likewise mastered a transformation mode inherent to the Namekian legacy. In essence, Goku and his brother, alongside Piccolo, had yet to unleash their full potential. Bulma, having received a call from Master Roshi, turned to Krillin and the others, stating that he had mentioned a specific location that she was to relay to them, leaving their course of action at their discretion. Krillin exchanged a glance with Tien, who nodded in agreement, indicating their intent to investigate who was seeking the androids 17 and 18. Yes, I share the same sentiment, Krillin affirmed. Without a moment's hesitation, the trio soared towards Android 17's farm. At the farm, the green-skinned Cell regarded Android 16 and 17 with a slight furrow in his brow. Where is Android 18? Why are only 16 and 17 here? Previously, Cell would have prioritized absorbing Android 17 before searching for 18, but the current incarnation of Cell was wiser, opting to conceal himself and bide his time. However, while waiting for 18, he instead encountered Piccolo. Surprised by Piccolo's formidable presence, Cell thought to himself, incredible. It seems the Demon King Piccolo has indeed fused with the Supreme Kai. A complete Namekian is astonishingly powerful. Had my world's Piccolo merged with the Supreme Kai, 17 and 18 would have surely perished long ago. Cell mused. Piccolo surveyed the tranquil village and reflected, there are still inhabitants. It appears I have arrived prematurely. He then descended into Android 17's farm, where he found 17 tending to the soil with a hoe, adorned with a straw hat. Upon noticing Piccolo, 17 expressed his surprise. Piccolo, what brings you here? Are you looking for trouble? Piccolo shook his head. I am not here to cause any trouble. I merely wish to inquire if any unusual individuals have recently sought you out. 17 regarded Piccolo with a bemused expression. The most peculiar person I've encountered recently would indeed be you. Piccolo felt a wave of exasperation. It appeared that the mysterious figure had yet to make an appearance. A troubling notion, for the unknown is often the most terrifying. Android 16, having overheard the conversation between 17 and Piccolo, ceased his playful interactions with the small animals and approached them. No particularly notable individuals have visited recently. Is something amiss? 16 inquired. Piccolo, recognizing that 16 could communicate effectively, proceeded to relay the situation in detail. Is someone searching for our location? Inquired number 17, puzzled. Indeed, Son Wukong suspects that someone may be targeting you. So I came to take a look, replied Piccolo, crossing his arms. It seemed that he had merged with the divine. For the previously volatile Piccolo now conversed with number 17 in a remarkably composed manner. Number 16 perused his data files, shaking his head. I cannot fathom who would seek our whereabouts. Could it be other androids left behind by Dr. Gero? Asked number 17. Piccolo pondered for a moment. Unlikely. A future android had already been eliminated by Son Wukong. As they conversed, Krillin, Tien, and Kaiatsu arrived, soaring through the air. It's Piccolo. He's here too, exclaimed Krillin as he landed beside him. Observing Krillin and the others, Piccolo sensed an unusual energy and asked, Krillin, what has happened to you? Why do you emit such strange energy? Hee, we evolved through Bulma and Dr. Briefs. Our current strength may not be inferior to yours, Krillin boasted proudly. Meanwhile, from the shadows, Cell watched Krillin and his companions, bewildered. What is this? Why do I sense a formidable threat from Krillin and Tien? This shouldn't be possible. After absorbing number 16, Cell's combat power had only marginally increased from 700 million to 3.5 billion, gaining knowledge and wisdom rather than raw strength. Yet, he felt threatened by Krillin and the others, a notion he found hard to accept. I cannot delay any longer. If this continues, these warriors might grow even stronger. But how can I absorb number 17 under the watchful eyes of Piccolo and the others? Cell pondered, a headache forming. Chapter 80, Stage 2 Cell. With a combat power of 50 billion. Just as Cell was lost in thought, he spotted the solitary number 18 approaching from a distance, burdened with numerous bags. Overjoyed, Cell stealthily advanced towards her. Enough about that. Number 16, number 17, where is number 18? Where is she? Piccolo inquired. 18? She must have gone shopping. I must say, women do love to shop, said number 17, exuding a sense of resignation. At that moment, a woman's piercing scream echoed. Cell had successfully ambushed number 18. Attacking with a combat power of 35 billion against her 85 billion was child's play. In an instant, 18 succumbed to darkness as Cell's tail enveloped her. That's 18's voice, echoed number 16's mechanical tone. Damn it, where is she? Cried number 17, soaring into the sky to locate 18. This was the android's Achilles heel, devoid of energy signatures. They could only rely on visual confirmation to pinpoint locations. Piccolo and the others were equally alarmed and quickly ascended to assist in the search for 18. However, before they could locate her, they sensed an overpowering energy surge. What? The group gasped, hastily turning their gaze towards the source of the formidable energy. There, they beheld a robust figure reminiscent of a human, entirely green in hue. Unlike the first phase of Cell, the second phase bears a closer resemblance to humanity, albeit in a most grotesque manner. Its pale green skin resembles that of an insect, while its face has evolved to mimic human features. Where did this monstrosity emerge from? Number 17 gasped in shock. Piccolo, sensing Cell's energy, grew somber. He is Cell. This is impossible. Cell was vanquished by Goku. Krillin and Tien also gazed in astonishment at the freshly evolved Cell. In the temple, the sudden surge of energy from Cell startled everyone present. What manner of creature is this? Future Gohan felt beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Goku stood up, incredulous, exclaiming, "How can this be? Wasn't Cell destroyed by me? Where did this Cell come from?" Goten quickly interjected, "Dad, when we visited the underground laboratory, the petri dishes were shattered. Someone must have released Cell early or allowed him to mature." Upon hearing Goten's words, Goku was left speechless, incredulous that such critical information was only now being revealed. It dawned on him that the Cell he had defeated was merely one of them. In this era, There were two cells existing simultaneously. Damn it. Given this energy, he must have already evolved. Who did he consume? Number 17? Or perhaps number 18? Now, everything became shrouded in uncertainty. Little Gohan declared, I will assist. Goku quickly restrained him, urging, Gohan, do not act impulsively. You must trust Piccolo. After merging with Kame, his strength has significantly increased. Moreover, he possesses hidden techniques yet to be revealed. Little Gohan gradually calmed down. Goku then stated, if matters take a turn for the worse, I will teleport directly to assist. Goku glanced at the clock in the hyperbolic time chamber and noted, in a little while, Vegeta and Trunks should emerge. With Vegeta's potential, he will undoubtedly surpass Super Saiyan levels. The group momentarily regained their composure. On the farm, Piccolo, with a grave expression, confronted Cell, asking, are you Cell? Where is number 18? The second phase Cell assessed his own power, clenched his fists, and smiled confidently. Addressing the gathered crowd, he stated, number 18? She willingly fused with me. Number 17, infuriated by this claim, shouted, nonsense. How could number 18 willingly merge with a hideous creature like you? Separate her from you at once. As he spoke, number 17 charged toward Cell. Piccolo swiftly interposed himself, warning, do not act rashly. He has fused with number 18. You are certainly no match for him. Number 17 attempted to protest further, but Piccolo turned to Dend, commanding, Dend, keep a close watch on number 17. He must not be allowed to act impulsively. Krillin, protect number 17. With number 18 absorbed, we cannot let Cell evolve into his perfect form. As for Tien, he stood alongside Piccolo at the forefront. Although he sensed the terrifying power emanating from Cell, Tien retained sufficient confidence. Humph, Piccolo, your current power is inferior to mine. Do you truly wish to impede me? Cell gazed at the two individuals blocking his path, an expression of derision etched upon his face. Piccolo scoffed and asked, are you willing to give it a try? Android 16, fully aware of his own limitations against Cell, seized Android 17 and began to flee. Cell observed the retreating figures with unwavering confidence, believing that after eliminating Tien and Piccolo, he would easily pursue Android 17. Do not rush, Android 17. I shall return to absorb you shortly. Cell declared triumphantly. Tien, regarding Cell, flexed his wrist and stated, Piccolo, I will take the lead. If I am defeated, you can step in to deal with Cell. Cell, dismissively eyeing Tien, retorted, you insignificant nobody. You wish to engage me? In my first form, I might have feared you, but now I have attained unparalleled power. Tien, observing Cell's arrogance, felt a surge of rage. Cell, too, sneered, unleashing his own fury. Following the absorption of Android 18, Cell experienced a qualitative leap in strength, skyrocketing from 3.5 billion to 50 billion in battle power. He was confident he could utterly dominate Tien. Tien faced Cell, resolute in his determination not to repeat previous mistakes. Behold my power. 40 times Kamehameha. With that, Tien's body erupted with an immense aura, rivaling Cell's might. This power is incredible, exclaimed Goku from the lookout. Is it truly so? Has Tien become this formidable post-evolution? Gohan echoed, astonished. Remarkable. He matches Cell in strength. Future Gohan added. Goku sighed in relief. If Tien could contend with Cell, they could afford to wait a moment longer. Cell, taken aback by the energy emanating from Tien, exclaimed, how is this possible? Who are you? Are you truly Tien? Tien regarded Cell with a slight smile, asking, what is the matter, Cell? Where has your arrogance gone? Are you intimidated by my strength? Provoked by Tien's taunt, Cell retorted furiously, fool. How could I fear an insignificant being like you? Though I do not comprehend how you grew so powerful, you shall never be my match. With that, Cell launched an assault, landing a punch squarely on Tien's face. Chapter 81. Vegeta and his son emerge. Humph, merely a braggart. Cell scoffed as Tien failed to evade his strike. Yet, to Cell's astonishment, the punch inflicted no harm upon Tien. Post-evolution, Tien's combat prowess was not the only aspect enhanced. His physical resilience had surged to unprecedented levels. Have you not eaten? Such a feeble attack? Tien's voice rang out. Cell retracted his fist, astonished by Tien's unscathed condition. How can this be? There is nothing impossible, Cell. You have grown far too complacent. Tien shouted, retaliating with a powerful punch to Cell's face. Unlike Cell's ineffective blow, Tien's strike sent Cell hurtling through the air. Cell bounced along the ground, struggling to regain his composure. How can this be? Our strengths should be evenly matched. Why is it that I cannot budge your form? Gero gazed at Tien Shinhan with a look of confusion. That is undoubtedly due to your meager battle experience. Tien Shinhan retorted, we have been engaged in relentless combat, while you have scarcely faced opponents of equal caliber. Clenching his fists, Tien Shinhan shouted, Ding ding bi. He pointed directly at Gero, and with a resounding impact, struck Gero in the chest, causing him to involuntarily lean back and fall to the ground. Piccolo observed the scene, frowning slightly as he witnessed Tien Shinhan overpowering Gero. He felt a nagging suspicion that Gero's strength should not be so limited. As if to confirm his thoughts, in less than a second, Gero sprang back to his feet, gazing at Tien Shinhan with admiration. Remarkable. Tien Shinhan, I retract my previous statement. You are no mere amateur, but a true martial arts master. This declaration was not made lightly. In the original tale, Tien Shinhan, with a power level of 300,000, had dared to confront Gero, whose power reached a staggering 8 billion. Moreover, Tien Shinhan had never flinched in the face of formidable foes such as Demon King Piccolo or the Saiyans. He truly deserved the title of martial arts master. Humph. To think I would receive praise from someone like you. Yet, it cannot alter your inevitable demise. With that, Tien Shinhan charged forward once more, and Gero met his advance. Unlike their previous encounter where Gero was easily sent flying, this time, they engaged in a fierce exchange. Indeed, Gero was not utilizing his full potential. Piccolo realized that the energy Gero had displayed earlier was not his limit. However, the tide of battle began to shift as Tien Shinhan found himself gradually being suppressed. Impossible, he thought, as he felt Gero growing stronger. The transformation was most palpable to Tien Shinhan, who had gone from dominating Gero to being dominated himself. Humph, I have just fused with Android 18, and my power is yet to be fully harnessed. Thank you, Tien Shinhan. If it weren't for your sparring, I would not have been able to master my strength so swiftly. Gero chuckled and delivered a swift kick to Tien Shinhan's chest, sending him flying. What? Gero claims he has only just mastered his full strength? Krillin exclaimed in shock. Indeed, compared to his former self, Gero now emanated a far more formidable aura, with his power level surging from 50 billion to 52.5 billion, an impressive increase. Gasping for breath, Tien Shinhan remarked, what a terrifying monster. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tien Shinhan declared, I have no choice but to unleash my ultimate technique. He soared into the sky above Gero, who looked up in confusion. Tien Shinhan shouted, New Kamehameha. Positioning his hands into a towering gesture, he unleashed a powerful attack upon Gero. In a moment of miscalculation, Gero was struck by the Kamehameha and sent crashing into the ground. Cursed Tien Shinhan, Gero muttered, adjusting his stance to evade Tien Shinhan's onslaught. Yet, with his third eye and energy focused intently on Gero's movements, Tien Shinhan shouted once more, New Kamehameha? In the distance, Son Wukong expressed his concern, this is not good. Tien Shinhan has begun using the new Kamehameha. The energy consumption is immense. If he is not careful, he might exhaust himself. Upon hearing those words, Bulma smiled reassuringly, saying, rest assured, it won't happen. This evolution of Tien and his companions is precisely the enhancement needed in this regard. Indeed, Tien's rate of energy recovery has become remarkably swift. Even techniques as demanding as the new Kamehameha hardly drain his energy. Sensing Tien's remarkable recovery speed, Son Wukong let out a sigh of relief. As Son Wukong expressed his thoughts, the others closed their eyes to perceive Tien's energy, and to their astonishment, they discovered that despite the passage of time, Tien's energy remained undiminished. Excellent, Tien. With just a little more time, Vegeta and Trunks will emerge from the hyperbolic time chamber. I firmly believe they have surpassed Super Saiyan and can defeat Cell, Piccolo remarked. However, despite his words, Piccolo displayed no signs of panic. He believed that even if Vegeta and his son were not a match for Cell, he himself could undoubtedly defeat him. Damn it, if you have the guts, fight me head-on. Cell seethed, completely overwhelmed by Tien's Kamehameha. In the temple, Mr. Popo called out, Goku, Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks are about to come out. Is that so? Son Wukong rose to his feet. The group made their way to the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. With a creak, the door swung open. And the first to emerge was Trunks, his clothes tattered and his hair now long. Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone, he said, exuding a calm aura. Behind him, Vegeta, also clad in ragged attire, followed suit. Trunks, Future Gohan and Son Wukong exclaimed in delight. It truly has been a long wait. Son Wukong chuckled. My father broke through the Super Saiyan limits just 2 months after entering. Yet he remained unsatisfied, which is why it took until now, Trunks explained. Trunks. Vegeta interjected, feeling that Trunks had spoken too much. It seems things went smoothly, Vegeta? Son Wukong remarked with a snort. Son Wukong also glanced at Vegeta, noting that compared to the Vegeta who had entered the hyperbolic time chamber yesterday, this version appeared far more composed, and, crucially, his strength had evidently increased. It no longer matters whether you all go in or not. Even if you do, you can never surpass me, Vegeta stated confidently. This energy, is it Cell? Wasn't he defeated by Kakarot? Vegeta suddenly sensed Cell's presence. No, there are 2 cells in this era. I have only eliminated 1. Son Wukong clarified. 2 cells? Whatever. It doesn't matter. I will go and eliminate him shortly. Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Chapter 82. Vegeta takes action. Son Wukong cautioned Vegeta, don't let your guard down. Cell has now absorbed Android 18, significantly enhancing his strength, so be careful. Vegeta snorted dismissively, closing his eyes, seemingly unconcerned by Son Wukong's warning. Bulma, holding Son Wukong, curiously asked, Wukong, Trunks' hair has grown longer, but why hasn't Vegeta's? Son Wukong elucidated that the hair of pure-blooded Saiyans remains unchanged after reaching adulthood. Look, after all these years, have I ever altered my hairstyle? Bulma, taken aback, responded, it seems so. I hadn't even noticed. Son Wukong playfully teased little son Wujua, saying, Bulma, there's nothing more to be done here. You should take the child back to West City, where it is safer. Bulma nodded in agreement and suddenly exclaimed, oh right. Wukong, you mentioned wanting suitable battle attire, didn't you? I've crafted some based on the combat suits of Frisia's subordinates. They possess excellent defensive capabilities. Everyone has one. As she spoke, Bulma tossed out a capsule filled with battle suits. Little Gohan exclaimed, these are truly impressive outfits. I saw something similar on Namek, though I never got to wear one. Vegeta and Trunks donned their new attire, and Vegeta adjusted his gloves before addressing Son Wukong. Kakarot, you need not rush your training. I shall handle everything. Son Wukong looked at Vegeta. Are you implying that you will defeat this new Cell? That would be splendid. Son Wukong shook his head slightly, acknowledging that Vegeta's greatest weakness was his overconfidence after becoming stronger. Do you need me to instant transmission you? I believe you can sense Tien and Piccolo's energy. Can't you? Son Wukong inquired. Don't jest. I have no desire to ride on your coattails. Farewell. With that, Vegeta soared towards Piccolo and Tien. Bulma, cradling son Wujua, remarked, what a cold-hearted fellow. I can't fathom what my sister sees in him. Trunks chimed in. Well, I'm off too. Future Gohan patted Trunks on the shoulder, cautioning. Be careful, Trunks. Son Wujua added. If you can't win, remember that returning alive is the most crucial thing. Son Wukong produced 2 sins of beans and handed them to Trunks, saying, take these. They are for you and Vegeta, just in case. Trunks accepted the beans, confidently stating, thank you all for your care during this time. Make sure to train hard as well. He waved goodbye to everyone before departing. Son Wukong turned to Son Wukong, asking, Wukong, what do you think? Should you go first? Or shall we? After pondering, Son Wukong replied, brother, you and Gohan can enter first. I will stay outside to assist if anything goes awry. Son Wukong nodded and turned to little Gohan, saying, all right, Gohan, it's time for us father and son to train. As for the other Gohan, just wait for Piccolo. Future Gohan felt no sense of wrongness, replying, understood, Dad. Subsequently, Son Wukong and Gohan entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Son Wukong sat down and beckoned Son Wujua. Come sit here, Wujua, and watch the battle of Vegeta and the others with your father. Okay, I understand. Son Wujua scampered over to sit down. Future Gohan gazed at Son Wujua with a hint of envy. Although Son Wukong treated him and little Gohan equally, the alterations in history left him somewhat bewildered. For instance, in his timeline, Uncle Piccolo had never been this formidable. Meanwhile, in the lower realm, on the farm, Piccolo crossed his arms, sensing the rapidly approaching energy. Vegeta? As Piccolo began to speak, he noticed Vegeta standing before him. Oh, is that you, Piccolo? What's the matter? Afraid to take action against Cell? So you let Tien do it? Vegeta mocked. Piccolo snorted. It seems you have gained quite a bit during your time in the hyperbolic time chamber, haven't you? You've become rather confident. However, Vegeta paid little heed to Piccolo's demeanor and called out to Tien, Tien, you can stop now. I'll handle Cell. Sensing Vegeta's energy, Tien ceased his suppression of Cell, yet he had hardly expended any of his own energy. Approaching Piccolo, he remarked in awe, "Incredible, Vegeta. You've grown stronger. That should be my line." Vegeta retorted, somewhat surprised. "If I hadn't entered the time chamber, I would undoubtedly be far behind you." Cell, having just been liberated from Tien's control, found it peculiar that Tien's energy had not diminished in his perception. Vegeta, observing Cell rising from the massive crater left by his Big Bang attack, scoffed, "Is this the infamous Cell? Go down." Cell, looking at Vegeta with curiosity, questioned, "Vegeta?" but obediently descended to the ground. Yet, in Cell's eyes, Vegeta appeared to pose no significant threat. "What brings you here? Don't tell me it's to defeat me," Cell declared confidently. He believed Tien had only managed to suppress him due to a momentary lapse on his part, causing no real damage. If the mightiest Tien was merely this, then the others were even less of a concern. Hearing Cell's words, Vegeta sneered, "It's not to defeat you. It's to ensure your utter annihilation." "Annihilation? Just you?" Cell chuckled. Yet, Vegeta wore a confident smile, undeterred by Cell's immense power. "The thought of my cells being exploited by a grotesque creature like you fills me with unexplainable humiliation. Can't you at least look somewhat presentable?" Vegeta taunted. "You should feel honored to be used by the universe's strongest." Cell boasted. "You are mistaken, fool. The universe's strongest is not you. It is I, Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans." With that, Vegeta assumed a battle stance. Tien turned to Piccolo and asked, "Piccolo, does Vegeta really stand a chance against Cell?" Piccolo shook his head slightly. "I'm not certain, but I truly cannot gauge Vegeta's current strength. Perhaps he has indeed surpassed Super Saiyan." "Tien, take Den back to the lookout. You've just evolved and have plenty of room for growth. Go train," Piccolo instructed. Tien nodded, understanding that now was not the time for bravado, and he beckoned Den to fly back to the lookout, leaving Krillin and Piccolo behind. At that moment, Trunks also arrived on the scene, landing behind Vegeta. "Trunks, you look completely different from before. However, no matter how many people come, it is of little consequence. If possible, I would welcome a few more," Cell declared proudly. "I am merely here to observe. I alone am sufficient to deal with you." Vegeta retorted. "What? You believe you are enough by yourself?" Cell chuckled. "Indeed, I am entirely sufficient. Do you have any objections?" "None whatsoever. I merely find you exceedingly foolish." Cell gazed at Vegeta, whose anger paled in comparison to his own, laughing with unrestrained arrogance. To him, the current Vegeta was on par with Tien Shinhan. Meanwhile, the concealed Android 17 was observing the battlefield, perplexed as to why it was Vegeta. How could he confront Cell, who could not even defeat Android 18? "Just watch closely. Cell, your repugnant smile will soon vanish." Vegeta clenched his fists, channeling his energy. Vegeta's power soared to unprecedented heights. Trunks immediately recognized that Vegeta was preparing to enter the second stage of Super Saiyan 1. The second stage of Super Saiyan 1 amplifies battle power from 50 times to 65 times. Cell wore a smile as he watched Vegeta. Piccolo, witnessing the escalating power of Vegeta, was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that Vegeta had reached this stage as well. "Allow me to witness it, Vegeta. The power that transcends Super Saiyan," Piccolo remarked, crossing his arms. As Vegeta's energy continued to swell, even the surrounding islands began to tremble. Cell's expression instantly darkened. Vegeta's muscles began to expand, yet it was evident that he had not yet reached his limit. "Can he grow even stronger?" Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment, observing Vegeta's bulging muscles. Trunks nodded, silently affirming that he had indeed surpassed Super Saiyan. In the other world, Son Wukong shook his head slightly, sighing that Vegeta had taken a misguided path. "I had hoped that a year's time would lead Vegeta to grasp the correct way." Son Gohan, hearing his father's words, inquired, "Father, if Uncle Vegeta has become so powerful, why do you say he has gone astray?" Son Wukong elucidated, "This form, I could have achieved a year ago." "Gohan, do you ponder why I refrained from utilizing this form in battle?" Son Gohan, bewildered, contemplated. "Could it be that this form possesses some weakness?" Son Wukong nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, this form has its flaws. The consumption of energy is accelerated, and speed is somewhat compromised. Of course, further development of this form is possible, but it would further diminish speed." Son Gohan remained unconvinced. Son Wukong, feeling somewhat helpless, noted that Gohan had been taught by future Goten. and many fundamentals of martial arts were not firmly established. Gohan, remember, striking an opponent's fists is utterly futile. Sun Wukong sternly warned. Son Gohan nodded, somewhat understanding, but chose not to elaborate further. On Earth, Cell stared in shock at Vegeta. Witnessing Vegeta elevate his power from 50 billion to 65 billion, Vegeta exhaled sharply, allowing his muscles to slightly deflate, and before Cell could react, he delivered a powerful punch to Cell's abdomen. Ugh! Cell cried out in agony, a trickle of gastric acid seeping from his mouth. What's the matter? Still not awake? Vegeta taunted, intensifying his grip. Cell involuntarily stumbled back 2 steps, and Vegeta, accelerating with ferocity, landed an uppercut that sent Cell soaring into the sky. He immediately followed up with a knee strike, causing Cell's eyes to widen in shock, nearly bulging from their sockets. As Cell attempted to retaliate, Vegeta seized his ankle and hurled him onto a small island. The impact caused the island to collapse halfway. Trunks observed the shattered rocks beneath him, unfazed, suspended in midair, contemplating the true essence of training. Cell could no longer discern his father's movements. In the distance, Krillin felt Vegeta's overwhelming energy, exclaiming in astonishment, "What a terrifying individual! Vegeta's strength has undergone a monumental transformation in just a day." Struggling to rise from the rubble, Cell gazed at Vegeta, who stood atop a stone before him, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Focus, Cell," Vegeta mocked. Unfazed, Cell retorted, "Not bad at all." Even in such a disheveled state, Cell remained defiant. "Ah!" Cell shouted, charging at Vegeta with a punch aimed at his face. However, Vegeta merely tilted his head, evading the attack effortlessly. He refrained from retaliating, toying with Cell as a cat would with a mouse, evading all of Cell's strikes. Trunks marveled at his father's movements, pondering whether this training had truly yielded such remarkable improvement. Suddenly, with an irresistible force, Vegeta unleashed a punch that sent Cell flying. Cell skimmed across the ocean, obliterating island after island in his wake. "What? Is it over already?" Cell emerged from the ocean, only to hear Vegeta coldly respond, "Indeed, it is over. Your life." To be precise, with a disdainful snort, Vegeta resumed his relentless assault on Cell. The disparity in their combat prowess left Cell utterly defenseless, forced to endure the onslaught with his arms crossed. "Let me show you what hell truly is," he declared, launching an energy blast from his mouth. Vegeta intended to defend with crossed arms, but it turned out to be a feint. Cell struck him with a powerful punch, unleashing a more formidable attack that detonated upon impact with Vegeta. The explosion engulfed Vegeta, prompting Cell to laugh triumphantly. Yet, Trunks remained unperturbed. Cell paused, about to speak, when suddenly, Vegeta descended from the sky, delivering a devastating elbow strike to the back of Cell's head. The force of the blow sent Cell crashing to the ground in a heap. "Is this what hell feels like?" Vegeta jeered. "Humph, I shall unleash my full power now," Cell proclaimed, once again augmenting his energy. This time, his combat power surged from 52.5 billion to his current limit, 60 billion. Yet, Vegeta stood unfazed, deriding Cell as he braced himself and deliberately took a punch from him. "Indeed, is this truly the extent of your prowess? It appears the chasm between us has widened considerably due to the discipline I have undertaken." Vegeta gazed at the terrified Cell, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Are you Vegeta?" Cell inquired, panic-stricken. Vegeta, unfazed, pointed at himself in a display of bravado, declaring, "I am Super Vegeta." Chapter 84, The Arrogant Vegeta. Here manifests Vegeta's renowned gesture of dominance. Once targeted by this gesture, be it Goku or anyone else, they are destined to face a downturn in fortune shortly thereafter. Trunks sensed Cell's energy and thought to himself, "Father has won." Piccolo, equally astonished, regarded Vegeta, astonished that he could elevate his power to such heights. "Huh, you claim to be Super Vegeta? What is the meaning of this?" Cell quivered, yet could not suppress his curiosity. Explaining it would be tedious. "Think what you will." Vegeta retorted brusquely. "What? You audaciously proclaim yourself as Super Vegeta? The future you fell to Android 17, while I have now absorbed the energy of Android 18. Who is stronger and who is weaker is apparent even to a child." Cell, infuriated, lashed his tail, shattering the ground beneath him. Vegeta responded with indifference. "A barking dog seldom bites. Perhaps that saying pertains to you. Instead of whining, you might consider your own safety. Your prospects are grim." Listening to Vegeta's words, Cell attempted to amplify his energy. yet was utterly incapable of surpassing the monumental barrier of 60 billion. Humph. I possess your cells within me, Cell proclaimed, striking a pose for his Kamehameha. Behold, a violent explosion engulfed Vegeta once more. At such close proximity, even Cell found himself caught in the aftermath. Emerging from the rubble, he wore a triumphant smile. However, as the dust settled, Vegeta stood, surrounded by a golden aura, gazing at Cell in admiration. Indeed, you possess my cells, but even if you can mimic my Kamehameha, your power pales in comparison to mine. How can this be possible? Cell exclaimed in disbelief, charging at Vegeta, yet was met with relentless kicks. Akin to a mere ball being played with. Truly remarkable, the training has transformed Vegeta. Piccolo marveled. Cell struggled to rise, supporting himself on the ground. A look of existential doubt crossing his face. Why? With his strength, he should not be my match. What has transpired? Why has Vegeta's power surged so dramatically? Gasping for air, Cell gazed up at Vegeta, filled with disbelief. This cannot be. With a furious cry, Cell ascended, only to be met by Vegeta's explosive attack. Following this was the prince's battle technique, perhaps one of the rare instances where it would prove effective. Cell found himself suppressed beneath the ocean, too intimidated to surface. Yet, Vegeta showed no signs of mercy, pursuing Cell into the depths, striking him once more, sending him soaring out of the water. As Cell landed on the ground, he resembled a drenched kitten, shaking his body vigorously to rid himself of the excess moisture. Vegeta coldly remarked, "It seems that the blow you received has significantly affected you." Cell, allow me to share another astonishing fact. Standing over there is Trunks. Although his strength does not surpass mine, it is not far off either. It appears that your full power is rather lackluster. Upon hearing this, Cell gazed in shock at Trunks, who stood at a distance. What a disappointment. How utterly disheartening. I had expected you to be formidable. Humph. Even if I were to eliminate you, it would hardly be a source of pride. Defeating Kakarot would be far more exhilarating. Vegeta scornfully insulted Cell. This provoked Cell's fury. Damn it. Perfect form. If I could transform into my perfect form, how could I be mocked by someone like you? Cell seethed with rage. Where the hell is that infuriating Android 17? He shouted. Vegeta, overhearing Cell's words, interjected. What did you say? Are you implying that once you achieve your perfect form, you will be able to defeat me? Vegeta, feeling challenged, responded defiantly, absolutely. I will not be bested by you. Whether it be technique, power, speed, intellect, or mental fortitude, I will undergo a qualitative transformation. Everything will become flawless. Yet, upon hearing this, Vegeta swiftly kicked him away, unaffected by such taunts. Nevertheless, Cell persisted in his provocations, aiming to entice Vegeta into ceasing his attempts to hinder his transformation. Having lived with Vegeta for a year, Trunks had come to understand his father's nature. Observing Vegeta's intrigued expression, he exclaimed in alarm, "Father, could it be that you—" "Ha. Cell, since you insist, I shall grant your wish and allow you to achieve your perfect form," Vegeta declared, feeling rather unfulfilled. "No, father. If you do that," Trunks shouted. But Vegeta interrupted him, stating, "Defeating such a pathetic creature is hardly a matter of pride. That is your greatest flaw, father." Trunks retorted. "Silence, Trunks," Vegeta commanded. "Now, go and evolve into your perfect form." Hearing this, Cell took to the skies, intent on locating Android 17. At that moment, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan and positioned himself in front of Cell. "My father may have allowed you to leave, but I did not," Trunks declared. "Move aside, brat. Instead of obstructing me here, you should help me find Android 17. Cell shouted. "You need not search for Android 17. For soon you shall meet your demise at my hands." Trunks vowed, showing no mercy. "What? You think you, a mere child, can defeat me?" Cell scoffed, throwing a punch at Trunks. Yet, it soon became evident that Vegeta had spoken the truth. Trunks deftly evaded Cell's attack and landed a powerful blow to Cell's abdomen. Unlike Vegeta, who would hold back, Trunks aimed to incapacitate. With a fierce kick to Cell's face, he sent him flying. Enraged, Cell attempted to flee, but Trunks, much faster than him, intercepted him once more. In a fit of rage, Cell unleashed an energy blast towards Trunks, who effortlessly deflected it with a mere wave of his hand. "Trunks, stay out of this," Vegeta shouted. To everyone's astonishment, Cell sought assistance from Vegeta. "Hey, Vegeta, you need to rein in this brat." With that, Cell successfully located the hiding spots of Krillin and Android 17. To be precise, Had it not been for Krillin's energy signature, Cell would not have easily detected the concealed androids 16 and 17. This is bad. Trunks sensed Krillin's energy as well. Meanwhile, Piccolo stood idly with his arms crossed, showing no intention of intervening, seemingly indifferent to whether Cell had transformed into his perfect form. Chapter 85, Perfect Cell? This wasn't due to Piccolo's arrogance. Rather, after careful consideration, he believed that Gohan or Goku, upon entering the hyperbolic time chamber, would be sufficiently formidable to face Cell, even in his perfected state. After all, even Vegeta managed to elevate his base power from 16 million to a staggering 1 billion within a year. It would not be unreasonable for Gohan and Goku to experience a significant surge from their respective powers of 3, 5 billion, and 300 million. Moreover, Piccolo did not perceive Perfect Cell as guaranteed to triumph over him. Found you, Android 17. I didn't expect you to have hidden so far away. Fantastic. Now I can achieve my perfect form. Cell exclaimed with glee. Oh no. They completely overlooked Cell. Trunks panicked, shouting, run. Cell has spotted you. Krillin, Android 17, and Android 16 were all taken aback. The recent clash between Cell and Vegeta had shattered Android 17's confidence. While he yearned for vengeance for Android 18, he was not foolish enough to seek death. Android 17, you must flee. I will hold off Cell. Android 16 decisively proclaimed. Krillin also shouted, damn it. 40 times KO can. Cell, fueled by rage, charged towards Android 17. As Trunks declared, you won't achieve your perfect form. With that, he too transformed into Super Saiyan 2. However, Vegeta interposed himself in front of Trunks, stopping him. Father, what are you doing? Trunks glared at Vegeta in frustration. Get lost. I want to see just how powerful Perfect Cell truly is. Vegeta bellowed. Cell, with disdain, regarded Android 16 and Krillin, delivering a punch to each that sent them hurtling away. Are you here, Android 17? Cell taunted as he approached Android 17. Android 16 rushed in from a distance. But Cell coldly remarked, no need for you to trouble yourself, Android 16. Your demise is imminent. Ignoring Cell's words, Android 16 charged once more, only to be mercilessly sent flying again by Cell. Well then, now that there are no distractions, it's time for me to unleash my ultimate technique. Cell laughed. Meanwhile, in the sacred world, Gohan and Goten sensed the energy from the lower realm. Why isn't Vegeta making a move? Has he fallen into his old habits again? Son Wukong, in a state of silent exasperation, muttered under his breath. Son Wujue gazed at Son Wukong, perplexed by his words. Wukong offered no explanation. His current combat prowess was insufficient to match Cell, yet he brimmed with confidence. He was certain that once he stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber and emerged anew, he would surpass even the perfect Cell. There was no way he would allow Cell to attain perfection. Trunks circumvented Vegeta and charged at Cell. At that moment, Cell suddenly shouted, Solar Flare. Undoubtedly, the Solar Flare was an extraordinary technique. Instantly, everyone present found themselves unable to open their eyes. Seizing this opportunity, Cell consumed Android 17 with his tail. Ha! With this, the conditions were entirely met. Cell erupted into laughter. The onlookers waited for the brilliance of the solar flare to dissipate before reopening their eyes. By this time, Cell had begun to undergo a transformation. His entire being radiated with a white glow, emanating a formidable aura that even scattered the clouds in the sky. Vegeta, astonished, remarked, Humph, Cell is evolving. Is the perfect form finally about to make its appearance? Trunks, filled with fury, stared at the now impending Cell. Meanwhile, Krillin and Android 16 had returned from afar. Only Piccolo remained remarkably composed, observing Cell with calm. I won't allow you to evolve into your perfect form so easily. Trunks launched himself at Cell with the Prince's technique. However, it proved utterly ineffective. A protective layer of energy enveloped Cell, marking the commencement of his evolution. Even the sacred temple felt the tremors of Cell's transformation. Tien Shinhan and Kairatsu happened to arrive beneath Kirin Tower when they sensed the immense energy. Cell? Could it be that he had evolved into his perfect form? Tien Shinhan was astounded. Kairatsu, flustered, exclaimed, he is too powerful. No matter how much stronger we become, defeating Cell will be an uphill battle. At the temple, Bulma, cradling Son Wujue, felt the vibrations and anxiously inquired, what is happening? Why does it feel like the entire earth is shaking? Son Wukong quickly embraced Bulma, providing her with something to hold on to. Son Wujue, astonished, declared, this is Cell's energy. and it continues to amplify. In the lower realm, countless lightning bolts struck around Cell. His energy had grown so formidable that it now influenced the very heavens. Gale winds, tsunamis, thunderstorms, torrential rains. Amidst this chaotic meteorological display, the perfect Cell was finally born. This energy was so potent that even the distant new Namek could sense it. The Namekians gathered, awaiting the unfolding events. As the crowd stood in shock, Cell's form gradually materialized. Unlike before, his face had transformed to resemble that of a human, and black, insect-like wings sprouted from his back. His elongated tail retracted, shortening to his lower back. His body still bore green spots, yet now appeared more human-like. Cell clenched his fist, feeling the immense power concealed within his being. Vegeta, soaring through the sky, erupted into laughter. Ha! Even in his perfected form, there is nothing particularly remarkable. His appearance has actually diminished, rendering him rather unimpressive. Within, Cell mused. Is this truly the power of perfection? How splendid! I have finally attained it. Such an overwhelming presence. Krillin gazed in astonishment at Cell, though he had undergone evolution. He dared not confront this current incarnation of Cell. Vegeta landed before Cell, his demeanor exuding confidence. It appears to align with my expectations, even after evolving to perfection. The progress is minimal. Vegeta scoffed. What an unreasonable fellow. It seems you're obliged to engage in a warm-up with me. Cell regarded Vegeta with a smile. Certainly. I shall eliminate you amidst this warm-up. Vegeta's tongue was never forgiving. With unwavering confidence, Vegeta charged at Cell, his hands and legs incessantly colliding with Cell's limbs. This time, the outcome was entirely different. Cell did not even shift an inch, effortlessly absorbing Vegeta's onslaught. However, Vegeta, somewhat displeased, found himself behind Cell, declaring that the so-called power of perfection was mere bluster. Yet Cell merely observed Vegeta in silence. Chapter 86. Trunks' confidence. With that, Vegeta launched another assault on Cell. Yet Cell merely intercepted with his arms, completely negating Vegeta's might. Krillin, watching the duel, shook his head slightly. It was evident that Cell was merely toying with Vegeta, not yet revealing his true strength. He then turned to Trunks and said, Trunks, I know that perhaps Vegeta cannot perceive it, but I can feel it. You are concealing your power to preserve Vegeta's dignity, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Trunks looked at Krillin in disbelief. Piccolo, having overheard, approached Krillin and Trunks. Krillin continued, You have surpassed the realm Vegeta once inhabited. Yet the battle on the field had intensified. Cell claimed it was a warm-up, and truly, he allowed Vegeta to relentlessly attack, without any intention of countering. Trunks observed the conflict and remarked, Father has indeed transcended the limits of a Super Saiyan, possessing formidable strength as he does now. Yet one day, I shall surpass even his current state. I have grasped the teachings of Uncle Gohan and Mr. Goku. As Trunks spoke, he shut his eyes in anguish, knowing his proud father would surely struggle to accept such a truth. Trunks. Piccolo looked at him in surprise. Trunks glanced at the faltering Vegeta and said, I believe Father can indeed triumph over Cell. Unfortunately, despite Vegeta's relentless assault, Cell remained unscathed. Huh. Vegeta stared incredulously at Cell, who bore not a single scratch. Cell laughed. Ha ha ha. Truly, Vegeta, your previous strikes were perfectly executed. Infuriated by Cell's mockery, Vegeta retorted, What kind of jest is this? Take this. The prince's combat style returns. Yet still, it proved utterly futile. The temple, Tien Shinhan, and dumplings have arrived at the temple, encountering Son Wukong, Son Wujue, and the future Gohan outside. Truly, Vegeta is remarkable. He can stand toe-to-toe with the perfect Cell. Tien Shinhan exclaimed, sensing the energy of the two. No, Vegeta is far too impulsive. In the face of an opponent with comparable strength, or even one that far exceeds his own, he has lost his composure. Son Wukong incisively assessed. What? Father, are you implying that Uncle Vegeta is not a match for the perfect Cell? Son Wujue responded in astonishment. Down below, it is indeed as Son Wukong has stated. Vegeta, panting, gazed at Cell amidst the haze, feeling that Cell's energy had not diminished in the slightest. Accursed Cell! Vegeta shouted in fury and charged directly into the mist. However, his assault was effortlessly evaded by Cell. Vegeta retreated, eyeing Cell before forcefully attempting to elevate his energy once more. Yet this time, Cell vanished. Vegeta scanned his surroundings, failing to realize that Cell had appeared on the ground. The strength Cell possessed after absorbing androids 17 and 18 was astonishing. Piccolo couldn't help but exclaim, Dr. Gero has indeed created a formidable monster. Android 16 also remarked. At last, Vegeta pinpointed Cell's location and soared from the sky, throwing a punch. But Cell swiftly caught his arm. Refusing to concede, Vegeta swung with his other fist. Yet that arm was also seized. Vegeta struggled to break free with all his might, but he lacked the strength. Do not underestimate me. Vegeta suddenly altered his tactic, kicking towards Cell. This time, Cell evaded, soaring into the air. Vegeta hastily pursued, re-engaging with Cell. It was still Cell on the defense, and Vegeta on the offense. Regardless of how Vegeta attacked, Cell effortlessly countered. He was also becoming accustomed to his own power. Is the disparity in strength truly this vast? Piccolo observed the battle, unable to contain his thoughts. Seeing Cell's confident demeanor, Vegeta sensed that Cell was toying with him. You scoundrel! You're not even taking me seriously. Vegeta shouted angrily. Cell, hands on his hips, nonchalantly replied, I told you I was just warming up. What? Is this all merely a warm-up? Trunks was astonished. Go all out, Cell. Aren't you ashamed after being thoroughly beaten just now? Vegeta taunted. Even if you transform into your perfect form, it will be of no use. You remain as defenseless as before. If you're unwilling to accept this, then let me witness the full extent of your power. Upon hearing this, even if Cell had a good temper, Vegeta's derision ignited his fury. Then allow me to show you. In an instant, Cell appeared behind Vegeta without him even realizing it. But as soon as Cell manifested, Vegeta responded. Gero shook his head in disappointment. Had he acted moments ago, Vegeta would now be sprawled on the ground. Do not underestimate me, Vegeta. Vegeta, filled with rage, delivered a kick to Gero's head. Yet, to Gero, it felt merely like a tickle. What? Vegeta stared in disbelief at the scene before him, hastily distancing himself from Gero. Super Vegeta, is it? Gero mocked. Impossible, Vegeta thought, astonished that his strike had seemingly struck Gero's vital point. Yet the monster remained unscathed. What an appalling creature! Krillin exclaimed. Trunks clenched his fists, wishing fervently that he were the one fighting. Trunks, aren't you going to help? Unleash your hidden power, Krillin urged. For my father. Being saved by me or anyone else would be more humiliating than being defeated by Gero. That's just who he is. Trunks saw through Vegeta's heart. Gero dismissed Vegeta's attack. The disparity in power was too vast. Piccolo shook his head in dismay. What happened to that fierce aura you had just moments ago? Gero questioned, observing the motionless Vegeta. However, Vegeta was paralyzed by fear. I gave it my all. Why? He struggled to accept the grim reality. What is the matter? Smile a little, Vegeta. Gero's taunts continued unabated, yet Vegeta remained frozen. This time, Gero showed no mercy, delivering another kick that sent Vegeta flying several kilometers away. This kick bore no intent to injure. It was purely an act of humiliation. Krillin and Trunks were left stunned by the sight of the airborne Vegeta. Chapter 87. Super Trunks? What's wrong? You just said the gap between us was insurmountable, that fighting me would be meaningless. Now, I return those very words to you. Gero taunted, relishing in Vegeta's disheveled state. Trunks was seething with rage, his teeth nearly grinding to dust as he struggled to contain his own energy. His muscles involuntarily swelled, trembling with intensity. What are you waiting for, Trunks? If you don't act quickly, Vegeta will perish. If he dies, his dignity will be utterly lost. Krillin urged anxiously. Wait until father loses consciousness, then I will act. This way, he realized that I have surpassed him. Trunks managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. At a time like this, how can you still be preoccupied with such matters? Krillin replied, exasperated. Uncle Krillin, for father, pride is indispensable. Without it, he ceases to be my father. His pride makes him stronger, yet it also renders him more solitary. Nevertheless, it was this very trait that attracted Mother to him. Trunks lamented. Trunks, we can only pray that Vegeta does not fall to Gero before losing consciousness. Piccolo stated coldly. Vegeta knelt on the ground in a pitiful state, gasping for breath. Observing Vegeta's current disgraceful demeanor, Gero scoffed. Trash. Vegeta, I regret to inform you that the warm-up is over. How infuriating. Before bidding farewell, I must express my gratitude to you. Without your assistance, I doubt I would have achieved my full potential. Cell's words are truly devastating. Meanwhile, the ever-cautious number 16 contemplated a surprise attack on Cell. However, Cell had already discerned number 16's position. I advise you not to make any move. Number 16. Your current combat power is inferior even to Krillin's. You are utterly useless. Upon hearing Cell's words, number 16 refrained from retorting, for it was indeed the truth. Vegeta, panting heavily, took a moment to regain his composure before ascending into the sky. Cell observed Vegeta without making any move. In contrast, Vegeta began to gather energy, preparing to unleash the most formidable technique he had developed during his year in the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta concentrated all his energy, altering the very atmosphere around him. Countless clouds converged. Cell watched as Vegeta amassed energy, a cold smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Cell, even if you achieve your perfect form, you will never withstand this attack head-on. Vegeta felt a surge of confidence. Are you too cowardly to confront this, you timid creature? Vegeta sneered. Father is taunting Cell, hoping to compel him to face the attack directly. Trunks exclaimed, "What a joke! Does Vegeta intend to use this move on Earth?" Krillin could hardly believe it. Yet, Cell remained stationary, simultaneously raising his own energy. Ultimate Flash. This attack soared from the Earth into the cosmos, obliterating countless planets in its wake. And there stood Cell, completely unguarded, bracing for the impact. Trunks observed Vegeta, sighing in relief. It seemed that Father had calculated the attack's range meticulously. Vegeta, gasping for breath, believed he had struck true. As the dust settled, even Cell had been severed in half by the force of the blow. Oh no! Cell feigned panic. Seeing Cell's frantic demeanor, Vegeta erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha! Deserved it. Splendid. Vegeta succeeded. Krillin exclaimed with delight. Fool! Have you all forgotten? Cell possesses my cells. Piccolo cautioned. How could this happen? I have achieved my perfect form. Cell continued his charade. Yet, Vegeta seemed to buy Cell's words, laughing even more joyfully. At that moment, Cell decided to end the act. Looking at Vegeta, he remarked, I was merely jesting. You look so foolish laughing. Have you forgotten that I carry Piccolo's blood? Vegeta's smile vanished in an instant. Suddenly, Cell drew upon his energy, regenerating half of his body. I regret to disappoint you, Vegeta. It's time to eliminate you. With that, Cell advanced toward Vegeta. Panic surged within Vegeta as he attempted to execute the prince's technique once more. However, Cell absorbed Vegeta's attack and closed the distance, landing a single punch that sent Vegeta hurtling away. Vegeta crashed to the ground, and as he struggled to rise, Cell delivered a kick that propelled him skyward. Then, in a flash, Cell appeared behind Vegeta, delivering a brutal elbow strike to his back. Vegeta let out a painful wail before crashing to the ground, instantly losing consciousness. And even his Super Saiyan form dissipated. Hey! Vegeta is no longer a Super Saiyan. Has he fainted or has he perished? Krillin exclaimed in panic. There is still a faint energy. He is not dead. Piccolo assessed. In the sky, Cell chuckled. What a tenacious vitality. Soon, I shall grant you release, Vegeta. Trunks, what are you waiting for? Quickly unleash your hidden power. Otherwise, Vegeta may truly perish. Krillin urged anxiously. Hearing Krillin and Piccolo's words, Trunks abandoned all restraint and unleashed his full energy. His hair erupted in a wild display, and his muscles swelled uncontrollably, as if he had lost his sanity. Cell, lying on the ground, sensed Trunks' energy in the sky and turned to stare at him. Who is that? Piccolo or Krillin? Cell wondered, astonished by Trunks' escalating power. Trunks. Krillin, standing beside Trunks, was equally taken aback. We haven't even begun fighting, and his energy has surged to this extent? He marveled. Uncle Krillin, please take my father to the KO. Trunks implored. Krillin sighed in relief. Thank goodness. It seems your mind is still clear. I thought you might lose control like Goku did when he transformed into a great ape. Don't worry, that won't happen. Here, take this Senzu bean. Find an opportunity to give it to my father, Trunks said, tossing a Senzu bean to Krillin. Is this sufficient? Do you have more Senzu beans? Piccolo inquired. Rest assured, I have plenty, but I won't need them. I will definitely win. Trunks declared confidently. At this moment, Trunks resembled a humble, beggar-like version of the older Broly. It was unexpected for someone as modest as Trunks to speak so assertively, showcasing his unwavering self-assurance. Piccolo observed the fallen Trunks thoughtfully. Cell, sensing Trunks' energy, could not help but regard him with newfound seriousness. Though Trunks had yet to reach Cell's level of power, an attack from him could still pose a threat. Chapter 88. A Misguided Path. Trunks slowly approached Cell, his face radiating calm confidence. I will kill you, Cell. The words were simple, yet brimming with conviction. What an audacious declaration, Trunks! Cell retorted, advancing towards Trunks. The two stood mere arm's length apart, each poised for action. Trunks initiated the confrontation with a sweeping kick aimed at Cell, who leaped and countered with a spinning kick, but Trunks effortlessly blocked it. Both combatants vanished from the ground. In the sky, an explosive Trunks sent Cell flying with a powerful punch, then pursued, locking both hands together and delivering a crushing blow upon Cell. Cell crashed into the ground but emerged unharmed from the deep crater, gazing at Trunks with admiration. Quite impressive, Trunks. Upon hearing Cell's words, Trunks erupted with rage, and the two clashed violently. Soon, the battle reached a stalemate. Trunks seized Cell's arm and forcefully slammed him to the ground, grinding him into the earth. Seizing the opportunity, Cell burrowed underground and launched a kick at Trunks from below. Trunks accelerated and threw a punch at Cell, but Cell evaded with agility. In retaliation, Cell struck back. Yet Trunks skillfully dodged. Their fierce clash caused the very ground to fracture. Trunks glanced at the unconscious Vegeta nearby, feeling a twinge of concern. However, Cell was unrestrained, laughing heartily, exclaiming, "You truly possess some skill. You nearly landed a hit." With that, Cell charged at Trunks, but Trunks vanished in an instant. Cell searched for Trunks' energy signature, only to find him suddenly appearing right before him. Trunks intended to seize the moment to strike during Cell's moment of vulnerability, but Cell's speed was slightly superior. He landed a solid punch to Trunks' abdomen, followed by a kick that sent Trunks flying. Krillin, witnessing this, panicked, realizing that even Trunks was no match for Cell. However, Piccolo shook his head, insisting otherwise. "Look at that boy." Krillin glanced down to see Trunks, who had been knocked to the ground, subtly pointing towards Vegeta. Suddenly, Krillin understood. Trunks was intentionally creating distance from Vegeta. Cell charged at Trunks once more, but this time, Trunks executed a nimble leap and kicked back at Cell. Cell dodged, continuing to apply pressure on Trunks. Android 16 and Krillin seized the opportunity to land beside Vegeta. For the sake of his dignity, he allowed Cell to attain his perfect form. Yet this is the outcome. Vegeta, just observe, Trunks is now fighting with strength that far surpasses yours, Krillin remarked. Glancing at the unconscious Vegeta, Android 16 assisted Krillin in lifting Vegeta into the air. "You're missing out on such a magnificent battle, all because of your foolish pride." Krillin continued to vent his frustrations. Trunks feigned weakness, relieved to see Krillin and Android 16 carrying Vegeta away. "Honestly, what good is such a father?" Krillin exclaimed. Nevertheless, he and Android 16 departed with Vegeta in tow. Cell looked at Trunks, stating, "Now, I can finally fight without reservations. Vegeta has been taken away." Trunks was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Cell's allowance for this. "I am well aware, and I also know you purposely lured me away from Vegeta." Cell seemed to anticipate Trunks' thoughts as he spoke. "I must say, it's unexpected. I didn't think you would let him go." Trunks replied, puzzled. "I have lost interest in him. My focus now lies solely on you." Cell fixed his gaze on Trunks. "To think you comprehend me so deeply," Trunks responded, unleashing a golden aura. "Now, let me ascertain the true extent of my complete power." Cell grinned as he observed Trunks growing stronger once more. As Trunks' energy intensified, his muscles swelled with renewed vigor. As Piccolo gazed upon Trunks below, he couldn't help but marvel at the sheer intensity of his energy. Yet, he slightly shook his head. For Trunks was indeed treading a misguided path. Both Goku and Gohan had previously stated that such methods of augmenting power were utterly unsuitable for combat. In the temple, Trunks' energy had already reached the heights above. Tien Shinhan exclaimed in astonishment, "What an overwhelming aura! It's even more formidable than Vegeta's, far surpassing it." Sensing Trunks' power, Gohan turned to his brother Goten and remarked, "Goten, allow me to enlighten you. Sometimes, the strength of one's energy does not equate to superiority. Do you truly believe Vegeta could not reach the levels attained by Trunks?" Goten looked at Gohan with confusion, while future Gohan curiously inquired, "Uncle Gohan, are you suggesting that Trunks sacrificed certain aspects to achieve his current energy?" Gohan nodded affirmatively. "Such immense power. Your father, Vegeta, indeed pales in comparison." Cell concurred. "I simply cannot allow you artificial beings to wreak havoc any longer. I dread the thought of witnessing that hellish future once more." Trunks relentlessly elevated his energy. "Excellent. Remarkable." Cell exclaimed with fervor. "This power is truly astonishing, even surpassing my own. I am elated. I believe Dr. Gero in the afterlife must be equally thrilled to encounter an opponent capable of challenging my ultimate strength. Cell's excitement was palpable as he too amplified his energy. The sheer force of their complete forms clashed, wreaking havoc upon the surrounding islands for hundreds of kilometers. Piccolo observed the two adversaries with a slight shake of his head, recognizing them as fearsome monsters. Just as I desired, let me showcase the might of the Saiyans. Trunks shouted in response. This time, he truly pushed his strength to its zenith, nearly towering over Cell. Oh, Cell regarded Trunks with a hint of disappointment. Trunks charged at Cell, delivering a powerful punch. Yet Cell effortlessly evaded. Seizing the moment, Trunks pursued and initiated a Saiyan Prince technique. However, Cell had already vanished from his position. What? Trunks gasped in surprise. Cell appeared behind him in an instant, landing a punch that sent Trunks flying. But Trunks, fueled by his fury, exploded with energy and reappeared behind Cell, delivering a kick that sent Cell sprawling. Not stopping there, he closed the distance, re-engaging Cell in a fierce struggle. Truly monstrous. Even I find it challenging to keep pace with their speed. Piccolo lamented. Chapter 89. The Ultimate Game of Cell? I shall not allow you to ravage this planet any longer, you wretched artificial beings. The two locked hands, engaging in the most primal of struggles. With all his might, Trunks managed to overpower Cell, sending him hurtling away with a swift kick. Subsequently, Trunks began to dominate Cell from all angles. Boom. An energy blast propelled Cell into the ground. Yet, Cell displayed no fear, instead breaking into laughter. Indeed, it is quite formidable. However, with such bravado, you shall never defeat me, exclaimed Cell with confidence. Upon hearing Cell's proclamation, Trunks landed before him, merely boasting. Is that so? Cell retorted with assuredness. Meanwhile, Krillin and Android 16 were on a distant island, administering a senzu bean to Vegeta. Vegeta, are you alright? Krillin inquired as he noticed Vegeta opening his eyes. Krillin? And that android? Vegeta rose, seething with rage at the mention of that accursed Cell. Back to Trunks and Cell, no matter how fiercely Trunks attacked. He could not touch Cell. Instead, his own strength was rapidly depleting. Trunks, despite enhancing his power, found his speed diminishing. Futile. Even if your energy were to amplify once more, you shall never triumph over me. Cell observed Trunks, who was becoming increasingly desperate. Piccolo recognized this as well and shook his head. Trunks' failure was merely a matter of time. However, Trunks was clearly unwilling to accept this reality. Impossible. This cannot be. Why can't I land a hit? I am already disillusioned with you. Is it too much to ask to experience the might of my perfect form? Cell lamented, shaking his head at Trunks. What? Trunks continued his assault, yet this time, Cell was not merely evading. He began to counterattack. Trunks could not land a blow, while Cell effortlessly dominated him. Trunks fell to the ground, gazing up at Cell in utter disbelief. Cursed be this. Trunks pressed on with his attacks. Yet, Cell had the leisure to explain, it is always the same. You cannot defeat me. Cell once again sent Trunks crashing to the ground. Why? I have grown so much stronger. Trunks climbed back to his feet, perplexed. With just a short bout of combat, Trunks' stamina began to wane. You are too inexperienced, Cell remarked as he descended to the ground. Continuing, you claimed you wished to showcase your true power, and so you transformed to elevate your strength. Such transformations are quite simple. With that, Cell enveloped his energy within his muscles, becoming even more powerful than the current Trunks. Trunks stared at Cell's transformation, utterly dumbfounded. However, mere enhancement through transformation is utterly meaningless. It serves no purpose. Even your father, Vegeta, understands this. Are you a fool? Cell expressed his dissatisfaction with Trunks. He had anticipated that Trunks would provide him with some challenge, but instead, he encountered a misguided simpleton. Is that so? So, father can indeed continue to transform. He simply chooses not to, fully aware of the consequences. I am such a fool. Trunks, having lost his fighting spirit, collapsed to the ground, reverting to his base form. I cannot win, just kill me, Trunks uttered in despair. Nearby, Krillin and Vegeta sensed Trunks' energy waning. What is happening? Trunks' energy has suddenly diminished, while Cell's remains unchanged. Has he been defeated by Cell? Krillin exclaimed, filled with dismay. Cursed be this. Trunks. Vegeta felt a surge of panic and accelerated back. In the temple, sensing the diminishing energy of Trunks, Goku stood up in shock. Impossible. How could such a formidable Trunks fail to be a match for Cell? Goku exclaimed. Wah wah wah. Little Goten was startled awake by Goku's outcry and began to cry. Bulma hurriedly comforted little Goten. Gohan, however, spoke with a serious tone. Goku, calm down. I had already mentioned that Trunks could never match Cell. He is too obsessed with strength and has forgotten other critical aspects. Nevertheless, there is no need to worry about Trunks' safety. Piccolo is still here. Upon hearing this, Goku paused for a moment. Dad, do you mean that Uncle Piccolo is stronger than Trunks right now? Gohan nodded. Of course. Otherwise, I would have gone down to save Trunks already. Cell looked at Trunks and shook his head. You and your father, Vegeta, have truly disappointed me. I was looking forward to a good challenge. But I have one question for you. Despite your crushing defeat, how did you and Vegeta manage to enhance your powers so significantly in such a short time? What exactly did you do? Trunks remained silent, not inclined to answer. Then let me rephrase. If given time, could you become even stronger? How about it? Hearing Cell's words, Trunks finally reacted. I don't know, but how can I find out without trying? Why do you ask? Does that mean there is room for improvement? Cell continued. All right, next question. What about Gohan and Goku? Why haven't they come? Cell inquired further. Uncle Gohan and Mr. Goku are training to defeat you. I am certain they will be able to conquer you and fulfill our dreams. I believe in them. Trunks clenched his fists. Is that so? That's wonderful. I shall host a martial arts tournament. A martial arts tournament? Piccolo, having overheard, landed beside them. Piccolo, I know you are stronger than Trunks at this moment. Yet I do not wish to play with you right now. 10 days from now, I want to face Gohan and Goku. Cell suddenly expressed his interest. One must admit, the Saiyans' penchant for overestimating their prowess was deeply embedded in Cell's own genes. Even when he held the advantage, he still sought to indulge in a display of power. What do you mean? Trunks inquired, perplexed. You may not be aware, but there have been many editions of the World Martial Arts Tournament held in this world, and I intend to recreate it. However, your opponents will only be me. It will be one-on-one combat. If I win, the next challenger continues. And there is no limit to the number of participants. The more there are, the more advantageous it will be for you. Cell explained. Gather more people, and I will notify you of the location and details soon, possibly even broadcasting it on television. What? Trunks was utterly baffled, thinking it was a foolish act only his father, Vegeta, would undertake. It merely seemed like a frivolous means of entertainment. Goodbye, and remember to bring plenty of senza beans. Cell remarked, turning to leave. Chapter 90. Normal Super Saiyan Trunks called out to Cell. Wait, Cell? Why are you holding the World Martial Arts Tournament? What is your ultimate goal? I completely fail to comprehend. Is it the conquest of Earth or the universe? The purpose of hosting the martial arts tournament is to affirm the magnitude of my complete form and instill fear in the world. Furthermore, it allows me to enhance my own strength through battle. As Cell contemplated, he mused, I have never considered a final objective. I harbor no interest in conquering the universe. Even my initial purpose of eliminating Son Goku now seems utterly meaningless. If I must articulate a goal, it is to grow stronger, ceaselessly. A cold smirk spread across Cell's face. The most crucial aspect is witnessing the expressions of terror on your faces. Yes, precisely that expression you wear now. Ha ha. Cell erupted into laughter. Farewell. With that, he departed. Yet curiously, several small birds had perched upon his shoulder. These birds showed no fear of Cell's ominous presence, chirping incessantly. Surprisingly, Cell not only refrained from harming them, but even permitted their resting upon him. What an odd fellow. He is entirely different from the Cell that defeated Son Goku. Piccolo remarked, observing Cell's retreat. This Cell harbors no intent to harm either Vegeta or Trunks. Aside from absorbing androids 17 and 18, he has not caused any casualties. Uncle Piccolo, what does this mean? Trunks inquired, puzzled. Piccolo shook his head, suggesting perhaps he was overthinking. Noting that this Cell seemed devoid of the usual brutality associated with androids, somewhat reminiscent of Android 16. At that moment, Vegeta, Krillin, and Android 16 returned. Upon seeing Cell's departure, Vegeta questioned, where is Cell? Sorry, Dad, I was unable to defeat him. Trunks bowed his head. Naturally, how could you possibly triumph over Cell? Vegeta stared at his foolish son, speechless. Enough of the bickering. Piccolo interjected, recounting Cell's earlier statements. A martial arts tournament? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. How infuriating. Is he toying with us? Vegeta clenched his fists, cursing inwardly. But who will participate? Krillin asked. I will, Piccolo declared. Cell did not engage with me earlier. Having observed for some time, I am now quite fired up. Piccolo clenched his fists, an aura emanating from him uncontrollably. What? Vegeta gasped, suddenly realizing that Piccolo's energy surpassed his own. This meant that even after a year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had not surpassed this. Piccolo merged with Kame. Indeed, we must promptly inform Goku and the others, Krillin urged. Yes, and remember to watch the television. Cell mentioned he would announce the time and location of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Piccolo reminded them. In the sacred realm. Son Goku laughed upon hearing this news from Krillin and the others. Father, why are you laughing? Son Goten asked, perplexed. It's nothing. I am simply overwhelmed with joy. The World Martial Arts Tournament, you say? Son Goku's eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. Humph. Once Kakarot emerges, I shall re-enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta declared. Vegeta, you must consider carefully. One can only spend 48 hours in the hyperbolic time chamber throughout one's lifetime. If you exceed this limit, the entrance will vanish, and you will be trapped in another dimension, unable to escape. Piccolo cautioned. What? Vegeta exclaimed in surprise. Don't worry, Dad. We still have 23 hours left to use. Trunks, with his newly cropped hair, replied. As they spoke, a sudden energy surged, and they sensed Goku and Gohan's presence. Is that their energy? Have they exited the chamber? Tien questioned. What? How is it so soon? It shouldn't be less than 24 hours. Vegeta responded, astonished. The footsteps of Goku and his son became distinct, with Gohan emerging first, visibly taller and resembling a miniature adult. His Super Saiyan golden hair appeared strikingly natural. Following him was Goku, who looked at the crowd with surprise. Oh, Vegeta and Trunks are here, and I can still sense Cell's energy. It seems he is not dead. What is going on? As a true father figure, Piccolo immediately noticed Gohan's transformation, almost failing to recognize him. What has happened? Goku asked as he approached with Gohan. Everyone, except for Goku and Gohan, gazed at the duo in bewilderment. They seemed exceedingly at ease, even in their Super Saiyan forms, devoid of any volatile emotions. Their auras tranquil and indistinguishable from their usual selves. By the way, Mr. Popo, could you prepare some food for us? I am quite famished, Goku said with a hint of exasperation. Ah yes. Mr. Popo nodded vigorously. By the way, Tien and Krillin, you both have become remarkably strong. In just a few days, you've improved so much, Goku remarked, astonished at the trio enhanced by Bulma. Before Tien and the others could respond, food arrived, and Goku promptly forgot his inquiries, diving into the meal with the veracity of a starving ghost. Vegeta observed the relaxed demeanor of Goku and Gohan, astonished. What is this? Is this also a Super Saiyan transformation? No, it feels entirely different. They can maintain this state so effortlessly. Trunks, why don't you explain everything to your brother? Soon, I will be entering the hyperbolic time chamber with Goku, Gohan stated. Trunks nodded, filled with anticipation, as he and Gohan had both grown stronger through their training. He too began to look forward to his training session with his father. Subsequently, Trunks recounted the events to Goku and Gohan, while Bulma had already returned to West City to upgrade Android 16. In the temple, after listening, Goku nodded. Ah, I see. A martial arts tournament? What an intriguing idea. Intriguing? Piccolo questioned, puzzled. Mr. Popo, my GI hasn't been discarded, has it? Goku asked, and upon receiving assurance from Mr. Popo that it had been washed, he changed into his familiar attire. Son Gohan hurried to Piccolo and said, Uncle Piccolo, I wish to have a new outfit, just like yours. Piccolo replied, All right, I understand. I shall gift you a splendid one. He then placed his hand in front of young Gohan. In Chapter 91, The Training of Wukong, future Gohan looked on with envy at the young Gohan. Suddenly, Piccolo shouted, and a magical ensemble adorned young Gohan, reminiscent of his attire from childhood, albeit several sizes larger. Son Wukong also donned his original attire, exchanging smiles with young Gohan. Vegeta inquired of the two, How is it? Do you feel confident in defeating Cell? Son Wukong, with a nonchalant demeanor, responded, I am uncertain. I have yet to witness his perfect form. We shall have to see. Cell announced the Cell Games to the world via television, though he refrained from declaring his intent to annihilate the planet. Son Wukong gazed at the spot where he had vanished and shook his head, saying to Son Wujing, Once your uncle returns, we shall commence our training. Son Wujing nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, I understand, father. Son Wukong sought out Cell, gauging his energy. Indeed, Cell's power was formidable, exceeding Son Wukong's expectations. After a brief exchange, Sun Wukong returned to the temple. Cell observed the place where Sun Wukong had disappeared and remarked, "It appears the Cell games are more intriguing than I had anticipated." In the temple, Trunks asked Sun Wukong upon his return, "How was it, Mr. Wukong?" Sun Wukong, relieved, confessed, "To be honest, I did not expect Cell to be this powerful. If he were to take it seriously, who knows how strong he could become. Without testing him, I fear I may not stand a chance in my current state." Hearing Sun Wukong's admission of vulnerability, Vegeta furrowed his brow, while Trunks exclaimed in disbelief, "How is that possible?" Piccolo, slightly taken aback, suggested, "Should we enter the hyperbolic time chamber once more? You and young Gohan should still have over 24 hours left." He continued, "Once Wujing and I enter, discuss with Vegeta whether you wish to join." "Humph, as long as I have entered, the rest of you need not," Vegeta scoffed. "I wish to enter as well. I can sense that I have much untapped potential." Tien clenched his fists and declared. Krillin nodded in agreement, "So do I." "No, Gohan and I shall forego that," Sun Wukong chuckled. "What?" Everyone but Sun Wujing was taken aback. "We have 9 days left to train outside. We will surely find a way." Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong, disbelief etched on his face. "Why? You and young Gohan clearly have more than 24 hours left. Why not utilize it?" Piccolo demanded. Sun Wukong explained, "In that chamber, even doing nothing imposes significant strain on the body, and one cannot attain adequate rest." "What is this? Even Kakarot cannot endure such a harsh environment?" Vegeta taunted. "Perhaps, but to force myself to train further would only result in needless suffering. That cannot be considered training." Sun Wukong replied with a smile. "Certainly, I shall not impede Wuxing from entering. I firmly believe he will undoubtedly grow stronger." Sun Wukong gazed at Sun Wuxing with unwavering confidence. "What does that mean? Such arrogance. Do you believe that I cannot become stronger than you if I enter now?" Vegeta retorted, seething with rage. Sun Wukong replied candidly, "Indeed, that is precisely what I think." "What?" Vegeta's anger intensified upon hearing this. "Very well. We shall meet at the martial arts tournament. Future son, after training with Piccolo, remember to return home. Your mother is still waiting for you at Bun Mountain." Sun Wukong said to future Gohan. "Understood, father." Future Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. "Now then, Gohan, let us return home." With that, Sun Wukong took future Gohan and departed. Sun Wuxing shook his head slightly, observing his carefree elder brother, and mused, "Do you wish for Gohan to shoulder responsibilities? Brother, it seems you have forgotten. Gohan is still but a child. You, as a father, and I, as an uncle, are still here." Sun Wuxing felt a surge of frustration and said to Sun Wujue, "Come, Wujue, let us enter the house." "All right, father." Sun Wujue, unaware of Sun Wuxing's vexation, complied with his elder's directive. The two, guided by Bobo, entered the room of spirit and time. Upon entering, Sun Wuxing immediately sensed the distinct gravitational force within the chamber. However, accustomed as he was to 100 times normal gravity, it posed little challenge to him. "Ah!" Sun Wujue exclaimed, taken aback by the environment within the room of spirit and time. Everything was enveloped in white. His body felt heavy, breathing became laborious, and the heat was oppressive. Sun Wuxing chuckled. "Once the door is closed, we are entirely cut off from the outside world. You can try. You can no longer sense Cell or your uncle's energy." "Can you?" Sun Wujue closed his eyes and nodded. Indeed, he felt nothing at all. After surveying their surroundings, Sun Wuxing said, "Let us venture out. I shall show you what the true room of spirit and time entails." Sun Wujue nodded eagerly, trailing behind Sun Wuxing as they exited into the realm of pristine whiteness. "Is it all just white?" Sun Wujue felt a wave of astonishment. "Be cautious. It is said that this expanse is as vast as Earth itself. If you lose your way, you may very well perish here." Sun Wuxing cautioned. "The temperature fluctuates between 50 degrees and minus 40 degrees. The air is approximately a quarter of what it is on Earth, and gravity is 10 times that of Earth. By the way, Wujue, you have never undergone gravity training. Have you?" Sun Wuxing inquired. "No, father, I have not experienced gravity training," Sun Wujue affirmed with a nod. Sun Wuxing nodded in understanding. "Then let us commence our training from here." With that, Sun Wuxing stepped onto the white expanse. The instant Sun Wujue followed, he collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. However, he quickly regained his composure and, observing Sun Wuxing's nonchalance, asked, "Father, is this the effect of gravity?" Sun Wuxing placed his hands on his hips and replied, "Indeed." "Wujue, While outside I could not disclose this, but here, just the two of us, I must speak plainly. Your foundation is woefully inadequate. Son Wukong lowered his head, feeling acutely aware that he was no match for little Gohan. Despite both being Super Saiyans, the current little Gohan could easily defeat 100 of him. Observing Son Wukong's disheartened demeanor, Son Wuxing chuckled. Fear not. This is not your shortcoming. It is merely that I, in the future, perished prematurely. In the coming year, I shall teach you the true essence of the Turtle School martial arts within 3 months. Turtle School? Son Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Do not worry. It is not difficult, and you shall soon acclimate. Son Wuxing laughed heartily. Chapter 92. The enhancement of the Super Saiyan. Both Son Wukong and Trunks were trained by future Gohan, who had never practiced alongside Son Wukong. Instead, he learned from the ways of the Demon Clan. This methodology, however, was unsuitable even for Piccolo himself, let alone for Son Gohan and his peers. Piccolo, who had inherited the legacy of Namek, had long since altered his training methods, which was the reason for his significant advancement. How could one, who wasn't even a proper demon, expect to grow strong by adhering to their practices? Trunks' rapid growth was attributed to Vegeta's rigorous Saiyan training regimen. This was the true secret behind Trunks' swift ascendance in strength. Before long, 3 months had elapsed. Son Wukong had reshaped his martial path and realized how arduous his previous training had been. Throughout this period, his combat prowess surged remarkably, soon reaching a level comparable to Son Wuxing. Son Wuxing gazed at Son Wukong with astonishment, as it was evident that Son Wukong was born after he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, with a trace of earthly blood coursing through his veins. His innate talent was significantly higher than that of a typical Saiyan. Unlike Son Wuxing and Son Wukong, who were not particularly gifted among Saiyans, their steadfast martial journey was solely a result of their unwavering commitment to breaking through their limits. Excellent, Wukong. Your foundation in martial arts has been firmly established. Even if you return to the future, you can naturally continue on this path. Son Wuxing remarked, his face brimming with pride. Son Wukong, feeling a touch of embarrassment, replied, Father, have I hindered your training during this time? Son Wuxing shook his head. No, in fact, I have discovered a new path, distinct from your uncle's approach of treating Super Saiyan as a norm. Son Wukong was taken aback, gazing at his father. Do you mean to say that you aspire to surpass Uncle? With a subtle smile, Son Wuxing replied, I am uncertain if I can achieve it. Hence I require your assistance, Wukong. Me? Son Wukong pointed at himself, bewildered. Son Wuxing nodded. Wukong, what do you believe a Super Saiyan should embody? He inquired. A Super Saiyan? From my experience, each time I transform, my spirit becomes exhilarated, yet I also feel a gradual depletion of strength following the transformation. Son Wukong shared his feelings about becoming a Super Saiyan. Son Wukong nodded, affirming that indeed, his uncle and Vegeta had embarked on entirely divergent paths. As he spoke, Son Wukong suddenly transformed into a Super Saiyan. He gestured towards his current form, declaring it the most ordinary Super Saiyan state. Subsequently, he gathered energy, causing his muscles to swell significantly. The aura radiating from him intensified, creating a gust that pushed Son Wukong back 2 steps. Son Wukong's son exclaimed in delight, Father, you have surpassed the Super Saiyan level. Son Wukong gently shook his head, stating that this realm was the path Vegeta had taken, one he had traversed a year prior. He elaborated that in this state, his power would increase substantially, although the considerable muscle mass did affect his speed somewhat. However, it remained within acceptable limits. The amplification had escalated from 50 times that of a Super Saiyan to 65 times, yet the downside was a notable increase in energy consumption, which he referred to as the Super Saiyan second stage. Son Wukong's son nodded attentively to his father's explanation. Moreover, he noted that this transformation could lead to an even further evolution. With clenched fists, Son Wukong's son shouted, Hiya! As Son Wukong's energy continued to surge, his muscles expanded even further, his hair stood completely on end, and he grew noticeably taller, resembling a muscular powerhouse. However, this came at the price of enhanced strength, with a combat power increase of 80 times. Such formidable power. Father, doesn't that mean you have surpassed Uncle Vegeta on this path? Son Wukong's son exclaimed in astonishment. Son Wukong shook his head, clarifying that this form was a significant failure, utterly incapable of defeating Cell. Son Wukong's son paused, asking, Why is that? Son Wukong replied, Do you recall Trunks' energy from before? His son nodded. At that time, Trunks had entered this state, which I refer to as the Super Saiyan third stage. While it appears formidable and possesses immense power, it severely compromises speed. No matter how great the strength, if one cannot strike the opponent, it is utterly futile, Son Wukong explained. Furthermore, this state also exacerbated energy consumption. As he reverted from this form, Son Wukong's son contemplated. Does that mean this form is entirely pointless? Son Wukong shook his head, asserting that this transformation held significance, aiding him in exploring the path beyond Super Saiyan. Consider this, Wukong. Since we can achieve such transformations, doesn't it imply that the multiplier of combat power for Super Saiyans is indeed something that can be developed? A glimmer of wisdom shone in Son Wukong's eyes. Son Wukong's son, though still somewhat perplexed, nodded, recognizing that he was merely beginning his journey and did not fully grasp his father's words. Yet, one thing was clear, he would follow his father's guidance. Son Wukong continued, "Now, let us discuss the path your uncle has chosen. He is indeed a martial arts genius, opting for the most conventional Super Saiyan form." Son Wukong's son questioned, "Doesn't that mean he has forsaken the increase in combat power?" Son Wukong nodded, affirming the point. "Indeed, your uncle maintains a Super Saiyan state in his daily life, treating it as the norm and thereby eliminating the exhilaration typically associated with transforming into a Super Saiyan. By enhancing his fundamental combat abilities and extending his fighting duration, he strives towards the pinnacle of Super Saiyan potential." Son Wukong expressed his admiration. "Is this path truly viable?" Son Wujue inquired, puzzled. "Absolutely. Wujue, consider this. If you normalize the Super Saiyan transformation and live your life as an ordinary person, what happens if you become enraged in such a state? What might unfold?" Son Wukong painted a vivid picture for Son Wujue. Son Wujue gasped, "Father, are you suggesting that?" "Precisely. I believe this serves as the stepping stone to the next realm of Super Saiyan. I would term this next level as Super Saiyan 2. Son Wukong defined it. Chapter 93, The Complete State of Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 2. Son Wujue's heart trembled. Is this truly achievable? The combat power of a Super Saiyan already boasts a 50-fold increase. Thus, Super Saiyan 2 must be even more formidable. Son Wujue could hardly fathom it. "Father, must we also tread this path?" he asked. However, to Son Wujue's surprise, Son Wukong shook his head, stating, "No, we shall not pursue this path. We have our own journey to embark upon." Son Wujue, astonished, queried, "Could it be that you have a superior path in mind, father?" Son Wukong nodded. "Your uncle's approach emphasizes stability. With just a trigger of anger, he may well reach the realm of Super Saiyan 2. However, what if that opportunity never arises? Wujue, we cannot place our hopes in such an ephemeral prospect." Son Wukong cautioned his son. Son Wujue absorbed this lesson. As for your Aunt Vegeta's path, it is excessively forceful. Much like her character, it is bold and relentless. Yet, the drawbacks are quite apparent. Son Wukong equally acknowledged Vegeta's prowess. The idea of developing combat power multipliers is undoubtedly genius. However, who says these two paths cannot coexist? Son Wukong chuckled. What? Pursuing both paths simultaneously? Wouldn't that lead to conflict? Son Wujue, not foolish, quickly discerned the distinctions between the two approaches. Son Wukong regarded his son with a look of approval, signifying that Son Wujue truly comprehended the matter rather than feigning understanding. Indeed, theoretically, it seems impossible. However, who would have thought that I have truly discovered this path? Wujue, like your uncle, we too shall maintain the Super Saiyan state for an extended period, eliminating the exhilaration, but in this process, we must learn to harness the power of the King's fist. Son Wukong declared. Very well, but father, isn't the King's fist rendered unusable due to the ferocious energy of transforming into a Super Saiyan? Son Wujue queried, perplexed. Indeed, the King's fist cannot be utilized. However, we can learn from its principles. When employing the King's fist, our muscles do not swell. Son Wukong affirmed. Moreover, we must endeavor to manipulate the energy of the Super Saiyan, fully retracting our aura into our bodies while in a state of tranquility. Although this practice may impose a certain strain on our bodies, achieving such mastery will significantly extend our duration of combat as Super Saiyans. Son Wukong elucidated. Furthermore, this endeavor is also an ascent toward the realm of Super Saiyan 2. We seek both power and enlightenment. Upon concluding his statement, Son Wukong clenched his fists. Son Wujua nodded vigorously. Yes, father, let us commence our training. With a smile, Son Wukong and his son embarked on the exploration of this realm. After 6 arduous months, Son Wukong and Son Wujua finally mastered this newfound domain. In the following 3 months, the father and son dedicated themselves to intensive practice within this realm. Despite occasionally suffering from arm fractures or bodily explosions due to energy leakage, the ample supply of Senzu beans allowed them to experiment without restraint. On one perilous occasion, Son Wukong's body was left in tatters, with only his head remaining intact. Otherwise, Son Wujua would have had to implore his uncle to summon the Dragon of Namek to resurrect his father. Wonderful, we have succeeded, Son Wujua exclaimed. Now, Son Wukong and his son resembled Son Wukong and Son Gohan emerging from the room of spirit and time. They could now maintain the Super Saiyan form as their default state. However, unlike Son Wukong and young Gohan, the current Son Wukong and Son Wujua emitted even the faintest essence of energy daily. It was as if they were androids, devoid of any discernible aura. Their entire strength had been completely absorbed within their bodies, and the golden blaze of the Super Saiyan was entirely extinguished. This state, which Son Wukong referred to as the complete Super Saiyan state, or ultra-complete state, inherited the advantages of both Vegeta's power form and Son Wukong's stability form. Stamina, strength, and speed all reached the zenith of Super Saiyan prowess. Their battle power surged to a terrifying 90-fold increase. They were merely 10-fold shy of the 100-fold increase of Super Saiyan 2. At this moment, Son Wukong could confidently declare that he had fully attained the pinnacle of Super Saiyan. Alright, Wujua, since we have completed our training, let us allow this chamber to be utilized by those who require it. Son Wukong chuckled, glancing at his disheveled appearance. We should also step outside for a moment of respite, preparing for the upcoming Cell Games. Yes, I understand, father. Son Wujua nodded. Over the course of the year, his hair had grown considerably. It was time for a trim. In the temple, as the clock approached 24 hours, Vegeta grew impatient. What's taking Kakarot so long? Does he intend to remain in there for 48 hours? Piccolo pondered. Perhaps Wukong has discovered a new path and is currently testing it. Father, do not fret. There is still ample time, Trunks reassured with a smile. Only Son Wukong and young Gohan were absent, having returned to West City. Certainly. Upon witnessing Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan, Chi-Chi could not hold back her tears, prompting Goku to explain the situation with a sense of helplessness. If Kakarot fails to provide a satisfactory reason, I shall. Vegeta had yet to finish his sentence when he overheard Goku's words. What will you do? The crowd was taken aback, turning their gazes towards the temple, where Goku's sons, Gohan and Goten, emerged in their Super Saiyan forms, reminiscent of Goku and Gohan's own transformations. Vegeta, upon seeing Gohan's current state, exclaimed in anger, Kakarot, have you truly chosen the same path as Kakarot? Gohan merely smiled without offering a response. However, Piccolo and Tien were astonished. No, Vegeta has been swayed by his emotions. This sensation is entirely different from Goku and Gohan. Why can't I sense Gohan's energy? Piccolo remarked in shock. Though they did not fully comprehend the situation, Krillin expressed his admiration. Incredible. Is this what Gohan's path entails? It is so distinct from Goku and Vegeta. At that moment, Bulma arrived in her aircraft to take Gohan and Goten home. Noticing their tattered clothing, she remarked, "You two should really change out of those worn outfits." Gohan chuckled sheepishly, and they donned the new martial arts uniforms Bulma had prepared for them, retaining the turtle school style. How have you changed so much, Goten? Your hair seems to have grown significantly. Bulma commented on Goten's hair. Goten shyly replied, "There was no place to get a haircut inside for a year. I'll find somewhere to cut it soon." Bulma nodded with a smile. "I never expected you to look so handsome with golden hair. You truly are my son." Vegeta, glaring at Gohan and Goten, demanded, "Kakarot, you still haven't answered my question. Why would someone like you choose the same path as Kakarot?" Gohan responded, shaking his head, "No, Vegeta, my path is different from yours and my brother's. You will understand in due time." Vegeta was about to retort when Piccolo interjected, "Vegeta, look closely. Is Gohan truly the same as Goku? Can you even sense Gohan's energy?" At this, both Trunks and Vegeta were taken aback. "Indeed, I cannot sense Gohan's energy." Trunks exclaimed in surprise. "It's not just Gohan. I cannot sense Goten's energy either." Krillin added, astonished. "How did you achieve this? How can you suppress your energy completely?" Tien inquired, puzzled. Even though he and Krillin, along with Yamcha, had transformed into cyborgs, they still emitted energy. Their transformation was more akin to evolution rather than the complete modification like androids 17 and 18. Future Gohan smiled at Goten. Though I cannot fully comprehend, it seems you have grown stronger. Goten nodded confidently. Don't worry, Gohan. Cell will never be a match for Dad. Let us go, Bulma. It's time to return home. Son Wukong greeted Bulma, who inquired, Wukong, are you not in need of further training? With a smile, Son Wukong replied, I am indeed engaged in my training, practicing Master Wu Tian's martial arts daily. Piccolo, observing Son Wukong's choice mirrored in Son Wukong's actions, remarked, I am perplexed by your thoughts. For Mr. Krillin has stated that the current Wukong would struggle to match Cell. And what of you, Wukong? Son Wukong waved his hand dismissively towards Piccolo, asserting, Do not worry, Piccolo. I am brimming with confidence. With that, he returned to West City with his wife and child. Vegeta, watching Son Wukong depart, felt a surge of frustration, muttering, That wretched cockroach. He is indeed cut from the same cloth. Piccolo, you must resume your training. I still require the room of spirit and time. Vegeta commanded. With a disdainful huff, Piccolo beckoned future Gohan, stating, Gohan, let us proceed. Future Gohan nodded. Having witnessed Trunks and Son Wukong achieve significant advancements within the room, it was now his turn. Moreover, upon concluding his training, he intended to return to Baozi Mountain to enjoy a few ordinary days with his parents. Trunks, observing Son Wukong's departure, inquired of Vegeta, Father, whether it be Uncle Wukong or Mr. Kakarot, they have both chosen the most primal Super Saiyan form. Is there any possibility for further transformations during battle? Fool, have you yet to learn your lesson? The very fact that Kakarot and Kakarot have opted for this form indicates its superiority. Maintaining it in daily life minimizes the strain on the body, even as fighting prowess increases. Quite astute indeed. Vegeta scoffed, yet secretly admired their choice. I see. It makes sense now. Transformations solely aimed at power enhancement are utterly meaningless. Trunks realized. The following day, Piccolo and future Gohan emerged from the room of spirit and time. Piccolo now emanating an aura of formidable depth, while future Gohan's presence exuded tranquility, a path distinct from Son Wukong, and Vegeta. Future Gohan embraced the pure training regimen of the Namekians. The limitations of the Demon Clan had stunted future Gohan's growth for too long. This time, armed with the complete Namekian legacy, Piccolo meticulously charted future Gohan's martial journey anew. Uncle Piccolo, thank you for your guidance over the past year. I must return to Baozi Mountain. Future Gohan expressed with a smile. Indeed, go forth, Gohan. I have faith that upon your return to the future, you shall safeguard your world. Piccolo replied, his face adorned with a warm smile. Vegeta's expression darkened further, as he distinctly sensed that future Gohan's energy now surpassed his own. In the subsequent 3 days, both Son Wukong and Son Wukong relished joyful relaxation with their families until one day Wukong. I have matters to discuss with you. Suddenly, Son Wukong appeared at the door. Reclining on a lounge chair, basking in the sun, Son Wukong removed his sunglasses, puzzled at his elder brother's arrival. What brings you here, brother? Shouldn't you be at home with Bulma and the children? In the midst of their conversation, Son Wukong expressed, I nearly forgot. Although this cell has committed no evil, the residents of Kiki Town were entirely absorbed by the cell you vanquished. I wish to resurrect them. Son Wukong's words prompted a moment of hesitation from Son Wukong's brother. But there are no Dragon Balls left on Earth. You should know that after Piccolo fused with Kame, the Dragon Balls disappeared. He replied, Come, accompany me to inquire with Piccolo. With that, Son Wukong seized his brother's hand and instantaneously transported them to the lookout. Son Wukong's brother? Piccolo, who was seated on the ground, adjusting his energy, rose upon seeing the two brothers. Ah, Piccolo, I sense you have also entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Your power has indeed increased once more. Son Wukong exclaimed with delight. Yes, Wukong. What brings you here? Piccolo inquired. His curiosity piqued, wondering if something significant had transpired. Is it possible for you to separate after your fusion with Kame? Son Wukong asked. Huh. Piccolo was momentarily taken aback. My brother mentioned that after your fusion with the deity, the Dragon Balls disappeared, and he wishes to resurrect the humans from Kiki Town who were absorbed by Cell. Son Wukong's brother clarified. In truth, having inherited the complete legacy of Namek, Piccolo possessed the capability to create Dragon Balls, potentially even more powerful ones than before. However, Piccolo was reluctant to bind his life to the Dragon Balls, thus he shook his head and replied, "Regrettably, it's impossible. Once we fuse, we cannot separate, otherwise." Kame would not have been so conflicted beforehand. Son Wukong's brother grasped the implication, and although Son Wukong understood as well, he feigned ignorance, saying, "It seems there's no way after all. Then there is but one solution. Since the Namekians have relocated to a new planet, I shall simply find a Namekian to become the new deity of Earth." Son Wukong chuckled. Chapter 95. The New God. Upon hearing Son Wukong's suggestion, Piccolo paused momentarily before laughing. "You truly are inventive." Bubbles joined in the laughter, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. This way, Earth will have a new god." "Brother, do temper your enthusiasm. Piccolo likely does not know where the new Namekians reside," Son Wukong's brother remarked. Son Wukong, brimming with confidence, replied, "Do not worry. I have a splendid plan." He exchanged glances with his brother and Piccolo. "I shall take my leave for a moment." With that, Son Wukong instantaneously vanished. Son Wukong's brother, exasperated, shrugged. He is undoubtedly off to consult with King Kai, the god who oversees the galaxy, and he will surely know where the new Namekians have gone. Piccolo sighed. Sometimes, Wukong's thoughts truly perplex us. Before long, Son Wukong returned to the lookout with a small Namekian in tow. "Behold, I have brought back the new god from Namek," he announced joyfully. Tien." Piccolo exclaimed in surprise. "Is he truly the newly appointed deity?" Mr. Bubbles asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Son Wukong's brother also smiled. "It has been quite some time, Tien." "Yes, Mr. Wukong's brother," Tien replied politely. However, Piccolo expressed his concern. Can Tien truly fulfill the role of Earth's god? Tien himself lacked confidence in this regard. Yet Son Wukong chuckled and said, "No problem. Wait a moment. I will bring Gohan and Krillin." Soon, Son Wukong arrived at the temple with little Gohan, future Gohan, and Krillin. "Ah, Krillin. Gohan. Why are there two Gohans?" Tien gazed in bewilderment at the two Gohans, one large and one small. However, whether it was future Gohan or little Gohan, both joyfully exclaimed, Tien. "It's been such a long time. It's wonderful that you could come." Krillin also smiled. "Are you going to be a god on Earth?" Little Gohan asked. "Yes." Tien nodded, turning to future Gohan. "I can sense that you are also Gohan." Future Gohan smiled, his eyes filled with nostalgia. "Indeed, it has been a long time." Tien. Although his words were similar to Krillin's, they carried a profound sense of age when spoken by future Gohan. The group briefly explained future Gohan's situation to Tien, who responded with astonishment. "You traveled through time to this era? That's impressive." After exchanging pleasantries, Piccolo asked, Tien, "Can you really create Dragon Balls?" Son Wukong thumped his chest and assured, "Rest assured. The Grand Elder of Namek told me that Tien is an exceptional member of the Dragon Clan. Yes, I can create new Dragon Balls in just 100 days. Tien affirmed. This speed was remarkably swift, considering that the revival period of Namek's Dragon Balls was 130 days. Anyone who could create them in less time was truly a genius. However, upon hearing this, Son Wukong exclaimed, 100 days. That's quite long. Tien pondered for a moment and added, "Oh right, there are Dragon Balls on Earth. If I have the Dragon model left behind, I could create the Dragon Balls right away." "Really? That's fantastic." Son Wukong clapped his hands. Son Wukong's brother interjected, "But those Dragon Balls have turned to stone and scattered all over Earth, haven't they?" Bobo quickly replied, "No need to worry. I have previously created the Dragon model." "That's wonderful." Tien, "Can your Dragon Balls grant 3 wishes at once?" Krillin inquired. "Yes, they can." Tien nodded. "What about resurrecting many people at once? For instance, bringing back all the residents of Ginger Town that Cell absorbed?" Piccolo queried. "In that case, we would need to make some adjustments at the outset, but if so, we could only grant 2 wishes at once," Tien explained. "Is that all? So simple?" Gohan found it hard to believe. "Yes, it can be done." Tien smiled. "Then it's settled," Piccolo declared. "Understood. Let's bring out the Dragon model." Tien turned to Bobo. Mr. Bobo nodded and produced the Earth-style Dragon model. Tien gazed at this dragon, which was entirely different from the one on Namek, and exclaimed, "Such a dragon exists? How fascinating. Now, let me resurrect it." The group watched as Tien spoke in the Namekian language, which everyone except Piccolo completely did not understand. A beam of golden light shot up from the dragon model, bursting forth into the sky and scattering into 7 radiant beams. These 7 beams merged into the Dragon Balls scattered across the stones of Earth. The Dragon Balls have come to life. Not only that, but the dragon model has also vanished. Gazing at the now missing dragon model, Tien Shinhan remarked with a smile that this must mean the scattered Dragon Balls have already been revived. Indeed, they have been resurrected. How swiftly! Son Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Son Wuxing shrugged, sensing that this matter seemed entirely beyond his influence, as his elder brother had handled it all. Piccolo commended, "Well done." Furthermore, he mused inwardly that Tien Shinhan indeed possessed exceptional talents. Now, there was no need for me to create Dragon Balls anymore. Son Wukong nodded, saying, "I will take my leave with Wuxing now. We shall seek Bulma to retrieve the Dragon Ball radar and gather the Dragon Balls. Gohan, you two need not continue your training. For the remaining time, stay here and keep Tien Shinhan company." Son Wukong directed his gaze toward the 2 Gohans. "Father, Future Gohan began to say, but Son Wuxing interjected, "All right, you two have been at home for quite a while. It's time to give your parents a bit of their own time, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, everyone except the bewildered Son Wukong burst into laughter. At that moment, Trunks emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, his expression one of confusion upon seeing Son Wuxing and the others. The group took a moment to explain Tien Shinhan's situation to Trunks, who then looked at Son Wukong, saying, "Mr. Wukong, you appear remarkably confident. Have you discovered a weakness in Cell?" "Huh, Cell has a weakness?" Son Wukong paused, turning to glance at Son Wuxing, who merely shrugged. Trunks hesitated for a moment, but Son Wukong had already taken Wuxing and departed. Trunks then turned to the 2 Gohans, asking, "Gohan brother, do you know what Mr. Wukong is thinking? He clearly knows he cannot defeat Cell, nor has he found any weakness, so why is he so self-assured?" The 2 Gohans exchanged glances, with little Gohan speaking first. "Dad hasn't revealed the specifics to me. He only told me to anticipate something." "Dad hasn't told me either," Future Gohan echoed. "He merely stated that Cell would undoubtedly be defeated." Since Wukong said that, could it be that he believes Wuxing can conquer Cell? Krillin inquired curiously. Chapter 96. The Cell Games commence. Piccolo pondered, "I'm not certain what gives Wukong such confidence, but I believe Wuxing must have some understanding of the situation. These 2 brothers always manage to surprise us." In West City, Bulma was engaged in modifications to Android 16, dismantling his explosives. She was currently playing with Son Wuxia. "Wuxing, old son," Bulma remarked upon seeing Son Wukong. "Bulma, do you still have the Dragon Ball radar?" Wuxing inquired. "My brother has acquired a new deity from Namek. The Dragon Balls are back," he stated directly. "Oh, I see. The Dragon Ball radar is in the drawer over there," Bulma indicated. Son Wukong promptly retrieved the radar, expressing his gratitude with a smile. "All right, I shall gather the radar now." With that, he instantaneously teleported away. Son Wuxing sighed. "My elder brother, at times, truly is an enigma. He seems to forget that even in death, the Dragon Balls can bring him back." Bulma, upon hearing Son Wukong's words, cast a curious glance at him, questioning what he meant by dying. Son Wukong merely shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter any further. While others might be oblivious, he, as the younger brother of Son Wukong, was certainly aware. The recent actions of Son Wukong bore an uncanny resemblance to preparations for an impending farewell. However, it seemed Son Wukong had overlooked a crucial fact. In this realm, he had never perished even once. This implied that the dragon would undoubtedly resurrect him. In the temple, a future Gohan and Trunks engaged in a fierce training session. Young Gohan observed their duel and felt that neither appeared particularly formidable. Piccolo remained seated in meditation, engrossed in his training. Vegeta, Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha emerged sequentially from the hyperbolic time chamber, each exhibiting a significant enhancement in their energy levels. Meanwhile, the families of Son Wukong and Son Wukong continued to lead a tranquil existence. At last, the moment for the Cell Games arrived. At Baozi Mountain, Son Wukong donned his martial arts uniform and stepped out of his home, under Chi-Chi's watchful gaze. "Wukong, please be careful. Do not let anything happen to you." Chi-Chi expressed her concerns. "I understand." Son Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. "Will the children be fighting as well?" Chi-Chi inquired. Son Wukong contemplated her question before replying. "I doubt it. Wukong wouldn't allow them to participate." Chi-Chi paused momentarily at his words, but Son Wukong had already instantaneously departed. In West City, Bulma cradled little son Wujia and advised, "You both must be cautious." Son Wujia responded with a smile, "Don't worry, Mom. Dad will surely defeat Cell." Son Wukong planted a kiss on Bulma's cheek, cheerfully stating, "Wait for my return." He then teleported with Son Wujia to the temple. Upon arriving, Son Wukong noticed the gathering of everyone present. "Is everyone here? Where is Vegeta?" Son Wukong inquired with curiosity. "Dad left ahead of us," Trunks replied. "I see. It seems Vegeta has grown considerably stronger and is quite eager," Son Wukong remarked with a grin. However, apart from the newly arrived Wukong brothers and Son Wujia, the expressions of the others were rather grim. Wukong, I have some troubling news to share with you both," Krillin began. "What is it?" Wukong asked, puzzled. Although the Dragon Balls can resurrect many individuals at once, those who have already died once cannot be revived, Krillin explained. "I apologize for not clarifying this earlier," Tien added, remorsefully. "It's all right, Tien. None of us have died, even once. However, I wonder if the events from back then in Ginger Town reached here, especially concerning the Demon King Piccolo," Wukong mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Tien exhaled in relief upon hearing this, while Son Wukong urged, "Let us hasten, it will soon be noon." The group soared from the temple towards the location of the Cell Games, with Yamcha, who had not undergone any modifications, also arriving at the scene. "Though I cannot participate in the battle, I can certainly cheer you all on," Yamcha declared with optimism. The assembly, of course, held no intention of dissent. The disparity in talent is an objective reality. Even though Yamcha underwent transformation, it remains dubious that he could match the collective combat prowess of his peers. Much like Dumplings that, upon entering the hyperbolic time chamber, experienced only a modest increase in power, from 1 billion to 1.5 billion. His potential has largely been exhausted. Nevertheless, even such combat strength is unimaginable across the cosmos. Yet, it is the peculiar nature of Earth that harbors so many formidable fighters cohabiting. Son Wukong nodded in agreement. "Let us proceed together." Not only Son Wukong and his companions, but there were also fearless souls among the Earthlings willing to carry cameras to document this extraordinary battle. They approached this endeavor with the resolute acceptance of their potential demise, embodying true valor. Of course, the first combatant to enter was none other than Mr. Satan. Due to the influence of the Demon King Piccolo, martial artists on Earth had refrained from participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament for the past decade. Thus, the championship was claimed by a human martial artist, Satan. However, as for Satan's strength, it was rather modest. Krillin's combat power upon his entrance was rated at 7, enabling him to withstand gunfire with mere superficial wounds. In stark contrast, Satan fell victim to a single bullet from a handgun, suggesting his combat strength was around 6. Comparing him to Cell, or even Yamcha would be akin to juxtaposing an ant against a whale. Cell regarded Satan with an expression of bemusement, entirely indifferent to his actions in the arena. Shortly thereafter, Vegeta and Android 16 arrived, landing around the battleground. Cell, surprised, remarked, "Is that really you, Android 16? I never expected you to dare show your face. Are you not afraid I would obliterate you on the spot?" Android 16 silently regarded Cell. At that moment, Cell sensed the energy of Son Wukong and his companions. Have they finally arrived? Son Wukong. In this instant, Cell's focus was solely on Son Wukong, disregarding everyone else. Soon, Son Wukong and his brothers descended beneath Cell's martial stage. Naturally, the first to take the floor was Satan, whom Cell could hardly be bothered to kill, casually dispatching him with a single blow. Krillin, observing Satan's comical display, remarked, "To be honest, I almost found myself supporting Cell just now." Cell, exasperated, looked at Son Wukong and Son Wukong. "Well, the bystanders have been dealt with. The martial arts tournament officially commences now. Who will step up first?" Son Wukong turned to Son Wukong, asking, "Shall you go first, or should I?" "You go ahead. If I take the lead, dear brother, you won't have a chance to intervene," Son Wukong replied confidently. Chapter 97. Son Wukong takes the stage. Encouraged by Son Wukong's words, Son Wukong felt a surge of confidence and nodded. "Then I shall go first." Hearing this, Cell was momentarily taken aback. "I truly apologize for the wait." Son Wukong chuckled, stepping confidently onto the martial stage, eliciting a smile from Cell in return. Trunks and his companions are well aware that despite their experience in the hyperbolic time chamber, their combat prowess still pales in comparison to that of Son Goku. Trunks, future Gohan, and Son Goten are primarily engaged in absorbing the martial arts wisdom of their predecessors as they embark upon their own paths in martial discipline. If one were to quantify their battle power, Trunks currently possesses a power level of 2.5 billion, future Gohan 2.7 billion, and Son Goten 2.6 billion. While this is adequate when compared to the future androids 17 and 18, it falls woefully short against Cell. Presently, Cell's complete form boasts a staggering battle power of 280 billion, and this figure does not even reflect his utmost capabilities. As for Cell's true limits, not even Son Goku can ascertain what they might be. The battle powers of others are even less impressive. Tien Shinhan at 2 billion, Krillin at 1.9 billion, Kaiatsu at 1.5 billion, and Yamcha, well, merely at 10 million, a recent enhancement. When juxtaposed with this cadre of Saiyans, they are on entirely different tiers. The sole contender keeping pace with the Saiyans is the complete Namekian, Piccolo. Vegeta stands at 3 billion, Son Goku at 4 billion, Little Gohan at 4.5 billion, Piccolo at 3 billion, and Son Goten at 3.4 billion. The battle is about to commence. Little Gohan exclaims, "Allow me to witness your prowess, Kakarot." Vegeta muses, casting a glance at Son Goku on the platform. "Will you begin the fight? I intended to save the greatest thrill for last." Cell states, assuming a combat stance. Son Goku mirrors him. "Is it true that you have mastered all our techniques?" "I suppose so," Cell replies with a scoff. Trunks observes the arena, finally understanding why Mr. Goku appears so self-assured. Son Goten turns to Son Gohan, inquiring, "Father, Uncle has always radiated this confidence. Does he possess a hidden trump card?" Upon hearing this, Son Gohan scoffs, "Your uncle is merely an arrogant fool. Watch closely. He has no hidden weapons that you are unaware of." Although his voice was low, Piccolo caught the words, feeling a weight in his heart. Krillin watches the scene unfold, marveling at Goku's calm demeanor even in the face of Cell. Indeed, it could be said that he has long anticipated this moment. Among us, he is the only one who has never battled Cell. Vegeta remarks, arms crossed. Of course, there is one individual drenched in sweat, and that is Little Gohan. Others may be oblivious, but he is acutely aware that his father has not mastered any extraordinary powers beyond their collective expectations. Even Little Gohan is perplexed as to why his father exhibits such confidence. Future Gohan clenches his fists, silently urging, "Come on, Dad. The fate of the future rests upon your shoulders. Let us begin." Cell commands, and in an instant, Son Goku dashes forward, engaging Cell in a tentative exchange. Neither combatant employs their full strength. After a brief bout, each lands a punch on the other, resulting in a swift separation. Subsequently, as Cell prepares to defend against the approaching Son Goku, he is taken aback when Goku seemingly penetrates his very form. It was an illusion. Cell realizes too late. The true Sun Wukong adeptly utilized the residual imagery of his technique to appear before Cell, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. Subsequently, he propelled Cell toward the edge of the martial arts platform, launching him into the air with a swift kick. A splendid opportunity. He is out of bounds. Did he succeed? Exclaimed Krillin and Yamcha, filled with excitement. Yet, others maintained a composed demeanor. After all, Cell is Cell. It is implausible that he could be vanquished so easily. Indeed, just as Cell was about to touch down, he floated effortlessly in midair and landed back on the platform. Mockingly taunting, "How does victory feel?" It was evident that Cell's previous maneuver was a derision aimed at Sun Wukong. "Humph, do not be so disheartening. I am well aware that such a level of attack could never defeat you," Sun Wukong retorted, gazing at Cell defiantly. "It is precisely because you consistently hold back that I find amusement in this." Cell replied candidly, "Are you not guilty of the same?" Sun Wukong countered, "That was in the past. From this moment forward, I shall gradually allow you to comprehend my prowess." Cell declared, tightening his fists at his waist. "You will soon realize the vast chasm that separates us. Is that so? Then allow me to experience it." Sun Wukong chuckled. "You truly relish this battle, Sun Wukong. It is no wonder you are a warrior of the Saiyan race." Cell remarked, observing Sun Wukong. "You are not much different. I merely select my opponents wisely." Cell suddenly launched an attack against Sun Wukong, delivering a punch aimed at his chest. Sun Wukong intercepted Cell's assault, yet was still pushed back toward the edge of the platform. However, with his seasoned experience, he leaned back, thrusting off with his legs to send Cell soaring into the air. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong pursued, unleashing a Kamehameha wave towards Cell. Cell swiftly dodged to the side. evading the attack, precisely as Son Wukong had anticipated. He capitalized on Cell's evasive motion, appearing behind him to deliver a fierce punch to Cell's back. This strike ignited Cell's fury. He retaliated with a punch to Son Wukong's face, and, with both hands clasped, slammed down on his Son Wukong's chest, sending him crashing toward the ground. In midair, Son Wukong adeptly adjusted his posture and drove his feet into the martial arts platform, creating several cracks upon impact. Witnessing this, Goten suddenly spoke up, bewildered. Why? Why doesn't he dad take this more seriously? At this remark, everyone was taken aback, with only Son Wukong's brow furrowing in concern. Was it that he did not wish to unleash his full potential? Yet, it was something beyond his capability. However, Vegeta, upon hearing this, smirked. Humph. It seems Kakarot remains playful even against Cell. Indeed, Cell stood suspended in the air, declaring, "All right, the warm-up ends here." Both warriors gazed at one another, their faces alight with the spirit of battle. Clearly, the true confrontation was about to commence. Krillin observed solemnly. It is undeniable that Son Wukong is unparalleled compared to others. He is truly a battle-hardened veteran. Cell mused with admiration. This fellow is indeed formidable. A moment's carelessness could lead to defeat. Son Wukong mused to himself. Chapter 98. Son Wukong at full power. Son Wukong gazed at Cell, slightly bowing his body, his eyes sharpening with intensity. Mr. Wukong's demeanor had shifted, and Trunks noticed the change. Future Gohan clenched his fists, anxiously observing Son Wukong on the battlefield. Cell, noticing Wukong's altered stance, adopted a serious expression as well. Son Wukong positioned his arms before his face, channeling the energy within his body. This time, Son Wukong truly unleashed all of his power without reservation. "Here it comes," Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. "Is this Wukong's full strength?" Tien Shinhan was equally taken aback. "No, it can't be." Vegeta gazed at Son Wukong in disbelief. Only Gohan, Wuxing, and Wuju remained relatively composed. "Ah!" Son Wukong clenched his fists and let out a mighty roar, with energy coalescing around him. This formidable aura even startled Piccolo. Moreover, at that moment, Son Wukong radiated a golden glow, harmonizing beautifully with the golden flames surrounding him. This is what is referred to as the Super Saiyan full power. However, this is actually a misinterpretation. There is no such thing as Super Saiyan full power. The accurate designation is Son Wukong's Super Saiyan full power. It signifies that Son Wukong in Super Saiyan form has summoned all of his might, a battle power of 200 billion. Cell observed Son Wukong's current state and similarly bellowed, gathering his energy. A purple luminescence flickered around Cell. Young Gohan watched Son Wukong with concern, acutely aware that the energy emanating from Wukong was far beneath his own maximum battle power. Conversely, future Gohan looked at Son Wukong with anticipation. Son Wuju furrowed his brow slightly, feeling that if he were to unleash his full battle power, it would surpass that of his elder uncle by a considerable margin. It was merely that Wuju and Wuxing had spent too much time achieving their ultimate forms. Otherwise, their base battle power would not differ much from that of Son Wukong and young Gohan. With a confident expression, Son Wukong approached Cell. The two locked eyes. "Come on," Cell said softly. "All right." Son Wukong initiated the attack, landing a fierce punch to Cell's abdomen, followed by an elbow strike to Cell's bent back. A kick sent Cell soaring into the sky. Cell, like a rag doll, hung suspended against a pillar, taunting Son Wukong with a mocking smile. "Well done, Son Wukong. A battle of equals is truly entertaining," Cell remarked, wiping the spot where Wukong had struck him. "Indeed, I share the same sentiment." Vegeta, transfixed by the unfolding battle, was utterly astonished. Is this what true combat looks like? Is this the genuine battle power of Kakarot? What about Kakarot's other form? Vegeta couldn't help but glance at Wuxing. Incredible. Mr. Wukong is truly powerful. Trunks marveled. "Go, Dad," future Gohan shouted. Upon hearing these words, young Gohan furrowed his brow, perplexed by the astonishment of those around him. Despite the evident prowess displayed, it was apparent that he deemed the current Goku, well, somewhat lacking. However, on the battlefield, Cell was a different story, gritting his teeth as he engaged Goku in a fierce confrontation. Their arms and knees collided with force, igniting a battle of equal might. Ultimately, it was the more seasoned Goku who seized upon a flaw in Cell's defense, delivering a decisive kick to Cell's neck, sending him flying. As Cell rose, he erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Goku gazed at the mirthful Cell with curiosity. How amusing, Goku. With that, Cell unleashed his four-body fist. Four versions of Cell manifested simultaneously on the stage. This is my four-body fist, Tien exclaimed in anger. There was no distinction from Tien's original technique as the four cells spread across the four corners of the arena, effectively surrounding Goku. Is this Tien's four-body fist? However, this move is futile against me. Cell scoffed as the four cells commenced their assault on Goku. Observing from a distance, Tien sighed in relief, realizing that this was the unrefined version of the technique, which would divide its user's strength into four parts upon execution. Humph, Goku, have you comprehended my strength? Cell boasted as he exchanged blows with Goku. Perhaps, Goku replied confidently. However, my perfect power extends far beyond this. With that, all four cells positioned their fingers on their foreheads. This is, as the sole disciple of Piccolo, future Gohan recognized the move immediately. TCH, is this my technique? Piccolo remarked with dissatisfaction. Special beam cannon. Indeed. Yet, such a slow and energy-consuming attack could hardly strike Goku. With a mere sidestep, Goku evaded Cell's strike and ascended into the sky. The four cells promptly pursued him closely. But Goku awaited precisely this moment. He swiftly dismantled each of the four cells with a few well-placed punches and kicks, sending them crashing sequentially onto the arena floor. Humph. Their strength is significantly diminished when dispersed. Goku taunted. Cell, recognizing this truth, retracted his remaining replicas and, fixating on Goku who had landed on the stage, unleashed Krillin's ultimate technique, the Spirit Slice. Even Goku dared not confront Cell's Spirit Slice head-on. This move had proven insurmountable for anyone throughout the entire manga. Krillin truly embodied the essence of a martial artist. As Goku evaded in the air, Cell proclaimed, Frieza's cells inform me that you will approach me at the last possible moment, only to evade at the critical juncture. However, this technique. With that, Cell executed another Spirit Slice, directly striking the astonished Goku in the sky. Yet, it was merely an afterimage. No matter how Cell attempted to slice, he struck only phantoms. Goku admonished, using another's technique will not lead to victory against me. It is merely superficial. Perhaps so, then let us settle this with this move. As he spoke, Cell elevated his energy to its zenith. What was he planning to do with such an overwhelming power? Son Wukong was taken aback. Yet, Cell immediately assumed the stance for the Kamehameha. The Kamehameha. Wait, unleashing such a force at this level will devastate the earth. However, before Son Wukong could finish his thought, Cell had already unleashed the Kamehameha. Son Wukong had no choice but to ascend into the sky, redirecting the Kamehameha's trajectory. In the nick of time, he instantaneously teleported back in front of Cell. An enraged Son Wukong delivered a powerful kick that sent Cell flying. Cell stared in astonishment at Son Wukong. Why? That Kamehameha should have struck you. Chapter 99. The earliest flash in history. Indeed, there was no escaping it. Son Wukong nodded. Upon hearing this, Cell recalled the moment Son Wukong emerged from the room of spirit in time to confront him. That's right, you two had suddenly appeared and vanished before. This technique is called instant transmission. Son Wukong replied coldly. Instant transmission? Is that so? What a troublesome technique indeed. Cell exclaimed in surprise. I must ask you, if I hadn't leaped into the air just now, would your Kamehameha have obliterated the earth? Son Wukong retorted angrily. Who can say? However, I am quite certain you would have jumped. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong chuckled, realizing how clever Cell was. Nevertheless, I must clarify. I have no intention of destroying the earth. That would render the game utterly dull. With that, Cell assumed a charging stance. In an instant, he surged forward, delivering a punch to Son Wukong's face. The blow staggered Son Wukong, and his retaliatory strike was effortlessly blocked by Cell. Quickly, Son Wukong retreated into the sky, but Cell anticipated his trajectory, striking back with a swift blow. Cell continuously shifted positions in the air, making it impossible for Son Wukong to lock onto him. Then, to Son Wukong's astonishment, Cell flashed behind him. I am quite confident in my speed. In the divine realm, Tien Shinhan, now a deity, held the divine scepter and gazed down at the mortal world. Mr. Popo, observing Tien Shinhan's actions, reminisced about the previous deity who also enjoyed standing here, looking down at the world. Is that so? Tien Shinhan was drenched in sweat. Mr. Popo, noticing Tien Shinhan's distress, quickly reassured him, saying there is no need to force it. The previous deity also mastered the skill of observing the mortal realm through diligent training. Relax. Attune yourself to the energy and interpret the subtle sounds to gauge the situation. Upon hearing Mr. Popo's words, Tien relaxed and attentively sensed the scene of Cell's game. Mr. Wukong is engaged in battle. What an impressive fight. Mr. Popo nodded, affirming, precisely. At the martial arts arena, most spectators watched in astonishment at the clash between Son Wukong and Cell, their speeds so swift that many struggled to follow their movements. Yamcha had to activate his 40 times Kaioken just to barely discern their actions. The two engaged in an intense melee battle, raising a considerable cloud of dust. Incredible. So fast, Krillin exclaimed in shock. Little Gohan observed the battle unfolding before him, completely devoid of any concern. Just then, Cell landed a powerful elbow strike to Goku's face, forcing him to the edge of the martial arts platform. Seizing this opportunity, Cell unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon Goku's face. The pain was excruciating. Damn it, Goku, stung by the blows, momentarily simmered with rage, suddenly erupting with a formidable force that sent Cell soaring into the sky. Witnessing this, Gohan was momentarily taken aback, yet a surge of confidence blossomed within him. That rascal. I knew it. If he didn't possess sufficient assurance, how could he engage in such reckless behavior? Gohan's heart steadied. Subsequently, Goku and Cell engaged in a high-flying game of cat and mouse. Both warriors deftly employed their afterimage techniques to evade each other's attacks. Ultimately, Goku's superior skill prevailed as he delivered a knee strike directly to Cell's abdomen. However, Cell, gritting through the pain, retaliated with an elbow that sent Goku hurtling away. Gasping for breath, Goku exclaimed, "You truly are remarkable, Cell. Honestly, I never anticipated our battle would be so exhilarating." Cell responded with admiration, "Neither did I. My blood is boiling as well. This is how a battle should be. Now let us continue." The two resumed their rapid exchanges. Their speed is astonishing. Krillin marveled. Such velocity, ordinary people cannot perceive it at all. Goku and Cell landed blows on one another, spiraling to a halt on the martial arts platform. What a terrifying battle. Future Gohan exclaimed in awe. Is that so? Why am I so astonished? Little Gohan pondered. Yet, he noticed that Uncle Gohan, who had been furrowing his brows since the battle commenced, had inexplicably relaxed, a confident expression reminiscent of his father adorning his face. Goku, in turn, gazed at his father in confusion, unable to fathom what his uncle and father were contemplating. Moreover, it was evident that his uncle was currently at a disadvantage. What a spectacular fight. It would be a shame to lose due to stepping outside the ring. Cell chuckled. Let us abolish that rule. It holds no significance for us anymore. With that, Cell waved his hand, obliterating the martial arts platform. Gohan and the others, having anticipated Cell's actions, swiftly retreated a short distance away. As for Dend and his companions, they were rescued by number 16. Of course, the normally gentle number 16 spoke harshly for the first time. You should return. Your presence here is quite obstructive. Upon hearing this, Dend and the television reporters fell silent. Cell and Goku stood firmly on the ground. Now, the entire Earth is our arena. Only surrender can determine victory or defeat. I see. You intend to fight to the finish. Goku acknowledged. This is what our battle deserves. Cell stretched his limbs, and Goku followed suit, casting aside all reservations. Cell, altering his previous hand-to-hand combat strategy, relentlessly unleashed energy blasts at Son Wukong, reminiscent of Prince Vegeta's fighting style. The explosions from their energy spheres were overwhelming for the spectators present. Soon after, an intense struggle ensued as the two locked hands, channeling their entire essence into the clash. The air crackled with a formidable force, shattering the ground beneath them. Such power. In terms of speed and strength, they were indeed evenly matched, Trunks marveled. The combat evolved into a classic exchange of blows, a Hollywood-style brawl where each fighter delivered punches in a frenzied manner. It was reminiscent of the most ancient of battles. Son Wukong seized an opening, delivering a fierce punch to Cell's face, sending him hurtling hundreds of miles away. Emerging from the ground, Cell initiated his princely tactics against Son Wukong. As Wukong soared above the smoke, he gazed down at Cell, prompting Krillin's astonishment. What was Wukong planning by flying so high? To everyone's shock, Son Wukong assumed the stance for the Kamehameha wave. Kame. Huh. It seemed as though he had been pushed to his limits, disregarding Cell entirely. Was he truly preparing to unleash the Kamehameha from that altitude? Piccolo gasped in disbelief. Cell gritted his teeth, equally incredulous, laughing, "You can't launch a Kamehameha from that position. If you do, the Earth will be finished." This concern was not merely Cell's. Others were acutely aware of the stakes. Nevertheless, Son Wukong was resolute in his decision, leaving Cell utterly stunned. "Is Dad really going to do this?" Little Gohan exclaimed, bewildered. Future Gohan, however, shook his head, confident that his father had an alternate plan. As anticipated, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Son Wukong suddenly teleported right in front of Cell. This was dire. Cell had never anticipated such a move from Wukong. With a mighty Kamehameha, which concentrated all of Son Wukong's energy, he unleashed a devastating blow that obliterated the upper half of Cell's body, leaving only his legs behind. Breathing heavily, it was evident that even for Wukong, the instantaneous Kamehameha was a formidable strain. This was an attack that offered no means of defense. Upon witnessing the severed legs on the ground, Wukong initially believed the battle had concluded. However, he soon sensed Cell's lingering energy. How could he still possess such vitality? Wukong pondered in confusion. Krillin, as if struck by a revelation, shouted, "Watch out, Wukong. Cell is likely to regenerate." Almost immediately, the remaining legs on the ground began to bounce, muscles quivering as half of Cell's body regenerated in an instant. Wukong was taken aback, astonished that Cell could still revive. Even Piccolo, who had once been reduced to half a body, was thought to be beyond salvation. A Namekian could not resurrect without a head. Indeed, it is akin to the prowess of Piccolo. Cell nodded in agreement. "I was pondering how swiftly you achieved victory, yet that last strike has considerably diminished your energy." Son Goku assessed. "Humph, the same can be said for you. Your energy has waned as well. Moreover, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. The same technique shall no longer yield results." Cell fixed his gaze upon Goku, his eyes filled with admiration. "Repeated moves merely deplete stamina and render the battle tedious. I am well aware." Both warriors unleashed their energy once more. However, this time, Goku's assault proved almost futile. In an instant, he was sent reeling by Cell's punch. Yet swiftly, Goku retaliated with a blow of his own. The two resumed their fierce clash. The shockwaves from their strikes shattered the earth beneath them. The nearby mountains trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Bulma, cradling little Goten, accompanied her sister Ties to the Kame house. They were still engaged in combat. "We can't quite grasp it, so it would be easier to find someone knowledgeable to provide commentary," Bulma remarked. Master Roshi was drenched in cold sweat, although his battle power was lacking. His martial arts expertise was apparent, and it was evident that Goku was currently at a disadvantage. The previous Kamehameha had significantly diminished both their energies, yet even so, they continued to engage in such fierce combat. Piccolo explained. Little Gohan watched the battle unfold in the sky, his heart devoid of any turmoil. In his understanding, his father should be far stronger than this. Yet, observing the two warriors gasping for breath, Gohan sensed something amiss. Soon enough, Goku was struck in the abdomen by Cell, who seized him by the collar and sent him flying with another punch. This blow sent Goku crashing to the ground, leaving him unable to rise for quite some time. Goku was truly at a loss, resorting to the prince's tactics. Goku's brother, Goten, shook his head slightly, clearly realizing that his elder brother was genuinely out of options, having resorted to such measures. This indicated that Goku believed Super Saiyan 1 could not possibly contend with Cell. Cell, in agony, braced his arms. This does not seem right. Gohan pondered. Yet, Cell suddenly bellowed, unleashing a purple energy shield that instantly reversed the tide of battle in his favor. However, it was evident that this move had considerably drained Cell's energy, and he too began to gasp for breath. "Goku, you are indeed formidable. To have compelled me to utilize a protective shield, I have sustained considerable injuries." Cell wheezed. "So close. Just a fraction away." Bulma lamented, cradling little Goten. Master Roshi observed the television with a calm demeanor, remarking that it was merely a narrow margin. Indeed, on the surface, it appeared evenly matched. Yet Cell seemed to be considerably more at ease than Goku. Is that so? Ties, having never witnessed such high-level combat, was utterly perplexed. What a pity. It seems Goku cannot triumph over Cell. Beads of sweat began to form on Master Roshi's forehead, yet he still harbored a glimmer of hope, which lay in his other esteemed disciple, Goku's brother, Goten. Does Goku share my sentiments? Knowing full well that victory is beyond reach, should one still strive to fight? Master Roshi observed the television, as Son Goku fell to the ground, panting heavily. Huff, huff. It seems your stamina has significantly diminished, Goku, Cell remarked, catching his breath. Perhaps you should consume a Senzu bean. That would certainly make this battle more thrilling. Cell saw no impropriety in suggesting that Goku eat a Senzu bean. Yet, this was nothing short of an affront to Goku. In the entirety of the Dragon Ball universe, has there ever been an adversary who triumphed by merely consuming Senzu beans? No. Thus, only Trunks found an opportunity for hope. If Mr. Goku eats a Senzu bean, we can launch a combined assault and surely defeat Cell. However, even Gohan and Goten, who hailed from the same future as Trunks, did not concur with his sentiment. Krillin remained silent, gazing at Goku. Vegeta turned and admonished, "Be quiet. Trunks, even if you lack a shred of Saiyan dignity, do not insult Kakarot's warrior spirit. I believe Kakarot would rather perish than win in such a manner. Listen well. This fight is no longer solely for the Earth." This proclamation was most fitting when uttered by Vegeta, the father. Yet, such words were lost on the pragmatic Trunks, who came from a future fraught with despair. Indeed, he might very well be eliminated. Vegeta's words astonished everyone but a few members of the Sun family. I have trained rigorously today, yet I am still unable to surpass Kakarot. That rascal is a genius, but Cell is even stronger. Trunks exclaimed. What shall we do then? Are we to stand by and watch Mr. Goku perish? Chapter 101. The appearance of Son Gohan. No, doesn't Kakarot have some battle strategy? Let us wait and see. Vegeta asserted. Only young Gohan shook his head, fully aware that he had no inkling of his father's battle plan. Cell, observing the fallen Goku, inquired, What is it? Is it a matter of pride that prevents you from consuming a Senzu bean? Goku met Cell's gaze, but remained silent. My stamina has waned considerably as well. Should you consume a Senzu bean and unleash your full power, perhaps there remains a chance of victory. Cell continued, I hope this battle can become even more intense. Yet, Goku suddenly laughed, dissipating his energy. To the astonishment of all present, he declared, I concede. I surrender. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, especially young Gohan. Only Son Goku's sibling felt a surge of anger, exclaiming, You foolish brother. Cell, I acknowledge your immense strength. I give up. At this admission, Cell was left flabbergasted. What? Cell was rendered speechless. Surrender? Vegeta was equally bewildered. What is this fool thinking? Piccolo exclaimed. Meanwhile, Bulma, watching intently, questioned why. The ever-unyielding Goku is actually surrendering. It's utterly unbelievable. Trunks looked at Goku, his expression one of confusion. Surrender? Goku, are you truly intending to end this battle? Cell demanded angrily. Indeed, I have lost. Goku admitted candidly. Son Goku, do you comprehend the meaning of this statement? Cell's aura. If no one emerges victorious in the Cell games, I shall aspire to dominate the world like the malevolent King Piccolo. Cell's aura is lacking. Cell, do not misconstrue my words. I do not mean to suggest that no one dares to challenge you. Goku exclaimed. What difference does it make? Cell glanced towards the spectators. Even if Vegeta and Trunks have enhanced their powers, it is inconceivable they could reach your level, rendering them utterly incapable of competing with me. Cell turned to Goku, expressing that I once held high hopes for Gohan, who vanquished another version of myself, yet his energy pales in comparison to yours. Goku, with a smile, proposed. May I select the next contestant? Are you truly contemplating surrender? Goku's words seemed to diminish Cell's fighting spirit. What is this fellow plotting? Here, apart from him, no one stands a chance against Cell. Kakarot's current energy is significantly inferior. Vegeta added, bewildered. Goku confidently proclaimed, There is only one person who can bring an end to the Cell games. If he were to lose, then indeed, no one could triumph over you. However, I am certain he can defeat you, which is why I entrusted everything to him. Are you implying that this individual is more powerful than both you and me? Cell inquired. Ah, indeed. Ha. Impossible. There exists no being in this world stronger than I. Cell scoffed in disbelief. Oh, but there truly is. Goku asserted. Who is this non-existent individual? Cell replied casually. Just as Goku was about to utter Gohan's name, Goten suddenly interjected. Brother. Enough. Goku was taken aback, gazing at Goten who had flown to his side. Goten, what brings you here? I wasn't referring to you. Though you have grown stronger, it is still insufficient. Goten shook his head, stating, I know who you intend to mention, but I must say, brother, while your martial arts talent is unparalleled, you sometimes take matters too lightly. You are a father. What kind of father would send his child into battle while still alive? Goten exclaimed, filled with indignation. Upon hearing Goten's words, Goku was rendered speechless. Frozen in place, as if struck cold. He had failed to grasp this point before. He had forgotten that beyond being a martial artist, he was also a father. In this regard, Piccolo was indeed correct. No matter how powerful Gohan becomes, he remains a child. Very well, I shall return to reflect on this. Cell is now in my hands. Goten, without hesitation, delivered a punch to Goku's abdomen and forcefully tossed him aside. Dad! Little Gohan quickly caught Goku's body. The exchange between the two had gone unheard by everyone except Piccolo. Observing Goku being thrown, Piccolo snorted disdainfully, unwilling to comment. He believed Goten's words to be accurate. Goku simply does not comprehend how to be a good father. Krillin offered Goku a senzu bean, and upon regaining consciousness, Goku sighed and conceded, Goten speaks the truth. I have been hasty. Kame house. Goten is now in the arena. Indeed, is Goku's backup Goten? Master Roshi nodded in agreement. Bulma shook her head slightly, expressing her disbelief. It doesn't seem likely. This morning, Wuxing mentioned that if all went smoothly, he shouldn't need to take the stage. Master Roshi paused momentarily. Yet, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Son Wuxing tossed a senzu bean to Cell. Cell. The creature caught the bean. A look of confusion etched on its face as it turned to Son Wuxing. Eat it. I refuse to be labeled as someone who defeated a Cell no longer at its peak. Son Wuxing declared with an air of arrogance, arms crossed. Wuxing, what on earth are you doing? Why are you allowing Cell to regain its strength? Krillin exclaimed, visibly upset. Son Wujua quickly interjected, Uncle Krillin. Dad doesn't he want to claim victory over a Cell that isn't at its best? This isn't a tournament. Why should fairness matter? Yamcha, too, appeared bewildered. Humph. Foolish children. What fairness do you seek? Your naivety could cost you dearly. Wuxing. You two brothers are both fools. Cell remarked, promptly consuming the senzu bean. Son Goku. I'm uncertain if you refer to Son Wuxing, but I intend to make you witness your brother perish at my hands. Cell declared as he ingested the bean, instantly restoring himself to peak condition. Son Wuxing regarded Cell with a calm demeanor. Wujua, does he have any hidden tricks? Krillin turned to inquire. Son Wujua shook his head slightly. Dad likely has no concealed techniques left. What he has demonstrated is his full power. Piccolo sighed in exasperation. Then what is Wuxing doing? Is he merely seeking his demise? This is utterly irrational. Son Goku observed Son Wuxing and shook his head. Wuxing must have his own confidence in this decision. Since he intervened to stop me, he surely possesses the requisite strength. Indeed, Son Wuxing summoned his energy, transitioning from 0 to full power in an instant. So, I am unlike my brother. I will unleash my full strength and eliminate you in one breath, leaving you no chance. Son Wuxing proclaimed. However, at that moment, his power was merely a 50-fold increase of a Super Saiyan, appearing significantly less formidable than Son Goku moments prior. What is Wuxing doing? This energy pales in comparison to what Goku exhibited. Piccolo shouted. No, Uncle Piccolo. Dad has yet to reveal his entire strength. Son Wujue responded with a smile. Everyone, watch closely. This is the culmination of Dad's year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Cell, this is my Super Saiyan form. Son Wuxing declared, gazing at Cell with a grin. I know. You are quite verbose, Son Wuxing. If this is all the power you possess, then you might as well stand there and await your demise. Cell sneered, assessing Son Wuxing's energy with disdain. Do not rush. I will now unleash all of my power. Son Wuxing stated, clenching his fists as his energy swelled, muscles expanding. Humph, are you employing the same tactics as Vegeta? Pathetic. Cell's contempt deepened as he observed the transformation. As Son Wuxing's energy surged, his once inflated muscles began to revert to their original state, yet his internal energy remained undiminished. No, it cannot be. Kakarot has developed Super Saiyan to this extent. While enhancing his strength, astonishingly, it did not affect his speed in the slightest. There was not a single sign of muscle growth. Vegeta was left in utter shock. Then, an even more astonishing event unfolded. The golden aura surrounding Son Gohan gradually sank into his body. The energy emanating from him completely vanished. This sensation, is it not akin to the feeling Gohan experienced upon emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber? His energy was entirely undetectable. Piccolo elucidated. What? Son Goku was taken aback, gazing at his brother in the distance. Truly, Gohan was remarkable. From a young age, he had always been more astute than I, his elder brother, to develop Super Saiyan to such an extent. With a martial arts mastery surpassing that of others, Goku instantly grasped the principle behind Gohan's current state. Conversely, Vegeta found himself perplexed. Lacking extensive martial arts accumulation, Vegeta was not yet a true martial arts master. How is this possible? Vegeta pondered, observing the utterly energyless Gohan, feeling no disdain whatsoever. After all, even if they suppressed their own energy, they would still possess a modicum of combat power. Yet, with Gohan, not a trace of energy could be sensed. If one did not look closely, he seemed almost non-existent. He appeared akin to a lifeless entity. Son Goku explained, "This is the result of Dad's training. He has sealed all of his energy within his body, with not a single trace leaking out." "How can that be possible?" Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Piccolo. Future Gohan turned to Piccolo. Piccolo wore an equally astonished expression. This was something he could not achieve either. In this state, Dad can freely utilize all his energy without fearing fatigue or depletion from prolonged combat. However, if he lacks proficiency, it may cause his body to explode. It is a perilous state before mastering it. What about his combat power? If his energy is undetectable, then what is his combat power like? Trunks inquired curiously. Son Goku contemplated. According to Dad, the increase in combat power should be around 90 times. Cell observed Gohan, who exhibited no detectable energy, and found himself bewildered. "Hey, Gohan, what on earth is happening with you?" Cell queried. If it were not for Gohan's distinct Super Saiyan golden hair, Cell might have assumed he was lifeless. How could a living being lack energy? Gohan was no android. "Are you referring to my current state?" "Humph, Cell, you'll understand upon experiencing it firsthand," Gohan replied confidently. Gazing at Cell, "Is that so? Although it appears quite impressive, to defeat me is still a far-fetched notion," Cell retorted, soaring directly in front of Gohan. "What an arrogant fellow. He seems to pale in comparison to your brother," Cell remarked, reminiscent of Goku in his incessant references to him. With that, Cell launched a probing attack on Gohan, intent on subduing him, just as he had done with Son Goku. However, Son Wukong merely stood his ground, deftly evading every attack from Cell without even shifting his position. No matter how much Cell accelerated, he could not lay a finger on Son Wukong's form. "What an agile fellow. I see. This form of yours enhances only your speed, correct? Yet, even so, in the face of my earnestness, speed alone is utterly insufficient," Cell declared, further increasing his velocity. Yet, perplexingly, no matter how he quickened his pace, he could not touch Son Wukong's body. How astonishing. Is Uncle Wukong's speed truly so far beyond Cell's? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. "No, Trunks, observe closely. Uncle Wukong merely anticipated Cell's movements, evading a step ahead," Future Gohan discerned. Astonished. What? Could it be that the battle between Goku and Cell earlier allowed Wukong to fully grasp Cell's patterns? Piccolo expressed his surprise. Goku ruffled Gohan's hair, saying, "Gohan, it appears you need not take the stage after all." Me? Did Dad want me to participate just now?" Little Gohan responded, somewhat oblivious. "Indeed, Gohan. After witnessing the clash between your father and Cell, did you find it taxing?" Goku inquired. Little Gohan shook his head, stating, "No, I feel that both Dad and Cell were not exerting their full power, right?" Goku chuckled. "No, Gohan, I am uncertain about Cell's circumstances, but I assure you, I was indeed using all my strength just now." Little Gohan frowned slightly. "Is that so?" Piccolo, hearing this, was astonished and approached, asking, "Gohan, did you not sense pressure during that battle?" Little Gohan nodded. "Yes, I can handle such battles completely." Piccolo turned to Goku, incredulously exclaiming, "Has this child surpassed you?" Goku, confidently crossing his arms, replied, "If Wukong does not take the field, I intended for Gohan to step in." Even back in the hyperbolic time chamber, I understood that Gohan's strength had already eclipsed mine. Frustrated by his inability to hit Son Wukong, Cell shouted, "What is the matter, Wukong? Do you only know how to dodge?" Upon hearing this, Son Wukong was momentarily taken aback. It seemed someone was eager for a fight. Thus, he effortlessly caught Cell's punch with one hand and yanked him forward. Cell, completely unprepared, stumbled, feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen. Son Wukong delivered a powerful knee strike, nearly forcing the acid from his stomach. Chapter 103, 300 billion battle power. Subsequently, Son Wukong discarded Cell, regarding him with a disdainful expression. Although Son Wukong had yet to attain Super Saiyan 2, His current perfected state was more than sufficient to handle a fully formed Cell. Cell clutched his belly, suddenly revealing a cold smirk. Humph, truly, you are Son Wukong. You have indeed surprised me greatly. Now I understand. Your form combines the advantages of both Vegeta and Goku's transformations while perfectly eliminating their respective shortcomings. Son Wukong, you are a true genius among Saiyans. Cell praised. Vegeta, overhearing Cell's words, paused momentarily, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Is that so? Has Kakasker truly enhanced my Super Saiyan state? That despicable individual. Vegeta exclaimed in discontent. However, Trunks responded with surprise, we can win. I never imagined Uncle Gohan could achieve this. Son Wukong also sighed inwardly, recalling how his mother had once cautioned him that his father's martial arts talent paled in comparison to that of his uncle. Yet, to his astonishment, in this world, his father's prowess was utterly formidable. Son Wukong, arms crossed, gazed at Son Wukong with admiration, as expected of Wukong. I always believed that with his character, if he could not defeat Cell, he would never emerge from the hyperbolic time chamber. At Baozi Mountain, Chi-Chi and Ox-King were also watching Cell's match. Upon seeing Son Wukong take the stage, Chi-Chi sighed with relief. In her worldview, her brother-in-law Son Wukong was far more reliable than her husband, Son Wukong. Once her brother-in-law appeared, neither future Gohan nor little Gohan needed to continue fighting. At Kame house, Bulma shouted, shaking her fist, Wukong, defeat that Cell. Cell, observing the cold expression on Son Wukong's face, chuckled. Ha! Wukong, I admit you are indeed stronger than your brother, but I have completely seen through you. Now, perish at my hands. Allow me to demonstrate the full extent of my power. To be honest, during my battle with Son Wukong, I only utilized 70% of my strength. With that, Cell unleashed his full power, his combat strength soaring to 300 billion. This was the entirety of Cell's current strength. However, for Son Wukong, 300 billion was still insufficient. Presently, Son Wukong's combat strength stood at 360 billion. Though it was merely 60 billion higher than Cell's, it was reminiscent of the initial battle between Vegeta and Android 18. Although Vegeta was only 5 million below 18. As the fight progressed, his stamina dwindled dramatically, while 18's endurance remained nearly unchanged. The same could be said for Cell and Son Wukong now. Through diligent training, Son Wukong had minimized his energy consumption. It was puzzling how Dr. Gero designed Cell, who fused with androids 17 and 18, to lose the greatest advantage of infinite energy. Incredible. Is this truly the extent of Cell's power? Krillin marveled, astonished by the raging Cell. Son Wukong gazed at Cell, also reflecting, indeed, I was not mistaken. Cell did not unleash his full strength during our battle. Damn it, that wretched Cell. Vegeta gritted his teeth. The previous confrontation between Cell and Son Wukong had already left Vegeta astounded, but now he realized that Cell had only exerted 70% of his strength. Is this the creation of Dr. Gero? What a terrifying being. Future Gohan couldn't help but express his awe. Conversely, Piccolo remained somewhat relaxed. While he acknowledged Cell's tremendous power, he was aware that his own strength could barely rival Cell's. Dad, can Uncle Wukong defeat Cell? Gohan inquired. Uncertain. The current Wuxing exudes no discernible aura, rendering any assessment of his combat prowess utterly impossible. Son Wukong furrowed his brow and inquired. What of it, Son Wuxing? This is the entirety of my power. Gero gazed upon Son Wuxing, hoping to perceive even a flicker of trepidation or astonishment in his eyes. Yet, Son Wuxing merely replied, Is this all you can muster? Upon hearing Son Wuxing's words, Gero momentarily froze, then seethed, Damn you. I was correct. You are far more arrogant than your brother. Gero lunged at Son Wuxing, delivering a punch that struck him squarely in the face. The force of the blow sent Son Wuxing reeling backward. At last, I have landed a hit. It appears he lacks the strength of my full power. It is merely his inability to sense my aura that is most peculiar. Gero thought gleefully. However, despite being knocked back, Son Wuxing turned to face Gero, unfazed by the blow, as no injury had befallen him. With all his energy contained within, Son Wuxing's defenses had been significantly enhanced. Impossible. I struck him directly, yet he remains unscathed. Gero stared at Son Wuxing in disbelief. Did this not signify that the chasm between them was insurmountably vast? Yet, Gero's lack of comprehension did not deter Son Wuxing. Boom. Son Wuxing delivered a powerful punch to Gero's abdomen. The force of his fist caused Sheru's midsection to cave in. Ugh! Sheru involuntarily expelled a mouthful of gastric acid. His eyes bulging in shock. Trembling, he clutched his abdomen, gazing at Son Wuxing with a look of existential doubt. How is this possible? He merely grazed me with a punch, yet I am so gravely injured. Sheru knelt, the pain rendering him nearly unable to rise. Incredible! Such formidable strength. This powerful Sheru, injured so severely by a single strike from Wuxing? Tien Shinhan exclaimed in delight. Excellent. This means that Sheru shall not be Wuxing's adversary. Yamcha echoed, equally exhilarated. Humph. Wuxing truly lives up to his reputation. Even against Sheru, he displays such overwhelming prowess. I yearn for a chance to spar with him, Piccolo observed. His competitive spirit ignited as he regarded Son Wuxing. Clearly, everyone believed that the outcome was now certain. Sheru could not possibly contend with Son Wuxing. Android 16 shook his head slightly as he watched the confrontation between Sheru and Son Wuxing. He had initially intended to self-destruct to eliminate Sheru, but it appeared that such drastic measures were no longer necessary. The warriors at the television station turned to Satan and remarked, "Mr. Satan, it seems that Sheru has been bested by this similarly golden-haired youth." Satan, who had nearly soiled himself during the earlier battle, beamed with pride upon witnessing Son Wuxing's impending victory, exclaiming, "Ha! To think I needn't intervene to defeat Sheru. I am almost tempted to take him on as my disciple." Chapter 104, Sheru's Desperation. Indeed, the distance between Satan and Son Wuxing was rather considerable. Otherwise, Krillin would undoubtedly have accused Satan of shamelessness. Krillin could not tolerate such deceitful behavior in the slightest. Just as Sun Wukong and Cell were engaged in their fierce battle, the television broadcast was abruptly interrupted due to the chaos surrounding their confrontation. In this critical moment, the signal was severed. Damn it! How could the signal be cut off at such a crucial time? Kiki exclaimed, anxious as she stared at the screen filled with static. Don't worry, Kiki. The Ox King reassured her. Wukong has always been more intelligent than Goku. Since he has taken action, he must have a strategy to deal with Cell. At the Kame house, Bulma was distraught as she watched the disrupted signal. What is happening? My husband is fighting Cell. She cried out. Master Roshi, can you sense the battle between Wukong and Cell? Bulma turned to him with urgency. Master Roshi shook his head. It's unfortunate, but the energies of both Cell and Wukong are too immense for me to discern who holds the advantage. At that moment, little son Goten began to cry. Bulma comforted him, saying, It's all right, Goten, it's all right. Your father will defeat Cell and save the world. However, Goten showed no signs of calming down, and soon Trunks joined in his cries. Tai, feeling helpless, also tried to soothe the children, while Master Roshi, drenched in sweat, focused intently on the battle between Son Wukong and Cell. Seeing the fierce exchange between Wukong and Cell, Goku urged, let us retreat further away. Otherwise, we might get caught in the crossfire. Okay, Krillin replied, and the group hurriedly flew into the distance. Fearing that their presence might provide Cell an opportunity to exploit Wukong's weaknesses. Curse you, Wukong! Cell shouted as he recovered, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Yet Wukong, with a mocking smile, effortlessly evaded all of Cell's strikes. From a distance, Vegeta watched in a cold sweat, exclaiming, Cell's attacks are being effortlessly neutralized. Not only that, but Wukong anticipated Cell's moves, countering each blow with equal force and speed, completely nullifying Cell's offensive. Piccolo, observing the aerial skirmish, nodded and remarked, Goku, I now understand why you chose to enter the fray first. You intended for whoever followed to discern Cell's techniques and strategies, didn't you? Goku smiled and nodded. Future Gohan, astonished, asked, Dad, was that your plan? Goku affirmed, his smile broadening. Little Gohan, watching the battle between Wukong and Cell, thought to himself, at this level, I feel like I could achieve something similar with enough effort. However, he didn't dwell on it for long and continued to watch the clash unfold. As Cell repeatedly failed to land a hit, he launched energy blasts at Wukong, who, without even glancing, simply waved his hand, deflecting the energy blasts effortlessly. Cell's fury intensified, but now his rage was merely a manifestation of impotent frustration. Goku observed Wukong with admiration, stating, Indeed, Wukong has surpassed Cell entirely, not merely in power, but in the realm of martial arts. Bit concurred, asserting that even if Wukong's combat prowess were inferior to that of Cell, it was still highly probable that Cell would not be Wukong's match. Much like the distinction between gods and mortals, the realms of deities and ordinary beings are entirely disparate. In his current state, Wukong should be able to effortlessly triumph over Cell. Tien Shinhan expressed his relief, admonishing, "Do not underestimate others. You merely evaded my attack, Wukong. Witness as I obliterate you." Cell's fury escalated. In his heightened rage, Cell lost his composure and launched a kick aimed at Wukong's head, yet to his astonishment, Wukong caught his thigh with ease. "What?" Cell gasped, attempting to retract his leg, but it was too late. With a single hand, Wukong exerted force, lifting Cell effortlessly before delivering a powerful kick to his face. In an instant, Cell was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the nearby mountains. Stunned and sprawled amidst the ruins, Cell realized that the gap between himself and Wukong was not as vast as it appeared. Yet, why could he not discern Wukong's rhythm and style of attack? Surely, Dr. Gero's computer had meticulously recorded Wukong's combat methods. Seemingly anticipating this thought, Wukong coldly stated, "Do you believe my attacks to be unpredictable? You are mistaken, Cell. I have merely progressed beyond what your computer has documented. How could a mere machine possibly grasp the depth of my evolution?" Upon hearing this, Cell gazed incredulously at Wukong. After all, he had evolved into his perfect form according to the computer's specifications. Yet here was a being surpassing the calculations of that very machine. Cell's frustration boiled within him, whispering to himself, "How can I accept this? I am the perfect Cell." Yet the truth remained. He was not the ultimate life form standing atop the pinnacle. Anger consumed him as he watched Wukong approach step by step, a sense of dread swelling within him. His body instinctively leaned back, and ultimately, fear triumphed over reason. Spirit Slash. In this moment, Cell resorted to mimicking another's technique. Two beams of golden energy surged toward Wukong. To Cell's astonishment, the supposedly invincible Spirit Slash was caught barehanded by Wukong. Not only did he intercept it, but with a powerful grip, he obliterated both energy blasts. Cell cried out as he soared into the sky, resorting to using Piccolo's special beam cannon. However, Wukong merely uttered a sharp command, effortlessly deflecting the attack with a single hand. "This is impossible," Cell exclaimed in disbelief, compelled to employ Vegeta's royal attack. Yet, this technique proved to be nearly futile. How can this be happening? Fear etched across Cell's face as he regarded Wukong, confronted with such a profound disparity in power. "Uncle Wukong is truly formidable," Trunks marveled. "Indeed, this is the strength of my father." Wukong chuckled, while Krillin also expressed his astonishment. "Incredible." Gero gazed at son Wukong, who approached him, utterly bewildered as to which technique could possibly counter this formidable opponent. He had once believed his key blade to be invincible, yet it had proven entirely ineffective. Chapter 105. The Ejected Androids 17 and 18. It was astonishing that such beings existed in this world. Despite the fact that his cells were composed of the same essence, why had he not attained the formidable strength of son Wukong? His power seemed to have dissipated entirely. What was this sensation? Was it fear? Cold sweat beaded on Gero's brow as he stared at son Wukong, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Fear had conquered Gero, propelling him into the sky as he gathered his energy. Kamehameha. Gero concentrated all his ki and unleashed a lethal attack towards son Wukong. As the massive Kamehameha surged through the air, Wukong's bangs fluttered slightly. This scoundrel actually dares to unleash a Kamehameha upon the earth, Wukong thought, a smirk crossing his face. It was evident that Gero had exhausted all his options, as Piccolo also pondered. "This is my full-powered Kamehameha. If you evade, the earth will surely be obliterated." Gero shouted defiantly. "Despicable." Krillin roared in anger. Yet, son Wukong merely observed the incoming Kamehameha, adopting the stance to counter it. Kamehameha. In an instant, a Kamehameha even more colossal than Gero's surged forth, overpowering Gero's attack and sending it hurtling back towards him. "What?" Gero watched in disbelief as the massive Kamehameha detonated around him. The force of the explosion sent the likes of Satan and others flying, while even Trunks and his comrades struggled to maintain their footing against the gale. "It's over. It's all over." Gero's immediate reaction to the explosion was one of certain doom. Yet, astonishingly, the Kamehameha did not annihilate him. Instead, it left him with a sliver of life. After the blast, Vegeta lowered his arms, astonished as he regarded son Wukong. Kakarot has, at the last moment, repelled Gero's Kamehameha with an even more powerful technique. Vegeta mused. Wait, Why can I still sense Sheru's energy? Son Wukong's expression shifted. Sheru is still alive. Trunks exclaimed. Impossible. Krillin gasped in disbelief. Son Wukong furrowed his brow, puzzled. According to Wukong's nature, Sheru should have been obliterated. Why had Wukong spared him? Although Sheru had survived, he was in a pitiful state. His lower body had been entirely disintegrated by the Kamehameha, and only one arm remained of his upper body, while the sharp protrusions from his head had vanished completely. Son Wukong regarded Sheru with a mocking smile. Observing this scene, Son Wukong felt more convinced than ever. Wukong was indeed provoking Sheru. What was his intention? Son Wukong was left bewildered. Incredible. Uncle Wukong has truly transcended Super Saiyan this time. Little Gohan chuckled with delight. No, Goku stated. My father explained that this form is merely the closest approximation to transcending the Super Saiyan state. It still falls short of the true Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2? What is Super Saiyan 2? Vegeta exclaimed, his composure shattered by Goku's description. He struggled to grasp the concept of Super Saiyan 1. Yet Gohan was already contemplating the next transformation. Meanwhile, Goku sighed in relief, realizing there was no need to urge Gohan to ascend to Super Saiyan 2. Previously, during their time in the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku had witnessed Gohan, in a moment of unconsciousness, transform into Super Saiyan 2, surpassing Goku himself. This was the primary reason Goku believed Gohan could defeat Cell. However, such a transformation was no longer necessary. Gohan was capable of defeating Cell on his own. Why? Why is that fiend's power so formidable? Our strengths should be comparable. Cell gazed at Gohan with dread. With great effort, Cell managed to regenerate his body. Yet, like Piccolo, the process drained a significant amount of his stamina. Damn it! Damn you, Gohan! I will kill you! With a furious roar, Cell lost all semblance of rationality. Forgetting how he had trained Trunks, he transformed into a muscular form reminiscent of Super Saiyan 3rd stage. While his strength surged, his speed diminished to the point where he could not touch Gohan. With your current state, how could you possibly defeat me, the perfect Cell? He taunted, delivering a heavy punch towards Gohan. However, not everyone possesses Broly's unique ability to enhance muscle without sacrificing speed. Though Cell's punch created a deep crater in the earth, it failed to connect with Gohan. Take another punch. Yet, the same issue persisted. Cell could not land a blow on Gohan. Trunks observed Cell's reckless approach, shaking his head. He is too focused on strength, neglecting his speed. Cell has made the same mistake I once did. He has lost his cool. As the moment seemed ripe, Gohan struck Cell squarely in the face, causing him to halt mid-air, followed by a brutal punch to Cell's abdomen. This blow shattered Cell's defenses. An acid surged from his mouth uncontrollably. Not only that, but Cell collapsed to the ground, his appearance drastically altered. He clutched his mouth, desperately trying to suppress the urge to vomit, but it was futile. Cell's energy was plummeting. Goku sensed this change and nodded slightly. So this was your strategy, Gohan? Piccolo affirmed, recognizing that Cell could no longer maintain his perfect form. Reluctantly, Cell expelled 2 figures. It's androids 17 and 18. Krillin exclaimed, astonished. They are indeed androids. Were they not absorbed by Cell? How could they be separated? Son Wukong gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. This is the end. The perfect form of Cell is no more. Victory is impossible. Piccolo assessed. Indeed, Cell's body began to undergo a transformation. He attempted to seize androids 17 and 18 to consume them once more. However, he was utterly incapable. The changes in his physique had already commenced. His muscles began to wither incessantly, and the evolutionary enhancements he had gained started to regress. This is astonishing. After losing androids 17 and 18, Cell has devolved back to his first form. Trunks exclaimed in shock. Indeed, it appears that Wukong intended to save both 17 and 18. Son Wukong nodded in understanding. Chapter 106, Super Saiyan 2. Victory is ours. Cell can no longer contend with Wukong. In fact, any one of us could easily defeat him now. Piccolo remarked nonchalantly. After a brief pause, Cell turned, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Son Wukong. How infuriating. Devolved back to his first form. Cell had evidently regained some semblance of rationality. Merged with Android 16, his intellect peaked. How dreadfully dull. Cell, your time is up. Wukong had no intention of prolonging the confrontation, extending his palm directly toward Cell. Yet, Cell reacted even more swiftly. Unforgivable. Wukong, you shall perish alongside me. With that, Cell's body expanded instantaneously. Not only that, but the energy surrounding him swelled as well. He resembled a grotesque, inflated doll, becoming ugly and corpulent. Ha! You are all finished. I am about to self-destruct. Let us perish together, along with the earth. Cell cackled maniacally. You will not succeed. Not far away, Son Wukong and the others rushed over. Wait. You had better refrain from attacking. If I experience a shock now, I will explode instantly. You will only hasten your own demise. Upon hearing Cell's words, the group felt a surge of anger, yet were rendered helpless. Ha! Just 1 minute left. I cannot even prevent it myself. As Cell spoke, his body continued to swell. How can this be happening? Krillin exclaimed in desperation. We have already defeated Cell. Does he truly possess such a hidden card? Tien Shinhan expressed his fury. Son Wukong observed Cell before him and smiled faintly. Since his brother had done so much, it was time for him to take action as well. Turning to the others with a calm demeanor, he declared, after much contemplation, I have devised a singular method to save the earth. Father, what are you planning? Future Gohan suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Humph, farewell, everyone. In an instant, Son Wukong appeared beside Cell. Wukong. Krillin was the first to react, shouting in alarm. Wukong. Splendid work. Please convey my apologies to your sister-in-law. I have always acted unilaterally. With that, Son Wukong intended to take Cell away. However, Wukong was a step ahead. Thud. Son Wukong fell to the ground, watching as Wukong placed his hand on Cell. Brother, it was my failure to control the situation, and thus I must bear the consequences. Farewell, brother. With a smile, Son Wukong swiftly transported to King Kai's planet along with Cell. What? Father. Son Wukongju exclaimed upon witnessing his brother vanish with Cell. Wukong. Piccolo also realized the situation, but it was too late. What an idiot. How could I have such a foolish younger brother? Son Wukong shouted in anger as he rose. Everyone was taken aback. However, unfortunate for King Kai. Oh, esteemed King Kai, my brother has prepared a gift for you, courtesy of his sibling. Son Wukong smiled sheepishly. King Kai's face was filled with terror. To know you members of the Sun family is truly my misfortune. Meanwhile, Cell shouted in despair, You bastard, Son Wukong. At his cry, Cell exploded. In an instant, King Kai's planet vanished, reduced to mere dust in the underworld. As Son Wukong felt his own demise, he mused. Is this what it feels like to die? On Earth, everyone could no longer sense the energy of Cell and Son Wukong. They had vanished. Piccolo lowered his head. Son Wukongju fell to his knees. Father. Son Wukong stood there, speechless. The fear from planet Namek had finally materialized into reality. In the underworld, King Kai, with a halo above his head, gazed at Son Wukong and remarked, You truly resemble your brother, always capable of performing the most unexpected feats. King Kai muttered to himself, initially believing Son Wukong to be the most reliable among them, only to discover he was no different from his brother in critical moments. Son Wukong, also adorned with a halo, apologetically said, I'm sorry, esteemed King Kai. I had no other choice. I couldn't allow Cell to explode on Earth, could I? But, where is Cell? Did he go straight to hell? On Earth, those who were about to leave suddenly sensed an overwhelming energy re-emerging. What is this energy? They hastily looked around. However, they were met with an ambush. A laser shot forth, instantly striking Trunks. Without a sound, Trunks collapsed to the ground, lifeless. In that moment, as he gazed upon his deceased son, Vegeta felt as though his heart might cease to beat. Ha! Who did I hit? Trunks? Cell's voice echoed. The crowd stared in horror at the current form of Cell. Now, Cell had regained his perfect state, and his power had even surged to new heights. Why? Why is Cell still alive? Son Wukong pondered, already anticipating this turn of events, yet he couldn't help but feel somewhat incredulous. He had clearly exploded, yet Cell still lived. I don't know why, but he is indeed still alive. King Kai confirmed. Ha! It seems you are all quite astonished. Let me enlighten you. Although there were some twists, the outcome isn't too bad. Cell spoke slowly. Within my mind resides a diminutive mass of flesh, my core, as long as it remains unscathed. My body possesses the capacity for infinite regeneration. Fortuitously, during my recent self-detonation, my core emerged unscathed. To be honest, I was quite astonished, and remarkably, I have returned to my complete form with a significantly enhanced combat prowess. This is perhaps the essence of Saiyan cells, enabling me to resurrect in a near-death state with a substantial increase in strength, and I have even mastered Goku's instant transmission. As Cell reveled in his newfound power, he proclaimed, I am now even more perfect than before. Not only did Goku fail to eliminate me, but he has unwittingly bestowed upon me numerous gifts. Hearing Cell's words ignited a deeper fury within Goku. Excellent. This is just splendid, Cell. Goku's inherently tranquil aura suddenly transformed into one of turbulence. Moreover, a cold smirk crept across his lips. What is so amusing, Goku? Without Gohan, you stand no chance against me. With a haughty demeanor, Cell continued, I am elated. I can personally exact vengeance for Gohan. I am truly enraged. I shall personally vanquish you, Goku declared, his pupils constricting as an ominous energy began to emanate from him. Lightning coiled around his form, and his hair stood even more erect. Chapter 107, Brotherly Kamehameha. This is what my father spoke of, Super Saiyan 2. Has my uncle reached this level? Goten exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing Goku's increasingly volatile energy. Super Saiyan 2? The crowd gazed in shock at Goku, who was now brimming with rage. You intend to defeat me personally, Goku? It seems you have forgotten that not long ago. You were the one who fell to me. Cell regarded Goku with a look of disdain, as if gazing upon a defeated foe. At that moment, Trunks succumbed completely. Vegeta's expression morphed into one of panic as he beheld Trunks lying lifeless on the ground, triggering memories of Gohan's recent demise. The one to exact vengeance is not merely Kakarot. My brother is gone, but Trunks is my son. I am his father. Vegeta roared in anguish, transforming into a Super Saiyan and charging at Cell even before Goku could react. Vegeta unleashed a tremendous energy blast at Cell with all his might. However, Cell merely stood his ground, effortlessly absorbing Vegeta's attack with a casual demeanor. Subsequently, Vegeta's most potent royal technique produced not a hint of effect. Krillin looked on in astonishment at Vegeta. No one anticipated that the seemingly indifferent Vegeta would be the first to lose control of his emotions. Panting heavily, Vegeta gazed at the smoke and debris from the explosion. Yet, Cell swiftly emerged from the haze, appearing before Vegeta and with a mere wave of his hand, shattered Vegeta's left arm. Disperse from my sight, Vegeta. Cell unleashed Frieza's death beam with a single hand. Alarmed, Goten, who was closest, reacted swiftly, rushing forward to intercept the blow meant for Vegeta. Boom! A violent explosion obliterated the surrounding mountains. This devastating blow rendered Son Wukong's body partially incapacitated. Had he not avoided a fatal strike, he might have met the same fate as Trunks, falling lifelessly on the spot. Cough, cough, cough. Son Wukong spat out blood, prompting Son Goku to instantaneously teleport to his side and administer a magical beam. Are you alright, Wukong? Son Goku inquired, a tremor of fear coursing through him. The thought of losing both his brother and nephew on the same day was enough to drive him to madness. Is that you, Wukong? You two are truly a pair of fools. Cell taunted. Fools. Son Goku's anger flared at the remark. Are you referring to Wuxing? Answer me. In a fit of rage, he charged toward Cell and delivered a powerful punch that sent him flying. Cell spun twice in the air. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Son Goku. How is it possible? Your power has surged so drastically. Cell, having just boosted his own battle power to 350 billion through self-detonation, was astounded to discover that Son Goku, transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, possessed a staggering battle power of 450 billion. The disparity between their strengths was indeed monumental, exceeding even that of 800 Frieza units. No matter how strong you become, I have no desire to prolong this battle. I shall end it with a single breath. Cell declared. That suits me perfectly. This time, I will obliterate you. Son Goku proclaimed, elevating his energy to its peak. I will not spare you. With that, Cell unleashed his own energy, assuming the stance for the Kamehameha wave. Prepare to vanish along with the earth. His tone turned sinister. At that moment, Vegeta regained consciousness and, upon seeing the recently revived Son Wukong beside him, felt a wave of shame wash over him. What am I doing? As the Prince of the Saiyans, I cannot be a burden to others. I apologize, Wukong. The revelation of Vegeta's apology shocked everyone present. We must keep our distance so as not to hinder Goku's performance. Gohan, carry Vegeta back. Piccolo called out to future Gohan, who swiftly approached to assist Vegeta. The group did not forget to take androids 17 and 18 as they flew toward the distance. Damn it, we are utterly helpless now. Piccolo's expression darkened. Previously, he could manage against Cell, but now he felt utterly powerless. I will take you down in one move, Cell, Son Goku declared. also adopting the Kamehameha stance. I never anticipated that my perfect transformation would be so flawless. Is this the true value of the androids designed by Dr. Gero? Cell reveled in his pride. Everything has gone according to Dr. Gero's calculations, though he failed to foresee that the Earth is on the verge of destruction. However, the Earth was destined to perish eventually, and I can simply teleport to another planet. Ignoring Cell's self-aggrandizing words, Son Goku silently gathered his strength. Brother, can you hear me? At that moment, Wuxing's voice resonated in Son Goku's heart. Wuxing, I understand. You are speaking to me through the power of the King of Worlds. Correct? Inquired Sun Wukong. Indeed, brother. I have miscalculated this time. I implore you to assist me in vanquishing Cell. I knew that without you telling me. However, save your apologies until after you are revived. Who are you speaking to? Is this merely Sun Wukong's soliloquy before death? Then perish. With that, Cell unleashed the Kamehameha wave towards Sun Wukong. In response, Sun Wukong released his own Kamehameha. The two colossal waves collided. At the outset, Sun Wukong overpowered Cell. No, it cannot be. I have evolved into my perfect form once more. Why am I being subdued by your strength? Cell stared incredulously at his disadvantageous position. Excellent. Uncle has completely subdued Cell. Sun Wukong declared, clenching his fist. Let me finish you off in one breath. Sun Wukong's energy surged with ferocity. Engaging in a clash with the Sun family is the most unwise choice. Cell, you are a formidable opponent. However, your arrogance is your greatest flaw. In times of advantage, you display magnanimity, yet in adversity, you seek to destroy everything. You succumb to your own character. No matter how many times you try, you will never match Wukong. With each utterance, Sun Wukong's energy intensified, ultimately overpowering Cell's Kamehameha. Now, let death serve as an apology to Wukong. Die. The immense Kamehameha swiftly engulfed Cell, propelling him beyond the atmosphere, where he erupted in space. This time, Cell was utterly annihilated, leaving nothing behind. Sun Wukong, having reverted from his Super Saiyan 2 state, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Chapter 108. Just died and came back to life this time. It is truly over. Cell's energy has vanished. Piccolo remarked, visibly relaxed. We really did defeat him. Krillin exclaimed with joy. Uncle avenged Dad. Sun Wukong knelt, tears streaming down his face. Phew. As expected of you, brother. I knew you would transform into Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong clenched his fist. The King of Worlds observed Sun Wukong. You weren't intentionally seeking death to witness your brother's Super Saiyan 2, were you? Sun Wukong paused, slightly taken aback, and shook his head. How could that be? Who would wish for death? Vegeta hovered in the air, gazing at Sun Wukong and the others below, feeling immensely displeased. This time, I have been utterly defeated by the Kakarot brothers. Damn Kakarot, to choose such a fate. And I was even rescued by his son, Wukong. I shall fight no more. Vegeta, disheartened, flew away into the distance. Of course, the credit for defeating Cell ultimately belonged to Mr. Satan, but Sun Wukong and the others did not dwell on that. The group returned to the temple, carrying the unconscious androids 17 and 18, along with the deceased Trunks. They looked upon the still unconscious androids. What shall we do with them? Yamcha asked, glancing at the two androids. Let Wukong decide. These two were saved by him, and with their strength, they pose no threat, Tien Shinhan replied earnestly. Indeed. At present, androids 17 and 18 can only best the weakest Yamcha. Piccolo nodded in agreement. The primary objective now was to utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect Trunks, Goku, and the other victims. Mr. Popo also nodded in concurrence. Soon, under the invocation of 1010, the Eternal Dragon emerged from the temple. The entire sky darkened, leaving only a singular, verdant dragon in its wake. Very well, articulate your desires. I am capable of granting you both wishes. Dragon, please bring back those who were slain by the two Cell. Goku implored, a sense of urgency in his voice. A trivial matter. The dragon's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Trunks, who lay nearby, was the first to awaken. I can't sense Goten's energy. Is something amiss? Piccolo inquired. No, Goten should still be with Lord Kai. He will return shortly. Goku chuckled. Indeed, scarcely had he spoken when Goten instantaneously reappeared within the temple. Dad! Goten rushed to his father's side. Goten! Goku flashed to Goten's front and delivered a punch to his chest. You fool. This time, Goten truly died, not like that feigned demise on Namek. Could you perhaps postpone the celebrations? There is still a second wish. The dragon remarked, exasperated. Were it not for the overwhelming power possessed by each individual present, the dragon would not have been so accommodating. The second wish. The group exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Forget it. We have no further wishes to fulfill. Thank you, dragon. Goku smiled warmly. The dragon nodded and transformed into 7 shooting stars, vanishing from sight as the sky brightened once more. All matters have been resolved. I shall take my leave, Tien Shinhan said with a grin. Yes, Tien, continue your training and grow even stronger. Goku replied cheerfully. Humph, the next time we meet, I shall surely surprise you all, Tien proclaimed as he soared away. I too must depart, for I have a date, Yamcha said with a laugh. As everyone departed, Goten gazed at Goku with a tinge of reluctance, yet this world was not destined to be theirs. Goten, when will you return? Goten asked. We shall rest here for the night and return tomorrow, Goku replied, noting that future Gohan and Trunks had already made plans. With matters settled here, it was time for them to return to their own world. With your current strength, the androids 17 and 18 of your world will pose no challenge to you. Without them, Cell stands no chance against you. However, Goten, do take good care of your mother once you return, Goku advised earnestly. Yes, Dad, I will. Goten nodded. Goku patted future Gohan's shoulder, saying, Gohan, why not stay at home tonight? I'm sure your mother has prepared an abundance of delicious treats. Trunks looked on with envy at the interaction between Goten and future Gohan with their father. Uncle Piccolo, are you planning to remain in the temple? Little Gohan inquired. Well, I have more memories tied to this place. It feels more comfortable to stay here, Piccolo replied with a nod. Whenever you have time, do come and play with us. Little Gohan invited with a smile. Of course, I certainly will. I will probably spend most of my time training alongside Goku, Piccolo chuckled. The group then dispersed, each returning to their homes. Gohan and Goten first visited Kame's house to escort Bulma, Ties, and the 2 children back. Naturally, during their journey, they did not forget to relay Vegeta's fury following Trunks' demise, leaving Trunks himself utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that Vegeta's feelings were born from such profound love. The following day, everyone gathered at Capsule Corporation. Ties clutched Trunks' hand, her eyes filled with reluctance, yet their son had to return to his own world. Take care, Trunks. Little Gohan waved. Undoubtedly, Vegeta would not be absent during such a moment. Before Trunks departed, he exchanged a gesture with Vegeta that only the two understood. With a smile, Trunks, alongside future Gohan and Goten, boarded the time machine and departed. In the future world, at Capsule Corporation, Bulma and Ties gazed in astonishment at the noticeably taller Trunks and Goten. What has happened? Goten, you seem much taller than before, Bulma remarked as she circled around Goten. Mom, it's like this. The 3 of them took turns recounting the events of their world. Upon hearing this, Ties was surprised to discover another side of Vegeta. However, when she learned that Goku had died once, Bulma's heart tightened. Did your father still perish? She asked, her expression tinged with disappointment. It's all right, Mom, Goten quickly reassured her. The dragon in that world was swift. Dad was revived within just a few hours. Hearing this brought Bulma some comfort, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that the Goku Goten spoke of was quite different from her own memories of him. At that moment, news of the android's emergence was broadcast once more. Upon hearing this, Goten, Trunks, and Gohan sprang to their feet. Those damned androids, we must eliminate them, future Gohan declared, clenching his fist. Do you have confidence in your abilities, Gohan? Bulma asked, her gaze filled with concern for the trio. Have no worries, Mom. We trained in the past with Dad, and our strength is now vastly different. Goten responded with confidence. Indeed, this era also yearns for peace. Future Gohan stated coldly. Please be careful. Ties expressed her worries as well. The 3 nodded and flew towards the location where androids 17 and 18 had appeared. Unlike the androids of Goku's era, these versions were consumed by a desire for destruction. Aya, Android 18, like a mad woman, unleashed energy blasts upon the city incessantly. How childish, Android 17 remarked, exasperated. Throwing a tantrum because you lost a game. Enough with your whining, shut up. Android 18 snapped back at 17, continuing her relentless rampage through the city. From the overturned car emerged a frail, white-haired elder, clutching a rudimentary revolver. You killed my wife. The old man trembled as he squeezed the trigger. Yet the bullet merely grazed the face of number 17, igniting a spark, leaving him unscathed. Instead, he advanced towards the elder, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Your aim is commendable, old man. Then, number 17 crouched, producing a handgun from his pant leg and pressing it against the elder's chin. Allow me to grant you a reward. The elder's face contorted in fear, prompting a chuckle from number 17. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a wave of golden energy surged forth. Sons of Goku, we have arrived. Who? Number 17 leaped back, evading the assault. At that moment, Gohan descended alongside Goten and Trunks, positioning themselves in front of numbers 17 and 18. Trunks? Goten? Is that you, Gohan? How is this possible? You've regained your arm? 17. Regardless of how he has recovered, this time, let's eradicate all three of them. 18's eyes glinted with malice. 17, 18, your doom approaches. Goku declared coldly. Ha ha ha. It's a miracle you three have survived. Truly a group of fools, always engaging in futile endeavors. 17 remarked nonchalantly, hands on his hips. I'm feeling fiery today. Let me indulge in a swift kill. 18 responded eagerly. But wouldn't that diminish the thrill? Nevertheless, do as you wish, 18. I've grown weary of the game. 17 shrugged indifferently. Killing is far more exhilarating than any video game. 18 laughed. However, neither Gohan nor Goten regarded 17 and 18 as worthy adversaries. After their training in the Room of Spirit and Time, each had grown stronger than the second stage of Cell, let alone 17 and 18. As 18 launched her attack, Gohan hesitated not a moment, swiftly appearing behind her. The battle prowess of the future 17 and 18 stood at 5 billion and 400 million, respectively, a stark contrast to their counterparts in Gohan's timeline. With a decisive gesture, Gohan obliterated 18 entirely. 18. 17 gasped in disbelief. Gohan had not even transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet possessed such formidable strength. Fear not. Your turn is next. Goten shouted. Kamehameha. A wave of blue energy engulfed 17's being. He emitted not a sound, perishing instantly. Thus, it came to an end. Trunks rejoiced at the demise of 17 and 18. Wait, do not forget. At this time, Cell should have already left the laboratory. We shall lure him out and eliminate him for good. Gohan stated with gravitas. Son Wukong nodded, and Son Gohan smiled as he said, however, I must return home first. It has been several years since I last visited, and I imagine my mother must be quite worried. Son Wukong and Trunks offered no objections. For this version of Son Gohan had not seen Chi-Chi in a considerable time. As the years passed, with the demise of androids 17 and 18, human civilization began to flourish once more. Cities gradually started to be rebuilt, and the energy required to power the time machine had nearly accumulated. Mother, let us inform everyone about the defeat of androids 17 and 18, and we shall return shortly, Son Wukong said with a smile. Make sure to return early, and don't forget to greet my father. Bulma reminisced fondly about the Son Wukong she had known. Yes, we understand. At that moment, Son Wukong and Trunks sensed an unusual energy behind them. All right, Mother, Aunt Bulma, you should head back inside, Trunks said with a grin. Though Tai and Bulma were puzzled by the sudden turn of events, they complied and returned to the room. Enough hiding, Cell. We've found you, Son Wukong declared. Indeed, Cell had been lurking nearby, but this time he was unearthed by Son Gohan. What? Cell exclaimed in surprise. You intend to steal our time machine to return to the past and absorb androids 17 and 18 to achieve your perfect form, don't you? Trunks directly articulated Cell's objective. How did you know? Cell gazed at Trunks in astonishment. Not just Trunks, we all know. Your plan has failed. It is all over. Son Wukong shouted. The three formed a triangle, encircling Cell. Cell regarded the trio with confidence, declaring, failed? You think you can defeat me with just the three of you? While you may be formidable in your perfect form, at present, you are no match for us, Son Gohan asserted. True to his high intelligence, Cell quickly deduced the situation. I see. It seems you traveled to the past. That explains your comprehensive understanding. But does that knowledge grant you the power to defeat me now? Cell remained self-assured. Clearly, Vegeta's cells had begun to exert their influence once more. Son Gohan, Son Wukong, Trunks, I have thoroughly analyzed your data through my spy robots. Not only I, but even androids 17 and 18 would find you inadequate. Is that so? Then where are androids 17 and 18? Son Wukong asked, crossing his arms dismissively. Upon hearing this, Cell's expression shifted to one of alarm. You defeated androids 17 and 18? No wonder I could not locate them. I've changed my mind. I must eliminate you first to return to the past. Chapter 110. 7 years later. Enough with the idle chatter. West City has only recently been rebuilt. It is not suitable for battle. Let us take Cell to the outskirts. Son Gohan decisively stated. All right. Trunks and Son Wukong swiftly positioned themselves before Cell, forcibly lifting him into the air. Once they had flown far from West City to a vast plain, Trunks and Son Wukong finally halted. Cell gazed at the 3 Saiyans before him, still brimming with confidence. Although the 3 of you have grown stronger, the notion that you could defeat me is nothing short of a jest. I am the ultimate android, a creation of Dr. Gero, unmatched in this world. Is that so? Son Gohan and his companions instantly transformed into Super Saiyans, encircling Cell with their formidable energy. You won't escape, Cell? We have waited for you for quite some time. Son Goku delivered a powerful punch, sending Cell flying. Though Cell struggled to regain control, Son Gohan appeared before him, hands clasped, striking mercilessly upon Cell's head. Trunks, on the ground, landed a kick to Cell's midsection. The 3 faced a first-stage Cell as if they were merely toying with a ball. How can this be? I am the ultimate android. I cannot possibly be defeated by these 3 brats. Cell, in disbelief, found himself utterly unable to control his own body. Son Gohan smashed Cell into the ground with a fist that nearly claimed his life. Coughing, Cell spat blood from his lips. Son Goku sent him soaring into the sky with a kick. This is infuriating. Witness my ultimate technique, which will surely terrify you. Ignoring his injuries, Cell forcefully halted, gathering energy to unleash the Kamehameha. However, Son Gohan denied him this opportunity. Special beam cannon. Disappear completely, Cell. Without granting Cell a moment to retaliate, Son Gohan eliminated him. With that, everything concluded, and a future of peace emerged. Trunks, sensing the dissipating energy of Cell, smiled. A brief tranquility enveloped the future as well. In Son Goku's world, 7 years had passed. Trunks and Son Goten had matured, now poised to enter elementary school. Through his own efforts and Bulma's recommendation, Son Gohan enrolled in Satan City's prestigious high school. Satan City was established in honor of Satan's victory over Cell, and the so-called prestigious high school catered to the elite. During these 7 years, Son Goku remained industrious, and Son Goten was born, nurtured from infancy by his father. Not to mention, Son Goku had become a master gardener, renowned as the vegetable king across the land. This is not my invention, but a detail from the original work, where Son Goku's tomatoes are a prized variety, fetching high prices and gaining worldwide acclaim, with scenes of Goku and Goten farming together. Now at 16, Son Gohan exuded an aura reminiscent of an urban immortal from a web novel. To say he surpassed those so-called immortals would be an understatement. At Capsule Corporation, Android 18 was playing on a rocking horse with a golden-haired girl of 4 or 5 years. This little girl was the daughter of Android 18 and Son Gohan. Though Son Gohan had never considered betraying Bulma, the clever Bulma perceived Android 18's affections for him. One fateful night, under the cover of darkness, Bulma concocted a scheme. And the expected happened. Son Wukong was at a loss for words. In the original tale, Bulma and Yamcha parted ways due to Yamcha's infidelity, yet now, she was assisting Android 18 in seducing her husband. However, amidst the chaos, Android 18 soon gave birth to a daughter, whom they named Sun Xiaoxiao. Son Wukong hoped that the child would grow up joyfully and often smile. Notably, Krillin had also married. Androids 17 and 18, as twins, were abducted by Dr. Gero, which left their parents heartbroken, leading them to have another daughter. When 17 and 18 returned in search of their parents, they discovered this sister. Krillin fell in love with her at Capsule Corporation, and they married shortly thereafter, eventually welcoming a son. The family now resided in Kame House. One evening, Son Gohan arrived. Aunt 18 and Xiao Xiao were Uncle Wukong and Aunt Bulma. He inquired upon seeing Android 18. It's Gohan. Wukong is training with Wujua. And Aunt Bulma is in the lab, Android 18 replied while soothing the child. It's brother Gohan, Son Xiaoxiao exclaimed, promptly leaping from her rocking chair to rush towards him. Son Gohan skillfully lifted her, asking, Xiaoxiao, have you been behaving lately? She nodded enthusiastically, yes. I've been good and made many friends at kindergarten. Android 18 glanced at her daughter, perhaps smiling with happiness. Son Gohan carried Son Xiaoxiao into the laboratory, where Bulma was still engrossed in her work. Since the future Son Wujua claimed that Bulma could create a time machine, She had dedicated these past years to this project. She was a tenacious woman. If she could accomplish something in the future, she believed there was no reason she could not achieve it now. Gohan and Xiao Xiao, is it? Bulma said as they entered, setting aside her blueprints. Son Gohan, feeling a bit shy, said, Aunt Bulma, I have a favor to ask. Mommy Bulma. Xiao Xiao chimed in, waving her tiny hands. Come, let us discuss this in the living room, Bulma suggested, leading Son Gohan there and pouring him a cup of tea while also remembering to get Xiao Xiao a bottle of milk. Son Gohan settled Xiao Xiao on the sofa and spoke. Aunt Bulma, since I've started attending Satan High School, my outfit has become quite conspicuous. If I need to deal with any villains, I could easily be recognized. I was wondering if you have any clever solutions? Despite the passage of 7 years, time had left no visible marks on Bulma's face. While Android 18 remained youthful due to technology, Bulma's agelessness was solely attributed to the Dragon Shinran, who had granted her the wish to maintain her appearance at the age of 24 indefinitely. Upon hearing Son Gohan's concerns, Bulma nodded, Of course I do. After all, I am a genius. How about I create a suit for you that allows you to change size and disguise yourself? That sounds amazing. Truly, you are Aunt Bulma. Son Gohan exclaimed with delight. Seeing you take on villains without hesitation reminds me so much of your father when he was young. Bulma laughed. Give me 2 hours, and I will have it ready. By the way, where are Uncle Wukong and Wujua? Son Xiao Xiao chirped. Daddy and brother are training in the gravity chamber. Oh, has Wuju begun his training so early? Chapter 111. The spiritual heir of the Jinyu Force Sun Wufan arrived at the entrance of the gravity chamber, cradling Son Xiao Xiao in his arms. At that moment, Sun Wuxing was meditating with Sun Wuju. Sun Wuxing realized that although their generation was formidable, nurturing the next was equally essential. Thus, upon reaching the age at which he himself began training, he had taken it upon himself to guide Wuju along the path of martial arts. Unlike Sun Wufan, who had a penchant for academics, Wuju preferred the rigors of training, displaying a maturity beyond his years. This contrasted starkly with the future Wuju, who was raised solely by Bulma. Uncle Wuxing, Wuju. Sun Wufan greeted them from outside the gravity chamber with Sun Xiao Xiao. Upon seeing Sun Wufan, Sun Wuxing promptly opened the door and pulled both him and Sun Xiao Xiao inside. Wow! Sun Wufan was taken completely by surprise as the door to the gravity chamber closed behind them. What is going on, Uncle Wuxing? Sun Wufan asked, bewildered. Wufan, let me see if you've grown stronger lately, Sun Wuxing replied, scrutinizing him. Sun Wufan grimaced. It seemed that after 7 years, Sun Wuxing had become even more of a martial arts enthusiast. Uncle Wuxing, Xiao Xiao is still here, Sun Wufan pointed out, indicating the little girl in his arms. At that moment, Sun Xiao Xiao, with a pout on her face, was refusing to look at Sun Wuxing. Sun Wuxing felt somewhat helpless, misunderstanding the situation. Sun Xiao Xiao thought her father was neglecting her for training with Wuju and was sulking. Wiping his brow, Sun Wuxing took Sun Xiao Xiao from Sun Wufan's arms and said, Xiao Xiao, didn't I tell you? I'm training with brother Wuju. Training is arduous, and you, being a girl, needn't endure such hardships. Observing the doting demeanor of Sun Wuxing, Sun Wufan whispered to Wuju, Is Uncle Wuxing this indulgent with Xiao Xiao? Wuju's eyes sparkled with admiration, of course. She is so adorable. Sun Wufan smacked his forehead, exclaiming, Great, a doting father and a doting brother. Hearing her father's words, Sun Xiao Xiao scrunched her face. But I can play freely in here. Daddy, put me down. Reluctantly, Sun Wuxing set her down. In the chamber with tenfold gravity, Sun Xiao Xiao moved swiftly, her short legs propelling her with remarkable speed. Sun Wuxing was astonished. Truly, she was his daughter, able to adapt to such intense gravity at such a tender age. Wuju joined in teasing, Sister runs so fast. Upon hearing the praises from her father and brother, Sun Xiao Xiao proudly lifted her chin. Sun Wufan smiled at the heartwarming scene of this family. However, he could not escape the scrutiny as Sun Wuxing insisted on checking his training progress. After the assessment, Sun Wuxing nodded approvingly. Quite commendable, your progress is evident. You can now stabilize your transformation into Super Saiyan 2, can't you? Sun Wufan nodded yes. Father has been teaching me how to control my energy, and I can now function normally in Super Saiyan 2 state. Sun Wukong felt a sense of satisfaction as he patted Son Gohan on the shoulder and lifted the energetic Sun Xiao Xiao, declaring that their training for the day had come to an end. The group exited the gravity chamber with laughter, just as the adjacent chamber opened. Vegeta emerged alongside Trunks. who, upon spotting son Gohan, joyfully exclaimed, "Gohan, you're here." For the past 7 years, ties remained on Earth, devotedly caring for Trunks and Vegeta. Though Vegeta claimed he would no longer engage in battle, it was evident that he had not abandoned his training. Noticing son Gohan and sensing his energy, Vegeta nodded and remarked, "Gohan, splendid. Maintain this level of training. Even in times of peace, do not forget the essence of battle." After his words, Vegeta departed without acknowledging son Wukong, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. Ever since he had achieved Super Saiyan 2 and Vegeta discovered it, the latter had ceased communication with him. This estrangement had persisted for quite some time, yet it was understandable. Son Wukong had kept his transformation a secret for 5 years, which would understandably incite Vegeta's ire. As Bulma's attire was still incomplete, son Gohan entertained the 3 children for a while. "Gohan, it's ready." Bulma's voice rang out, prompting son Gohan to hurry over with the children. Son Wukong and Android 18 followed suit. Bulma presented a watch, explaining that pressing the red button would activate the transformation, while the blue button would revert it. Son Gohan donned the watch, and Goten and Trunks chimed in, "Mom, make one for me too." "Aunt Bulma, I want one as well." Upon pressing the red button, a peculiar outfit adorned son Gohan, drawing curious gazes. Son Wukong's mouth twitched in response, while Android 18 covered her eyes. However, son Gohan, admiring himself in the mirror, exclaimed, "Wow, so cool. Not bad, right?" Bulma replied, hands on her hips. The 3 children, however, looked at son Gohan's ensemble with confusion. "Mom, I don't want it anymore." "Me neither." Son Xiaoxiao pointed at son Gohan's attire, nearly on the verge of tears. Android 18 quipped, "What sort of aesthetic is this?" Seeing son Gohan's outfit triggered a flood of memories for son Wukong. Despite only having a brief encounter with the Jinyu Force, how had son Gohan's taste devolved to such a degree? "Well, I shall head home now," son Gohan said, folding the garment and waving goodbye to son Wukong and the others. "Yes, head back early. Otherwise, your mother will start to worry," son Wukong advised. As son Gohan soared towards Baozi Mountain on his father's flying Nimbus, son Wukong was reminded of his elder brother's youth. Notably, son Wukong had never attempted to ride the Nimbus, firmly believing he would be unable to manage it. At Baozi Mountain, amidst the neighboring fields, son Wukong was operating a tractor, while son Goten sat at the front, asking, "Dad, when are we going home?" "Soon, my boy. I will finish planting this field shortly." Son Wukong wiped the sweat from his forehead and remarked, "The Turtle School's martial arts philosophy is indeed unique. The essence of cultivation is intricately woven into daily life. Solely engaging in arduous training often yields less favorable results." At that moment, son Gohan returned, donned in his peculiar attire. Son Wutian pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "Father, look, is that my brother?" Son Wukong glanced up, taken aback. What on earth happened to Gohan? "That outfit is quite unappealing," he commented. "Unappealing? I think it looks quite cool. Father, I want one too," son Wutian replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Chapter 112. Has son Gohan found love? 2 days later. At Capsule Corporation. You intend to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Son Wukong looked at son Gohan with surprise. Bulma, who was adjusting a motorcycle nearby, also expressed her astonishment. "What prompted you to enter this competition all of a sudden?" "Oh, it's actually because of a classmate of mine, the daughter of Mr. Satan." Son Gohan explained. "Satan? His daughter?" Both Bulma and Android 18 paused their work, one stopping her adjustments and the other putting down son Xiaoxiao. Son Wukong observed son Gohan. Reflecting, Gohan has reached the age where he might consider romance. Upon hearing this, son Gohan quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, no, no, uncle. We are merely ordinary classmates." Son Wukong smiled knowingly at him, while son Gohan appeared somewhat flustered. Bulma interjected, "By the way, isn't Satan that martial arts champion who was a nuisance during the Cell Games? You're classmates with his daughter?" In response to Bulma's inquiry, son Gohan clarified, "Indeed. But she is a good person, just like me, someone who cannot tolerate the existence of evil forces. However, she has seen through my identity and threatened to expose me if I don't participate in the tournament." Android 18 shrugged. "Gohan, you are quite cautious. It seems you've inherited your father's and uncle's traits in this regard." Son Wujiao looked on, bewildered, unable to grasp what Android 18 was referring to. Bulma then inquired with a smile, "So, Gohan, do you want me to modify this helmet so it can disguise your voice?" "Oh, it's not like that. Wearing a helmet or armor during the tournament is against the rules. Is there anything that could serve as a substitute for this helmet? Son Gohan held up the helmet. You want something that won't reduce damage, correct? Piece of cake. As long as we keep your identity as Son Gohan concealed, right? Bulma asked. Son Gohan nodded, while Son Wukong, shaking his head in disbelief, said, You silly boy, just wear a scarf and some sunglasses. Son Gohan clapped his hands, exclaiming yes. That is a simple solution. Son Wujiao, observing Gohan's new look, was so astonished that he spilled his drink everywhere, utterly speechless. Son Gohan proudly asked, What do you think? Wujiao Xiao Xiao? Don't I look cool? Xiao Xiao glanced at Son Gohan with mild exasperation, while Son Wujiao scratched his head, replying, I'll reserve my opinion. Son Wukong observed that Son Gohan's aesthetic sense was diverging into absurdity, leaving him somewhat at a loss for words. He opened his mouth, but ultimately chose silence. Bulma, glancing at Gohan, remarked, Given your prowess, Gohan, surely you can effortlessly triumph in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Just as Gohan was about to respond, Son Wukong interjected with a smile, Not so fast. I, too, shall partake in this World Martial Arts Tournament. What? Uncle Wukong is participating as well? Gohan exclaimed in surprise. Humph, during our training sessions, you always held back. This time, I wish to see you give it your all. Son Wukong said coldly. Kakarot is entering? Then I shall participate too. Vegeta declared as he entered with trunks and bra. Vegeta? Son Wukong turned to face him. Though you have trained over these 7 years, my growth has been substantial as well. Kakarot, prepare to face the consequences of your concealed strength. Vegeta clenched his fist. Both Dad and Uncle Vegeta are joining? Son Wujiao glanced between his father and Vegeta. Go ask your father. I suspect he is itching for a challenge. Son Wukong directed his gaze back to Gohan. Gohan scratched his head. Understood. I will inquire with Uncle Tien and the others. Nodding, Son Wukong watched as Gohan soared into the sky. At the Turtle Hermit's house, what? The World Martial Arts Tournament. Krillin, now sporting longer hair as a married man, exclaimed. Indeed, Uncle Wukong and Uncle Vegeta are participating too. It's going to be quite the spectacle. Gohan replied with a smile. I shall join as well. I have been diligently training these past 7 years. Krillin declared cheerfully. At that moment, a 3-year-old boy, holding a ball, dashed over. Krillin's son, named Krillin Jr. Krillin's wife, the sister of androids 17 and 18, inquired, What is the prize amount? After pondering, Gohan responded, The winner receives 10 million, second place 5 million, third place 3 million, fourth place 2 million, and fifth place 1 million. Honey, you must participate. You're strong enough to secure a spot in the top 5. Krillin's wife gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Krillin nodded. Then I shall enter. Listening to this, Master Roshi chuckled. Should I consider entering as well? Krillin whispered to Gohan. Perhaps we should keep this from Piccolo, or my chances of placing in the top 5 would diminish. Gohan awkwardly replied. Isn't that a bit unfair? Besides, Uncle Wukong has already mentioned it to Uncle Piccolo. Krillin shrugged. Fine, but Gohan, why are you dressed so oddly? Gohan, discontent, retorted what? This attire is stylish. Uncle Krillin, your taste is questionable. Krillin looked at Gohan, speechless. At Baozi Mountain what? The World Martial Arts Tournament. Son Wukong exclaimed in astonishment while munching on meat. Ah, how nostalgic. It was at the World Martial Arts Tournament where your father and I were wed. Chi-Chi clasped her face in reminiscence. Son Wukong glanced at Chi-Chi and chuckled. Rising from his seat, he declared, Then I shall participate as well. I wish to observe just how much strength Vegeta and Gohan have acquired during these 7 years. Upon hearing from Gohan that the victor would receive 10 million, Chi-Chi's demeanor changed instantly. She declared, I must participate. Gohan, you and Goku must join as well. We must reclaim the entire 15 million. Goku, with a hint of resignation, replied, Chi-Chi, don't we already have plenty of money? Chi-Chi tugged at Goku's ear, stating, Although your earnings continue to grow, who would ever complain about having too much money? Our family is not like your brothers, where finances are never a concern. Goku repeatedly waved his hands, saying, I understand. Meanwhile, Gohan smiled at Goten, saying, Goten, join me in training tomorrow. I could use your assistance. Goten eagerly nodded in agreement. The following day, the entire Son family donned their training attire. Goku sat in meditation, while Gohan instructed Goten, first and foremost, transform into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 113. A visit from Videl. Gohan clasped his hands together and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Goten raised his hand, exclaiming, All right. The two brothers collected an assortment of stones, and Goten inquired, "Brother, what do you need all these stones for?" Gohan smiled and replied, "This is for training reflexes. You stand near this line and throw the stones at me." Goten, holding a stone, questioned, "Why not let Dad do it?" Gohan, glancing at the meditating Goku, sweat beading on his brow, responded, "Oh, it's no trouble for Dad." In truth, during these 7 years, Goku had experienced far greater growth, and the once temporarily surpassing Gohan was no longer a match for him. Gohan would never dare to ask Goku to train him. Goten nodded. "All right then, I understand. I'm ready. Throw away, Goten." Gohan declared confidently. Goten, somewhat apprehensive, asked, "Is it really safe from this close?" Gohan, brimming with pride, assured him, "It's perfectly fine. We could even start a bit closer." "Really? Won't it hurt?" Goten looked at Gohan doubtfully. "Not at all. All right, I'll throw now. 1, 2, throw." Goten disregarded his concerns and hurled the stone towards Gohan. In an instant, the stone broke the sound barrier, and had Gohan not reacted swiftly, he would have been struck directly. As he watched the stone pierce through the mountain, Gohan's lips twitched. "Ah, incredible. Truly, you are my brother," Goten exclaimed, his face awash with awe. "I'll throw again." Ignoring Gohan's alarmed expression, Goten bent down to pick up another stone. Wait. Gohan scrambled over. "Goten, let us keep a bit more distance." Subsequently, Goten, undeterred, continued to hurl stones at Gohan. Gohan quickly adapted to Goten's pace, his reflexes sharpening. Before long, Goten paused. "What's wrong, Goten?" Gohan asked curiously. "Can I also become like you, brother?" Goten inquired. "What do you mean by like me?" Gohan was puzzled. "I mean, can I also transform into a Super Saiyan?" Goten answered. Haha, this poses no problem. However, it remains exceedingly challenging for Goten. Transforming into a Super Saiyan requires an arduous training regimen. Just then, fueled by a surge of anger, Goten suddenly transformed into a Super Saiyan. What? Gohan was utterly astounded. At Goten's age, he had yet to achieve such a transformation. "Goten, when did this happen?" Gohan exclaimed in disbelief. "Oh, I forgot. While working the fields alongside Dad, I inadvertently transformed into a Super Saiyan. His expression was just like yours, brother." Goten laughed exuberantly. "It's truly incredible. Both Dad and you had to endure rigorous training to achieve this." Goten, however, remained oblivious, fixated solely on Gohan. "Goten, would you like to spar with me?" "Sure. Dad has been training me since he saw I could turn into a Super Saiyan, and I've even sparred with him," Goten replied cheerfully. "But then Mom found out, and we both got scolded." Goten stuck out his tongue playfully. Does Mom know you can transform into a Super Saiyan?" Gohan inquired. "Yes, but she scolded me, saying I looked like a little delinquent and forbade me from transforming." Haha, that's certainly something Mom would say. Gohan chuckled. The two brothers began to spar in the mountains. In the distance, Goku sensed the energy of the two children and smiled. Meanwhile, Bulma piloted her aircraft toward the Capsule Corporation. "Oh no, Bulma is coming. I forgot that I promised to teach her how to fly." Gohan quickly landed and informed Goten. "Goten, a female classmate of mine is visiting soon. We mustn't let her witness our prowess, especially our ability to transform into Super Saiyans." Gohan cautioned. "Will we be seen as delinquents?" Goten asked. "Pretty much." Gohan nodded. "Understood. Brother." Goten followed Gohan back home. At the Capsule Corporation, the initial encounter between Chi-Chi and Bulma was far from amicable. "Aren't you supposed to be on a date with Gohan?" Chi-Chi asked, hands on her hips. "I already told you, that's not the case." Bulma retorted, mirroring Chi-Chi's stance. "Mom, we're back." Goten called as he entered. "You're back. Where's your father?" Chi-Chi inquired. "Dad is still meditating," Goten indicated towards the distance. Gohan, feeling a bit embarrassed, approached Bulma. "Bulma, are you aware of my family's location? You could simply check the class roster." Bulma replied. "But on another note, you suddenly took a leave. Weren't you supposed to teach me how to fly?" Bulma pressed assertively. "Perhaps it is a matter of genetics. From Goku to Gohan and Vegeta to Goten and Trunks, the women they favor are invariably strong-willed." "Oh, of course, I will teach you," Gohan hastily assured her. "Gohan, is this girl also participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament?" Chi-Chi immediately perceived something amiss and directly asked. "Originally, it was my classmate, Dilly, who informed me about the World Martial Arts Tournament," Son Gohan hastily explained. "That's good to hear, but do not take advantage of Gohan under the guise of gratitude," Chi-Chi retorted bluntly. "After all, The members of her family were all delightfully naive. How could I possibly do such a thing? Dilly exclaimed in distress. Son Gohan found the situation somewhat awkward, glancing at his father, Son Wukong, in silent plea for rescue. Yet, Son Wukong was preoccupied with his own matters at that moment. With great effort, Son Gohan finally managed to pull Dilly away. Then I shall teach you the technique of flight, a method of soaring through the skies, Son Gohan stated. Son Goten chimed in cheerfully. Brother, I already know how. Father taught me long ago. Son Gohan quickly replied. Ah, then you may play by yourself for a while, Goten. Nodding in agreement, Son Goten remained nearby. Son Gohan continued. In simple terms, it involves the control of ki. It is not inherently difficult. But achieving speed in flight is another matter altogether. Control of ki? What is ki? Dilly inquired. Due to the menace of the evil King Piccolo, martial artists proficient in ki had long since retreated into obscurity, leaving the current generation largely oblivious to the concept. Chapter 114, The Great Saiyan Sale. Son Gohan was momentarily taken aback by Dilly's question. Huh, ki? Oh, right. Your understanding may differ. It refers to the hidden energy or vitality within one's body. Son Gohan pondered. Hidden energy within the body? Dilly asked, intrigued. Precisely. Son Goten interjected, unable to contain himself, as he raised his hand and unleashed a small ki blast toward a distant rock. Boom. The stone exploded, sending dust and debris flying. Son Gohan nodded affirmatively. Exactly. That is the power. Dilly stared in astonishment at the fragments rolling at her feet, her expression one of disbelief. You must be joking, she exclaimed, fear evident in her voice. How do you describe ki? Son Gohan queried. It seems more akin to a magic trick. Dilly's worldview began to crumble. Magic trick? This is entirely different from any illusion. There are no devices involved. Son Gohan shook his head. In essence, I am quite ignorant of such a magical force. Dilly remained in a state of shock. Is that so? Then this presents a challenge. Son Gohan scratched his face thoughtfully. If one lacks ki, can they not fly? Dilly leaned closer to Son Gohan. Ah, that is not a problem. Ki is something everyone possesses, albeit it is rather difficult to master, Son Gohan replied, feeling bashful as Dilly encroached upon his personal space, causing him to lean back slightly. Is that true? Dilly tilted her head, questioning. Indeed. I will first teach you how to control your ki. Son Gohan smiled warmly. The two of them sat face to face on the grass, as Son Gohan explained. You must calm your mind and gradually guide the ki from within your body. As he spoke, Son Gohan concentrated and gathered a small amount of energy in his hands. Dilly leaned in eagerly to observe. At noon, Son Wukong finally returned home, exclaiming, Ah, Chi-Chi, I'm so hungry. Can we have lunch now? Upon noticing the young lady seated beside Son Gohan, who appeared to embody the elegance of a young lady, Son Wukong inquired curiously, Ah, Gohan, who is this girl? Father. She is my classmate, Biddy Lee, Gohan promptly clarified. Ah, classmate. Greetings. I am Gohan's father, Son Wukong. He introduced himself. The name Son Wukong seemed to evoke a flicker of recognition in Biddy Lee, yet she could not quite place it. During the meal, Chi-Chi discerned Biddy Lee's identity and directly asked Gohan when he and Biddy Lee would be wed, causing both to flush deeply, while Son Wukong chuckled heartily. Through Gohan's persistent guidance, Biddy Lee eventually mastered the art of harnessing the energy within her body. Additionally, at Gohan's suggestion, she opted for a shorter hairstyle, leading her to mistakenly believe that Gohan preferred girls with short hair. Henceforth, she rarely wore her hair long. In the Capsule Corporation's gravity chamber, despite being the youngest, Sun Xiaoxiao managed to levitate effortlessly within the confines of the gravity room. Sun Wujue, drenched in sweat, gazed at Sun Xiaoxiao in astonishment, exclaiming, Incredible. Xiaoxiao can enter the gravity chamber at such a young age. Sun Wuxing observed his struggling brother and remarked, How are you faring? 150 times the gravity is no trivial feat, is it? Nodding with composure, Wujue replied, Yes, but yesterday I spoke with Trunks and Goten. They both said they would participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, so I must join as well. If it becomes overwhelming, I can transform into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wuxing suggested. No, father. If I do that, I cannot train myself. I want to overcome 150 times the gravity, relying solely on my normal strength. Wujue declared resolutely. Indeed, that is my son. Sun Wuxing acknowledged proudly, crossing his arms. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoxiao remained silent, simply sipping her milk. This child, not yet 5 years old, could comfortably navigate life under 150 times the gravity. In another gravity chamber, Vegeta was training with Trunks, who, unable to contain himself, transformed into a Super Saiyan, startling Vegeta. How is this possible? Trunks, at such a tender age, you can transform into a Super Saiyan? Trunks, leaping about the room, responded, what's so surprising? Wujue and Goten can transform too. They both are entering this world martial arts tournament, and I cannot be outdone. Vegeta was further astonished. Kakarot's children can also transform into Super Saiyans? When did this legendary warrior lineage multiply? It's practically a Super Saiyan clearance sale. By the way, who among you is the strongest? Vegeta inquired. That would be Wujue. I am slightly stronger than Goten since he is a year younger than I. And I am merely a few months younger than Wujue, Trunks explained. Just slightly stronger? Ridiculous. To be so powerful at such a young age. Trunks, if you manage to land a hit on my face, I shall take you to the amusement park, Vegeta boasted. Soon after, Gohan also taught Biddy Lee how to fly. With her newfound ability to harness energy, Biddy Lee's combat prowess significantly improved. Without further ado, it is evident that firearms are utterly ineffective against Dilly. In terms of combat prowess, she surpasses Chi-Chi by a slight margin. By the way, Gohan, please do not disclose my newfound ability to fly to my father, Dilly remarked while seated on the grass. Why not? Gohan inquired with curiosity. I wish to astonish him during the tournament. Dilly replied. Ah, that makes sense. Gohan nodded with a smile. Moreover, if he learns that I visited a boy's house, it would surely create trouble. My father dotes on me excessively. Who could possibly be stronger than him? Dilly sighed. Upon hearing Dilly's words, Gohan awkwardly scratched his head. Despite Gohan's strength, how could anyone surpass his father? Surely, Gohan could not best my father, could he? Being a sincere child, Gohan merely chuckled awkwardly at this notion, saying nothing further. By the way, have you ever sparred with your father? Gohan asked. Sparred? How could I? He is a world champion. Recently, he hasn't even come to guide my training. I practice on my own. Dilly shrugged. Gohan nodded in understanding. Indeed, from the outset, Dilly had already proven herself to be stronger than Satan. At last, the day of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament had arrived. All warriors, except for Yamcha, were set to participate. Yamcha expressed that even a dumpling would outperform him, and thus he felt no inclination to compete. By the way, Vegeta, Goku, we must refrain from transforming into Super Saiyans during this tournament, Goku stated. Why? Vegeta questioned. In simple terms, during your previous battle with Cell, the television captured your Super Saiyan forms. If you transform again, it may attract unwanted attention, Tais explained. How troublesome. We might as well eliminate them all. Vegeta coldly retorted. That seems a bit excessive, Gohan said, utterly speechless. Regardless, since we cannot transform into Super Saiyans, the conditions are equal, it will not diminish my advantage, Vegeta declared with confidence. Goku and Gohan exchanged glances of relief. Had they been able to transform into Super Saiyans, Vegeta would undoubtedly have been a formidable opponent. Instead, in their normal states, Vegeta might stand a chance of victory. Then we shall remain in our base forms, Goku said, along with Trunks and Goten, as they nestled into their seats. Moreover, this situation is more advantageous for us. Transforming into Super Saiyans would be akin to bending the rules. Krillin interjected. If it were merely the standard Super Saiyan form, Krillin could still hold his own with the Kaioken. But now the level had escalated to Super Saiyan 2 and beyond, rendering the Kaioken's enhancement negligible. At last, they arrived at the small island that would serve as the venue for this grand martial arts tournament. Bulma gazed at the island, reminiscing. It truly evokes fond memories. It has been quite a while since we last participated in the tournament. Krillin observed the surrounding crowd with a sense of nostalgia. Ah, it's Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan has arrived. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in cheers as a throng of fervent fans rushed towards Satan. As the ostensible savior, Satan's popularity was unparalleled, even surpassing the king's reputation. The hero who saves the earth has made his entrance, Klin remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Can someone like him truly command such adoration? Bulma shook her head in disbelief. Brother, Uncle Piccolo has arrived, Goten exclaimed, pointing at the already present Piccolo. Ah, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan hurriedly took Goten by the hand and rushed over to greet him. Oh, it's Gohan and Goten. Gohan. Do you really intend to wear that outfit in the tournament? Piccolo remarked, his expression one of bemusement as he looked at Gohan's peculiar attire. Goku, rubbing his forehead, interjected. All right. If we don't register soon, will miss the deadline. One by one, they signed up, with Gohan using the name Saiyan Superman, much to the chagrin of the others. Due to their youth, Goten, Trunks, and Gohan were only eligible to compete in the junior category. This is so frustrating, Trunks complained. Goten, Gohan, we can't fight alongside the adults. We can only enter the junior division. What? This is so unfair. Goten echoed in discontent. Oh well, a junior it is. Goten, Trunks, I will definitely claim the championship. Gohan declared confidently. What? The championship is mine. Trunks retorted, unwilling to concede. Goten scratched his head, choosing to remain silent. Go for it. Goku, Gohan, Goten. Make sure to secure that prize. Chi-Chi cheered them on. Whooshing. Goten, you two must give it your all. Bulma advised Whooshing and Goten earnestly. Don't worry, Mom. I'll keep a close watch on Dad. Goten replied, adopting a mature demeanor. Whooshing scratched his head and lifted Goten into his arms. Tai said nothing to Vegeta but encouraged Trunks to perform well. Vegeta huffed, turning away while heading inside. Humph, Whooshing. This time, I shall witness your full strength. Goku cracked his knuckles, eager for the challenge. Rest assured, brother, I have longed for a match against you. Whooshing replied, equally spirited. Is that so? Should you two encounter me first, I shall show no mercy. Piccolo asserted, stepping forward. Vegeta cast a glance at the three childish competitors before departing, thinking to himself, I am the strongest. Naturally, participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament would guarantee encounters with familiar faces. Wow, it's you all. The tournament host exclaimed upon spotting Whooshing and the others, rushing over with excitement. What a splendid day to see you. It's been ages. The host, now older and appearing to be in his 50s, beamed at them. Hello, sir. Long time no see. Whooshing greeted him warmly. Ah, what a nostalgic moment. I've been eagerly awaiting your return to the World Martial Arts Tournament. The host said, leaning in closer to Whooshing. Truth be told, it was not Satan who defeated Cell. It was you, wasn't it? While others may be unaware, I certainly know. To be honest, without you in the tournament, it would be dreadfully dull. Ha ha. Uncle, you still seem as spirited as before. Son Wukong chuckled, refraining from answering the host's inquiry. The host, however, was well aware of the situation and cheerfully remarked, That's splendid. But I must remind you. Please do not cause any disruption at the venue this time. Piccolo scoffed, That's not guaranteed. The host continued, We look forward to your advancement to the finals. If it's you all, you will undoubtedly reach the finals. After exchanging greetings with the three children, the host turned and departed. This time, unlike previous martial arts tournaments, the preliminary rounds did not consist of combat, but rather involved selecting 15 participants, excluding Satan, through a punching power testing machine. Krillin, upon hearing this news, expressed his confusion. A punching machine? What on earth is that? No wonder the host said each year is worse than the last. We used to just fight straight away. Subsequently, Satan, as the world champion, was the first to approach the machine. It must be noted that among non-martial artists, Satan's strength was commendable. Here, non-martial artists refer to ordinary individuals who do not even know how to harness their energy. However, Satan's punch registered an awkward score of 137. This score is not quantified in kilograms, but rather resembles a composite figure. When Son Wukong and his companions took their turns, they astonished the other participants. Son Wukong specifically cautioned Android 18, Don't hit too hard. You might break the machine. Android 18 nodded and lightly tapped the machine with the back of her hand, which immediately displayed the number 774. Son Wukong helplessly held his forehead. Eventually, he struck it again, but it still yielded a remarkable score of 203. The others performed admirably as well. Krillin scored 192, Son Wukong 186, and Piccolo 210. Lastly, it was Vegeta's turn, despite holding back. He shattered the machine with a single punch. The two individuals responsible for recording the scores were left wide-eyed. This allowed Son Wukong and the others to pass the preliminary rounds. Chapter 116, the youth group competition. Moreover, Vegeta's strike not only astonished the record keepers, but also caused many participants to turn and leave upon witnessing the spectacle. What a predicament, sighed Gohan. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Bulma exclaimed, Gohan, aren't you shocked? That person destroyed the punching power testing machine with one punch. Gohan, realizing the gravity of the situation, responded, Oh, I am indeed astonished. It's truly unbelievable. These individuals appear to be allies. Their scores were all around 208. My father's previous record of 139 was the highest. Bulma looked at him in disbelief. Wukong, the children's competition seems to be about to begin. Shall we go and watch? Son Wukong inquired. Gohan nodded and called out to Vegeta, Vegeta, come along. Vegeta snorted, Humph, let us go see. It's far better than lingering in this dull place. With that, Gohan and his companions made their way to the audience area. Bulma watched as Gohan and the others approached and wondered, who on earth are they? Son Wukong smiled and waved at Bulma and Gohan. Isn't that your father? Biddy asked, astonished, gazing at Gohan. Is he allied with those individuals? Gohan nodded affirmatively. Little girl, I entrust Gohan to your care, Goku said with a smile. Krillin also gave Gohan a thumbs up, exclaiming, well done, Gohan. The match for Goten and the others is about to commence, so be sure to come watch after your preliminary round, Goku instructed, then joined Gohan as they made their way to the audience seats. What exactly are you, Gohan? Biddy looked at him, her face a mask of disbelief. At the martial arts tournament venue, the youth division was about to begin. The host reiterated the opening remarks. With a comedic entrance from Satan, the youth competition was set to commence. Trunks inquired of Goten and Goku, if you win the championship, what do you plan to do with the prize money? Goten pondered for a moment, replying, I suppose I would buy toys and snacks. Goku paused, prize money? It seems to be less than my allowance. Trunks nodded, and Goten chuckled. That's because Goku's family is already the wealthiest in the world. Trunks scratched his head. Yeah, I really haven't thought about what to buy. Gohan and his companions arrived in the audience area, with Goku exclaiming in surprise, it's enormous. The arena is significantly larger than when we competed. Piccolo, unfazed, remarked. What a tedious spectacle. Let us get on with it. Krillin pointed below, look, it's Trunks and the others. Goku noticed Gohan waving at them. Soon, the first competitor from Goku's group was announced. In the 9th match, the 8-year-old Trunks faced off against the 15-year-old Idasa. Idasa, mocking the diminutive Trunks, taunted. When I knock you down, don't you dare cry for your mommy. Trunks, ignoring the provocation, replied coolly, boring. In the stands, Tights exclaimed, Trunks is up. However, at that moment, a raucous woman nearby suddenly shouted, Idasa-chan. Mommy is here. Oh dear, Idasa-chan is so unfortunate to have to face such a little runt. He won't even be able to showcase his skills, the rotund woman declared with pride. Tights, already not known for her patience, snapped, Trunks, take that fool down. The plump woman, hearing Tights' outburst, scoffed, what a vulgar woman. On the stage, Trunks looked at Idasa with exasperation, shut up, fool. I will defeat you. As the match commenced, Trunks delivered a stunning blow that sent Idasa soaring through the air. Subsequently, Trunks turned to walk away, muttering, what a tiresome individual. Making me a bit irritated. The host, unfazed, quickly deduced that Trunks must be connected to Goku and his friends. Idasa has fainted. Trunks is the victor. In the stands, Krillin remarked with boredom, it seems the matches will be quite dull until Goku and the others face off. Subsequently, the 16th match commenced. Iksha, the younger brother of Idasa, faced off against Son Wutien. The portly woman shouted once more, Iksha-chan, do not be careless like your brother. This time, it was Chi-Chi's turn to call out, Wutien, remember to hold back a bit. Humph, yet another child from a humble background. How detestable that my noble son must contend with such a brat, exclaimed the hefty woman. Ah, no wonder he looks so foolish. He is indeed the brother of that dimwit from earlier. Bulma remarked irritably. Miracles will not occur a second time. This time, my second son will surely knock this bumpkin down, the portly woman declared. The host looked at Son Wutien and instantly recognized the resemblance. Young Son Wutien bore an uncanny likeness to Son Wukong. This child, is he the offspring of Son Wukong or Son Wuxing? With hair pointing to the right, he must be Son Wukong's son. The host chuckled to himself. Iksha, even more verbose than his brother, boasted, behold my lethal fist. Son Wutien, however, simply bowed and nonchalantly blocked Iksha's attack with a single finger, then innocently remarked, hey, could you be a bit more serious? This comment nearly sent Iksha into a fit of rage. It is not falsehoods that breach defenses, but the truth that cuts like a knife. Ahaha, my Iksha-chan is about to unleash his full power, the portly woman shrieked. Regardless of Iksha's relentless assaults, Son Wutien merely defended himself. Is this all he can muster? It would be best to end this swiftly. With a single punch, Son Wutien knocked Iksha unconscious. Knocked out. Son Wutien claims victory. Bulma immediately made a face at the portly woman. Infuriated, the woman was about to retaliate when Chi-Chi knocked her down with a punch. At last, the world is quiet. Chi-Chi clapped her hands. To say it bluntly, if Chi-Chi could perform the Kamehameha and fly, she could single-handedly annihilate other anime worlds. When Bidalai heard the news of Wu Tian's victory, she exclaimed joyfully, "That's wonderful. Wu Tian has triumphed over a 14-year-old opponent." Son Gohan merely responded with a subdued, Bidalai, dissatisfied with Gohan's reaction, questioned, "Are you not happy?" Only then did Son Gohan realize, yes, I'm thrilled. That is fantastic, he won. Yet, something about it seemed off. Chapter 117, Son Wujue vs. Trunks. Next up is the semifinals for the under-15 category. 8-year-old Trunks versus 9-year-old Son Wujue. Upon hearing the hostess announcement, Son Wujue and Trunks approached the arena. Son Wujue's attire was identical to that of Son Wuxing, the only distinction being his blue hair, which lacked the firmness of Son Wuxing's, but resembled Son Gohan's hairstyle instead. Krillin, witnessing the two contenders, finally perked up, eager for an engaging match. Trunks gazed at Son Wujue, pouting, "What bad luck. If Wu Tian had faced Wujue first, I could have made it to the finals." Son Wujue playfully tapped Trunks on the head and admonished, "Trunks, avoidance is not a good habit. Let your elder brother see how much you've improved recently." Trunks clenched his fists and exclaimed, "Humph. Goku, prepare to be astonished." Vegeta, witnessing Trunks face off against Goku, remarked, "Let me see just how much Goku has progressed under your tutelage." Goku chuckled, "You'd better keep your eyes wide open. Although we're not allowed to transform into Super Saiyans, don't forget that Goku has mastered the Kaioken." Upon hearing this, Piccolo paused for a moment before responding, "Goku, are you serious? At such a young age, he has already learned the Kaioken?" Vegeta, astonished, exclaimed, "What? The Kaioken? After all, since the Saiyans had acquired the ability to transform into Super Saiyans, they had not used the Kaioken in ages. However, in a match where transforming into a Super Saiyan was prohibited, possessing the Kaioken would bestow a significant advantage." Goku clapped his hands and said, "Truly, Goku, I thought I was the only one who considered employing the Kaioken." Goku, shaking his head, replied, "Come on, brother, this is something that should be obvious." Krillin, slapping his forehead, exclaimed, "Oh no, you guys aren't planning to use the Kaioken in the main event, are you?" Goku turned to Krillin and asked, "What else would we do? Surely, you would also use the Kaioken, right?" Krillin sighed, "Just when I had a slight edge, now it's gone." In a world where only Vegeta and Trunks were injured, among so many, only he and Trunks did not know the Kaioken. Goku felt Trunks' energy and said, "Trunks, this time I want to use the Kaioken, but you must satisfy me." Trunks breathed a sigh of relief, then complained, "Goku, I want to learn the Kaioken too." "All right, I will teach you when we get back." At that moment, the host shouted, surprisingly, "These two young competitors are actually cousins. They have both steamrolled their opponents to reach this point. It remains to be seen who will emerge victorious." In the stands, Bulma and Ties began cheering for their respective children. "Goku, make sure to fight well. Don't hold back too much." Bulma shouted, "Trunks, learn from your brother. If you can't win, just admit defeat." Ties also called out. There was no doubt that Goku, being born a year earlier and having trained with Goku for an additional year, was naturally stronger than the current Trunks. Vegeta, with a hint of reluctance, thought to himself, "Damn it, it seems I must take Trunks back to train rigorously." On the arena, Trunks charged directly at Goku, throwing a punch aimed at his chin. Goku, blocking Trunks' punch with one hand, then executed a swift kick towards Trunks. Trunks easily parried this exploratory strike. However, the tempo of their battle suddenly escalated, and they leaped into the sky to engage in combat. At that moment, Gohan arrived just in time with Biddy. Sorry to keep you waiting. The preliminaries are finally over. I didn't miss the match, did I?" Gohan asked. "You're so slow, Gohan. But you arrived just in time. Look, Goku and Trunks are fighting." Goku gestured for Gohan to look down. Krillin teased, "Hey, you two weren't off on a date, were you?" "Of course not." Gohan quickly waved his hands in denial. Although in the eyes of Son Wukong and his companions, the battle between Son Wukong and Trunks seemed like mere child's play. The spectators had never witnessed such a level of combat. The audience was utterly captivated, their eyes wide with astonishment. Beside them, Satan was at a loss for words. He had indeed seen such battles before. Trunks has been training remarkably well lately. He can now match Wukong's speed." Son Wukong praised. "I have put Trunks through rigorous training." Vegeta boasted proudly. However, Videl was left speechless at the sight of the clash between Son Wukong and Trunks. She felt as though she could not hold her own against these two youngsters. The commentator exclaimed with delight, "What a splendid display. No wonder he is Son Wukong's son. It has been years since I have witnessed such an exhilarating match. The World Martial Arts Tournament deserves contests of this caliber. Indeed, Trunks, your fighting prowess has significantly improved in such a short time. You can barely keep up with my speed now," Son Wukong candidly remarked. "And it's not over yet. Wukong, I have been undergoing intense training with my father." With that, Trunks began to gather energy in his hands. Son Gohan gasped. "Trunks isn't going to use a ki blast here, is he?" Yet, Son Wukong and the others remained unfazed. "Don't worry, it's all under control. Do not underestimate them just because of their age," Son Wukong reassured confidently. Soon after, the youthful ultimate flash shot towards Son Wukong, who, recognizing the audience behind him, effortlessly caught Trunks' attack with one hand. "Huh," Son Wukong shouted, dispersing Trunks' ki with his own energy. "Truly impressive, Wukong. The intensity of your energy just now nearly rivaled my own," Krillin commended. Meanwhile, Satan observed from the sidelines, beads of sweat rolling down his face. "Ah, I have seen this before." Videl clutched the railing in shock. "No way." Son Wukong slightly shook his head. "Trunks, this is how you utilize your energy." With that, he exerted force with his outstretched hand. Whoosh. The overwhelming energy sent Trunks flying, who rolled in the air and stabilized himself. "That is not fair, Wukong. You're using your energy to suppress me," Trunks exclaimed in frustration. Son Wukong shrugged. "What can I say? My energy is simply stronger than yours." Bulma chimed in. "Wukong, play fair. Don't bully your little brother." Son Wukong waved at Bulma. He then turned and said, "Using ki blasts is too dangerous. Perhaps we should refrain from using them." Trunks nodded in agreement as he landed on the martial arts platform. Chapter 118. King Kai. "All right, it's time to determine the victor," Son Wukong declared, raising his energy to its peak. "I will emerge victorious," Trunks shouted, charging towards Son Wukong. However, Son Wukong swiftly caught Trunks by his short arm and tossed him into the sky. Trunks flipped in midair, searching for Son Wukong's position but saw nothing. "Right here," Son Wukong said as he struck Trunks on the neck with a swift motion. This blow rendered Trunks unconscious. Son Wukong dropped Trunks onto the ground. The host promptly announced, "Contestant Son Wukong has emerged victorious." Vegeta, observing the unconscious Trunks, shook his head and remarked with a hint of resignation, "It seems Trunks still lacks strength. No matter, I shall continue his training upon our return." The subsequent final match between Son Wukong and Son Goten offered little of note, save for the moment when Son Goten accidentally transformed into a Super Saiyan, startling everyone present. Son Wuxing, exasperated, exclaimed, "Brother, this is excessive. Did we not agree that transforming into a Super Saiyan was off limits?" Son Wukong scratched his head and replied, "I shall discipline Goten when we return. Not adhering to the rules is unbecoming of a good child." Nevertheless, Son Wukong triumphed in this contest. In the background, Mr. Satan, upon witnessing the transformed Son Goten, gasped in terror, "It cannot be. It is them. This child, after transforming, resembles the one who vanquished Cell to an uncanny degree." Bulma, upon seeing Son Goten's transformation, was utterly astonished. She leaped to her feet, exclaiming, "Wonderful. Wukong has won." Naturally, the subsequent Youth Division Championship held little allure for Mr. Satan. Son Wukong effortlessly sent him flying with a single blow. Surprisingly, the audience speculated that Mr. Satan had thrown the match. However, Son Wukong paid little heed to this and departed. Trunks and Son Goten, feeling indignant, incapacitated a contestant, donned each other's clothing, and prepared to enter the adult division competition. Meanwhile, Son Wuxing and the others were gearing up for the contest. Prior to the competition, a hearty eating contest ensued. Piccolo observed Son Wuxing, Son Wukong, and Vegeta gorging themselves, incredulously stating, "We are about to compete, and you truly intend to eat like this?" Android 18, wiping Son Wuxing's mouth, remarked in disbelief, "Honestly, at your age, you still eat like this?" Son Wuxing devoured a large pork elbow and replied, "What can I say? The food on Earth is simply too delicious." Son Gohan also approached, accompanied by Bulma. Son Wukong swallowed his food and asked, "Gohan, would you like to share some? We ordered your portion as well." Subsequently, Son Gohan joined the feast, and Bulma was left dumbfounded by the towering stacks of plates. Krillin, shaking his head, said, though I have grown accustomed to it. I must admit, I am truly impressed by the appetite of you Saiyans. Humph, Kakarot, I have triumphed. Vegeta declared triumphantly after finishing his last bowl of noodles. You won. Son Wuxing patted his belly, while Android 18 wiped his mouth. Son Wukong joyfully remarked, the cuisine here is exceptionally delightful. It rivals Chi-Chi's cooking. Only slightly less so. Son Gohan turned to Bulma and inquired, you haven't eaten anything. Are you on a diet? Bulma, somewhat exasperated, replied, not everyone can consume such vast quantities. After satisfying their appetites, the group made their way to the backstage of the martial arts tournament. Along the way, they encountered two strangely dressed individuals. One was short with pale skin and adorned with two yellow earrings. The other was robust, standing with arms crossed behind the smaller figure. Piccolo, having fused with the Supreme Kai, was all too familiar with this aura. It was the essence of a deity. Son Wukong gazed at the two figures before him, fully aware that they were the Kaioshin and his divine attendant, Kibito. When Bidalai noticed the Kaioshin hovering in the air, she remarked on how another individual was also suspended aloft. The Kaioshin gracefully floated down to stand before Son Wukong and Son Wukong, greeting them. Ah, you must be the brothers Son Wukong and Son Wuxing. With a hint of curiosity, Son Wukong inquired, how do you know our names? The Kaioshin replied, I've heard tales of your exploits and have longed for the opportunity to engage in combat with you. I have successfully passed the preliminary rounds, and should fortune favor me, I hope to battle against you. Admittedly, I do not possess the confidence of victory, but I am eager to ascertain the extent of your prowess. Might I request a handshake? Son Wukong exchanged a glance with Son Wuxing, who nodded slightly in approval, prompting him to extend his hand. I look forward to your guidance, Son Wukong declared. The Kaioshin took his hand and chuckled, leaving Son Wukong momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he seemed to embody the benevolent spirit that had been spoken of. Then, turning to Son Wuxing, he remarked, you are indeed of the same ilk as your brother. As the Kaioshin descended to the ground and performed a slight bow, he said, I shall take my leave for now. With that, he and his divine attendant departed. Piccolo approached, questioning, Wuxing, Wukong, who are those two? Uncertain, Son Wukong replied, it is evident that achieving an easy victory will be impossible. His excitement was palpable. Son Wuxing smiled and said, Piccolo, you should recognize the aura surrounding him. Though I have yet to discern his true identity. Piccolo nodded, his mind racing with conjecture. Krillin observed the two departing figures and shook his head, stating, but they don't appear particularly formidable, do they? To me, they seem like merely two peculiar individuals. This was no exaggeration. The Kaioshin possessed a battle power of 10 billion, placing him among the elite in this realm. However, Krillin noted that the current baseline battle power had now reached 5 billion. In the span of 7 years, progress had not been confined to the Wukong family. Others had also made steady advancements. Piccolo affirmed, they are not from Earth. Vegeta, crossing his arms, scoffed, humph, what business do beings from other planets have on Earth? Bidalai turned to ask Son Gohan, what is going on? Son Gohan could only chuckle nervously, deflecting the inquiry. Krillin shrugged and declared, all right. The draw for the elimination rounds is about to commence. We shall soon see what kind of competitors await among the 16 participants. However, I doubt any of them will be particularly formidable. With that, the drawing ceremony began. Krillin clasped his hands together and implored, oh, Divine One, please, let us not draw these individuals in the first round. Piccolo retorted, isn't the divine being just a daily occurrence? What good is it to pray to the divine? Krillin's expression fell as he conceded, indeed. But aside from you, I have little else to worry about. He cast a glance at the Kaioshin and his attendant. Chapter 119. Is the divine so weak? Yet, aside from the Kaioshin and his attendant, two other individuals also captured the attention of Son Wukong and Son Wuxing. Wuxing, do you see those two individuals over there? They appear quite formidable, Son Wukong whispered to Son Wuxing. Son Wuxing turned to glance, realizing they were merely two henchmen of Babidi. Understanding dawned upon him. It seemed Babidi was about to cause some trouble. Soon after, the drawing of lots commenced. Krillin drew number 1 and was to take the stage first. Son Gohan, drawing number 8, was set to compete against the Supreme Kai's attendant, Kibito. Son Wukong patted Son Gohan on the shoulder, advising, Gohan, do not underestimate your opponent. They are not to be trifled with. Son Gohan nodded, acknowledging, indeed. I can sense their unusual energy. Sun Wuxing chuckled. There is no need for concern. In my perception, while their energy is peculiar, they remain rather weak. Subsequently, Sun Wuxing and Lazili also took to the arena, drawing numbers 9 and 10, respectively. This meant that Sun Wuxing's opponent would be Android 18. Scratching his head in exasperation, he mused, fighting my wife. Wouldn't that be domestic violence? Yet, as he pondered further, he realized that being beaten by his wife could also be considered domestic violence. Android 18 looked at Sun Wuxing playfully and asked, Wuxing, will you go easy on me? Sun Wuxing was momentarily taken aback. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, observing Sun Wuxing's expression, burst into laughter. Huh, I knew one day you would fall for this woman, Vegeta remarked, glancing at Sun Wukong. Then, the Supreme Kai drew for Piccolo. Sin? I have not heard that name before, Sun Wukong thought, recalling that he had not encountered it during his time with the Supreme Kai. Spopovich drew number 6, while Videl drew number 7. Crucially, in the first round, Sun Wukong drew number 11, and Vegeta drew number 12. Videl inquired, where's my dad? The host chuckled, Mr. Satan is taking a break. Videl nodded, while Sun Wukong expressed surprise. So she is the daughter of Satan? Sun Wuxing turned to his brother with an incredulous look. Brother, you couldn't possibly just be realizing this. On Gohan's first day at school, Bulma had already investigated their entire class. Krillin added, I had only heard rumors before, but I never imagined someone like Satan could have such a daughter. Gohan blushed at the remark. Krillin teased, hey, Gohan, why not reveal your strength to impress her? I bet she'll want to marry you immediately. Gohan panicked, exclaiming, what? We are not even dating. Flustered, he fumbled about, while Sun Wuxing and Sun Wukong laughed heartily. Soon after, Krillin's opponent was revealed to be a large, burly man who taunted him before the match. Unfazed, Krillin remarked, oh dear, how troubling this is. Such words are typical of the weak. I can already foresee the outcome. Vegeta, meanwhile, was secretly pleased. Excellent. The first round features Kakarot. Let me see how much you have progressed in these 7 years. I have long awaited the day when I could defeat you. Piccolo, on the other hand, remained fixated on the Supreme Kai, questioning, is this truly a god? Yet, why is the so-called god among gods so weak? Piccolo gazed at the Supreme Kai with a look of bewilderment. Following the host's explanation of the rules, everyone was ready to commence the competition. In the stands, Bulma turned to Son Goku and inquired, Goku, have you seen Trunks and Goten? Goku shook his head slightly, replying no. I returned alone after the previous match and didn't see where they went. Tai smiled reassuringly. They should be fine. With Trunks and Goten's abilities, they are unlikely to encounter any danger. They are probably just off playing somewhere. Kiki nodded in agreement, adding, don't worry, once the match is over, we can have Goku and Gohan use instant transmission to find them. Bulma ceased her inquiries and joined Goku in watching the competition. The first match featured Krillin. Go for it, Krillin. Goku cheered. Gohan chuckled. Krillin, you can't tell me you haven't improved in these 7 years, right? You haven't been spending all your time on family, have you? The host began to introduce Krillin, stating that he had once participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament during his youth and had achieved remarkable results. This was his long-awaited return after many years. Bulma pointed at Krillin below and exclaimed, that's Krillin. How nostalgic. Beside Gohan, Krillin's son asked, Gohan, my dad's opponent looks so tall and formidable. Can Dad win? Krillin's son was about the same age as Sun Xiao, who floated in the air and reassured him. Don't worry, Dad has told me that Uncle Krillin is really strong. Krillin surveyed his opponent, feeling utterly unmotivated. Ha, little shrimp. I'll show you that the World Martial Arts Tournament is no place for games. Krillin silently lamented, I really don't want to waste my energy on such a fool. Goku and Gohan were engrossed in the match, while Piccolo kept his focus on the Supreme Kai, still perplexed. In his divine memories, the Supreme Kai was the highest deity, possessing immense power. Yet, the Supreme Kai before him seemed far from imposing. Piccolo mused that he could easily win even without using the Kaioken. As the host shouted to commence the match, Krillin's opponent, a hefty fellow named Tap, began to perform flips around the arena and landed in front of Krillin, panting. As you can see, despite my large size, my speed is not to be underestimated. Even if you try to evade, it won't help. Krillin was increasingly exasperated, responding, don't worry, I won't run. Ha. Are you scared? I'll give you a deal. Take a punch at my belly, it won't hurt. Krillin, fed up with the antics, delivered a single punch that sent Tap's eyes bulging. As you wish. Krillin gently kicked Tap off the stage. Outside the ring, the announcement declared Krillin the victor. Krillin returned to the waiting area, looking composed. Well done, Krillin. Gohan praised. Come on, don't belittle me. That was a piece of cake. Vegeta turned his gaze towards Piccolo, having sensed something unusual about him since earlier. Next up was the match between Piccolo and the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai observed the spectators with an air of indifference, remarking, I see. This is indeed a fascinating tournament. Piccolo appeared utterly perplexed. Two individuals ascended the martial arts platform. The host continued to introduce the participants of the second generation of demons, who had previously participated in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament and achieved the impressive title of runner-up. That match was truly exhilarating, etched vividly in the memories of all who witnessed it. Chapter 120. Son Gohan's fury. Upon concluding his introduction, the host swiftly approached Piccolo, cautioning him not to wreak havoc on the venue this time. Piccolo nodded silently, his demeanor unyielding. However, the audience had already recognized Piccolo as one of the spectators during the live broadcast of the Cell Games. Vegeta, observing the Supreme Kai, was eager to finally ascertain the true strength of this enigmatic figure, whose battle prowess remained inscrutable. The Supreme Kai regarded Piccolo with an expression of calm indifference. As the host's words faded, the competition officially commenced. Piccolo gazed at the Supreme Kai, feeling an overwhelming sense of restraint from the divine essence within him. This was the weight of hierarchy. The Supreme Kai inherently surpassed all deities within this universe. He was the god of life and creation, yet a part of Piccolo, endowed with formidable strength, instilled in him a profound confidence. I may have discerned your identity, but I wish to avoid confrontation. Surrender now and experience my power, Piccolo declared to the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai, taken aback by Piccolo's words, reacted with astonishment. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura emanated from Piccolo, enveloping only the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai's countenance shifted dramatically. Wait, why does this former deity of Earth possess such formidable power? This force, it is beyond my capacity to counter. Wasn't such strength exclusive to the brothers Goku? The Supreme Kai gazed at Piccolo in disbelief. Despite being the supreme deity of this universe, he felt an inability to engage with Piccolo. My apologies, I concede, the Supreme Kai declared decisively upon sensing Piccolo's power. What? This mysterious figure has surrendered. All onlookers, including Son Gohan, were taken aback. The Supreme Kai's attendant, Kibito, stared incredulously at his master. The second-generation demon has triumphed without a fight, the host announced. Piccolo retracted his aura and descended from the platform. Son Goku turned to Piccolo, puzzled. Piccolo, why did you concede? Piccolo shook his head slightly. I revealed his identity. He did not wish to expose himself, hence he surrendered. Moreover, his strength is truly not formidable. Krillin, upon hearing this, remarked incredulously, what? Does that mean I will face Piccolo in the next match? Son Gohan chuckled. Ha ha ha. Krillin, you better prepare yourself. Krillin sighed in resignation. The next match would pit Videl against Spopovich. The crowd erupted with cheers for Videl. As the daughter of the so-called savior, Satan, she enjoyed immense popularity worldwide. Son Gohan encouraged her, go for it, Videl. Yes, Gohan, I'll be waiting for you in the second round. Videl replied with a smile directed at Son Gohan. Son Gohan nodded enthusiastically. The Supreme Kai descended from the martial arts stage and, as he passed by Spopovich, sensed something amiss. Giblet, upon noticing the Supreme Kai's arrival, expressed his astonishment, questioning why he would concede defeat. The Supreme Kai slowly shook his head, remarking that they had been overly focused on the brothers Goku and Gohan, neglecting those around them. That individual named Piccolo is far superior to me, he stated. Giblet was taken aback, exclaiming, what? He is even stronger than you? On the martial arts stage, Biddy Lee observed the furious Spopovich with a look of bewilderment. Regardless of her attempts to attack him, Spopovich consistently rose from the ground. Soon, Biddy Lee began to tire. Gohan, in disbelief, exclaimed, how is this possible? Goku assessed the situation and suggested that young girl should forfeit. Her opponent is rather peculiar. Just then, Biddy Lee was sent flying by a punch. Gohan, witnessing her ascent, nodded and said, excellent. That was the flight technique I taught her. However, Goku's other son, Goten, countered, no, given the circumstances, it might have been wiser for her to step out of bounds. Wukong, you see it too, right? That guy Spopovich is truly strange. Despite suffering such severe injuries, he displays no sign of anger. Goku had always been sensitive to such nuances. Anger? Dad, Uncle Wukong, what are you talking about? Gohan queried. Perplexed. I can't say for certain, but it is indeed odd, Goku replied. On the stage, Spopovich endured being kicked in the neck by Biddy Lee. Yet he grasped his head and forcefully returned it to its rightful position. Biddy Lee was left in shock. Krillin nodded in agreement, saying, Wukong and Wukong are right. This guy is definitely not normal. Gohan shouted, yes, retreat to the air and regain your strength. However, Spopovich also ascended, launching an energy blast at Biddy Lee. This was the first instance where she was genuinely struck, barely managing to block the attack with her ki. She sensed that Spopovich possessed strength beyond his own capabilities. He couldn't possibly wield the flight technique and ki blasts. In the realm of martial arts, Goku claimed no one dared to assert themselves as superior if he were second. How can this be? Gohan fretted, feeling increasingly anxious. Surrender. That guy won't show mercy just because you're a girl, Gohan urged. Yet, Biddy Lee refused to concede and was met with a knee strike to her head. Gohan could no longer contain himself. His ki began to surge uncontrollably. Were it not for the tournament, he would have charged in to send Spopovich flying. Hey, Gohan. Stay calm. That girl will be fine, Goku quickly advised. However, Biddy Lee's refusal to surrender only led to her enduring greater torment. Gohan, witnessing the scene unfold, felt his fury boiling over. The intense anger triggered his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Damn it, I can no longer hold back. That beast, Gohan exclaimed. Gohan, don't act so impulsively. Calm down, Krillin pleaded. I won't. Gohan's rage intensified further. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai and Kibito also sensed Gohan's energy. Just as Gohan was about to rush out, a diminutive man, resembling Spopovich, leapt down beside him. Enough. Do not forget our objective. Let us secure victory swiftly. Upon hearing this, Spopovich hastily kicked Videl off the martial arts platform. Gohan rushed over, cradling the battered Videl in his arms. Spopovich, I will not let you go unpunished. For the first time, Gohan harbored such intense malice towards another person. Goku cast a glance at Gohan, to which Gohan waved his hand, acknowledging, I understand. He then produced a Senzu Bean. Chapter 121. Gohan's Super Saiyan 2. Goku nodded, remarking on Gohan's thoughtful consideration. Gohan descended the martial arts platform with Videl in his embrace. And Krillin quickly assured him, do not worry, Gohan. Your uncle has brought Senzu Beans. Gohan breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, what a relief. I was so flustered that I forgot they existed. Meanwhile, Mr. Satan had also learned of Videl's grievous injury, incredulously exclaiming, how is this possible? Videl is only slightly weaker than I am. Videl, he shouted, rushing to her hospital room. Gohan was in the process of feeding Videl a Senzu Bean when Mr. Satan, upon seeing Gohan, bellowed, who are you? Did you do this to my daughter? The nearby doctor quickly interjected, Mr. Satan, please calm down. It was he who brought Ms. Videl here. Mr. Satan then regained his composure, realizing, yes, Videl's opponent is Spopovich. Thank you for bringing her here. I will get your autograph shortly. Gohan paused momentarily, but continued to feed the Senzu Bean to Videl. Just consider this a medicine. Please consume it. The doctor urged. Please do not give the injured any strange substances. Videl gazed at Gohan with unwavering trust, declaring, I want to eat it. Because it's you. It will surely have extraordinary effects. Mr. Satan, resembling a distressed farmer witnessing his prized cabbage being uprooted, cried out, Aw, Videl, do not listen to this boy's flowery words. But his protests fell on deaf ears. Videl had already swallowed the Senzu Bean. I must take my leave now. Everyone is waiting for me to compete. Gohan, reassured by Videl's consumption of the bean, turned to depart. Videl urged, Gohan, you must defeat Spopovich. Rest assured, if all goes well, I will encounter him in the second round. Gohan gave Videl a thumbs up before turning away. It was then that Mr. Satan realized, no. Videl, how can you associate with someone who appears so weak? That wretched boy, I will make him pay. But Gohan had already sprinted far away. In an astonishing turn of events, Videl instantly recovered and exclaimed, I'm healed. This scene startled both Mr. Satan and the doctor, who marveled at the miraculous nature of medicine. At the martial arts tournament venue, the fourth match commenced. Goku versus Gohan. Gohan as classmates recognized him, cheering him on enthusiastically. Son Wukong sighed, revealing his predicament. Unfortunately, in a fit of anger, his headband had slipped off. He reluctantly discarded his sunglasses. As Son Wukong was lost in thought, Jibite interjected, You can transform into that Super Saiyan, can't you? I wish to witness it. Can you harness our power? What? How do you know about Super Saiyans? And what do you mean by our power? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. You will soon find out. But first, let me witness the might of a Super Saiyan. Jibite insisted. Are you joking? Transforming into a Super Saiyan in front of so many people. Sun Wukong vehemently disagreed. Klin questioned. Why are we chatting instead of fighting? And why should Wukong transform into a Super Saiyan? Piccolo whispered something to Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong exchanged glances with his brother. Wukong, you decide. All right, let's proceed as Piccolo suggests. I too am curious about what this so-called Supreme Kai intends to do. Sun Wukong replied confidently. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong was indeed the apparent strongest warrior. Yet the current state of Earth held many hidden depths. Seeing Sun Wukong's agreement, Piccolo shouted, Wukong, do as he says. The Supreme Kai stepped forward, apologizing. We must temporarily utilize Mr. Wukong's abilities. Regardless of what occurs, I implore everyone to refrain from intervening. Vegeta was the first to oppose. I will not heed the words of someone whose identity is unclear. Who are you really? At that moment, Piccolo clarified. This is the Supreme Kai, a deity surpassing both the Kais and the Grand Kai, the highest authority in the universe. Vegeta was taken aback. Unlike others, he, the Saiyan prince who had previously encountered the god of destruction Beerus, understood the weight of such a title. Sun Wukong added, I have heard of you from Lord Kai. Are you truly the Supreme Kai? The Supreme Kai nodded, noticing that Piccolo, Sun Wukong, and his father had not opposed. Sun Wukong finally spoke. Very well, I shall demonstrate the true limits of a Super Saiyan and shatter the boundaries of that power. What? Shatter the limits of a Super Saiyan? Jibite was taken aback. Sun Wukong shouted as lightning crackled around him. Throughout these 7 years, he had never once relaxed his training. In an instant, before everyone's eyes, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. As Bidalai changed her attire, she gazed at the transformed Sun Wukong in astonishment. How is this possible? Why did Wukong transform? At that moment, Spopovich and Yamcha, using their energy detectors, sensed Sun Wukong's formidable power. As you wished, I have transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Shall we proceed? Sun Wukong inquired, staring at Jibite. Such incredible power. I cannot fathom that he is merely a mortal. Jibite was left speechless in awe. Vegeta, observing Sun Wukong's strength, nodded slightly. Indeed, he is Wukong. Although he has not engaged in intense battles for 7 years, his progress is undeniably evident. Absolutely first-rate indeed. Vegeta declared. The Supreme Kai, gazing at Sun Wukong, expressed his astonishment. Such power truly exceeds my expectations. However, can that power be halted? That power? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. Yet, the transformation of Son Gohan was evident to all present, reminding them of the time when he, along with others, battled against Cell. At that moment, Spopovich and Yama charged forward. I shall accept your energy. The Supreme Kai seized Son Gohan in that instant, and the energy absorption device was swiftly inserted into his body. Those two scoundrels. Sun Wukong remained calm, as did Piccolo, while Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wuxing, did not rush either. Yet, it was Krillin who first reacted. Eager to confront Spopovich and Yama, Piccolo quickly restrained him. Piccolo. Krillin glared at him. The Supreme Kai apologized. My apologies, Mr. Krillin. Please wait a moment. Unable to contain herself, Videl exclaimed in anger. What are you planning to do to Son Gohan? Sun Wukong promptly held back his future daughter-in-law. Let go of me. They intend to kill Gohan. Videl shouted, her face filled with anxiety. Chapter 122. Majin Buu, rest assured, Gohan will be fine. Sun Wukong replied with composure. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's assurance, Videl quieted, though her expression remained one of deep concern. Sun Wukong gently patted her shoulder, saying nothing further. Soon, Spopovich and Yamu absorbed Son Gohan's energy, erupting into laughter. Ha ha ha. This truly exceeded our expectations. The host watched in shock. Never having witnessed a competitor who stealthily attacked others among the many fighters who had destroyed arenas or transformed into giant apes over the years. Spopovich and Yamu flew away. The Supreme Kai, seeing them depart, called out, Do not worry, stay put for now. Kibito will restore Son Gohan. Next, we must ensure those two do not notice us and follow them discreetly. Follow them discreetly? Sun Wukong questioned, puzzled. If possible, I would greatly appreciate it if you could accompany me, the Supreme Kai said before taking flight. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Krillin all turned to Sun Wuxing, who nodded. We shall follow as well. In the audience, Chi-Chi expressed her concern. Gohan. Bulma swiftly reassured her. Do not worry. Wuxing and Wukong are here. They will not let anything happen to Gohan. Chi-Chi felt slightly reassured, while she was uncertain about Wukong. She had always trusted that Sun Wuxing had never once put Son Gohan in harm's way. Videl dashed onto the stage, worriedly calling out, Gohan, are you all right? Vegeta, irate, shouted, What nonsense is this, Kakarot? What about our battle? It's the next match. Vegeta, this is not the time for that. Sun Wukong replied, exasperated. I care not for the Supreme Kai's matters. I only wish to engage in a direct battle with you and Kakarot. Vegeta retorted angrily. It is precisely because of this that I chose to participate in this tedious tournament. All right, I understand. Even if this is the last World Martial Arts Tournament, I will surely engage in battle with you, Vegeta, Sun Wukong declared. Then it's settled. I shall accompany you. Let us swiftly conclude these matters and return to the fray. Very well, let us depart. Sun Wukong ascended into the air without hesitation. He did not forget to remind Jibite, I entrust Gohan to you. Jibite nodded affirmatively. No worries, I will come as soon as Gohan recovers. And he will join us then. Of course, Android 18 chose to remain behind to look after the children, as well as Bulma and Chi-Chi, who possessed little combat prowess. After this, Vegeta and Sun Wukong took their leave. Krillin followed suit. Gohan inquired of Videl, where has everyone gone? Jibite invoked divine power, restoring Gohan. However, he was simultaneously taken aback. What a terrifying power. He never anticipated that someone could possess such immense and pure strength. Jibite mused. Trunks and Goten gazed at the departing figures, utterly bewildered. Videl observed the rising Gohan with joy. Are you all right, Gohan? Gohan flexed his wrist. It seems my combat power has increased somewhat. Who are you? Jibite replied. Follow me and you shall find out. I will disclose everything to you. With that, Jibite took flight. Satan looked at Videl and Gohan on the stage, visibly upset. May I join? Videl asked. I have so many questions. No, it's better if you do not accompany us. It will undoubtedly be perilous. Gohan urged. I will not hinder you. I merely wish to follow. Even if you disagree, I shall come along. Videl positioned herself before Gohan. Then it's settled. If danger arises, you must flee. Gohan insisted. Understood. Now let us go. With that, the two followed suit. Satan, astonished, exclaimed, Videl can actually fly. Bulma sighed. Gohan, what are they planning to do? Goku shrugged, not joining them. Shortly thereafter, Gohan and the others caught up with the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai beamed with delight. You've indeed come. What a tremendous help. Without your strength, I fear I would not prevail. Prevail? Those two seem rather weak, Goku remarked, puzzled. No, those two were merely manipulated by a cunning and skilled sorcerer. The Supreme Kai explained. A sorcerer? Piccolo inquired, intrigued. Long ago, when humanity first learned to walk upright on Earth, there existed an evil sorcerer named Bibidi at the edge of the universe. One day, Bibidi inadvertently created a formidable creature, a being known as Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai recounted all he knew. However, having faced Frieza and the androids, the group displayed little surprise at the mention of a powerful foe. Meanwhile, Gohan, noticing that Videl could not match his and Jibite's speed, persuaded her to return. Soon, the group reunited with Gohan and Jibite as they all soared toward Babidi's spacecraft. A peculiar-looking alien observed the arrival of Spobobik and Yam, while the Supreme Kai watched as the two descended, promptly announcing their landing. Krillin expressed his astonishment, questioning how they could possibly arrive in such a location. Jibite confirmed that they had already conducted investigations in the vicinity, finding it indeed strange. However, the group concealed themselves nearby in the mountains, watching the entrance of the spacecraft below. They collectively suppressed their energy, as instructed by the Supreme Kai, and peered downwards. Is someone down there? Inquired Son Goku. It's an extraterrestrial, added Son Goku's brother, Son Gohan. Is that Babidi? No, he is merely one of Babidi's subordinates. Piccolo observed, his keen eyes noting that the ground appeared altered, as if it had been excavated. Ah, so Babidi's ship is hidden underground. No wonder we couldn't find it earlier. Jibite realized. Yet, the Supreme Kai's expression grew grave as he remarked, this means Babidi must be aware of our presence on Earth. Otherwise, he wouldn't conceal his spacecraft underground. Then we should take action before they resurrect Majin Buu using Gohan's energy. Piccolo urged. Fear not. There is no need for haste. The resurrection of Majin Buu will certainly occur above ground. Babidi would not jeopardize his spacecraft. Let us observe a while longer and wait for the opportune moment, replied the Supreme Kai. However, Son Gohan noticed that the nearby residents had already been slaughtered. Chapter 123. The Demon King Dabura. Filled with rage, Son Gohan felt that this was not the time to unleash his fury. Who is emerging? Piccolo asked, gazing at the spacecraft's entrance. Soon, a diminutive, oddly shaped figure flew out, accompanied by a tall, imposing demon clad in blue attire with a cape. Dabura, how did he end up here? The Supreme Kai exclaimed in shock. Dabura? Who is that? Is he renowned? Is he powerful? Son Goku queried with a flurry of questions. Indeed, he possesses formidable strength. He is the king of the Dark Demon Realm. The Supreme Kai explained. The Dark Demon Realm? What sort of place is that? Son Gohan asked with curiosity. There exists another realm that is the opposite of this world. The strongest being in this world may be among you, but undoubtedly, at the pinnacle of the Dark Demon Realm stands Dabura. The Supreme Kai elucidated. Krillin sensed Dabura's energy and could not help but admire. What an overwhelming force, truly befitting the king of the Demon Realm. Son Gohan looked at the small, yellow, alien figure beside him and inquired, is this little one the sorcerer Babidi? Indeed. But he appears so weak. Son Gohan frowned. True, he is indeed a combat weakling. However, his seemingly endless array of magic is what makes him particularly formidable. Thus, everyone must not underestimate him. Even Dabura has been subjugated by him. The Supreme Kai cautioned. Can the king of the demon realm truly be subdued by Babidi's magic? Piccolo questioned in disbelief. Not exactly. It is likely that Babidi exploits the dark thoughts within others to compel them to obey his commands. In this regard, Dabura may actually be the most susceptible to manipulation. Jibite clarified. Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong's expression darkened, while Vegeta's countenance shifted. Indeed, this was the most terrifying aspect of Babidi's sorcery. Yamcha, Spopovich, and the other minions were likely all ensnared by this dark magic, Gibbet remarked. Thus, we can only select those among you who harbor no malevolent thoughts to engage in battle. However, we never anticipated that Dabura would be here. If Babidi and Dabura were to unite. The Supreme Kai's voice grew frantic. Are you suggesting that we stand no chance? Vegeta inquired. The Supreme Kai acquiesced. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, declaring, what nonsense. The resurrection of Majin Buu shall not lead to the world's destruction. I, Vegeta, shall never succumb to such a foe. Krillin observed the unfolding situation and sighed, lamenting, I have clearly relinquished my desire to fight, yet here I am, faced with such circumstances. Sun Wukong glanced at Krillin, retorting, had you not revealed your energy earlier, I might have believed your words. But Krillin, you have not given up training for a single day, have you? Krillin was taken aback, responding helplessly, Wukong, you've seen right through me. Below them, Babidi exclaimed in delight, excellent. The energy is fully charged. Well done. We are one significant step closer to reviving Majin Buu. With that, Babidi signaled to Dabura. Spopovich and Yamcha, unaware, assumed Babidi was praising them and humbly replied, not at all. Given our strength, this task was indeed effortless. Yet, the next words from Babidi left them utterly astonished. In that case, there is no further need for you here. As he spoke, Babidi's eyes glowed red, and Spopovich let out a harrowing scream, his muscles swelling, his head twisting grotesquely, leading to a catastrophic self-detonation. What? Yamcha gasped in disbelief at the scene before him. They had successfully completed their task. Why were they being killed? Ha. The sound of an explosion is always so delightful. Babidi chuckled. Indeed, I share that sentiment, remarked the alien standing beside him. Now, only one remains, Dabura said, glancing at Yamcha. Overcome with fear, Yamcha unleashed his energy and fled. Should you not give it a try as well? Babidi suggested, addressing the alien beside Dabura. Yes, Lord Babidi. The alien promptly aimed at Yamcha and unleashed a powerful energy blast. Boom. Yamcha erupted in the air. Gazing at the flames of the explosion, Babidi marveled. What remarkable marksmanship, to have slain his own comrade. Son Gohan looked on in shock. This sight incited fury in both Sun Wukong and Piccolo. What a disgrace. The final expressions of Yamcha and Spopovich. Yet, such expressions were precisely what I wished to witness. Babidi remarked cruelly. Fear not, Lord Babidi. Such expressions can be seen in abundance on earth. Dabura complimented. This exemplified Babbidi's modus operandi. Wherever he went, he sought out strong warriors to control with his magic, only to discard them like refuse once their purpose was served. This time, he employed the same method to gather energy for the revival of Majin Buu. Gibbet explained further. Indeed, Dabura, as you anticipated, Yamcha and the others have brought a considerable amount of energy sources. Even the Supreme Kai, who killed my father long ago, has arrived. Babidi remarked with a hint of glee. It is quite evident that Babidi has discovered the location of the Supreme Kai and his allies. Dabura chuckled softly. At this point, do they still think they can hide away? There are a total of 8 individuals, excluding the energy of the Supreme Kai and Kibito. 4 of them possess exceptionally pure energy, precisely what Majin Buu requires. Dabura concluded. Indeed, the energy from just these 4 individuals has already surpassed our expectations. Babidi exclaimed with a grin. I never anticipated Majin Buu would be revived so swiftly. We must lure those individuals into the spaceship. Acquiring their energy is of utmost importance. However, the Supreme Kai will surely intervene, won't he? Dabura inquired. Have no fear. If we eliminate Kibito, let us see if the Supreme Kai can maintain his composure. Babidi sneered. Next, you shall retreat into the spaceship. I am certain this will provoke their ire. Dabura nodded in understanding. Ah, so this is my task. However, do not kill the Supreme Kai. That wretch is my father's enemy, and I wish to personally torment him to death. Babidi revealed with a cruel smile. Understood, Lord Babidi. I shall spare him for last. Then it is entrusted to you. Just Dabura alone suffices here. Follow me, and I shall ensure you can shine on the first level. Babidi instructed. I comprehend. Dabura promptly followed Babidi into the spaceship. Despite Piccolo's superior vision and hearing, the distance was too great, and even he could not discern Babbidi's conversation. Chapter 124. The Shocked Supreme Kai. Strange, why have they left only Dabura outside? Son Goku wondered aloud. Seeing Dabura alone, Son Gohan swiftly cautioned, this is bad. Babidi has discovered us. Dabura is coming for us. But Dabura had already appeared before them, pointing a hand at the unsuspecting Kibito. What? With Kibito's power. He was utterly unprepared. His final awareness was Dabura's palm aimed at him. Boom. In a mere instant, Kibito was obliterated before Son Gohan and the others. Kibito. Son Goku seethed with anger. It was the first time someone had taken down his ally right in front of him. How despicable. He charged forward, throwing a punch. But Dabura effortlessly dodged. Gazing down at the group, Dabura spat at Krillin and Piccolo. Krillin and Piccolo's expressions darkened. What the hell? Does he truly regard us as weaklings? Both swiftly evaded to the side, narrowly escaping Dabura's spit. Be cautious. Dabura's saliva can petrify a person completely. The Supreme Kai finally alerted them, realizing the danger. Son Gohan was speechless. Had Krillin and Piccolo not possessed sufficient strength, that attack would have rendered them completely stone. Dabura, noticing Krillin and Piccolo evade, was momentarily taken aback. But he chuckled lightly and flew directly into the spaceship. Before departing, he could not resist leaving behind a taunting remark. Hurry back. Lord Babidi is not someone you can defy. Ha ha ha. Such mockery was irresistible to anyone. TCH, a mere insect like you dares to boast so grandly. Sun Wukong exclaimed in anger. Insect? The Supreme Kai inquired, puzzled. After all, he was only aware that Sun Wukong and the others could transform into Super Saiyans. But he was entirely ignorant of the existence of Super Saiyan 2, and even the complete form of Super Saiyan was unknown to him. Fortunately, should Dabura petrify him, the only way to reverse it would be through his death, which brought a sigh of relief from the Supreme Kai. As for the demise of Gibbet, amidst such chaos, no one paid it any mind. Is that so? He truly is a perilous figure. It would be best to eliminate him. This was the first time Sun Wukong displayed a murderous intent. He had always shown no mercy towards those from the demon realm, particularly against those who posed a significant threat. Let us proceed. With Sun Wukong's command, the group hastily made their way towards Babbidi's spaceship. Please wait. Do not fall for the enemy's ploy. Their aim is to lure you into the spaceship. The Supreme Kai shouted, but no one heeded his warning. Instead, Vegeta, aware of the Supreme Kai's identity, interjected, apologies, but we have no intention of waiting. With that, he followed suit. The Supreme Kai, resigned, could only accompany them. The two brothers examined the structure within the spaceship, which revealed a straight downward corridor. Soon, Piccolo and Krillin caught up. All right, let us proceed, Sun Wukong declared. leading the way into the spaceship. The others hurriedly followed, descending rapidly. Babidi, observing Sun Wukong and the others, exclaimed with delight, "Oh ho ho! They have arrived. What a bunch of naive fools." Yet, what Babidi failed to comprehend was that their confidence stemmed not from ignorance, but from their faith in their own strength. Before long, Sun Wukong and the others found themselves in a small circular chamber. Sun Wukong surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "It appears to be much more refreshing than I anticipated. I thought a sorcerer's spaceship would be filled with bizarre structures. There is only one door. Let us shatter it and enter," Son Gohan said eagerly. At that moment, the Supreme Kai also descended. "What is this? You still followed?" Sun Wukong scoffed. "Who told you to act so recklessly?" The Supreme Kai replied helplessly. As they spoke, the door above them closed. The group appeared unfazed, but the Supreme Kai warned, "Once we enter this spaceship, there is no turning back. We must defeat Babidi to open the ship's door." Sun Wukong retorted, "Defeating Babidi should suffice." His words left the Supreme Kai at a loss for words. Vegeta, unconcerned, added, "If all else fails, we can simply destroy the spaceship. No, if it sustains significant impact, Majin Buu will awaken prematurely. You underestimate Babidi and Majin Buu. Even if Majin Buu is not at full strength, he is beyond our capacity to handle. He possesses the power to obliterate Earth in an instant." The Supreme Kai exclaimed in fury. Yet, not a single soul present paid him any heed, not even Piccolo, who remained silent. To them, the perspective of this so-called cosmic deity appeared exceedingly narrow-minded. Merely a being weaker than the lightning-fast Cell, named Dubra, had him so thoroughly terrified. At that moment, the door to the first chamber swung open. The creature known as Pei Pei confidently emerged, arms crossed. "Ha! Welcome to the first level." "The first level? What does that mean?" Gohan inquired. Pei Pei pointed below, indicating that the domain of Babidi, the Dark Lord, lay in the deepest layer. However, he continued, "You must defeat each warrior that appears on every level. Otherwise, you shall never reach the lowest tier. And your opponent on this first level is none other than me. This signifies the end of your journey." "Ha!" Pei Pei laughed boisterously. The others exchanged incredulous glances at the Navi Pei Pei and chuckled in disbelief. Goku, brimming with confidence, declared, "Such a scenario is highly improbable." Meanwhile, in the lowest layer, Babidi inserted his energy-collecting device into the egg of Majin Buu. To his astonishment, Gohan's energy alone had nearly filled the requisite amount for reviving Majin Buu, approximately 48. "How could this be?" Babidi exclaimed, taken aback. "What?" Dubra was equally astonished. Yamcha and Spopovich must have absorbed the energy of hundreds. Babidi speculated. "I'm not sure. I didn't ask earlier," Dubra replied. However, Babidi lamented, "If only we hadn't killed them. We could have gathered such immense energy in such a short span." "Fear not, Lord Babidi. Once we collect the energy from the first level, it should suffice. If all goes smoothly, Majin Buu will be resurrected today," Dubra reassured him. Yet, in the first level, a rather astonishing event unfolded. Goku and his companions were engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine who would take the stage first. Splendid. Krillin has emerged victorious. Ah, could it really be that Krillin won? Goku lamented. Chapter 125. Krillin's moment of glory. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai stood in disbelief. Good heavens, such a critical matter. And these individuals are preoccupied with rock, paper, scissors. No way. Are you planning to go alone? The Supreme Kai exclaimed in shock. Krillin shot him a glance, exasperated. Of course, against such weak opponents, you wouldn't expect us to team up, would you? His words elicited laughter from Pei Pei. Ha! Although Lord Babidi warned us to be cautious of those with formidable power, you all seem nothing more than fools. Pei Pei shouted. Fools? Is that not Babidi himself? Neglecting thorough investigation may lead to regret. The most powerful beings in this world are all on Earth. Vegeta scoffed. The strongest in the world? Ha! Pei Pei laughed heartily, darting about the spaceship. Yet, what appeared as astonishing speed to the Supreme Kai seemed no different from a crawl to Goku and his companions. You individuals are undeniably a bunch of fools. With that exclamation, Pei Pei continued to showcase his speed. Son Wukong, Son Gohan, and Vegeta gazed at Pei Pei in utter astonishment. Of course, their shock stemmed from Pei Pei's remarkable weakness. The Supreme Kai, feigning seriousness, cautioned them not to underestimate their opponent. For these warriors had been summoned by Babidi from across the cosmos. Son Wukong, unable to bear it any longer, reassured the Supreme Kai, saying, "Do not worry. This battle is in Krillin's capable hands." Faced with Sun Wukong's unwavering confidence, the Supreme Kai found himself at a loss for words. Pei Pei continued, "Do not think you can escape this room. Furthermore, any damage you sustain will be absorbed as energy by this chamber, subsequently entering the egg that seals Majin Buu." "Oh, is that so? Then avoiding injury should suffice," Krillin replied with a smile. However, Pei Pei swiftly appeared before him, stating, "Indeed. But regrettably, avoiding injury is utterly impossible while I am present." "Ha!" Krillin, exasperated, remarked on Pei Pei's incessant chatter. He then flashed in front of Pei Pei, declaring, "Enough of this conversation. Let us conclude this battle swiftly." Sun Wukong also looked at the Supreme Kai with a bewildered expression, as if to say, "Are you all right?" The Supreme Kai resembled a fool, clearly tense despite the fact that Pei Pei's battle power was inferior to his own. At that moment, the Supreme Kai possessed the ability to easily vanquish Frieza, whereas Pei Pei, with a battle power of 200 million, had only attained this through Babbidi's enhancement. Otherwise, he would likely be weaker than Frieza. Krillin regarded Pei Pei's countenance, finding it utterly ridiculous. "Bring it on," he challenged Pei Pei, summoning a semblance of spirit. Pei Pei leaped high into the air, executing a spinning kick towards Krillin. "Ha ha! Die!" Pei Pei shouted. Yet, what he believed to be a decisive blow was effortlessly blocked by Krillin's outstretched arm. After assessing the situation, Krillin concluded, "Indeed, he is stronger than Frieza. However, this level of combat prowess is something even a child from our side could easily surpass." Pei Pei stared in disbelief at this Earthling before him. Steeling himself, he launched another punch at Krillin. Yet this time, Krillin caught his fist with a single hand. Pei Pei was further astonished and performed a series of backflips to create distance. Muttering, "He is stronger than I anticipated." But that is where it ends. With that, Pei Pei charged forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks upon Krillin. However, Krillin simply stood there, yawning, not moving his feet at all. With merely a slight twist of his body, he evaded all of Pei Pei's assaults. Growing bored, Krillin seized Pei Pei's leg and sent him flying into the spaceship. The Supreme Kai watched Krillin in disbelief, unsure of what astonished him. "I told you, entrusting this to Krillin alone is more than sufficient," Sun Wukong stated nonchalantly, his arms crossed. The disparity in their energies was overwhelmingly vast. With a grunt, Pei Pei struggled to his feet, his body battered and bruised, staring in astonishment at Krillin. Krillin launched a swift kick, sending him flying once more. In midair, Pei Pei steadied himself and lunged at Krillin, but only to find emptiness. Pei Pei looked around anxiously, unable to spot Krillin. "Right here, you fool!" Krillin's voice echoed from behind him. Bang! With a powerful punch, Krillin felled Pei Pei to the ground. "Impressive!" the Supreme Kai exclaimed in surprise. "I told you. Krillin must have been training hard all these years instead of merely attending to his family," Sun Wukong remarked, observing Krillin's composure with a smile. Son Gohan nodded in agreement, praising, "Uncle Krillin truly has shown remarkable growth in battle prowess over these 7 years. Even against the lightning-fast Cell, he can hold his own." Babidi, witnessing Pei Pei's pitiful state. "See that, what is that fool doing? If he doesn't inflict some harm, we won't be able to gather the energy needed to awaken Majin Buu." "Fear not, Lord Babidi. What you witnessed was merely Pei Pei's carelessness. His true strength has yet to be revealed." Dabra defended Pei Pei. Krillin, observing the disheveled Pei Pei, taunted, "What's wrong? Can't keep up?" Enraged, Pei Pei struck out at Krillin, but Krillin deftly jumped off his head, turning to unleash a series of Yamcha's Wolf-Fang Fist. "Is that Yamcha's Wolf-Fang Fist?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. "There's no choice. Yamcha has truly retired from battle. Krillin is merely preserving a memory of his old friend in the martial arts world." Vic commented, "Indeed, if Yamcha were in the universe, he could reign supreme. But here on Earth, one must coil like a dragon or lie low like a tiger." Krillin shouted as he sent Pei Pei flying with the Wolf-Fang Fist. Babidi could no longer contain himself and turned to Dabra, asking, "Where can Pei Pei maximize his power?" Dabra pondered and replied, "On a planet with immense gravity." "A planet with immense gravity?" Babidi immediately cast a spell. In an instant, the environment transformed into a high-gravity setting. What just happened? The sudden change startled both Sun Wukong and his brother. "Where are we?" Son Gohan questioned, bewildered. "This is the work of Babidi. He altered the room's environment, likely to favor that warrior," the Supreme Kai remarked, growing tense again. Is that so? How intriguing. Son Wukong mused. Everyone present had undergone gravity training and paid little heed to the sudden shift. However, this was disadvantageous for Krillin. The Supreme Kai expressed concern. No worries, just watch. Son Wukong calmly assured. The Supreme Kai turned his attention back to Krillin and Pei-Pei. Pei-Pei, battered but triumphant, stood tall, exclaiming, "Ha! Fool, your doom is nigh." With that, Pei-Pei picked up a stone from the ground, boasting, "This is Planet Yardrat, my home." He then released the stone, allowing it to plummet freely to the ground at an astonishing speed. Krillin observed the scene without any reaction. Pei-Pei boasted, "The gravity here is 10 times that of Earth. You will undoubtedly be unable to endure such weight." His laughter echoed through the air. Krillin, gazing at the mirthful Pei-Pei, revealed a faint sardonic smile. Upon noticing Klin's expression, Pei-Pei abruptly ceased his laughter. "So what? It is merely 10 times the gravity. I feel nothing at all." Klin replied nonchalantly. "What? Don't jest. I know you're just putting on a show." Pei-Pei retorted skeptically. "Whether it's a facade or not, you will find out if you dare to try." Klin maintained his composure. "Impossible. Go to hell." Pei-Pei charged furiously at Klin. However, within the confines of the spaceship, there was no distinction, regardless of Pei-Pei's attacks. Klin remained unmoved, effortlessly evading each strike. Moreover, Klin decided it was time to end the charade, delivering a powerful blow to Pei-Pei's abdomen. The impact severely injured Pei-Pei. Klin then executed a swift kick, sending Pei-Pei crashing into the rocks, where he looked up at Klin in terror. Not only that, but Klin began to revel in his triumph. "I told you, I am not bluffing." Seeing Klin's arrogant demeanor, Pei-Pei, filled with rage, scrambled to his feet. "Damn it!" he shouted, charging once more at Klin. Yet, Klin was swifter, placing his hands on Pei-Pei. Boom! With a single strike, Pei-Pei was reduced to ashes. "Victory is ours." As expected of Uncle Klin, Son Wufan exclaimed joyfully. Klin retorted, "This kind of opponent I could have defeated 10 years ago." Although this statement bore an element of bravado, taking into account the 2 years spent in the room of spirit and time, it was indeed true. Vegeta scoffed. That scoundrel Babidi actually sent such a worthless opponent. Below, Babidi was astounded to see Pei-Pei dispatched without a scratch. Just then, the door to the next level opened. "Let us go. The door to the next level has opened." Son Wukong exclaimed, rushing forward, followed closely by Son Wufan. The Kaioshin watched in astonishment as they filed in. "How is this possible? I never expected this Earthling to be so powerful." He marveled, utterly dumbfounded. The second level appeared identical to the first. Son Wukong couldn't help but comment. "This place looks no different from the first level." Son Wufan replied, "But could it also magically alter like the previous one?" Babidi turned to Dabura. "Why are there such formidable beings on Earth?" Dabura, equally perplexed, replied, 300 years ago, during my investigation, there were no such individuals." Damn it. However, they're merely at that level. There's no need to worry too much. Besides, there are still 3 levels to go. If anything unforeseen happens, I will handle it," Dabura declared confidently. Hearing Dabura's words, Babidi regained his composure and returned to his usual self. In the second level, Son Wukong emerged victorious. "All right, I'll take the stage in the second level. I wonder what kind of opponent will appear. Hopefully, someone a bit stronger," Son Wukong asserted with confidence. Dabura inquired of Lord Babidi, "Who shall be sent forth from the second tier?" "Let it be Yako," Babidi declared. "Yako? Is he truly the one for the second tier?" Dabura hesitated momentarily. Those Earthlings may not be so easily underestimated. Observe, they were dispatched without even a semblance of resistance. Babidi elucidated. Dabura nodded, understanding. Indeed, however, if Yako is the sole contender from the second tier, I fear the opponent may be swiftly vanquished. Meanwhile, Goku could scarcely contain his impatience, exclaiming, "Hey, has no one yet emerged? Hurry up." Vegeta echoed his urgency. "This is utterly tedious. I could simply obliterate the floor and leap to the lowest tier." "No, I previously mentioned that should there be a considerable disturbance, even if he doesn't exert his full power, Majin Buu could awaken," the Supreme Kai cautioned. "In that case, there is nothing to fear from Majin Buu." Much like Dabura, Vegeta recognized that this so-called Supreme Kai lacked the formidable power of a destroyer god. What? Dabura is not remarkable? What does that imply? The Supreme Kai inquired, astonished. Piccolo clarified. What he means is that Dabura is not as formidable as you, Lord Supreme Kai? Might believe. Observing his attacks and movements from outside, as long as one is wary of his saliva, he is not particularly intimidating. The defeated Kibito was simply too weak. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Kai turned to Goku for confirmation. Is this true, Mr. Goku? Goku, known for his candor, nodded. Well, I suppose so. If that is his full strength, I previously thought he was quite a formidable opponent. 7 years ago, we battled a being named Cell, who was perhaps stronger than this so-called lightning cell. The Supreme Kai, astonished, pondered in disbelief. Could it be that a Super Saiyan is truly this powerful? Then, the Supreme Kai gazed at Gohan, recalling how difficult it had been for him to refrain from transforming into a Super Saiyan. Was that not his full strength? At last, the door swung open. A colossal green creature emerged, resembling a creature from a digital realm, though lacking the enormous scythe-like arms. Wow, what an exaggerated entity. Goku marveled at the creature before him. This so-called Yako approached Goku, saliva dripping from his maw. Ha! From whom should I begin my feast? Goku, disappointed upon seeing Yako, remarked, I am your adversary. You may appear large, but you are merely a mass of fat. The Supreme Kai hurriedly explained, Is that not Yako, the Beast Yako? Beast Yako? Krillin asked with curiosity. Indeed, this is a being of considerable strength, even ranked among the most formidable in the cosmos. Relying solely on Goku may not suffice. The Supreme Kai's warning went unheeded, for Goku and Vegeta had lost interest. Even Piccolo turned away. Chapter 127, 350 billion. Babidi gazed at Yako, laughing heartily. Yako, seize the energy from that fellow and bring it to me. Awaken Majin Buu at once. Yako continued to salivate incessantly. Klein sensed the situation and acknowledged that Yako indeed possessed considerable strength, perhaps reaching half of his own power. 7 years prior, no? 18 would not have been a worthy opponent. However, after 7 years of training and evolution, number 16, number 17, and number 18 had significantly enhanced their abilities. Son Wukong also engaged Yako in combat, and in a moment of carelessness, Yako's fingertip tore through his clothing. Ah, that was close. Yako laughed heartily. Son Gohan stroked his chin, observing, This fellow appears large, yet his speed is quite remarkable. Thus, I suggested we all attack together. King Kai exclaimed, noticing Son Wukong's damaged attire in alarm. Ah, no need for concern. My father can handle this alone, Son Gohan reassured without a trace of worry. Yako, however, called out. You may have escaped swiftly, but this time luck is not on your side. Truly astonishing. Your claws can transform into scythes. He exclaimed. Indeed, this resemblance to a Digimon is striking. It bears an uncanny likeness to a mantis beast. Ha! As expected of the beast Yako, eliminate everyone except for King Kai. I shall send you all to Yako's most cherished realm, the pitch-black world of the Dark Planet. Babidi's voice echoed ominously. Instantly, the environment within the spacecraft transformed. Surroundings plunged into complete darkness, rendering everything invisible. Wow, it has indeed turned pitch black. This is quite a conundrum. Son Wukong lamented. Yet, in such an environment, Yako could unleash his full potential. This is my favorite setting. I can see everything clearly. You must be scratching your head right now. Yako laughed. The Dark Planet? King Kai transformed into an informative guide, explaining, This is the planet where Yako originated, situated beyond the cosmos, devoid of any light. Hence, it is utterly dark. Yako declared with glee, Let us eliminate one first. He charged at Son Wukong, but unexpectedly, Son Wukong dodged in an instant, even managing to kick him. Had Yako not reacted swiftly and burrowed underground, he might have been defeated on the spot. Where are you? Son Wukong appeared behind him, exclaiming, Right here. He clasped his hands together and struck Yako's back with tremendous force. Boom. Yako was slammed to the ground, quickly concealing himself once more to launch a sneak attack on Son Wukong. However, Son Wukong retaliated with a kick to his face. King Kai could only hear the sounds, utterly oblivious to the events unfolding. Do you know what just transpired? Piccolo nodded. I have a general idea. Clearly, neither King Kai nor Yako could perceive energy. Yako, astonished, asked, Can you see me? Son Wukong replied calmly. You underestimate us. Even in this darkness, I can discern your movements with utmost clarity. Through the flow of air and energy, I have numerous ways to perceive you, such as this. In an instant, Son Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, golden light illuminating the surrounding environment. Babidi gazed in astonishment at the transformed Son Wukong, exclaiming, What is happening? The sensation is entirely different from before. Depura, seemingly unfazed, remarked, "What is the fuss? It's merely glowing." Babidi then called out to his subordinates, "Fetch me the most advanced energy analyzer, one that offers the utmost precision." Yako stared at the radiant Son Wukong, his face a mask of shock. "Well, now you understand, don't you? No matter how profound the darkness, it is utterly futile." Yet, Yako burst into laughter. "Ah, I see. Darkness is indeed ineffective." Son Wukong, observing Yako's demeanor, mused, he doesn't seem frightened at all." Meanwhile, Babidi peered through the detector, measuring Wukong's combat power, 11,200 stones. "How is this possible?" he gasped. Depura echoed his astonishment. 11,200 stones. Only 200 to 300 stones are needed to obliterate a planet. This is truly bizarre. Such a human cannot exist. Babidi, equally bewildered, pondered, could the instrument be malfunctioning? However, if it truly reads 11,200 stones, Yako stands no chance. His energy is merely 800 stones. At this moment, Son Wukong had achieved a combat power level of 7 billion in his normal state. Even against Lightning Cell, the Super Saiyan Son Wukong could hold his own. Yet, Yako remained unperturbed, declaring, "I shall prevail." With that, he opened his mouth wide and began to absorb Wukong's energy, both light and aura. Instantly, Yako's body began to emit a soft glow. Son Wukong had never witnessed such a power before. He reverted to his normal state. Did I revert from Super Saiyan? Son Gohan, taken aback, inquired, "Why has it turned dark again?" Vegeta explained, "Kakarot has exited his Super Saiyan form." Yako exhaled, "Delicious. I have never consumed such exquisite energy." "Consume?" Son Wukong asked curiously. "The beast Yako can devour energy. The light emitted by a Super Saiyan is the finest sustenance," exclaimed King Kai. Hearing this, Son Gohan quickly warned, "Dad, don't transform into a Super Saiyan. This guy can absorb all energy." Yet, Son Wukong interjected, "Hold on. Your father surely has a plan." If possible, I would love to savor that delightful light again." Yako exclaimed, "What a peculiar fellow." Son Wukong chuckled, "In that case, allow me to fill you up." With that, Son Wukong transformed back into a Super Saiyan. I'm so glad you're a fool. I shall indulge." Yako boasted. King Kai, observing Wukong's transformation, sighed. "What kind of choice is this? Why not fight together? This is no game." Vegeta could not restrain himself, insisting, "Shut your mouth and watch closely. Kakarot must have a strategy. He is no fool." Yako then opened his mouth wide to continue his feast, while Son Wukong increased his energy output. "I'll make sure you have your fill." Indeed, the beast Yako's belly began to swell. Son Wukong erupted with renewed vigor. The formidable light surged directly into Yako's body. Boom. Yako was forcefully obliterated by Son Wukong. "How impressive!" the Kaioshin exclaimed, seemingly in disbelief. Vegeta observed this scene, realizing that Kakarot had indeed become stronger once more. He truly lives up to his reputation. Chapter 128, Majin Son Wukong? Son Gohan stepped forward with a smile. "Father, you've grown even stronger. The energy you released while defeating that monster was incredible." Vegeta, with his eyes closed, reflected on the past 7 years. He too had ascended to Super Saiyan 2, yet compared to Son Wukong, his progress had been relatively modest. It was evident that Kakarot had advanced further within the realm of Super Saiyan 2. Down below, Babidi gazed at Son Wukong in terror. Yako exploded. He exclaimed. Why did he suddenly explode? Dubra, understanding the situation, remarked, Yako was a foolish individual. He fell for the enemy's trick. His energy intake exceeded his capacity. Babidi, still in a state of panic, insisted, no, that was not a simple matter. Yako exploded at the very last moment. Those adversaries are indeed formidable. Dubra confidently replied. It matters not. I shall quell Lord Babidi's unease. Observing Dubra, Babidi felt a sense of relief. Now, I shall personally take the stage. It won't be long before I bring them to their knees, seize their energy, and lift the seal on Majin Buu. Dubra proclaimed with assurance. But Dubra, if you are defeated, it will all be over. Do you truly believe you can win? Babidi inquired anxiously. Dubra laughed heartily. Chance of victory? I am Dubra, the king of the demon realm. No one has yet been born who can surpass my strength. On the third level, Son Wukong's son, Wuxing, expressed his boredom. Is this the level of adversaries? Had I known, I would have preferred to wait for you all to return for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Wuxing, perhaps a challenging opponent will appear soon. Wuxing retorted, this level is for Gohan. Even if there are formidable foes, they are not for me to face. Gohan chuckled, leave it to me. The Kaioshin observed the relaxed demeanor of the group and sighed. Mr. Wukong, Mr. Wuxing, this is no game. Babbidi's minions are powerful beings selected from across the universe. Although we have triumphed thus far, it would be wise for everyone to join forces moving forward. Sun Wukong responded, oh, do not worry so much, Lord Kaioshin. Besides, don't you think it would be unfair for everyone to join in? Huh, unfair? The Kaioshin queried, perplexed. Indeed, whether it is Krillin or myself, we each faced our opponents alone. Yet when it comes to Gohan, everyone should join in. That would be quite unjust to him. Sun Wukong explained. Yes, just leave it to me, Gohan asserted, preparing himself. Piccolo, reassured, added, Gohan, while that may be true, we must not be careless. Babidi looked at Dabra and said, I entrust this to you, Dabra. Dabra nodded. Do not worry. I shall ensure that I personally deal with these adversaries. Subsequently, Dabra entered the meditation chamber, intent on elevating his energy to its zenith. Babidi instructed his subordinates that this door must not be opened without Dabra's command. Observing Dabra's meditative state, Babidi mused that Dabra appeared to be in high spirits. Once he unleashed his true prowess, those few adversaries would be mere trifles. Confidence surged within Babidi once more. How slow? When will the opponent emerge? Gohan expressed his impatience. Vegeta scoffed. Perhaps they are too intimidated by our strength to send anyone forth to meet their demise. Krillin stretched and remarked, though these individuals are formidable in the universe, to us, they are but a piece of cake. Goku sat down and decided, never mind. I shall rest for a while. Meanwhile, at the World Martial Arts Tournament, after Goku and the others departed, the excitement waned significantly. Goku observed the final match featuring Android 18 and the fusion of Trunks and Goten, shaking his head in resignation. While others might not recognize them, Goku could easily discern Trunks and Goten. Bulma, cradling Goku's son, fumed. Gohan really should not have left us here. Who knows where he has gone with the old man? Goku smiled reassuringly at Bulma. Mom, Dad must have important matters to attend to. Otherwise, he would surely want to battle alongside Uncle and go on. He recalled his father's numerous mentions of such during their training sessions. Bulma, slightly taken aback, responded, is that so? Gohan has never shared such things with me. Perhaps it is because you are not interested in martial arts, Goku suggested. Meanwhile, Satan watched the battle between Android 18 and the fused Trunks and Goten, trembling in fear. Goodness, why am I, a mere Earthling, involved in such a conflict? Ultimately, the match concluded with both Android 18 and the fusion duo being knocked out of the ring. After all, Android 18 lacked financial motivation to be swayed by Satan, while Trunks and Goten were merely there to fight. Hours passed, and Goku had managed to catch some sleep. Ah, is there still no opponent? He groaned, rubbing his eyes. None at all. Trust me, I'm feeling sleepy too. Krillin yawned in agreement. On the lower tier, Dabra finally completed his meditation, adjusting his state to its peak. Thank you for your patience. Dabra smiled at Babidi. The Supreme Kai surveyed the warriors in the chamber. While Goku and his friends had just dozed off, the Supreme Kai dared not succumb to slumber. Observing the relaxed group, he thought to himself, these individuals are indeed quite complacent. Yet, judging by their confident demeanor, should any unexpected event arise, they would undoubtedly unleash a formidable power. How absurd. A Supreme Kai like me is being flustered by mere mortals. Just then, the Demon King, Dabra, slowly emerged on the third tier. Dabra, the Supreme Kai exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated Dabra's swift entrance. Defeating the subordinates and ascending to the third level is indeed a remarkable achievement for humanity, verging on the miraculous and worthy of commendation. However, this is where the accolades cease. For your next adversary is none other than I, the king of the demon realm, Dabra declared with confidence. Meanwhile, as the ruler of the demon realm, Dabra sensed a malevolent intent within Sun Wukong. Or rather, it was not malevolence, but the fierce desire for battle that resided in Sun Wukong's heart. Is there someone else here with ulterior motives? Splendid. Dabra rejoiced inwardly. Chapter 129, Son Gohan vs. Dabra. Vegeta gazed at Dabra with disdain, remarking, as the strongest, you've finally made your entrance. It seems Babidi is quite anxious. Dubra did not refute this, coolly stating, "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Come at me together." Son Gohan interjected, No. This time, it is I who shall defeat you." "What?" Dubra looked at the confident Son Gohan, astonished. Compared to this, the confines of such a narrow space are unsuitable for battle, just like before. "Let us find a more spacious arena," Son Gohan proposed. You little brat. There are limits to underestimating me." Dubra retorted angrily. "Wait a moment, Dubra. If we are to resurrect Majin Buu, the spaceship must not sustain severe damage. If possible, it would be best to fight elsewhere." Babiti's voice chimed in at the opportune moment. "Very well, I understand, Lord Babidi." Dubra replied respectfully. "To where shall we go?" Babidi inquired. "Humph. Let us choose an environment similar to Earth, one that they are accustomed to," Dubra asserted confidently. "Such confidence. However, I dare say, there should be no one in this world capable of defeating you." Babidi once again cast his spell, transporting everyone present to another planet. "All right, I shall take my turn." Son Gohan assumed a combat stance. "Do not underestimate him," Son Wukong cautioned. At the World Martial Arts Tournament, the matches were nearly concluded. Yet Son Wukong and the others had not returned. Bulma turned to Son Goten, saying, "Goten, go find your father and ask what they are doing, and whether we should wait for their return." Son Goten nodded and flew off, while Trunks and Son Goten, having been eliminated, quietly followed suit. Along the way, the trio encountered a returning Videl, from whom they learned the details of the situation. Son Goten then led Trunks and Son Goten to catch up. On an unknown planet, the battle between Son Gohan and Dubra raged fiercely. Truly, as the king of the demon realm, Dubra's power, though not as formidable as that of the previous lightning cell, remained extraordinarily potent. Krillin watched Dubra in the air, exclaiming, "Incredible! Truly the king of the demon realm. If it were me, I would surely be no match for him." Piccolo assessed the situation and nodded. "Dubra's strength should surpass yours by 50%. Krillin sighed. "Although I have not neglected my training over these 7 years, my progress pales in comparison to these Saiyans." Bick refrained from uttering much. Indeed, he had not squandered these past 7 years. Dubra unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, akin to a wave of blades, directed at Son Gohan. Such a method of assault was rare, and even the battle-hardened Gohan could only evade temporarily. He plunged into the water, emerging from beneath the surface to unleash a magical flash towards Dubra. "Fool!" Dubra exclaimed, extending his palm in an attempt to counter Gohan's magical flash. Yet, this strike was merely a decoy. Gohan had already positioned himself before Dubra and delivered a powerful kick, sending Dubra hurtling away. Although struck by Gohan's blow, Dubra remained largely unscathed, floating amidst the debris of rocks, manipulating the surrounding stones with his energy to hurl them at Gohan. Gohan braced himself, crossing his arms to shield against Dubra's onslaught. Boom! Dust and debris erupted. Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, completely nullifying Dubra's attack. Observing Gohan, who appeared unscathed and with a significantly amplified aura, Dubra was taken aback. Goku shouted, "Come on, Gohan. Show me your strength." Meanwhile, Vegeta frowned at Gohan, muttering, if Gohan abandoned his studies and devoted himself to training, he would be far stronger than he is now. Goku, with a sigh, remarked that children have their own aspirations. One cannot expect every child to pursue training as they did. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai was left speechless. This Gohan, who seemed to possess a power that far exceeded his own, had not even trained to his full potential, according to Goku and the others. In an instant, Gohan reappeared before Dubra, who had no time to react, and landed a punch squarely in his abdomen. The force of the blow left Dubra gasping, and he was sent soaring into the sky by Gohan's powerful strike. But Gohan was not finished. He pressed the advantage, reappearing behind Dubra and delivering a crushing blow to his back. Gohan unleashed a barrage of white energy blasts, engulfing Dubra's figure entirely. The Babidi minions watching were left in shock. Dubra. They feared for Dubra's demise. However, such an assault was evidently insufficient to vanquish the Demon Realm's king. Dubra reappeared behind Gohan and attempted a surprise attack, only to have Gohan easily grasp his arm. Yet this time, Dubra's strength surpassed Gohan's expectations. He managed to break free, landing 2 successive punches to Gohan's face. While these strikes lacked raw power, they were laden with humiliation. Gohan erupted with fury. Super Saiyan 2. Lightning crackled around Gohan's body as he declared, Show me your true prowess. This level is hardly worthy of a spar. Upon hearing Gohan's taunt, Dabra initially seethed with anger, but quickly regained his composure. As you wish, he bellowed, enveloped in azure lightning, unleashing his full power. This time, the two engaged in a fierce struggle, each matching the other blow for blow. Roaring, Dabra expelled a torrent of crimson energy. In an instant, Son Wukong realized the formidable nature of this strike. The shockwave surged like acidic rain, eroding every inch of land it touched. Son Wukong found himself compelled to evade continuously. Yet he is Son Wukong. Seizing the opportunity from Dapra's attack recoil, he delivered a powerful punch to Dapra's body. A mere afterimage. Son Wukong was taken aback. His punch met only air. I am right here. Die, Dapper shouted, materializing beside Son Wukong, unleashing a ferocious crimson energy blast with one hand. This is bad. A chill ran through Son Wukong's heart. The only option was to elevate his energy and be hurled into the water. The King Kai observed the scene in astonishment. However, this blow only inflicted minor injuries on Son Wukong. Half of his clothing was stripped away in the water, leaving him covered in abrasions. Ouch, that truly stings. He is still up there waiting for me. Son Wukong felt Dapra's presence above the water. In a manner reminiscent of Son Wukong's battle against Frieza, he too conjured 2 energy blasts in the water and directed them skyward. Chapter 130, The Battle Spirit of Son Wukong. 2 energy blasts soared from the water, aimed at Dapra, yet such an assault was akin to child's play for Dapra. He merely swung his arms, effortlessly deflecting the energy blasts away. Is this the best you can muster? Dapra, unlike Frieza, possessed the ability to sense energy. Another crimson energy blast struck Son Wukong midair. Humph, even with enhanced strength. Is this all you can achieve? Dapper remarked, observing Son Wukong, who had intercepted his energy attack. Truly, he is the king of the demon realm, on an entirely different level compared to Pui and Yakon. The King Kai sighed in agreement. Piccolo cautioned, don't underestimate him. Gohan, Dapper can also sense energy. At this moment, Son Wukong's green attire was entirely shredded, leaving only his black bodysuit. How infuriating. I was careless. But this time I shall not be negligent. The battle is far from over. Son Wukong observed Dapra with a hint of surprise, noting that Dapra was significantly stronger than he appeared. His combat experience is quite extensive. Vegeta, irked, interjected, even so, he is not an unbeatable foe. Gohan hasn't engaged in intense combat for 7 years. Otherwise, his true strength would far exceed what he is demonstrating now. Son Wukong sighed, acknowledging the necessity for Gohan to balance his studies. Let us not set our expectations too high. After all, the elders are still alive. The King Kai listened to the criticisms of Gohan from Son Wukong and the others, feeling increasingly helpless. Watching the clash between Gohan and Dapra, Son Wukong lamented. This won't do, Gohan. Such monotonous attacks will be easily deciphered by your opponent. Vegeta, observing the battle, remarked that it was pointless to discuss it now. Gohan had completely forgotten the essence of combat. Piccolo, arms crossed, expressed his dismay, stating, over these 7 years, I have primarily trained alongside Wukong and instructed Wujua. Why has Gohan been so lackadaisical? Son Gohan engaged in a fierce exchange of blows with Dabura, lacking any semblance of strategy. Dabura, wielding a large blade, relentlessly assaulted Son Gohan, who found himself momentarily overwhelmed. The two were locked in a stalemate. Frustrated, Vegeta exclaimed, this is unbearable. Allow me to step in and eliminate him. Not so fast, Vegeta. It was agreed that Gohan would handle this himself, and he is not being completely overpowered. Goku replied, let us put an end to this child's play. I merely wish to face you and Kakarot in a proper battle. Vegeta retorted with irritation. If not for this matter, I wouldn't have bothered attending that tedious martial arts tournament. Goku added, his own battle spirit beginning to stir. At that moment, Dabura sensed Goku's rising fighting spirit. Lord Babidi, may we return to the spaceship? I have uncovered something quite intriguing. Dabura communicated discreetly. Something intriguing? Babidi inquired, intrigued. Indeed. It pertains to the revival of Majin Buu. Dabura asserted. What? Is that true, Dabura? Yes. We merely need to return to the spaceship, Dabura confirmed. In an instant, magic was invoked, and everyone found themselves aboard the spaceship. Dabura swiftly entered the elevator shaft from which he had emerged. Hey, are you fleeing? Son Gohan shouted at Dabura. Fleeing? You are mistaken. I do not need to lift a finger. I have discovered a worthy warrior to defeat you. Dabura laughed as he departed. The Supreme Kai expressed his astonishment. You, as a Dark Lord, are abandoning the fight? The others looked on in confusion. In the lower chamber, Dabura revealed his findings. Among that group, there is an exceptionally concealed individual. Though devoid of malice, his desire for combat surpasses all bounds. Under such extremities, with but a slight nudge from Lord Babidi, they could turn against one another. Indeed, this will yield energy. Majin Buu can be resurrected. Well done, Dabura. Babidi chuckled heartily. Huh, why did he leave? How dull. Goku remarked, feeling somewhat disinterested. It had been 7 years since he had engaged in a proper battle. Just then, Babidi's magic took effect. Rather than controlling Goku, it ignited the fighting spirit within him. Goku, a true warrior of the Saiyan race, suddenly erupted with intense energy. The onlookers were taken aback by Goku's fierce aura. Uncle Goku. Goku, what is happening? Control your energy. Son Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo rushed forward in concern. My lord, what is happening to Goku? Goku questioned anxiously. This is troubling. The sorcerer Babidi can manipulate emotions. He is provoking Mr. Goku's fighting spirit. The Supreme Kai felt a surge of alarm. Once this emotion is stirred, even the most virtuous individuals may transform into merciless combat machines. The Supreme Kai continued to shout. Yet, there was no one capable of suppressing Son Wukong any longer. His fighting spirit had ignited completely, beyond anyone's control. Super Saiyan 2. The energy emanating from Son Wukong surged to a new level. This formidable power even caused the very earth to tremble. What an overwhelming force. Is this truly Wukong's full strength? Son Wukong, sensing his brother's energy, exclaimed in astonishment. Wukong, please, regain your composure. Krillin shouted desperately. Subsequently, Son Wukong opened his eyes, his fighting spirit ablaze, and gazed at everyone present with a smile. Ha ha ha. Brother, Vegeta, Gohan, let us engage in a proper battle. Son Wukong laughed boisterously. Wukong, calm down. If you wish to fight, let us return to do so. Son Wukong called out. Uncle Wukong, please, come to your senses. Ha ha ha. Such words could incite them to self-destruction. Babidi cackled as he altered the venue. This time, he transported Son Wukong and the others directly back to the site of the World Martial Arts Tournament. What? We are at the tournament site, Gohan exclaimed, looking around in shock. Everyone present wore expressions of disbelief. Who are these people? How did they appear so suddenly? I don't know. They look quite peculiar. It's Wukong. And Gohan too. Bulma observed in amazement. Indeed, it is Wukong and Gohan. Chi-Chi laughed. Yet, none sensed the ominous shift in atmosphere. Chapter 131. 3 against 1? As the champion, Mr. Satan gazed at Son Wukong and the others in utter astonishment. Something feels amiss. What has happened to Wukong? Bulma, being Son Wukong's wife, was the first to notice the anomaly. Master Roshi also sensed something was wrong. Why is Wukong's energy so ferocious? It appears as if he has lost his sanity. Son Wukong unleashed all of his energy. Ha ha ha. He emitted a laugh reminiscent of a villain. Kakarot. I cannot believe it. How could such a proud warrior be controlled by some dark sorcerer? Vegeta clenched his fists in fury. Ha ha ha. That's right, Son Wukong. Annihilate everything in your path. Babidi laughed heartily. Enough of this. My only goal is to battle with my brother and the others. Son Wukong retorted angrily. What manner of being is this? Even when stirred to such emotions, he still retains his sense of self. I have never encountered anyone like him before. Babidi exclaimed in shock. Wukong. Bulma cried out in panic. Daddy. Son Xiao also shouted. Android 18 soared onto the martial arts stage, grasping Son Wukong's arm. Wukong, please, regain your composure. Son Wukong looked at Android 18 beside him, smiled, and swiftly rendered her unconscious with a light strike, tossing her toward the stands. Chi-Chi and Bulma hurriedly caught Android 18. Wukong, what on earth are you planning to do? Master Roshi's forehead glistened with sweat. Satan gazed at Son Wukong and his companions, exclaiming in astonishment, these individuals, they are the very ones from the Cell Games. Remarkably, they are still alive. Son Wukong glanced briefly at Bulma and Son Xiao in the stands before turning his attention to Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan. Join me in battle. Brother, Vegeta, Gohan, come, let us fight. Son Wukong cried out, his fighting spirit igniting once more, his energy surging. This is a disaster. We must immediately rein in Wukong. Otherwise, he will unleash a massacre. Sun Wukong felt Wukong's violent aura and sensed something was amiss. Is this what Wukong meant by a battle state? But why has he lost his reason? The only one who had trained alongside Wukong, Piccolo, discerned his current state. Kakarot. I will join you. Let's subdue him. Vegeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong followed suit, and the two Super Saiyan 2 warriors stood resolutely before Wukong. Wukong. Vegeta. You must be cautious. In this state, Wukong is far more powerful than a Super Saiyan 2. Piccolo shouted. Not only that, but he turned to Gohan and said, Gohan, you two must assist. Leave Majin Buu to me and Krillin. Gohan nodded and also transformed, joining the fray. This isn't good. Mr. Sun Wukong, Mr. Vegeta, you must remain calm. If you engage in battle here, it plays directly into Babidi hands. Your energy will be absorbed, and undoubtedly, Majin Buu will be revived. The Supreme Kai interposed himself between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. However, neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta paid heed to the Supreme Kai's warning. Wukong, the path you tread is perilous. This surge of battle intent is misguided. Allow Vegeta and me to bring you back to your senses. Sun Wukong called out directly. The Supreme Kai stood in the center, resembling a jester. A misguided path? Ha! This is indeed the most righteous path. Wukong laughed heartily. The usually tranquil Wukong had, under such circumstances, developed a distorted personality. Babidi, transport us to a deserted location. We shall confront Wukong. Sun Wukong shouted. Please hold on. If you insist on fighting, then you must first defeat me. The Supreme Kai interjected once more. Yet this time, neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta showed any regard for the Supreme Kai's authority. The two extended their hands towards him, each gathering a golden sphere of energy. Gohan was taken aback by this scene. It was the first time he had witnessed his father in such a state of irrationality. Indeed, whenever it involved his uncle Wukong, his father would resort to such reckless actions. The Supreme Kai was flabbergasted, never anticipating that Sun Wukong would dare to take action against him. Vegeta shouted, Kakarot, stop wasting your breath. If Wukong truly goes berserk, it will spell trouble. Recognizing the resolve of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the Supreme Kai turned to depart. My apologies, Supreme Kai. After apologizing, Sun Wukong, alongside Vegeta and Gohan, formed a triangular formation, surrounding Wukong. As the magic was unleashed, Sun Wukong and his companions vanished in an instant. Wukong, Bulma exclaimed anxiously. Do not fret. Gohan and Goku are here. Along with Vegeta, the three of them will surely be able to restrain Wukong. Chi-Chi quickly reassured Bulma. However, Master Roshi's expression remained grave, reflecting his concerns. Lord Kaishin, Krillin and I will join you in defeating Babidi and Dabura to prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu. Leave this to Goku and Gohan, Piccolo suggested. Kaishin acquiesced, stating, It must be so. Even if the spaceship's destruction leads to Majin Buu's revival, it is preferable to him being fully resurrected through the absorption of their energy. Dabura similarly urged, This is quite acceptable, Babidi. Allowing Kaishin to perish before your very eyes has always been your desire, has it not? Babidi nodded in agreement. Rather than that, let us open the door and allow Kaishin and his companions to enter. That green-skinned fellow and the short one are certainly no match for me. Dabura declared confidently. If we let them open the door, it would be futile for Majin Buu to resurrect in an imperfect state. Dabura continued to persuade. Indeed, you are right, Dabura, I understand, Babidi remarked as he directly opened the spaceship's hatch. Goku, Gohan, you must restrain Wukong and calm him, Piccolo shouted, although Krillin was worried. He also affirmed, We will handle Babidi and Dabura. Yes, give it your all. We will restore Wukong to his original state. By the way, bring down 2 Senza beans. Sun Wukong said, tossing the beans to Piccolo. Do not worry, we will defeat Dabura, Piccolo nodded. Subsequently, Kaishin, along with Piccolo and Krillin, descended. Outside, only Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the 2 sons remained. Dad, what should we do? Wukong uncle looks terrifying right now, Gohan observed, gazing at Wukong, who was emanating a violent aura. The opportunity to suppress Wukong relies on you to create it. Sun Wukong directed his gaze toward Gohan. Chapter 132, 47. 5 billion. Gohan hesitated. Me? Sun Wukong affirmed, indeed. Gohan, if you become enraged, you can undoubtedly subdue Wukong. You possess the greatest potential among us. Vegeta, despite his disdain for Sun Wukong, had always recognized Gohan's capabilities. Rest assured, We two old geezers will create opportunities for you, Vegeta declared, raising his energy to its peak. Enough of this chit-chat. Are you not ready yet? Wukong bellowed, his countenance reflecting fury and battle intent. I've been waiting for this moment. Son Wukong responded, equally filled with fighting spirit. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Allow me to showcase the fruits of my labor over these past 7 years. Wukong boasted exuberantly. Over the past 7 years, his progress has been nothing short of remarkable. His foundational combat power has surged to an astonishing 12.5 billion. Moreover, he has achieved the ultimate form of Super Saiyan 2, combined with the current amplification of battle intent, resulting in a terrifying increase of battle power by a factor of 380. He is now merely 20 times away from the 400-fold multiplier of Super Saiyan 3. Furthermore, as the battle intensifies, the flame of his fighting spirit continues to blaze, causing Son Wukong's combat prowess to escalate even further. He grows stronger with each confrontation. It is truly a formidable force. Son Wukong, taken aback, solemnly declared, in that case, I shall unleash my utmost strength to swiftly subdue you alongside Vegeta. Indeed, Kakarot, do not forget there is also Majin Buu below, who absorbs power. Vegeta cautioned. Having lived on Earth for a decade, Vegeta has unconsciously assimilated with his surroundings, establishing a family and a life of his own. He certainly does not wish for any calamity to befall Earth. What a terrifying situation, Dad and Uncle Vegeta. But I will not be defeated, Son Gohan declared, equally pushing his combat power to its limits. Meanwhile, King Kai, accompanied by Krillin and Piccolo, descended into the next level of the spaceship. This time, however, they were met only by a horde of insignificant adversaries from the cosmos. Their combat strength, well, was truly trivial. Upon seeing King Kai and Piccolo, the minions panicked and shouted, "They've come. We will not allow you to pass." King Kai found himself somewhat speechless. These must be Babedi's low-ranking warriors. And we currently have no time to deal with these pests. Krillin merely unleashed his energy and effortlessly dispatched the rabble. Though we may not be as powerful as Goku and the others, these fellows are no match for me, Krillin remarked, brushing his hair aside. Subsequently, the passage opened once more. King Kai understood. It seemed Babidi deemed it unnecessary to prolong the encounter any further. Let us proceed and locate Majin Buu's egg. Piccolo nodded in agreement, and the trio continued their descent. Kakarot, I shall take the lead, Vegeta announced, charging directly at Son Wukong, relentlessly raining down punches upon him. Yet, Son Wukong deftly dodged the attacks, easily evading Vegeta's blows. The disparity in combat strength, despite both being Super Saiyan 2, was quite pronounced. Too slow, Vegeta, is this truly your full potential? Son Wukong taunted while skillfully deflecting Vegeta's strikes. At that moment, Son Wukong also made his move. He realized that relying solely on Vegeta would not suffice to conquer Son Wukong. With a sudden attack, he executed a sneak kick aimed at Son Wukong's back. Instant transmission? Clever idea. But brother, it seems you have forgotten that I can also use instant transmission. Son Wukong swiftly reacted, turning to collide his leg against Son Wukong's incoming kick. The impact of their clash even shattered the nearby mountain. Seizing the opportunity, Son Gohan approached Son Wukong, concentrating energy in his hands. Magical flash. A powerful golden energy blast shot directly towards Son Wukong. Son Wukong instantaneously reappeared beside Son Gohan, while Son Wuxing stood his ground, unflinching, and took the brunt of the magical flash attack. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, engulfing Son Wuxing in a cloud of smoke. Well done, Gohan, Son Wukong praised. Do not underestimate him. Kakarot's energy has shown no signs of waning, Vegeta cautioned. As the smoke dissipated, Son Wuxing emerged unscathed before the trio. He stretched his neck and chuckled. That strike wasn't half bad. It gave me a decent massage. The expressions of Son Wukong and the others darkened. The previous blow from Gohan was something even they could not have easily endured, yet Son Wuxing appeared entirely unfazed. What's wrong, brother? Didn't you say you would finish this fight in an instant? Son Wuxing continued to taunt. Hold on, Wuxing, we are coming. Son Wukong and his companions charged once more, encircling Son Wuxing with a flurry of attacks. However, Son Wuxing stood firm, reminiscent of El Bu at Hulao Pass, showing no fear of their onslaught, and instead matched their efforts blow for blow. Seizing the opportunity, Son Wuxing delivered a punch to Son Gohan's abdomen, then disregarded Vegeta and Son Wukong's assaults. relentlessly pummeling Gohan's stomach. Inside the spaceship, Babidi erupted into laughter. Yes, yes, exactly. Let the infighting commence. Soon, Majin Buu will be resurrected. Meanwhile, the egg containing Majin Buu was steadily absorbing the energy radiating from the four fighters. The energy indicator beneath the egg swiftly approached 75. Seeing this, Depura grinned wider. Babidi turned his gaze from the crystal ball, which displayed the remaining kais, and addressed Depura. Depura, we must now consider how to dispose of these nuisances. Indeed, I will allow Lord Babidi to witness the demise of the kais. Depura replied, a smug smile adorning his face. I leave it in your capable hands, Depura. Ha. On the battlefield, Sun Wuxing endured the blows from Sun Wukong and Vegeta, sustaining several injuries in the process. However, the trio assaulting him fared no better, each bearing wounds, with Son Gohan, being the weakest, suffering the most. The energy of the attacking trio had diminished to varying degrees. Yet Sun Wuxing's energy not only remained intact, but surged further. Ha. Chapter 133. 3 against 1 and still not winning. Do you even know how to fight? Ha. This is precisely the battle I desired. Sun Wuxing erupted with energy, forcing Sun Wukong and the others to retreat. Vegeta, witnessing Sun Wuxing's rising power, was taken aback. Kakarot. What is happening? Why is Kakarot's battle power increasing rather than diminishing? Is he not experiencing any fatigue? Vegeta inquired, perplexed. Sun Wukong, his expression grave, responded. I do not know. It seems this is the new power Wuxing has mastered over these 7 years. Son Gohan coughed lightly and began. I have indeed heard Uncle Piccolo mention this matter. Gohan, do share, Vegeta urged. Nodding, Son Gohan recalled. Uncle Piccolo said that Uncle Wuxing is researching the impact of combat while on fighting power. As the intensity of battle increases, one's fighting power can gradually elevate. Although the energy may diminish, the multiplier of fighting power will increase, resulting in an overall enhancement rather than a decline. Furthermore, according to Uncle Piccolo, this augmentation is endless as long as Uncle Wuxing does not suffer a fatal injury, for the essence of fighting spirit is boundless. Upon hearing Son Gohan's explanation, both Son Goku and Vegeta's expressions darkened. Impossible. This defies the very logic of martial arts. Vegeta exclaimed, feeling as though his worldview was being reshaped. Son Goku, in admiration, remarked, truly remarkable, Wuxing. But is this truly a capability that we, mere mortals, can master? Certainly not. This resides within the realm of the divine. Only a god can wield such seemingly inconceivable powers. Ha. Brother, Vegeta, why have you paused? I am in the midst of my excitement. Don't dampen the mood. Let us continue. Uncle Wuxing laughed heartily, inviting them to battle. Son Goku, momentarily taken aback, sighed. Yet, the drawbacks are evident. Even someone as composed as Wuxing becomes combative and loses a degree of rationality in such a state. Come, let the battle resume, Kakarot. Vegeta, disbelieving Son Gohan's words, charged forward once more. Vegeta, damn it. Son Goku, unable to restrain Vegeta, followed suit. Dad, wait. I'll help too. Son Gohan exclaimed helplessly, as the three once again engaged in fierce combat with Uncle Wuxing. Kamehameha, Ultimate Flash, Demon Flash. The trio unleashed 3 powerful energy waves towards Uncle Wuxing. Yet, astonishingly, he showed no fear, effortlessly absorbing their combined assault with his own energy. After this clash, for the first time, Son Goku and his companions felt a sense of despair. Son Goku's expression shifted to one of resignation. Their combined effort, which initially seemed promising, had not even ruffled a single hair on Uncle Wuxing. How could this be? Vegeta began to question his very existence, overwhelmed by the vast disparity in fighting power. Meanwhile, in the lowest chamber of the spaceship, the Kaioshin trio descended, gazing in astonishment at the glowing egg of Majin Buu. Ah! The Kaioshin exclaimed, somewhat alarmed. Is this the egg of Majin Buu? Piccolo inquired. Indeed. Birthed by the malevolent sorcerer Babidi, the terrifying Majin Buu resides within this egg, the Kaioshin affirmed. Both Piccolo and Krillin sensed the aura of Majin Buu and were taken aback. What a terrifying energy. It is even more formidable than the lightning cell from 7 years ago. I have never encountered such a powerful presence. Krillin exclaimed in shock. However, Piccolo, initially startled, soon exhaled in relief, for he had witnessed even greater powers in the past. However, Piccolo expressed his astonishment. remarking that although the intensity of this malevolent energy did not exceed his expectations, he had never encountered such wickedness before. Babiti's voice resonated at the opportune moment, proclaiming, "Indeed. Welcome to the lowest realm, Supreme Kai." As he spoke, Babidi and Dubra emerged from either side of the egg containing Majin Buu. "I have come to vanquish you, Babidi," the Supreme Kai declared, his expression grave. The enemy of my father?" Babidi retaliated, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Not only will I defeat you, but I shall also thwart the resurrection of Majin Buu," the Supreme Kai boldly asserted. "What a pity, you shall not succeed so easily. We still have the Demon King Dubra on our side," Babidi remarked, glancing at Dubra. "A Demon King, you say?" Piccolo inquired, eyeing Dubra. "Mr. Piccolo, do you have confidence? During the time we have squandered, Mr. Goku and his companions have sustained injuries and may have already transferred energy to Majin Buu," the Supreme Kai warned. "Fear not. He is merely a Demon King," Piccolo replied with assurance. "Then I shall assist you in battling Babidi, Lord Supreme Kai," Krillin offered. "Excellent." The Supreme Kai nodded in approval. Meanwhile, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan found themselves on the brink of severe injury, having been thoroughly overwhelmed by Goku's younger counterpart. What terrifying power! I never anticipated that Goku's full potential would manifest in such a manner. Goku, bloodied and astonished, gazed at Goku's younger self. Full power? Kakarot's energy continues to surge. Vegeta's hands trembled slightly. Could he truly conquer such a monster? Stay focused. Uncle Goku's attack is coming again, Gohan shouted. "Ha! Behold my princely combat style." Goku's younger self seemed to have fully unleashed his potential, relentlessly hurling energy blasts toward Goku and the others. "Not enough, not nearly enough. Yeah, he cried, his hands a flurry of motion as he assailed Goku and his companions. Although merely ordinary ki blasts, Goku and the others dared not underestimate them, evading continuously. "Damn it, this cannot continue. As the esteemed prince of the Saiyans, I am bested by a low-class warrior. Moreover, I have even been saved by you two." Vegeta's pride surged once more. Gohan, on the other hand, found himself in a dire predicament, as he was the weakest among them. For a moment, the trio was at a loss for what to do. In the lowest layer, Piccolo scrutinized Dubra, realizing that Majin Buu's resurrection was imminent, and time was of the essence. "Mr. Piccolo, we must eliminate these two before Majin Buu's energy is fully restored. If he is revived, this planet will be obliterated in an instant," the Supreme Kai urged. "Supreme Kai, let us change our location. We must head to the surface, for Majin Buu is about to emerge from this egg in his complete form. If we destroy the ship in the process, it will be troublesome." Chapter 134, The Resurrection of Majin Buu. "Certainly, but we shall eliminate all of you and ensure that Majin Buu does not resurrect," the Supreme Kai declared resolutely. "Will it truly proceed so smoothly?" "Ha!" Babidi laughed as he descended to the surface, cradling Majin Buu's egg. "What do you think, Dabura? Just to be safe, I must inquire. Can you defeat that pale-faced Earthling?" Babidi asked. "Of course, although I have not fought him before, there is no doubt I can vanquish such a weakling," Dabura replied confidently. "Hee, then proceed as you wish. Annihilate them all, just like you did with Gibbet." "Yes, Master Babidi." "Ha. Babidi turned to the Supreme Kai, exclaiming, "I am truly delighted to have you here, at last. I can exact my revenge. My father was defeated by you long ago, perhaps due to his overconfidence. I shall not suffer the same fate as my father. My magical prowess surpasses his. Now that Dabura is under my command, victory is assured." Dabura wore a smug smile as he regarded the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai felt a sinking sensation. There was no indication of weakness. If he were to strike recklessly, he would undoubtedly fall victim to that fiend's magic. Piccolo, observing Dabura, discarded his white cloak, unleashing his energy. Babidi looked at Piccolo in alarm. "How is this possible? That ghastly figure is astonishingly powerful." Babidi retreated 2 steps, his face pale. Meanwhile, Majin Buu's energy was nearly fully amassed. How could this happen so quickly? Piccolo was taken aback, just as he was about to engage. Babidi, in shock, gazed at the egg behind him, exclaiming, "It has finally achieved its complete form. Majin Buu has transformed into his final state." The Supreme Kai's expression shifted to one of terror. Majin Buu is about to be fully resurrected. Impossible. Why did he suddenly revive? Could it be that Mr. Goku and the others have sustained serious injuries? The Supreme Kai was bewildered. "This is dire. Goku and the others must be fighting with powers beyond Super Saiyan against Goku Jr. Such a clash of energies is certain to exacerbate their injuries. Piccolo comprehended instantly. This is excellent news. Dabura, Babidi exclaimed with delight. What an extraordinary turn of events. Has it truly evolved into the worst-case scenario? The Supreme Kai lamented. However, it is too late for anything now. Majin Buu is on the verge of resurrection. On another front, Goku was racing toward Goku Jr. with Trunks and Goten in tow. Goku glanced back at Goten, asking, "What's wrong, Goten? If you don't hurry, we may miss Majin Buu." Goten replied bashfully, "I need to go to the bathroom." Trunks, exasperated, retorted, "You need to go? Can't you hold it just a little longer?" "I can't. I've been holding it since the tournament began. And now I'm about to wet my pants." Goten lamented helplessly. Goku sighed. "There's a small island below. I can go take care of it." With that, the trio continued flying toward Goku Jr. and the others. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was still being overwhelmed by Sun Wuxing and his relentless assault. As Sun Wujue and his companions drew closer, they increasingly sensed the formidable energy emanating from Sun Wuxing. "Ah, I seem to detect an overwhelming presence. Whose could it be? Is it my father's?" Trunks inquired. "I'm not sure. It doesn't seem to belong to my father. But I have sensed this energy at the martial arts tournament as well," Sun Wutian responded, shaking his head. "This energy is..." Sun Wujue's expression shifted dramatically. "It belongs to my father. How is this possible? Is it Uncle Wuxing's?" "But the intense energy is everywhere. What on earth is happening?" Trunks questioned. "Could it be that battles are erupting around the world?" Sun Wutian speculated, equally puzzled. "I have no idea. I can't comprehend what is transpiring. Let's move closer to investigate," Sun Wujue urged, anxious. This was the first time he had felt his father's energy so overwhelmingly potent. Clearly, Sun Wuxing had encountered a formidable adversary. The trio continued their flight into the distance. Sun Wuxing delivered a series of 3 punches, sending Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Son Gohan sprawling, then unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. What a terrifying opponent. "Kakasker, what kind of training are you undergoing?" Vegeta exclaimed in shock as he evaded the attacks. "This is hardly the time for such discussions. Father, we cannot hope to subdue Uncle Wuxing." Son Gohan expressed his urgency. The injuries Sun Wuxing had sustained were now virtually negligible, thanks to the surging power he was harnessing. Sun Wukong, feeling the weight of the situation, remarked, "I can't quite fathom Wuxing's current state. Could his stamina truly be limitless?" Kakarot, "I know you possess hidden power. Stop concealing it and unleash it, or we shall be defeated by Kakasker." Vegeta shouted. Sun Wukong was taken aback. "I remember. During the battle with Babidi's minion. In that moment against the beast Yako. I was astounded by your power. The gap between us has not diminished at all," Vegeta declared. "Is that so?" Sun Wukong recalled the explosive surge of energy, realizing that Vegeta had indeed recognized it. Vegeta, with a hint of regret, remarked, "I initially intended to let Babidi control me to amplify my strength, but Kakasker outpaced me. Moreover, his power exceeds the combined might of the 3 of us." Son Gohan sighed. "You both are truly martial arts fanatics." Vegeta, "I never expected someone as proud as you would entertain such thoughts." Sun Wukong teased. Vegeta felt a bit embarrassed. I merely wish to return to my former self, the ruthless and cold Saiyan. Only then can I fight alongside you without distraction. I cannot accept that, unbeknownst to me, I have become gentler under your influence. A person like me, who now has family, a wife, and children, this feeling is surprisingly pleasant." Vegeta gazed skyward, as if envisioning ties and Trunks. "I have unexpectedly developed a fondness for this comforting planet we call Earth. Therefore, I must return to my original self. However, at this moment, I find myself quite content, thanks to Tokakaska." Vegeta is on the verge of despair after being relentlessly defeated by Sun Wukong, convinced that even under control, he could never surpass Wukong's prowess. Chapter 135, The Super Namekian. Majin Buu is about to emerge. Babidi laughs maniacally. Around Majin Buu's egg, vents continuously release bursts of air. The sky begins to change colors, prompting the Kaioshin to cry out in terror. The earth trembles incessantly, as if heralding the apocalypse. Satan, sensing the vibrations, wonders aloud what is happening. Is something amiss? The audience gathered to witness the World Martial Arts Tournament frantically rushes toward the exits. As the world champion, Satan steps forward to calm the crowd. Being the savior of the world, He possesses a certain talent for soothing fears, and soon tranquility returns. Only Chi-Chi and Bulma appear perplexed. Master Roshi gazes at the sky, pondering that something significant must be occurring. Bulma expresses her concern that Wukong seemed unusual moments ago, uncertain if Wujue has found his father. Indeed, Goten's whereabouts remain a mystery. Chi-Chi shares her worries as well. At this moment, Son Wujue is leading Trunks and Goten toward Majin Buu's location. Suddenly, Goten halts. Wujue, Trunks, wait a moment. Son Wujue and Trunks exchange puzzled glances as Goten points in another direction, stating, I sense something strange. There is also a formidable energy over there. Indeed, I feel it too. It is a power I have never encountered before, quite formidable. Trunks responds, indicating yet another direction. It is truly perplexing which way is correct. Son Wujue admits, troubled by the chaotic energies around him, unable to discern his father's presence. Meanwhile, a flock of birds frantically takes flight from one direction. What is happening? It seems something significant must have occurred. Goten remarks. Could it be related to Majin Buu? Trunks inquires. I am not certain. The trio concludes, each feeling overwhelmed. At this moment, the Kaioshin is in shock, gazing at Majin Buu's egg, feeling the evil and potent energy emanating from it, leaving even Piccolo astounded. Dubra. Majin Buu is about to emerge. The seal is on the verge of breaking. We shall finally witness Majin Buu. Come forth, do not delay. Babidi exclaims with excitement, pondering the strength of this formidable being. Indeed, Lord Babidi, the anticipation is palpable. Dubra agrees. I have awaited this day. Hurry and emerge. Babidi, overly exhilarated, caresses Majin Buu's egg. Meanwhile, Piccolo's expression darkens, realizing the grave danger. Wukong's group possesses overwhelming power, and their injuries have unleashed excessive energy. To think that the fiend Majin Buu has awakened so swiftly. The Supreme Kai gasped in disbelief, uttering the most disheartening words, feeling utterly powerless. We must flee, Mr. Piccolo. Mr. Krillin. Upon hearing the Supreme Kai's words, both Piccolo and Krillin were taken aback. Could it be that this was indeed the exalted Supreme Kai, speaking of retreat? Even if you say such things now, we cannot simply abandon the situation, Piccolo retorted with indignation. The Supreme Kai urged him, even if the three of us join forces, we cannot possibly defeat Majin Buu, not even if Mr. Goku and the others were summoned back to assist us. Majin Buu's might was overwhelmingly formidable. There existed no entity capable of vanquishing him. Remaining here would surely lead to our demise. But, Supreme Kai, Piccolo began, only to be interrupted. Hurry, we must escape together. Mr. Piccolo, the Supreme Kai insisted repeatedly. Yet, a change occurred in Piccolo's demeanor. Realizing that Buu had achieved his ultimate form, he decided to take action. With a fierce determination, Piccolo unleashed all his energy. A vibrant green aura surged towards the heavens, a sight that even Krillin had never witnessed before. Furthermore, Piccolo's physique transformed. His muscles shifted from pink to a striking yellow, and his entire body expanded significantly. In his Super Namekian state, Piccolo roared, enveloped in azure lightning. This power astonished even Babidi and Dabura. What does he intend to do? Dabura questioned in confusion. I don't know, was the response. At the very least, allow me to put up a fight. Special beam cannon. Piccolo gathered all his might in both hands, channeling every ounce of energy into this singular attack. Even the formidable Cell would struggle to contend with the Piccolo of this moment. With a foundational combat power of 10 billion, the augmentation from the Super Namekian transformation was staggering, reaching a terrifying multiplier of 300. The full-force special beam cannon, with an overwhelming power of 30 trillion, struck fiercely against Majin Buu's cocoon. Boom. However, this formidable assault did not penetrate Majin Buu's shell. Instead, it merely caused the cocoon to shake slightly. Piccolo! Krillin exclaimed in shock, astonished that Piccolo harbored such immense strength. Leave this to me, Lord Babidi. I will handle this. Dabura declared, eyeing Piccolo's attack. Yet Babidi dismissed him, stating, it's nothing to worry about. That level of attack has no effect on Majin Buu. Just watch, Dabura. After hearing Babidi's words, Dabura fell silent. However, the shell of Majin Buu began to crack. A plume of smoke wafted forth from the shattered egg. Ah, Majin Buu has finally emerged. Babidi shouted in excitement. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, when the shell broke open, it was entirely empty. Empty! Dabura exclaimed in disbelief. The scene left everyone present in stunned silence. Yet, a pink mist lingered above the empty shell. Babidi, in utter despair, cried out, "Impossible! How can it be empty? Come forth, Majin Buu! Hurry!" The Lord of the Kais erupted into laughter upon witnessing this scene, exclaiming, "What extraordinary fortune! Alas, Babidi! Majin Buu has been vanquished by the previous attack. I fear that after years of slumber, he has become nothing more than a desiccated corpse." However, Piccolo harbored no such thoughts. He sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. The Lord of the Kais remained oblivious, insisting that no matter how much energy was infused, it would never return to its former formidable state. If that were the case, Earth would be saved. Babidi, drenched in sweat and disappointment, lamented, "Do not worry, Lord Babidi. Even in the absence of Majin Buu, I am here." Dubra pledged his loyalty at once. Chapter 136, Super Saiyan 3. Moreover, Lord Babidi, 4 of them are engaged in mutual destruction. The Lord of the Kais will not survive, Dubra asserted with confidence. Yet, tears streamed down Babidi's face as he sobbed. But Majin Buu, my father created Majin Buu." The Lord of the Kais chuckled. "Are you truly weeping at this moment, Babidi?" "Ha." Nevertheless, both Piccolo and Krillin wore grave expressions. "Dubra, in that case, ensure that this arrogant Lord of the Kais is eliminated," Babidi commanded furiously. "Yes, Lord Babidi." The Lord of the Kais regained his confidence and turned to Piccolo, saying, "I shall confront Babidi. Mr. Piccolo, you should deal with Dubra first. This will utterly shatter Babidi's ambitions. Just as Mr. Goku and the others have said, we can undoubtedly defeat Babidi and his minions." Yet, Piccolo remained silent. The Lord of the Kais inquired, "Mr. Piccolo?" "No, it is not that simple." Piccolo suddenly spoke up. "There is an overwhelmingly powerful energy that is continuously expanding." "What are you talking about?" The Lord of the Kais asked in alarm. "It is the smoke emerging from that sphere," Piccolo shouted. The group looked up in unison to witness a mass of pink smoke enveloping the sky, incessantly condensing and compressing. Ultimately, it coalesced into the form of a rotund pink figure who bellowed, "Buu." This figure landed on the ground, startling everyone. Clearly, this was Babidi's trump card, Majin Buu. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was still grappling with Sun Wukong and the other 3. Sun Wukong delivered a kick to Vegeta's abdomen, sending him flying, then struck the attacking Sun Wukong into the sky, laughing heartily. "Ha! What is it? Vegeta, brother, is this all the strength you possess?" Sun Wukong halted midair, feeling exasperated. Damn it, is Wukong's stamina truly boundless? Why does his energy continue to rise? Could it be that what Gohan said was true? Vegeta coughed up blood and lamented. "Kakarot's power is exceedingly formidable. Can the 3 of us truly defeat Kakarot?" After a moment of silence, Sun Wukong concluded, "It seems I have no choice but to unleash my full power." On the other side, Dubra gazed at the seemingly dazed figure of the rotund individual and muttered, "Lord Babidi, is that fellow truly Majin Buu?" Babidi shook his head, pondering who could possibly know, as he himself had never encountered the entity. The only one who had witnessed the true form of Majin Buu was the Supreme Kai. Piccolo, with his extraordinary hearing, turned to inquire, "Is this fellow truly Majin Buu?" The Supreme Kai, drenched in cold sweat, affirmed, "Indeed, I shall never forget that terrifying visage." Observing the Supreme Kai's reaction, Babidi exclaimed with excitement, "Oh, it appears this fellow is indeed Majin Buu." Dabura gazed at the plump Majin Buu, incredulous as he questioned, "Is such a creature truly real?" Babidi called out, "Hey, Majin Buu." Yet, the recently resurrected Majin Buu seemed oblivious to Babidi's words, preoccupied with moving his body. Piccolo remarked curiously, "If he is called a Majin, shouldn't he be larger in stature?" To which the Supreme Kai despaired, "It is already too late. We cannot escape." However, Piccolo maintained his composure, asserting, "Indeed, this creature possesses a formidable energy, yet it does not render us helpless." Upon hearing Piccolo's words, the Supreme Kai, astonished, asked, "Is that truly the case, Mr. Piccolo?" Piccolo replied confidently, "Yes, as long as I unleash my full power." Meanwhile, Majin Buu, resembling a child, wobbled towards Piccolo and the Supreme Kai, examining them closely before exclaiming, "Buu." Yet, he made no further actions. He then wobbled towards Babidi, who shouted, "Hey, Majin Buu." But Majin Buu appeared to ignore him, joyfully playing on the ground like a child, creating a rather comical scene. Krillin turned to the Supreme Kai, questioning, Is he really Majin Buu? Why does he seem so childlike? The Supreme Kai glared at Majin Buu, determined not to underestimate him. On another front, Goku addressed Gohan and Vegeta. Gohan, Vegeta, buy me some time. I need to unleash my full power. Gohan and Vegeta nodded, initiating the Prince's strategy to restrain the movements of Goku's alter ego. Haha, futile. Futile. Such techniques cannot penetrate the energy surrounding me. Goku's alter ego effortlessly repelled their attacks with the energy radiating from his body. Goku, fists clenched at his waist, gathered his strength. He refrained from assuming Super Saiyan 3 due to the rapid energy depletion it caused, reserving it solely for decisive battles. Dad, are you ready yet? Gohan called out, watching his approaching brother. Kakarot, hurry up. The current Kakarot will show no mercy. Vegeta urged. I could die, but to perish in such a humiliating manner at the hands of my own is unacceptable. All right, Gohan, Vegeta, stand back. Goku finally declared, having amassed sufficient energy. Hearing this, Gohan and Vegeta promptly flew away, allowing the two brothers to face each other directly. Goku, you should have had your fun by now. Let me wake you up. Goku shouted, as his energy surged dramatically, far exceeding the limits of Super Saiyan 2. This surge of power is felt by people across the globe. It is the aura of my father. Goten, flying towards the scene, is taken aback upon sensing Goku's energy. What? Is this your father's energy? It's so formidable, exclaimed Trunks, equally astonished. Uncle's energy is astonishingly powerful. It's nearly on par with my father's. Gohan also expressed his amazement, though he believed Goku's energy still fell short compared to Gohan's own. However, a transformation was imminent, for Goku's aura suddenly intensified. Ah! Goku roared, his golden energy enveloping him completely. Gohan, observing Goku's transformation, crossed his arms, with a fierce battle spirit igniting in his eyes. Yes, exactly. This is what I wanted to see. Super Saiyan 3, Gohan shouted. At this moment, Goku's form underwent a dramatic change. His eyebrows vanished, and his hair grew long, cascading down to his waist. Super Saiyan 3, Chapter 137, The Awakening of Gohan. Gohan, there's truly no time for your antics this time. Goku, now in Super Saiyan 3, appeared more urgent than ever. Vegeta stared in shock at Goku, his heart heavy with bitterness. Super Saiyan 3? Kakarot, you've been hiding such formidable power. Vegeta gazed at the battling Goku and Gohan, feeling a sense of despair. Just then, Gohan's expression shifted. Uncle Vegeta, sense this. Vegeta closed his eyes, exclaiming, what? Where does this overwhelming energy stem from? Gohan grimly responded, it must be Majin Buu's resurrection. However, Goku and Gohan seemed entirely unfazed by this revelation, joyfully exchanging blows. Ha ha ha, is this Super Saiyan 3? Indeed, it is immensely powerful. Gohan laughed heartily after being pushed back by one of Goku's punches. Goku, observing Gohan's exuberance, felt a twinge of frustration, despite transforming into Super Saiyan 3. He still could not subdue Gohan. The enhancement from Gohan's battle spirit was simply too significant. Vegeta sensed the energy of Majin Buu, sighed in relief, and said to Gohan, fortunately, is this Majin Buu? The intensity of his energy seems manageable from my perspective. Gohan felt a surge of confidence, thinking that even Uncle Piccolo could likely defeat such power. Vegeta, exasperated, looked at Gohan and remarked, rather than concerning ourselves with Majin Buu, we should contemplate how to restrain Kakarot. Can it be that even Kakarot's full strength cannot overcome him? Gohan concurred, indeed. I initially thought that Supreme Kai was a formidable character, but his frightened expression truly undermines my confidence in Majin Buu's strength. Meanwhile, Babidi approached Majin Buu and said, Majin Buu, I am Babidi, the son of Babidi, the one who created you. It took me quite some time to resurrect you from your egg. However, Majin Buu merely stood there, hands on hips, moving his short legs. Upon hearing Babidi's words, Majin Buu finally opened his small eyes, startling Babidi. Yet, Babidi quickly declared, from this day forth, I am your master. Still, Majin Buu showed no reaction. Instead, he turned away, completely ignoring Babidi. Infuriated, Babidi exclaimed, hey, say something. I am your master. In response, Majin Buu scowled and made a face at Babidi, causing Babidi to fall to the ground, gasping for air. Majin Buu, on the other hand, erupted into laughter. Dabura observed Majin Buu with disdain, scoffing, just a fool, nothing more. Piccolo, puzzled, wondered what Majin Buu was up to. Babidi, fuming, exclaimed, "That bastard." Dabura quickly remarked that something must have gone awry, leading to the failure of the resurrection. He had thought Majin Buu had finally appeared, only to discover that he was merely a foolish, inept waste of space. Hearing Dabura's words, Majin Buu turned to face him. Dabura, intrigued, asked, "What? Are you dissatisfied?" Majin Buu unexpectedly shouted, "I'll smear your face." As he spoke, he hopped over to Dabura like a simpleton. Dabura dismissed him with contempt, saying, "What? Do you wish to challenge me, Dabura? You truly do not know your limits. That is why I call you a fool." Majin Buu showed no signs of anger at this remark, merely staring at Dabura. Piccolo turned to the Supreme Kai, saying, "It seems the resurrection of Majin Buu has failed, my lord." To his surprise, the Supreme Kai's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he retorted, "Who said it failed? That is indeed Majin Buu." Suddenly, a plume of white smoke erupted from the vent atop Majin Buu's head. Dabura observed this scene with curiosity and scoffed, "Ah, mere bluster." But in that instant, Majin Buu landed a punch squarely on Dabura's eye. Instantly, Dabura writhed in agony, clutching his head as if struck by a tremendous force. Seizing the opportunity, Majin Buu bounced behind Dabura and kicked him, sending him crashing into a nearby hill. Piccolo watched in shock as this unfolded. Just moments ago, Gohan had been evenly matched with Dabura, yet even he, Piccolo, could not so effortlessly overpower Dabura. In just 2 strikes, Dabura was grievously injured and on the brink of death. Meanwhile, Majin Buu, having accomplished this trivial feat, cheerfully clapped his hands. Babidi, utterly unconcerned with Dabura's fate, joyfully declared, "Incredible! Is this truly Majin Buu?" He easily dealt with Dabura. Suddenly, Majin Buu's energy surged explosively. What an overwhelming power! This was rather unexpected, Piccolo mused. On the other side, Gohan and Vegeta sensed the explosive surge of energy from Majin Buu in that very moment. This is bad. Suddenly, the atmosphere became intensely charged. The formidable Majin Buu was indeed no ordinary adversary. Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. Although he may not possess the same overwhelming strength as Kakarot or Kakarot's counterpart, he clearly exceeds our own power. Is this truly the so-called Majin Buu? Vegeta was equally taken aback. "Uncle Vegeta, let us assist." Gohan turned to Vegeta. "Indeed, Gohan. Let Kakarot and Kakarot's counterpart continue their battle. We must first aid Piccolo in vanquishing Majin Buu." Vegeta recognized the peril posed by Majin Buu. "Goku, enough already. Majin Buu has been revived due to our conflict. This is not the time for fighting." Goku grasped Gohan's arm, shouting, "Brother, you don't intend to flee, do you? Don't tell me you fail to perceive that even that fleeting surge of power from this so-called Majin Buu pales in comparison to our might." Gohan shouted back, "Do you wish to witness Bulma and Goten's demise? Feel for yourself, isn't Goten en route?" Goku exclaimed. Upon hearing Bulma and Trunks' names, Gohan's fighting spirit extinguished as if doused with cold water. "Bulma, Goten." Gohan snapped back to reality, looking at his trembling hands, murmuring, "What was I just doing?" Goku sighed in relief, reverting from his Super Saiyan 3 form. Chapter 138. A mutual downfall, however, due to their earlier clash, both Gohan and Goku sustained considerable injuries. Gohan, in particular, experienced a sudden eruption of pain as the pressure from his heightened energy subsided. He collapsed weakly to the ground, reverting to his normal state and losing consciousness. Goku hastily descended beside him. "Gohan, Goten." Before Goku could finish calling out, he too succumbed to exhaustion, his tightly wound state dissipating, and he fainted. The two lay just a short distance from the senzu beans cradled in Gohan's arms. Meanwhile, Gohan and Vegeta quickly arrived at the scene. Sensing Piccolo's energy, Vegeta expressed his surprise. "From afar, I could sense it. It is indeed your energy, Piccolo." Piccolo merely grunted in acknowledgement, saying nothing further. Yet, the Supreme Kai and Krillin gazed in shock at the current state of Majin Buu. Babidi stood nearby, exclaiming in delight, "Incredible! Truly magnificent! My Majin Buu is worthy of such praise. Come, Majin Buu, obey my command. I am your new master." However, the only response from Majin Buu was a devilish grin. Babidi, clearly unable to contain himself, shouted angrily, "Is it truly wise to be so mischievous? I have perused my father's notes, and I know how to recite the incantation to seal you back in the egg." Upon hearing this, Majin Buu instantly ceased his playful demeanor. Babidi threatened, "Majin Buu, I trust you would rather not be sealed away again, would you?" At this, Majin Buu feigned obedience, bowing to Babidi. Witnessing this, Babidi erupted into laughter. Son Gohan, with a perplexed expression, inquired of the Grand Kaishin that Majin Buu seems to behave like a child. If we defeat Babidi, won't Majin Buu cease his mischief? The Grand Kaishin promptly shook his head, declaring, that is not the case. If Babidi were to perish, no one would be able to seal Majin Buu back into his egg. Furthermore, beneath his innocuous exterior, Majin Buu is truly terrifying. Even Babidi would ultimately find himself powerless against him. He lamented, until then, all we can do is endure in silence. As a Kaishin, I feel a profound sense of helplessness and regret for my inability to act. This should not be the case. I believed I could vanquish Babidi and prevent Majin Buu's resurrection. Had I known that there were beings among you, humans yet possessing power that far surpasses my own, I could have employed that method. What method? Vegeta inquired. No, it is far too late now. We can no longer escape the grasp of Majin Buu, especially since you, Mr. Vegeta, and you, Mr. Gohan, are still in a weakened state, the Grand Kaishin sighed. Piccolo then asked, what about Goten and Goku? Why have their energies diminished so drastically? Vegeta furrowed his brow. It seems that the outcome was determined before Gohan and I arrived. But if that is the case, why did they not come to our aid? Piccolo turned to Krillin, saying, Krillin, go check on their condition. After all, you are the only one among us who has died once and cannot be resurrected with the Dragon Balls. Krillin nodded swiftly, understood. If they are safe, I will ensure they return with me. With that, Krillin took to the skies. Meanwhile, the others remained focused on Majin Buu and Babidi. Suddenly, Babidi shouted, Majin Buu, your first command, go and kill those people over there. At this proclamation, the Grand Kaishin and the others were taken aback. Majin Buu, the creature bellowed. But before he could make a move, Son Gohan acted swiftly, grabbing the Grand Kaishin and soaring upward. Vegeta and Piccolo quickly followed suit. There's nothing to worry about. I have confidence in my speed, Son Gohan exclaimed. Yet, Majin Buu remained unfazed, standing still. Babidi, in a fit of impatience, urged, what are you doing just standing there? They've already fled. Only then did Majin Buu leisurely assume a prepared stance, and in an instant, he accelerated towards them with astonishing speed. Not only that, but he managed to intercept Son Gohan and the Grand Kaishin. Son Gohan was forced to halt, exclaiming in shock, how can this be? Die? Majin Buu cried out, delivering a powerful punch that sent Son Gohan crashing to the ground. Gohan! Piccolo gasped, his rage flaring as he charged at Majin Buu, but it was futile. Even in his rotund form, Majin Buu's combat power had reached an astounding 5 trillion. Another punch sent Piccolo flying. The Grand Kaishin watched in horror as he realized that today might be his last. Babidi exclaimed triumphantly, that's right, Majin Buu. Destroy him, obliterate him. Vegeta, equally furious, shouted. Damn it. Majin Buu brought his hands together and struck the Kaishin on the head, sending him crashing into the ground with a single punch. Now, only Vegeta remained. In an instant, Vegeta teleported to Buu's abdomen, gathering energy in his hands, and unleashed his ultimate attack, the final flash, piercing through Buu's midsection. Yet, to his utter disbelief, it proved entirely ineffective. Majin Buu astonishingly healed the gaping hole in his abdomen before Vegeta's astonished eyes. How could this be? Vegeta was left in shock. Such formidable regenerative ability was beyond even Cell. For while Cell's regeneration consumed energy, Majin Buu's seemed to be an innate power. Unless one could obliterate all of Majin Buu's cellular structure in an instant, he would be capable of infinite resurrection. Humph. Majin Buu's head erupted with energy once more. Clearly infuriated by Vegeta's previous attack, in an instant, he appeared before Vegeta, delivering a fierce kick to his arm. Crack! With that sound, Vegeta's arm shattered once again. It must be said, Vegeta's arm was indeed cursed. It seemed that every villain, without exception, relished targeting it, from Frieza to Cell. As Majin Buu watched Vegeta crash to the ground, he let out a peculiar cry of delight. At that moment, the Kaishin and Gohan had just managed to crawl out from the ruins. As for Piccolo, in Buu's perception, he posed too great a threat and had been sent flying far away, still yet to return. The Kaishin knelt on the ground, gazing at Majin Buu in despair. The four of them had been mercilessly toyed with by Buu, as if he were a child playing with his toys. Gohan, witnessing the scene before the Kaishin, cried out, Uncle Vegeta, Lord Kaishin. Chapter 139, The Arrival of the Three Little Ones. The Kaishin looked hopelessly at Majin Buu. unable to fathom that the four of them had been so effortlessly slaughtered. Majin Buu approached the Kaioshin slowly, as if teasing a child, showing no intent to strike. Finally, he made a silly face. However, this mere gesture startled the Kaioshin so much that he staggered back and even collided with the watching Babidi. Ouch! Babidi exclaimed, clutching his head and looking up to see the Kaioshin had fainted before him. Ah, let me see. Is it painful, Kaioshin? Truly unfortunate. Babidi stepped onto the Kaioshin's body. At that moment, Majin Buu descended from above and plopped down on the Kaioshin. This nearly sent the Kaioshin off into oblivion. Ah! The Kaioshin cried out in agony. Babidi mocked, "What's wrong? Kaioshin, taking a nap in such a place? This hardly resembles a supreme deity of the universe." The Kaioshin strained to lift his body, but before he could rise halfway, he collapsed back down. Ha ha ha! Indeed, allow me to deliver the final blow, Babidi exclaimed with a sense of triumph. However, at that moment, Son Gohan had already risen to his feet. Despite his battered state, he soared through the air and delivered a powerful kick that sent Majin Buu flying. Caught off guard, Majin Buu was indeed struck away. Upon seeing Son Gohan, Babidi was so frightened that he turned and fled. "Are you all right, Lord Kaioshin?" Son Gohan hurriedly inquired. The Kaioshin managed to muster a smile for Son Gohan. Babidi, fuming at the sight of Son Gohan, muttered angrily, "How infuriating. We were just about to reach the most thrilling moment." Meanwhile, Majin Buu began to roll on the ground, akin to a wheel, and leapt right in front of Son Gohan, the indentation on his face from Son Gohan's kick healing instantly. Oh ho ho! Not only that, but Majin Buu also unleashed a mocking, guttural sound towards Son Gohan. What a formidable adversary! My attacks have had no effect whatsoever on him. Yet, Majin Buu's expression turned sinister as his small eyes widened. "You are quite the nuisance. Prepare to perish." Son Gohan, unwilling to remain passive, boldly charged forward. "Mr. Gohan, it's dangerous." Oh! With a monstrous roar, Majin Buu was sent flying by a blast of energy. Along the way, he collided with Piccolo, and both were sent hurtling away by the impact. Ha ha! They've vanished. Let them be flung to the ends of the universe. Babidi shouted gleefully. "Mr. Gohan! Mr. Piccolo!" The Kaioshin exerted his last ounce of strength, his eyes radiating divine energy, causing Son Gohan and Piccolo to plummet from the sky. "Please, you must survive. Mr. Gohan, Mr. Piccolo." With that, the Kaioshin collapsed, unconscious. Babidi, observing the fallen Kaioshin, inquired, "Hey, did you just do something?" Yet, no one answered his question. "Gohan, Piccolo, Kaioshin," Vegeta cried out, clutching his broken arm. However, neither Majin Buu nor Babidi paid him any heed. "Ha ha! You truly deserve this, Kaioshin. Though you have repeatedly thwarted me, I must thank you for bringing these Earthlings. Otherwise, Majin Buu could not have been resurrected. To show my gratitude for your efforts, let me personally take you down. Your father, whom you killed, will surely be pleased." As Babidi spoke, he prepared to strike the Kaioshin. Yet, the unconscious Kaioshin sensed danger and stirred slightly. Babidi, startled, turned to Majin Buu and said, "Forget it. Majin Buu, let you deliver the final blow to the Kaioshin." However, at that moment, Majin Buu stood still, his stomach grumbling as he turned and said, "I'm hungry." Upon hearing this, Babidi burst into laughter. "Hee hee. Fine, but can you eat him? Ha ha ha. What a fitting demise for you, Kaioshin. All right, Majin Buu, devour the Kaioshin, leave not a single hair behind, consume every last bit." Excited by the command, Majin Buu prepared to pounce on the fallen Kaioshin. Vegeta was taken aback, enduring excruciating pain as he struggled to rise and assist. Yet another figure intervened. With a swift motion, a spear accurately pierced through Majin Buu's body. The tip of the weapon nearly grazed Babidi, who recoiled in terror. Yet Majin Buu appeared unaffected by the attack. Unaware of Majin Buu's remarkable regenerative abilities, Babidi trembled, convinced that his minion had sustained severe injuries. Nearby, Gero rose, bloodied yet resolute in maintaining his stance. "Gero, you are still alive," Babidi exclaimed in disbelief. "What on earth have you done?" Meanwhile, Goku, accompanied by Trunks and Goten, swiftly approached Majin Buu's vicinity. "How peculiar. It should be right here, shouldn't it? Why has my father's energy suddenly diminished and vanished?" Goku pondered, frowning. "Indeed, not only Uncle Gohan's energy, but my father's as well has similarly disappeared," Goten echoed, furrowing his brow. Trunks, glancing below at Majin Buu and the others, exclaimed, Look down there. It's my father's energy. Goku urgently instructed. Quickly, let us descend and conceal ourselves. We must revert from our Super Saiyan forms, or we risk being detected. The trio stealthily hid behind a rock to observe. Trunks soon spotted his father's injuries. Father is hurt, he exclaimed anxiously. Yet Goku restrained him, saying, Do not panic, Trunks. Besides Uncle Vegeta, there are several unfamiliar individuals present. My father possesses Senzu beans. He can give one to Uncle Vegeta shortly. Trunks calmed down at this assurance. Goten, noticing the fallen King Kai, remarked, Aside from Uncle Vegeta, there's that strange person from the World Martial Arts Tournament. Could he have been defeated? Was my father battling them? Trunks asked, regaining his composure. I do not know, but the energies of those down there feel exceedingly malevolent, Goku replied, frowning. Let us move closer. Seeking an opportunity to rescue Uncle Vegeta, Goku directed his gaze towards Trunks and Goten. All right, we will follow your lead, Goku. The three of them quietly advanced towards Vegeta's location, fortunate that their small stature kept them hidden. However, upon getting closer, they only witnessed Babidi in a state of utter disarray. Chapter 140, Despair. Dabura, struggling to maintain his composure, approached Babidi, urging him, Master Babidi, Majin Buu will never remain obedient to you. Sooner or later, you will lose control over him, and that day will bring you calamity. Instead of finding solace in Dabura's words, Babidi was consumed by an overwhelming rage. Majin Buu fixated on the spear protruding from his abdomen, showing no outward reaction. If we do not eliminate him now, we will surely face insurmountable consequences. Dabura implored desperately. Silence, silence, silence. Unfortunately, Babidi was entirely blinded by Majin Buu's formidable power, completely disregarding Dabura's earnest counsel. Witnessing Babidi's reaction, the ever-loyal Dabura was taken aback. How dare you? How dare you give away Majin Buu, my most significant Majin Buu? Babidi's words tumbled out in a frenzy, utterly oblivious to the profound blow his behavior dealt to his steadfast ally, Dabura. Lord Babidi? Dabura stood in stunned silence. At that moment, Majin Buu slowly extracted the spear that had pierced his body. This spectacle left both Babidi and Dabura utterly astonished. As Majin Buu casually discarded the spear, Babidi hurriedly inquired, Are you all right, Majin Buu? Majin Buu turned around, the wound in his belly healing almost instantaneously. How is this possible? Dabura had never before encountered such a being capable of rapid regeneration. Ha ha ha. Babidi erupted in laughter at this sight. Incredible. Truly remarkable. No wonder he is the creation of my father. Majin Buu gazed at Dabura, a menacing grin spreading across his face. Dabura was rendered speechless by fear. I want to eat you. Majin Buu uttered the most terrifying words. Dabura, in utter shock, stared at Majin Buu. Eat me? You intend to consume me? Babidi remained silent, merely observing the unfolding drama. Subsequently, Majin Buu transformed back into his cheerful, rotund self, bounding toward Dabura step by step. Babidi shook his head, reasoning that since Majin Buu had revived, Dabura had become entirely redundant. Ha ha ha. Dabura glared at the plump figure approaching him, seething with rage. You bastard. He charged forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks upon Majin Buu. Boom. Dabura's final strike sent Majin Buu crashing into the ground below. Gazing at the billowing dust, Dabura smirked. How do you like that, Majin? Yet, these assaults proved utterly ineffective. Majin Buu remained unscathed. I will eat you. I want to consume you. Majin Buu continued to chant. Dabura gathered his energy, slowly ascending into the air, pointing a hand at Majin Buu, declaring, If you have the capability, then take this attack. Demon Realm version, Prince's Technique. It seemed Dabura did not comprehend that the Prince's Technique was essentially futile. Huffing and puffing, Dabura descended to the ground, even with this attack. There's no way Majin Buu could. Impossible. He is Majin Buu. How could this be? Babidi turned to Dabura, realizing that if Majin Buu were to perish, his only reliance would be on Dabura. Thus he urged, eliminate him. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As the dust settled, Majin Buu remained bouncing about, incessantly chanting, I will eat you, eat you. Babidi's expression shifted more rapidly than the turning of a page. Ha! This is my Majin. Go and defeat him, Majin Buu. Unable to contain himself any longer, Dabura finally spat at Majin Buu. Yet, Majin Buu reacted with astonishing speed, effortlessly evading Dabura's assault. Not only that, Majin Buu suddenly exclaimed, Transform me into a cookie. As he spoke, the antenna-like appendages on his head shimmered with a pink glow, enveloping Dabura's body. To the astonishment of all, Dabura was transformed from the king of the demon world into a large cookie. Majin Buu approached and devoured the cookie in one bite. Although his cheeks bulged, he showed no inclination to spit it out, consuming Dabura entirely. This scene left both Vegeta and the three little ones in a state of shock. This was a genuine act of cannibalism. Son Wukong's face turned pale, while Trunks and Son Goten felt a wave of terror wash over them. This was, in its truest sense, being devoured. Babidi, however, was unfazed and erupted into laughter, exclaiming how impressive Majin Buu was. Majin Buu licked his lips, as if still unsatisfied. He had transformed that being into a cookie and consumed him. Son Goten was utterly astonished, and Trunks found himself at a loss for words. Majin Buu turned to look at the Supreme Kai on the ground, chuckling. What shall I transform you into and devour next? Chocolate or jelly? Upon hearing this, Babidi felt a surge of pride, laughing heartily at the irony of such a powerful figure being brought to despair. Just as Majin Buu was about to act, a tremendous explosion erupted. Babidi's spaceship had exploded. What had happened? It was Krillin's doing. He realized that searching for Son Wukong and Son Wukong was too tedious. It was far more efficient to destroy Babidi's spaceship. With Majin Buu revived, the destruction of the spaceship had little consequence. This would also release all the individuals trapped inside, freeing them from Babidi's environmental magic. A twofold victory. As expected, upon witnessing the destruction of his spaceship, Babidi seethed with rage. How dare you? What is happening? Majin Buu. Do you know who is responsible for this? Majin Buu gazed silently at the smoke from the explosion. As the smoke cleared, no one appeared. Son Wukong and the three little ones seized the opportunity to rescue Vegeta. Trunks, Wukong, Goten, how did you get here? We must flee. It's dangerous, Vegeta urged, propping himself up. Father, are you all right? Trunks asked anxiously. I'm fine. You all go. I will take care of Majin Buu. Vegeta had resolved to fight to the death. However, the situation was about to change. Piccolo, who had been sent flying alongside Son Wukong, surprisingly returned alone. Chapter 141, Piccolo's Hidden Technique. Piccolo understood that the current predicament was beyond their capacity to handle. Only Son Wukong and Son Wukong possessed the power to defeat Majin Buu. Yet, he could not allow others to perish here so easily. Son Gohan has been concealed in a safe location, and he has returned to rescue Vegeta. Vegeta, you take the children and go ahead. I have a way to deal with Majin Buu, Piccolo shouted. His injuries were the least severe. Thanks to the remarkable regenerative abilities of the Namekians, Piccolo still had the strength to fight. Piccolo, are you truly willing to sacrifice yourself? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Piccolo's words. However, Piccolo remained silent and urged Son Goku and the others to quickly take Vegeta away. Just as Vegeta was about to protest, the three young ones swiftly surrounded him and took to the skies. Majin Buu glanced at Piccolo in the heavens, boldly stating, "Then I shall eliminate you first." But Piccolo retorted with a cold smirk, "I have no intention of dying yet. Who would have thought that I, Piccolo, would one day employ this technique?" With that, Piccolo struck a peculiar pose in the sky. Solar flare. Instantly, blinding sunlight pierced through the eyes of Majin Buu and Babidi. "Ah, my eyes!" Babidi cried out in anguish. Majin Buu, too, was leaping around in confusion, unable to see anything. Seizing this opportunity, Piccolo quickly concealed his energy and fled alongside Vegeta and the three young ones. Meanwhile, Krillin had finally located Son Gohan and his brother. He landed beside them, first checking if they were still alive, then sighing in relief as he pushed their bodies, calling out, "Gohan, Goku, wake up." Both were too gravely injured to open their eyes, prompting Krillin to hastily feed them the Senzu beans that had fallen to the ground. Not far away, Bulma and the others were aboard an aircraft heading to the location of Son Gohan and his companions. Videl had returned to the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament and recounted everything to Bulma and the others. Upon hearing that Goten and the others had also ventured to confront Majin Buu, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Tights grew increasingly anxious. On the aircraft, Chi-Chi, clinging to a glimmer of hope, asked Videl, "Did Gohan and Goten really go to that terrifying dark wizard and that Majin Buu?" Videl nodded affirmatively. Chi-Chi, feeling helpless, exclaimed, "Gohan is one thing, but why didn't you stop Goten? If anything happens to those three children, I might hold you responsible. After all, These were not just her and Goku's children. Vegeta and son Gohan's offspring were involved as well. This was not merely a family matter, but a concern for 3 families. Videl expressed her regret, saying, "I'm sorry, I never anticipated that Goten would follow." Although Bulma was worried, she comforted Videl, saying, "It's my fault. I sent Gohan to find his father." "Videl, you need not blame yourself too harshly." Tights added, "My Trunks isn't one to obediently listen either, and besides, Vegeta and the others are there too." With this, Videl felt somewhat reassured. Yamcha, piloting the aircraft, inquired, "This is the right direction, isn't it?" "Yes, it's this way." Videl confirmed with a nod. "All right, then hold on tight. I'm going to accelerate." Bulma sat in the aircraft, increasingly worried for son Gohan and son Goku. "I have always felt that something was amiss with Wuxing during the martial arts tournament. After spending so many years together, it was the first time I had seen him in such a manner," Bulma remarked. Master Roshi nodded in agreement, stating that Wuxing's demeanor bore no difference from that of a fervent battle fanatic. Sun Xiaoxiao hovered before Android 18, perplexed by Bulma's concerns. Android 18, too, crossed her arms, her expression laden with worry. Meanwhile, Majin Buu and Babidi had finally regained their sight. Babidi glared at the formidable Majin Buu, seething with rage. "You wretched creature. Majin Buu, you must eliminate that green-skinned fellow and those 3 little brats. And don't forget Vegeta. I want to annihilate this planet all at once. I intend for you to suffer immensely. You shall witness the terror of Lord Babidi and Majin Buu." Babidi's visage twisted into a more grotesque form, resembling that of a fly. He perched atop Majin Buu and commanded, "Transform this planet into hell. Majin Buu, before those earlier intruders arrive, eliminate anyone you encounter." However, unbeknownst to them, the Kaioshin was still alive. He was limping as he searched for the whereabouts of Gohan. At this moment, Gohan remained nestled in the cave that Piccolo had found for him. Piccolo had yet to seek out Gohan, as he first needed to ensure the safety of Vegeta and the 3 little ones. Just then, Wuxing and Goku awoke. "Wuxing, Goku, how wonderful!" Krillin exclaimed with immense joy upon seeing them regain consciousness. Wuxing stretched his limbs and wondered, "What happened?" Goku also rose, remarking, "It seems we fainted for a while." "Krillin, where are the others?" Krillin promptly replied, "Before I arrived, Piccolo, Vegeta, and the Kaioshin were engaged in battle with Majin Buu. But now I can no longer sense their energy." Wuxing, somewhat despondent, lamented, "It's my fault. My fighting spirit was too intense, causing me to lose myself. However, I shall not make this error again." Goku patted Wuxing on the shoulder, offering no words, but sensing the situation, he remarked, "I can still feel Majin Buu's energy. But I cannot sense Vegeta, Piccolo, or Gohan. Have they been defeated?" Krillin shook his head, and Wuxing quickly suggested, "Let us go find out." With that, the 3 of them took flight. At that moment, Babidi had begun to pursue the trail of Vegeta and the others with Majin Buu in tow. Meanwhile, Bulma and the others were unable to locate Wuxing. They not only failed to find him, but also could not track down the 3 little ones who had flown away with Vegeta. Therefore, they resolved to gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect those slain by Babidi's hand. Along their path, they encountered numerous Earthlings who had fallen victim to Babidi's minions. Piccolo was escorting the 3 little ones and Vegeta to the temple. The ground was no longer safe, and remaining there could lead to a swift discovery by Babidi and Majin Buu. Seeing the injured Vegeta, Tien hurriedly approached to assist in healing him. Piccolo once again soared towards the lower realm. Vegeta stretched his arms and inquired, "Where are you headed, Piccolo?" Chapter 142, The Fusion of 2 Brothers? Piccolo turned and replied, "I'm off to retrieve Gohan. In my haste earlier, I left him hidden in a cave." Upon hearing this, Vegeta sighed in relief. "Is Gohan still alive?" "That's good." Goten and the other children, upon learning that Piccolo was going to fetch Gohan, eagerly chimed in, "Uncle Piccolo, I want to go too." Without hesitation, Vegeta rendered the 3 of them unconscious, startling both Tien and Mr. Popo. "Mr. Vegeta, what are you doing?" Tien exclaimed in shock. "Let them rest well. If we cannot defeat Majin Buu, they will be our last hope," Vegeta declared suddenly. Listening to Vegeta's words, Piccolo said nothing and turned to descend from the temple. Mr. Popo also took the 3 children to a safe place for them to sleep soundly. Tien gazed at the departing Piccolo and sighed, "Majin Buu, that terrifying demon has awakened once again." Shortly after Piccolo's departure, Goku and Gohan arrived at the temple with Krillin through instantaneous movement. Those two energies, Kakarot and Kakaraska. Vegeta, who had been meditating, suddenly stood up. Mr. Gohan and Mr. Goku? Tien's face lit up with a smile. As long as these two brothers are present, no matter the crisis, we shall overcome it easily. What is the situation now? Gohan inquired. Vegeta recounted the events that had just transpired. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Gohan apologized. It's my fault that Majin Buu was revived. Vegeta scoffed. What nonsense are you uttering? Kakaraska? Even without you, that scoundrel Babidi would have compelled Dabura to continue battling, leading to Majin Buu's resurrection. Tien smiled. However, now that Mr. Gohan and Mr. Goku have returned, we have hope of defeating Majin Buu. Goku then turned to Vegeta and asked, Vegeta, is Majin Buu truly that formidable? Vegeta's expression darkened. Indeed, Majin Buu is exceedingly powerful. Kakarot, it's not that I fear him. It's just that in my perception, Majin Buu surpasses both you and Kakaraska. Moreover, his stamina seems inexhaustible. Unless we annihilate every single cell of him, he could very well resurrect. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku scratched his head in frustration. He truly is a troublesome adversary. More so than Cell. Tien nodded in agreement. Indeed, if left unchecked, not only humans on Earth, but even beings from across the universe would be obliterated. Krillin turned to Goku and Gohan. Goku, do you have confidence in defeating Majin Buu? Goku pondered for a moment and shook his head. If Majin Buu lacked his extraordinary regenerative abilities, I might be able to swiftly defeat him using Super Saiyan 3, but with his ability to recover infinitely, I may not have enough time with Super Saiyan 3. Gohan also shook his head. If given time to accumulate my fighting spirit, I should be able to. But relying solely on Super Saiyan 2 is insufficient. Upon hearing the words of the two brothers, Krillin furrowed his brow and, in disappointment, asked if even the two of them could not find a solution. However, Son Wukong suddenly interjected, declaring that there was indeed a way. But it required the cooperation of Wuxing. What do you mean, brother? Son Wuxing turned to look at Son Wukong. With a smile, Son Wukong explained that he had a close relationship with Lord King Kai and had encountered many beings from other planets in the underworld. After pondering deeply for a moment, Tien exclaimed in surprise, Fusion. Mr. Wukong, you mean fusion, right? Son Wukong was astonished. Tien, you know about fusion? Tien nodded and said, before I became a god of Earth, I once heard about it from the Grand Elder on Namek. Although I have never witnessed it firsthand, it is indeed a signature technique of the Metamorans. Son Wukong laughed and affirmed, exactly. This is the skill taught to me by the Metamorans I met in the underworld. Vegeta tilted his head and asked, what skill? Son Wukong elaborated. It allows two individuals with similar power levels and physiques to merge into one. Merge? Both Krillin and Vegeta were taken aback. Yes, once merged, they can attain a formidable strength and become a new entity. Son Wukong continued. Tien reflected for a moment and remarked, by the way, the fusion of Brother Piccolo and Brother Nail, along with other brothers, can also be considered a form of fusion, right? Indeed, Son Wukong replied. They assimilate, merging all memories, powers, and even knowledge and creativity of the Namekians into Brother Piccolo's body. However, this is limited to those of the same race, and the increase in combat power is not as terrifying. It is more about enhancing their innate talents. Tien clarified the concept of assimilation. Son Wukong smiled and said, fusion is even more remarkable. The Metamorans who taught me this technique are humble and unassuming. Yet once they employ fusion, they can instantly transform into powerful warriors. Tien gasped. If assimilation grants Brother Piccolo such immense power, then fusion must be even more potent. Son Wukong nodded in agreement. After listening, Vegeta resolutely rejected the idea, stating, Humph, I will absolutely not fuse with Kakarot or Kakasker. Son Wukong chuckled helplessly and turned to Son Wuxing, saying, Wuxing, my first choice has always been you. We are twins, our height, weight, and strength are almost identical. If we fuse, we will undoubtedly become a formidable warrior. Son Wuxing nodded but added, however, such a powerful technique must require a significant amount of practice, right? Son Wukong confirmed, indeed, it will take at least a week, and I have only learned this skill. I have yet to try it. Bobo pointed inside, saying, those two inside, Goten and Trunks, their physiques and strengths are quite similar. They should be able to learn fusion as well, right? Son Wuxing shook his head. They are still children, such things. However, before Sun Wuxing could finish, Sun Wukong interrupted him, saying, "Wuxing, you are being overly protective of these children. If you had listened to me earlier, perhaps Gohan could have defeated Majin Buu all by himself by now." Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Sun Wuxing found himself at a loss for words. If Sun Wukong had been alive to witness Son Gohan's singular triumph over the formidable Majin Buu, he might have indeed surpassed him during these 7 years of training. Noticing Wuxing's silence, Sun Wukong smiled and remarked that the future of the world would invariably rest in the hands of the younger generation. Wuxing, this time, let us practice fusion together with Trunks and Goten. Chapter 143. Vidal's worldview crumbles. Krillin turned to Sun Wuxing and Sun Wukong, stating, "Even if you two train Goten and Trunks in fusion, it will require some time. Yet, during this period, many lives will be claimed by Majin Buu, and it is possible that even Earth may cease to exist." He continued, "In this interim, all we can do is endure, regardless of what transpires. Ultimately, the Dragon Balls will surely restore everything to its original state. Wukong, Wuxing, we are counting on you." Krillin held steadfast faith, believing that as long as the brothers Sun Wuxing and Sun Wukong were present, no matter how dire the crisis, they would navigate through it successfully. Meanwhile, on the ground, Bulma and her companions, having failed to locate Sun Wuxing and the others, commenced their wish to the Eternal Dragon after gathering the Dragon Balls. Vidal gazed at the radiant orbs with disbelief, exclaiming, "Is this truly possible? Can such a thing be achieved?" Master Roshi nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, it is possible." Chi-Chi added, "Miss Vidal, you must watch closely. This is not something one can witness on television." Despite her future mother-in-law's assurance, Vidal remained incredulous, finding it hard to believe that a dragon could emerge from such spherical gems. Bulma stepped forward to summon the Eternal Dragon, declaring, "Come forth, Eternal Dragon, and grant my wish." In an instant, the sky darkened, and a colossal dragon manifested before them. Vidal gasped in astonishment at this spectacle. In the celestial realm, Sun Wuxing and the others also observed the sky's ominous transformation. "It has darkened," Sun Wukong exclaimed, startled, but quickly regained composure, asking, "Has the Eternal Dragon appeared?" "Why?" Sun Wuxing pondered for a moment, concluding, "It must be Bulma. Only she could gather the Dragon Balls in such a short time." Krillin expressed his surprise. "But they don't even know what has transpired. Why would they summon the Eternal Dragon?" Vegeta, crossing his arms, speculated, "Could it be they think we have perished and wish to resurrect us?" Tien Shinhan interjected hurriedly, "That cannot happen. If they make 3 wishes now, any further wishes would have to wait a whole year." Sun Wuxing promptly declared, "All right, I shall go stop them." He began to seek out Bulma's energy, but found it challenging due to her relatively weak presence. Suddenly, he thought of his daughter, Sun Xiaoxiao, and swiftly pinpointed her energy. In an instant, he teleported away from the celestial realm. On the ground, however, the Eternal Dragon had already emerged. Vidal gazed in awe at the dragon before her, exclaiming, "Is this real? Am I dreaming?" Bulma made her wish to the Eternal Dragon, requesting the resurrection of those slain by Majin Buu and his entourage. At that moment, all those who had perished were resurrected, including the recently slain Gibbet. The Eternal Dragon's eyes gleamed with a crimson light, and your wish was granted. "Now, please articulate your second desire." Just then, Sun Wukong rushed over, and upon hearing that a wish had been fulfilled, he lamented his tardiness. "Wukong." Upon seeing him, Bulma and Android 18 exclaimed in unison. Sun smiled softly, muttering, "Father, father." "Wukong? Splendid. Where is your brother Goku? And what of Gohan and Goten?" Chi-Chi inquired anxiously upon spotting Sun Wukong. "Sister-in-law, I will explain about my brother and the children shortly, but presently, I have a matter of greater importance," Sun Wukong insisted, tapping his temple. Tien, can you hear me? I arrived late. 1 wish has already been granted. What should I do now?" After a moment's contemplation, Tien suggested, "In that case, inform it that the remaining 2 wishes are unnecessary. If only 1 wish is used, it can be utilized again in 4 months." Sun Wukong nodded, "Understood. By the way, everyone is here now. Please inform Krillin that I will transport them to the temple." Tien acknowledged, "Yes, I understand." Sun Wukong then turned to the Eternal Dragon, saying, "This wish suffices for now." "Thank you, Eternal Dragon. I shall seek your assistance again next time." The Eternal Dragon responded, "Very well, until we meet again." With that, the Eternal Dragon transformed into golden light and vanished, scattering the Dragon Balls once more. Bulma rushed forward to embrace Son Wukong, relieved to find him unharmed. What transpired, Wukong? What on earth happened? Son Wukong paused momentarily. Meanwhile, the resurrected Gibbet gazed in astonishment at his own body, incredulous that he had been killed by Depura yet was now revived. An unfathomable occurrence. Gibbet surveyed the battlefield, bewildered. Great Lord of the Kais, what has transpired here? Simultaneously, he sensed the weakened Kai. How wonderful, he is still alive. Gibbet hastened to the Kai's location. The Kai, struggling against his grievous injuries, endeavored to rescue Gohan. Mr. Gohan is still alive. I must save him. Yet, he was on the verge of collapse, kneeling feebly on the ground. Had Gibbet not pinpointed his position, he would have remained undiscovered. Great Lord Kai. Gibbet landed beside him, exclaiming, "What a relief, I made it." He immediately utilized his divine authority to heal the Kai. The Kai slowly opened his eyes, astonished to see Gibbet. Gibbet, what is happening? Were you not slain by Depura? Gibbet smiled reassuringly. Meanwhile, Son Wukong explained everything to the others. Come with me to the temple. I shall teleport you there. Son Wukong declared. Bulma nodded, understood. I will gather the Dragon Balls again in 4 months. Indeed, Bulma, I appreciate your efforts, Son Wukong said, embracing Bulma affectionately. Vidalai listened in astonishment to all that was unfolding. Could such a world truly exist? Was this not merely a dream? Bulma and Tai glanced at the unmoving doctor, Briefs, and Bulma's mother. Mom, Dad, what are you doing? Hurry and reach out your hands. Bulma urged anxiously. We cannot bear to leave the animals behind. We shall remain here, Dr. Briefs chuckled. Father, what are you saying? Right now, our own safety is paramount, far more critical than the animals. Bulma implored. Indeed, Father, Mother. Please come with me. Tai echoed. Bulma, Tai, even if we are killed by Majin Buu, you can simply use the Dragon Balls to bring us back. Your mother and I will stay behind. Bulma's mother smiled at her husband. Chapter 144. Hope beforehand. Although Bulma's mother often jested about dating young, handsome fellows, when the moment was dire, she preferred to be with her husband. Bulma turned to Son Goku, hoping he might persuade them. Before Goku could speak, Dr. Briefs jovially said, Goku, I entrust my daughter to you. Goku nodded after a brief silence. Understood. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi looked at Vidalai and asked, Aren't you coming, Miss Vidalai? Still reeling from the collapse of her worldview, Vidalai grasped Chi-Chi's hand upon hearing her words. Goku nodded affirmatively. All right, let us depart. They then instantly teleported to the other world. What is happening? Jibito, I thought you were dead? The Supreme Kai exclaimed in astonishment. Yes. I too am perplexed as to why I have returned. Jibito responded, equally confused. Now, Jibito, enough of this. Gohan is in danger, and we absolutely cannot allow him to perish. The Supreme Kai shouted, taking to the sky. Jibito hurriedly followed suit. The two soared towards Son Gohan's cave. Jibito, can you sense it? The immense energy of Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai inquired mid-flight. Yes, I certainly can. To be frank, I feel utterly despondent. This signifies that all life in the universe shall know no peace. The worst-case scenario we dreaded has indeed come to pass. Jibito's expression darkened. However, the Supreme Kai wore a hopeful countenance, stating, It may not be despair. I see a glimmer of hope. Could it be related to Mr. Gohan? Jibito asked. Indeed, the power within him far exceeds our imagination. Perhaps he can surpass Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai affirmed. What did you say? Is it truly that formidable? Jibito exclaimed in disbelief. You have not witnessed the battles of Mr. Goku and Mr. Gohan, so you are unaware. While Mr. Goku is undoubtedly the strongest, his state is even more uncontrollable than Majin Buu's. Thus, we have no choice but to rely on Mr. Gohan. The Supreme Kai lamented, feeling a tinge of regret. In his view, the battle-ready state of Goku, while powerful, posed a greater threat than Majin Buu. Soon, the two searched high and low, ultimately discovering Son Wukong hidden within a cave. Lord Kaishin, we have found him, exclaimed Kibito with delight. Just as Kibito was about to heal Son Wukong, Kaishin interjected, Kibito, the treatment for Mr. Wukong must take place in the Kaishin realm. What? Are you suggesting that a human should enter the Kaishin realm? That sacred domain is beyond even the Kaishin's reach. Kibito responded in astonishment. Indeed, let us hasten. Mr. Wukong's injuries are severe. Kaishin resolved. Understood. I shall open the gate. A flash of green light illuminated the space as Kibito activated instant transmission, transporting Kaishin and Wukong back to the Kaishin realm. Before long, Piccolo arrived at the cave where Wukong had been concealed, only to find not only was Wukong missing, but his energy had also vanished. In a panic, he called out, "Wukong, Wukong, where have you gone?" Yet, there was no response. Even the energy of Kaioshin and the recently appeared Kibito had dissipated. After searching fruitlessly for a while, Piccolo had no choice but to return to the temple. At the temple, Krillin inquired, "What of Bulma's parents?" Son Wukong sighed. They couldn't bear to leave the animals behind, and said if they were killed, they would just use the Dragon Balls to resurrect them. They are even more generous than I am. Krillin, upon hearing this, mused, that truly aligns with their personalities. By the way, where is Tien? I haven't seen him in recent years, Son Wukong wondered. Tien Xin explained. Mr. Tien has gone to the north with Mr. Jiaozi and Miss Launch for training, which is why we haven't heard from them. At that moment, Chi-Chi rushed to Son Wukong's side, asking, "Wukong, you are here too? Where are Wukong and Goten?" Just then, Piccolo returned. "Wukong may have been taken by someone. The energy of that Kaioshin and his attendant has vanished, and Wukong's energy has likewise disappeared. I could not trace their whereabouts." "What Kaioshin?" Chi-Chi tilted her head, confused. Son Wukong quietly explained the situation to her. Chi-Chi gasped, "Not on Earth? Could Wukong have run away?" Biddy Lee, however, did not believe that Son Wukong would abandon them, quickly asserting, "I trust Wukong. He would never leave us on Earth to save himself." Upon hearing Biddy Lee's words, Son Wukong nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is likely that Kaioshin took Wukong away to utilize his power against Majin Buu. At that moment, the Kaioshin of Korin Tower, Master Korin, appeared at the temple, saying, "Wukong, Wukong, the situation has become dire. It is truly unsettling. This adversary far surpasses the defeated Frieza and Cell. He is a nefarious villain." Piccolo added, "I have faced Majin Buu directly. To be honest, that overwhelming power is something I cannot resist." Feeling powerless, Piccolo thought bitterly, "If only I had another year. I could finish that." Son Wukong then turned to Son Wukong. "Wukong, let us hasten our training and fusion. Bring along Goten and Trunks." Vegeta spoke up, "Humph. Let me take Goku under my wing for training. I firmly believe that he can surpass you all with his own strength." It must be said that Vegeta, while somewhat aloof, is a formidable elder figure to the children. Any child who catches his attention earns his genuine respect. At that moment, Babidi voice suddenly echoed. "People of Earth, can you hear me? I am the sorcerer Babidi. Hold on. Even if you seek me, you will find me elusive. I am communicating with you through magic. Apologies for interrupting your lives, but I have encountered some unpleasantness today, all due to a few fools I am currently searching for." Everyone was taken aback by Babidi's proclamation. "Now, please close your eyes. I shall show you an image." Goku exclaimed in anger, "What does that bastard intend to do?" Nevertheless, the crowd complied and shut their eyes. Soon, images of Piccolo, Vegeta, and the three young ones appeared in their minds. "Do you see them? I'm looking for those individuals. Come out quickly. You know what you must do. If you do not appear, ha ha ha." Chapter 145. The realm of the Kaioshin. Babidi let out a cold chuckle and continued, "Right? I should introduce myself properly. I am the fearsome sorcerer Babidi." As he spoke, his image materialized in the minds of the crowd. "And this is my servant, the even more terrifying Majin Buu. There is no one who can defeat him." Majin Buu's goofy visage also appeared in their thoughts. "Can you see the city? What do you think will happen if those fools do not come out? Allow me to impart a little information." Piccolo sensed the gravity of the situation and exclaimed, "This is bad. I am not one to speak idly. Quickly, annihilate everyone in this city. Go, Majin Buu." Upon hearing Babidi's command, Majin Buu waved his hands, causing all the inhabitants of the city to involuntarily ascend into the air. Goku, drenched in sweat, shouted angrily, "What does that bastard want?" Majin Buu replied with a smile, "What shall I turn them into? The cake has been consumed. Let's transform them all into little candies." With that, a pink beam shot towards the floating people, and in an instant, they all transformed into candy. Majin Buu opened his mouth wide and devoured all the candies, annihilating the entire population of the city in this cruel manner. Babidi was not the least bit surprised. Instead, he laughed. "All the people on this planet will end up like this. Ha ha ha." Outraged, everyone was taken aback. And while the Goku brothers had yet to take action, Vegeta was the first to lose his composure. With a surge of energy, he attempted to fly down to the lower realm. Goku quickly grasped Vegeta's arm. "Vegeta, please, calm down. Was it not agreed that we would remain calm, regardless of the circumstances? Moreover, with the Dragon Balls in existence, Those who have perished will be revived. I understand, Kakarot. Alas, Vegeta, consumed by anger, realizes that now is not the opportune moment for battle. Witnessing Vegeta's state, the others also come to believe that he has indeed undergone a transformation. Babidi continues. As everyone can see, I shall reiterate, it is these few individuals. Meanwhile, the three young ones remain in slumber, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Babidi, too, had not anticipated that the people of Earth were entirely unaware of the identities of Goku and his companions. The only one privy to this knowledge, the host of the World Martial Arts Tournament, would certainly not divulge it. Noticing the silence from his audience, Babidi declares, very well. I shall take 5 days to obliterate all of humanity. So, do hurry and inform me. Hee. Goku, observing Piccolo's furious countenance, reassures him with a pat on the shoulder. Do not worry, Piccolo, we will surely vanquish Majin Buu. Babidi adds, oh dear, I almost forgot to mention how to contact me. Simply call my name in your mind, and with but a fleeting thought, you may converse with me. Of course, I warmly welcome you to reach out personally. Humanity trembles in fear at Babidi's words, descending into chaos. Meanwhile, Babidi takes flight upon Majin Buu's back, departing the scene. Cursed fiends! Piccolo exclaims, his fury intensifying as he watches Babidi and Majin Buu retreat. The divine essence within him cannot bear to witness the destruction of cities and the slaughter of innocents. As the reigning deity, it angers him that these two have resorted to such indiscriminate carnage. We are truly faced with an unprecedented adversary. Krillin solemnly states, I shall intercept them for a time. I cannot stand idly by. Piccolo declares, his composure waning. I shall accompany you. Vegeta responds, reigniting the battle spirit he had just subdued. Enough. You both must exercise restraint. Rather than recklessly courting death, it is wiser to contemplate how to grow stronger. Goku's voice cuts through the tension. Upon hearing Goku's words, Piccolo and Vegeta clench their fists, only to relax them moments later, regaining their composure. Give my brother and me some time. We will undoubtedly defeat Majin Buu. Goku asserts confidently. Indeed, Goku concurs. Many may perish before the fusion is complete. Is this not our collective understanding? Piccolo, exhaling deeply, finds clarity and calmness. Vegeta, noting Piccolo's silence, too opts for restraint. Meanwhile, the three young ones, having finally awoken from their slumber, find themselves in a state of confusion. Where are we? The sacred temple? Goten stirs, blinking in bewilderment. Hey, Goten, Trunks, wake up. Goku urgently shakes his companions awake. Goku? Where are we? Trunks rubs his eyes, equally perplexed. Unlike Goku, this is Trunks' first visit to the sacred temple. Goten, on the other hand, simply flips over and drifts back into a peaceful slumber. Sun Wukong, rendered speechless, sighed in exasperation. I truly have no words for this. Meanwhile, Trunks, with a mischievous grin, replied, Oh, but I have a plan. He then leaned in close to Goten's ear and whispered, Goten, it's time to eat. Upon hearing the mention of food, Goten's eyes flew open in an instant. Food? Where? Where? He sprang up abruptly, inadvertently knocking both Sun Wukong and Trunks off the bed. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Trunks exclaimed as he scrambled to his feet, looking at Goten in disbelief. You glutton! Sun Wukong also jumped up like a fish leaping from water. Goten, observing the two, inquired curiously, Trunks, Wukong? Where are we? Trunks shook his head, stating, I have no idea. This is my first time here as well. Sun Wukong explained, This is the sacred temple. Uncle Piccolo brought me here several times. I lived here for a while. Trunks scratched his head. Right? Weren't we just outside the temple? How did we end up inside? The three young ones had entirely forgotten about being knocked unconscious by Vegeta, as his strike had been too swift for them to react. Come on, let me show you around. Sun Wukong beckoned Goten and Trunks, leading them stealthily out of the sacred temple like thieves. Meanwhile, Bubbles, tasked with waking the three little rascals, gazed at the empty beds, shaking his head in confusion. Where have these three little ones gone off to? On the other side. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, the Supreme Kai and Kibito returned with the gravely injured Gohan. Kibito immediately set to healing Gohan. The Supreme Kai looked at Gohan with an expression full of anticipation. Soon, Gohan's injuries were mended, and he awakened. Lord Supreme Kai? Where am I? Gohan asked in astonishment. Chapter 146, The Sword of the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai smiled. You are in the realm of the Supreme Kai, my world. Oh, Is this truly the world of the Supreme Kai? Gohan exclaimed in surprise. However, he quickly felt a headache coming on. So it is as I feared. I must be dead. Yet, as Gohan touched the top of his head, he found no sign of a halo, which typically indicated the deceased. Strange. Why is there no halo like Uncle Wukong had when he passed? The Supreme Kai shook his head. No, you are fine. Although you were gravely injured, you are still alive. Gohan, puzzled, asked, then why am I here? Kibito, exasperated, replied, now that you are in the realm of the Supreme Kai, why question it? Hearing Kibito's words, Gohan turned around. This realm of the Supreme Kai is not accessible to mere humans. Even ordinary gods and Kais cannot enter. It is indeed a true sanctum, Kibito proclaimed proudly. Only then did Gohan realize, but weren't you dead? How did you come back to life? Kibito, equally perplexed, responded, I am not quite sure why I revived. It truly is a mystery. Gohan, understanding in his heart that it must have been the Dragon Balls that restored him, chose to remain silent. Instead, he turned back to ask, by the way, why was I brought here? Kibito, equally curious, added, indeed, Lord Supreme Kai. I too wonder why you brought this human to the sanctum. The Supreme Kai firmly declared that it was indeed essential to employ the Supreme Kai sword to vanquish the malevolent Majin Buu. If Mr. Gohan were involved, he would undoubtedly wield that very sword. The Supreme Kai sword. Gibbet was astounded. Are you certain about this, Lord Supreme Kai? How could a mere human possibly wield that sacred blade? Gibbet, having never witnessed the battles of Goku and his companions, expressed his disbelief. Let alone me. Even several previous Supreme Kais were unable to harness the legendary sword. The Supreme Kai responded, you are unaware of this because you have perished, but Mr. Gohan possesses an astonishingly formidable power. Yet, Gibbet insisted, even so, without first-hand evidence, I remain skeptical. The Supreme Kai resolutely decided, regardless, let us proceed with an attempt. Mr. Gohan, please follow me. With that, the Supreme Kai soared into the sky, and Gohan trailed after him. Gibbet, dissatisfied, muttered about the Supreme Kai allowing a human to use the Supreme Kai sword, but did not finish his thought before following suit. Meanwhile, within another part of the temple, Goten and Trunks were merrily enjoying their meal in the dining hall, with Goku accompanying them. This is delicious, Goku brother, Goten exclaimed, taking a hearty bite of his chicken leg. Trunks, a child who had savored numerous delectable dishes, nodded with his mouth full. It's my first time here at the temple, Goten said after swallowing his food. Goku shook his head and cautioned, Goten, remember not to talk while eating, you might choke. Trunks chimed in, exactly, what Goku brother says is right, you should keep quiet while eating. Goten quickly replied, I'm sorry, I understand now. At that moment, Mr. Bobo finally caught up with the three young ones. Found you. Goku, I see your appetite is thriving, so there is no need for concern, Mr. Bobo stated with a smile. It's Mr. Bobo. Goku beamed. However, Goten and Trunks felt a twinge of fear at the sight of Mr. Bobo, who was entirely clad in black. I'm sorry, we shouldn't have eaten without permission, Trunks exclaimed in fright. Yet, Mr. Bobo swiftly grabbed Trunks by the collar, prompting Trunks to cry out, Goten, Goku brother, help me. Goten, seemingly oblivious, continued to eat quietly. Trunks, exasperated, pleaded, Goten, please do something. Goten, with a mischievous grin, retorted. Trunks, speaking loudly is impolite. Trunks, fuming, shot back, you're such a jerk. Didn't you just say we should be quiet while eating? Goten retaliated. What a fool I am for asking you for help. Turning to Goku, Trunks exclaimed, Goku brother. Goku chuckled and said, Mr. Bobo, please set Trunks down, otherwise, he might lose his temper. Mr. Bobo smiled and released Trunks. At that moment, Goku and Gohan approached. All right, little ones, have you eaten well? Goku inquired. Daddy. Goten exclaimed joyfully. And me, Daddy. Goku brother added. Uncle Gohan, uncle. Trunks also responded obediently. Bobo gazed at the trio of little ones, addressing Wukong and Wuxing. These three rascals are even more mischievous than you two were in your youth. Son Wuxing chuckled and replied, Thank you, Mr. Bobo, for looking after them. Who knows? They might prove useful in our battle against Majin Buu. Mr. Bobo nodded in agreement. Indeed, their fusion will undoubtedly make them formidable. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, Son Gohan marveled at the scenery below, exclaiming, What a splendid place. It resembles my own abode. Gibbet looked at Son Gohan's tattered attire and remarked, Your ragged clothing is quite incongruous with this sacred domain. With that, Jibite pointed at Son Gohan, and he was instantly clad in divine garments. The Supreme Kai observed Gohan's new attire and smiled. It truly suits you, Mr. Gohan. After soaring for a while, they approached a solitary stone pillar. This is the spot, Mr. Gohan, one of them declared. They landed atop the pillar, where a sword was embedded. The Supreme Kai spoke. This sword is the Z-sword. Son Gohan approached the sword, which had only its hilt visible, and bent down. The Supreme Kai implored, please, remove it. As far as I know, no one has succeeded in pulling this sword from its resting place. Son Gohan nodded, contemplating. Remove it, you say? He squatted before the sword, tapping the jewel embedded in the hilt, and mused. This feels like a scene from mythology. In the temple, Vegeta observed Son Wuxing and Son Wukong approaching with the three little ones, and said, Wujua, come with me. We shall train together. Son Wujua nodded, for he often trained alongside Son Wuxing, as well as with Vegeta. Son Wuxing added, Vegeta, I entrust this to you. Wujua is our final trump card. If we fail, you must ensure Wujua escapes Earth. When he grows, he shall return to avenge us. Vegeta's expression darkened as he snorted, Humph, Kakarot. You should be focusing on how to defeat Majin Buu. Chapter 147, The Legendary Super Saiyan. As for why everyone held such immense hope for Son Wujua, believing that upon reaching adulthood, he would effortlessly vanquish Majin Buu, it was undoubtedly due to Son Wujua's extraordinary nature. From the moment of his birth, he possessed a battle power of 10,000. This perplexed Son Wuxing, for the future Son Wujua bore no relation to the legendary Super Saiyan, known as Transcendent Super Saiyan. Yet this world Son Wujua was indeed that very legend. Son Wuxing could only conclude that his own uniqueness resulted in his true son, his progeny, being equally exceptional. Unlike the counterparts in parallel universes, this distinction led Vegeta to place even greater importance on Son Wujua than on his own son, Trunks. Trunks and Son Wutian inquired, Uncle Wuxing, what about us? Wujua and Dad have gone to train. What will we do? With a smile, Son Wukong addressed the two, inviting them to join him and Wuxing in their training, promising to impart new techniques that would undoubtedly enhance their strength. True to his reputation as a master of charming children, he effortlessly captured the attention of Trunks and Goten. Piccolo, however, inquired of Wukong whether they intended to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber. I recall that neither you nor Wuxing has fully exploited its potential. Each of you has a day remaining, he remarked. Wuxing shook his head, suggesting it was best to forego the chamber for now, as he and his brother would likely complete their training swiftly. He proposed saving the chamber for a more dire crisis. Upon hearing this, Piccolo felt reassured, recognizing the confidence exuded by both Wuxing and Son Wukong. After all, it would be inconceivable for them to abandon the chamber otherwise. They had both entered it before their battle with Cell. Son Wukong agreed, affirming that he believed the two young ones would grasp the techniques in a short span, and that the chamber should be reserved for a more critical moment. Piccolo nodded, choosing to say no more. Wuxing turned to Piccolo, entrusting him with the responsibility of overseeing Trunks and Goten's training while he and his brother practiced. Rest assured, it will be no problem, Piccolo replied affirmatively. The group stood outside the temple, observing Wuxing and the others within. Krillin remarked, Wuxing, Wukong, though I have reiterated this many times, this time the fate of Earth rests upon you two brothers once again. Kiki, with a worried expression, gazed at Son Wukong and Goten, her concern evident as she thought of Gohan, who was nowhere to be found, and now her husband and remaining child were set to battle. Meanwhile, Gohan. The focus of this concern was in the Kaioshin realm, gripping the legendary Kaioshin sword. Let us begin, he proclaimed, exerting all his might. Yet the weight of the sword was overwhelming, preventing him from drawing it. Of course, Gohan had yet to unleash his full potential. Turning to the Kaioshin, he asked, what exactly happens after one draws this sword? Kibito explained, it is said that the one who successfully pulls out the Kaioshin sword gains phenomenal power, potentially surpassing that of Majin Buu. Gohan was taken aback, really? Then this sword must be exceptionally sharp. It's rather intimidating. Kibito, brimming with pride, reassured him. Do not worry, it's impossible for you to draw it. The Kaioshin interjected. Kibito, refrain from unnecessary chatter. Simply observe. Now, Mr. Gohan, give it another try? Gohan nodded. Determination etched on his face. All right. This time, he focused intently, channeling all his strength into the effort to draw the sword. However, despite his fervent attempts, the Kaioshin sword remained steadfastly in place, not budging an inch. With a sudden slip, Gohan stumbled, crashing to the ground as the stone pillar trembled. The sword showing no sign of yielding. How frustrating. That hurt, he exclaimed, staring at his hands, which were blistered from the effort, tears welling in his eyes. The Kaioshin leaned down, asking, "Are you all right, Mr. Gohan?" "No, it won't budge at all," Gohan replied, flipping back onto his feet with renewed vigor. Gibbet's lips curled into a triumphant smile. "All right, behold my prowess." Son Gohan immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. A Super Saiyan, you say? The outcome remains unchanged, Gibbet remarked nonchalantly. However, this time, Son Gohan's expression shifted dramatically. "Ah, it's futile. Even the previous Kaioshins were unable to extract it. How could a mere human succeed?" Yet, at that moment, the stone pillar trembled violently, the ground fissured, and the Kaioshin's sword began to sway incessantly. Crack! Crack! Understanding the gravity of the situation as the earth split apart, Son Gohan shouted, "Get out here!" This time, he successfully drew the Kaioshin's sword from its resting place. "See, I told you Mr. Gohan would manage it," the Kaioshin exclaimed, astonished. "What?" Gibbet was utterly taken aback. Moments later, Son Gohan and his companions landed on the ground. "This is truly unbelievable." Gibbet stared at the Kaioshin's sword in Son Gohan's grasp, still struggling to accept this reality. "How does it feel, Mr. Gohan, to wield the legendary Kaioshin sword?" the Kaioshin inquired. Yet, Son Gohan seemed somewhat pained. "Ah, this sword is incredibly heavy, even with Son Gohan's exceptional physique. He found it challenging to wield the weapon effortlessly. So far, I haven't sensed any extraordinary power," he said, attempting to maneuver the sword. "Is that so?" the Kaioshin responded curiously. "Do you truly believe this sword can defeat Majin Buu?" Son Gohan began to harbor doubts. "What do you mean?" "This Kaioshin sword is said to be the most powerful blade in this sacred realm. It must be capable of vanquishing Majin Buu. However, if the wielder cannot even hold it steady, then it is futile," Gibbet stated. "One who cannot wield it with ease cannot engage in battle," Son Gohan retorted angrily. "Why don't you give it a try? This sword is exceedingly heavy." As he spoke, Son Gohan offered the sword to Gibbet. Gibbet reached out to accept it. "Be careful. I'm letting go now," Son Gohan cautioned. Upon grasping the sword, Gibbet, having been released by Son Gohan, was immediately slammed to the ground by the weight of the Kaioshin's sword. Had he not reacted swiftly to throw the sword away, he might have been crushed beneath it. Witnessing the sword deeply embedded in the earth, the Kaioshin was equally astonished. Gibbet sat on the ground, now wary of underestimating Son Gohan. Son Gohan, taken aback by the turn of events, said awkwardly, "Was I not correct?" Chapter 148, "I will definitely kill you." Gibbet, unwilling to concede, approached the Kaioshin's sword, crouched, and exerted all his strength in an attempt to lift it from the ground. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the sword remained immovable, causing his hands to swell from exertion. Huff, huff, huff. Gibbet panted as he blew on his aching hands, leaving the nearby Kaioshin and Son Gohan dumbfounded. Gibbet feigned indifference, saying, "Oh, it's not so bad." Son Gohan, puzzled, asked, "What's not so bad?" The Kaioshin also appeared bewildered, unsure of what to make of the situation. A cold sweat broke out on Gibbet's forehead, prompting him to hastily change the subject. "In any case, it is imperative that we master the use of the Kaioshin's sword." "Ah, understood," Son Gohan replied, somewhat perplexed. In the temple, Son Goku was still explaining the fusion technique. "Listen carefully. Even if you successfully fuse, the effect will only last for about 30 minutes. If it exceeds 30 minutes, you will separate. Wu Xing, the same applies to us, and moreover, after separating, there will be a period during which we cannot fuse again." Hearing this, Piccolo shook his head. "Only 30 minutes? That sounds rather urgent." Son Goku smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. Our two teams can stagger the timing of our fusions, and even if we don't, 30 minutes is more than sufficient to defeat Majin Buu." "Will the power increase that significantly?" Piccolo inquired, astonished. Son Gohan chuckled. "I heard my brother mention it once before. If my brother says it's true, then it undoubtedly is. Wu Tian, Trunks, come over and transform into Super Saiyans first," Son Gohan called to the two youngsters. However, both Son Goten and Trunks turned away. Ignoring him, Son Gohan scratched his head in confusion. "What is wrong with you two?" Trunks, having spent more time living with Son Gohan, spoke directly. "Wu Xing, what were you doing while my dad, Gohan, and Uncle Piccolo were fighting Majin Buu?" Upon hearing this, Son Gohan paused momentarily. "At that time, I was consumed by the fervor of battle, engaging with my brother. Son Goten turned to his father, maliciously speculating, "Dad, you weren't scared, were you? Did you intentionally hide with Uncle Wu Xing to avoid the fight?" Piccolo, hearing the words of the two youngsters, retorted angrily, "You little rascals. Goku and Wu Xing have saved the Earth multiple times." Before Piccolo could finish, Son Gohan interjected, "Piccolo, it's fine. Indeed, under those circumstances, we were unable to participate in the battle. Moreover, we do not have absolute confidence in defeating Majin Buu now. However, I can still teach you both how to train." At that moment, Babiti's voice echoed once again in their minds. "Heh, everyone on Earth. We are the great sorcerer Babidi and Majin Buu. This time, we have found a larger city, and now we shall make it disappear. If Majin, Trunks, Son Goten, Vegeta, and Son Goku do not appear, I will act immediately." Upon hearing Babiti's words, the residents of the city below became frantic. "Isn't this our city? I can see myself. Look, Majin Buu is up in the sky." People panicked, flailing about like headless chickens. Son Goten exclaimed, "What about us?" "Trunks, close your eyes quickly. You can see them." Piccolo, hearing Son Goten, quickly advised, "It's better not to look." Yet both youngsters shut their eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vegeta and Son Goku also heard these words. "Goku, you must endure. Hold on until you can defeat Majin Buu." Vegeta grasped Goku's arm, suppressing the fury within him. "I understand, Uncle Vegeta." Goku's hair stood on end as he fought to resist transforming into a Super Saiyan. Babidi, with a hint of regret, exclaimed, "Oh dear. It appears no one has contacted me yet. This poses quite a dilemma. If this continues, the number of deceased will only rise. By the way, it was Little Sugar Bean before. This time, let us transform everyone into chocolate." Upon hearing the word chocolate, Majin Buu licked his lips. "All right, Majin Buu, turn every person in this city into chocolate." Babidi commanded cruelly, no longer willing to wait. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu levitated the entire population of the city. Accompanied by the panicked cries of the people and Buu's laughter, everyone was transformed into chocolate. This scene was utterly shocking for Trunks, Goten, and Goku. Damn it! Goku could no longer contain himself and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, standing nearby, admonished, "Goku, remember this feeling. Do not forget that they perished because of us." Trunks, having never witnessed such a thing, exclaimed, "How could this happen? Everyone in the city has turned into chocolate." Goten was equally astonished. In an instant, a city was once again annihilated by Majin Buu. Babidi surveyed the ruins below, chuckling. "It seems Majin Buu is full now. Let that city be reduced to rubble." "Where to next?" Trunks, unable to hold back his anger, shouted, "Babidi, Majin Buu, I am Trunks. Though we may not be able to defeat you now, we will surely avenge this soon. Remember that." Goten echoed his sentiment. Piccolo quickly interjected, "Hey, don't engage Babidi and Majin Buu in conversation. They will discover our location." Hearing Piccolo's words, Trunks and Goten fell silent. Babidi, catching wind of their voices, laughed. "Ah, have the main characters finally decided to contact me? Where are you hiding? Come out." However, Trunks and Goten remained silent, forcing Babidi and Majin Buu to move on to the next city. Goten looked at the two young ones and said, "Now do you understand why we taught you fusion? We do not expect you to defeat Majin Buu, but at the very least, you must possess the ability to protect yourselves." Goku added, "Time is of the essence. You two must transform into Super Saiyans quickly." The two exchanged glances, nodded, and transformed into Super Saiyans. "Excellent. Now elevate your energy to its peak." Goku commanded. "Humph, let us give them a fright." Trunks responded confidently. "All right." Goten nodded as well. In an instant, the two raised their energy to its utmost limit. Even the temple shook under the pressure of their power. Chapter 149. The prelude to fusion. Babidi felt the tremors of the temple and exclaimed in surprise, "What is happening?" Krillin sensed the energy and smiled. "It must be Goten and Trunks' energy. It's impressive. At their age, their power is almost on par with my full strength." Tais proclaimed with pride, "Of course. He is the child of both Vegeta and me." Kiki, however, remained silent, gazing into the temple. Tien and Mr. Popo stood nearby, their hearts swelling with greater hope. These two children might indeed surpass Goku and Gohan, Mr. Popo remarked. Tien nodded in agreement. Piccolo, arms crossed, sensed the energy of Trunks and Goten, subtly shaking his head. The strength of these two was undeniably formidable. Though not yet 10 years old, Their battle power had reached an astonishing 100 billion. In the era of Cell, aside from Cell himself, no one could match their prowess. Yet, when it came to Majin Buu, this was still far from sufficient. Piccolo could only hope that once these two little ones fused, their strength would elevate even further. Gohan nodded and said, "They are indeed impressive. Far stronger than my brother and I were at their age." Gohan's remark seemed redundant. At that age, he and Goku couldn't even fly. Goku, unfazed, responded, "Is this the pinnacle of their capabilities?" Noticing Goku's lack of surprise, the two children were momentarily taken aback, but nodded. Gohan spoke again. "Trunks is a year older, so his energy is slightly stronger." Trunks smiled, while Goku shook his head, saying, "If they are to fuse, their energies must be in harmony." "Trunks, adjust your energy slightly downward to match Goten's." Trunks hesitated. "Ah, to match, you say? I shall try." He reduced his energy, albeit excessively, falling below Goten's. "That's too low. Raise it a bit more," Gohan remarked, crossing his arms. Goku continued directing them until they reached a balance. "Yes. Remember this energy level and train accordingly. Now, return to your original forms." The two children reverted, sweat glistening on their foreheads. Maintaining the Super Saiyan form for an extended period proved quite challenging for them. "Phew, that was tough. And why must I always synchronize with Goten?" Trunks complained. "Who told you to be the elder? You trained a year earlier than Goten and have been training with me and Vegeta. Your energy is just slightly higher than Goten's, which is already slacking off. I should be stricter with you, Trunks." Gohan replied candidly. Trunks stuck out his tongue. While training with Vegeta, he dared not slack off, but Gohan was more lenient, allowing him to occasionally take it easy. Goku, hands on his hips, interjected, all right. This method is inadvertently beneficial for training." Krillin, watching the two children train from outside, reminisced about his own training days with Goku and Gohan. "Oh, I truly miss those times. It has been several decades." Krillin chuckled, cradling his head. "Now, let us elevate our energy to the maximum in our normal forms." Initially, fusing in Super Saiyan form is quite challenging, Goku was saying when Babbidi's voice echoed once more. "Ladies and gentlemen of Earth, I have just received valuable intelligence. Among these individuals, the one named Trunks, along with the young lad named Son Goku, appears to reside in West City, specifically at a place known as Capsule Corporation. Should I venture there? It would indeed be fortuitous if they are present." Babidi mocked. "It would be prudent for you to reveal yourselves, for your city is on the brink of annihilation." I wonder who provided Babidi with such intelligence, revealing this critical information. Curse it. Who leaked this? Son Goku's expression darkened. After all, Bulma's parents remained at home. At that moment, Bulma rushed over, exclaiming, "Goku, did you hear that? My parents could be in grave danger." Son Goku reassured Bulma. "If they refuse to come with us, we can always use the Dragon Balls to bring them back." Bulma shook her head. "That is not the issue. We left the Dragon Radar at home when we departed." Upon hearing this, Son Goku felt a surge of anxiety. He had been so focused on explaining the situation that he forgot about the Dragon Radar. He turned to Son Gohan. "Gohan, you need to go back and retrieve the Dragon Radar. It would be best if you could also bring back Dr. Briefs and the others." Son Gohan nodded. "I can use instant transmission to take Bulma with me and return swiftly." Son Goku agreed. "All right, I will hold off Babidi and Majin Buu." Son Goten expressed concern. "Dad, are you sure you can handle this? Can you truly stand against Majin Buu?" Son Goku replied with confidence. "I can hold him off for a little while." Gohan, "You must hurry. Those two are heading towards West City." Son Gohan nodded, embracing Bulma as they instant transmitted away. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Son Goten had also caught wind of Babbidi's words. Just as they were about to take action, Vegeta's expression shifted. "Goten, do not worry. Kakarot has gone to West City." Hearing this, Son Goten sighed in relief, yet still expressed concern. "But Dad, is he truly a match for Majin Buu?" Vegeta offered no response, for in his perception, Son Goku was also absent from the sacred world. Outside West City, Babidi sat atop Majin Buu, exclaiming, "Hey Buu, you're flying too fast. I'm going to fall off, you fool." In response to Babbidi's scolding, Majin Buu deliberately took a wide loop in the sky. Babidi, irritated, shouted, "Fool, do not take the long route. Head straight to West City." Just then, Son Goku appeared directly before them. "What? Why did we suddenly stop?" Babidi fumed. But soon, he laid eyes on Son Goku. "Ah, well. Son Goku greeted. "You. I thought you had been killed by Son Gohan. I did not expect you to still be alive." Babidi sneered, clearly underestimating Son Goku. To him, Son Goku could never hope to match Majin Buu. By the way, I owe you my thanks. Without your two foolish brothers, Majin Buu would never have been revived so effortlessly. Yet, Majin Buu showed no interest in this exchange. Gazing at the sky instead, Sun Wukong gazed at Majin Buu and remarked, "Both I and Wukong underestimated you. We never anticipated that Majin Buu would possess such formidable strength." Upon hearing this, Majin Buu chuckled gleefully. Chapter 150, The Reappearance of Super Saiyan 3. The current Majin Buu resembled an infant, absorbing knowledge as one teaches him. His morality was entirely contingent upon the guidance he received. Babidi, overhearing Sun Wukong's words, smugly responded, "Of course. He was created by my father. What do you seek here? Are you perhaps courting death?" Babidi cast a glance at Sun Wukong and added, "Or are you here to reveal the whereabouts of those individuals?" Sun Wukong replied, somewhat speechless, "How could that be? One of them is my son. I merely came to offer you a word of caution." Babidi, taken aback, exclaimed, "A caution? You have the audacity to give us advice?" Babidi, fuming yet amused, laughed heartily. "How amusing! Let us allow the Earthlings to hear this as well." Sun Wukong calmly stated, "Listen closely. The three individuals you seek will undoubtedly appear before long, I assure you. Therefore, in the meantime, I advise you to refrain from wreaking havoc upon the cities and bullying the weak." "Why should I wait? Do you have ulterior motives?" Babidi retorted. "Indeed. We are undergoing intense training to defeat you." Sun Wukong replied earnestly. At this, Babidi erupted into laughter once more. "Ha! Not only Babidi but even Majin Buu joined in the mirth. To suggest you can defeat us is laughable, even if you trained for 1,000 years. It would be futile," Babidi boasted, clutching his belly with pride. "Is that so?" Sun Wukong remained unfazed, showing no sign of anger at the mockery. "Who would wait for you? Bring them here immediately. Otherwise, I shall continue to eliminate Earthlings." Babidi chuckled. "Moreover, we revel in this destruction." Sun Wukong nodded. "True. I anticipated you would say that. Thus, I will offer a slight resistance." With a glint of interest, he addressed Buu. "Show this fool the extent of your terror. Eliminate him as you did with Dabura." Babidi laughed. However, Majin Buu stood motionless, seemingly indifferent to the command. "What is the matter?" Babidi inquired, puzzled. Yet, Majin Buu disregarded Babidi's words entirely and made a face at him. "You fool, Majin Buu. What are you doing? Finish him off." Babidi yelled in frustration. Still, Majin Buu turned his head away, ignoring Babidi completely. "Go on, let him witness your power." "Hey, you rascal. I understand. Majin Buu scratched his head. Observing the dynamic between Babidi and Majin Buu, Sun Wukong quickly realized that Majin Buu did not entirely obey Babidi's commands. Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to sow discord. "What's with you, Majin Buu? You possess immense strength, yet you blindly follow Babidi?" Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Majin Buu was left momentarily stunned. Babidi sensed a foreboding feeling in his heart. "Majin Buu, enough noise, stop your chatter. Majin Buu is my servant, and it is only natural that he obeys my commands," Babidi declared with an imposing tone. However, he was entirely oblivious to the fact that Majin Buu's narrow eyes widened with fury at the mention of being a servant, glaring menacingly at Babidi. Were it not for his fear of Babidi's sealing spells, Majin Buu would have been inclined to eliminate Babidi on the spot. Sensing the wrath emanating from Buu, Babidi quickly inquired, "What is wrong? Do you wish for me to seal you again?" Majin Buu, not lacking in intelligence, retorted, "If you seal me, that guy will eliminate you right away." Babidi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the seemingly foolish Majin Buu possessed such cunning. Nonetheless, Majin Buu had already devised a plan. To avoid being sealed again, he feigned, "But I will kill him. I despise good children like him." Upon hearing this, Babidi breathed a sigh of relief. Although Goku did not sense Buu's murderous intent, he playfully interjected, "Well then, how shall I kill you?" Majin Buu replied with a smile. Goku, momentarily taken aback by Buu's demeanor, assumed a fighting stance. Unaware of the intricacies at play, Babidi flew away, boasting, "Earthlings, now you shall witness the fate of those who dare to resist us." With a mighty shout, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2. In the temple, Goten sensed Goku's energy. Exclaiming, "It's Dad's energy." Piccolo nodded, affirming, "Of course, your father has saved this world on multiple occasions." Trunks, astonished, remarked, "Goten, your father is on par with mine?" Babidi sneered. It is futile. Gohan and Vegeta in their current forms are still no match for Majin Buu. Goku responded, in that case, I shall attempt to surpass Super Saiyan 2. Goten and Trunks exchanged surprised glances at Goku's declaration. Vegeta's expression darkened. Damn Kakarot. What do you mean by Super Saiyan 3? How infuriating. Despite having witnessed it before, Vegeta could not contain his anger. Majin Buu, hurry up and eliminate that guy. Go to West City. Babidi commanded. Oh ho ho. Oh ho ho. Majin Buu cackled. Goku observed Majin Buu. Puzzled, he appears to be nothing more than a weakling. Yet even with the combined efforts of Vegeta, Piccolo, and Gohan, they cannot defeat him? At that moment, Goku's son, Gohan, was in West City, searching for the Dragon Radar with Bulma while persuading Dr. Briefs and his wife. Brother, let me experience Super Saiyan 3 once more. Gohan expressed his anticipation. Having spent the past 7 years studying his son's transformations and developing his combat instincts without delving deeper into Super Saiyan 3, everyone in the temple closed their eyes, attuning themselves to Goku's battle. Goku! Chi-Chi exclaimed, eyes shut in concern. Goku began to stall for time, reverting to his original form. Why did you change back? Aren't you going to fight? Majin Buu inquired. How is it possible? I merely wish to elucidate what it means to be a Super Saiyan. Goku spoke slowly. A Super Saiyan? Majin Buu tilted his head. No need. I have no interest in such trivial matters. Babidi retorted, hands clasped behind his back. Do not speak so dismissively. First, this is the ordinary form, and then, in an instant, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan. This is the Super Saiyan. Chapter 151, The Hammer of Majin Buu. This is also the most fundamental transformation. Subsequently, Goku clenched his fists once more, his hair standing even more erect, crackling with electricity. This is the Super Saiyan who transcends the Super Saiyan, known as Super Saiyan 2. Majin Buu clearly sensed the surge in Goku's battle power, gazing at him in astonishment. However, Babidi could not perceive energy, snorting dismissively. What a dull transformation. It seems there is no significant change. Goku scoffed in response, declaring, finally, Piccolo, within the temple, witnessed for the first time Goku preparing to transform further. Could it be a transformation beyond Super Saiyan 2? No wonder Goku could hold his own against that state of Gohan. Wait, could the two of them truly possess the strength to defeat Majin Buu? Piccolo's expression darkened. Krillin, equally astonished, exclaimed, really? So, while we were away, Goku actually developed an even further state. Goku tightened his fists, elevating his energy to a new height. Oh, the very earth trembled under the weight of Goku's power. Even Majin Buu looked on in astonishment at Goku. Babidi's face betrayed his fear, unable to conceal it any longer. Even the clouds in the sky began to gather around Goku. Trunks and Goten beheld Goku's formidable energy for the first time. Incredible! Uncle's power has grown even stronger. Trunks exclaimed in awe. Is this really Dad's true strength? Goten was equally taken aback. After all, Goku had never transformed like this during their usual training. Goku's hair began to lengthen, and he appeared as a golden sun, his eyebrows completely vanished. The earth quaked once more. And even Tien and Kaiatsu in the far north sensed Goku's energy. Is this the extent of Goku's power now? Even from such a distance, his energy could be easily perceived. Tien was astonished. Before Majin Buu, it was as if a colossal ape roared at him. As the golden aura dissipated, Goku materialized in the form of Super Saiyan 3. Without eyebrows, his expression appeared even more fearsome. This is Super Saiyan 3. I apologize for taking such time. I am still unaccustomed to this transformation. Goku addressed Majin Buu and Babidi with a calm demeanor. Is this Goku? Master Roshi was left speechless in shock. Not only that, but Goku's energy was so potent that it could be easily sensed even in the realm of the Kais. As Son Wukong diligently trains with the Kaishin sword, he suddenly senses a formidable energy and exclaims in astonishment, could this presence be my father on earth? The Kaishin is equally astonished, affirming, yes, indeed. This is Mr. Son Wukong. Despite his overwhelming power, it is unmistakably him. Jibite stands agape, unable to fathom the situation. As the energy from Earth has transcended to this sacred realm, Son Gohan, equally bewildered, queries, Father, what has transpired? Could it be that Uncle Wuxing has once again lost control? Or are you engaged in battle with Majin Buu? Majin Buu, casting a glance at Son Wukong, remarks, you seem rather fierce in appearance, yet you are hardly intimidating. Babidi, overhearing Buu's words, eagerly concurs, indeed. Spare me your bravado about Super Saiyan whatever. Majin Buu, swiftly dispose of this fellow. Son Wukong responds resolutely. Yes, let us conclude this swiftly. Babidi, now laughing heartily, retorts, the people on Earth can observe this as well. Majin Buu, humiliate him. Majin Buu joins in the laughter. In West City, Sun Wuxing senses Son Wukong's energy and is taken aback. Is my battle form truly this formidable? My brother's current strength far surpasses my usual state. Bulma, we must hurry. This form of his may not endure for long. Bulma, feeling a headache coming on, responds. I know. It's strange. I distinctly remember placing the dragon radar in the drawer. Go for it, Majin Buu. Babidi shouts fervently. However, it is not Majin Buu who strikes first, but rather Son Wukong. He darts above Majin Buu at an astounding speed, delivering a powerful kick that sends him flying. Although the blow does not inflict significant harm, it is evident that Majin Buu is caught off guard. As Majin Buu regains his balance, Son Wukong relentlessly pursues, delivering a barrage of kicks to Buu's face. In an attempt to repel Son Wukong, Majin Buu releases energy blasts, only to have them effortlessly deflected. With a swift acceleration, Son Wukong positions himself before Majin Buu, unleashing a charged uppercut that connects with Buu's chin. But the assault does not end there. In a moment that leaves Babidi in shock, Son Wukong seizes the pink tendrils atop Majin Buu's head with one hand, while the other continues to pummel Buu's face as if he were a mere punching bag. The sheer dominance of this onslaught leaves Babidi in a state of panic. Majin Buu, what is wrong with you? Regardless of Babidi's frantic calls, Majin Buu remains helplessly subjected to Son Wukong's relentless strikes. This is bound to work. Father can win. Son Goten exclaims with excitement. Piccolo, however, shakes his head, cautioning. That is not certain. Upon hearing this, both Son Goten and Trunks pause in surprise. Indeed, while Wukong's current power is unfathomably immense, it may still prove insufficient to defeat Majin Buu. Piccolo's words send a chill through their hearts. Could it be that even such strength cannot vanquish Majin Buu? Trunks asks in confusion. No, it is not a matter of strength. As Goku articulated, his duration in the Super Saiyan 3 form was all too brief. Thus, in truth, the rate at which Goku's energy dissipated far surpassed our imagination. Piccolo pointed out the inherent flaw of Super Saiyan 3, its lack of endurance. While it suffices for short skirmishes, prolonged battles may render one progressively weaker. Curse it! If only Gohan could transform into Super Saiyan 3. With his indomitable spirit combined with that form, he would undoubtedly vanquish Majin Buu. Piccolo sighed. However, in the short term, even Majin Buu could only endure a relentless barrage from Goku. The latter was currently pummeling Buu as if he were a mere punching bag. Yet Goku was acutely aware that such attacks would be utterly ineffective against Majin Buu. So he remains unscathed? If I do not resort to that technique, defeating him is impossible. Chapter 152, Assassination of Babidi. Majin Buu gazed at Goku and suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Majin Buu relentlessly unleashed energy blasts towards Goku. Attempting to mimic Vegeta's techniques, are we? Goku remained unfazed, effortlessly deflecting Buu's onslaught. The prince's combat style, even when wielded by Vegeta himself, is rendered ineffective in 99% of cases, let alone when imitated by Majin Buu. In fact, Babidi narrowly avoided being struck by one of Goku's deflected energy blasts, forcing him to evade in midair. Majin Buu opened his eyes and instantaneously appeared before Goku. Observing Buu, Goku mused that this creature merely needed to witness a technique once to master it. What a terrifying talent. Babidi shouted, what are you doing? Majin Buu, eliminate this fool quickly. Buu remained silent, his arm abruptly elongating, delivering a fierce punch aimed directly at Goku. Yet, Goku stood his ground, absorbing the blow with his face. It must be said, in reality, the power of Super Saiyan 3 exceeds that of Majin Buu. Were it not for Goku's inability to sustain this form for extended periods, Buu would stand no chance against him. Thus, when Majin Buu witnessed Goku taking his punch without a scratch, astonishment washed over his visage. Goku, too, did not hesitate to engage Buu in a battle of attrition. One possessed overwhelming energy, while the other boasted extraordinary regenerative abilities. Thus, a clear victor remained elusive in the short term. I never expected such a benevolent visage to conceal such formidable strength. Majin Buu offered his first compliment to an adversary. You as well, Goku replied. For a moment, the two shared a mutual respect, yet Babidi abruptly interjected. Hey, Majin Buu, what are you doing? Stop dawdling and eliminate this guy. Majin Buu retorted in frustration. Shut up. Upon hearing Buu's defiance, Babidi, equally incensed, exclaimed, What did you say? How dare you speak to your master in such a tone? Hey, you imbecile, are you listening, Buu? Nevertheless, Majin Buu remained impervious to Babidi's commands. Is it ready yet? Bulma? Son Wukong inquired urgently. Damn it, where on earth did I place the dragon radar? I distinctly remember putting it in this drawer. Bulma scratched her head. Her eyes closed in concentration as she tried to recall. At that moment, Bulma's mother approached, smiling as she said, Bulma, are you referring to that round device? I believe a cat took it to the garden. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong sighed. I'll go look for it. Meanwhile, Majin Buu remained utterly helpless against Son Wukong's relentless assault. The intensity of their battle posed a constant threat to Babidi, who watched from the sidelines. His life hanging by a thread. Son Wukong delivered a powerful kick to Majin Buu's abdomen, only to discover that it was as if he had struck a swamp. Buu's belly ensnared his leg and began to consume him whole. Majin Buu laughed heartily, soon enveloping Son Wukong entirely. Father, Son Goten exclaimed in concern. However, Piccolo maintained his composure, reassuringly stating, Do not worry, Goku will not be so easily defeated. Just sense his energy, it hasn't diminished in the slightest. Indeed, as Piccolo predicted, an immense power erupted from within Son Wukong, effortlessly shattering Majin Buu's belly. Is this the extent of Goku's power now? The might of Super Saiyan 3 surpasses our wildest imaginations. It was hard to fathom that Wukong, relying on Super Saiyan 2, could engage in a fierce battle with Goku, resulting in a stalemate. Are they both monsters? Piccolo mused. With this, when Wukong and Bulma return, they will undoubtedly defeat Majin Buu. Krillin chimed in with confidence. Majin Buu, reduced to fragments by Son Wukong's attack, floated in the sky like a carpet. However, with a single breath, he restored himself to his original form. Yet, Son Wukong charged forward once more, delivering another punch that sent Majin Buu flying. Finding the chase amusing, Majin Buu relentlessly pursued Son Wukong, but no matter how he attacked, he could not land a blow. Frustrated by his inability to connect, Majin Buu's anger boiled over, smoke billowing from his head. Hey, Son Wukong, why are you running around? Are you trying to escape? What a coward! Babidi suddenly taunted. However, Son Wukong's battle experience rendered him impervious to such simplistic provocations, as he continued to evade Majin Buu's attacks with ease. After a flurry of missed strikes, Majin Buu's frustration escalated, and in a desperate attempt to catch Son Wukong, he received a powerful kick to the face that left his round visage indented. Majin Buu resorted to puffing air into his ears to regain his shape, all the while hopping in place in a fit of rage. Eventually, Majin Buu teleported directly in front of Son Wukong and landed a punch that sent him flying. However, this was merely a tactic by Son Wukong to buy time. He sustained no actual damage. Instead, with a remarkable vigor, he commented on the formidable Majin Buu, whose strength surpassed my expectations. Majin Buu, incensed by Goku's assault, gathered an immense energy and propelled Goku far away. Though enveloped in Majin Buu's energy, Goku remained unscathed, effortlessly dissipating Buu's energy with a mere surge of power. Majin Buu, witnessing Goku's lack of injury, gleefully declared, Then I shall continue. With that, his arms elongated instantaneously, swinging violently towards Goku. Yet, Goku merely leaped to evade the attack with ease, countering with a swift kick that sent Majin Buu sprawling. A surge of uncharged Kamehameha pierced through Majin Buu's form. Buu, what has happened to you? Babidi exclaimed in panic, fearing the demise of Majin Buu. However, despite a gaping hole in his abdomen, Majin Buu clenched his fists and swiftly restored himself. Not only that, but he also placed his hands on his hips. Goku instantly recognized this stance. This posture, it can't be. Just as Goku anticipated, it was indeed the Kamehameha. Yet, Majin Buu's Kamehameha was effortlessly deflected by Goku with a single hand. In retaliation, Majin Buu forcefully redirected the energy blast towards Babidi. Chapter 153, The Demise of Babidi. Had Babidi not been focused and quick to react, this attack might have obliterated him. Observing that Babidi was unharmed, both Goku and Majin Buu felt a pang of disappointment. However, The tremendous explosion from the earlier clash caused even the Divine Palace to tremble. Far away in the Supreme Kai's realm, Gohan sensed the fierce battle on Earth and couldn't help but exclaim how intense it was. Truly a remarkable confrontation. Despite the vast distance, it felt as if it were right at hand. Beads of cold sweat began to form on the Supreme Kai's forehead. Mr. Gohan, it seems even Mr. Goku may find it difficult to prevail. Hearing this, Gohan paused momentarily. The Supreme Kai continued, Majin Buu is indeed that powerful. The best chance to defeat him lies in your adeptness with the legendary sword, the Supreme Kai sword. Gohan did not respond to the Supreme Kai's statement, for in his perception, it was evident that Majin Buu's energy was considerably weaker than his father's. Were it not for Buu's uncanny regenerative abilities, he would have likely been vanquished by Goku already. I understand. Gohan nodded, continuing to familiarize himself with the Supreme Kai sword. Is it truly all right? That legendary sword has eluded every Supreme Kai before us, Kibito inquired. Yet, the Supreme Kai gazed at Gohan with unwavering anticipation. After dodging Majin Buu's attack, Babidi, feeling a sense of survival, shouted, Watch where you're swinging that. You nearly hit me, you big fool. However, Majin Buu's wrath had escalated beyond measure. Son Wukong praised Majin Buu, exclaiming, Majin Buu, you truly astonish me. Though your expression may seem vacant, you are undeniably a genius. To grasp an opponent's technique in an instant and then master it. Upon hearing Son Wukong's commendation, Majin Buu, like a child, proudly placed his hands on his hips. In West City, Son Wukong's son, Wukong, caught a cat holding the Dragon Ball radar and cheerfully said, Little one, kindly hand over what you have. The cat meowed and leapt from Wukong's grasp, leaving the Dragon Ball radar behind. Meanwhile, Bulma continued to persuade Dr. Briefs and his wife, Mom and Dad. Please come with us to the temple. It is much safer there. Dr. Briefs shook his head, replying, We're fine here. Your mother and I will stay. Realizing her efforts were in vain, Bulma sighed and said, Wukong, let us return to the temple quickly, or else it will be difficult for Goku to hold off Majin Buu for long. Wukong nodded and, with Bulma, instantaneously teleported back to the temple. Son Wukong, clearly aware of the events, thought to himself, Excellent. It seems Wukong and Bulma have completed their task, which means I can cease my battle with Majin Buu. With that thought, Son Wukong reverted to his normal state. Majin Buu and Babidi were taken aback by Son Wukong's transformation. Hey, why did you revert? I was enjoying our duel. Let us continue. Majin Buu exclaimed, still brimming with combat enthusiasm. What an honor that would be, but I have no time to play. I must take my leave. Son Wukong replied candidly. Ha, fool. Do you think you can escape alive? Babidi shouted. Majin Buu then bounded towards Son Wukong. Babidi continued. After you eliminate him, head straight to West City and slay everyone without exception. That way, both Vegeta and Trunks will surely show up. Son Wukong responded. Listen closely, Babidi. The individuals you seek will undoubtedly appear within 2 days. Until then, I implore you to refrain from senseless slaughter. Just 2 days, is that acceptable? Majin Buu, chuckling, inquired. Are they really that formidable, the ones you mentioned? Son Wukong replied confidently, absolutely. Babidi, laughing heartily, retorted, Ha! Do you truly believe I would heed your words? It seems I must hasten the pace of the slaughter. What a pity, to encounter a battle that brings joy to Majin Buu. By the way, Babidi, should you descend to hell, I would ensure King Yama teaches you a proper lesson. Until we meet again. Son Wukong's words were not a threat, but rather a truthful statement. Should he inform King Kai of Babidi's deeds, once Babidi met his end, he would certainly be cast into hell for torment. With that, Son Wukong vanished in an instant. Neither Babidi nor Majin Buu could comprehend how he had departed. What is he up to? What was his intention? Babidi lamented, Hey, Majin Buu, did he just escape? This is all your fault for hesitating, you fool. He must still be nearby. Find him quickly. However, Majin Buu stood motionless, utterly disregarding Babidi's commands. Both Babidi and Babidi were gravely mistaken. One simply could not exert such coercive authority over Majin Buu. Perhaps it might have worked on the most primitive form of Majin Buu, but not now. Upon hearing Babidi's insults, it was evident that Majin Buu became enraged, particularly after Goku's prior instigation had rendered Buu intolerant of Babidi's provocations. Nevertheless, Majin Buu did not reveal his anger. Instead, he presented Babidi with a foolish grin. Babidi, I have conceived a brilliant idea, he exclaimed. What splendid idea could you possibly have, you imbecile? It must be trivial, so do enlighten me. Babidi, oblivious to Buu's unusual demeanor, inquired. Seizing the opportunity, Majin Buu flew close to Babidi and whispered, Babidi, my lord. What is it? Hurry up and chase after Goku. But what Babidi did not anticipate was that Majin Buu would suddenly grasp his throat. Babidi attempted to resist, but found himself utterly powerless against Buu's formidable grip. Ha! Unable to speak now, are you? In that case, you cannot recite the incantation to seal me. Regardless of Babidi's struggles, Majin Buu showed no intention of releasing him. I have learned much from you, but you are no longer of use to me. I no longer need to endure your presence. With that, Majin Buu delivered a powerful punch to Babidi. Perish, fool. Instantly, Babidi was reduced to ashes by the force of Buu's blow. In the temple, Goku, Goten, and Trunks returned. Upon seeing Goku, Goten and Trunks hurried over. You're amazing, Dad, Goten exclaimed, adoringly diving into Goku's embrace. Trunks gazed at Goku with equal admiration. We retrieved the Dragon Radar. For the time being, there is no crisis, Bulma added. Chapter 154, Fusion. Goku nodded in agreement, stating that even if West City were devastated, the Dragon Balls could restore it, so there was no need for immediate concern. Little did Goku anticipate that Majin Buu, incited by his provocations, would obliterate Babidi. Upon sensing Babidi's demise, Goku and Gohan were momentarily stunned. Hey Goku, Goku? Piccolo noticed Goku's dazed expression and quickly interjected. It appears that Majin Buu has taken action. Goku chuckled. Babidi has been slain. What? How could this be? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Did you just say Babidi was killed? Indeed, his energy has vanished. Piccolo responded with delight. Well, I merely wanted to test the waters. I did not expect Majin Buu to be so discontent with Babidi's commands, Goku confessed, somewhat surprised. Gohan shook his head, remarking that this might not be a fortuitous development, as it left no one to threaten Majin Buu. Piccolo pondered, suggesting that there was no need for such pessimism. Perhaps this would mean that Majin Buu would refrain from indiscriminately killing. It's hard to say, Goku replied, uncertain of Majin Buu's future actions. After all, Majin Buu's temperament was akin to that of a child. The group collectively exhaled in relief. Vegeta emerged with Goku, expressing relief that he no longer needed to hide with Goku. I cannot ascertain the movements of Majin Buu for now. Vegeta, I entrust this to you, Goku proclaimed. Nodding in agreement, Vegeta once again concealed Goku within the sanctuary. After liberating himself from Babidi's control, Majin Buu surprisingly refrained from wreaking havoc on Earth, instead soaring joyfully into the skies. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, Gohan continued his arduous training. Despite wielding the weighty Supreme Kai sword, he gradually began to master its use. Phew, this sword is indeed heavy. Gohan wiped the sweat from his brow. Are you all right, Mr. Gohan? The Supreme Kai inquired hastily. Gohan responded with a smile, resuming his practice. Kibito gazed in astonishment, exclaiming, it's almost unbelievable. In such a short span, he has managed to wield the Supreme Kai sword, a feat that has eluded the previous Kai. The Supreme Kai nodded affirmatively. As I anticipated, Mr. Gohan's prowess will surely triumph over Majin Buu. Please take a moment to rest. Your progress in such a brief time surpasses my expectations. He called to Gohan, who remained engrossed in his training. No, that's still far from sufficient. Gohan's gaze hardened as he committed himself to further exertion. The others in the sanctuary felt a wave of relaxation, each retreating to rest. Piccolo regarded Goku and Goten. Goku, Goten, now that we are alone, may I ask you something? What is it, Piccolo? Goten replied, puzzled. Goku, if you unleashed the full power of Super Saiyan 3, wouldn't you be able to defeat Majin Buu? Moreover, I believe Goten could do the same if he maximized his fighting spirit, Piccolo observed, looking at the two brothers. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Goku and Goten exchanged awkward glances. Well, it's hard to say. Although Majin Buu's energy isn't overwhelmingly potent, his regenerative abilities are extraordinary. I probably wouldn't stand a chance, Goku admitted. Does Super Saiyan 3 consume that much energy? Piccolo asked, astonished. At Piccolo's remark, both Goten and Goku exhaled in relief. Goten added, that's right. My base combat power doesn't match my brother's. If I can't sustain a prolonged battle with Majin Buu, I might be overwhelmed. The two brothers were speaking without a script, effortlessly voicing their thoughts. In truth, they had reached an understanding. As Goku echoed Goten's sentiments, it was unreasonable to rely solely on them to protect Earth. The younger generation must also strive to cultivate their strength and shoulder their responsibilities. Should there come a day when the brothers were no longer present and formidable foes arose, it would be disastrous if the younger ones were incapable of defending themselves. Of course, they also devised a contingency plan, training alongside Trunks and Goten to fuse together. This way, even in the event of an unforeseen calamity, they would have a final safeguard. Regardless of whether it is Sun Wukong or Sun Wuxing, both are acutely aware that once they merge, no adversary could possibly stand against them. Well then, let us first guide these two younglings in their practice of fusion. For I have made a promise to Bu that if they do not succeed within 2 days, we shall find ourselves in a predicament. Sun Wukong hastily shifted the topic. Piccolo nodded in agreement. The group returned once more to the chamber of the temple. This time, both Son Goten and Trunks exhibited an unusual obedience. Sun Wuxing lamented, remarking on how these two young ones were utterly transfixed by the sight of Super Saiyan 3. Very well, let us commence. Wuxing, you shall join me in demonstrating to them. Sun Wukong beckoned to Sun Wuxing. Sun Wuxing wore a rueful smile, for he truly wished to avoid those fusion dance steps. However, Sun Wukong paid no heed and began the demonstration with Sun Wuxing. Observing the brothers' performance, everyone present broke into a cold sweat. Good heavens, that pose is rather unseemly. Piccolo was left dumbfounded, struggling to close his gaping mouth at the sight of the oblivious brothers. Trunks, equally astonished, exclaimed, "Do we really have to look as foolish as Dad and Uncle Wuxing? It is utterly ridiculous." Trunks added, expressing his disdain. Yet, the two brothers, unabashed, seemed entirely unconcerned. However, after completing the movements, Sun Wuxing suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, especially performing such antics in front of Bulma and Android 18. Surely, the two of them would be laughing until dawn. Bulma, having witnessed the display, also remarked, "Can such movements truly defeat Majin Buu?" Even Master Roshi stroked his beard, rendered speechless. Piccolo, merely observing, felt the awkwardness enveloping him. "All right, Goten and Trunks, you two must practice now," Sun Wuxing urged, eager to dispel the discomfort. However, Goten and Trunks lacked any semblance of coordination. No matter how they moved, their fingers could not meet. Sun Wukong sighed, suggesting they need more practice. Piccolo quipped that such a dance could only be disregarded by the two of them, judging by their progress. It seemed they would require at least another day to master the fusion dance. Sun Wuxing chuckled at the sight of the two boys nearly coming to blows. "Piccolo, they are in your capable hands now," Sun Wukong directed. Chapter 155. Is Sun Wuxing truly incapable of achieving Super Saiyan 3? Sun Wukong addressed Sun Wuxing. "Wuxing, you must know what I am pondering. Our practice of fusion has already reached completion." Sun Wuxing nodded, for he and Sun Wukong, as twins, shared a synergy unparalleled by Trunks and Goten. After merely a few rehearsals, they achieved perfect synchronization. In this world, there exists no pair more suited for fusion than the brothers Sun Wuxing. At that moment, King Kai suddenly contacted Sun Wukong telepathically. "Wukong, I just inquired with King Enma, and indeed, your son Gohan has not arrived in the afterlife." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong rejoiced, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. I knew Gohan would be just fine. Wuxing, this task is entrusted to you. I shall seek Gohan. Let me discover where Gohan is." Sun Wukong closed his eyes, beginning to sense Gohan's energy. Found it. In an instant, Sun Wukong vanished from his location. Meanwhile, Piccolo had just delivered Trunks and Goten to the temple for training. Upon emerging, he discovered that Sun Wukong was nowhere to be found. Only Wuxing remained. "Wuxing, where's Wukong?" Piccolo inquired, puzzled. "He has gone to find Gohan, truly." Wuxing replied with a resigned gesture. "Gohan, he is indeed alive. This is splendid news." Piccolo exclaimed with delight. For among those who affectionately referred to Piccolo as Gohan's true father, besides Chi-Chi, Wukong, and Biddy, none was happier than Piccolo upon hearing that Gohan had survived. In the King Kai's realm, Gohan was diligently practicing how to wield the sword of King Kai. Suddenly, Gohan swung the sword forward with vigor. Just as Sun Wukong instantaneously teleported in, nearly getting struck by Gohan's blade. Wow! Only Wukong's quick reflexes saved him as he instinctively ducked. Gohan was equally startled, having not anticipated his father's sudden appearance. Not just Gohan, but both King Kai and Kibito were astounded. This realm belonged solely to King Kai, a place even King Enma and the others were not permitted to enter. Who would have thought that Sun Wukong possessed the ability and the right to be here. Dad! Gohan exclaimed in surprise. Wow, that was close. What are you wearing? Son Wukong remarked, eyeing Gohan's attire resembling that of King Kai. Gohan chuckled bashfully, believing his outfit paled in comparison to his Saiyan attire. There's a reason for this. Gohan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Son Wukong stood up. Ah, Lord King Kai. And that deceased gentleman, whose name I do not recall. Kibito exclaimed in shock. How is this possible? A human has entered this sacred realm. Son Wukong, too, was bewildered. By the way, what exactly is this place? Gohan, equally perplexed, replied, Dad, shouldn't I be the one asking you? How did you arrive here? Son Wukong recounted the events following Gohan and the others' departure. I see, so Majin Buu has caused such chaos on Earth. Gohan sighed. King Kai, filled with fury, exclaimed, that rascal Majin Buu. After all, the inhabitants of the lower realm are my subjects. Allowing Majin Buu to wreak havoc reflects my incompetence as King Kai. Kibito remained silent, acknowledging his own share of responsibility. Gohan clenched his fists, speechless. Son Wukong then turned his attention to the sword of King Kai beside Gohan, curiously asking, Gohan, may I see that sword you have? It is called the Sword of King Kai, correct? Gohan nodded, handing over the sword. Dad, be careful, it's quite heavy. Son Wukong acknowledged, yet upon grasping the sword of King Kai, he underestimated its weight. Wow, if I'm not careful, this sword will create a pit in the ground. Son Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. It truly is heavy. The Kaioshin and Kibito observed Son Wukong's reaction without much surprise. However, their jaws soon dropped in astonishment. Son Wukong effortlessly wielded the Kaioshin sword. Could this sword bestow upon him unparalleled strength? As he swung the sword, he exclaimed, incredible. It's impossible. This man can so easily lift the Kaioshin sword? Kibito pondered to himself, questioning the essence of the Saiyan race. Yet, after a few swings, Son Wukong felt that the sword was not suited for practical combat. He turned to the Kaioshin and Kibito, saying, Lord Kaioshin, may I stay here during Gohan's battle with Majin Buu? The Kaioshin inquired, what about Earth? Son Wukong replied with a smile, no worries. My brother Son Wukong is still on Earth, and my son along with Vegeta's son are training to master techniques that can defeat Majin Buu. They can handle it. The Kaioshin nodded in understanding. Ah, then that is acceptable. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Son Wukong effortlessly handed the Kaioshin sword to Gohan. Unbeknownst to all, he had been holding the sword with remarkable ease. Ah, I truly apologize. Is there anything to eat? I've been fighting all day and am quite famished, Son Wukong said, rubbing his stomach. Yes, we have some. Gohan, you should take a rest as well. Please follow me, replied the Kaioshin, as he and Kibito led Son Wukong and his son away to a distant location. Dad, Super Saiyan 3 is truly amazing. Gohan remarked with a smile. Can you feel it here as well? Son Wukong chuckled. Well, we were so preoccupied with battling Majin Buu that we didn't notice your fight with Uncle Wukong. I had no idea Super Saiyan 3 was so powerful. Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Super Saiyan 3 is formidable, but your uncle is the true genius. He can match me using only Super Saiyan 2. Had it not been for Majin Buu's sudden revival, I might have lost to your uncle. Son Wukong has always been his brother's staunchest admirer. Gohan nodded in agreement. Yes? If Uncle Wukong could transform into Super Saiyan 3, Majin Buu would surely stand no chance. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Son Wukong paused, pondering to himself whether Wukong truly could not transform into Super Saiyan 3. Dad, Gohan called out. Son Wukong snapped back to reality, saying, I'm fine. Once I've eaten my fill, I'll show you what Super Saiyan 3 looks like. Before long, a day had passed. Wukong sat at the edge of the temple, observing Majin Buu playing house below, shaking his head slightly. If Majin Buu remains in this state, he is indeed quite an adorable chubby fellow. Meanwhile, Trunks and Goten were awakened by Piccolo's roar. Chapter 156. The old Kaioshin, what time is it? Still sleeping? Get up, wash your faces, eat, and prepare for intense training. Understood? Piccolo bellowed. Trunks and Goten rubbed their eyes, responding, Ah, we got it. In his heart, Piccolo lamented, Why must I engage in such tasks? My strength should undoubtedly surpass that of Vegeta. However, there was no alternative. The current Piccolo had no choice but to assume the role of caretaker once more. Goten sat at the edge of the temple, sensing the energies of Goku and Gohan, and thought helplessly, My troublesome brother. Why hasn't he returned from Gohan yet? He certainly places too much trust in me. Piccolo continued to address the two young ones. You have only 1 day left. You both must complete your fusion. Goku has gone to find Gohan, and if Majin Buu arrives, we will rely on you too. Goten and Trunks scratched their heads. But what about Uncle Goku? Piccolo crossed his arms and replied, I know you wish to depend on Goku and his friends, but to be frank, both Goku and Gohan sustained serious injuries in their previous battle. Although the fairy has healed them, they are unable to fight in the short term. If you do not wish for your families to suffer, then you must train diligently. This was, of course, a falsehood, yet Piccolo's teaching methods had always been stringent. Without a sense of urgency, it would be exceedingly difficult for the two youngsters to train earnestly. They had been overly sheltered by Goku and his friends throughout their lives. Meanwhile, on the other side, Goku had already begun training alongside Vegeta. Piccolo and Vegeta had effectively become caregivers. In the Kaioshin realm, within merely a day, Gohan had adapted to the weight of the Kaioshin sword, now able to wield it effortlessly with one hand, creating beautiful arcs of light. Goku clapped his hands, exclaiming, Impressive. Truly, my son, to master the Kaioshin sword so smoothly in just a day. The Kaioshin also praised, Indeed remarkable, Mr. Gohan. Suddenly, an idea struck Goku. By the way, the blade of the Kaioshin sword is exceedingly sharp. I assent it. Should we test its sharpness? Gohan was curious to discover the sword's cutting ability and nodded. Let us give it a try. Goku agreed, patting the rock beneath him. We'll use this. Gibito interjected. The rocks in the Kaioshin realm differ significantly in density from those in the lower realm. This rock is harder than diamond. Upon hearing this, Goku effortlessly lifted the rock. Both Gibito and the Kaioshin were astonished. The weight of this rock in the lower realm would be equivalent to that of a mountain several hundred meters tall. Goku confidently declared, All right, I'm ready, Gohan. Let us make a clean cut. Don't worry, Dad. I'll slice it as easily as cutting tofu. With this Kaioshin sword, it's absolutely achievable. Gohan replied with confidence. Excellent. Go for it. Gohan gazed at the incoming rock and, with a single stroke, cleaved it in two. Haha, that was effortless, Mr. Gohan. The Kaioshin chuckled. What a sharp sword. Goku marveled. Mr. Goku, let us try something even harder this time. With that, the Kaioshin raised his hand and conjured a black cube. Mr. Goku used this. Son Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Summoning all his strength in his arms to catch the hefty cube, even he could feel its weight. What is this? He inquired, perplexed. This is the hardest metal in the universe, known as Kaijin, or, the Kaioshin explained. Son Wukong tapped the metal, exclaiming, So solid. The Kaioshin chuckled. If you wish to test it, why not use it for that purpose? All right, Gohan, catch. Son Wukong declared as he tossed the Kaijin ore. Gohan, brimming with confidence, boasted, Watch me slice it open. However, to everyone's astonishment, the moment the Kaioshin's sword made contact with the Kaijin ore, an unexpected event unfolded. The sword shattered. What? Both the Kaioshin and Kibito gasped in disbelief. No way it broke? Gohan was equally stunned. How is that possible? The Kaioshin's sword. The Kaioshin stared wide-eyed at the broken blade in utter disbelief, while Kibito's jaw dropped, as if he could swallow Gohan whole. This is the mightiest sword. Son Wukong, in a mischievous manner, quickly shifted the blame, saying, Look, it was the Kaioshin who wanted to test such a hard metal that caused it to break. The Kaioshin hastily defended. It said that whoever can wield the Kaioshin's sword will obtain the mightiest power in the world. Gohan, however, remained unfazed, discarding the remaining half of the sword, remarking, It seems the legends were exaggerated. Yet, Gohan was not disheartened. Rather, he smiled and said, In fact, my power has increased significantly, thanks to that Kaioshin sword. At that moment, a lewd voice echoed, You are mistaken. Everyone turned towards the sound, spotting a diminutive alien resembling a grandfather standing there. Huh, where did this old man come from? Son Wukong questioned, bewildered. May I ask who you are? The Kaioshin inquired curiously. Me? Do not be alarmed upon hearing this. I am the Kaioshin from 15 generations ago. The old Kaioshin leisurely replied. What? The Kaioshin from 15 generations ago? The Kaioshin was taken aback. Son Wukong and his son exchanged puzzled glances. Indeed, a long time ago, there existed a notorious villain. Incredibly powerful, far surpassing Majin Buu. I, the old Kaioshin, was sealed within this Kaioshin sword by him. The old Kaioshin recounted. Somewhere in the universe, the slumbering Beerus sneezed, turned over, and continued to sleep. He must have feared me, which is why he sealed me away. It must be so. the old Kaioshin boasted. In reality, the old Kaioshin's demise would lead to the destruction of the god of destruction, thus Beerus sealed him for his own safety. As long as Beerus remained alive, even if all other Kaioshins perished, he would not meet his end. Finally free, the old Kaioshin chuckled. Son Wukong turned to Gohan. This old man does not seem so formidable. Gohan, being a sincere child, scratched his head and replied, "It seems that way. Then I shall test him." Son Wukong suddenly had a brilliant idea. Chapter 157. Uncle Vegeta will surely kill me. Although Son Gohan felt a surge of excitement within, he cautiously remarked, "Father, isn't this a bit improper?" Son Wukong gazed at the old Kai, who was stretching his body, as he discreetly gathered a small orb of energy in his hand. Without anyone anticipating it, he unleashed the energy right in the face of the old Kai. Staring at the unprepared elder, both Son Wukong and his son were left dumbfounded. The Kai and Kibito were equally taken aback. They hurried to the fallen old Kai, one administering healing while the other cleared the charred remnants from his face. Ancestor, are you all right?" the Kai exclaimed, visibly alarmed. After Kibito's healing, the old Kai sprang up, fuming, "You rascal! What have you done? You fool! You imbecile, you brat! How dare you treat an elder Kai like this?" Son Wukong sighed. Turns out he is just a boastful old man. Son Gohan nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is not impressive at all. Infuriated by the teasing from Son Wukong and his son, the old Kai retorted, "It is not my power that instills fear in enemies, but my terrifying abilities." Terrifying abilities? Son Wukong thought skeptically, as he did not perceive any extraordinary skill in the old Kai. He glanced at Son Gohan and inquired, "What abilities?" The old Kai, feeling rather proud, huffed, "I won't tell you." He then proceeded to make silly faces at Son Wukong, completely abandoning any semblance of dignity befitting a Kai. Son Wukong pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about this? Next time, I'll bring you a magazine featuring beautiful women, and you can share your secrets with me." Upon hearing this, Son Gohan gasped and rushed over. "Father!" The Kai, hearing the exchange, helplessly remarked, "Mr. Wukong, your words imply that the old..." Before the Kai could finish, the old Kai interjected, "Humph. Such magazines pale in comparison to the beauty I behold when observing women bathe and change." At this, both the Kai and Kibito collapsed to the ground, stunned by the old Kai's audacity. "Ancestor!" the Kai exclaimed in disbelief. Son Wukong, sensing the inappropriateness of a magazine, subtly suggested, "How about I let you touch a real woman's assets?" The old Kai's interest piqued. He asked, "Really? Is that true?" Observing the old Kai's lecherous expression, Son Wukong affirmed, "Absolutely." The old Kai instantly broke into a grin. Son Wukong mused, "He is truly just like Master Roshi." Meanwhile, Son Gohan quietly nudged Son Wukong and whispered, "Father, what are you planning to do by agreeing to this?" Son Wukong turned to Son Gohan and said, "Gohan, this honorable task falls to you. You do have a girlfriend, that one named Videl, right? Perhaps you could let her give the old Kai a little touch next time." Cleverly, Son Wukong excluded his wife, Chi-Chi, from the equation, realizing that this predicament was entirely his son's doing. Son Gohan, upon hearing this, was utterly furious. His face flushed with embarrassment. "What are you saying? This simply will not do. This is no trivial matter, and such carelessness is unacceptable." Observing the expression on Gohan's face, Goku understood the gravity of the situation and nodded, remarking, "Is that so? This truly is a headache. Bulma certainly won't suffice. Gohan will surely eliminate me." Suddenly, a thought struck Goku, and he rushed to the old Kaioshin's side, inquiring, "What about a woman of slightly advanced age?" The old Kaioshin pondered for a moment and replied, "Ah, if she still possesses her charm, then that could work." In an instant, Goku dashed back to Gohan, exclaiming, "Excellent. I have a plan. Gohan, you should approach Tai's sister. If Bulma is unsuitable, just explain the situation to her." Gohan, astonished, protested, "You want me to discuss this with Aunt Tai's?" Goku turned to the old Kaioshin and asked, "Can your ability defeat Majin Buu?" The old Kaioshin, folding his arms proudly, responded, "Well, I can't say it's 100% guaranteed, but I believe it certainly can." Upon hearing this, Goku turned back and said, "You see, it's merely a matter of using one's posterior or bosom. By doing so, one can gain the power to save the Earth, perhaps even the entire universe." "Isn't that quite a bargain?" Gohan weakly replied, "Isn't that sexual harassment? Even if the universe is saved, Uncle Vegeta would still eliminate me." However, Goku paid no heed to Gohan's distress and directly addressed the old Kaioshin, who placed his hand on Goku's shoulder, declaring, "Then it's settled." At that moment, Goku asked, "By the way, what exactly is your ability?" The old Kaioshin, with an air of self-importance, coughed lightly and proclaimed, "I possess the ability to unleash the potential of even the mightiest warriors through my supernatural powers. I can continuously draw forth strength that exceeds their limits." He smugly extended a finger, brimming with pride. Both the Kaioshin and Kibito gazed at the old Kaioshin in astonishment, their eyes filled with envy. Yet, both Goku and Gohan remained composed, with Gohan retorting, "That ability is not unlike Uncle Piccolo's. However, it is rather ineffective at our level." Goku chimed in, "What is this? Isn't that a rather common ability?" Incensed by their remarks, the old Kaioshin exclaimed, "What are you saying? This is the ability to transcend limits, to surpass one's boundaries. There is no one else quite like me." Growing increasingly animated, he even grasped Goku's clothing. Goku, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled, "Ah, it truly is an impressive ability." Noticing Goku's skepticism, the old Kaioshin turned to Gohan and said, "Hey, isn't that the sword of the Kaioshin that you drew?" Gohan, puzzled, pointed to himself. "Come over here." The old Kaioshin gestured. Gohan approached. "If one can wield that sword, combined with my power, they could undoubtedly become the strongest in the universe," the old Kaioshin remarked, glancing at the Kaioshin. "However, I wonder which generation of Kaioshin will be able to draw that sword and rescue me." The Kaioshin, upon hearing this, felt a bit embarrassed. Especially the old Kai, who incessantly criticized the fact that they were indeed Earthlings, lamenting that it was no wonder the apocalypse was upon them. The Kai quickly apologized, expressing his sincere regrets. Ignoring the Kai's remarks, the old Kai focused on Gohan, instructing him to stand still. "Now let us commence." Gohan promptly assumed his position, and the old Kai extended his hands towards him, exclaiming, "All right, defeat Majin Buu." Chapter 158. Gotenks Goku felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Could such an approach truly empower Gohan? However, the old Kai's actions were far from over. To the astonishment of all present, he began to dance around Gohan, humming a peculiar tune. Gohan, perplexed, inquired, "What is this?" The old Kai quickly urged silence, declaring, "This is a most crucial ritual." "A ritual?" Gohan questioned in confusion. Not only Gohan, but even the Kai and Kibito had never witnessed such a ceremony. Goku could not help but ask, "How long will this take?" The old Kai, beaded with sweat, replied, "The ritual requires 5 hours, and enhancing power will take 20. In truth, this ritual was not without its purpose. It was a ceremony for the Kai's ascension. Through this rite, one could become a candidate Kai, eligible to ascend to the position of Kai should the current one perish through certain means. Upon hearing this, Goku remarked, "Then I shall take a nap for a while." "Good luck, Gohan." Gohan sighed. How could it be like this? The Kai, equally exasperated, suggested, "Should we also take a nap? It seems rather inappropriate." Kibito nodded in agreement. "It does seem so." Gohan lamented, "This is quite torturous." Meanwhile, in the lower realm, at the temple, Gohan sat on the edge, as if entering a new realm of consciousness. Trunks and Goten continued their fusion training under Piccolo's watchful eye. Very good, you are almost there. Now, it is time to test if this can indeed be accomplished." Piccolo nodded. "All right, you two must synchronize your energy perfectly. Let's give it a try." "Yes," the two little ones exclaimed. "Commence." At Piccolo's command, the duo prepared for fusion. Gohan, sensing the heightened energy from the two, rose and opened his eyes, saying, "Shall we go see if Trunks and Goten have completed their training? It seems they are about to attempt their first fusion." Upon hearing Goku's words, the others, who were engaged in a card game, felt a surge of excitement. Krillin discarded his cards, exclaiming, "Really? Let us go and see." "Wonderful. I knew Goten could do it." Chi-Chi beamed with joy. "Hey, Piccolo, let them fuse. If they emit a powerful aura afterward, it could very well destroy the temple." Gohan called out. Krillin, filled with anticipation, wondered, if they become incredibly strong after the fusion, what will they look like? Master Roshi pondered. These two little ones resemble each other quite a bit, so there probably won't be much change in appearance. Chi-Chi then mused, what about their name? Goten and Trunks. Should we call them Gotenks or Trunten? Hearing Chi-Chi's words, Tai sighed, remarking that regardless of the name, it all sounded rather peculiar. Bulma shrugged, stating that even if they managed to fuse, it would only last for 30 minutes, and that names could be whatever they wished. Yet, they had to call the child something. They couldn't simply refer to it by one name alone. Chi-Chi pondered this matter more deeply. Meanwhile, Vegeta emerged with Son Wukong, lecturing him as they walked. Wukong, remember, true strength lies within yourself. Fusion should merely serve as a technique, not as a substitute for regular combat. Son Wukong nodded, acknowledging, I understand, Uncle Vegeta. The onlookers watched the two young ones. Anticipation etched on their faces. Excellent. Their energies are perfectly synchronized. Let us commence the fusion, Piccolo declared. The two youngsters began, shouting, fusion. However, Trunks' finger extended, which Piccolo noticed. Nevertheless, the fusion proceeded. Boom. Two streams of white energy converged, emitting a brilliant light. Yet, when the light dissipated, the figure that appeared before the crowd left them astounded. Before them stood a rotund little fellow, even plumper than Majin Buu, with a bulging belly and a round chin, looking rather comical. Son Wukong slapped his forehead, exclaiming, This is wrong. Clearly, the fusion has failed. Piccolo was utterly dumbfounded. Ties, upon seeing the chubby figure, lamented, Is there any way to revert this? Trunks can't possibly remain like this. Despairing, she added, I certainly do not want a plump son. Chi-Chi echoed the sentiment. Krillin, sweating profusely, pondered. Is this really the one that Goku and Wukong spoke of, the one capable of defeating Majin Buu? Yamcha firmly declared, It must be. Though it looks foolish. It surely must be. Videl, observing the rotund version of Gotenks beginning to move, excitedly exclaimed, It seems he is about to do something. The chubby Gotenks took off running. But his speed was so lackluster that even Master Roshi's turtle could outpace him. After barely 3 meters, he squatted down, panting heavily. Everyone gasped. Hey, that's a failure. When they shouted fusion, Trunks' finger was already extended. At that moment, it should have been a fist. Piccolo demonstrated. The portly Gotenks nodded in understanding. Vegeta could hardly bear to watch, covering his forehead, exclaiming, Is this rotund creature truly my son from this fusion? Son Wukong shook his head, saying, All right, let us leave it at this for now. Let us be cautious next time. Transform back to normal. My son is certainly not this hefty. Vegeta could not refrain from jesting. The chubby Gotenks looked bewildered, asking, How do I change back? Son Wukong shrugged, explaining, There's no turning back. After fusion, whether successful or not, there is a 30-minute duration for the fusion. And we must simply wait. Others gathered around, inquiring about the little rotund figure. 30 minutes later, as expected, the chubby Gotenks separated, reverting to Goten and Trunks. However, it seemed as if they had no recollection of the fusion, with Trunks asking, Did we succeed? Son Goten shrugged, replying, I don't know. Though they faced failure initially, the experience of fusion proved invaluable, leading to eventual success, as Son Wukong observed. Krillin shook his head, remarking that it seemed they had no recollection of the fusion experience. Son Goten nodded in agreement, affirming that during the 30 minutes of fusion, they had transformed into an entirely new entity, devoid of memories from that state once they reverted to their original forms. Biddy Lee expressed her delight, exclaiming that fusion was indeed possible, a promising development for Earth's salvation. Mr. Popo smiled, acknowledging that hope had emerged. Vegeta beckoned to Son Wujua, suggesting they wait until the fusion was successful before proceeding, speculating that the duo might encounter further mishaps. Son Wujua nodded, and together with Vegeta, they departed. Chapter 159, Vegeta, slipped away. Piccolo addressed the crowd surrounding Son Goten and Trunks, urging them to hold their questions until after the battle, emphasizing the urgency of the moment. All right, once more. Son Goten and Trunks nodded in unison, affirming their readiness. The remaining individuals, excluding Son Wujua and Vegeta, gathered at the temple. Son Goten and Trunks commenced their fusion again. Fusion. Yet this time, their fingers failed to align. A blinding light flashed, revealing a fusion being that appeared even older than Master Roshi. Master Roshi himself could not help but comment, Looking at this, it's undoubtedly another failure. These kids' fusion makes them look older than me. Krillin echoed the sentiment, noting how obvious it was. Son Wukong slapped his forehead, lamenting that this form of Gotenks was exhausting merely to stand. Piccolo remarked in disbelief, noting the slight misalignment in their fingers during the final fusion attempt. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Gotenks turned and began to cough, appearing as though his time was short. Do you think they might age and perish within these 30 minutes? Kiki expressed her concern. Son Wukong reassured her, Rest assured, that won't happen. We just need to wait another 30 minutes. At last, after another 30 minutes, Son Wukong summoned Vegeta and Son Wujua. Vegeta, dissatisfied, questioned Kakarot, "Do you truly expect these two youngsters to save the Earth? You must have an unwavering confidence, right?" Son Wukong scratched his head, remaining silent. Vegeta huffed disdainfully, leading Son Wujua outside the temple. This time, Son Goten and Trunks finally succeeded without error. Fusion. Perfect. Piccolo exclaimed joyfully. The fusion that appeared before them was entirely different from the previous two attempts. An overwhelming aura enveloped Gotenks. Even Vegeta, Son Wukong, and Piccolo found themselves outmatched by this new Gotenks. His base combat power surged to an astonishing 20 billion. They had achieved it, a warrior capable of defeating Majin Buu. How remarkable, how exhilarating. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Vegeta, astounded, questioned how it was possible for the fusion's combat power to increase so significantly. Thus, Majin Buu is not invincible after all. Son Goku remained notably calm. Prior to entering the hyperbolic time chamber, Gotenks' power was merely adequate, transforming into a Super Saiyan with a combat strength of only 10 trillion. At this level, not only Majin Buu, but even Piccolo and Vegeta would surpass him. However, after diligent training, these two youngsters could undoubtedly become much stronger. Piccolo nodded, stating, "Yes, we have finally succeeded. In 30 minutes, we shall be able to fuse as Super Saiyans." Unexpectedly, Gotenks shook his finger and chuckled. "Ha ha ha, you underestimate me. Defeating Majin Buu is well within my capabilities." Piccolo retorted angrily, "You fool, what are you talking about? You still do not comprehend the terror of Majin Buu. Even if you are indeed formidable now, it is far from sufficient." Nevertheless, Gotenks seemed entirely dismissive of Piccolo's warnings, boldly proclaiming, "All right then, I shall show you the corpse of Majin Buu." With that, Gotenks soared towards the lower realm. "Wait, Gotenks!" Piccolo shouted. Son Goku patted Piccolo's arm and shook his head, saying, "Let them go. Do not worry. I shall intervene if necessary." Relieved, Piccolo watched Gotenks fly away in silence, though concern still lingered on his face. Vegeta scoffed, feeling exasperated. Truly, his offspring's arrogance was inherited to an impressive degree. In the Kaioshin realm, Son Goku sneezed and awoke. "Ah, have you awakened, Mr. Goku?" The Kaioshin inquired upon noticing Goku's consciousness returning. "Kaioshin, by the way, has Gohan completed his power enhancement?" Goku asked. The Kaioshin appeared somewhat awkward, gesturing for Goku to take a look. Following the Kaioshin's gaze, Goku observed the elder Kai still dancing away. "It has barely been 2 hours. There are still about 3 hours to go." The Kaioshin lamented. Gohan, with a worried expression, persevered, feeling no change in his energy whatsoever. Hearing this, Goku encouraged, "Come on. Gohan, keep it up." Gohan, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Dad, you really don't seem concerned at all." Meanwhile, Gotenks left swiftly and returned even more rapidly, having been met with a rude awakening and a beating from the slumbering Majin Buu. Thankfully, with Babidi deceased and no one to control Majin Buu, the latter did not unleash his full fury upon Gotenks. Observing the battered Gotenks, everyone wore a look of disbelief. "Haha, I really got thrashed." Gotenks scratched his head, feeling sheepish. Seizing the moment, Piccolo admonished the two. "Humph, I knew this would be the outcome. The battle with Majin Buu is tomorrow. Until then, focus on your training. Strengthening yourselves will greatly enhance the fusion's effectiveness. Understood?" Gotenks could only lower his head in response. Vegeta nodded, grumbling to himself about Kakarot's peculiar fusion technique, which, to his surprise, proved to be effective. However, he resolutely declared that he would never learn that fusion dance. With that, he swiftly departed with Goku, having noticed the gleam of determination in Goten's eyes. If he lingered any longer, he would likely be subjected to Goten's relentless training in this fusion dance. And Vegeta would never submit to such a fate. Let them head to the hyperbolic time chamber, Piccolo. It's the fastest way for them to enhance their combat abilities, suggested Goten. Piccolo nodded in agreement. The time for Gotenks to separate had arrived, and they transformed back into Goten and Trunks. Hyperbolic time chamber? The two youngsters tilted their heads in confusion, unsure of the nature of this place. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, Gohan's 5 hours of rigorous training had finally concluded, leaving even the old Kaioshin utterly exhausted, gasping for breath as he sat on the ground. It was then that the Kaioshin called out to the now sleeping Goku, "Mr. Goku, your time is up." Goku stirred, chuckling. "Haha, I actually fell asleep out of boredom." The old Kaioshin, still catching his breath, turned to Gohan and said, "All right. You can sit down now." Chapter 160. The Great Satan Adventure. Gohan stretched his limbs, relieved. The Kaioshin quickly added, "You truly have endured a great ordeal, esteemed ancestor." Goku approached with a question. "So, Gohan, have you become stronger?" The old Kaioshin, hearing Goku's inquiry, replied with exasperation, "What nonsense are you speaking? We have merely completed the ceremony. It will take another 20 hours to truly enhance your strength." Upon hearing that he was required to sit for another 20 hours, Gohan's face fell, as he had not sensed any significant growth in power during the previous 5 hours. "Let us begin. Do not be nervous. It is quite simple. You merely need to sit still and concentrate," the old Kaioshin explained, though such stillness and focus was a feat not easily accomplished by most. "Huh? Sit still?" Gohan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Yet, the old Kaioshin raised his hands in excitement, exclaiming, "By sitting still, you can attain power beyond your current limits. Isn't that a worthwhile trade?" Hearing this, Gohan could only nod in agreement and obediently settled down to concentrate. The old Kaioshin then initiated the second phase of the process, this time aimed at unlocking Gohan's hidden potential. In the temple, after having endured a thorough beating as Gotenks, Goten and Trunks emerged, both bearing injuries. Goten shook his head and said, Tien, please treat them." Curiously, Goten asked, "Uncle Gohan, what exactly is that hyperbolic time chamber you mentioned?" Before Tien could approach to heal the two boys, Piccolo placed his hands atop Goten and Trunks' heads, stating, "You'll find out soon enough. I'm taking you to the hyperbolic time chamber." With that, Piccolo swiftly healed Goten and Trunks' injuries. Goten paused, realizing that Piccolo had also mastered Tien's healing techniques. However, this is quite understandable, considering that the former Grand Elder of Namek imparted all his knowledge to Piccolo. If Piccolo were to be incapable of healing techniques, that would indeed be abnormal. In the realm of the Kais, Son Goku was eating while observing his son, Son Gohan, and the old Kai from a distance. "By the way, Lord Kai, it has been quite some time. Can that 15th generation Kai truly empower Gohan?" Son Gohan inquired. The old Kai was uncertain, replying, "I believe so." He appears to be quite confident. Upon hearing the old Kai's ambiguous response, Son Goku wore a look of resignation. Son Gohan, however, was even more perplexed. As the old Kai before him had fallen asleep, perhaps the 5-hour-long ritual had exhausted him. "Lord Kai," Son Gohan called out urgently. "Lord Kai," startled by Gohan's loud voice. The old Kai jolted awake, exclaiming, "Huh? What is it? Why are you shouting?" Gohan, visibly annoyed, retorted, "You were asleep." "What? How could you say such a thing? I was certainly awake." The old Kai protested. Gohan, indignant, remarked, "You clearly were not." The old Kai continued to argue, "An outsider like you wouldn't understand. You think I was asleep, but how could a Kai lie?" He quickly attempted to change the subject, urging, "Now is not the time for idle chatter. Let us continue." However, as his head drooped again, he promptly fell back asleep. Watching the old Kai doze off once more, Gohan thought to himself, "He is truly unreliable. Can he really enhance my strength?" Meanwhile, on Earth, our savior, Mr. Satan, mustered the courage to confront the formidable Majin Buu. It is worth noting that during the initial Cell games, Satan was utterly naive, lacking comprehension of Cell's might and the extraordinary capabilities of Goku and his companions. Only after Cell's defeat did Satan realize that it was not mere trickery, but genuine strength. Thus, facing the destructive Majin Buu, he approached with a determination to sacrifice himself. However, what he did not anticipate was that this so-called Majin Buu was merely a child. By sheer chance, Satan inadvertently befriended Majin Buu, caring for him daily and even reading him children's books from Earth. These books were of paramount importance to Majin Buu, who was essentially a child endowed with immense power. Acting purely on instinct and whim, thanks to Satan's guidance, Majin Buu began to learn the distinctions between acceptable and unacceptable behaviors. Given this trajectory, it was likely that Satan would gradually influence Majin Buu, transforming him into a benevolent figure. Yet, foolishness often strikes unexpectedly. In the realm of the Kais, the old Kai had even begun to take an interest in yoga, though it was referred to as yoga practice. The instructor's attire was hardly more substantial than Gohan's shirt. In a moment of exasperation, Son Gohan pondered the futility of their current endeavors, questioning whether Earth could truly be saved. The old Kaioshin, with remarkable insight, discerned Gohan's thoughts and remarked, "Were you just contemplating whether these efforts would truly save our planet?" Gohan was taken aback, astonished that the old Kaioshin could penetrate his mind so effortlessly. The old Kaioshin chuckled. Did I not mention that it takes 20 hours to enhance your power? The Kaioshin never speaks falsely. This revelation prompted a flicker of belief in Gohan, who nodded in response. However, the old Kaioshin, unable to maintain his seriousness for long, interjected, but speaking of which, is that woman named Tais really as beautiful as your father claims? He assured me that once I elevate your powers to their peak, I would have the privilege of touching that mature beauty. Gohan, visibly disgusted, retorted, Old Kaioshin, shouldn't we be focusing our energies on more pressing matters? The old Kaioshin replied with fervor, I am no ordinary being. If I were to be distracted by such trivialities, I would cease to be a Kaioshin. Meanwhile, in the distance, Goku and Kibito, lacking keen hearing, could not catch the exchange between Gohan and the old Kaioshin. However, the Kaioshin could hear their curious inquiries, leaving him feeling awkward and unsure of how to explain the situation to them. The old Kaioshin pressed, now please, tell me. With a resigned sigh, Gohan responded, she is an unparalleled beauty. The old Kaioshin feigned seriousness, is that so? This is hardly the time for frivolous chatter. Gohan sighed in relief. But the old Kaioshin was soon back to his irreverent self. An unparalleled beauty, you say? It seems I must expedite your power enhancement. Frustrated, Gohan collapsed to the ground. Chapter 161. The Birth of the Evil Majin Buu. The Kaioshin heard the old Kaioshin's comments, but only conveyed the serious aspect to Goku. Truly, the old Kaioshin was becoming serious. Despite this, Goku stroked his chin, skeptical, is that so? The unreliable image of the old Kaioshin had firmly taken root in Goku's mind, leading him to doubt the old Kaioshin's reliability. Nevertheless, the Kaioshin reassured him, rest assured, the old Kaioshin will handle it without issue. On Earth, the attacks from the humans against Satan and the little dog triggered Majin Buu's rampage, causing the furious Majin Buu to force his own evil heart to emerge. In the sky, a withered version of Majin materialized. This shocking scene was witnessed by Piccolo, Dend, and Gohan in the temple. What is happening? Dend exclaimed anxiously, looking to Piccolo and Gohan. Piccolo gazed down, sensing an overwhelming aura of dark energy emanating from this newly appeared entity. I can feel an immense malevolence from this creature. It seems that the evil within Majin Buu has expanded excessively, resulting in its separation. Gohan nodded in agreement. Indeed, and if you sense it, the energy of the fat Majin Buu has significantly diminished, while the entity that has emerged possesses even less power than the original. In the Kaioshin realm, the Kaioshin stood up in a panic, exclaiming, this is not good. Son Wukong inquired with curiosity, what troubles you, Lord Kaioshin? The Kaioshin's expression darkened as he spoke. What transpired on Earth just now? Meanwhile, the old Kaioshin, alongside son Gohan, switched off the television and retrieved a small yellow book anew. The corpulent Majin Buu glared at the emaciated figure before him, gritting his teeth. Who are you? The thin Majin Buu retorted, who am I? And who might you be? I am Majin Buu. I am the true Majin Buu. The two engaged in a quarrel reminiscent of a contest over identity, each proclaiming their own legitimacy. Demon Satan, accompanied by his small dog, witnessed this astonishing scene and exclaimed, how can there be two Majin Buus? What on earth is happening? In the temple, Tien observed the unfolding chaos, bewildered. Mr. Wukong, Brother Piccolo, how will this situation evolve? Piccolo, equally astonished, gazed at the two obstinate Majin Buus below, uncertain of what would transpire next. Although the corpulent Majin Buu was unclear about the events, he recognized that this gaunt figure had siphoned away a significant portion of his power. In a fit of rage, he launched a fierce punch at the emaciated being before him. However, the corpulent Majin Buu had neglected a critical fact. Most of his strength had already been taken by this individual. Thus, his impulsive strike failed to land, as the thin Majin Buu effortlessly evaded his furious onslaught. After an exhausting exchange, the corpulent Majin Buu found himself utterly fatigued, while the emaciated Majin Buu remained unscathed. Panting heavily, the corpulent Majin Buu leaned on his knees, but the thin Majin Buu showed no mercy, delivering a flying kick that sent him hurtling away. Despite the loss of much of his power, the corpulent Majin Buu retained a considerable amount of his recovery abilities. Although he was knocked back, he suffered no injuries. Yet, he could not escape the relentless pursuit of the thin Majin Buu, who pounded on him like a punching bag without remorse. Demon Satan, from a distance, attempted to rally the corpulent Majin Buu, But his encouragement fell flat as the latter continued to endure a one-sided beating. Seizing an opportunity, the corpulent Majin Buu escaped the thin Majin Buu's attacks, ascending into the sky, his anger boiling over. In a desperate move, he tore a piece from his own body, transforming it into a rope to bind the thin Majin Buu. However, this feeble restraint proved utterly ineffective. The thin Majin Buu merely exerted a slight force, crushing the rope formed from the corpulent Majin Buu's body, and, with a wide-open mouth, devoured him whole. Piccolo, observing from the temple, discerned the dire predicament of the corpulent Majin Buu. This is not good. He lost most of his power during the separation. The corpulent Majin Buu stands no chance. Indeed, as Piccolo had analyzed, the fat Majin Buu was utterly no match for the thin Majin Buu, suffering defeat after defeat. Even the Kamehameha wave proved ineffective against the gaunt fiend, who effortlessly repelled it back, sending the fat Majin Buu flying. Mr. Satan, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly astonished. The fat Majin Buu, devoid of any further tactics, bellowed in fury, "Transform me into chocolate." Yet, the thin Majin Buu merely exhaled forcefully, redirecting the chocolate beam back at him, striking the fat Majin Buu directly. To the astonishment of Piccolo and Dend, the fat Majin Buu was instantly transformed into chocolate. Although Son Wukong had anticipated this outcome, he was still taken aback by what transpired next. After consuming the fat Majin Buu, the thin Majin Buu's physique became robust, morphing into a tall, slender version of himself, yet decidedly more sinister. To Son Wukong's bewilderment, this malevolent form of Majin Buu exhibited a fighting power surpassing even that of the fat Majin Buu at his peak. His battle power escalated from 50 trillion to a staggering 60 trillion. This defied all logic and martial arts principles. Despite the energy's weight remaining constant, the evil Majin Buu's energy was undeniably more potent than that of the fat Majin Buu. Mr. Satan, upon seeing the emergence of the evil Majin Buu, exclaimed in shock, "He's changed again. What on earth is happening?" The evil Majin Buu stood still, suddenly unleashing a thunderous roar that erupted with overwhelming energy. This formidable force was felt even by Son Wukong, far away in the other world. Is this Majin Buu? What is happening? Why has his power surged so dramatically? Son Wukong too found himself perplexed, as this reality surpassed their understanding. The evil Majin Buu stood there, grinning foolishly. Piccolo and Dend, gazing at the malevolent figure below, were equally astonished. How can this be? Son Wukong shook his head, remarking that this was the most illogical aspect, having merely consumed himself. His battle prowess had exceeded that of his former self. Krillin, sensing the shift in Majin Buu's aura, emerged from the temple, calling out, "Hey, Piccolo, Wukong, what is happening?" Piccolo replied gravely, "Majin Buu has transformed. It's all those foolish Earthlings' fault for turning Majin Buu into a completely evil entity." Chapter 162. Has Gohan's ascendancy concluded? Not only that, but his physique had undergone a significant transformation, now more suited for battle. Piccolo felt a surge of anxiety. What is wrong, Piccolo? Has the situation worsened? Krillin, having merely sensed a change in Majin Buu's aura, was unaware of the specifics of the transformation that had occurred. Unlike Son Wukong, Dend, and Piccolo, Piccolo fell silent, grappling with the incongruity of Majin Buu's energy enhancing merely due to a change in appearance. This was not the way of martial arts. Observing Piccolo and Dend's silence, Krillin reassured them, "It's all right. Trunks and Goten can still fuse, and we have Wukong and Gohan with us." As Bick turned to glance at Son Wukong nodded, allowing Bick to finally relax. As long as Son Wukong was confident, there would be no issues. Regarding Son Wukong, after all these years, Bick found himself placing more trust in Son Wukong than in his counterpart. In the realm of the Kaioshin, Son Wukong, who was being criticized by Bick, sneezed several times. It was peculiar. Could it be that he had caught a chill during his slumber? Scratching his head, he continued to gaze towards the direction of Earth. Is that Majin Buu? What is the source of this sudden surge of energy? The Kaioshin was equally perplexed. Yet, the old Kaioshin, who sensed everything, remained unperturbed, continuing to read his book while augmenting Gohan's strength. Old Kaioshin, could you hasten the process? At this rate, Earth is doomed. Gohan expressed his anxiety. After all, he was acutely aware of Majin Buu's transformation. "Do not worry, I am giving it my all," the old Kaioshin chuckled reassuringly. However, Gohan's expression remained grave as he retorted, "I fail to see any progress." Meanwhile, In the temple on Earth, Tien voiced her concerns. Bick, Mr. Wukong, what fate awaits our planet? Observing the assurance in Son Wukong's eyes, Bick spoke. Rest assured, we have 5 days alongside Trunks, and both Wukong and Wukong will certainly thwart Majin Buu. Suddenly, Son Wukong's demeanor shifted. This is bad. Majin Buu is approaching the temple. Trouble. The malevolent Majin Buu can sense energy. He has tracked us down, Bick exclaimed. Before he could finish, Majin Buu appeared before Son Wukong and the others in an instant. Krillin, Bappo, and Yamcha were taken aback. Even Bick and Tien trembled in fear. Son Wukong gazed at Majin Buu in astonishment. Indeed, the evil Majin Buu's energy had escalated. With a hearty laugh, the evil Majin Buu settled upon the temple, tilting his head as he surveyed everyone present. Who is this guy? Krillin was left utterly dumbfounded at the sight of the transformed Majin Buu. Is this the form of Majin Buu after transformation? Bick remarked, astounded by the overwhelming pressure that far surpassed that of the previous, plump Majin Buu. Indeed, this is the place. The evil Majin Buu declared before unleashing his energy to its maximum potential. What an immense power. We are surely doomed. After casting a glance at Son Wukong, Majin Buu bellowed, come out. Bring me food. Suppressing his fear, Bick inquired, what do you want us to bring out? Majin Buu eyed Bick and responded with a menacing tone. I am here for those who promised to fight me. I am eager to eliminate them. They must be around here. I sense a formidable power. Krillin quickly grasped the implication of Majin Buu's words. This fiend had indeed learned to use energy to locate his foes. This was dire. At that moment, Chi-Chi, Bulma, Videl, and Tais rushed out. Who was making such a ruckus here? However, as soon as she uttered a word, she caught sight of the malevolent Majin Buu at the edge of the temple. What did Bidalai exclaim? Who is this fellow? The villainous Majin Buu completely disregarded the 4 women who rushed forth, coldly commanding, come out. The one with golden hair has an appointment with me. This referred to Son Goku. And it was evident that the malevolent Majin Buu had inherited all the memories of the pudgy Majin Buu. Piccolo discreetly relayed a message to son Gohan. Gohan, now is not the time. The 2 children have just entered the hyperbolic time chamber and haven't begun to cultivate their energy. We need to buy some time. Son Gohan nodded, contemplating an excellent excuse to stall the current Majin Buu. Hey, Majin Buu, Son Gohan began, capturing the attention of Majin Buu, who responded. So it is you, the one with golden hair? Son Gohan shook his head, stating, that is my brother. I am Son Gohan. We arranged to meet tomorrow. You have arrived too early. Majin Buu shook his head, replying, no, I detest waiting, it is far too bothersome. Son Gohan gestured towards Bidalai, asking, what if Mr. Satan's daughter made you wait for an hour? Majin Buu turned to Bidalai, sniffing the air. Ah, indeed, the scent of Mr. Satan. Very well, I shall wait an hour. If no one fights me after that hour, I will eliminate you all. With that, Majin Buu conjured an hourglass and squatted beside it, awaiting the passage of time. The group breathed a collective sigh of relief. Piccolo whispered, Gohan, an hour in the hyperbolic time chamber equates to half a month. Will they manage? Son Gohan reassured him. Have faith, they will succeed. Besides, I am here, so there is no need for concern. Piccolo exhaled in relief. All eyes were fixed on the malevolent Majin Buu by the hourglass, not daring to breathe. In the other world, King Kai's face changed. This is bad. Majin Buu has located the temple. I must return. At that moment, the elder Kai intervened. There is no need for you to go back, Goku. You must remain here with us. If someone were to interrupt, Gohan's power enhancement would fail. Your brother is on Earth, correct? Upon hearing the elder Kai's words, Goku glanced at the struggling Gohan, his clenched fists inadvertently relaxing. The elder Kai continued, do not worry. Although your brother's path may not be the most correct, it is still superior to yours. If he exerts his full strength, he should be able to match this Majin Buu. Really? Uncle Gohan is that powerful? Gohan expressed his astonishment. Humph, don't just talk about your uncle. Your father can achieve the same. You youngsters fail to understand the importance of diligent practice. You only think of becoming stronger in critical moments. The elder Kai commented while perusing a book. Gohan bowed his head, calculating the time. Wait, elder Kai? Hasn't the time already passed? Chapter 163. Son Gohan takes the field. The elder Kai paused, sensing the boundless potential within Son Gohan, and remarked, has the time truly arrived? The reason it hasn't ended is that your potential is simply extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan urgently shouted, please, do not jest any longer." As he spoke, Son Gohan rose to his feet, an aura of fury emanating from him. This scene left Sun Wukong and the others in a state of astonishment. The power surging within Son Gohan had now surpassed that of Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Yet, Son Gohan had not transformed into a Super Saiyan. His only change was the green hue of his pupils. How could I possibly make use of Majin Buu in this chaotic state? Upon uttering this thought, Son Gohan became acutely aware of the immense power he possessed. What was happening? This incessantly surging power, was it truly mine? The elder Kaioshin, seemingly unfazed, calmly instructed, "Now, settle down. If you continue to act recklessly, we shall prolong the time." Son Gohan quickly complied, sitting down and apologizing earnestly. "I sincerely apologize." Sun Wukong, observing Gohan's significant power increase, exclaimed in astonishment, "Incredible. He is indeed not an ordinary old man." The Kaioshin chuckled. "Indeed, he is the Kaioshin from 15 generations ago." Sun Wukong then inquired, "Is latent potential the hidden power within oneself?" The Kaioshin nodded affirmatively. Sun Wukong, taken aback, pondered, just how much latent potential does Gohan possess? If only I had let him face Cell back then, he would undoubtedly be even stronger now. Unbeknownst to Sun Wukong, had Gohan truly faced Cell in the past, he might have transformed into the first iteration of Goku's son, Goten. In the temple, Son Gohan sensed the formidable energy of his counterpart in the Kaioshin realm and was equally astonished. Such overwhelming power. Is this Gohan? He has indeed unlocked his potential. Son Gohan mused. Meanwhile, Majin Buu remained seated, seemingly oblivious to Gohan's energy. Biddy cautiously approached Son Gohan and asked, "Uncle Gohan, it seems that Majin Buu recognizes my father. Do you know why?" Son Gohan nodded and replied, "My dear girl, your father nearly became a savior. He had actually befriended the pudgy Majin Buu. If not for some interference, Buu would pose no threat today." Biddy was momentarily taken aback. "Why is that? I can't comprehend." Piccolo then stepped forward to explain. "This is quite understandable. Mr. Satan is the only human that Majin Buu spared. While we sought to resolve matters through strength, Mr. Satan chose to befriend Buu." Upon hearing this, Biddy was incredulous. Ever since learning that Cell was defeated by Sun Wukong, her perception of Mr. Satan had plummeted. She never imagined her father could be so courageous. Son Gohan added, "Indeed, while Majin Buu may appear as he does now, that memory still lingers. Although your father may not possess our level of strength, he is undeniably a world champion deserving of respect." Listening to this, Biddy's view of Mr. Satan transformed once more, now seeing him as a figure of great stature. Indeed, such was the case. Confronting the tyrannical Cell, Satan displayed recklessness. However, in the face of the formidable Majin Buu, he exhibited true bravery. Indeed, Satan lacks not the courage to sacrifice himself for a greater cause. He is a genuine martial artist. Although his physical strength may not be overwhelming, his spirit is indomitable. As he watched the sands of time slip away, Majin Buu began to seethe with fury. "No, I cannot wait any longer." Majin Buu rose, unleashing his wrathful energy. What? Piccolo could hardly fathom that Majin Buu would break his promise. "No, we have only waited for less than 30 minutes. We still need a bit more time," exclaimed Piccolo in astonishment. I'm done waiting. I refuse to wait any longer. I shall fight. Come forth. I will annihilate you all." Majin Buu bellowed to the heavens. Son Goku shook his head, saying, "Piccolo, let us wait an hour before summoning them. I will hold off Majin Buu for now." Piccolo nodded, looking at Son Goku with a serious expression. "You must not perish. You have already died once, and the Dragon Balls cannot revive you again." Son Goku chuckled. "Do not worry. Do you think I am just anyone? I am Son Goku." With that, Son Goku slowly approached Majin Buu, smiling as he said, "I understand now. Shall we engage in battle?" Majin Buu disdainfully regarded Son Goku. "Son Goku, you are no match for that golden-haired fellow. Bring him forth to fight me." Son Goku wagged his finger. "Not necessarily. If you are careless, you might very well meet your demise at my hands." With that, Son Goku dashed in front of Majin Buu, transforming into Super Saiyan 2, and struck Majin Buu down from the temple. Subsequently, Son Goku erupted with energy and pursued him. Bulma, witnessing Son Goku's departure, clenched her fists and prayed, "Goku, you must return safely." Inside the temple, Vegeta was meditating, sensing the energies of Son Goku and Majin Buu moving together. His brow furrowed in concern. "Kakarot, do not die." As Son Goku and Majin Buu departed, their energies were unleashed without restraint. The temple trembled, prompting Krillin to steady his mentor, Master Roshi. Android 18 held Son Goten tightly, her face etched with worry. Yamcha then suggested, if things go awry, let Trunks and Goten take over. Goku has already died once. If he perishes again, the dragon cannot revive him. Upon hearing this, Bulma gasped, when did Goku die once? Everyone was taken aback, and Piccolo exclaimed, didn't Goku tell you about the events during the Cell Games? Meanwhile, within the hyperbolic time chamber, Son Goten and Trunks, who had been training for several days, separated from their fusion state, sitting on the ground, panting heavily. Did we succeed? Trunks inquired. Son Goten nodded. Yes, we succeeded. We have surpassed Super Saiyan 2. Trunks declared confidently, now victory is assured. Dad and Uncle Goku will surely be astonished. Son Goten, struggling to keep his eyes open, remarked, but I am so exhausted. It feels as though I have expended all my energy. Trunks nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the flaw of their technique lay in its duration. You see, we can only maintain this fusion for 5 minutes before it dissipates. Chapter 164. The Return to Origins. Goten, brimming with confidence, assured, rest assured. We can definitely defeat Majin Buu within those 5 minutes. However, Trunks harbored grander aspirations, though he recognized the inherent risks. But the stakes are too high. We have only trained for a week. My objective is to eliminate Majin Buu using a standard fusion. Goten nodded, agreeing that this approach seemed the most prudent. Listen closely. We will initially match his power to make him believe it will become a prolonged battle. Then, in the final 5 minutes, we will transform and finish him off in one swift move. Trunks declared, filled with determination. Meanwhile, in midair, Majin Buu steadied himself and glared at Goten, bellowing, "Are you here to court death?" Goten, smiling, retorted, "How can you know I'm here to die without engaging in a real fight? Although I am reluctant to enter this state again, it appears I have no choice." Goten's demeanor shifted to seriousness, and unlike the golden aura before, a green aura, born from studying Goku's transformation, began to manifest. "Here I go," Goten exclaimed, his golden hair tinged with a hint of green, with long bangs cascading down his face. In an instant, his energy began to surge. As he flexed his wrist, Goten observed Majin Buu's surprised expression. "Apologies. This is my first time entering this form with my mind intact." With that, Goten spread his arms wide, saying, "Now, let us commence this battle." Majin Buu erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Excellent. I shall kill you." The two fighters' energies clashed violently, and in unison, they dashed towards each other, their arms colliding with tremendous force. In the Kaioshin realm, Goku sensed Goten's energy on Earth escalating and looked down with concern. Goten has begun his battle with Majin Buu. The Kaioshin closed his eyes, attuning to the clash between Goten and Majin Buu, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is this the battle form of Goten? His power is rising continuously. How terrifying." Gohan opened his eyes, filled with exhilaration. Yes, at this rate, even Majin Buu cannot hope to match Uncle Goten. The old Kaioshin, previously engrossed in a book, sighed upon hearing Gohan's words. If only your uncle's base power were higher, Majin Buu would indeed be vanquished. However, given his current base power, by the time he reaches the strength necessary to annihilate Majin Buu, Earth may have already been destroyed several times over. Hearing this, Gohan regained his composure, realizing the true challenge lay in Majin Buu's capacity for destruction. Preventing such calamity while on par with the enemy proved exceedingly difficult. Classic examples include Frisia's destruction of Namek and Earth, as well as the malevolent Majin Buu's obliteration of Earth. Should the planet be destroyed, it would signify Goten's failure. Sun Wukong also heard the words of the old Kai, glancing at Son Gohan, silently urging him to hasten, to move faster. On Earth, within the sacred temple, Piccolo communicated with Trunks and Goten using his authority. "Goten, Trunks, can you hear me? I am speaking to you from within my mind." Startled, Trunks and Goten quickly replied, "We can hear you. Listen carefully. Goku has already begun his battle with Majin Buu. You must rest immediately, and once you are rejuvenated, come out to assist him, or else Earth will face annihilation." Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Trunks and Goten nodded vigorously. "Understood. We will take a nap and eat well before we emerge." Piccolo's voice resonated once more. "No need to rush. I grant you 12 hours. In the outside world, this is merely 2 minutes. I look forward to your performance." Exchanging glances, Trunks and Goten hurriedly took a bath and went to sleep. Before long, the 2 minutes in the outside world elapsed, and the two young warriors emerged from the room of spirit and time, looking refreshed. Goten, Trunks, do you feel confident in defeating Majin Buu? Piccolo inquired as they stepped out. Trunks, with hands on his hips, assured, don't worry, Uncle Piccolo. That mere Majin Buu is no match for Goten and me. Meanwhile, Tais and Chi-Chi watched Goten and Trunks with concern. In the Kaioshin realm, Sun Wukong sensed the energy of the two young fighters and exclaimed joyfully, great news. Goten and Trunks have emerged from the room of spirit and time. The old Kai, overhearing Sun Wukong, interjected, actually, there is a far better solution, but none of you have considered it. The Kaioshin, hearing the old Kai's words, promptly asked, Ancestor, please tell us, what is this better method? The old Kai yawned and replied slowly, let that Namekian take action. He will undoubtedly defeat Majin Buu. Sun Wukong shook his head in response to the old Kai's suggestion. No, old Kai, that won't work. Although Piccolo is powerful, he is still far from Majin Buu's level. The old Kai retorted angrily, fool. I am not referring to the current Namekian. He is incomplete. Despite having assimilated many of his kin, he remains lacking compared to his true self. Indeed, even with the inherited knowledge of the Grand Elder of Namek, Piccolo remains incomplete. His egg-laying ability was learned, not an innate gift. That capability resides within the late Demon King Piccolo. Sun Wukong, puzzled, questioned, incomplete? Yet it was evident that the thought of the late Demon King Piccolo crossed his mind, leading him to exclaim, you mean the Demon King Piccolo? The old Kai nodded, affirming, precisely. Once he merges with the original Namekian and becomes whole. Even with your potential unlocked, Gohan, you would not surpass this Namekian. Sun Wukong sighed, but the Demon King Piccolo is already dead. If we were to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect him, we would need to wait 3 months, and we do not have that much time. The old Kai acknowledged. I understand, which is why I did not mention this matter. With a glum expression, Sun Wukong remarked, yet you still voiced it. The old Kai chuckled heartily, choosing to remain silent thereafter. On Earth, within the temple, Piccolo urged, all right, Goten and Trunks, there is no time for further conversation. You both must accompany me to assist Wukong. Grasping the two youngsters, he swiftly made his way to the temple's periphery. Krillin interjected, leave the temple to me. Though I may not be a match for Majin Buu, I can assure you that no one else will come to harm while I draw breath. Piccolo discerned Krillin's resolute determination and nodded, I entrust this to you, Krillin. Chapter 165, Gotenks joins the fray. With that, Piccolo descended from the temple with the two young ones, heading towards the battle between Sun Wukong and Majin Buu. Before long, they beheld Wukong fiercely clashing with Majin Buu. Both combatants bore no significant injuries. The skill of battle intent proved to be rather extraordinary, granting Wukong a recovery ability nearly on par with that of Majin Buu. Minor abrasions healed almost instantaneously. Uncle Piccolo, over there. Goten pointed at Wukong, who had just repelled Majin Buu with a punch. Trunks gazed in astonishment at Wukong, noting that his aura was no longer tranquil, but rather more ferocious than that of a Super Saiyan. Is that truly Uncle Wukong? Trunks exclaimed in disbelief. Goten echoed his sentiments. What an intimidating aura. Piccolo called out, hey, Wukong, are you all right? Unsure of Wukong's mental state, he cautiously inquired. To Piccolo's surprise, despite the overwhelming ferocity of his aura, Wukong displayed no signs of losing his reason. Piccolo, you brought them with you, Wukong stated in his characteristically calm tone. Piccolo sighed in relief and turned to the unscathed Majin Buu, asking, Wukong, can you defeat Majin Buu? Wukong flashed to Piccolo's side and shook his head, not yet. If I had a bit more time to enhance my power, I could, but Majin Buu will not grant me that opportunity. Piccolo then looked at the two youngsters. In that case, let Trunks and Goten give it a try. Wukong nodded. Well, they seem eager. Let them have their chance. Goten and Trunks proclaimed with confidence, don't worry. Uncle Wukong, we have become incredibly strong. With that, the two youngsters pointed at Majin Buu and shouted, Majin Buu, let us engage you in battle. Majin Buu paused, glancing at Wukong, Goten, and Trunks. Aren't you going to fight? Wukong shook his head. Fighting you is rather dull. Let them face you first. Trunks sighed. In the end, the audience consists solely of Uncle Wukong and Uncle Piccolo. This is quite boring. Majin Buu reiterated, are these truly the two children? Wukong affirmed with a nod. Trunks and Goten shouted in unison, fusion. Piccolo's heart raced with concern. Wait, why are they not using Super Saiyan fusion? Wukong, sensing Piccolo's anxiety, clarified, after fusion. They can still transform. The form used for fusion does not significantly alter the outcome. Only then did Piccolo exhale in relief. Under the expectant gaze of Majin Buu, Trunks and Goten fused together, giving birth to Gotenks. This incarnation of Gotenks was entirely distinct from the previous one, although only a few weeks had elapsed. Their power had surged remarkably. Upon merging, Gotenks exhibited a base combat power of an astonishing 17.5 billion. Ding, ding, ding. Gotenks has arrived. Majin Buu looked upon the fused warrior and recalled their earlier encounter, tilting his head and saying, "Ah, it's you. I remember you, the ones I previously pummeled." Gotenks struck a boastful pose, retorting, "Fool, if you think I am the same as before, you are gravely mistaken. Time is limited, and I shall demonstrate just how much I've changed." Piccolo observed Gotenks, sensing the undeniable difference in their ki. Indeed, their power had significantly increased compared to before. Yet was this enhancement sufficient? Piccolo furrowed his brow, calculating that a combat power of 175 trillion seemed to fall short when compared to Majin Buu. In fact, it might even be less than his own Super Namekian form. Son Gohan expressed his optimism. "Don't worry, Piccolo. Since they dare to fight, they must possess confidence. After facing Majin Buu, they surely know how to handle him." Piccolo nodded. "Let us hope so." However, Majin Buu merely stood there, taking a flurry of blows from Gotenks without even attempting to retaliate. Clearly, Gotenks' attacks in this ordinary form were nothing more than a mere tickle to Majin Buu. After some time, Majin Buu finally said, "Can I fight back now?" Gotenks, taken aback, quickly replied, "Wait a moment." In shock, he darted aside, exclaiming, "How could this be? It should have had an effect." Son Gohan shook his head, bemused. These two don't seem very bright. If they could easily defeat Majin Buu in their base form, what would be the point of transforming? Majin Buu shook his head, slowly flying towards Gotenks. "Humph, fighting you is utterly pointless. I would prefer to battle that previous opponent. I have truly wasted my time. You are far too weak." Hearing Buu's words, Gotenks defiantly replied, "Humph, that was merely a warm-up." Yet before he could finish, Majin Buu suddenly appeared in front of him. Gotenks was startled, realizing that he had failed to anticipate Buu's movements in this form. Nevertheless, Gotenks declared, "Now, allow me to showcase my true power." Tornado explosive sweep. With that, he descended from the sky, delivering a powerful kick to Majin Buu's neck. Buu simply rotated his head, turning to Gotenks with a mocking grin. Son Gohan covered his face. "Have you two spent the past few weeks just naming your techniques?" Gotenks, now enraged, unleashed another kick against Majin Buu's body. Yet, such attacks were utterly futile. "Fool, Majin Buu possesses an extraordinary ability for rapid regeneration. As long as every single cell is not eradicated, he can swiftly recover," Son Wukong exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Gotenks was taken aback. "What? Isn't that just cheating?" Majin Buu, with a smug expression, pointed to his chin and taunted, "Come on, hit here." Gotenks, infuriated by Buu's disdain, landed a punch on his chin. Yet Majin Buu merely tilted his head back, sustaining no damage whatsoever. Piccolo urged, "Gotenks, unleash your techniques without delay. Your time is limited." Realizing that his previous assault had been utterly ineffective against Majin Buu, Gotenks steeled himself and declared, "All right, prepare to witness our Super Saiyan transformation." With that, Gotenks enveloped himself in a golden aura, erupting in midair and forming a brilliant golden sphere. Chapter 166, Super Soul Special Agent Gotenks Bomb. Son Wukong observed the two youngsters squandering energy and remarked, "This is precisely the flaw of fusion. It amplifies one's shortcomings in proportion. Who conceived such a transformation that wastes energy?" After all, Son Wukong had attained the perfected Super Saiyan state and would rather split his energy into two streams than waste it. Unlike these two rascals who squander their power so carelessly. However, he refrained from further comment, recognizing that, despite Gotenks' wastefulness, their time was only 30 minutes. In their previous battles, they often lasted several hours. A little energy waste was inconsequential as long as it did not impede their mission. Gotenks, regaining confidence, declared to the formidable Majin Buu, "Let me bring this game to an end. Here I go." But after declaring, Gotenks hesitated, pondering which technique was best to employ. Should he use this one or that one? He needed to deliberate carefully. Piccolo, exasperated, shouted, "What are you waiting for? Make a decision." "All right, I've decided. But it might be too powerful and end the fight too quickly. Well, here goes. Gotenks donut. Gotenks extended a finger, and the golden energy transformed into a luminous ring, hovering ominously above Majin Buu. Majin Buu surveyed the golden ring without a hint of apprehension. He watched it shrink with curiosity, as if observing something novel. As Gotenks brought his hands together, the golden ring tightly ensnared Majin Buu. In response, Majin Buu cried out in agony. Son Wukong, utterly speechless, recognized what others might miss. He and Piccolo could clearly see that Majin Buu was merely toying with the children. Sure enough, Majin Buu's demeanor shifted as he chuckled. Just messing with you. With that, he exerted force, effortlessly breaking free from Gotenks' donut. Gotenks watched in shock, utterly unprepared for his technique to be so easily countered by Majin Buu. Piccolo turned to Son Wukong and said, Wukong, it seems we still need your strength to combat Majin Buu. Son Wukong nodded, expressing that his intention was indeed to have them buy him some time. Although there was no direct confrontation, his power continued to swell. Just a bit more time, and he would be able to vanquish the demon Majin Buu. Piccolo nodded in agreement, inquiring about the duration required. Son Wukong stroked his chin in contemplation, responding, just give me 5 more hours. Upon hearing this, Piccolo nearly plummeted from the sky in disbelief, exclaiming, 5 hours? In that time, Majin Buu could obliterate the solar system countless times. Son Wukong scratched his head, helplessly stating that he was not lying. Meanwhile, Gotenks observed as Majin Buu effortlessly broke free from his restraints and feigned calmness, saying, haha, I knew you could do it. Majin Buu turned to Gotenks and declared, it's unfair for just you to take action. I shall join in as well. Now, it is my turn. With that, Majin Buu accelerated towards Gotenks, making a face at him. Gotenks was startled and instinctively ascended, shouting, you fool. However, Majin Buu's movements were swifter, catching up to Gotenks in an instant. Seizing the moment when Gotenks was unprepared, he delivered a punch that sent Gotenks soaring even higher. Subsequently, with another acceleration, he executed a downward kick, propelling Gotenks towards the ground. Gotenks, fueled by anger, managed to stabilize himself, but was soon sent hurtling in the direction of Son Wukong and Piccolo by another kick from Majin Buu. Gotenks. Piccolo thought to reach out to catch him, but Son Wukong swiftly pulled Piccolo aside. Gotenks flew a considerable distance before finally halting his descent. Majin Buu hovered in place, tapping his arm with his finger. Gotenks, irritated by Majin Buu's composure, charged at him, engaging in a fierce battle. Yet, it was evident that Gotenks was no match for Majin Buu, who effortlessly pushed him back. Gotenks, frustrated, exclaimed, don't let it get to your head. Majin Buu laughed triumphantly, showing no regard for Gotenks. Unexpectedly, Gotenks accelerated in a burst of energy, and the two collided head-on with a force that neither had anticipated. This move, akin to the merging of heaven and earth, left Majin Buu dazed. Even he, the mighty demon, was momentarily disoriented by the impact, while Gotenks cradled his head in pain. Enraged, Majin Buu rubbed the bump on his forehead. Gotenks, feeling triumphant, declared, Humph, this is what you deserve. I initially intended to broaden your horizons, but that seemed too tedious, so I shall resolve this with my unique ultimate move. Prepare to receive it and vanish from this world. With that, Gotenks unleashed his power, proclaiming, this is the result of our arduous training. Super Soul Special Agent Ghost Bomb. He crossed his arms before his chest, gathering energy with fervor. Puffing his cheeks, he expelled a white, balloon-like entity into the air. This orb transformed midair, revealing a soul-like manifestation of Gotenks. Piccolo gasped in astonishment, marveling at the exquisite control of energy. Realizing that one could indeed create a presence akin to a living being from their own energy, Piccolo instantly discerned the essence of Gotenks' technique. Son Gohan nodded in agreement. This maneuver exhibited a level of breath control as exquisite as the intricate carvings on rice. Even he, Son Wukong, and Vegeta could not achieve such meticulous control. This was a unique talent belonging solely to the two young boys. However, Son Gohan also recognized that only the fused form of Gotenks could accomplish this feat. Neither Goten nor Trunks alone could replicate it. Indeed, the little spirit with a soul-like appearance cheerfully exclaimed, Hi, I'm a little ghost. This technique astonished even Majin Buu. Although he possessed considerable magical prowess, he had never witnessed such a maneuver. Gotenks proudly declared, Humph, with this, victory is assured. In the temple, Chi-Chi and Tais were somewhat anxious about Goten and Trunks participating in the battle. Bulma reassured them, "Don't worry, with Gohan and Piccolo around, Goten and Trunks will be just fine." Chi-Chi felt a bit more at ease, especially since Gohan had previously prevented Gohan from engaging in combat. Yet, she was astonished that Gohan had been persuaded by Sun Wukong to allow Goten and Trunks to fight this time. Scary, isn't it? I'm truly terrifying, aren't I? The little spirit chuckled in front of Majin Buu, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Chapter 167, A Playful Battle. It wasn't that Majin Buu was genuinely frightened by Gotenks' little ghost. Rather, he had never encountered such a technique before. Gotenks, believing he had instilled fear in Majin Buu, gleefully proclaimed that this meant Buu was doomed. "All right, let's go, little ghost. Show him the terror of the Super Soul Agent Little Ghost Bomb." The little ghost complied and charged toward Majin Buu. Majin Buu landed a punch on the approaching little ghost, displaying a smug grin. However, to Buu's surprise, the little ghost began to laugh, emanating a yellow glow before exploding. The force of the blast rivaled Vegeta's final flash, obliterating half of Majin Buu's body. "Ha! Majin Buu, you're such a big fool. The moment you touch that little ghost, he'll explode." Gotenks cheered in triumph. Son Gohan sighed. He's truly just a child. He's already getting carried away with a slight advantage. Piccolo urgently called out, "Stop jumping around. Finish him off quickly. He'll soon revert to his original form." Yet, Gotenks waved dismissively, I know. I'll take care of him in no time." Super Soul Agent Little Ghost Bomb. Gotenks exhaled and summoned 10 little ghosts. "Little ghosts, assemble. 10-man squad." In an instant, 10 little ghosts surrounded Gotenks. Each little ghost even had its own distinct personality. Gotenks shouted, "All right, line up." One sleepy little ghost rubbed its eyes and obediently got up to form a line. "Attention, face forward." This group of little ghosts proved to be quite lively. With a look of disbelief, Piccolo exclaimed, "Hey, Majin Buu has already recovered." He gestured toward the leisurely Majin Buu, who was currently floating midair. A straw in his mouth connected to a cup of soda while perusing a comic book. Gotenks, in a fit of anger, shouted, "You dare underestimate me? You can only sip your drink for now." "Hey, Majin Buu." Upon hearing Gotenks, Majin Buu put down his comic and asked, "What? Are you done?" With a scoff, Gotenks commanded, "Prepare yourselves, number 1 and number 2. Attack me." As number 1 and number 2 charged at him, Majin Buu leapt into the air, causing the two young ones to collide and explode. Majin Buu mockingly taunted, "Fools. Such tactics are utterly useless against me." He then stuck out his tongue, continuing to ridicule Gotenks. Piccolo, exasperated, covered his eyes, questioning whether this was truly a battle. Son Goku remained silent, knowing that Gotenks was merely a means to buy time. Gotenks bellowed, "Everyone gather. Let us devise our battle strategy." Majin Buu, now seemingly uninterested, crossed his arms and dozed off in midair. Piccolo indignantly remarked, "What is this? A battle devoid of tension." Once Gotenks and the kids concluded their discussion, he shouted, "All right, the operation commences." The children erupted with excitement, one of them grasping another's hand, exclaiming, "Hooray! The battle begins. Let him suffer the consequences." However, the two soon realized they had touched each other. Instantly, they exploded. Had it not been for the other children fleeing swiftly, Gotenks' elite squad of explosive little warriors would have been entirely obliterated. Gotenks fumed. "Damn it, what fools." He sighed. "Forget it. Proceed with the original plan, except for number 10, everyone else, charge." Majin Buu, observing the swarm of little warriors rushing towards him, was about to take action when he noticed the remaining few huddled together, exclaiming, "What is this? Truly remarkable. Why is it here?" Intrigued, Majin Buu leaned in to eavesdrop on their discussion. As soon as his head came close, the group of children seized his neck, completely taken by surprise. Majin Buu paid the price for his curiosity. Witnessing the intense explosion, Gotenks triumphantly declared, "Success." Piccolo remarked in disbelief, "This is truly a ridiculous tactic." Indeed, although Majin Buu was blown into a bizarre form, he remained alive. Gotenks called out to the last child, "All right, number 10, go and finish him. Dive into his mouth and blow him to smithereens." Number 10 promptly dove into Majin Buu's mouth, exploding instantly. Believing he had vanquished Majin Buu, Gotenks gleefully shouted, "Ha ha, this will settle it." In the King Kai's realm, King Kai and Son Goku were keenly sensing the battle on Earth. These two little ones are quite impressive. They can hold their own against Majin Buu for such an extended period. Goku remarked in admiration. The old Kai nodded in agreement, suggesting that if they were given a bit more time, they might indeed be able to vanquish Majin Buu. Goku, with a smile, reassured, "It's all right, Gohan is still here. I can sense his energy steadily increasing. He must be gathering his fighting power. When the time comes, he will surely be able to defeat Majin Buu." The old Kai, however, responded with skepticism. With the energy of that lad named Gohan, to eliminate Majin Buu, he would need at least 5 more hours. Do you have that much time to keep Majin Buu occupied? Goku scratched his head in frustration. That won't work. The fusion lasts only 30 minutes. If it takes 5 hours, even if I go, I won't be able to hold him back for that long. The old Kai nodded sagely. Then perhaps we should wait. Once Gohan has fully developed his fighting power, he can take down Majin Buu effortlessly. Goku agreed. Indeed, you are truly wise, old Kai. Hearing this, the old Kai retorted, "Humph, I'm just a rather ineffective old Kai." On Earth, Majin Buu had been blown into countless small pieces, yet these fragments retained their vitality, incessantly writhing as they sought to reassemble. Piccolo shouted urgently, "Don't just stand there. Quickly incinerate all the fragments, or Majin Buu will revive." Gotenks, while incinerating the pieces, lamented, "What a pity. I haven't even unleashed my ultimate move for you all to witness." However, the fragments of Majin Buu were simply too numerous, and even when reduced to smoke, he still reformed. It was evident that Piccolo had completely forgotten that the original Majin Buu had resurrected in a smoky state. Gotenks, astonished, exclaimed, "What? Has Majin Buu restored himself again?" Chapter 168. Gotenks transforms into Super Saiyan 3. Upon witnessing Majin Buu return to his original form, even the usually confident Gotenks felt a pang of concern, saying, "Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Gohan, even if we burn him completely, it won't matter at all. What are we going to do now?" Piccolo gritted his teeth, realizing that Majin Buu was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Majin Buu reappeared before Gotenks, a sinister smile adorning his face, clearly infuriated by Gotenks' earlier attack. Gotenks sensed the malevolence emanating from Majin Buu and shook his head. "Oh dear. It seems this fellow is absolutely furious." Piccolo regretted his earlier decision, lamenting, "This is bad. We shouldn't have burned him. We should have obliterated his energy as well. Moreover, to be safe, Gohan should have joined the fray." With malice evident on his face, Majin Buu loomed large. Piccolo turned to Gotenks and asked, "Can you use that attack again? Or do you have another ace up your sleeve?" Gotenks, feeling a surge of pride, chuckled, "Oh, I certainly have a super move. But first, let us have some fun scaring Uncle Piccolo." It must be said, at this moment, Gotenks bore no distinction from Majin Buu. Both were reckless children wielding immense power. Thus, Gotenks clasped his head, feigning utter exhaustion. "I can't do it anymore. I've run out of energy to use any other techniques. This is it." Upon hearing these words, Piccolo's expression darkened as he cast a glance at Son Gohan, preparing to flee with Gotenks. However, Majin Buu clearly had other intentions, extending its tendrils to ensnare Gotenks' legs, launching him into the air with a flick. In the Chaos realm, Son Goku sat on the ground, attuning himself to Earth's energy. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, "I wish I could witness the battle on Earth with my own eyes," he lamented. It's challenging to accurately gauge the situation merely by sensing the fluctuations in energy. Upon hearing Goku's words, the old Kai waved his hand, summoning a crystal ball akin to that of the fortune teller, which appeared before the Kai and Goku. The crystal orb radiated a brilliant white light, revealing a scene from Earth. "Incredible. I can see it. It's Gohan," Goku exclaimed, noticing the change in Gohan's hair color. He must have re-entered his battle state. However, seeing Gotenks being flung by Majin Buu, Goku shook his head in resignation. It seems it's still not enough. Perhaps it's a bit premature for these two youngsters to engage in battle. Just as Goku finished speaking, Gotenks was thrown away by Majin Buu. Piccolo hastily called out, "Gohan, it seems this is beyond us. We must leave this to you." Gotenks, hearing Piccolo, replied urgently, "Wait. I haven't had enough fun yet." Piccolo paused. "Did you not say you were out of options? Then don't linger here and complicate matters for Gohan." Gotenks waved his finger dismissively. "That was merely a playful jest. Allow me to show you my true strength." With that, Gotenks clenched his fists, channeling all his energy. As he did so, his hair gradually lengthened, and his eyebrows vanished in tandem with the surge of power. The Super Saiyan 3 form of Gotenks emerged. Piccolo, astonished by the transformation, exclaimed, "You too." How did you achieve this? Gotenks, filled with pride, responded, Hee hee, I'm not quite sure how it happened, but I am incredibly powerful now. Indeed, in this form, Gotenks possessed a battle power of 7 trillion. Even Majin Buu was no match for Gotenks in this state. Had these two youngsters possessed a stronger base power, they could have easily defeated Majin Buu without resorting to Super Saiyan 3. Gotenks, pulling out a mirror from seemingly nowhere, lamented, though my power is formidable, I seem rather villainous. Piccolo gasped, Super Saiyan 3. Have you two truly surpassed us in just a week? Gotenks, observing the equally astonished Majin Buu nearby, declared, We can't keep this up. I can only maintain this form for a very short time. In the KO's realm, both the Kai and Son Goku gazed at Gotenks in sheer astonishment. Wow, what is this? Goku marveled. The Kai, equally awestruck, mused, Is this the power of fusion? Goku scratched his head. While it is indeed fusion, I never anticipated it would yield such a form. This is Super Saiyan 3. The Supreme Kai had never encountered a Super Saiyan 3 and was perplexed by the notion of it. Goku explained, Lord Supreme Kai, you have yet to behold a Super Saiyan 3. It is a long story, but it represents an evolution beyond Super Saiyan 2. The Supreme Kai remained bewildered by the mention of Super Saiyan 2. Observing the Supreme Kai's confusion, Goku continued, his astonishment palpable. I can hardly believe it. These two young warriors have achieved Super Saiyan 3 with such ease, a feat that took me countless years to accomplish. How remarkable! Not only Goku, but even Sun Wukong, who had long prepared himself for this moment on Earth, was utterly astonished. Witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Sun Wukong could not help but exclaim, truly impressive. The youth of Gohan's generation possess strength and potential far surpassing our own. Enough of this frivolity. I shall vanquish you, Majin Buu. With that declaration, Gotenks instantly appeared before Majin Buu, moving beyond his reactionary capacity, and delivered a powerful punch that sent Majin Buu flying. Furthermore, Gotenks completely dominated the current Majin Buu, rendering him utterly defenseless. Although Gotenks' combat power exceeded Buu's by a mere 10 units, the sheer inflation of combat power rendered even this slight advantage sufficient for complete domination. Yet, while Majin Buu was on the receiving end of a one-sided assault, his formidable trait had never resided in raw combat power, but rather in his extraordinary regenerative abilities. Even though his body bore the scars of Gotenks' assault, he swiftly restored himself in an instant. Haha, truly impressive. The wait has not been in vain. Fighting you is quite entertaining. Majin Buu chuckled anew. Humph, soon I shall leave you gasping for breath. Gotenks proclaimed, intensifying his energy once more. However, this time, Majin Buu opted to evade Gotenks' onslaught, sensing the urgency in Gotenks' demeanor.